Chapter 1. The Big Dog. A piercing ray of sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the surroundings as Zhou Yixian rolled over and picked up a stone fragment beside him. With deft skill, he etched a mark onto the tree hollow and emerged from it, stretching his limbs while surveying the familiar woods before him. Another day, successfully survived, he mused. Glancing back at the inscription he had carved, Zhou Yixian realized he had been transported to this strange world for 69 days, although the specifics of his whereabouts remained unknown. Having experienced death once, he regarded each additional day as a divine blessing. In his previous life, Zhou Yixian, like many ordinary individuals, had left his small village, where he had spent over 20 years, in pursuit of greater financial opportunities. In the bustling metropolis lacking formal education, he found himself among the city's myriad migrant workers. Given his decent earnings, he chose to become a delivery rider. According to the Heinrich principle, it was during a frantic delivery that he inadvertently collided with an oncoming freight truck, thereby transcending into his current reality. At least things are agreeable now. I awaken naturally each day, free from the burdens of early mornings and the frantic hustle through towering cityscapes. Often, I scarcely have time to enjoy a proper meal. Zhou Yixian, with his inherent optimism, reflected contentedly on his makeshift tree hollow. At least I can now consider myself a homeowner. If he were to express any dissatisfaction, it would be the absence of a mobile phone and the internet, which severed his connection with a myriad of whimsical online friends, thereby diminishing the joys of life. After engaging in a brief soliloquy, Zhou Yixian nimbly descended from the tree, ready to embark upon another day of survival in the wilderness. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he slipped into a concealed thicket as a traveler thrust into this unfamiliar realm. The initial command to burrow into a hole was met with resistance. At the very least, he wished to ascertain a more stylish approach to such an act. The reality was this: as a new youth raised under the red banner, finding himself in a primeval jungle, left Zhou Yixian with little choice but to evade various wild beasts while foraging for wild fruits to sustain himself. Who could fathom that a mere attempt to gather fruit would provoke the ire of a grazing bison nearby, which then pursued him with relentless fury? In his desperate flight for survival, Zhou Yixian scarcely noticed that the bison in pursuit appeared markedly different from any he had previously encountered. Its jet black coat boasted exaggerated musculature, and its furious countenance bore striking resemblance to that of a humanoid creature in a state of frantic disarray. Zhou Yixian soon encountered a thicket brimming with thorns, and just then, he spotted another hidden hole. What could he possibly do but tumble in with great haste? After navigating through the labyrinthine obstacles, he ultimately discovered a safe refuge emerging from his hiding place. Zhou Yixian adeptly made his way into an adjacent cave. Those big dogs. You start eating without waiting for me. Zhou Yixian casually observed the 4 little tiger cubs in front of him, greeting them with an air of familiarity. Regardless of their consent, he seized a piece of meat nearby and began to chew on it voraciously. You may wonder why he did not roast the meat first. After attempting to create fire by friction for 2 hours, Zhou Yixian had abandoned this impractical notion. Despite his efforts, he had not produced even a spark, and his hands were nearly raw from the exertion in the perilous depths of the primordial jungle. Sustaining injuries and spilling blood, thus releasing the scent of iron into the air, was far from a safe endeavor. Honestly, once you grow accustomed to eating raw meat, it's not so bad. Wouldn't you agree, Erguzi? Well, the flavor still makes one want to retch. Truth be told, I aspire to be a good persano. I've entered the wrong narrative. I too wish to roast meat, sprinkle it with cumin, and accompany it with some wild fruit juice. However, my capabilities do not permit such luxuries. Who could blame me for being a low-tier transmigrator? Absent a golden finger, I lack even the skill to roast meat. What can I do? I find myself in quite a state of despair. Perhaps having been alone for too long, Zhou Yixian engaged in pleasant conversation with the little tiger cubs, or at least it seems so. What are you staring at? See, Guzzi. A transmigrator is a being of another realm. I am a child of dimensions. He grasped another piece of meat and chewed it fiercely, his expression a grimace of determination. Wah. The 4 little tiger cubs glared at Zhou Yixian as he reached for another piece of meat. Mom, come back quickly. Someone's stealing our food. We are tigers, do you understand? You are but a dog, and your entire family are dogs. I could devour you whole. You are being excessive. How dare you bite me? Zhou Yixian swatted at the little tiger cubs and resumed his meal. What's the fuss? As a transmigrator, is it so wrong to snag a few pieces of meat? Once I achieve success, you will undoubtedly reap the benefits. A few pieces of meat? Did he not keep track? Each morning, he dutifully reported for work, undeterred by rain or shine. How many days had it been? The 4 little tiger cubs collectively shot him disdainful glances, indicating their disinterest in conversing with him are being quite harsh. My friends, what am I to do? I've exhausted all methods leaping off cliffs well. I didn't dare truly jump. I could try bloodletting, but all I possess to cover myself are a few leaves. I lack any rings or talismans to sacrifice. There's nowhere to draw blood. Must you truly force me to use my ultimate move? Zhou Yixian slapped his thigh. Yes. I still have my trump card left. How could I have forgotten it? Heaven and earth, I am unparalleled. Zhou Yixian pointed skyward with one hand and the ground with the other. His stance radiating an aura of infinite might. The world around him seemed to shift in hue. Roar! A ferocious roar echoed from afar. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I do not deserve the key. Zhou Yixian quickly retreated, tail between his legs, back to the cave, and continued eating. What are you looking at? The system master has a few days each month when things go awry. It's quite normal next time. I shall adopt a different stance, perhaps that will yield better results. 4 little tiger cubs lay nestled together, their fur marked with a dark stripe. Could it be that this person had lost his senses? His body was filthy, adorned only with a few leaves, and he appeared wretched, evoking a sense of pity. Perhaps offering him a few morsels of meat might grant him forgiveness, and he could then find rest. Truly a pig, sleeping as soon as he's fed. As he observed the cubs gradually succumbing to slumber, Zhou Yixian too found solace, leaning casually against the stone wall, eyes closed, relishing this rare moment of tranquility amidst the primal wilderness. The sun hung low, signaling the twilight of the day. Is late. I must return. He whispered a gentle farewell and tucked the unfinished pieces of meat under his arm, evidently intending to take them with him. With a late-night snack in hand, the evening promises to be delightful. Beneath his seemingly optimistic F.A. Ade, a hint of melancholy lingered, perhaps a reflection of his uncertainty regarding the future, or perhaps a fear of one day becoming prey. For the beasts, it seems I must expedite my plans. I have familiarized myself with the surrounding environment, and there should be enough food to sustain me for a week, provided I steer clear of certain dangers. The colossal figure slowly approached the cave where Zhou Yixian resided. Chapter 2. The saber-toothed tiger. Today, you appear to be somewhat untimely, returning earlier than expected. Through several days of observation from his hiding place within the underbrush, Zhou Yixian had come to this realization. He understood he had entered a realm vastly different from Earth. Gazing at the massive silhouette blocking the cave's entrance, a shiver coursed through Zhou Yixian's body. He recognized that he now faced the most formidable threat since his arrival. A gaunt figure, barely clothed and emaciated from hunger, stood before a saber-toothed tiger that was evidently a supernatural specimen, its size at least thrice that of a northeastern tiger in a zoo. What could he possibly do? The answer lay in maintaining composure at the very least. He might die with dignity. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger emitted a furious roar, proclaiming its dominion over the territory as it regarded the uninvited guest. It did not pounce. Zhou Yixian, who had nearly resigned himself to defeat, quickly regained his calm following the tiger's gaze. He recalled the 4 cubs resting behind him. It fears I might harm its young. I still have a chance. His mind raced. If given the opportunity, no one would passively await their demise. Better a friend die than a monk. As the tiger slowly raised its massive paw, a glint of determination flickered in Zhou Yixian's eyes. He turned, lowered his head, and without hesitation, grasped the hindquarters of one cub, lifting it before him in a fluid motion. Do not approach. I am prepared to trade one life for another. With a sharp stone shard clenched in his other hand, he pressed it against the cub's neck. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing its face. After a moment's contemplation, it gradually lowered its raised paw and retreated a few steps, as if beseeching Zhou Yixian not to harm its offspring. Even a tiger would not harm its own cubs. The ancients truly did not deceive me. The standoff ensued. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of dripping water shattered the tranquility of the scene. Blood dripped from the belly of the saber-toothed tiger, and Zhou Yixian seemed to comprehend the reason for its premature return. The creature was injured, and he must seize this opportunity. Step back, continue to retreat. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger hesitated. Cannot guarantee the safety of your offspring, Zhou Yixian declared, raising the small cub in his hand, pressing the stone shard more firmly against its neck, embedding it into its first step back. I assure you, I will not apply further pressure. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger retreating, Zhou Yixian felt a slight release of tension in his heart. Indeed, one cannot apply common reasoning to another world. Beasts can communicate and comprehend human behavior. The saber-toothed tiger, having retreated to the cave's entrance, seemed unwilling to go any further. Retreat, continue. No matter how Zhou Yixian threatened, the creature remained unyielding, fixated on the small cub in his grasp, more precisely, on the stone shard pressed against its neck. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger glared fiercely at Zhou Yixian, as if to convey, "This is as far as I will go should it come to it. I will fight to the death." A flicker of anguish flashed in the tiger's eyes, and the suffocating aura of impending death seemed to Wayne stay calm. "Hold on," Zhou Yixian encouraged himself, recognizing the creature's limits and sensing its weakening state, suppressing the overwhelming fear that enveloped him. Flow faster, even faster while the small cub, apparently in pain, began to thrash about in Zhou Yixian's grip roar. The saber-toothed tiger's agitated roar resonated. "Be quiet for your lord, be quiet for your lord, be quiet for your lord," as the saber-toothed tiger drew closer once more. Zhou Yixian clenched his fists and struck the tiger's head with force. Perhaps stunned by the blow, the small cub immediately hung its head in silence. Why has it not yet fallen? Zhou Yixian mused, observing the saber-toothed tiger, which was bleeding profusely. "I cannot remain idle rather than entrust my fate to the whims of chance. I would prefer to take a gamble, with no regrets in life or death. A cornered beast fights fiercely, how much more so, a human and injured beast is far more perilous." As if affirming the wisdom of those before him, Zhou Yixian felt a sudden gust of wind. The saber-toothed tiger, finally overwhelmed by pain, succumbed to its primal instincts. Roar! It lunged at him ferociously without hesitation. Zhou Yixian executed a classic roll, all the while ensuring the safety of the cub tightly held in his embrace. "One cannot let go casually. You are the key to my survival," just narrowly evading a fierce pounce. Zhou Yixian felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck as he glanced at the tiny tiger cub in his grasp. "A life for a life, those who flinch are cowards." Madness flickered in his eyes as he tightened his grip on the shard of stone, a crimson stream trickling down from the cub's neck. While the pain-induced whimpering of the little cub caused it to flail restlessly in Zhou Yixian's hands. Roar! The anguished cries of the cub seemed to awaken the remnants of the saber-toothed tiger's rationality. The red glow in its eyes dimmed slightly as it relinquished its pursuit. Now, writhing in agony, cowered, exhaling sharply, Zhou Yixian ceased his relentless grip. The series of fierce confrontations had left his frail body fatigued, and his hand, still clutching the cub, began to tremble slightly. It was time to bring this to an end. Meeting the saber-toothed tiger's piercing gaze with unwavering defiance, Zhou Yixian pressed his body against the rocky wall, inching his way towards the cave's exit. The saber-toothed tiger was already too weakened. It seemed to lack the strength to roar in response to Zhou Yixian's subtle movements. Instead, its eyes glowed red as it fixed its gaze on Zhou Yixian, cautiously dragging its offspring towards the cave's opening. It felt as though an eternity had passed before Zhou Yixian finally positioned himself directly in front of the saber-toothed tiger, nearly able to sense the foul odor of its breath. Its abdomen must have been torn open by sharp claws, he thought, observing the gaping wound on the massive beast's belly. A wave of putrid stench assaulted his senses, revitalizing his weary spirit momentarily. Only the dead enemy is truly safe. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Zhou Yixian gritted his teeth and hurled the tiny cub towards the saber-toothed tiger. "Your cub. I return it to you." Without a moment's hesitation, the protective mother, enduring excruciating pain, leaped into the air, aiming to catch her offspring in her jaws. Thud. With a resounding crash echoing above, Zhou Yixian recognized that the moment had arrived. The cub he tossed had been calculated meticulously. As the saber-toothed tiger leaped towards its child, it was destined to collide violently with the unforgiving stone wall. A perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment while the tiger was momentarily dazed by the impact, Zhou Yixian took a running start, raising the stone shard high before sliding beneath the creature's belly. Rip! The sound of tearing fabric echoed, as if a gaping hole had suddenly appeared, causing the saber-toothed tiger's innards to spill forth, staining the ground a vivid crimson. A handsome man never looks back at the explosion. On this Monday, I found myself completely relaxed, gazing at the saber-toothed tiger that had collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. It felt as if all my strength had been drained away, leaving me limp and sprawled on the earth. It seems I have emerged victorious. Sensing the life ebbing from the saber-toothed tiger, several cubs began to whimper sorrowfully. They licked the massive head of their fallen parent with their tiny tongues, hoping that somehow this would coax the great beast back to its feet. "I'm truly sorry," I sighed, observing the grieving cub's survival of the fittest. "Its demise ensures my existence." Having regained a modicum of strength, I dragged my weary body towards the cave's mouth, uninterested in remaining to witness this poignant display of maternal affection. Roar! If anyone were to utter the phrase about the impossibility of two tigers coexisting, I would undoubtedly retort vehemently. Yet, at this moment, I lacked the energy to engage. A severely wounded saber-toothed tiger had nearly brought me to my end, and now I faced a fully healthy, adult beast. Another fleeting existence indeed. I surrendered entirely to the fatigue, reclining comfortably upon the ground. Two tigers cannot share a mountain, unless one is male and the other female. Chapter 3. Elizabeth. In a fleeting moment, a glimmer of a blade flashed, followed by a swift stroke. A figure strolled forward with an air of nonchalance, murmuring a few words without turning back. The sound of metal sliding into its sheath resonated, and moments later, a colossal tiger's head plummeted to the ground. From the severed neck, blood erupted like a fountain, splattering in all directions. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the tiger's visage still bore an expression of incredulity, as if it struggled to comprehend the abruptness of its demise. Coughing violently, Joey was overwhelmed by the acrid taste of blood flooding his mouth. Young one, you are fortunate. You narrowly escaped the jaws of death. On Monday, as Zhou Yixian idly listened, a chilling voice pierced through his reverie, awakening him to the grim reality that most of the blood in his throat had already been expelled. To his astonishment, he realized he had not yet succumbed to death. Raising his gaze, he beheld a figure standing before him, their expression frigid as they looked down upon him. Finally, he had encountered a living soul. It appeared this individual had come to his rescue. Silently muttering a phrase of gratitude within his mind, Zhou Yixian took a moment to scrutinize his benefactor. The figure was tall and robust, exuding an aura of ice that seemed to chill the very air around them. Everything about them conveyed a sense of strict decorum, from their attire to their demeanor. Most notably, a pitch-black katana was sheathed at their waist, instilling an unsettling feeling within Zhou Yixian at just a glance. Have you finished staring, kid? The stranger interrupted Zhou Yixian's scrutiny with a cold remark. It seemed the wild youth could comprehend his words. You are the true wildling. Your entire family consists of wildlings, Zhou Yixian thought, his temper flaring at the label. The reason compelled him to silently scoff. After calming his indignation, he cautiously inquired. May I ask, did you save me? Indeed, it appears even wildlings have learned some manners, came the cold reply. I endure. Zhou Yixian resolved to suppress his urge to retaliate. Thank you. The debt of life-saving is one that no one can forget, as any person would understand. Enough, kid. It is now my turn, the stranger interjected, their tone still frosty as they fixed an icy stare into Zhou Yixian's eyes. I will pose a question, and you shall answer. Should your response displease me? They cast a glance at the long blade at their side, an unspoken warning lingering in the air. On Monday, Xian succinctly responded without adding any extraneous punctuation. It seemed evident that the other party was not to be trifled with. Thus, the means of understanding the world through their words appeared, for the time being, unfeasible. Xian hoped that the inquiries posed would not be overly challenging. Contemplating inwardly, Xian mused. Very well, young one. Maintaining composure under his direct gaze, the other party cast a glance of approval towards Xian and continued, indeed, a rather peculiar name. Now, why do you find yourself here? To survive, Xian replied. To bolster his argument, he elaborated, there exists a concealed opening amidst the thicket outside, where I have been observing for a week. The owner of this cave emerges daily with the first rays of sunlight to forage. Taking a breath, Xian glanced at several small tiger cubs nearby. Naturally, before venturing out, provisions are left for them, and upon the sun's descent, the owner returns. Adhering to this routine without fail. The other party regarded Xian with a playful glint in their eye, acknowledging his clarity of mind and keen observation. A commendable young one. Now, why are you here? On Monday, the man before the idle face suddenly shifted his gaze, his eyes turning sharp and piercing as he coldly continued to pose the same question. On Monday, as he met the gaze of the other, a chill swept through his heart. His mind began to race with thoughts. Why mention this place once more? Did it hold some significance or harbor important items? The scarcity of information left him bewildered, and without the luxury of hesitation, he steeled himself to respond. It was purely by chance that I found myself here. In this perilous primordial jungle, as a frail human, how could I not linger in such a sanctuary? If you doubt my words, traverse the thicket beyond the stone cave. There lies a grand tree with a hollow that serves as a perfect refuge. Observing the increasing coldness in the other's eyes, he was beyond caring about what he might reveal. Survival compelled him to adopt a respectful tone. Enough is enough. The tall, robust man slowly moved his hand towards the long knife at his waist. What a ridiculous turn of events. How should I know why I am here? One moment I was delivering takeout, and the next, I found myself in this vast, untamed wilderness. I, too, wished to know the reason. Exhausted and devoid of strength, Monday could only glare fiercely at the other. The determination in his eyes was commendable. The other expressed admiration for his resolve. Bundy, what is the status? Just as Monday resigned himself to fate, a melodious voice echoed within the cave. The darkness seemed to deepen as a vigilant group of about 10 individuals approached the cave entrance. On Monday, as he gazed upward, he beheld a woman leading the group. To articulate precisely, she was a strikingly beautiful woman. Her hair cascaded down her cheeks, tucked behind her ears, and tied back in a ponytail. Her skin was as fair as snow, and even clad in a form-fitting black outfit, she exuded an air of noble elegance. What transpired, Wendy? Elizabeth Sula inquired. Her brow furrowed as she regarded the bloodied figure of Zhou Yixian lying on the ground. This operation was meant to be shrouded in secrecy. Has something gone awry? Upon hearing Sula's question, Wendy sheathed his long blade and leaned in to whisper to her, likely recounting the events that had just unfolded. The 10 or so individuals behind them stood like statues, silently wielding their weapons. After listening to Wendy's account, Sula's frown deepened as she murmured, "Indeed, he is a suspicious character. We must not let any whisper of this operation escape. Otherwise, the guards of the Upside Down Land will not spare us." Upside Down Land. Sensing a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, Zhou Yixian interjected, "Wait, stop, Wendy." As Wendy prepared to draw his weapon once more, Zhou Yixian summoned all his strength to rise and shouted, "Regardless of your secrets, I wish to remain oblivious. Do you truly believe that a mere 13 or 14-year-old child could pose a threat to you?" Indeed. Zhou Yixian had successfully traversed into the body of a child named Dubelong. His mind was a blank slate regarding this body's past, perhaps reminded by Zhou Yixian's words. Sula finally spoke. "Everyone suffers. Who does not struggle for survival? Spare him, Wendy." "At your command, my lady," Wendy replied. As Wendy halted, Zhou Yixian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had managed to survive. What a treacherous world this was, where one could draw a blade over a mere disagreement. Chapter 4. You'd better watch out. "Boy, you may take your leave now," Wendy remarked, glancing outside the cave. "Congratulations. You owe your gratitude to the benevolent lady Elizabeth Sula." Clearly, they had come here with secrets they wished to keep hidden, gesturing for Zhou Yixian to depart with understanding. What a peculiar group they were, decisive yet indecisive. Zhou Yixian mused, "I cannot simply walk away. This may be my sole opportunity for a safe exit." Observing the assembly before him, he found himself at a loss for words. If there indeed was a conspiracy unfit for outsiders, they would hardly allow him to leave unscathed. If he were in their position, he would certainly keep a mysterious figure like himself nearby for security. Just moments ago, Zhou Yixian had been contemplating strategies for survival. Yet now he found himself considering their perspective. "Wait," he called out to the group, who had already turned to delve deeper into the cave. "Please take me with you. Allow me to leave alongside you." "Boy, you had better provide a reasonable explanation." The persistent presence of Monday's idle demeanor had evidently exhausted Wendy's patience, particularly with this young man who had already squandered too much of their time. Should he respond incorrectly, I shall ensure he comprehends the meaning of cruelty. "Very well, Wendy. Let us listen to what he has yet to say." Sula gestured for Wendy to pause. Indeed, there was a hint of indecision, perhaps a trace of benevolence. And he had guessed correctly. Seizing the opportunity, Monday continued, "Regardless of what you seek here, I desire a guide who is familiar with this land, undoubtedly. Such an ally would render our journey considerably simpler and safer." In his eagerness to depart, Monday disregarded all else, clearly fabricating his plea. "Thank you for your kindness." But Sula remained unmoved, softly stating, "I am afraid we do not require a guide. Take me with you, at the very least. I can serve as a loyal and useful attendant." Monday glanced at the motionless saber-toothed tiger on the ground, evidently to bolster his persuasion. "I no longer require an attendant. You may leave now." Sula remained steadfast, gently advising, "Following us may not be the safest choice." "Young man, I acknowledge your commendable courage." Wendy interrupted Monday, who was poised to speak again, with a tone as frigid as ice. "I do not possess Lord Sula's benevolence. Do not squander this rare opportunity for survival." Unperturbed, Zhou Yixian continued, seemingly oblivious to Wendy's frigid gaze. "Allowing me to depart is hardly a prudent choice. The guardians of the Upside Down are not so easily appeased. Should I, and I emphasize should, fall into their clutches, it would undoubtedly cause you unnecessary complications in your endeavor. In the interest of survival, Zhou Yixian could be ruthless enough to betray himself. Who knows what kind of guardians lurk in the Upside Down? For all this time, Zhou Yixian had yet to encounter a single specter. I maintain that a swift strike is the most effective resolution. It was evidently Wendy's voice. "Very well, Bwindi, Sula replied. Her brow furrowed as if troubled by some pressing concern. Take him along. For the sake of safety, the Elizabeth family can no longer afford any unforeseen incidents. As you command, my lord. Reluctantly, Bwindi executed Sula's directive without question. On Monday, after a moment of exhaling, a sense of calm finally enveloped Zhou Yixian. Noticing his tension, Sula kindly remarked, rest assured, just follow our lead. There is no need for concern. Bwindi is truly a good person. A good person card was bestowed upon Bwindi. Indeed. Sula was a thoughtful and kind-hearted girl, a rare gem. For the very first time, Zhou Yixian issued a good person card to a girl. And he felt a wave of contentment wash over him, realizing that bestowing such a card was rather gratifying. No wonder girls took such delight in it. Sula, however, could not fathom the emotions swirling within Zhou Yixian, merely finding it peculiar that he had transitioned from a state of cautiousness to wearing a rather cheeky grin. Perhaps his nerves were simply frayed. Without further contemplation, Sula addressed Bwindi beside her. Let us commence. I hope the family records hold some truth. It was evident that Sula had stumbled upon the family's secrets by chance, leading to this expedition. Had she not felt utterly compelled, she would not have acted so recklessly, merely chasing after dubious records. At your command, my lady, Bwindi responded, seemingly unwavering in his trust of Sula's words. He approached a concealed protrusion within the cave, tapped it with his fingers, and then grasped it firmly, twisting and pulling. Suddenly, a cacophony of gears echoed, and before them, a passageway emerged from the ground. Clearly, the family records were authentic. It was no wonder they had fought alongside that remarkable individual. Gazing at the newly revealed passage, Sula mused to herself, could the revival of our family finally be at hand? Boy, descend, Bwindi commanded Zhou Yixian, his tone brooking no dissent. Indeed. He was a person distrusted. Hoping to catch a glimmer of assurance from Sula, Zhou Yixian was reluctant to venture down as a mere scout, destined to disappoint. He clenched his teeth and proceeded downward, remarking, I hope you all follow closely. After all, my survival ensures your safety. After a while, confirming the path was secure, the group behind Zhou Yixian entered the passage one after another. In the cave, a few small tiger cubs remained, lamenting beside their parents' lifeless bodies. A blinding light suddenly flooded the space, and it took Zhou Yixian some time to adjust. Once accustomed, he began to scrutinize his surroundings, a simple underground tunnel, seemingly hewn by human hands, though the electric lights overhead exuded an eerie aura, filling Zhou Yixian with a sense of intrigue. It was evident that this realm bore the marks of another world. Why then did modern civilization's electric lights exist here? It appeared that no danger lurked within. As they traversed the tunnel, Sula, positioned among the group, observed Zhou Yixian, and scathed, and seemed to release her lingering apprehension. Boy, press on, Bwindi urged. Just wait for me. Zhou Yixian silently noted down a grudge in the ledger of his heart. Zhou Yixian could only set aside the doubts that plagued his mind and resolutely continued his silent march forward. After approximately an hour, when his feet felt as though they were burdened with lead, he finally beheld the end of the road, the overhead lights no longer stretching outward. The legends were indeed true. The Tree of Demons existed just as it had been documented. A palpable excitement and joy resonated in Sula's tone as he gazed upon the scene before them. On Monday, Xian was utterly astounded, rendered speechless by the sight before him. He had never encountered a tree of such monumental proportions, surpassing all his previous imaginings. Majestic, ancient, and enigmatic, it towered above, its leaves forming a dense canopy that obscured the sun, casting the realm into an eternal twilight of shadows. Chapter 5. The Awakening of the Golden Finger. As Xian remained in awe of the colossal tree, a mechanical metallic voice suddenly resonated within his mind. The Golden Finger. Upon hearing this unexpected voice, an overwhelming joy surged within Xian, causing his entire being to tremble with uncontainable excitement. What was destined to arrive had finally unveiled the mysterious veil of the traverser's fortune. On Monday, with an insatiable curiosity, I eagerly opened the suddenly manifested Devil Fruit Encyclopedia within me. As my thoughts delved into it, the book, adorned with bold crimson letters spelling Devil Fruit Encyclopedia on its cover, gradually unfurled. A blank page awaited. On Monday, I found my mind drifting into a void. Gazing at the empty pages of the book, a wave of discontent washed over me. According to the description of the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, should it not depict the various forms of the devil fruits? How could it be devoid of any content? Bonetti, I have seen it. It is indeed a devil fruit. On Monday, the excited voice of Sura once again reached his ears, pulling him from the depths of his self-awareness back into reality. He lifted his gaze to behold a peculiar fruit adorned with spiral patterns, resembling snowflakes. The branches of the tree, burdened by the weight of the fruit, bent downwards, making it seem as though the fruit was within easy reach, ready to be plucked effortlessly from the branch. To pluck it and savor its taste. On a languid Monday, an inexplicable allure stirred within, as if my gaze were irresistibly captivated by the devilish fruit before me. The snow fruit, classified as a natural type, possesses the remarkable ability to transform any part of the body into a snowy form. Even when subjected to pure physical assaults that could shatter the flesh, the body can instantaneously reconstitute itself with snow. The quantity, range, and hardness of the ice and snow that can be unleashed are proportional to the strength of the wielder. Developed by Monet, it boasts an array of techniques: the dome snow house, tin paper, eternal snow, tranquil snow, skin blade, snow bunny, and blizzard. Additionally, it is worth noting that this fruit is a lower-tier variant of the ice fruit. On Monday, Xian once again plunged into self-awareness, observing as the previously blank first page transformed, as if someone were inscribing words upon it, one by one, before his very eyes. The question remained, to embrace or to reject this influx of thoughts. On Monday, a metallic sound reverberated once more in the depths of Zhou Yixin's mind. Gazing at the excited figure before him, a tumult of hesitation and inner conflict surged within Zhou Yixin. It seemed excessively cruel to strip this individual of their hopes, especially considering they had saved his life. Ultimately, his conscience triumphed over desire, and with gritted teeth, Zhou Yixin chose to decline. Although the natural system was proclaimed the strongest, it was not the sole option available at that moment. Through careful observation moments earlier, Zhou Yixin had discerned that the branches of the tree referred to as the devil tree by Sula were laden with fruits adorned with peculiar spiral patterns. Undoubtedly, they were all devil fruits. As he contemplated the dense cluster of devil fruits before him, a wave of perplexity washed over Zhou Yixin. There were no records in the world of One Piece regarding the origins of devil fruits. Members of CP9 had once remarked upon their first encounter with these fruits, stating they bore no resemblance to anything that existed in this world. How could they all originate from this colossal devil tree? On Monday, Xian shook his head and continued to observe his surroundings. Beneath the demon tree, for peculiar waterways brimmed with seawater, extending outward into the horizon, seemingly infinite. At the center of these intersecting channels lay a raised piece of land, where the demon tree took root at the very heart of the waterways. The encircling seawater converged to form a circular embrace, enveloping the demon tree and coalescing into a newly formed channel. On Monday, a wave of perplexity washed over me. The land of reversal bears an uncanny resemblance to the mountain of reversal. The newly formed waterways seem to lead to the Grand Canal, yet the central tree of evil and the surrounding primordial jungle are exceedingly peculiar. As though the mountain of reversal has been magnified countless times, adorned with many elements that ought not to exist. On Monday, as he pondered more deeply, the complexities eluded his understanding, compelling him to relinquish his inner musings. He resumed his quest for other devil fruits that might be absorbed, for he was at least acquainted with several commendable varieties. However, to his dismay, apart from the snow fruit before Sula, his internal compendium of devil fruits yielded no further indications of absorbable options. When he gazed at other fruits, his mind was met only with the message, not yet ripe. Ability unknown. It seemed that the devil fruits only reached maturity when their branches bent under their own weight, unable to bear the load any longer. Through persistent attempts, he eventually discerned the pattern. The tree, resembling a demon, seemed to extend its branches to present the snow fruit to Sula. Scanning the surroundings, he found no other mature devil fruits, and a flicker of jealousy ignited within him. Once decisions were made, he never regretted them, nor did he contemplate reversing his choices. He could only internally lament the fortuitousness of others. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, as if an inexplicable allure was guiding him to consume the fruit. The snow fruit had already been procured by Sula, who examined it with great care, albeit still hesitating, pondering aloud. But I can only consume one. What if the ability is terribly inadequate? Seemingly seeking counsel from others, Sula paused before suggesting, "Shall we procure another, and then decide?" The other guards remained vigilant, encircling Sula like a statue, clearly indicating that any hope of receiving useful insights from them was but a distant dream. Thus, Sula could only cast a pleading glance towards Buendi, asking, "What do you think? There should still be time." Alas, Monday was entirely overlooked. On Monday, Skin felt hesitant to speak up, fearing it would appear too abrupt. After all, the illustrated guide to devil fruits is not something that everyone can access. To avoid unnecessary complications, and out of a sense of self-interest, Cien naturally hoped that the group would continue their search. Thus, he decisively opted for silence. However, Wendy held a different perspective and spoke up. "My lord, the others have been waiting too long by the seaside. If we miss the opportunity, they may assume this endeavor has failed and leave on their own, which would lead to a dire situation." Noticing that Sula seemed somewhat unmoved, Wendy pressed on, "My lord, the circumstances are not as optimistic as you perceive. Apart from the devil fruit in your possession, I must candidly state that we have no feasible means to acquire any other devil fruits. This journey has been excessively smooth." And an unsettling feeling began to rise within Wendy. Could it be that he too has discerned something amiss? On Monday, Cien did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. The world before him diverged significantly from his previous understanding. The devil fruits were indeed the most effective means of enhancing one's power in the realm of One Piece. In the original narrative, these fruits were heralded as treasures of the sea, and with a stroke of fortune, one could stumble upon one even during a casual outing. However, what lay before him now completely upended his prior perceptions. He could not ascertain whether this chance would ever present itself again, should he miss it this time. After pondering for a considerable while, he found himself devoid of a viable strategy and was at a loss as to how to persuade the others to remain and continue searching. He had heard whispers of the existence of a compendium detailing the devil fruits. Perhaps consulting this guide would unveil the specifics of the fruit in Lord Sula's possession. Thus, with a steely resolve, Cien ventured forth. "If there are more devil fruits, wouldn't he that offer us a multitude of choices? With so many devil fruits here, it's conceivable that each of us could acquire one." At that moment, Cien fully embraced his role, embodying the innocence of a 13 or 14-year-old, and continued. "I have heard from those who have ventured into the land of reversal that consuming a devil fruit grants one powers akin to a demon. If one is unsatisfied, they can simply eat another, especially given the abundance of options available now." While showcasing his naivety, Cien also provided a logical explanation for his extensive knowledge. Chapter 6, Natural Type. Sula was somewhat intrigued by Cien's childish thoughts. Did he believe that devil fruits were easily obtained? If they were so accessible, the seas would not be teeming with pirates who were utterly mad in their pursuit. Those dangerous individuals would go to any lengths just to secure a single fruit. Nevertheless, acquiring another fruit would undoubtedly enhance Bounty's strength. After all, Sula deemed Bounty to be quite reliable, and his loyalty was beyond question. What an amusing notion. Sula chuckled lightly after Cien finished speaking. "While your idea is indeed entertaining, it is not without merit. Isn't that right, Lord Sula? You concur with my proposal, do you not?" Cien pressed on. "If each of us were to possess a devil fruit, we could roam the seas with abandon, effortlessly grasping countless treasures within our reach." Observing Sula's gaze, which seemed to regard him as a fool, Cien silently chanted to himself, striving to suppress a bubbling surge of emotion. "I endure. If it were not for the allure of the devil fruits, who would wish to be regarded as a simpleton?" In that moment, Cien felt as if he had channeled an Oscar-worthy performer, each word flowing with effortless brilliance, eclipsing countless young stars from his previous life. The Academy Award surely owed him a little golden statuette. You truly are an amusing lad." Sura was utterly amused by Zhou Yixian's antics. Bringing him along seemed to be an excellent decision. At the very least, his comedic talent was truly exceptional, ensuring the journey would not be dull. Observing Zhou Yixian's earnest expression brought Sura considerable joy. At that moment, Zhou Yixian was blissfully unaware that he had been designated as the comedian of the group. He continued to perform with fervor, exuding the innocent delight of a child receiving praise from an adult. With a beaming smile, he remarked, "How wonderful it would be to acquire a Logia-type devil fruit. I have heard that once one possesses the powers of a Logia, they become impervious to any harm. An invincible entity, no longer needing to fear the lethal fangs of beasts." On Monday, Cien continued to exhibit an innocent demeanor, subtly encouraging Sula without revealing any intentions. Being of the nature type, Sula felt a stirring within. If only she could possess a devil fruit of the nature category, the losses she endured could surely be reclaimed, and her family's resurgence would be within reach. With a sense of purpose ignited by her mission, Sula resolutely declared, "Wendy, I have made my decision. We shall continue our search. Should we find nothing, we will promptly return the way we came." Regardless of her acquaintance with the nature-type devil fruit, Sula joyfully committed to her resolution. Though internally reluctant, Wendy instinctively chose to submit, saying, As you wish, my lord. However, we must be cautious not to venture too deeply. He expressed his concerns, stating, "This journey has been unexpectedly smooth. The guardians of the inverted realm have yet to reveal themselves, which is decidedly out of the ordinary." A grave expression crossed Bwendy's face as he continued. After all, the rulers of the inverted realm would not allow commoners to easily acquire such formidable power. Then let us proceed cautiously, and if we find nothing, we shall abandon our quest. It seemed that Bwendy had awakened some dreadful memories, causing Sula's previously ignited determination to waver once more. "Bwendy, you shall decide when we withdraw." Indeed, she exhibited a timid and indecisive nature, prompting Cien to feel somewhat exasperated. Yet, observing the serious expressions on their faces, Cien abandoned her pretense of innocence. The guardians of the inverted realm? She could not fathom why they instilled such trepidation. The colossal devil tree possessed its own masters, suggesting they had become unwitting trespassers. Could it be the celestial dragons? Cien struggled to conceive anyone else with such power, arriving at the only plausible conclusion. The realization that she might be coveting something belonging to the celestial dragons sent a wave of panic through her. To be targeted by them was no trivial matter. A mere flicker of displeasure could result in a massacre decree or a whimsical display of fireworks. Fortune favors the bold, yet death looms over the unwary. On a Monday, with a surge of determination, Zhou Yixian continued, "The areas within our line of sight should be relatively safe. But delving too deeply instills a sense of trepidation." He offered a reasonable suggestion, showcasing admirable observational skills, and thus a decision was made. Gazing into the depths of the demon tree, which was entirely engulfed by shadows, Sula felt a pang of anxiety and added, "We shall remain within the limits of our visibility, never venturing deeper." Sula's pronouncement seemed to seek Bwendy's tacit approval. Bwendy fell silent, acquiescing to Sula's resolution with a meaningful glance towards Zhou Yixian, who immediately felt as though his thoughts were laid bare. Yet, he could not comprehend why the other had refrained from confronting him, sensing a hint of indulgence in his demeanor. The weak possessed no authority to decide. He dismissed the intricacies of the situation, for the objective had been achieved. Zhou Yixian optimistically mused, "Perhaps the other has experienced a sudden change of heart. Or the allure of the devil fruit is simply too overwhelming." With a unanimous consensus among the trio, their expedition resumed, while the other guards were entirely overlooked, seemingly without dissent. "Bwendy, have we ventured too far?" Sula's concerned voice broke the silence after what felt like an eternity. "Shall we turn back?" Just then, Sula's inquiry prompted Zhou Yixian to regain his focus and survey the surroundings. The group was completely ensnared by the shadows, and as he looked around, the pervasive dimness obscured all clarity. Why is this happening? Were we not searching at the periphery? On Monday, as I contemplated my thoughts meticulously, I found myself unable to recall previous experiences. It seemed as if everyone around me was entranced, continuously moving deeper into the unknown, completely oblivious to what was transpiring. It was only when Sula's voice broke the silence that we were jolted back to reality. "We are in trouble," he declared. Birdie observed more keenly and continued, "Kote has vanished without a trace, and I did not notice anything amiss. A living person had inexplicably disappeared. And the most alarming aspect was that not a single individual could ascertain when he had vanished. This was the source of our greatest dread. The unknown is indeed the most profound fear. Never mind, it is no longer significant," Sula remarked, his eyes devoid of focus. "Let us press forward. Perhaps we shall soon find the devil fruit again." Indeed, it seemed trivial. A person had mysteriously disappeared, but what of it? With Sula's words, a similar thought welled up within us, and we continued our descent into the depths. "Wait, stop!" Birdie's commanding voice interrupted our advance. "It appears we are under the influence of some mysterious force. Proceeding deeper is not our intention." At the sound of Birdie's exclamation, it felt as though a colossal hammer struck our hearts, and we regained our awareness. A mysterious force? One that could affect human perception? Suddenly, I understood. In the world of One Piece, all peculiar abilities can largely be categorized as powers bestowed by devil fruits. On Monday, Cien realized that everyone was in trouble. On Monday, Cien experienced a genuine encounter with the terrifying powers of those who wield the devil fruits. Chapter 7, The Depriver. A piercing scream echoed as a guard was dragged into the shadowy mist. If the earlier realization of Kote's disappearance had instilled fear of the unknown among the crowd, now they were confronted with the raw face of terror. A living being was being pulled into the abyss of darkness right before their eyes. The onlookers felt their body hairs stand on end, drenched in cold sweat. Hans, stop joking and come out. Sula shouted with a trembling voice. Sula hoped this was merely a cruel jest, yet reality often proves to be merciless. After a while, with no response from Hans, the crowd fell into silence, seemingly reluctant to shatter the stillness in the face of such horror. We are in trouble, Xian stated, and without needing to say more, everyone understood. No one was willing to engage. Xian continued, do not be deceived by the terror before you. Perhaps the situation is not as you imagine. You seem to have discovered something, Wendy remarked gravely. Speak your insight directly. This is not the time for riddles. Wendy had always sensed that Xian, despite his frail appearance, was not as simple as he seemed. From their first encounter to the unfolding events, Wendy had been acutely aware of this, hoping that Xian had indeed uncovered something significant. Xian, have you truly discovered something? Sula inquired eagerly. Recall carefully, does this world harbor the existence of phantoms? Xian added, legends alone do not suffice. The crowd shook their heads, pondering deeply. It appeared there were no concrete records of such entities. At most, they remembered childhood tales where mothers warned them that if they did not sleep or behave, a terrifying demon would come to take them away. On Monday, he casually observed the expressions of those around him, feeling a sense of reassurance within. He was uncertain about the transformations that had transpired in the world of One Piece. At the very least, it deviated from the version he was familiar with. The emergence of the demon tree, a formidable alteration, suggested that the existence of other supernatural beings was not entirely implausible. On Monday, Xian continued, since supernatural beings do not exist, the only plausible explanation is that we have encountered a user of a devil fruit. So that's it, a devil fruit user, murmured Sula softly. It's not that frightening. I am not afraid at all. Sister, if you claim to be unafraid, kindly refrain from trembling, Monday Xian remarked, too weary to retort further. So, do you have any solutions? Sula seemed to have found her anchor and turned to Monday Xian with eager anticipation, observing the hopeful gleam in Sula's eyes. Monday Xian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What solutions could I possibly offer? I am but a feeble creature, utterly powerless in the face of overwhelming strength. Yet, the wisdom of the masses is indeed bright, and their intellect boundless. On Monday, the group decided to collaborate, from the moment we arrived here until now. Have you noticed anything peculiar? I feel that my perceptual abilities have been significantly suppressed. Bundy pondered for a moment and then remarked, it seems that everything external has become less significant. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Sula continued, when I realized that Kota had vanished. I felt a surge of fear within me, yet shortly thereafter, it seemed inconsequential, and I continued to move forward. It is as I suspected. Everyone's perception of the external world has diminished. It is a most curious ability, one that has not manifested in the original world. Could it be that we are encountering new abilities? On Monday, Xian was lost in contemplation. After a moment's hesitation, a guard continued, from the beginning until just now. I felt as though something was touching me, but that sensation has now vanished. It was an important clue. Xian marveled at the boundless wisdom of the crowd and continued. Thus, it is almost certain that our adversary possesses the ability to diminish perception, seemingly triggered by physical contact with us. The unknown breeds fear. However, when the situation begins to unravel and reveal itself to all, that fear dissipates. Indeed, a clever lad, Wendy affirmed to Xian, then drew his sword, vigilantly observing the surroundings. He cautioned, everyone, remain in place and stay alert to your surroundings. Let us not be touched again. One could only hope that Wendy would be capable of handling the situation and that no formidable presence would emerge. On Monday, as I idly gazed at the silhouette of Wendy, I found myself lost in thought. After all, he was the most formidable presence among our group. Although I had awakened my own extraordinary abilities, they seemed of little consequence. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, and from the mist, a figure gradually emerged. Excellent observation skills. I cannot help but applaud you, he remarked. Yet, you are all doomed for disrupting my game. The man who stood before us, previously wearing a look of approval, swiftly transformed into a visage of fury, his change of demeanor more rapid than the turning of a page. He was the depriver, Polly. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Wendy exclaimed with a heavy tone, Glass? Does he possess some peculiar penchant, given that even his name is so refreshingly unconventional? On Monday, Xian expressed a sense of bewilderment, tinged with an inclination to laugh. A predicament had arisen. The notorious pirate Polly, with a bounty of 28 million, had finally crossed his path. accompanied by the guardians of the upside-down land. Sula quietly murmured, observing the look of confusion on Xian's face, and proceeded to enlighten him. It is said that those who encounter him gradually have their awareness stripped away, to the point where they perish without ever comprehending why they met such an untimely demise at his hands. What a farce, a feeble bounty of 28 million. Having been accustomed to the latter stages of piracy where bounties often soared into the billions. In a world where one would feel embarrassed to greet others with less than a billion, Xian felt remarkably at ease. Remarkably, you are aware of my name, Polly said with a sinister grin. Since you know of my esteemed reputation, would it not be delightful to live in fear and slowly be tormented to death by me? Polly, a user of the perception fruit. Brief overview of the perception fruit. It diminishes the sensory abilities of those touched by the user. On Monday, a metallic voice echoed once again in my mind. A group of little mice stealthily slipped in right beneath my eyelids. Polly mocked. Does it feel effortless to acquire a devil fruit? Indeed, human greed knows no bounds. Only by sparing you this time can the game continue. It became evident that everyone had been discovered from the very beginning, prompting a collective sense of embarrassment. Clearly, I am not the child of fortune. Obtaining the devil fruit is not so simple, I mused inwardly. Now, prepare to embrace death. The game is over, Polly declared, pronouncing their doom. Chapter 8. The Tiger Hunt Go On, Pikachu. No, Bwindi. The group wisely ceded the stage to Bwindi, stepping back collectively. Although Bwindi's demeanor was somewhat cold, he was undeniably reliable. Had it been someone more temperamental, they would have quit in an instant. It appears you are the strongest among you, Polly observed with a disdainful glance at Bwindi. A wise choice. One by one, at least the others might survive a little longer. With a swift stroke, Bwindi, a man of few words, raised his blade and struck. He clearly felt the immense pressure emanating from Polly, prompting him to unleash his most formidable technique from the outset. Yet, it was insufficient. He lacked the necessary aura. On Monday, Xian took a particular interest in the blade of Bwindi, muttering with a morbid sense of humor. Fortunately, Sula was too engrossed in observing the battle ahead to hear him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have remarked on Bwindi's lack of self-awareness regarding his own prowess. Suddenly, a figure flickered, and a flash of steel illuminated the air, but nothing followed. The adult saber-toothed tiger was cleaved in two with a single stroke, yet before Polly, it seemed utterly ineffective, as if the display of strength was terrifyingly overwhelming. With a sidestep, Polly effortlessly evaded Bwindi's most formidable attack, jesting, indeed, a pack of little mice. The strongest among you possesses merely this level of power. Witnessing Bwindi's strike being so easily sidestepped, Sula's expression morphed into one of disbelief. How could this be? Bwindi had never failed to land a blow before. He had anticipated encountering a cadre of kings, only to find himself faced with a throng of mere bronze. With such meager strength, what audacity drove them to covet the devil fruit? Xian felt completely misled by the prowess of later pirates. Observing Bwindi's silhouette before him, devoid of any desire to attack, he simply extended a hand to give Bwindi a gentle push, causing him to stumble. It had been ages since he encountered a smuggler, and the audacity to covet even that esteemed individual's deceased possessions was intolerable. He could not allow such a pitiful demise to come easily. The game had commenced, thus. It was time to embrace death. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of living opponents, Polly fully embraced his loquacious nature. Enough of the chatter, focus. Bwindi turned and swung his blade once more at Polly. Indeed, you are far too weak. Please, take this seriously. Where exactly are you aiming? Are you venting your frustration on thin air? Polly again evaded effortlessly. How could this happen? Had the force behind that last strike diminished somewhat, allowing the opponent to evade? Bwindi gazed at his hands in a moment of bewilderment. Countless training sessions had instilled in him an innate understanding of the strength and timing required for each cut. Yet, the sensation from that last strike felt reminiscent of his early days of practice, akin to the weak evaluations from his teacher. Now was not the time for distraction. Polly, strolling with an air of confidence, approached Bwindi, blood splattering as he easily carved a gash into Bwindi's flesh. Why was this happening? The opponent was advancing toward him. Why did he remain indifferent, as if devoid of sensation, allowing himself to be struck? Bwindi was on the verge of collapse, tormented by his sluggish physical responses. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In his current state, he sensed that he could barely muster a third of his usual strength. Bwindi, watch out behind you, Sula urged anxiously, observing Bwindi being toyed with. However, Bwindi remained unresponsive to Sula's warning, once again allowing Polly to leave another wound upon him. Drip, drip. Blood had thoroughly soaked him. This was dire. Wendy's perception had been significantly dulled. On this Monday, the protagonist was plagued by a severe headache, internally chastising himself for his folly. He had been thoroughly misled by the formidable strength of the later-stage pirates, dismissing the 28 million berries bounty with disdain. It was only now that he recalled the fearsome dragon, whose 20 million berries bounty belied its capacity to effortlessly annihilate a warship. Alas, it was too late to voice any warnings to Bwindi about allowing the opponent to make contact. The power of the devil fruit was indeed terrifying. He feared for his life. What to do? If this continued, the esteemed individual would be in peril. Wendy struggled valiantly against Polly's assault, contemplating how to safely escort Sula back. However, due to excessive blood loss, his consciousness began to wane. He was nearing his limit. Not bad for a mouse. This is beginning to be interesting. Keep counterattacking, Polly taunted, effortlessly parrying Bwendy's strikes. Compared to earlier, your current attacks have a semblance of substance. Be more ferocious. Yes, even more ferocious. That's it. Put more strength into it. The atmosphere had shifted oddly. Wendy's perception had noticeably sharpened. Did the ability of perception have a time limit? He swiftly dismissed that notion, for Monday had not gleaned any indication from the Devil Fruit Compendium suggesting that the perception fruit's power was time-bound. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The blood flow from Bwendy's wounds increased. Pain, suddenly, it dawned on Monday. He shouted urgently, "Bwendy, be ruthless with yourself. Intense pain can diminish the capabilities of the perception fruit. Kid, you're courting death." On Monday, Cien guessed correctly, and Polly, in a fit of rage, abandoned Bwendy and charged at him. Was such cruelty necessary? I am merely an aide. Thank you. You are quite remarkable, Stin. Wendy swiftly dodged, firmly grasping the dagger that had been pressed against Cien's forehead. For the first time, he refrained from calling him kid. The rest is up to me. With both hands gripping the blade, Wendy bent it forcefully backward. The blade perfectly aligned parallel to his waist. Damn, why does this move seem so familiar? At that moment, Polly felt as though he were ensnared by a ferocious beast. Trembling and unable to move an inch. What are you doing, you rodent? Facing Bwendy's peculiar maneuver, Polly's teeth began to chatter as he spoke. Tiger. Hunt. Indeed. It was that move. What an unexpected intrusion. Behind Bwendy, a fierce tiger flickered into existence, and at the peak of its charge, it roared and lunged at Polly. Truly, the signature technique of the renowned Sola, its effectiveness was unparalleled. With a previously carefree expression, Polly was finally struck, leaving tiger-striped wounds across his chest. Both Bwendy and Polly fell heavily to the ground. What a 3-second man. Cien did not miss the chance to mock Bwendy. He succeeded. Bwendy has finally mastered that move. Sula exclaimed excitedly, having witnessed the legendary swordsman's secret technique. How formidable. What on earth? Has Sola become the legendary swordsman? In this severely altered world, Cien felt utterly exasperated. At least show some concern for Bwendy, who lies on the ground. He is your most loyal retainer. And what is that love-struck expression on your face? Cien looked at Sula beside him, further speechless. The secret technique of that legendary swordsman, no wonder it is so powerful. Yes, the legendary one. Sula enthusiastically nodded in response, fully embracing her fangirl persona. However, feeling that the voice was somewhat familiar, she looked up to find its source. Upon recognizing the speaker, Sula trembled and exclaimed, You are not dead. How is that possible? Of course, if it were that individual. There would be no chance of survival for me, Polly replied, now standing. After all, a mouse is still just a mouse. The timing is still far from perfect. Seize the opportunity to take his life. On Monday, the seasoned individual, fully cognizant of the truth that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter, vocally reminded the crowd, interrupting Polly's incessant prattle. Fortunately, the onlookers did not succumb to folly, refraining from engaging one by one, which could have led to their collective annihilation. The guards positioned themselves protectively around Sula, brandishing their blades, and without further ado, charged towards the adversary. As fate would have it, the outcome was gratifying. The mere extras were, after all, mere extras. The guards fell in an instant. What a dismal display of camaraderie, with only one capable fighter amongst them. With the seasoned expert already down, what audacity did they possess to initiate a confrontation? On Monday, the responsibility was perfectly absolved, an exquisite feat. I am none other than Polly, the notorious usurper with a bounty of 28 million belly upon my head. The trivialities of lesser beings fail to pique my interest. As the architect of a devastating annihilation, Polly wore an expression of nonchalance. gazing at the two remaining individuals with a hint of regret. The pleasures that arrive swiftly often depart just as quickly. Help! Someone seeks to end my life. The two feeble humans trembled as they sought redemption. Chapter 9. Only magic can defeat magic. Once a staunch nihilist, I now find myself transformed into the most devout of believers. On a Monday, with their hands clasped together in prayer, Sula and another seemed to be inspired. Speaking in unison, "O deities of the heavens, please save your most devout followers." Typically, they did not worship, and seeking divine intervention only in times of trouble proved to be in vain. Ha ha! Polly burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Are you two jesters summoned by a monkey? Congratulations, you have succeeded in amusing me, and in my benevolence, I shall grant you a chance." Really? They both inquired simultaneously. Of course. Polly, as if reminiscing with old friends, gently placed a hand on each of their shoulders. "Now, let the games begin, run." However, a peculiar sensation arose within Zhou-Yi, as if something essential was suddenly absent from his being, yet he could not quite comprehend the enigma. Realizing they could not possibly compete, they wisely chose to flee. Thud! The two of them fell heavily to the ground. Just as they began to move, Zhou-Yi stumbled and crashed down with a thud. How could this be? Just moments ago, his feet had firmly met the ground. Why was there no sense of support? On a Monday, Xian gazed idly at Sula, who lay sprawled on the ground, both seemingly reflecting the same perplexity mirrored in each other's eyes. How intriguing it is, don't you think? Polly continued. Once the sense of touch is stripped away, have you discovered that even the most fundamental walking skills become arduous to master? Then, Polly grasped one of Xian's arms. Next, I shall present to you the experience of pain deprivation. With that, Polly brandished a dagger, meticulously etching it across Xian's hand. Vivid crimson blood traced the path of the blade, leaving behind a striking scarlet mark. Isn't it remarkable that you feel not a hint of agony? At this moment, Polly resembled a true sadist. What a magnificent power this is. It is not the loss of pain that diminishes the fruit's abilities. Rather, it is the instinctual response to severe life threats that must be activated to escape the grip of the fruit's powers. On this languid Monday, I have come to realize that it is not that Bwindi is weak, but rather that the abilities of the fruit are exceedingly formidable. What kind of opportunity is this? Under such circumstances, how could we possibly have a chance to escape? Sula exclaimed vehemently. Indeed, my lovely lady, I am merely a tadpole, Polly jested. To bestow hope only to shatter it with one's own hands. Doesn't that strike you as rather amusing? Humph, Sula retorted, turning her head away in complete surrender. That simply will not do, my beautiful lady, Polly conceded. How about we restore your sense of touch? At least that would make your escape a bit more entertaining. Humph. I refuse to meet my end in such a humiliating manner, you perverse fiend, Sula thought bitterly, presenting an utterly uncooperative demeanor. If I had not been so blindly reckless, today's outcome might have been different. Indeed, strength is the essence of it all. Deal. On Monday, Xian felt a fear of the other party's potential change of heart. I assure you, we shall exert every ounce of effort to escape, aiming to make this experience a tad more interesting for you, he declared. How dare you presume to make decisions on my behalf, you servile wretch? I refuse to comply, responded Sura. Silence, you voluptuous yet vacuous woman. Xian retorted with a fearsome expression. I have no desire for death at this moment. Please temper your obstinacy. Humph. Sura, taken aback by Xian's intensity, found herself nodding in reluctant agreement. Just wait, Xian, she thought, harboring a grudge within. At times, women indeed require a firm hand to ensure compliance, remarked Polly approvingly. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. Let the game continue. Polly leaned down, bestowing a touch upon the two, restoring their sense of feeling. Now is the moment. Ninja technique, the technique of dust and ash. What sort of ninjutsu is this? It is nothing but the tactics of a ruffian, Sura thought, feeling shame to be associated with it. What are you waiting for? Run. Seizing the opportunity while their adversary was blinded by the dust, Xian deftly picked up a long knife from the ground and plunged it fiercely into the opponent's leg. You wait. I hold a grudge now, Sura thought again. Kid, you have impressed me. You've successfully roused my ire, Polly fumed. What kind of perverse constitution is this? The thigh is completely pierced, yet the speed remains astonishing. As Polly drew ever closer to the pair, Xian found himself utterly speechless. It seems that only magic can vanquish magic. On Monday, Xian decided to unleash his final move. Sula, present your devil fruit, he commanded. Only the devil fruit can counter another devil fruit. Consume it. Sula retorted. Have you even omitted the honorific? Why should I heed your command? What if the ability proves inadequate? Even at such a critical juncture, she still indulged her spoiled demeanor. Xian, with exasperation, countered. Do you possess a superior alternative? Trust me, this is a judicious choice. You are quite the deceiver. I have no reason to trust you. Sula silently expressed her refusal, yet still retrieved the devil fruit. To think it is indeed a devil fruit, and you wretched rodents have managed to acquire it. Polly drew ever closer to the two. A shameful affront to the title of guardian. Soon, you shall learn the true meaning of cruelty. There is no time left. Consume it. But there are no buts now. Woo-woo. On Monday, Xian casually took the snow fruit and stuffed it into Sula's mouth. Had it not been for the debt of gratitude he owed her for saving his life, he would have undoubtedly chosen to consume it himself. A man of honor must repay his debts. The taste was utterly unbearable, causing Sula to gag, as if she had just ingested something profoundly repulsive. The flavor was simply intolerable. How horrid. I shall never attempt this again. Many would desire another taste, yet a devil fruit can only be consumed once. Just wait, Xian. Sula glared fiercely at him. If looks could kill, he would have been dead on the spot. Truly, a dog biting Lu Dongbin fails to recognize a good person's heart. Seeking death, Polly seethed with rage. As the guardian of the realm, he could only watch helplessly as a small mouse consumed a devil fruit before him. He no longer had time to ponder the grave consequences of his negligence should that esteemed individual learn of his failure. All he wanted was to swiftly eliminate the two before him, for only the dead could safeguard the secret. He had already paid the price for his morbid curiosity and could only strive to make amends now. Die, you insufferable little mouse. Polly's figure flickered and appeared before Sula. She had no time to react before the dagger in Polly's hand plunged into her heart. Am I dying? Why do I not feel any pain? Is this what death feels like? It seems not so terrifying after all, finally. I am liberated from the heavy burden of my family's mission. Was Elizabeth destined to be discarded in this perilous era? Hey. Skin tapped Sula on the head, interrupting her brush with death. Come back to your senses. You're not dead yet. From this moment on, it will not be so easy for you to die. What nonsense is this? I am about to die. Please, act like a decent person, Xian. Sula felt her vision blur as snowflakes cascaded from her head, obscuring her sight. Indeed, her power was too weak. The ability from the devil fruit she had just consumed was completely beyond her control. Xian had merely given her a gentle tap. Natural type? Polly queried uncertainly. What do you mean by natural type? Am I not dying? Why am I still so lucid? No, I am not dead. The delayed-witted Sula finally regained her senses and blurted out, the snow fruit, a natural type devil fruit. It was as if her body had come to a profound understanding. She realized the nature of her newfound abilities. Yes, that is the situation. You are fortunate to have acquired the powers of a natural type devil fruit. Xian confirmed with a knowing look. Fortunate? It is nothing short of incredible luck. Polly seemed unable to believe it, continuing to stab at Sula erratically with the dagger. Die. Why is it that I cannot perish? The nature-based devil fruit. Could it truly be that terrifying? I refuse to believe it, for I am the depriver, Lord Polly. Polly relentlessly assaults Sula, causing numerous snow-like craters to manifest upon Sula's form. Why do you not retaliate? On Monday, Xian Dan gently advised, Sula. Take a moment to reflect and employ your abilities judiciously. I wish I could, but it is quite challenging, Sula lamented. With a full set of divine armor. How am I to engage? Consider yourselves fortunate this time, Bolli remarked, not looking back as he fled. This is not good. We cannot allow him to escape, or it will lead to complications. On Monday, Xian anxiously exclaimed, summon all your strength and unleash your ultimate move. What is an ultimate move? I don't know how to do that, Sarala responded, on the verge of tears. If he were to escape and inform the other inverted guardians, we would all perish. The nature element is not an invincible force. Xian was uncertain whether there existed within the inverted guardians someone capable of wielding domineering power. If so, both of them would be doomed. He could only urge Sarala to act. Indeed, true strength is most reliable when it lies within one's own grasp. When a person is driven to desperation, they can resort to unimaginable actions, particularly when confronting a desperate woman, which is especially terrifying. A blizzard ensued. Suddenly, the entire space was engulfed in a tempest of snow, with feathery flakes descending like a thick blanket, while a bone-chilling wind pierced through. How is this possible? Before Bolli could utter another syllable, he was enveloped by the blizzard, transforming into a lifelike ice sculpture. Lord Sarala, that should suffice. Please retract your abilities, Cien, nearly frozen, reminded her. Sorella mumbled, her newly acquired snow fruit abilities still unrefined. A glint of cunning and vengeful delight flickered in her eyes. She was undoubtedly being intentional. One must never offend a woman. As the snow dissipated and the wind calmed, a crack echoed through the air. On Monday, Cien made the choice to execute a finishing blow, causing Polly's ice sculpture to shatter into countless fragments. A staggering sum of 28 million Baileys is indeed a considerable fortune. Claiming the lives of adversaries is, after all, Cien's ultimate objective. On a Monday, Cien stumbled upon a package encased in ice, and a metallic voice resonated in his mind. Indeed, collecting heads proved to be a swift path to wealth. Chapter 10. The Dark Fruit. Dark fruit. Edible. Classification. Natural type fruit ability. Renowned as one of the most perilous abilities in the history of devil fruits. It possesses a gravitational force akin to that of a black hole. It can absorb, compress, and shatter anything that comes into contact with darkness. A mere touch from the user renders others, regardless of their type, temporarily incapable of utilizing their powers. Unlike other natural types, consuming this fruit does not grant immunity through elemental transformation. Instead, it absorbs damage, and the inflicted pain is doubled. Creator, Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach, Techniques, Dark Water, Liberation. Dark Hole, Harmony. Additional note, the darkness emitted by the dark fruit lacks offensive power. On Monday, a surge of excitement coursed through Zhou Yixian as he encountered the fabled and perilous dark fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to absorb it. However, a wave of confusion washed over him. It was well known that a devil fruit could only regenerate in the sea after its wielder's demise, making it impossible for two identical abilities to exist simultaneously. Initially, there was the snow fruit in Sula's possession, and now this dark fruit. Both referenced in the Devil Fruit Compendium, which also provided insights from the developers. Yet, when the compendium revealed the Perception Fruit's ability, no developer's note accompanied it. Had his timeline diverged from that of Luffy's era? It remained unclear whether he had traveled back in time or into the future. It seemed that any ability that had ever manifested in the pirate world would trigger an entry in the compendium, complete with corresponding developers and techniques. Once again delving into his inner realm, Zhou Yixian noticed an additional page had appeared in the Devil Fruit Compendium, detailing everything related to the dark fruit. Notably, when he turned to the page dedicated to the dark fruit, a 3D representation of it materialized before him. Zhou Yixian, what are you doing? Sulu approached, witnessing Zhou Yixian's momentary trance, and inquired. How peculiar, he mused, to be so captivated by a corpse. Surely he harbors some odd proclivities. I am merely confirming whether the individual is truly deceased, Zhou Yixian replied. Indeed, such a peculiar fascination, Sula remarked, eyeing the scattered remnants. While the abilities of devil fruit users are indeed extraordinary, I cannot fathom how this one could still be alive in such a state, unless they were a Logia type, which clearly, Polly is not. I am aware, Zhou Yixian responded nonchalantly, still fixated on the dismembered remains. This is rather concerning. When we return to the village, we ought to seek a competent physician. Perhaps there is still hope, Sula suggested, confirming his suspicions about Zhou Yixian's peculiar inclinations. Though I understand that prolonged solitude can foster unusual habits, this is hardly the time for such contemplation. We must depart at once. You should learn to temper your desires. What does that even mean? Temper my desires? Zhou Yixian retorted. On Monday, idle for a moment, Zhang Er, the monk, found himself utterly perplexed. Could it be that the abilities of the snow fruit could influence a person's mind, freezing it into confusion? You wait for me, Monday idle, he warned. Surya, struggling to suppress his urge to unleash another blizzard, gritted his teeth and said, we must depart. Perhaps the other inverted guardians are already on their way. Realizing the urgency, Monday idle remained oblivious to the peculiar tone in Surya's voice and replied, indeed, we must leave promptly. The bounty of 28 million berries could not be easily overlooked. Monday idle casually seized Polly's head, lifting it in his grasp. Although a sense of discomfort surged within him, the age-old adage remained true. Even a hero can be brought low by a lack of funds. A true man, when venturing forth, must never be without money, must he? The discovery of the perception fruit, should it be absorbed? What is this connection? Once again, Monday idle found himself at a loss. Indeed, what a perverse individual, Surya asserted with certainty. On Monday, Cien was oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Su La's mind as he once again chose to absorb. The Devil Fruit Compendium added yet another page. Perception Fruit Classification, Paramecia fruit ability, the ability to deprive others of their senses. Any being touched by the user will have one of its sensory abilities stripped away at the user's discretion. Developer, Polytechniques, touch deprivation, pain deprivation. Additional information, the five senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, are specifically determined by the strength of the user. A fortune awaits, a fortune indeed. On Monday, idle moments found him caught in a perplexing dilemma, a foolish smile adorning his face. Although the dark fruit was undeniably formidable, the perception fruit possessed an equally extraordinary nature. However, it appeared that the potency of the perception fruit was contingent upon the wielder's strength, hence the reason why Polly could only manifest tactile deprivation, with pain being merely a variant of touch. The damage output of the dark fruit seemed somewhat inferior compared to other elemental types. Wealth, it seems, brings its own burdens. How distressing indeed. Upon returning to the village, he resolved to seek out a competent physician. A twinge of sympathy stirred within Sula as she remarked, "Monday, we must take our leave. It's best not to carry the heads. Bwindi and the others require our assistance." "The heads must be taken," he insisted. "Sula, you look particularly lovely when you're gentle." Monday misinterpreted Sula's sympathy as tenderness. What girl would be indifferent to her appearance? Upon receiving his compliment, Sula's cheeks flushed with modesty as she replied, "I'm not that beautiful. It's merely an average appearance." "Well, I digress. As a young lady, shouldn't she exercise a bit of restraint? Is it truly commendable to boast about oneself?" On Monday, he found himself utterly unable to refute the assertion that Sula perfectly aligned with his aesthetic standards of beauty. "It is time for us to depart, the exquisite Lady Sula," he declared. He comprehended fully that one must never directly contradict a woman's assessment of her own appearance, lest he suffer a most humiliating fate. Possessing discernment, albeit with somewhat peculiar tastes, is entirely acceptable, he mused. In her heart, Sula felt a surge of delight as she thought, if you appreciate such things, then take the head of Polly with you. A fondness for heads? On Monday, feeling restless, Zhou Yixin retorted, "Lord Sula, I believe you harbor some misconceptions about me. I possess no peculiar predilections. It is utterly implausible that I would take a liking to something as grotesque as a human head. Indeed, individuals with mental afflictions seldom perceive their own condition, and Sula expressed understanding. I comprehend. There is no need for further elucidation." "Comprehend my foot," Zhou Yixin exclaimed anxiously. "Take a closer look. Do you recognize who this is?" "The bounty hunter, Polly," Sula responded. To bolster his argument, he continued, "I once encountered his bounty notice in a naval wanted list, valued at 28 million berries." "Wait a moment, 28 million berries?" Sula's eyes brightened as he remarked, "Zhou Yixin, you are quite remarkable. Rest assured, I shall not treat you unfairly." At that moment, Sula's mind began to fantasize about how to lavishly spend this windfall. "Lord Sula, I believe this matter originated from my thoughts. The money should rightfully belong to me, especially since the bounty is now in my possession." When it came to discussions of wealth, Zhou Yixin was instantly invigorated, promptly discerning Sula's intentions and decisively quashing them. "Without me, not only would you not receive the 28 million berries, but you wouldn't even earn a single berry. In fact, you would be sprawled on the ground like Bwindi." Sula, clearly no longer fatigued, found himself entangled in this reference to Bwindi's plight. "Without my intervention, you would never have consumed the snow fruit. The value of a natural-type devil fruit far exceeds 28 million berries. One must learn to be content," Zhou Yixin boldly countered. "I had every intention of using the devil fruit to counter another devil fruit. You merely played a minor role." Sula recalled how Zhou Yixin had forcefully shoved the snow fruit into his mouth, the taste being utterly intolerable. He was determined that his counterpart should not feel at ease. Thus he continued, "Therefore, I propose a division of 9-1, which is both fair and reasonable. To deal with a miser, nothing is more disconcerting than diminishing their financial gains." A small sense of triumph blossoming within Sula. 50-50, fair and reasonable. At most, 80-20, no negotiations accepted. The two engaged in a spirited dispute over the distribution of the spoils. Ultimately, Zhou Yixin acquiesced to Sula's proposal of a 1-9 split. Indeed, those who possess strength hold the sway in discourse. In this moment of leisure on a Monday, I felt an overwhelming sense of anguish, regretting why I had not consumed the snow fruit myself. Just as a mutual understanding was reached between the two of us, someone emerged to oppose this union. I objected, for it would be an unwise decision to present the head of Polly in exchange for a bounty at the naval base. It was then that Bwindi stood up, seemingly unaware of when he had done so. Indeed, the laws of the pirate world remain steadfast. The victorious side always resurrects at the conclusion of a battle. However, it had been quite some time since anyone had purchased new garments. Sula muttered, "Indeed, Bundi, can you bear to see the beautiful lady Sula struggle through such hardships? A lady of such exquisite beauty deserves to adorn herself in splendid attire." Showcasing her allure to the fullest, echoed Monday Leisure in agreement. Sula wholeheartedly concurred with Monday Leisure's sentiment, nodding affirmatively. "What Monday Leisure says is correct. I am in complete agreement." Bundi, however, entirely disregarded their consensus, asserting with a firm tone, "Behind the Guardians lies a formidable entity. Should our intentions be revealed and catch the attention of that individual, the outcome would be self-evident. Indeed, the allure of wealth clouded my judgment. I silently reprimanded myself for nearly committing a grave error. One must possess life to enjoy wealth." On Monday, Cien did not regard the existence of the upside-down land as a mere role. It required a power at least equivalent to that of the 7 warlords, if not greater. Indeed, hastily claiming a bounty carried an immense risk of exposure, Cien acknowledged. "You have changed, Cien. You are no longer the person you once were." Sula sensed betrayal, yet was not without reason, and thus concurred. "I share Bounty's view. The countenance of a woman can shift in an instant." Cien, who once believed Sula could turn the tide, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and, in a moment of painful resolve, casually tossed aside the severed head of Polly, stating, "There's no time to waste. Lady Sula's objective has been achieved. I believe we should take our leave." As Polly's head struck the ground, it shattered into a flurry of snowflakes, dissipating into the air. Chapter 11. Return voyage. The sea wind howled fiercely, and the waves crashed violently against the red Earth continent. Standing at the precipice of the upside-down land, gazing into the unfathomable abyss below, Cien was momentarily disconcerted. "Lady Sula, are you certain we must ascend from here?" Cien inquired skeptically. "Indeed, we shall ascend to the upside-down land from this very spot," Sula replied. "With your band of mediocre warriors, you expect me to believe you reached the upside-down land this way? Surely you jest." Cien harbored grave doubts regarding Sula's assertion. Before him, the cliffs of the upside-down land loomed magnificently, akin to the Great Wall in a game of power, dividing for vast oceans. To be precise, it surpassed the Great Wall in grandeur. Furthermore, the relentless sea winds over the years had rendered the cliffs of the Red Earth continent exceedingly slick, devoid of any foothold. Unless one were to embody Rayleigh, the prospect of climbing upward was utterly impossible. "Sir, we are prepared to descend," Bounty reported to Sula. "Very well. It is time to depart." Noticing Cien lost in thought as he stared down at the Red Earth continent, Sula prompted, "Cien, it is time to go. Prepare for our return voyage." "I cannot do it. But I am still a child, and I suffer from severe acrophobia. I implore Lord Bounty to carry me down." Cien began to capitalize on his age advantage, gazing pitifully at Bounty. Bounty turned away, rejecting Cien's unreasonable request. Sula glanced at the injured Bounty, expressing discontent. "Cien, do not make such unreasonable demands. Bounty has sustained injuries for our sake. How can you be so inconsiderate? As a man, isn't it shameful to be afraid of heights?" "Very well, forget I said anything. On Monday, I did not harbor high hopes. Surrounded by a group of individuals with disabilities, one cannot expect too much. Follow my lead and heed the steps, and there should be no issue," Sula remarked once more. "Steps? Very well. I see now that I misunderstood," said Zhou Yixian. Before him, a seemingly endless flight of steps had materialized, leading to an enigmatic path concealed within the Red Earth continent, suggesting that the Su family's influence was far more profound than it appeared. "Regardless of the secrets you carry or your intentions, I trust you will not bring harm to Lord Su La," warned Buendi, deliberately lagging behind as he regarded the steps ahead. "Otherwise, I shall ensure you comprehend the meaning of cruelty. Tread carefully." With a firm grip on his sword, Buendi hastened to catch up with Su La, leaving Zhou Yixian to quietly murmur, "I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely seek to survive." Indeed, the narrative of fierce loyalty and submission to a powerful figure is but a tale from a novel. His overly conspicuous demeanor aroused suspicion. Clenching his fists, Zhou Yixian resolved that in the world of piracy, strength reigns supreme, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts that plagued his mind as he steadfastly advanced. At the depths of the Red Earth continent, the relentless waves had carved a vast cavern where a ship lay quietly, awaiting its master's arrival. "The vessel remains. We can safely return," Sula exclaimed, gazing at the ship. Had it not been for the serendipitous discovery of our family records, who would have imagined there existed a secure passage to the inverted lands? Lord Sula, are you certain this is our ship? Zhou Yixian inquired, his uncertainty evident. We should arrive safely, right? Rest assured, there is no cause for alarm. I am an adept navigator, Sula declared with pride. Yet, the concerns extended beyond navigation. The integrity of the vessel itself was in question. Observing the ship's hull, which had been weathered and stained by the sea, along with the pervasive scent of decay, Zhou Yixian felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Is the starting point of my pirate journey rather low? Am I destined to be the first of my kind to perish beneath the waves? Creak, creak. Upon boarding the ship, the wooden planks beneath Zhou Yixian's feet emitted a disheartening sound, straining under the weight. On Monday, Xian finally comprehended why Sula's eyes sparkled upon hearing the sum of 28 million Baileys. Lord Sula, I just remembered that I have some luggage I need to retrieve. I must return for a moment, Xian exclaimed with a sudden inspiration. What a preposterous notion, Sula scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Xian. How can you claim to possess luggage when you are clad in nothing but a mere string of leaves? Sula remarked with a touch of derision. I believe you are questioning my navigational prowess, Sula continued. My dear, this is hardly a matter of navigation. On Monday, Xian elucidated, it is not a matter of nautical skills. Then there is no issue, Sula replied. Master Su La's innate talent for navigation is undoubtedly commendable. Wendy chimed in from the side. On Monday, Xian casually glanced at the vessel, wearing an expression that seemed to convey an unspoken understanding. Are you certain this ship can continue its voyage? Of course, Sula replied, a hint of embarrassment evident as she met Xian's unwavering gaze. She continued, let us place our faith in the favor of destiny. For luck is indeed a form of strength. Do I have any other choice? Xian asked feebly. None, Sula answered with certainty. Young man, it was your decision to remain. It is too late to have second thoughts now. Wendy tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, the implication clear. Do you intend to betray us for a reward? That individual is not one to be trifled with. I would never. It wasn't me. Please don't make such baseless accusations. Is Monday free? The voice inquired, perplexed. The fourth emperor, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, came the nonchalant reply. Are you suggesting that we inadvertently trespassed upon the domain of a fourth emperor, subsequently took the life of one of his subordinates, and then carelessly pilfered a devil fruit? Suddenly, Monday regained his senses. No, it was you who did that, not I. Indeed, it was us, Sula affirmed confidently. In these vast seas, even the most oblivious individuals comprehend that the four emperors are entities not to be trifled with. Thus, Sula resolutely categorized Monday as an accomplice, leaving no room for unforeseen circumstances. Hey, on Monday, the protagonist found himself in utter disarray. Having just emerged from the novice village, he inadvertently provoked the ultimate boss. How could one pursue a pleasant leveling experience under such circumstances? This notorious warmonger was infamous for his volatile temperament. Lord Sula, you must understand that it was you who killed Polly, and it was also you who consumed the snow fruit. He hastily distanced himself from the accusation. I assure you, I gained not a single benefit from this. I swear I know nothing. Naturally, he chose to disregard the 2 devil fruits listed in his own devil fruit compendium. Are you certain? Sula inquired, her tone menacing. Excuse me, but are we well acquainted? I believe I've taken a wrong turn. Please excuse me, he replied, attempting to extricate himself from the situation. Very well, Sula retorted, and in an instant, a flurry of snowflakes swirled around him. Lord Sula, I have made up my mind, he asserted confidently. I shall steadfastly follow in your footsteps, striving to create a splendid new life. Under the eaves of fate, one must bow their head. Sula smiled knowingly and declared, then there is no issue. I, Elizabeth Sula, hereby officially announce that you, Monday, shall become an apprentice guard of the Elizabeth royal family. Very well, he responded, somewhat dispirited. The Elizabeth royal family seemed rather dilapidated, a decrepit ship accompanied by a cadre of ineffectual guards. Nevertheless, Monday had finally found his place within an organization. I'm the king of the world. On a Monday, Zhou Yixian stood at the bow of the ship, his heart swelling with excitement as he proclaimed his arrival in the vast and tumultuous world of pirates. Observing Zhou Yixian's somewhat naive demeanor, Sula felt a twinge of exasperation and thought, perhaps it would be best to return to the village and seek a competent doctor. I must ensure he is healed. It is rather disgraceful for a guardian of the Elizabeth family to behave in such a manner. Set sail, young fan. Chapter 12. City on the sea near the upside-down land in the east sea as Zhou Yixian beheld the enormous vessel before him, rivaling the terrifying three-masted ship of Moria. His curiosity led him to inquire, "Lord Sula, did we not intend to return to the land of the new? Why have we come here? And what is this place?" Having grown accustomed to Zhou Yixian's inquisitive nature, Sula patiently explained, "The provisions aboard our ship are insufficient to sustain us for an extended journey. Hence we must make a stop at this city on the sea to replenish our supplies before continuing our voyage." Yet another unknown realm. Sensing Zhou Yixian's confusion, Sula continued, "Following the conclusion of the Battle of Raftel, significant changes occurred in the upside-down land, making it impossible to access the Grand Line from here. Countless pirates have flocked here, waiting for the opportune moment to enter the Grand Line. As more and more pirates gathered, merchants seized the opportunity, leading to the emergence of the city on the sea. The Battle of Raftel. It was no longer feasible to enter the Grand Line through the upside-down mountain. The more Sula spoke, the more questions arose in Zhou Yixian's mind. He pressed on, what exactly was the Battle of Raftel? If it is no longer possible to enter the Grand Line from the upside-down land, how then can one access the Grand Line? With a hint of resignation, Sula replied, "I cannot provide much detail, as it is a matter of considerable antiquity. The Battle of Raftel, also known as the Legendary Battle, reportedly spared no region it touched. Pirates, navy, GM forces, and various factions were embroiled in the conflict. Even Bounty's knowledge is limited. Was this not merely a chaotic clash among factions?" On Monday, Xian did not perceive the ultimate treasure to possess such immense allure as to captivate the interest of various factions. After all, the objectives of the GM army appear to lie elsewhere. It seems that the world of pirates has undergone a transformation so profound that it has completely diverged from the original narrative. On Monday, Xian continued to inquire, "Is there truly no record of the legendary battle?" Sula responded, "The peculiar aspect lies in the fact that no faction has preserved a detailed account of the final confrontation." Then from whence does the legend of the final battle originate? Sula, with a proud expression, replied, "It is precisely because the Elizabeth family was one of the combatants that the elders of the family have passed down fragments of information. After all, to follow in the footsteps of that esteemed individual is an unparalleled honor. So the downfall of the Elizabeth family is attributed to their misplaced allegiance, resulting in their defeat in the ultimate battle." At this point, Wendy interjected, bringing the discussion to a close. On a languid Monday, I found myself at an impasse, compelled to relinquish the mounting uncertainties that plagued my mind, deferring my quest for understanding to a more opportune moment. As the crowd secured their vessels, a mechanical whirring emanated from the depths of the ship, and a pathway resembling a floating bridge gradually unfurled beneath their boats, upon which an individual approached with measured steps. On Monday, Xian could not let the opportunity slip by, defying Sula's order to remain behind, justifying his decision as a chance to broaden his horizons by following closely behind Sula and Bwendi. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the city on the water. I, the humble guide designated as number 23, am honored to serve you." The individual who proclaimed himself as guide number 23 stepped forward, addressing the crowd with utmost respect. "Whatever your needs may be, simply inform me, and I shall ensure that each of you receives a satisfactory response. We require essential supplies for our voyage," Sula stated. "Understood. Esteemed guests, please follow me," guide number 23 said, bowing and gesturing for the group to proceed. They walked along the floating bridge to the base of the city on the water, where others awaited them, having already summoned the elevator. As each person entered, guide number 23 instructed the elevator attendant to the living supplies area. Such a charming individual, the elevator attendant must be a delightful young lady, one mused. "Certainly," the elevator attendant replied, her voice melodious. "After a long journey, should the esteemed guests wish to relax, we can provide satisfactory services." Guide number 23 glanced at Bwendi with an expression that conveyed an unspoken understanding among men. As a connoisseur of experiences, Xian comprehended instantly. "No need," Bwendi declined. "Sula, I will accompany Xian for procurement. You should take a moment to unwind," Bwendi suggested kindly. "My lord, the city on the water is not a place of innocence. I would rather stay by your side," Wendy insisted. "Perhaps we can discuss this another time." It seems Sula truly does not grasp the essence of relaxation, he thought. Acknowledging Wendy's resolve, "Wendy, you ought to learn to unwind. I no longer require protection." Wendy fell silent. "I do need it," Xian, the mage, expressed his desire to take a break. "What matters is not relaxation itself, but the expansion of knowledge." My lord Sula, do not wander, remain by my side, Wendy admonished. This is what preferential treatment looks like. On a languid Monday, Zhou Yixian silently lamented. Esteemed guest, welcome to the household goods section. We wish you a pleasant shopping experience. The sales assistant, number 23, bowed and retreated. Thank you. Sula expressed her gratitude. As she beheld the household goods section, Zhou Yixian's eyes sparkled with delight. This resembled the supermarkets of her past life, with an array of goods meticulously arranged on the shelves, even a checkout counter present. Though she wondered if they accepted digital payments. Let us begin. There are numerous items to purchase, Sula declared, rolling up her sleeves, her face alight with excitement. Indeed, shopping, regardless of the realm, seemed to be an innate talent of women. Bundy, this is crucial. Sula picked up a basket of fresh lettuce and placed it in Bundy's arms, stating, a reasonable supply of fresh vegetables is essential during long sea voyages to prevent scurvy. Bundy sighed, already burdened with a precarious assortment of items in his grasp. Sunscreen is also vital, Sula cheerfully added, placing a tube into Zhou Yixian's hand. My lady, this seems unrelated to scurvy, Zhou Yixian cautioned. For a beautiful woman, sun-kissed skin is far more terrifying than scurvy, Sula asserted, completely disregarding Zhou Yixian's warning. I crave meat, Zhou Yixian muttered. Sula replied nonchalantly. We have already purchased an ample quantity of meat. Is this really sufficient? Zhou Yixian protested, holding up the meager cuts of meat in her hands. This paltry amount isn't even enough for Bundy to satisfy his cravings. If you have excess berries, I wouldn't mind you purchasing a bit more, Sula suggested. You're buying all sorts of unnecessary items, Zhou Yixian retorted, feeling exasperated. My lady, rum is indispensable on the voyage, Bundy urged Sula to procure some. No. You don't truly desire that, Sula shot him a look, silencing further discussion. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a shelf collapsed, successfully capturing the attention of the three. For such a meager selection, you dare charge me 100,000 berries. A quarrel erupted soon after. Esteemed guest, to confirm. The total value of your selected items is indeed 100,000 berries. Very well. No one in the East China Sea has ever dared to charge the Shura pirate crew such a sum, Shura seethed, commanding his subordinates, smash it. Let these fools comprehend the terror of the Shura pirate crew. Laughter erupted among the crew as they enthusiastically began to execute their captain's orders. Esteemed guests, please refrain from being unreasonable. The cashier before Shura maintained a courteous demeanor, adding, if you prefer not to pay in berries, there are alternative payment methods available. With a self-satisfied air, Shila remarked, had I known this earlier, I could have spared myself the exertion. May I take my leave now? Indeed, please follow me. The cashier gestured. Thus, a farcical episode came to a close. Is Lord Sula well known, then? Zhou Yi inquired with curiosity. The Shila pirate crew, led by Captain Shila, has a bounty of 8 million berries, Sula replied. It seems he commands a few pirate ships that wreak havoc across the East Sea, earning quite a notorious reputation. On Monday, Xian was perplexed, unable to fathom why Sula possessed such profound knowledge of pirates. Whenever questions of this nature arose, it was always prudent to consult Sula. However, Sten couldn't help but notice that the reactions of the other pirates in the shopping district were rather peculiar. A group of fools, someone remarked, casting a pitying glance at Sula and his crew. No one could defy the rules of the city of ships and expect to emerge unscathed. Never mind those foolish pirates, who had grown accustomed to their tyranny in a place of weakness, thus losing their sense of self, the crowd murmured. The establishment of any power is never a simple affair. Chapter 13, Kelly. As they ventured deeper into the remote areas, Sula's crew began to sense that something was amiss. Sula spoke up. Hey, where exactly are you taking us? This place does not appear to be one where payments can be made. We shall arrive shortly, esteemed guests, the cashier patiently explained. Haha. The Sula pirate crew seemed utterly unconcerned for their own safety, as in their minds, no one dared to provoke them. Whatever your intentions may be, I shall be watching with great interest, Sula declared confidently. The cashier guided them to a quiet hall and announced, esteemed guests, we have arrived. Are you toying with us? This place is so desolate that not even a fly resides here. The Sula pirate crew looked around the hall, beginning to jeer. Feeling insulted, please wait patiently. I take my leave, the cashier stated before vanishing into the shadows of the hall. Sula, employing his wit, quieted the raucous pirates. This is merely a ploy to ensure our quiet departure with our belongings. Truly clever fellows. They understand that the Sula pirate crew is not to be trifled with. They merely wished for us to leave in silence, lest they disturb their esteemed guests. Who? Sula was startled by the sudden voice. From the shadows of the hall emerged an individual, who introduced himself. I am the captain of the security team for the city of ships. Whoever you are, just take us away, Sula replied nonchalantly. Remember to call for assistance to bring our previous purchases aboard the ship. Even in their departure, he did not forget his own interests. That is the essence of a true pirate. You will no longer have use for those supplies. Upon finishing his statement, the captain donned a peculiar pair of gloves, each fingertip adorned with a blade. 10 fingers, 10 knives, 10 blades. Suddenly, a swirling black-purple mist enveloped the hall. Ah! Cries of anguish erupted. Blood spattered as one member of the Sula pirate crew fell to the ground, bearing 5 gruesome gashes. Captain, someone has been cut down. The crowd erupted into a chorus of shouts. Witnessing the scene before him, Shura appeared to be ensnared by an unseen force, frozen in place. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Those who wished to escape death were silenced sooner than others. Ah! The wails of despair resounded once more. The Shura pirate crew found themselves ensnared in the gravest peril since their inception. It finally dawned on Shura that an alternative method of payment existed. One that demanded the ultimate price, his very life. How disheartening. I have yet to satiate my thirst for battle. Adjusting his glasses, he murmured to himself. I forgot to mention. I possess another identity. People often refer to me as Pirate Cree. My lord, have we resolved the matter? The number 23 sales representative, who had previously attended to the group led by Zhou, suddenly emerged. Ensure that everything is tidied up. The reputation of the city on the ship must remain unscathed. Cree remarked, readjusting his glasses. Understood, my lord. The number 23 sales representative hesitated, then continued. Lord Cree, a peculiar group has arrived on our ship. Cree nodded, gesturing for him to elaborate. Just now, I received a vessel that seemed to be merely procuring essential maritime supplies. The sales representative paused, noting that this group bore little resemblance to the usual pirates that awaited the opportunity to venture into the Grand Line. They appeared to have no intentions of entering that treacherous passage. Cree responded with a tone of intrigue. Interesting. I believe I have conceived an amusing thought. They are indeed a bold bunch. Assign someone to keep watch over them. We might just stumble upon an unexpected gain. Yes. The hall fell silent once again, as if nothing had transpired. To be distinctive is to embody the greatest difference. On a languid Monday, the trio remained blissfully unaware that they had drawn the attention of some ill-intentioned observers. Lord Sula, I believe we have procured quite enough supplies. It would be prudent for us to depart at once, advised Wendy, his gaze lingering on the absence of the Shura pirate crew, which had been taken away. A sense of unease began to stir within him. Sula, however, appeared somewhat reluctant to leave, muttering, It is a rare opportunity to venture out. There are still numerous items I wish to purchase. It seemed that Sula had been confined indoors for far too long, seizing this chance to indulge in a thorough exploration. On Monday, Idol was reluctant to continue the excursion and thus decisively remarked, Lord Sula, do you possess sufficient belly to settle the bill? Sula, seemingly grasped by a sudden realization, responded despondently, Very well, it seems we've browsed enough. Bundy cast a look of appreciation towards Monday Idol. Neither wished to prolong their shopping, as Sula's financially constrained rationale had thwarted their desires. Merely window shopping held little allure, and Idol felt his legs might soon succumb to fatigue. The total amounted to 87,451 belly. Noted. Sales Associate number 23, rest assured, your purchased goods will be securely delivered to your vessel. Thank you for your patronage. And we look forward to your next visit. With the cashier's amicable farewell, the trio reluctantly departed the provisions area. Though Idol was inherently impoverished, devoid of any belly, the sight of a substantial sum being collected from before him evoked an involuntary pang of regret. When would he ever possess wealth? Observing his attire, merely the set of guard's uniform gifted by Sula, he could not help but sigh in despair. Upon exiting the elevator and returning to the ship, they discovered that the nautical supplies they had procured were already neatly stowed aboard. It seemed there were clandestine passages that facilitated this swiftness, indeed a testament to remarkable service. The power of money was truly immeasurable. With the essential supplies secured, they were ready to return home. Gazing at the orderly array of provisions, Sula felt an inexplicable surge of joy, despite the presence of numerous unnecessary items. Both Bundy and Monday Idol expressed their disinterest in further commenting on Sula's choices. Set sail. Sula commanded, destination. the land of new beginnings. At last, they were to find a place to call home, a land of new beginnings that might grant them a comprehensive understanding of this dramatically altered world of pirates. On a languid Monday, I gazed at the vast sea before me, my mind adrift in a sea of contemplation. Perhaps it was the uncertainty of the unknown that occupied my thoughts, or perhaps it was the contemplation of my future path in life. The adults have departed. The sales assistant number 23 stood beside Chris, reporting on the current situation. Have you noticed the direction in which they are sailing? Chris inquired casually. It seems they are not heading towards the Upside Down, the sales assistant replied, somewhat uncertain. It appears they are merely stopping here for transit, with their destination being the new land of the East Sea. The new land, you say? Understood, Chris nodded in acknowledgement. The movements of the idle individuals on Monday have been entirely monitored. It appears that our initial judgment was flawed. They are not preparing to clandestinely cross into a realm of upheaval, but have, in fact, already succeeded. Cleary adjusted his glasses. Engaging in a rational analysis, there remains a possibility of failure, as the decaying family forces struggle in vain. Shall we dispatch someone to confirm this, my lord? Inquired the salesperson from the 23rd. Better to err on the side of caution than to let an opportunity slip away. Cleary nodded in agreement. Then I shall take my leave. Wait, send the Catman brother on a mission, but do not inform Barbarossa. Cleary seemed to recall something and cautioned. If that swarm of leeches becomes aware, we shall gain nothing of worth. Understood, my lord, replied the salesperson from the 23rd. What the crowd did not know on that Monday was that shortly after they set sail, a ship lingered far behind them. Chapter 14. The Catman Brothers. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it a warm caress from the sea. On a languid Monday, Zhou Yixin, stifling a yawn, inquired, Lord Sula, has there been no catch yet? My stomach is already grumbling. Sula, rendered speechless, pondered how. In such a brief span of merely 1 or 2 minutes since casting the line, one could expect such immediate results. Observing Zhou Yixin's impatience as he repeatedly yanked the fishing rod mere seconds after placing it in the water, she felt compelled to intervene, saying, this approach will not suffice. Fishing demands a test of patience. You must refrain from constantly pulling up the rod to check. Such behavior will not yield any fish. During the protracted voyage, fishing had become a delightful pastime for the crew, a splendid diversion from their ennui. Monday was utterly unmoved. His initial excitement for sailing long since eroded by the monotonous expanse of the sea before him. He had never been one to possess a great deal of patience. After several futile attempts, watching his empty fishing rod being pulled back, he was suddenly struck by a wave of disinterest. He could not fathom why so many were enamored with the pastime of fishing. Sitting in one place for an entire day felt like a torment to him. Truly a child at heart. If you do not enjoy it, then pursue other endeavors, he mused. Sula shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness as he observed the whimsical antics of Monday. Upon hearing Su La's words, Monday felt as if a great weight had been lifted. He cast aside his fishing rod and dashed away, not forgetting to call back, Lord Sula, do remember to summon me when it's time to eat. And please do catch a king crab. Having grown up in a small inland town, Monday had not had many opportunities to indulge in seafood. Ever since the day Su La inadvertently caught a king crab, Monday had developed an unexpected fondness for this delicacy, prompting his reminder. Understood, Su La replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he watched Monday's retreating figure. Indeed, children are often more captivated by the allure of food. On Monday, Xian was entirely oblivious to the gradual assimilation into his own body, adapting to the myriad facets of this world. The maturity of an individual does not necessarily correlate with age. Oftentimes, it is intertwined with one's experiences. Those who suddenly awaken to a profound understanding overnight are typically subjected to intense realities that provoke such transformations. In his past life, Xian was merely an ordinary being, living a life that was quintessentially mundane, merely existing for over 20 years. Fortune smiled upon him, and the grand narratives of dynastic struggles and clever stratagems that danced across the vast seas were of no concern to him at this moment. He remained a simple citizen at heart, wishing only for a comfortable existence, ideally with a modicum of wealth. In this lifetime, Xian possessed an inexplicable obsession with money. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A frantic cry shattered the tranquility aboard the ship, as a vessel adorned with twin cat heads, the emblem of a pirate ship, swiftly approached. The crew was gripped by trepidation. Encountering pirates in the vast expanse of the ocean was far from auspicious. Although they were well-equipped and each bore a blade as members of the Elizabeth family guards, this was merely their inaugural maritime venture, and they had never engaged in combat before, resulting in their evident disarray. The notorious pirate, Polly, instilled a profound sense of dread among them. Bundy bellowed, "What is there to panic about? We are not without the means to fight. They are merely a band of ordinary pirates. Remember your training, remain calm and composed." His words quelled the chaos among the crew. This was to be his first experience in naval combat. On Monday, Cien expressed an overwhelming passion for the Pirates of the Caribbean series, excitedly exclaiming, "Quickly seize the T position, target the pirate ship ahead. At 11 o'clock, fire the cannons. Fire the cannons." A resounding crack echoed as Sula clenched his fists, exasperatedly retorting, "Could you maintain some silence? What kind of reckless commands are those? Do you understand naval warfare? Why are you still dawdling?" Shielding his head, Zhou Yixin protested. With a serious demeanor, Bundy looked at Zhou Yixin and remarked, "Naval battles are not mere child's play. The brutality of pirates may leave you with lasting scars." Sula, equally grave, insisted, "Zhou Yixin, go to the cabin. Your assistance is not required at this moment." "I wish to stay," came the defiant reply. "That is an order." Before Zhou Yixin could finish speaking on Monday, he was interrupted by Sula's serious demeanor. With a single glance, he signaled 2 guards to escort Zhou Yixin to the ship's cabin. Although somewhat reluctant, Zhou Yixin chose to comply with Sula's arrangement. Remaining there would not contribute anything substantial, and he held considerable confidence in Sula. In the East Sea, often deemed the weakest of waters, the notion of dominance seemed utterly implausible. The elemental powers represented an invincible existence. After Zhou Yixin's commotion, the crowd's initial panic had significantly subsided. Gripping their long knives tightly, they fixed their gazes on the opposing pirate ship. "Lord Sula, are you aware of the adversary's origins?" Noticing Sula's unusual demeanor, Wendy positioned himself beside Sula and inquired. The twin-headed cat ship, if the rumors were accurate, was led by the Catman brothers, who commanded the Catman pirate crew. Sula paused, as if recalling, and after a moment, continued. The Catman brothers are said to have fled from the Grand Line to the East Sea, where they encountered the notorious pirate Cree and were subsequently incorporated into his fleet. Upon concluding this account, a wave of intense concern washed over Sula. With the Catman brothers' presence here, it was likely that Cree's fleet was not far behind. Cree was a far more formidable adversary than the Catman brothers. After hearing Sula's introduction, Wendy attempted to offer reassurance. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it appears. "Regardless, Lord Sula, you have recently acquired a power regarded by the world as the mightiest of devil fruit abilities. They are merely a group of somewhat renowned pirates, so there is no need for excessive worry." "Let us hope so," Sula sighed lightly. What Wendy did not realize was that the powers of the nature-type devil fruit were not as easily mastered as one might assume. At that moment, Sula could barely activate his abilities, and the combat efficacy was quite limited. At most, it ensured his own safety from harm. Before long, the Catman pirate crew's vessel successfully caught up with Sula's ship. Although Sula wished to shake them off, his ship was far too dilapidated for such maneuvers. He could only watch helplessly as the Catman brothers' ship drew near. Fortunately, they refrained from cannon fire. Otherwise, the entire crew would have been condemned to the depths of the sea. With a swift motion, a crew member from the Catman pirate crew swung an iron hook, spinning it several times before hurling it towards Sula's ship. As the iron hook latched onto the opposite vessel, the pirates from the Catman crew tested the tension of the rope, eagerly gripping it and swinging across with maniacal grins, as though they had stumbled upon a delightful surprise. Their eyes gleaming with a cruel excitement at the sight of Sula and his crew. Nothing thrilled the Catman pirate crew more than the prospect of bloodshed. "All right, lads. It's time to work," they bellowed with laughter. "At last, we have found new prey." 2 peculiar beings appeared aboard the Catman pirate ship, their eyes glimmering with a sinister green light and their pupils resembling vertical slits. They gazed at Sula and his companions, expressing their confusion regarding Lord Klee's peculiar directive to follow this dilapidated vessel, which seemed devoid of any plunderous value. Compared to the other pirate ships that had departed from the city above, this one appeared woefully meager. When had Lord Klee developed such a keen interest in rotting timber? Upon overhearing this dialogue, Sula and his crew realized they had attracted the attention of a watchful adversary since their departure from the city, though their true intentions remained shrouded in mystery. "Cat 2, spare us your ramblings. Questioning Lord Klee's orders is ill-advised," admonished Cat 1, the elder brother of Cat 2, whose name was self-evident. Cat 1 seemed to recall the terror of Captain Klee, thereafter stating, "Since Captain Klee's orders are thus, our best course is to execute them with utmost precision. As for their intentions, I suspect we shall uncover the answers from our foes. They're approaching. Prepare for battle." Buntai calmly began directing the crew aboard the ship. It was not that the crew lacked the desire to unleash cannon fire from a distance. Rather, their vessel was far too antiquated to withstand the tremendous recoil of such weaponry. A single cannon shot could potentially spell doom for the ship, leading them to resort to close combat instead. Chapter 15. The Fur Tribe wait. If it is wealth you seek, we can provide it. Please, show mercy, Sula implored. Fully aware that engaging in combat would result in devastating losses for his family's retainers, he produced all the berries he possessed, hoping to sway their mercy in a final desperate attempt. "A wise choice," remarked Cat 2, leaping to Sula's side. In a flash, Cat 1 snatched the pouch of berries from Sula's grasp. With a resounding clap, Cat 1 shook the stack of berries in his hand. His face suddenly contorted with rage as he hurled the berries to the ground. "Do you presume we are so easily appeased? A mere handful of berries will not suffice to dismiss us. If need be, we would rather take what we desire by our own hands." "Huh. It's our first encounter with someone attempting to negotiate with us. Such a clause is absent from the pirate code," another pirate chortled, finding the attempt to placate Cat 1 with such paltry offerings utterly laughable. Laughter erupted among the crew, some even dropping their weapons in hilarity. "Die!" Cat 1 suddenly raised his hands, swiftly leaving several claw-like gashes upon Sula's body. How could this be? Sula's face was a mask of shock, utterly unprepared for the sudden assault. He felt his strength wane as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Lord Sula. Upon witnessing Sula collapse before him, Wendy was engulfed by a surge of fury, charging towards Cat 1 with lethal intent. Clang. Wendy's assault was effortlessly thwarted by Cat 1. It was then that he took a moment to scrutinize his opponent. The eerie green pupils, a human form with limbs. Yet the hands were not human, but rather colossal feline claws, adorned with a coat of fur, complete with pointed beastly ears atop the head. This revelation sent a tremor through Wendy's heart. Before him stood a member of the notorious Fur Tribe, hailed as natural-born warriors of the Grand Line, fierce beyond measure. He had found himself in a predicament. "Seeing my appearance, you seem unfazed," Cat 1 remarked. "It's merely the Fur Tribe. The ocean teems with diverse species, and legends even speak of the existence of dragons. What is there to find strange?" Wendy retorted. "To think such an enlightened individual exists in the remote East Sea. It is indeed surprising," Cat 1 observed with an odd expression directed at Wendy. Arrogance and hubris. The lofty tone of his opponent ignited a fire within Wendy, sharpening the blade in his grip as he launched into a frenzied assault against Cat 1. Clang, clang, clang. Although their conversation appeared leisurely, the momentum of their attacks never waned. The glimmer of blades and claws clashed rhythmically, producing a melodious sound. Yet the speed of their engagement was so swift that onlookers could only perceive a tempestuous whirlwind, obscuring the reality of their duel. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted around them, as if the very air was being displaced by their formidable presence. Seizing an opening, Cat 1 suddenly broke into a mocking laugh. "Not bad with the blade, but your speed leaves much to be desired. Allow me to demonstrate the swiftness of a cat." Whoosh! Wendy felt a blur before his eyes as Cat 1's figure vanished from sight. Then, a gust of wind rushed past his ear, without time to ponder. Wendy raised his blade in defense. With a clang, Cat 1's sharp claws were narrowly intercepted by Wendy's weapon. Cat 1's speed had more than doubled, and Wendy felt an overwhelming pressure mounting upon him, struggling to parry the relentless strikes. As time progressed, Wendy increasingly sensed his strength waning. Thud. In a moment of negligence, Wendy sustained several deep gashes, blood gushing forth. "Lord Sula, I have done my utmost," he murmured, casting a glance at the fallen Sula before darkness enveloped him, plunging him into unconsciousness. Wendy was akin to a second-rate smoker among pirates, collapsing right from the start. The EC truly was pitifully weak. Licking the blood from his hand, Cat 1 sighed in nostalgic reflection. The encounter between Cat 1 and Wendy, despite seeming prolonged, had transpired in the blink of an eye. Shortly after Sula had fallen, he beheld Wendy, bloodied and sprawled before him. "Wendy," Sula called out, disbelief etched across his features. "He is still alive." The conversation was far from over when Cat 1 suddenly felt as though his body had been struck by a heavy blow, his entire form threatening to disintegrate. A mouthful of fresh blood spilled forth. The snow explosion. Throughout the journey, Sula had, after countless attempts, finally developed a formidable technique utilizing the snow fruit. By continuously compressing the snow energy, he formed a myriad of tiny snowballs, each one extraordinarily hard from compression. The impact of these minuscule projectiles felt akin to being bombarded by countless diminutive cannons. With heavy breaths, Sula began to pant, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. The previous strike had immense power, yet it had equally drained a significant amount of his stamina. The utilization of a Logia-type devil fruit demanded considerable physical endurance from its wielder. Without strength, even the most potent abilities are but mere illusions. Demons, the mythical demons. The pirates seemed to recall the terrifying legends that circulated upon the seas, tales of entities possessing horrific powers, merciless in their killings, leaving destruction and dread in their wake, prompting an involuntary wave of panic among them. Fools. Cat 2, initially disinterested in the worn vessel of Sula due to its dilapidated state, remained aboard the pirate ship. To his astonishment, he witnessed the capabilities of a devil fruit user firsthand, as Cat 1 collapsed before him, effortlessly dispatching a pirate who, gripped by fear, attempted to flee. Casting a glance at the fallen pirate, he declared, "Ignorant humans, he is merely a devil fruit user. Any who dare to flee will share his fate." The legends are indeed true. The treasures of the sea, the devil fruits, bestow upon those who consume them powers akin to demons. It is the unknown that breeds fear. Upon hearing Cat 2's explanation, excitement surged among the crew. With a stroke of luck, they too could reign over the Grand Line. They fantasized about acquiring a devil fruit, oblivious to the rarity of such treasures. Were they not so scarce, countless souls would not chase after them. Nor would their existence be so little known even in remote regions. Coughing, Cat 1 spat blood and shakily rose to his feet. Cat 2, be cautious. The opponent's abilities are peculiar. My instincts as a hunter do not mislead me. I clearly struck him, yet he remains unscathed. Wow. Witnessing Cat 1 rise, the pirates' morale soared. Such a simple attack, they thought, could not possibly affect the great Cat 1. Look, he stands unharmed. They completely forgot their previous fears regarding the devil fruit powers and began to mock the fallen Bueni. Look at that man on the ground. Compared to the esteemed Cat 1, he is utterly useless. Just a single blow from Cat 1 has rendered him incapacitated. He is unlikely to survive. A Logia user, you say? With unwavering confidence, Cat 2 questioned. Even among the multitude of devil fruits, Logia types are exceedingly rare. Without mastery of Haki, attacks against them are entirely ineffective. In the midst of the Grand Line, Cat 2 had already fully experienced the terror of natural-type devil fruit users, leading him to harbor thoughts of retreat. Fool, observe closely. With just this single strike, your opponent is already gasping for breath. Cat 1 chastised Cat 2 loudly, seemingly exerting too much effort, which aggravated his wound and prompted a cough. This is not a paradise inhabited by those monsters of the Grand Line, but rather the weakest East Blue. Regardless of how formidable a power may seem, its essence lies in the strength of its wielder. Do not be intimidated by the imposing reputation of the natural-type devil fruits. Sura inwardly lamented his predicament. Having failed to incapacitate his opponent with his previous strike, he had inadvertently exposed his own weakness. Gritting his teeth to suppress his labored breaths, he activated the powers of the snow fruit once more. Then allow me to demonstrate the true terror of natural-type devil fruits. Snow explosion. A tempest of snowflakes surged forth, as though guided by a targeting mechanism, relentlessly bombarding Cat 1 and Cat 2. In an instant, their figures vanished from their previous location, leaving behind a floor riddled with damage from the snowstorm. The same techniques are ineffective against our fur-clad kin. Cat 1 and Cat 2 reappeared beside Sura, their sharp claws glinting with a cold light as they began to tear into him with frenzied abandon. Boom. Sura found himself utterly unable to keep pace with the furious onslaught of Cat 1 and Cat 2. Despite his efforts to unleash several snow explosions, the duo effortlessly evaded them, prompting him to abandon any pretense of resistance. His body was torn apart into chunks of snow, barely able to maintain a semblance of human form. Blizzard. Yet, Sura resolutely refused to surrender, continuing to wield the powers of the snow fruit. The sky turned ominous with the onset of a blizzard, a bone-chilling wind sweeping through, penetrating to the marrow, and causing shivers to ripple through all. Achoo! The pirates and guards trembled, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Just moments ago, the sun had shone brightly, and now a blizzard had descended. What a bewildering turn of weather. Cat 1 and Cat 2 stood at the center of the blizzard, completely unfazed. Is this yet another manifestation of devil fruit powers? Such a terrifying ability. capable of disrupting the very weather. The might of nature is indeed remarkable. However, a blizzard is hardly a significant concern for our fur-clad lineage. Let us see how your subordinates fare. Sir Sura. The guards began to shiver uncontrollably, some already buried waist-deep in snow, teetering on the brink of freezing to death. Sura, still struggling to master the snow fruit, could only launch indiscriminate attacks. Witnessing the plight of his subordinates weighed heavily on his heart, prompting him to disperse the swirling snowflakes. The wind stilled, the snow melted away, and the sun once again bathed the earth in its warm glow. We are saved. The pirates and guards erupted in cheers, fervently extolling the virtues of the sun in their hearts. Chapter 16. Cruelty. It seems that Lord Kiri's intentions have become quite evident. Upon witnessing the melting snow, the cat declared with certainty, the devil fruits are now entirely under the control of various premier factions. Occasionally, unforeseen circumstances may lead to a fruit's accidental release, creating a fortunate individual, and you are one of those fortunate souls. Presently, an ordinary devil fruit commands a staggering value of 10 billion berries, while the abilities of verified devil fruits, especially those classified as the most potent Logia types, are beyond estimation. If we can ensure that you are entrusted to the right hands, we shall be able to luxuriate in a life akin to that of the wealthy. Not a chance, Sula retorted with a cold snort, still bewildered as to why her group, whose movements had remained clandestine and had not engaged with others, had come under scrutiny. Could it be due to Zhou Yixian? Sula shook her head, recalling her encounter with Zhou Yixian and deeming it improbable. Observing Su La's perplexed expression, the cat kindly offered a hint. Consider the city on the ship. Do not underestimate the intelligence capabilities of those in power. It appears that Lord Kelly is destined for prosperity, finally able to realize his long-held aspirations, if only he can seize you. Suddenly, for smooth walls of snow rose around Sula, formed by the compression of countless snowflakes, their surfaces gleaming with a brightness that was almost blinding. Despite her repeated assaults, Su La's efforts yielded little effect, compelling her to adopt a defensive stance to recuperate her dwindling stamina. I am indeed ill-suited for combat. If Bwindi had consumed the snow fruit, perhaps the situation would not be so dire. Watching the cat brother relentlessly attack, Sula felt a pang of self-reproach. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the cat brother's sharp claws struck the snow shield, which ultimately succumbed to the pressure, fracturing into a flurry of splintered ice. What a resilient shield, he mused. However, your passive defense, encased within this thick snow barrier, is merely a futile delay. Should you choose to surrender now, perhaps your subordinates might be spared. Having given up on Sula, the cat brother turned his attention to the guards. Lady Sula, save me, a guard cried out. Facing the overwhelming might of the cat brother, who swiftly overpowered them, binding them in a line, the cat brother grinned wickedly. Now, let us engage in an entertaining game. If you choose to remain hidden, every minute I shall execute one of your guards before your eyes. Lady Sula, do not concern yourself with us. Do not come out. One guard boldly shouted. Excellent, a remarkably loyal fellow. Then you shall be the first. The cat brother approached the outspoken guard, gripping his head and lifting him effortlessly. Go ahead and kill me, if you must. Crack. The guard, held in the cat brother's grasp, spat defiantly. But his words were cut short as his neck was twisted, and he was carelessly tossed aside like refuse, devoid of life. In this brutal era, loyalty only serves to hasten one's demise. You now have 1 minute to contemplate your fate. The Catman brothers gazed at Sula, signaling that the game would continue. Sula, filled with sorrow, turned her head away, unwilling to witness such a brutal scene. Clenching her fists, she silently vowed, I must not be captured. The snow fruit is something I cannot relinquish. I must grow stronger. Crack. Time's up. It seems you do not intend to surrender. The Catman brothers deftly seized another guard, snapping his neck without granting him the chance to utter a word. Now you have 1 more minute to contemplate your fate. Sula fell into silence. Wait, I do not wish to die. Lord Sula, please surrender for our sake. One of the guards pleaded loudly, hoping that she would relent. Lord Sula, I too do not wish for death. Can you bear to watch us perish? Human nature inclines towards conformity, and once one spoke up, others quickly joined in. Ha. It appears your loyalty has not earned you Lord Sula's trust. Your lives, in her eyes, are as worthless as the dead stray dogs on the roadside. To those in power, dogs are as plentiful as one desires. The pirates and the Catman brothers fanned the flames of the situation, and their efforts bore fruit. Indeed, to that wretched Sula, we are but dogs, disposable, and easily forgotten. Look, one by one we die before her, and she exhibits not a trace of remorse. Sula, you wretched creature, I curse you to an untimely demise. You are merely a fool, daydreaming of reviving your family. Even if you acquire the powerful devil fruit, what good will it do if you cannot protect even us? The Elizabeth family is nothing but a grand joke, huh? What a malicious wretch you are. No wonder your parents abandoned you. Why did they not strangle you at birth? For you are unworthy of existence. Since we are all doomed. The guards began to hurl various vile insults at Sula, attributing their impending doom entirely to her. How can this be? In her 18 years of life, Sula had never encountered such humiliation, and she was momentarily flustered, on the verge of tears. Can I truly revive my family? A glimmer of hope faded from her eyes, as if all her strength had been siphoned away, and she collapsed to the ground. The snow shield was slowly dissipating. Ha ha! The Catman brothers erupted in triumphant laughter. You beasts, you scum! Meanwhile, Zhou Yixian, forcibly taken to the ship's cabin, soon heard a thunderous crash that shattered countless holes in the hull. Concerned, he persuaded 2 guards to step outside, only to witness the ugly side of humanity unfolding before him. Existing within a society governed by law, everything he saw before him completely upended his worldview. Life is as fragile as grass. Devoid of reason, it is dictated solely by the might of one's fist, allowing one to wield life and death over others without the slightest twinge of remorse. Run, Zhou Yixian! At the sound of Zhou Yixian's furious shout, Sula regained his senses and offered a word of caution. Oh, it appears there are still fish that have slipped through the net. The Catman brothers were somewhat taken aback, their curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of a young lad. He was but a mere child, yet exuded a formidable aura. Alas, he was on the verge of death. With a cruel expression, the Catman brothers swiftly approached Zhou Yixian. The chilling sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed as blood flowed from Zhou Yixian, soaking the claws of the Catman brothers. Emotionless, they discarded the brash young boy onto the ground. Sula silently uttered an apology, tightly shutting his eyes, unwilling to confront the brutal reality once more. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much, I can't bear it. The searing pain coursed through Zhou Yixian as he clutched his wound and writhed on the ground. A wave of darkness surged from his body, enveloping the injury, yet the agony intensified, piercing to the very marrow. Even the strongest will would falter under such torment. Bang! Bang bang! He was not dead. What was this darkness emerging from his body? The audacity of the young boy, who had withstood a lethal blow, was the greatest affront to the Catman brothers. Fuming with rage, they could hardly believe they had failed to take down such a trivial child. When did the devil fruit become so commonplace in the Wiki's sea? Why should such pathetic, pitiful trash possess such extraordinary fortune? They resolved to extinguish this insolent young boy once and for all. Smack! On Monday, Xian Yi seized the ankle of the Catman brother, his gaze flashing with a chilling brilliance that struck fear into the heart. In that moment, the Catman brother was rendered speechless, completely forgetting his intention to attack. On a Monday, Xian, filled with indignation, inquired, "Is it such a trivial matter to devalue life, bringing you joy?" The Catman brothers, hearing such a question for the first time, responded nonchalantly, "Is there any joy in killing a few stray dogs? It is as mundane as eating or drinking. Is the act of depriving others of their lives merely as ordinary as consuming a meal or quenching thirst to you?" Xian could not fathom such a warped perspective on values and such an attitude towards life. Do you not possess even a shred of reverence for life, you scoundrels? You beasts? In this wretched era of vile pirates, mercy, kindness, and compassion are but tales to deceive children. The Catman brothers found it amusing. Let me illustrate how absurd your reverence for life is, you little brat. We do not appreciate your gaze. With a swift motion, one of the Catman brothers seized a guard and effortlessly snapped his neck before Xian's eyes. Ha ha ha! The Catman brothers laughed maniacally, begin to loathe this wicked era. In such a time, a person's life holds value only in its existence. Fortunately for you, you can live, they cannot. And thus they perish like refuse in the depths of the ocean. Xian, now wobbling to his feet, had never been so resolute. He fixed his unwavering gaze upon the Catman brothers, declaring, "Regardless of the realm we inhabit, reality is invariably harsh, chilling to the bone. It has always been thus. In this vile age, only the strength of one's fist embodies truth." Witnessing the little brat grasp the essence of the world, the Catman brothers felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Very well, little brat, live on in your hatred. On Monday, the idol figure disregarded the cat-like brother before him. his gaze drifting toward the boundless void. Fusion. Weep, perish. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 17. Bruce's Light Wave. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia offers a singular opportunity to merge with a former developer, enabling the host to swiftly master the powers of the possessed Devil Fruit. The Four Emperors. Blackbeard, Teach, have arrived. Boom. On Monday, an astonishing surge of energy erupted within, soaring towards the heavens and scattering the clouds above. The blinding sunlight pierced through the empty sky, illuminating him as if he were clad in a dazzling golden armor, rendering him nearly unapproachable. In an instant, this overwhelming force retreated back into him, causing the ship to groan under the immense pressure as a deafening crash echoed and the vessel sank into the sea, sending countless waves splashing into the air. Rascal, what have you done? How have you suddenly gained such formidable power? The Catman brothers were taken aback by the sudden transformation, their voices trembling with fear as they beheld the explosive energy radiating from him, as if witnessing a ghost. Could this be the ability of a devil fruit? How is that possible? Cat 1, Cat 2, eliminate him. This is merely the power of a devil fruit. There is nothing to fear, one of the crew exclaimed. Perhaps the rascal's devil fruit merely enhances his presence, a trick to intimidate us. Ha ha ha. Has the little brat consumed the frightening fruit? How utterly terrifying. The pirates observed. Realizing that although Sula had ingested a devil fruit reputed to possess the most potent powers of the natural type, he was utterly defenseless against the Catman brothers. And their initial dread of the devil fruit had diminished, viewing it only as a curious ability that Monday had acquired. Indeed, it was evident, since Monday had stood motionless. The guard's burgeoning hope was shattered in an instant. No, it feels as though he has become a different person. Something is amiss. Though Sula could not articulate what had changed within Monday, he sensed a distinct difference. As Monday's aura dissipated and he remained still, the Catman brothers felt a sense of calm wash over them. This little brat is merely putting on a show. Cat 2 laughed cruelly. Let us teach you to be quiet. With a crackling sound of thunder, the Catman brothers summoned arcs of electricity at their palms, radiating the power of lightning, suggesting that with a single strike, one could be reduced to ashes. Suddenly, they leaped towards Monday. At that moment, Monday stirred, gazing at the airborne Catman brothers. He spoke with tranquility. Allow me to introduce you to the terror of the dark fruit. Gravity. Boom. The Catman brothers found themselves suspended mid-air as if ensnared by an invisible force, slowly drifting towards Monday in an eerie manner. Rascal, what have you done to us? Why can I not move? Sure, do not speak. Monday maintained his calm demeanor and waved his hand gently, experienced the sensation of becoming debris, with a resounding crash. At his gesture, the Catman brothers plummeted like arrows released from a bow, crashing heavily into the sea. Rascal, you seek death. The Cat brothers were abruptly lifted from the sea by a wave of Monday's hand. Before they could utter a word, they were forcefully hurled back into the water. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted as the Cat brothers crashed into the sea, creating massive splashes. Oh, witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers seemed to lose their capacity for thought, their jaws dropping in astonishment. The scene was indeed peculiar. As the Cat brothers were repeatedly elevated and then plunged back into the ocean, the visual impact was undeniably striking. However, aside from transforming them into two drenched figures, their fur clinging to their bodies, making them appear notably slimmer, no substantial harm was inflicted upon them. Boom. On a seemingly mundane Monday, Zhou Yixian appeared to have had his fill of amusement, as he effortlessly hoisted the Catman brothers from the depths of the sea and carelessly tossed them onto the deck. You little rascal, you are humiliating us, the Catman brothers gasped, their anger palpable. Huh. Zhou Yixian erupted into a fit of laughter, gazing at the Catman brothers with haughty disdain. Indeed, I take pleasure in your humiliation. What can you possibly do to me? Ever since merging with Blackbeard's soul, Zhou Yixian had been imbued with an overwhelming arrogance, his words laced with boundless confidence. You will regret inciting the wrath of the formidable fur tribe, the Catman brothers warned. Retrieving an object resembling a grenade from their waist, prepare to witness why the fur tribe is renowned as the natural warriors. No matter what powers you possess, we assure you that in the face of such absolute strength, your only fate is to be torn to shreds by us. Zhou Yixian stopped them. Sula, upon noticing the item in the Catman brothers' possession, urgently implored Zhou Yixian. However, Zhou Yixian remained utterly unfazed by Sula's warning. Boom. The Catman brothers hurled the grenade-like object into the air, resulting in a resounding explosion. A blinding white light erupted in the sky, and as the crowd adjusted to the brilliance, they beheld an unexpected sight. A full moon, notably smaller than the typical one seen at night, now hung amidst the clear azure sky. The simultaneous presence of the sun and moon left everyone utterly speechless with astonishment. Run. It's over. Sula, clearly aware of the implications, urged anxiously, Zhou Yixian, why are you still dawdling? Quickly, seek refuge within my snow shield. It's too late to flee now. The Catman brothers declared with confidence. The Fur Tribe, in collaboration with the world government, has finally deciphered the peculiar energy released by the full moon, an energy known as Bruce Wave. Countless scientists, through dilution and research of Bruce Wave, have succeeded in creating this artificial full moon. Although its potency is somewhat diminished compared to a natural full moon, the Fur Tribe, when illuminated by this artificial Bruce Wave, can amplify their strength by approximately tenfold, while eliminating the uncontrollable frenzy typically associated with the natural full moon transformation. Haha. Zhou Yixian let out another strange laugh, his expression one of disdain as he regarded the Catman brothers. A mere parlor trick. Let the performance commence. I have grown quite bored. On a languid Monday, a yawn escaped the lips of the Catman brother as he gazed skyward at the artificial full moon. Look, exclaimed the onlookers, the Catman brother is undergoing a peculiar transformation. With a primal roar reminiscent of a wild beast, he was enveloped in a dazzling blue electric glow, crackling with energy that scorched the deck beneath him into charred remnants. His muscles bulged as if infused with water, glistening with a bronze sheen, while his fur elongated dramatically, billowing in the wind with an ethereal grace. A flicker of crimson light flashed through the air as the electric aura receded. The Catman brother had completed his metamorphosis, now radiating an overwhelming sense of power that was profoundly palpable. With a leap and a strike, if the Catman brother's speed was previously swift to the naked eye, his transformed state now moved with the swiftness of lightning, appearing before the languid figure of Zhou Yixian in an instant, tearing into him with ferocity. Blood splattered as Zhou Yixian was raked with deep gashes, rendering him a figure of crimson horror. The amalgamation of developer and host within the devil fruit illustrated that while the developer's abilities were harnessed, their inherent strength was not bestowed. A series of tearing sounds echoed as Zhou Yixian struggled to keep pace with the Catman brother's onslaught, his injuries multiplying. You insolent brat. Weren't you just brimming with bravado? Now, you stand frozen in place, the Catman brother taunted, reveling in his dominance. In his eyes, post-transformation, he was an invincible entity, intent on exacting revenge for the earlier mockery, methodically inflicting long, horrific wounds on Zhou Yixian while deftly avoiding any fatal strikes. Impressive speed, though your strikes lack weight, Zhou Yixian retorted, his confidence unwavering despite the blood staining his form. Darkness surged around him, enveloping his being. Ah, the pain is indeed unbearable. He grimaced as the darkness receded, and the blood along with his wounds vanished, rendering the previous ordeal as ephemeral as a fleeting dream. How can this be? The Catman brother uttered in disbelief. No matter how many times you recover, it is destined to be in vain. You have successfully provoked our ire. And while we intended to spare your life, you must now perish. Fury had clouded the Catman brother's judgment, causing him to disregard the immense value of capturing a power wielder alive. Tenfold thunder slash. He bellowed, as countless bolts of lightning enveloped him once more. The tiresome game was destined to reach its conclusion. On Monday, Xian could distinctly feel that his physical strength had been excessively depleted, reaching a critical threshold where he was on the verge of succumbing to the overwhelming spiritual pressure exerted by Blackbeard. With a great effort to withstand the strain, Xian spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Indeed, he was merely a brash little rascal, awaiting his demise. The feline brothers, upon witnessing the bloodshed from their adversary, were instantly invigorated, as if with just a little more effort, they could rend him to pieces. Bang! Dark, tunnel, passage. On Monday, Xian clenched his fists, enveloping a mass of darkness, and struck the ground with tremendous force. Chapter 18. Rainfall, Darkness Approaches. The dark energy surged forth from Xian's fists like a torrent released from a dam, engulfing the entire sea in shadows. The power wielded by the four emperors was truly terrifying. Regardless of the means employed, they were mere wisps in the face of such overwhelming strength. Xian, suppressing the increasing weight of pressure on his body, coldly remarked, "You may attempt to see if your prideful speed can be of any use now." The Cat brothers found their feet completely ensnared in darkness, realizing they were sinking deeper akin to a quagmire. The more they struggled, the faster they descended. No matter how hard they tried, they found themselves utterly powerless. With great difficulty, the Cat brothers trudged towards Xian. You little brat, do not be so arrogant. As great warriors of the Fur Clan, how could we be easily subdued by a wretch like you? Moreover, the transformed Fur Clan is an indomitable force. The Cat brothers, unconvinced, continued to struggle, secretly pondering. If only we could leap out of this predicament, evade this troublesome ability, and swiftly make this little brat aware of the Fur Clan's might. Gathering all their strength, they squatted deeply, and suddenly, it seemed as if their bodies had been elongated. When their strength finally waned, they fell to the ground with a thud. How amusing. I can't help but stifle a laugh. The sight of the Cat brothers falling in such an undignified manner is utterly hilarious. Observing the Cat brothers sprawled awkwardly on the ground, a guard burst into unrestrained laughter. Indeed, it was a rare sight to see such formidable warriors of the Fur Clan meet with such embarrassment. It was simply too entertaining, and I could not contain my mirth. Be quiet. What is there to laugh at? A pirate admonished, placing a knife against the guard's throat, rebuking him loudly. It is merely the power of a devil fruit. Lord Cat 1 and Cat 2 will surely devise a countermeasure soon. Upon witnessing the Cat brothers floundering in the darkness, desperately clawing with their fleshy paws, the pirates could not suppress their laughter, yet they were soon met with the piercing glares of the Cat brothers, making them realize the gravity of the situation. Forgive me, Lord Cat 1 and Cat 2, that was not my intention. They quickly covered their mouths, though the amusement was still evident in their eyes. You little brat, even if you have us under your control, we remain unscathed. The Cat brothers, never before having encountered such humiliation, spoke with great fury. I advise you to surrender now. It is not too late. You have already attracted the attention of Lord Kree, and there is no escaping your fate. Upon hearing the mention of Kree, Sula seemed to recall something terrifying, furrowing his brow and saying, Sien, show mercy. In the East Blue, Kree is one of the few who can truly be called a great pirate. Those who cross him rarely meet a good end, such as the mercy of a woman. On Monday, with an air of indifference, Zhou glanced at Sula. In the treacherous era of pirates, one was faced with only two choices when encountering an adversary: to vanquish the opponent or to be vanquished oneself. There existed no third option. Boom. The Catman brothers felt the acceleration of their descent intensify, causing them to panic uncontrollably. Stop. We concede. Just cease your actions. We swear by the honor of our fur tribe that we shall no longer trouble you. If their predicament had merely involved sinking, the Catman brothers would not have been driven to such a state of disarray and pleas for mercy. However, as the descent accelerated, they suddenly sensed a formidable force of compression in the darkness, realizing that several of their ribs had already fractured under the immense pressure. On Monday, as if deaf to his opponent's pleas for mercy, he laughed heartily, proclaiming, Did you not assert that the darkness holds no power? It is merely that I have refrained from striking you. I hope you can relish the experience of death, as you once callously disregarded life, impotently awaiting your demise. Little wretch, have you truly thought this through? Do you wish to provoke a full-scale conflict with the crew of Captain Kree? Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, crushed by immense pressure, he threatened, Captain Kree's reputation resonates throughout the East Blue, even among children. Are you certain you wish to anger him? You shall not escape unscathed, for we are both capable aides to Captain Kree. To think of you as a pirate, merely a mouse hiding in the shadows and playing tricks, is indeed laughable, he retorted, preparing to conclude the matter at hand. The power of the dark fruit, compression, was unleashed. Boom. The pressure in the darkness surged violently, and the Cat brothers found themselves engulfed, their forms barely discernible, with only their heads remaining visible. A glance revealed that their bodies had been grotesquely contorted by the immense force. Little wretch, Lord Kree will, the Cat brothers struggled to articulate their words, breaking into violent coughs, blood spewing forth, mingled with bits of their innards. Helpless, they continued to cough, as if expelling their very organs would offer them some relief. Monday. Have you misunderstood? We are comrades. Why are we also ensnared by the darkness? The guards, witnessing the Cat brothers' plight, realized the gravity of the situation and hastily called out. Indeed, the seas have no room for the existence of the worthless. Monday had observed the vile countenance of the guards and felt an overwhelming disdain for their behavior. Having chosen to serve the Elizabeth family, they should be prepared to sacrifice for their kin. To enjoy the privileges bestowed by the Elizabeth family, while simultaneously shirking their responsibilities, is truly revolting. Faced with formidable adversaries and peril to their lives, instead of rising to resist their oppressor, they chose to resent Sula, a fellow victim. Such weakness is of no use to you. Monday had made a decision regarding the fate of the guards on behalf of Sula. Hearing Monday's declarations, Sula, moved to intervene, swallowed her words. This voyage had imparted upon her a profound understanding of the malevolence of this era. Lord Monday, we were wrong. The guards began to awaken to their grim reality as they felt the overwhelming pressure of the darkness. Please spare us. I have a wife and children awaiting my care. Thud, thud, thud. The pirates knelt, bowing their heads in supplication, hoping for a display of mercy from Monday. My lord, please grant us mercy. We are entirely coerced by the two despicable individuals, Cat 1 and Cat 2. Initially, I was merely a porter, possessing a modicum of strength. When these two scoundrels forcibly recruited me onto their pirate ship, thus thrusting me into the life of a pirate, I do not wish to meet my demise. On Monday, Cien remained utterly unmoved, inwardly reflecting on the disgrace, and spoke, as a pirate, such a display is truly embarrassing. After the anguished cries, the figures of those pleading for mercy vanished into the depths of darkness. Everything had been consumed by the shadows. Boom. On Monday, the darkness that had poured forth from within him suddenly contracted violently, retreating entirely into his being, leaving no trace of the multitude consumed by the shadows. The dark fruit, liberation. Boom. On Monday, Cien slightly bowed, gripping his hands tightly as if summoning every ounce of strength within him. A massive column of black smoke erupted behind him, soaring straight up towards the heavens. Sula, following the sudden emergence of this dark plume from Cien's body, gazed upwards, as if she had perceived something descending from the sky. As the object drew nearer, she scrutinized it closely. Pat, pat, pat. It began to rain, but not with droplets of water. Instead, it was a rain of severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Two mangled heads landed before Sula, and upon noticing their pointed ears, she realized these heads belonged to the Catman brothers. She instinctively covered her mouth, exclaiming in disbelief, how could such a brutal power exist? It is far more terrifying than that of the natural elements. With a sudden surge of pressure overwhelming him, Cien could bear it no longer. His vision darkened, and he collapsed heavily onto the deck. Hearing the thud of his fall, Sula snapped back to reality and hurried to his side, examining him with great concern. Cien's face was etched with profound exhaustion, as if he had just emerged from the depths of water, drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Thankfully, it was merely a case of extreme fatigue that had caused him to faint. Sula reassured herself, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. It seemed he was returning to normal, the discomfort within him dissipating. With a woman's intuition, Sula keenly sensed the state of Cien's being. A formidable soul had vanished from within him. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Observing the now slumbering Cien, she let out a soft sigh. Chapter 19. September 1st. Not long after Sula departed with the unconscious Cien and the injured Buendi, another pirate ship quietly approached the scene. This time, the Catman brothers had been too slow. Their pursuit of a dilapidated vessel had taken far too long, leading Lord Klee to grow increasingly impatient, compelling even us to take action. Before the ship arrived, distant complaints could be heard. Upon reaching the designated location where the Catman brothers had last been, the crew was left utterly speechless by the sight before them. The sea was littered with floating remnants of dismembered bodies, and a ship lay shattered into countless splintered pieces, gradually sinking into the ocean. The Catman brothers' vessel was nowhere to be seen. What has happened? Have we descended into hell? The crew exclaimed in panic, grappling with disbelief. What they had expected to be a mere laborious errand had transformed into a scene of unimaginable horror. When had such a ruthless figure emerged in the East Sea? The absence of the Catman brothers' ship added an air of mystery to the already eerie circumstances. The crew did not suspect the Catman brothers to be the architects of such a terrifying scene. Firstly, they believed that the brothers lacked such savage inclinations and could not possibly possess the capacity to wreak such devastation. Secondly, they had recognized certain familiar locations amidst the countless dismembered remains. The target had been lost, rendering the pursuit futile. It was time to return and report. A pirate ship appeared suddenly and vanished just as swiftly. Rather than returning to report, it seemed more a matter of seeking an excuse to flee such a dreadful place. On board the ship, in a spacious and brightly lit chamber, the 23rd attendant stood beside Cleary, softly reporting that the vessel sent out for reconnaissance had returned. Upon their arrival, they found no trace of the crowd. After speaking, the 23rd attendant handed several photographs to Cleary, images taken at the scene, some of which were exceedingly gruesome. As Cleary examined the photographs, he adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Indeed, we have encountered a formidable adversary. It is likely that the target and the Catman brothers have met a dire fate. and the value of continuing the pursuit has diminished. Suddenly, the sound of a telephonic insect resonated from the 23rd attendant's pocket. After answering, he turned and quietly conveyed, according to intelligence, a mysterious young lady has just collected the bounty on the Catman brothers at the naval base near the new land. Such brazen behavior is a direct provocation to Cleary's pirate crew. Should we take action? Never mind. The reputation of a pirate is merely a burden, Cleary interjected. Having long lost the edge he once possessed amid years of stability, he had no desire to establish a formidable and ruthless enemy. With sufficient wealth, pirates like the Catman brothers were as numerous as the stars in the ocean. There was no need to attract troublesome individuals over them. However, the 23rd attendant appeared poised to voice further thoughts, but was silenced by a glance from Cleary, retreating reluctantly as the matter was left unresolved. The EC had enjoyed tranquility for too long. He hoped no one would disrupt this peace. With a soft sigh, Cleary savored the wine in his glass, convinced that as long as his quiet life remained unthreatened, the emergence of any foe was inconsequential. As the saying goes, two flowers bloom, each displaying their own beauty. A satisfied sound emerged as Zhou Yixian opened his eyes. Enveloped in a soft cocoon of blankets, he detected a faint, delicate fragrance wafting from them. He nestled deeper into the warmth, rolled over, and closed his eyes once more, resolved to continue relishing the embrace of this comforting haven. He could scarcely recall the last time he had felt such warmth. This sensation was truly intoxicating. "You've finally awakened. How wonderful. You have been unconscious for a full half-month." A voice of surprise shattered Zhou Yixian's dreams. On Monday, Xian leisurely took the opportunity to meticulously observe his surroundings. He found himself reclined upon a large, clean, and tidy bed. The room was spacious and bright, adorned with classical and luxurious decor, with every detail exuding an aura of nobility. However, the slight wear and tear on the furniture hinted at the owner's gradual decline. Surrounded by a sense of wonder, Sula sat beside the bed, gazing at him with delight. Xian inquired, "Lord Sula, where am I? What has happened to me? Why am I lying here?" After opting to merge with the essence of Blackbeard's soul and experiencing the application of the dark fruit, Xian found himself entirely devoid of control over his own body. As Blackbeard's will was overwhelmingly potent, his mind felt somewhat clouded, and he struggled to recall the events that had transpired, resulting in numerous questions. Upon seeing Xian finally regain his composure, Sula joyfully reassured him, "Rest assured, we are safe now. We have arrived in the land of rebirth. We are home. This place is the estate of the Elizabeth family. Under no circumstances would the Cree pirates dare to attack the land of rebirth." On Monday, Xian became increasingly perplexed and inquired, "How is it possible? Where have the Catman brothers gone? When I emerged from the cabin, I distinctly saw Bundy being struck down by the enemy. How did we manage to escape?" Observing the serious expression on Xian's face, which bore no semblance of pretense, Sula had no choice but to respond gravely, "Do you not recall the events that transpired earlier?" Upon receiving Xian's affirmative reply, Sula felt compelled to recount the previous occurrences. Expressing his concern, "When you entered that state, it was as if you had transformed into a different person, powerful, arrogant, and notably brutal. It would be wise to refrain from entering such a state again." After listening to Sula's account, Xian fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting privately. It seems prudent to avoid attempting to merge with the former developer again. Indeed, an overly powerful soul will inevitably seize control of this body. Understanding his own circumstances, Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him as he recalled his reckless actions. Thankfully, one could only consume one devil fruit, sparing him from further attempts. "Rest assured, you need not worry excessively," Sula reassured, interpreting Xian's silence as difficulty in accepting his own actions. "The sea is teeming with countless devil fruit abilities, each distinct in nature. The emergence of particularly savage powers is indeed commonplace, and none of this stemmed from your true intentions. No, had I been in my right mind at that moment, I would have made the same choice," Xian replied earnestly, a hint of apology in his tone. "Lord Sula, I hope you do not hold my earlier decision against me." The stark reality had profoundly altered Xian's mindset, a transformation he himself had not yet recognized. In this era of ruthless piracy, only strength could ensure one lived freely. The cruel world adhered solely to the law of the jungle. "No, you were not at fault. I was merely too naive," Sula acknowledged, fully aware of what Xian referred to. After a brief silence, he resolutely declared, "Had I possessed sufficient strength at that time, I too would have made the same choice." From this moment forth, the Elizabeth family does not harbor the inept. I hope this does not cause you any trouble, Cian expressed his concerns. Without Sula's intervention, he might still be struggling for survival in the upside-down land, perhaps meeting an untimely demise at the jaws of a beast or the blade of a guardian. A debt of gratitude was a principle Cian held dear, which is why he feared his actions might adversely affect Sula, especially given the immense responsibility the young woman seemed to bear. Do not worry. I have compensated the families of those affected with a substantial sum of indemnity. Having received adequate recompense, they have naturally come to accept the reality of the maritime disaster. Sula paused before continuing. Do not underestimate the power of money. You can rest easy. Surely, Sula would not divulge to Zhou Yixin that this compensation was, in fact, the bounty from the Cat brothers. Given Su La's brief acquaintance with Zhou Yixin, she knew that if he were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly become irate, demanding restitution for his losses. While the two were conversing, a middle-aged woman, who resembled a housekeeper, entered. She nodded to Su La and said, "Miss, everything has been arranged. The other party has agreed." After speaking, she turned her attention to Zhou Yixin, who lay upon the bed, and greeted him. "Young master, you are awake. I am Landa, the housekeeper of the Elizabeth family. If you have any requests, you may instruct me to attend to them." "You, young master?" Zhou Yixin replied, his expression one of confusion. "Indeed, it is you." Su La chuckled lightly, gazing at Zhou Yixin. "You are now to be known as Elizabeth Zhou, and as for your identity, you are, of course, my long-lost brother, whom I have now found and brought back to the family." "Very well," he acquiesced. On Monday, Cian felt utterly powerless to express his frustration. At least he no longer had to serve as a lowly guard. He embraced his new identity with a sense of tranquility. "Very well, you may rest easy. Landa will remain here to attend to your needs. I shall not intrude upon your repose, my dear brother." Sura deliberately emphasized the term brother, leaving Cian, who wore a troubled expression, to depart. As he reached the doorway, Sura seemed to recall something and turned back to say, "Brother, remember to perform well tomorrow." "What on earth?" Before he could inquire further about the reason, Bwendi, wrapped entirely like a mummy, uttered a curt thank you before coldly walking away. What on earth is going on? On Monday, feeling a bit perplexed, I gazed at the stationary Randa and inquired, "Sir, what does my sister mean by saying I should perform well tomorrow? Is there something special about that day?" "September 1st. Randa replied with an expression that suggested I should already know. "I still do not comprehend." Seeing my bewildered countenance, Randa patiently elucidated, "Young master, tomorrow marks the beginning of the school year. Perhaps your sister wishes for you to excel in the entrance examination." Oh. It had been a long and arduous journey through 9 years of compulsory education, and I had thought I had finally escaped the clutches of academia. Little did I know that in this new life, I would once again embark on an academic journey. On Monday, a lament echoed from Zhou Yixin, expressing his profound apprehension regarding his fate. Chapter 20, Monkey D. Commanda. Although exceedingly reluctant, after much resistance, Zhou Yixin found himself reluctantly ushered by Salala to the grand entrance of the Royal Navy Vocational Technical School. Gazing at the opulent sign adorned with gilded edges, a sense of helplessness swept over him, leaving him unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. An overwhelming sense of bewilderment about his impending academic life engulfed him. Is this truly acceptable? I refuse to attend school. I have yet to indulge in enough play. Oh dear, my father is a villain. I wish to return home. There are too many people here, and I feel afraid. I want to be with Salala, not go to school. It appeared that Zhou Yixin was not alone in his reluctance to embrace education. As the enrollment period approached, an increasing number of parents accompanied their children, creating a cacophony at the once empty school gates. The cries of children mingled with the chatter among parents, overwhelming Zhou Yixin and causing his scalp to prickle. Are you certain that, at my age, I do not appear out of place? Zhou Yixin glanced around and noticed that most of the waiting students were around 7 or 8 years old. Realizing he might be the only overage child present filled him with unease, prompting him to inquire. Rest assured, those arriving now are merely the offspring of nobility residing in the high town. Salala reassured him, continuing, wherever you may be, nobility will always receive preferential treatment. Soon, children from the commoners living on Central Street will arrive. After all, children from common families often face various issues that delay their enrollment. It is not unusual for children of your age to be present. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Yixin discovered that not all the prospective students were young children. There were indeed a few peers of his age, and even some slightly older. The reason for the age disparity among the Royal Navy Vocational Technical School's entrants was beyond his comprehension. Hightown? Central Street? Zhou Yixian felt a wave of confusion. How could places associated with the Kingdom of Goya also exist in this new land? How do you know about the Kingdom of Goya? Salala inquired with a puzzled expression. But upon recalling the many peculiarities surrounding Zhou Yixian, she refrained from probing further, attributing his knowledge to some prior exposure. She continued, "There are indeed numerous nobles in this new land, including royalty from various fallen kingdoms. To distinguish the nobility, a consensus was reached to adopt the suggestions of the Goya royal family, resulting in the reconstruction of Hightown and Central Street in this new territory. Therefore, both places exist here as well. As for the royal palace, due to the multitude of royal families in the new land, none would concede to the others, leading to the abandonment of the proposal to rebuild the palace. Through Salala's exposition, Zhou Yixian had already formed a preliminary understanding of this new land. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, kingdoms rise and fall daily, compelling the nobility and royalty of fallen states to seek the protection of the world government. In light of this situation, the world government finds itself in considerable distress. The convergence of such numerous nobles and royals constitutes a formidable force in any realm. If left to their own devices, the potential for chaos is incalculable. Presently, the pirates and the GM army have already stretched the world government to its limits, and the emergence of any further complications is unwelcome. Thus, they reluctantly took on this burdensome task. Fortunately, following the climactic battle at Raftel, the world underwent a monumental transformation, revealing a multitude of new islands that seemed to have sprouted overnight, their origins shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, through a world conference, a newly formed habitable island in the East Sea was identified and aptly named New Land. The world government hastily relocated the various nobles and royals here, finally alleviating the pressure of this ticking time bomb. To placate these troublesome aristocrats, the world government promised a series of benefits, the most significant of which was the establishment of a naval base on New Land, regardless of how the global situation deteriorates. Soldiers from this base are not to be reassigned, and at least 2 vice admirals from the naval headquarters are to be stationed permanently to ensure the safety of the nobles. It is said that to provide complete reassurance to the nobles on New Land, a select few royals were entrusted with the golden transponder snail, granting them the authority to issue the Demon Slayer order. The world government has truly been burdened with anxiety over this ticking time bomb, leading to a plethora of frustrations. Silence. Suddenly, a voice resonated across the bustling square, not a frantic shout aimed at silencing the crowd, but rather a commanding presence that ensured it reached every ear present. The word silence bore a weight that brooked no argument, and the crowd quickly fell into a hush, the contrast to the earlier clamor stark. Following the sound, one could see an unkempt figure at the school gate, with disheveled hair that had not seen a comb in ages, clad in beachwear and flip-flops, leisurely munching on a box of senbei, crumbs adorning his lips. This old man is, before the statement could be completed, Shun-Yi was swiftly silenced by Sula, who anxiously scanned the surroundings to ensure their conversation remained private. With a sigh of relief, Sula cautioned, "You must not be disrespectful. Principal Commanda is the guardian of New Land and deserves utmost reverence." "Manchi D. Commanda! Manchi D. Commanda! Manchi D. Commanda!" As the name escaped Shun-Yi's lips, a fervent cheer erupted from the crowd at the school gate, heralding the arrival of their revered protector. "Manchi D. Commanda? On Monday?" Xian gazed at Sula with a face full of questions. Sula, in perfect harmony, elucidated, "Do not be deceived by Principal Commanda's exterior. His prowess is indeed formidable. No matter how powerful a pirate may be, the mere mention of Principal Commanda's name instills fear in their hearts. He stands as a stabilizing force within the Navy, a paragon revered by countless renowned naval officers, many of whom were once his students, and viewed as an idol by both the Navy and the citizenry. It seems that appearances hold significant weight. It is hard to fathom that this seemingly frail old man possesses such strength. Yet, why does he appear somewhat familiar to me?" A wave of confusion washed over Xian's mind. Sula continued, "The most commendable aspect of Principal Commanda is that, despite his illustrious lineage as a descendant of the Pirate King, Luffy, he has never once relied on his family's influence. He began his journey as an ordinary naval soldier and, through sheer determination and unmatched strength, has ascended to his current esteemed position." "Who? A descendant of the Pirate King, Luffy?" Xian felt a sense of bewilderment creeping in. Sula responded, "Is there anything peculiar about the Pirate King, Luffy? Although he is known as a pirate, it is said that he maintained close ties with numerous nations, and his loyal admirers among pirates are countless. Even a highly popular admiral from the Navy at that time was said to be one of his devotees. Taking a breath, Sula continued. During a mission to eradicate a formidable pirate crew, Principal Commanda inadvertently revealed his impressive heritage, thus disclosing the strength of his lineage. Ah, now I understand why he seems so familiar. To accidentally let slip such a detail, he must indeed belong to a family of remarkable genetic legacy. On Monday, I found myself utterly devoid of complaints. Remarkably, Luffy has ascended to the status of Pirate King, and even his descendants have emerged. He finally grasped the reality that while others traverse into the original narrative to firmly cling to the protagonists, thereby enjoying a smooth journey, he has tragically found himself in the pirate world many years hence, rendering the notion of clinging to someone as coattails futile. Carp, having witnessed the demise of his beloved grandson Ace during the Marineford War, was engulfed in profound regret, pondering why his grandsons did not become exemplary Marines as he had wished. Now, however, he can find solace in the fact that Luffy's lineage has indeed become a commendable Marine. Silence, you scoundrels! Commanda interjected, halting the cheers of the crowd. While munching on rice crackers, causing crumbs to scatter about, he continued, although I am loath to witness your raucous behavior, had it not been for the direct intervention of the fleet admiral, I might still be leisurely vacationing on some idyllic island. His casual slip of the tongue rendered the atmosphere awkward. Unfazed, Commanda pressed on, however, for the sake of global stability. I have resolved to continue my role as the principal of this naval academy, dedicated to training exceptional and qualified Marine soldiers for the world government. Though openly insulted, the gathered nobility did not express anger. Instead, they obediently quieted down, as if accustomed to Commanda's eccentricities. What an amusing old man. So imposing. When I grow up, I too shall become a powerful Marine like Grandfather Commanda, capable of silencing influential figures with a mere glance. I want to eat rice crackers too. It looks so delightful. The young nobility, being mere children, were instantly captivated by Commanda's whimsical demeanor, fostering a multitude of favorable impressions. You little rascals are quite entertaining. Commanda laughed heartily upon hearing their assessments. Though you hail from troubled backgrounds, bearing the weight of humanity's flaws and vices, I assure you that under my guidance, you will evolve into exemplary Marines. Wow, what a frightening old man. I don't want to be a Marine anymore. I want to go home. The sudden shift in his expression startled the children, dissipating the inexplicable fondness they had just felt, and redefined Commanda as a fearsome, mischievous elder. Without further ado, following the customary protocol, those irrelevant to the proceedings were permitted to depart. As if recalling something, Commanda requested a navy cloak emblazoned with the word justice from a nearby Marine and proclaimed, I hereby announce the commencement of the 3rd Royal Navy Vocational Technical School enrollment. As Commanda donned the cloak of naval justice, an undeniable change enveloped him, his presence akin to an overwhelming tide, leaving those present momentarily breathless. This was indeed the man hailed as the Navy's unwavering pillar of strength. Chapter 21. The most inferior creator with a flourish that lasted no more than 3 seconds. Commanda seemed to complete some monumental task, exhaling a sigh of relief. Out of nowhere, he procured a reclining chair and comfortably settled into it, indulging in rice crackers while occasionally sipping on a nearby drink. Naturally, the entirety of the responsibilities could not rest solely on Commanda's shoulders. A cadre of instructors emerged from the school to restore order to the scene. The regulations for the enrollment of the 3rd Royal Navy Vocational Technical School need not be reiterated. Parents were now free to depart, while the prospective students remaining behind were instructed to maintain order, queue up, and receive their identification numbers in anticipation of the assessment. An instructor took over Commanda's duties, directing the crowd. As parents began to leave, a palpable panic surged among the waiting students. While many parents felt a pang of reluctance, they steeled themselves and turned to go. The children from humble backgrounds who arrived afterwards appeared considerably more subdued, most standing alone at the school entrance, awaiting their entrance examinations. They had long understood that the Royal Navy Vocational Technical School accepted no dross. The foremost rule was to learn independence, facing adversity with the courage to confront all challenges alone. Of course, this was one of the few opportunities they had to alter their destinies, making it all the more precious. After exchanging farewells with Zhou Yixian, Sula floated away, leaving him alone and eliciting a roll of his eyes. Hadn't they agreed to enter the school together? She wore an expression of sudden realization, asserting that only strength mattered. Truly, one should never trust a woman's words, especially those of a beautiful woman. Soon enough, Zhou Yixian received his candidate number, 926, a stroke of good fortune, as it was relatively early. He witnessed another candidate lamenting over a number exceeding 4,000, their face a portrait of despair. Hello, I'm Zhu Yi, residing on Central Street. If you enjoy cakes, you must visit our family's shop. I assure you, they are so delicious you'll wish to swallow your tongue in delight. A frail boy with glasses, who stood behind Zhou Yixian, struck up a conversation with him. I don't believe I've seen you in the newcomers area before. Have you recently relocated? By the way, our cake shop is called Zhu Yi's. Just ask around Central Street, and you'll easily find it. Zhu Yi, who prided himself on knowing the newcomer's territory well, was unfazed by the arrival of unfamiliar faces. After all, such a stable place as Donghai was a rarity, and countless individuals yearned to relocate here. Feeling somewhat awkward in response to Zhu Yi's sudden enthusiasm, Zhou Yixian replied, Hello, I am Elizabeth Zhou. On Monday, Zhou Yixian had already received stern warnings from Sula more than once, hence the need to introduce herself in such a manner, temporarily relinquishing her original name. Elizabeth Zhou, wasn't the Elizabeth family known to have only one daughter? When did another family member emerge? Upon hearing Zhou Yixian's self-introduction, Zhu felt a stir of murmurs within. Noticing the murmurs from her companion, Zhou Yixian inquired curiously, It seems you are quite familiar with the newborn lands. Is there something amiss with the surname Elizabeth? Not at all, Zhu hastily waved his hand in denial. It's just that I haven't encountered such an approachable member of royalty in a long time. It truly is a surprise for me. Royalty? Zhou Yixian questioned. Do you not understand the significance of Elizabeth? Zhu frowned, then began to speak to himself with a hint of resolution. After all, it had been quite some time. It was only natural that the younger generation had grown somewhat forgetful of their family history. The name Elizabeth belonged to the royal lineage of a once powerful nation along the Great Sea route. If memory serves me right, the kingdom founded by the Elizabeth family was called Prodinus. Zhu continued, Prodinus Kingdom. On Monday, a moment of clarity struck me as I finally comprehended the identity of Sula. It seems the fault lies with the translations in some versions. The surname of King Proteans is rendered as Elizabero, while in others it appears as Elizabeth. It appears that this altered world has opted for the more widely recognized surname, Elizabeth. On Monday, Stin casually expressed his gratitude, and Zhu Yi promptly began to elaborate. Do not underestimate the title of the Royal Naval Technical School. It was bestowed to distinguish it from other vocational naval institutions. Countless noble scions from the newborn land endured arduous struggles, compelling the world government to acquiesce to the inclusion of royal in the school's name. This was a proposal of paramount significance, second only to the establishment of a permanent naval base. However, Xian soon realized his misunderstanding of the world government. It was merely the whimsical nature of the descendants of the old nobility from the newborn land at play. As their conversation unfolded, the entrance examinations officially commenced. The first segment of the assessment was a test of spiritual power. The school staff had already set up several peculiar devices resembling security gates to evaluate the entrant's spiritual prowess. Each time a student stepped into the apparatus, their results would immediately be broadcasted on a massive screen in the square through a visual transmission device, ensuring the transparency of the assessment outcomes. The results of the first batch of candidates who entered the spiritual power testing apparatus promptly appeared on the screen in the square. Xian scrutinized the results and noticed that most scores hovered around 10, which was quite commendable. He recalled that a qualified naval soldier typically possessed a spiritual power of about 10, and here was a group of mere adolescents exhibiting such formidable capabilities. Indeed, for students of humble origins, the path to passing the assessment was exceedingly arduous. Although their scores were impressive, they still fell slightly short. Observing the images transmitted by the visual device, Zhu Yi sighed in regret. What? Xian dared not inquire further. Some questions were better left unasked. Gaining admission to the Naval Academy was far from easy, especially as the global situation continued to deteriorate, forcing the world government to revise its strategies. Adopting a policy of selectivity, they would not admit any students who failed to meet the required standards. Zhu Yi patiently explained to Xian, for the first assessment, any candidate with a spiritual power value below 20 would be eliminated. Indeed, upon witnessing their scores, the first batch of students exited the testing apparatus with faces full of disappointment, making their way out of the square. The parents who had been waiting outside, upon observing the situation, understood the exam results and could only offer gentle words of consolation, assuring them that there would be another opportunity next year. The assessment continued as the second batch of candidates began their spiritual power evaluations. This time, there was no complete elimination. On Monday, Xian noticed that several elegantly dressed students had passed the assessment, with their spiritual power barely surpassing the passing mark of 20. Some rejoiced while others despaired. The noble offspring who succeeded displayed no signs of elation, as if they deemed it a matter of course, calmly proceeding towards the site of the second evaluation. The world is inherently inequitable. Those born into aristocratic families are destined to receive more resources than their peers from humble backgrounds, leaving little room for grievances. However, the reality is not as dire as it may seem. Many children of similar age to Xian successfully passed the assessment. While one's birth may differ, and the starting point may vary, it does not preclude the possibility of a turnaround in the future. As the examiner called out number 926, it was soon Xian's turn. He jogged into the testing apparatus, observing it with curiosity. The device for measuring spiritual power was entirely black, constructed from an unknown material, and adorned with numerous peculiar symbols etched into its frame. Thud, thud. On Monday, Zhou Yixian curiously tapped the device resembling a security checkpoint, producing a series of metallic clinks that made his fingers ache, indicating the material's remarkable sturdiness. Candidate 926, please refrain from touching the detection device and await quietly. The examiner admonished, encountering such an inquisitive student for the first time. As Zhou Yixian stood still, a scanning sound emanated from the device, followed by several beams of laser light emerging from the frame, startling him. Once he confirmed it wasn't akin to the lasers from a horror game, he relaxed and remained still as the lasers commenced a thorough scan of his body. Upon completion, the announcement rang out. Candidates must immediately vacate the detection area. Shortly thereafter, the examiner called out loudly, "Next, candidate 927. Observing his results, despite having anticipated the outcome, Zhou Yixian felt a tinge of disappointment. The initial failure did not signify the end. There remained an opportunity, and passing the assessment was not entirely out of reach. Candidate 926, regrettably, you have not passed the first round of assessments. You may leave now," the examiner declared as Zhou Yixian exited the device. With the announcement of his testing results displayed on the square's screen, a considerable uproar erupted both inside and outside the square. "Goodness, come see a miracle, no. It's something extraordinary. Ha ha ha, whose unfortunate child is this to have a power level of merely 1? Such a result hasn't been seen in recent years. Indeed, it had not occurred since the establishment of the Navy Vocational Technical School by the global government in response to worldwide turmoil, marking a record low in performance. Reflecting on past history, the worst results previously recorded stood at 2 for power levels. This unprecedented score of 1 seemed destined to remain unsurpassed. The crowd, initially intending to leave with their failed candidate, paused, eager to witness who had achieved this historic milestone. "Look, candidate 920 SIX's name. This is genuine news. Elizabeth Zhou. Isn't that a surname of the Prodenus royal family? It appears that nobility too has its peculiarities." A recollection surfaced. The individual who had previously set the record for the worst test results was also of noble descent, though the specific family eluded memory. "Ha ha. I was going to return home and give my son a sound scolding, but now I've decided to treat him to a grand feast. After all, my boy is indeed far superior to these royal offspring. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I too have resolved to reward my child handsomely." Amidst the laughter, some lamented. Has the Elizabeth family truly fallen to such depths? The sound emanating from the scene was predominantly that of nobles, who were grappling with the unfortunate circumstances of new beginnings, inevitably feeling a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Had Sula been present, she would undoubtedly have been compelled to confront Zhou Yixian, immediately severing their sibling ties. The Elizabeth family had gained notoriety, and so too had Zhou Yixian. At the Navy Technical Vocational School, the results of the first round of assessments had yielded the most dismal record in history, attributed to Elizabeth Zhou. Chapter 22, The Black Ball and the White Ball. Striving not for excellence, but for the lowest of lows. This was the principle Zhou Yixian had consistently adhered to. Rather than feeling shame over such test outcomes, he secretly relished the situation. To put it plainly, Zhou Yixian harbored a rather flamboyant personality, reveling in the spotlight. At the very least, he had achieved his objective. If the results tarnished the reputation of the Elizabeth family, he could only offer a perfunctory apology. In truth, it was not his intention to inflict such damage. A child raised amidst the perils of a primal jungle, teeming with venomous creatures and beasts, had struggled valiantly to survive. One could hardly expect him to possess a robust physique as well. Indeed, he had discovered an intriguing little character. The considerable commotion in the square had even drawn the attention of Commanda, who had been reclining comfortably at the side. He scrutinized the student responsible for the abysmal historical performance, only to find that the latter exhibited no semblance of the anticipated shame or embarrassment, but rather a hint of mischievous delight, piquing Commanda's interest. On Monday, Zhou Yixian was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable chill, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast from the most terrifying depths of a reversed reality. No, it must be something even more dread-inducing. Following this sensation, he discovered that Commanda was observing him with considerable interest. As their gazes met, Zhou Yixian could not shake the feeling that Commanda was peering into his very soul. After a moment of silent observation, Commanda spoke. "Give him another chance. Allow him to participate in the second round of assessments." "Lord Commanda, it is exceedingly rare for a candidate to possess a mere combat power value of 1 in the first round," one examiner interjected, eager to dissuade the decision. However, this cannot serve as justification for his advancement. The Naval Academy is not a refuge for anomalies. He was apprehensive about the possibility of this admission turning into a significant embarrassment, potentially leaving an indelible stain on his professional career. Since the cataclysm over a century ago, the world had undergone profound changes, and with it, humanity's physiology had evolved in unknown ways, becoming increasingly robust. The longer time passed, the more pronounced this phenomenon became. Presently, a normally developed child could rival the physical prowess of a qualified naval soldier from over 100 years prior. Thus, Zhou Yixian's peculiar physical condition was indeed a rarity of the century, and it was understandable for the examiner to harbor reservations. "Very well, I understand." Witnessing Commanda's indifference to his caution, the examiner resigned himself to the hierarchy's weight. With reluctance, he addressed Zhou Yixian. "Congratulations, Candidate 926. Due to Lord Commanda's special favor, you have passed the first round of assessments." "Thank you, Lord Commanda," Zhou Yixian replied, noticing that his counterpart remained unfazed and resumed munching on rice crackers. He followed the guiding examiner, filled with perplexity, toward the venue for the second assessment. It seemed that Elizabeth had achieved considerable success in her endeavor, as Sula had obtained the snow fruit. Commanda contemplated the departing figure of Zhou Yixian, pondering the nature of this sudden member of the Elizabeth family and the abilities he might possess, hoping they would not prove to be trivial. How could this be? Lord Commanda had never interfered in the Academy's assessments before. Why would he make an exception for a scion of the Elizabeth family? Was this a privilege reserved for royalty? Commanda's decision ignited considerable turmoil in the square, with voices rising in dissent against his actions. "Foolishness! Lord Commanda could not possibly be so superficial," retorted one voice in defense. As many believed that the guardian of the new students, Lord Commanda, would never condescend to collude with the nobility. I recall now. There have been precedents for Lord Commanda's intervention in school admissions. A sudden realization struck one of the onlookers, who began to recount. During the inaugural admissions, a commoner's child was also eliminated in the first round, but Lord Commanda made a special exception, permitting him to continue in the assessments. Despite the school's consistently poor performance in assessments thereafter, upon formal enrollment, he exhibited an astonishing talent for martial arts, rapidly evolving into a formidable force within a mere few years, ultimately becoming a powerful and distinguished naval officer. Perhaps Commanda recognized a similar martial gift in him, which warranted an exceptional exception. It is surprising to discover that the Elizabeth family has produced yet another gifted member. His departure incited considerable turmoil in the square, leaving Zhou Yixian entirely unaware. At that moment, he was led by an examiner into a classroom where several students who had successfully passed the first round awaited the commencement of the second. "Here, Zhou, undoubtedly a member of royal lineage, must have performed admirably in the initial assessment." Zhu, having spotted Zhou Yixian in the same classroom, excitedly greeted him. "Well, I did all right," Zhou Yixian replied awkwardly. Although Zhu Yi had been positioned behind Zhou Yixian previously, they were not in the same line. Zhu Yi's team had progressed slightly faster. Thus he began the first round earlier and was unaware of Zhou Yixian's results. "Silence. The second round of assessments is about to commence," announced an examiner as he appeared at the podium, holding a stack of white paper, interrupting Zhu Yi's intended chatter. If the first round focused on physical aptitude, the second would evaluate intellect. Within the box lay an equal number of black and white balls. After drawing 8 black balls and 5 white balls several times, the black balls were exhausted while 12 white balls remained. How many times were balls drawn? How many balls were in the box in total? Upon seeing the examination paper, Zhou Yixian's expression turned peculiar. This was nothing less than a classic elementary mathematics problem from his past life, evoking a sense of nostalgia for his childhood. Despite his internal strangeness, Zhou Yixian set aside distracting thoughts and diligently tackled the questions, unwilling to forfeit this hard-won opportunity. After all, this was a rare chance to swiftly integrate into the pirate world and enhance his strength, one of the few effective avenues available. The quantities of the 2 types of balls were equal, with the black balls depleted and 12 white balls remaining. It indicated that 12 black balls had been drawn excessively. And since each time he drew 8 to 5 more, he had drawn 4 times in total, resulting in 64 balls in the box. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yixian quickly pinned down the answer. Who conceived this absurd question? One noble youth exclaimed loudly, unable to solve it. Why must one pour water into the pool while simultaneously doing so? Only a fool from the Otterluke family could devise such a trivial task. It's no wonder such intellectually challenged families meet untimely ends. Even the throne must be relinquished to others. A scion of the Otterluke family scoffed. I thought it would be someone significant, but it turns out to be Otterluke Harry. Your family's intellect seems rather lacking. Foolishly aspiring to usurp the position of the celestial dragons, only to end up losing even your kingdom, disgracefully overtaken by pirates. Sally Shun, do you wish for death? Am I to fear you? I hope you one tea return to your parents in tears. As the two were on the verge of a physical altercation, a noble girl stepped forward, urging, cease this at once. Do not forget the gravity of the situation you find yourselves in. If this continues, and you are stripped of your enrollment, have you considered the wrath of your families? Humph, you wretched girl, Shun spat, relinquishing her intent to escalate the confrontation. The farce came to an abrupt halt. Noticing the perplexity in Zhou Yixian's expression, Zhu Yi began to quietly elucidate. The Sally family was originally part of the royal lineage of the Goya kingdom. However, over a century ago, following the marriage of the 3rd son of Otterluke to a princess of the kingdom, both the king and his son died mysteriously. Consequently, the Otterluke family supplanted them as the new royal house of Goya. And who was that girl just now? Zhou Yixian inquired. Zhu Yi continued, Sally Louisa no. She should be referred to as Nandecanet Louisa, was of the former Goya royal family. After a schism with the Sally clan, she inherited her maternal surname and established a new noble lineage. However, when the Goya kingdom fell, several families found themselves scattered to new lands. Due to historical grievances, these families have often clashed. Zhou Yixian felt a flicker of recollection as Zhu Yi explained. The Goya kingdom, the 2nd son of Otterluke, Saber's brother? It seemed this severely altered world had become the pirate-infested realm of a century hence. Silence. Anyone who disturbs the examination hall again will have their qualifications revoked. Those disqualified will be eliminated, the examiner announced, stepping in to restore order. If anyone questions the rationale behind this duality of leniency and strictness, you will comprehend it when your warship is breached by enemy fire on the high seas. Learning to calculate this scenario will, at the very least, prepare you for the time you will have to evacuate a sinking vessel. Humph, Harry scoffed. Of course, as nobles, you need not concern yourselves with such trivialities. The examiner turned his gaze to Harry and remarked, Yet here you all are, merely a pack of lost hounds. If you wish to regain your power through the Navy, you must first learn to abide by the rules. Upon hearing the examiner's admonishment, the noble who had previously been ready to ridicule the significance of problems involving boxes of apples weighing 10 kilograms and pears exceeding that by 5 wisely closed his mouth and began to contemplate the questions earnestly. As the examination time concluded, the command was given to cease writing, and the candidates promptly rose to leave, awaiting the announcement of their results. As time passes, regardless of the students' lamentations over the scarcity of time, the examiner coldly announces the conclusion of the second assessment. Little do they know, the results of everyone's evaluations are once again displayed on the grand screen in the square. This time, Zhou Yixian has once again gained notoriety, becoming the first ever pioneer of the second round of assessments. The square erupts into chaos once more. Upon seeing Zhou Yixian's score, even Commanda offers a nod of approval, remarking on his impressive intellect. This, in turn, incites a wave of fervent admiration for Commanda from the crowd, who praise him for his astute judgment. Chapter 23, Bronze and Kings. The first assessment evaluates physical prowess, the second measures intellect, and the third is a test of endurance. regardless of one's innate talents. It is the unwavering perseverance that ultimately shapes a true champion. The world of pirates has seen numerous instances where a gifted youth, despite their exceptional abilities, fell prey to the corrupting influences of wealth and power after achieving fame, thus fading into obscurity. The third assessment entails a journey that begins at the school, encircling the dividing wall between the high town and the central street, before returning to the school. The entire distance spans several dozen kilometers. Even a seasoned naval soldier would feel their legs weaken at the thought of such a grueling trial, let alone a group of children barely in their teens. This task seems utterly insurmountable. How could one possibly complete it? Upon hearing the announcement of the third assessment, an immediate chorus of lamentations arose among the noble students. Though each year's enrollment process at the Royal Navy Vocational Technical School may exhibit slight variations, the endurance test has remained consistently intact. Conversely, the commoners display unwavering resolve, silently vowing to complete the entire course. With the commencement of the third assessment, it is strictly mandated that no external assistance may be sought. Any violation will result in disqualification. Persevere, run. With the examiner's declaration, the third test officially begins. I have already reserved the top position in this assessment. It should naturally be mine to claim. Step aside, do not obstruct the way. A throng of students, invigorated by their enthusiasm for physical prowess, surged forward like a stampede, swiftly leaving the lengthy line behind. Many, influenced by the fervor of their peers, instinctively quickened their pace. Understanding the limitations of his frail body, Zhou Yixian wisely refrained from joining the fray, instead adopting a steady rhythm, inhaling and exhaling as he gradually fell to the back of the group. One student, also lingering at the rear, cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Yixian, seemingly deep in thought, before matching his pace, breathing in harmony with him. Look over there. Two students have already chosen to abandon the challenge right from the start, someone exclaimed. They're strolling in an odd manner, so leisurely and apathetic. Don't they fear disqualification from the assessment? The peculiar behavior of the two individuals on that Monday immediately caught the attention of the onlookers, who began to voice their speculations aloud. Look, isn't that the second son of the Elizabeth family alongside Alphonse? The son of the few commoners who reside in the old Fong family in Gao Town? Those with sharper eyesight quickly discerned their identities. It was indeed strange. The results of the third assessment would directly determine the class divisions, with outstanding participants being assigned to the elite class, which would grant them immediate officer status in the Navy upon graduation. The crowd continued in their bewilderment. If the second son of the Elizabeth family chose to forego participation due to his physical condition, that would be understandable. But why would Alphonse do the same? Old Fong has invested considerable effort to ensure his admission to the Naval Academy. Despite the murmurs surrounding them, the two appeared oblivious to the chatter, maintaining their own pace and gradually trailing to the end of the lengthy line. On Monday, Xian noticed Alphonse, who kept pace with him, and felt as though he had discovered a like-minded companion. He attempted to engage in casual conversation, saying, I hear everyone calling you Alphonse. It appears you are quite renowned in this new realm. I advise you not to expend your energy on such futile pursuits. I believe you understand the implications of such actions. Alphonse replied curtly, and thereafter fell silent, dedicating himself to a steady jog. Xian's first attempt at initiating a conversation ended in disappointment, leaving him feeling profoundly disheartened. He had assumed he had encountered a kindred spirit, yet it seemed otherwise, leading to a wave of disillusionment. He recognized that Alphonse possessed some knowledge of long-distance running techniques, evident in their mutual reluctance to hasten their pace. However, there remained a disparity between them. He might be a mere bronze while Alphonse could very well be a champion. As time passed, the onlookers were astonished to witness the two, who had initially lagged at the rear of the group, gradually catching up to the main body, continuing toward the forefront, and maintaining their position without faltering again. I can't believe you managed to catch up. I thought you had given up on this assessment, considering how challenging it is. Zhu Yi exclaimed upon noticing Xian's resurgence. Xian coolly responded, I advise you not to squander your energy on such meaningless endeavors. I trust you comprehend the significance of this. Zhu Yi was momentarily lost for words, replying simply, very well. In this world, one must eventually repay their dues, Zhu Yi remarked, inadvertently drawing attention to himself. On Monday, the atmosphere was charged with a sense of grudging resentment as the words were returned verbatim, bringing a feeling of relief. As time progressed, many individuals reached the limits of their endurance, gasping for breath. I can't go on. I truly can't bear it any longer. I need to rest for a while. With a sigh, several participants finally collapsed onto the ground, fervently tugging at their collars in an attempt to fend off the scorching sun and seek a moment of respite. The collective inclination to follow suit became apparent. Observing their peers who had paused for rest without being disqualified by the examiner, the crowd gradually lowered their defenses, settling down to take a break, intending to rejoin the ranks later. On Monday, Xian felt as if his chest was a bellows, inflating with each breath he took. Upon glancing behind him, he noticed countless individuals collapsing onto the ground, and an immediate sense of despair washed over him, prompting him to consider sitting down to rest. No, that simply wouldn't do. Xian gritted his teeth and summoned his resolve once more. He understood clearly that during a long-distance run, one must not succumb to discouragement. Once that seed of doubt was sown, perseverance would become an arduous task. Thus, he dragged his weary body onward, continuing to run. Subsequent events would prove the correctness of Xian's determination. Those who had chosen to rest found themselves unable to rise after a brief respite. Realizing with dismay that they had barely advanced, their legs felt as if they were leaden, heavy, and unyielding, making it nearly impossible to take even a single step forward. Witnessing this, the judges shook their heads in disapproval, aware that this group was on the brink of defeat, with elimination looming as their inevitable fate. They began to prepare the medical personnel, sensing that the first wave of dropouts was imminent. Many judges commenced preparations to ensure that no participant would face any unforeseen mishaps. No matter how formidable one's willpower, it must be underpinned by genuine strength. On this languid Monday, he sensed that he had reached his utmost limit. The scorching sunlight bore down upon him, rendering him oblivious to the heat emanating from his own body. His steps grew increasingly unsteady. It appeared that his physical endurance had been thoroughly exhausted. A moment longer, he thought, just a little more perseverance. But no, even his consciousness began to wane into a haze. On Monday, with a hazy awareness, he lifted his gaze, unaware of how he had once again fallen to the rear of the line. He discerned a familiar figure among the leading crowd. Ah Feng had silently surged to the forefront, maintaining a leisurely yet steady pace as he advanced. I should be able to endure a little longer, he thought, gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve. He was acutely aware that such exceptional circumstances could not be replicated. Although he remained oblivious to what Cayman had discovered that enabled him to pass the first round of assessments, he understood that surrendering now would irrevocably preclude any chance of succeeding again. The Naval Academy would show no regard for the reputation of the Elizabeth family, which seemed to have fallen into utter decline, rendering it incapable of offering him any further assistance. On Monday, Xian did not believe that he could become invincible and dominate the world merely by relying on his golden finger. After all, regardless of how formidable one's abilities may be, the essence of true strength lies within the individual. He recalled that Carib, who possessed the powers of the swamp fruit, became nothing more than a feeble presence upon entering the Grand Line. Moreover, although his dark fruit also belonged to the natural category, it bore a fatal weakness. It could not entirely disregard physical harm, but merely absorb it. He could not guarantee that, when confronted by an adversary with the potential to eliminate him in an instant, the dark fruit would still be able to absorb damage. Bang! On Monday, as I absent-mindedly stepped forward, my foot missed its mark, causing me to stumble, unable to maintain my balance. It was over. Subsequently, a wave of disorientation engulfed me, and I lost consciousness. Boom. On Monday, the mysterious fruit within Zhou Yixian suddenly activated, generating a powerful gravitational force that drew the surrounding air into his body with fervor. How is it possible that I haven't fainted? As he sensed the changes within, Zhou Yixian steadied himself, momentarily frozen in place. He felt the enigmatic fruit stirring to life the instant he lost consciousness, frantically attracting the air around him. As the air flowed in, he experienced an unparalleled warmth, as if wrapped in a soothing hot spring during the depths of winter. A peculiar energy surged through his limbs, invigorating his entire being, and he felt as though he had regained vitality, even sensing a slight enhancement in his physical prowess. Though perplexed by the sudden turn of events, Zhou Yixian calmed his mind, resolved to complete the assessment, and resumed his rhythmic strides forward. After a while, he realized that the earlier fatigue had vanished. As the air drawn in by the fruit increased, he felt lighter and his pace quickened. Look, Elizabeth's second son is running again. Due to his earlier peculiar performance, many had been keeping an eye on Zhou Yixian. How can this be? I distinctly saw him fall earlier. Although he has shown remarkable willpower, his strength was undeniably lacking. The crowd was baffled by Zhou Yixian's sudden resurgence. Oh, He has entered the first tier without any training. Impressive indeed. Carmonda remained reclined on a chair at the school entrance, seemingly aware of Zhou Yixian's sudden transformation, as if he were witnessing it firsthand. Chapter 24. Creating History. Go, Elizabeth Zhou. Keep going, don't fall. You can do it. Just over 1,000 meters left to the finish line. As more students completed the assessment, those who felt hopeless began to abandon their efforts. Simply finishing the assessment did not guarantee admission to the Naval Academy. Only the top 3,000 who completed it would qualify for acceptance. The streets were nearly devoid of persevering students, with Zhou Yixian the sole figure determined to run the entire distance. The countless onlookers were moved by Zhou Yixian's indomitable spirit, spontaneously cheering him on, hoping he would endure to the finish. Observing his slender yet resolute frame, some of the older spectators were brought to tears by the display of determination. Why, after everything had seemingly concluded, did he continue? Many who had already given up watched Zhou Yixian's retreating figure, expressing their confusion. It felt strangely compelling, amidst the crowd's encouragement. A sudden impulse to keep running surged within me, as the resolute footsteps of Monday Xian echoed. An unfamiliar sensation began to rise within the hearts of an increasing number of trainees. With the finish line now within reach, why should I surrender? I too can complete this challenge. Ultimately, one trainee, inspired by the atmosphere, rekindled their confidence and resolved to fulfill the seemingly futile assessment ahead. If even a frail individual with a mere power of one can persevere, why should I not? It is irrelevant whether I win or lose. I simply cannot allow my efforts to be in vain. Gradually, a growing number of trainees, influenced by Monday Xian's determination, found their footing once more. Although their steps were initially unsteady, they began to run behind Monday Xian, their strides becoming increasingly resolute. On Monday, Xian was blissfully unaware of the commotion he had caused. He merely wished to complete this assessment. After all, he had fallen behind significantly and struggled to catch up with the main group. Nevertheless, Xian refused to relinquish his aspirations for success, regardless of the outcome. It was simply astounding. He marveled at his own frail physique, which somehow managed to endure the grueling task of running several dozen kilometers without faltering. He yearned to discover the limits of his body while in this peculiar state. The emergence of such a condition was undeniably strange, and Xian was uncertain whether he could re-enter this state once he halted. Having witnessed the wonders of the high martial realm, he was unwilling to forfeit any opportunity to enhance his strength. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, there is little room for ideals of truth, goodness, and beauty. Only the strength of one's own fists holds true power. Given the chance, Xian aspired to seize control of his own destiny in this life. With a triumphant stride over the finish line, Xian was greeted by thunderous applause from the crowd. Although he could not comprehend the reason, the sight of the young scion of the Elizabeth family completing the assessment filled him with joy. What a remarkable young man. I find myself enamored. He noticed others following in his footsteps, also achieving their goals. Witnessing this scene stirred an inexplicable emotion within him. As he aged, he realized he could hardly bear moments of such poignancy. Some individuals were moved to tears, and a shared sentiment arose among the onlookers. I have an inkling that this year's recruitment for the Royal Navy Vocational Technical School will be the most extraordinary yet. Agreement echoed through the crowd. Upon seeing Xian cross the finish line, the examiner beamed with satisfaction and remarked, "Candidate 926, congratulations on successfully completing the assessment, becoming one of the 2,419 candidates to do so." He added, "You have performed admirably." Casting a glance at the cohort trailing behind Xian, steadily approaching the finish, the examiner offered them praise as well. "Have you completed it?" Upon hearing the examiner's words, Xian felt an immense sense of relief as he withdrew from that peculiar state. A sudden stumble caused exhaustion to wash over him, nearly unbalancing him. Fortunately, the examiner was there to steady him. What? Only 2,419th place? That means there are still over 500 spots available. The crowd erupted in astonishment at the announcement of Xian's rank. "There is still a chance. I shall begin to run." Those who had not been inspired by Xian previously, believing him to be merely seeking attention, reignited their hopes upon hearing the examiner's words and rejoined the race. However, opportunities are fleeting. Once missed, they cannot be reclaimed. The students previously inspired by Zhou Yixian have become even more resolute, although some now tread uncertainly, wavering in their resolve, and others have relinquished their pace to a mere stroll. As the assessment concluded, the number of participants who successfully completed it reached 3,000. With the last student staggering across the finish line, The examiner finally proclaimed the end of the assessment with a resounding voice. How could this be real? Surely, it was a ruse, a test of our fortitude. Indeed, the examiner must have intentionally declared the conclusion to tempt us into surrender. We must not be deceived. We must persevere. For many students who resumed their pace, the examiner's words held little sway, and they continued with determination. However, when someone finally crossed the finish line again and heard the examiner announce, regrettably, although you have completed the assessment, you did not place among the top 3,000 and will be eliminated, it became clear that the assessment had truly ended, prompting many to abandon their efforts. The Elizabeth family is but a fallen dynasty. Even if one were to pass by some stroke of luck, what would it matter? They would still be mere flotsam, ranked so low as to only qualify for the lowest tier, destined to achieve nothing more than to be a slightly distinguished Marine. Witnessing their inevitable elimination, some began to hurl venomous insults. In their eyes, had it not been for Zhou Yixian, many more, like themselves, would have given up on the assessment and faced elimination. On Monday, Xian shook his head, striving to remember the individuals who had insulted him the most severely. He resolved to seize future opportunities to ensure that they would be held accountable for their venomous words. Such individuals, who cannot bear to see others surpassing them, have always existed in the world. Lacking the power to effect change, Xian could only wield his singular weapon, a sharp tongue. After all, uttering a few harsh words is not a crime. What harm could it do? It brought him satisfaction. Yet they remained unaware that he had etched their names into his memory. In other contexts, his sharp tongue might have gone unnoticed, but they had transgressed his personal boundaries. Thank you, Zhou. Without you, I would surely have been cast aside. Zhu Yi finally managed to express his gratitude after regaining his composure. Zhu Yi had previously been among those who had given up hope, resigned to await the next naval recruitment. However, uncertainty loomed over whether he would even have that opportunity. For naval academies do not always conduct admissions on a regular schedule. The span since the last recruitment had already exceeded a decade. Hence, Zhu Yi felt an immense sense of gratitude towards Zhou Yi, as he had single-handedly altered the trajectory of his fate. Inspired by Zhu Yi's words, several other students approached Zhou Yi to convey their thanks. There is no need for such formality. Your achievements are the result of your own efforts, not mine. Though his heart soared with a sense of elation, Zhou Yi endeavored to temper his emotions and responded graciously to the expressions of gratitude surrounding him. Zhou, I feel a radiant brilliance emanating from you at this moment. It is dazzling, Zhu Yi remarked, adeptly playing the role of the supportive friend. On Monday, Zhou Yixian experienced a significant change of heart towards Zhu Yi, feeling an impulsive urge to acknowledge him as a subordinate on the spot. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Recognizing the potential danger of undermining the illustrious persona he had painstakingly crafted, especially if Zhu Yi did not harbor similar sentiments. What was there to celebrate among a throng of commoners? Observing Zhou Yixian's ostentatious demeanor, it was only a matter of time before someone could no longer contain their disdain. It was merely a stroke of luck, after all. What was so impressive about lacking even the strength of a first-tier individual? How pitifully weak. As they prepared to retaliate, the onlookers were taken aback to find that the derisive voices belonged to a cadre of nobles, and their retorts were swallowed before they could escape their lips. For these were not adversaries they could afford to provoke. Worthless individuals are indeed worthless. Lacking even the courage to resist, the nobles sneered once more. In the face of such mockery, Zhou Yixian's companions fell into a profound silence, seemingly impervious to the taunts. First tier? Zhou Yixian, unconcerned by the derision aimed at him, found his thoughts captivated by the unexpected discourse regarding the classification of strength. Pondering to himself, it appears that the realities of this world encompass far more than what meets the eye. Medical personnel prepare sufficient nutrient solutions to maintain order on site. One of the examiners suddenly declared, interrupting the clamor of the students present. Then, a strikingly attractive medic clad in a uniform approached Zhou Yixian, presenting him with a bottle of white liquid. Upon taking a sip, he immediately felt the fatigue and soreness in his body dissipate significantly. Indeed, it was a remarkable concoction. Ha ha ha, what an exhilarating admission session this has been. At some point, Commander reappeared with his celestial snacks, exclaiming, it was worth my decision to forego a vacation. I am witnessing the making of history, undoubtedly due to my personal involvement. Casting a look of approval towards Zhou Yixian, Commander announced the details regarding the admission of students who had passed the assessment before vanishing once more. seemingly intent on resuming his holiday while leaving the remaining tasks to other staff members. Creating history? Zhou Yixin mused in perplexity. Indeed, this was the first time since the establishment of the Naval Academy that the assessment criteria had been met, filling all available slots. All of this is due to your perseverance, remarked the beautiful medic standing beside Zhou Yixin. On a leisurely Monday, I found myself adrift. It is simply the manifestation of my indomitable spirit. Chapter 25, The Thunderous Hand of Wentai. On a leisurely Monday, Zhou Yixin lay on the soft grass. A wild blade of grass nestled between his lips, savoring the rare tranquility of the afternoon. Several months had elapsed since the conclusion of the assessment, and he had fully acclimated to his renewed school life. Despite the relentless military training that left one utterly fatigued, the results were undeniably evident. Through months of rigorous training and a commitment to a balanced diet, Zhou Yixin's frail physique had notably transformed, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle outlines of muscle beneath his clothing. Zhou Yixin, there you are. Quickly prepare yourself. The cultural courses are about to commence, called Zhu Yi, who had been searching the vicinity. By chance, he stumbled upon Zhou Yixin basking in the sunlight on the school lawn. Since the last assessment, Zhu Yi had seamlessly taken on the role of an adept companion to Zhou Yixin, always eager to follow him wherever he went. Given Zhu Yi's profound familiarity with the new environment, Zhou Yixin accepted this reality. Although it could be somewhat irksome at times to have a younger companion constantly in tow, Zhu Yi proved to be remarkably dependable in moments of need. Whenever Zhou Yixin harbored questions, Zhu Yi provided satisfactory answers. Indeed, I'm coming right away. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Yixin swiftly turned and sat up, glancing at the newcomer with a smirk. Zhu Yi, you finally remembered my name. What exactly are these cultural courses? Shouldn't a naval school prioritize the training of soldiers? Zhu Yi began to elucidate. The Royal Naval Vocational Technical School differs significantly from other naval institutions. It is not merely dedicated to producing competent naval soldiers for the global government. Rather, it aims to cultivate exceptional naval officers for the world. Many graduates from the previous two cohorts have ascended to remarkable positions within the Navy, with some particularly outstanding individuals attaining ranks that many could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. Thus, the implementation of cultural courses has become an essential endeavor. What Zhou Yixin was unaware of was that the Royal Naval Vocational Technical School, where he was enrolled, was also known as the cradle of naval officers. Most graduates from this esteemed institution would be assigned to various naval bases, embarking on their journey as junior officers. This is precisely why countless commoners and nobles alike strive to send their offspring to this prestigious school. However, Zhu Yi concealed certain truths from Zhou Yixin. While it is true that many graduates from the Royal Naval Vocational Technical School have ascended to high-ranking positions within the Navy, this is predominantly the case for those who graduated from elite classes. Those like them, who graduated from the standard curriculum, often find themselves relegated to the role of junior naval officers, with scant opportunities for advancement. Such harsh realities can be rather daunting for a member of royalty burdened with significant familial responsibilities. Shortly after Zhou Yixin and Zhu Yi entered the classroom marked with the number 313, a neatly dressed middle-aged man with a fair complexion walked in. Observing the raucous gathering of over 100 children, he commanded, "Silence. Class is now in session. Please return to your seats promptly." The middle-aged gentleman continued. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wentai, but I would prefer you refer to me as Teacher Wentai. It is essential to show the requisite respect to those who impart knowledge to you. I will be responsible for teaching you world history. Do not underestimate this subject. Understanding history is indispensable for comprehending the world around you. Isn't that the Thunder Fist Wentai?" Zhou Yixin felt a sudden sense of temporal dissonance upon hearing the history teacher's introduction, wondering how such a legendary figure had traversed into the realm of pirates. "How do you know Teacher Wentai's nickname?" Zhu Yi inquired curiously upon hearing Zhou Yixin's murmurs. It is said that in his youth, Teacher Wentai was quite a prominent figure, renowned for his thunder fist technique that left his adversaries trembling. Eventually, he grew weary of the tumultuous life at sea and chose to become a teacher at the Naval Academy. Indeed, the Thunder Fist Wentai teaching history evoked a whirlwind of emotions in Zhou Yixin. After prompting the class to introduce themselves, Wentai produced a hefty tome, opened it to a page, and began the lesson. As we find ourselves in the East Blue, it is imperative to gain an understanding of its history. Thus, we shall commence with the history of the East Blue, starting with the Kingdom of Goa. The Kingdom of Goa is renowned as one of the most beautiful nations in the East Blue, even having been visited by the celestial dragons. Notable locations such as Windmill Village and Mount Golb are part of its territory, when Tai elaborated. Please, we already know all of this. Who would be interested in such trivialities? Several students began to interrupt, as newcomers often boasted about their noble lineage, their ears growing calloused from hearing such tales repeatedly. Indeed, perhaps teacher, when Tai knows less about the kingdom of Goa than we do. We are well versed in its noble families and their histories, another student interjected. This cohort seemed challenging to teach, yet when Tai remained unperturbed and continued. Do you know why I specifically mentioned the small village of Windmill Village? Perhaps it is famous for its windmills? Many students hastily answered. But why have I never heard the nobility of the kingdom of Goa mention it? Surely, windmills are of little significance. Upon hearing when Tai's particular mention of Windmill Village, Zhou Yixian felt a jolt. This was the very site where the pirate world began. Why would he emphasize this place? As I discreetly focused on the words about to be uttered by the other party. It was no surprise when Wentai continued. Do not underestimate Windmill Village. It has produced an extraordinary figure, someone you all know, the man who once conquered this world. Children possess an insatiable fascination with heroes, and upon hearing Wentai's words, the eager students fell silent, fervently pondering which illustrious individual had emerged from Windmill Village. That man is none other than the Pirate King, Monkey D. Luffy. Wentai, without any preamble, declared this revelation. How could it be? The Pirate King Luffy. The students were astounded to learn that such a remarkable person had originated from Windmill Village. Their interest immediately shifted towards Luffy, and numerous inquiries about his exploits began to flood in. Mr. Wentai, I am curious. What exactly transpired during the final battle at Raftel? It seems that our world has undergone a colossal transformation compared to the world Luffy inhabits. The sudden question from Zhou Yixian overshadowed the voices of many eager students. He was plagued by uncertainty regarding this world and hoped to find answers from Wentai. The new land is indeed a perplexing place. Zhou Yixian distinctly recalled that there was no mention of such a location in the original narrative. The emergence of such a place from the world struck him as utterly absurd. We too wish to hear about the final battle at Raftel, the students collectively agreed. A rare moment of unity among them. Since you are so eager to know, I shall recount the final battle at Raftel. A tale not easily grasped by the average person, Wentai began after gathering his thoughts. It is said that this battle encompassed all the powers of the world at that time, a monumental clash that could indeed be called a cataclysmic war. Countless warships converged upon the final island, Raftel, densely packed, as if a man-made island had risen from the sea. The entire maritime expanse transformed into a frozen landscape, and countless volcanoes erupted on the final island, causing tremors and upheavals, while the heavens were illuminated by dazzling lights, and a colossal dragon coiled above. The confrontation between innumerable formidable beings tore the sky asunder, creating gaping rifts, and countless dimensions shattered like fragile mirrors. The students were captivated and awestruck by Wentai's vivid depiction of the scene, awaiting his further elaboration. Those of slightly lesser strength found themselves unqualified to participate. The atmosphere was saturated with the aura of the powerful, and any weaker beings approaching would immediately lose consciousness. Casting a glance at Zhou Yixian. When I continued, the ancestor of the Elizabeth family was among them, one of Luffy's many followers. The battle raged on for an indeterminate duration, perhaps days, perhaps a month, or even longer. Eventually, all phenomena within the Raftel space began to fade, enveloped in darkness, with everything above and below succumbing to an all-encompassing gloom. Even the illustrious pirate king, Luffy, was engulfed by darkness, collapsing heavily to the ground. Just as he lay there, unresponsive, a divine call resonated within his heart, and an immense surge of energy coursed through his body once more. Wentai paused momentarily and remarked, as a colossal foot appeared in the sky, descending upon the earth. The entire world trembled, accompanied by a resounding roar, as the space regained clarity, and Pirate King Luffy achieved the ultimate victory in the final battle at Raftel. What transpired after this climactic confrontation? The inquisitive Zhou Yixian yearned to unravel the mysteries of this world and pressed on with his questions. As for the events following the final battle at Raftel, no one could fathom them. Even the annals of history contained no record. It was only known that, with the conclusion of the ultimate battle, the heavens and earth quaked, and all of humanity lost consciousness. Upon awakening, the world was suddenly enriched with numerous new lands, many of which required naming. Not only had the habitable terrain expanded, but people were also delighted to discover an ineffable essence permeating the air. With the advent of this essence, their bodies grew stronger than ever before. I recognized this essence as Dao Yuan. the measure of an individual's strength contingent upon the quantity of Dao Yuan they absorbed. Finally, something familiar had emerged, prompting some students to excitedly share their insights. Dao Yuan? Zhou Yixian pondered. That day, the dark fruit must have absorbed this essence, granting me the ability to pass the assessment. After hearing Wen Tai's exposition, an inexplicable sensation surged within Zhou Yixian. It felt as if Wen Tai's narrative mirrored the evolution of a low-level martial realm ascending to a higher one. Chapter 26. Ariel Elena. The young students, still possessing a child's spirit, were inevitably stirred by the tales of heroic legends. Zhu Yi, in his excitement, exclaimed, "Teacher Wen Tai, I've heard that you were once an extraordinary Navy officer, renowned for your invincible lightning thunder fist, earning the title of Thunderhand Wen Tai. Could you demonstrate it for us?" Upon hearing Zhu Yi's request, Wen Tai fell silent, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle towards the sky. And sighed, "I never imagined that after lying dormant for so long, I would still be discovered. It seems that a man as flamboyant as I am destined to shine like a firefly in the night." On Monday, Zhou Yixian finally discerned that the individual before him was a remarkable presence, further deepening his curiosity about the possibility of there being a time traveler. "Teacher Wen Tai, please perform for us." The numerous students began to cheer. "Since it is just this once, you must watch closely," Wen Tai declared, raising his hand towards a stone outside the classroom. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning erupted from his palm, striking the stone and shattering it into countless fragments. This sudden display left the gathered students utterly astounded. Surely, Teacher Wen Tai must possess at least a third-tier level of power. Gasps of admiration filled the air. However, Zhou Yixian keenly observed that at the moment Wen Tai extended his hand, an object resembling a shell had inexplicably appeared in his grasp. It turned out that he was not a time traveler, but merely wielding a lightning shell. Zhou Yixian's anxious heart finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the weight on his chest lifting. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why a shell from the Sky Island had ended up in Wen Tai's hand. It seemed the exchanges between worlds were far more extensive than he had previously comprehended. "Well, that concludes today's lesson. I look forward to our next encounter," Wen Tai announced, floating away with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a sea of adoring glances. The cultural class was indeed a rare moment of leisure, for the ensuing hours would be filled with tedious and grueling training. However, when it came time for shooting practice, excitement surged among the students. Firearms held an indescribable allure for those who revered strength. Yet, upon receiving his assigned training rifle, Zhou Yixian could not help but inwardly lament, wondering how so much time had passed, and the Navy still equipped flintlock firearms. Given the advanced technology of the PX series weaponry, why hadn't they developed new firearms? Zhou Yixian. Next up is the swordsmanship class. Zhu Yi suddenly approached Zhou Yixian, who was earnestly perfecting his shooting stance, a glimmer of excitement in his mysterious eyes. "Is there anything special about the swordsmanship class?" Zhou Yixian inquired, maintaining his focus on his shooting posture, unwilling to waste a moment. After all, his proficiency in shooting could very well mean the difference between life and death in a critical moment. "Have you not always wanted to know how to train to rapidly enhance your strength? Today, you will finally have your wish granted," Zhu Yi continued. Pleased to see that he had piqued Zhou Yixian's interest, "Our Navy School's chief swordsmanship instructor, Ariel Elena, is a formidable force even within the naval headquarters. Consulting her would undoubtedly be beneficial, and more importantly, she is an exceptionally beautiful woman." As the rhythmic sound of high heels striking the floor echoed through the expansive training base, even Zhou Yixian momentarily set aside his long rifle, drawn by the alluring noise, and cast his gaze toward the shadows of the lengthy corridor. The first sight to capture his attention was a pair of striking red high heels, followed by slender legs clad in form-fitting black trousers. Finally, a stunningly beautiful swordswoman with a captivating figure and flowing red hair approached him. Zhou Yixian felt as though the sunlight had been abruptly obscured by the tall silhouette before him. "You must be Elizabeth Zhou," Elena remarked, her tone imbued with a hint of admiration. "I have heard whispers of your commendable performance during the entrance examination, quite impressive." Just as Zhou Yixian prepared to express his gratitude for her praise, she continued, "However, I have also heard murmurs regarding your abilities. It is rare to encounter a fledgling like you, so diminutive in strength. Relying solely on a formidable will without the support of genuine prowess is insufficient, to me. You seem merely a reckless fool with a modicum of courage." A chorus of jovial laughter erupted from fellow students, who, envious of Elena's acknowledgement of Zhou Yixian, found amusement in his predicament. "Look at you, remembered by a stunning beauty. How embarrassing. They jeered. As for you lot, you're even more pitiful. Lacking the courage to fight against adversity, I deem such individuals the detritus of the ocean, Elena retorted sharply. The laughter that had filled the air moments earlier swiftly transformed into expressions of discomfort among the crowd. Some were so taken aback by the sudden shift that they appeared almost frozen in disbelief, a peculiar sight that brought a sense of relief to Zhou Yixian. However, fret not. You should consider yourselves fortunate to have encountered me. I assure you that your journey as students will mold you into competent sailors. Albeit the process may entail some discomfort, Elena declared, evidently intent on establishing her authority from the outset. Although Zhou Yixian's class ranked low, there were still those among them, like him, from noble families in decline. Unlike Zhou Yixian, who was acutely aware of his false nobility, they remained ensnared in the echoes of their family's past glory, exhibiting a rebelliousness resistant to discipline. Elena aimed to extinguish their delusions right from the beginning. Through rigorous training, can we not grow stronger and attain esteemed positions? Inquired a student, his teeth stained with tar, his expression filled with eager anticipation. Whether strength will grant you the status you desire, I cannot say. However, I can assure you that it will at least enable you to survive a little longer amidst the vast ocean, Elena replied coolly. Zhou Yixian found himself in complete agreement with her words, having already witnessed the terrors that lurked within the sea. Among the countless pirates that roamed its depths, one status held little weight. The pursuit of profit often led to murder and thievery, a grim reality that was far from uncommon. Everyone, sit down, Elena commanded suddenly. Slap. After several months of military training, numerous recruits have grasped the fundamental principles of obedience. Although they could not fathom why Elena commanded them to sit, they promptly complied, arranging themselves neatly on the ground upon hearing her directive. Satisfied, Elena nodded before continuing, Now, I shall elucidate the basics of martial arts training. It is well known that following the Battle of Lavdru, the fluctuations of the Tao power and vital energy in the world have become markedly more pronounced, making it significantly easier for individuals to absorb. When you are capable of sensing the Tao power present in the world and absorbing it to enhance your physical strength, you shall be regarded as a qualified martial artist, having entered the first tier of strength, known as a Tao disciple. Among the recruits, Zhou Yixian raised a query regarding the emergence of Tao power only after the Lavdru War. Elena adeptly clarified, explaining that Tao power was not an abrupt phenomenon, but rather had always existed in the world, albeit in less intense fluctuations than observed now. It became apparent that the Tao power in the world was the fundamental force that gave rise to countless monstrous entities within the pirate realm. However, Tao power is not the sole criterion for assessing one's strength. There exists another crucial factor. Suddenly, Elena extended her hand towards Zhu Yi, who was seated beside Zhou Yixian, and continued, Moreover, the abilities bestowed by devil fruits can transform even an untrained ordinary individual into a formidable being. With a resounding boom, as Elena reached out, Zhu Yi's initial excitement turned to dismay the moment she made contact. An immense, pitch-black cage materialized around him, confining him within its confines. Despite his desperate struggles, the cage began to constrict, forcing Zhu Yi into a curled position. Elena, please spare me, he pleaded, realizing he had no choice but to beseech her for mercy. Remember to temper your gaze when looking at your teacher next time, Elena replied coolly, and with a flick of her wrist, the cage enveloping Zhu Yi vanished. Zhou Yixian had anticipated this outcome. After all, the boy's unseemly gaze warranted a lesson. As Elena approached him, Zhou Yixian received a notification from within regarding the devil fruit he possessed. Cage fruit. When the user touches another individual, they can imprison the touched person within an iron cage that can contract at the user's will. The cage's durability correlates with the user's strength. The more powerful the user, the more resilient the cage formed. Witnessing Zhu Yi's predicament, the others suddenly recalled that Elena was not to be trifled with. A living example had previously been set before them. The son of the last vice admiral stationed at this naval base had been captivated by Elena's exquisite beauty upon their first encounter, launching into a fervent pursuit. After numerous attempts to win her over, Elena remained unmoved, prompting the young man to resort to some rather unorthodox methods. Only the following day, everyone discovered that the son of the vice admiral of the Navy headquarters had been left suspended by his limbs at the entrance of the base, brutally interrupted by Elena. Chapter 27. Dali Yuan. Upon witnessing the mutilation of his son's limbs, the vice admiral was consumed by rage and vowed to take revenge. However, upon learning of Elena's identity, he not only refrained from retaliation but also, wrapped like a mummy, personally went to apologize to her. Following such an incident, the vice admiral could no longer remain, and soon he returned to the Navy headquarters in disgrace. Reflecting on these events, with such vivid examples before them, the students naturally quieted down, terrified and compliant, no longer daring to defy Elena's words, behaving like obedient echoes to her commands. You best not harbor any improper thoughts about Elena, Shui kindly warned Zhou Xian, who might not understand her identity. What makes Elena so special? Zhou Xian, who had no ulterior motives, curiously inquired. Of course, she is the aide to Commander Commanda, Zhui replied, continuing, due to Commander Commanda's somewhat unreliable nature, often abandoning responsibilities. He has entrusted all matters of the school to Elena. If Commander Commanda is the honorary principal of the Navy school, then Elena is the de facto principal. It seems Elena's identity is indeed extraordinary. Being the actual manager of such an important naval institution is no simple feat. And it is no wonder even a vice admiral would show her deference. A good teacher can guide a student away from many missteps. The individual before Zhou Xian clearly appeared to be such a teacher. Seizing the opportunity, he hastily asked, Teacher Elena, regarding your mention of absorbing Dao Li Yuan energy to enhance oneself, how exactly should one proceed? Elena cast a commendatory glance at Zhou Xian, saying, It seems that even among the students of the lowest class, not all are hopeless. There are still those who aspire to strive for progress. With that, Elena took a seat, her hands resting on her abdomen, and began to meditate. The first step is to calm your mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. Using your heart to sense the Dao Li Yuan energy present in the world. Imitating her, the group of students also began to sit cross-legged in meditation. However, for a group of adolescents, achieving a tranquil state was rather challenging. Before long, some began to complain that they could not sense the Dao Li Yuan at all, while others found their postures awkward and unsteady. This is all a deception. There is absolutely no presence of Dao Li Yuan in the air. Although Zhou Xian deeply empathized, he did not yield to despair. With great concentration, he endeavored to sense the ethereal energy that pervades the air, yet he, too, found himself devoid of the Dao power that Elena had mentioned. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had Elena perhaps omitted some crucial detail? Is it so? Elena replied, her eyes closed. As she spoke, a delicate aura of shimmering white light enveloped her, enhancing her beauty and allure. This is the second step, using one's spirit to guide the Dao power to circulate around the body. It is imperative to remember that the pace must neither be too slow nor too fast. An imbalance in speed can lead to excessive consumption of Dao power, resulting in its dissipation into the cosmos before it can be absorbed into the body. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Xian felt a sense of deja vu. He recalled the third round of his assessment when his body had reached its limits, and the dark fruit had instinctively activated, voraciously drawing in the surrounding air. However, the disparity between his experience and Elena's was stark. The Dao power swirling around her was almost tangible, like clouds of radiance, whereas his own had merely manifested as tiny grains. Suddenly, the Dao power surrounding Elena began to surge with ferocity, swirling violently around her. It seemed as if an immense gravitational force resided within her, drawing countless strands of Dao power into her being and forming a visible vortex in the air. This is the third step, guiding the Dao power to be absorbed into oneself through the spirit. Yet, one must remain vigilant. If one absorbs too much Dao power too quickly, surpassing the body's limits, it could result in irreversible harm. Elena continued her explanation. What you call a cautious absorption is akin to an act of robbery, she remarked, as the surrounding air grew thick with tension, making it difficult to breathe. Is this even coherent? Having concluded her demonstration, Elena stood, and the gathered Dao energy dissipated into nothingness. Now, follow the method I just demonstrated and continue your attempts. On Monday, Xian endeavored to recall everything that Elena had just imparted, and he endeavored once more. Breathing naturally, his thoughts harmonized with his breath, and his spirit intertwined with his intentions, while he listened intently to the sound of his own respiration. With each inhalation and exhalation, Xian's consciousness delved into a peculiar rhythm, as if he could perceive the vigorous thumping of his heart. Subsequently, he extended his awareness outward, and with closed eyes, he sensed the ethereal life force, akin to minute dust particles drifting within the cosmos. Although this life force was colorless and tasteless, his perception informed him that these minuscule particles were indeed the essence of Tao. Reflecting on Elena's words, Stin concentrated his mind, forming a delicate thread that sought to connect with one of these minute particles of Tao energy. When the thread of his consciousness made contact with the life force in the universe, an epiphany struck him, enabling him to manipulate the Tao energy and gently draw it closer to himself. This intricate endeavor proved to be exceedingly challenging, causing beads of perspiration to form on Xian's forehead. Nevertheless, he understood that this step allowed for no errors, and he focused his mind to continue drawing the Tao energy towards him. His perseverance bore fruit as he successfully drew a tiny particle of Tao energy into his body. At the moment of entry, the energy dissolved into his muscles. Yet, to his dismay, he felt no enhancement in his physical form. Was it possible that he had absorbed too little? A wave of uncertainty washed over him, and he struggled to maintain the extraordinary state he had just achieved. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he lost his balance, inadvertently bumping into Zhu Yi, who was nearby. Indeed, the task was exceedingly arduous, leaving him bewildered. Zhu Yi, interrupted by Xian, decided to abandon his own attempts and began to share his experiences. Why is it that no matter how deeply I immerse myself in my thoughts, I nearly drift off to sleep, yet I cannot sense the Tao energy that teacher Alina spoke of? You are meditating, not sleeping, Xian replied, somewhat exasperated. Your mind is cluttered with distractions. You should temporarily cast aside those unnecessary emotions. Having said this, he once again closed his eyes and resumed his meditation. Observing Xian's renewed endeavor, Zhu Yi muttered, it seems you have an air of confidence, yet you are just as lost as I am. What gives you the audacity to criticize me? What Zhou Yixian was unaware of was that his recent actions had caught the keen eye of Alina, who found herself glancing at him in astonishment, pondering over his remarkable talent. It had taken him over half a month to grasp the essence of the vital energy that permeates the universe. How peculiar it was that he could perceive the vital energy on his very first attempt. A feat that even the elite class students would typically require at least 2 months to achieve. Unbeknownst to Alina, not only had Zhou Yixian successfully sensed the vital energy of the universe, but he had also adeptly drawn a minuscule fragment of this energy into his own being through mental focus. Had she known, it would have left her utterly astounded. For such an innate gift was typically reserved for legendary prodigies. While Zhou Yixian continued to struggle in re-entering the meditative state, the others had already relinquished their attempts. Alina felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Zhou's difficulty and spoke, to draw the vital energy into your being through mental focuses at this stage. Perhaps a bit too ambitious. However, do not lose heart. Perseverance will lead to success. The duration of this endeavor will depend on your inherent talent. Should you remain unable to sense the vital energy, it could mean forfeiting the potential for cultivation altogether. Hearing Alina's words, some students expressed their dismay. Such instances were not rare. Alternative methods could indeed aid in attaining a state of cultivation. After a brief pause, Alina continued, if you cannot sense the vital energy, other training methods can still lead to becoming a formidable individual, though ascending to higher realms would be nearly impossible. The students, feeling somewhat disheartened, implored, Teacher Alina, please enlighten us about these alternative cultivation methods. Excellent. Your determination is commendable, Alina replied with satisfaction. When a person's body reaches its limits, the self-protective mechanisms within will activate. I hope you will not regret your choices. Zhu Yi, sensing an ominous premonition, quietly inquired, Teacher Alina, what does it mean for the body to reach its limits? And how does this relate to cultivation? Alina, a teacher imbued with remarkable patience, took the time to explain, when an individual consistently transcends personal boundaries in physical training, each breakthrough enhances the vitality of their muscle cells, enabling them to absorb and accommodate more vital energy. Yet, what good is this if we cannot even absorb the most rudimentary vital energy? The students remained somewhat perplexed. On Monday, I began to grasp the concept. It is no wonder that Soda, whenever he finds a moment of leisure aboard the ship, fervently engages in strength training, with the fitness equipment becoming increasingly formidable as his power grows. If we liken the Taoist energy to outputting damage, then one's physical strength is akin to equipment. Only with increasingly potent gear can one enhance their damage output. Once you have experienced this, you will come to understand that absorbing Taoist energy is not as challenging as it may seem. Elena patiently explained. When an individual reaches the pinnacle of mental and physical exhaustion, their mind naturally sheds unnecessary distractions. Instinctively, the body will absorb the Taoist energy from the environment to restore its functions. However, this passive form of cultivation yields far inferior results compared to active absorption. Upon hearing Elena's words, I finally understood why my body had instinctively absorbed the Taoist energy from the surroundings back then. At that moment, I was unaware of what I was inhaling, merely attributing it to the unique air of the pirate world that facilitated rapid recovery of stamina. Setting aside trivial chatter, Elena's expression suddenly shifted to one of grave seriousness. I am not here for idle inquiries. From now on, you will do as I instruct, without unnecessary commentary. As a naval soldier, your foremost lesson is obedience. I couldn't shake the feeling that Elena's demeanor had taken on a frightening tone. Zhu Yi looked at me with concern, saying, I have a bad feeling about this. I told you to refrain from unnecessary chatter, I retorted. It's clear that Zhu Yi is in for some trouble. Sure enough, I suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past me. Before I could react, a white sword aura sliced through the air beside me, aiming straight at Zhu Yi. Bang! The sword aura halted just a centimeter from Zhu Yi, leaving a long gash in the ground as if it were mere tofu. Zhu Yi was drenched in cold sweat, nearly collapsing in terror, as Elena's cold voice cut through the silence. This is your first warning. There will not be a second. Zhu Yi struggled to maintain his composure, unwilling to succumb to the ground. It is said that one should fear not just the immediate danger but the potential for calamity. Since Elena had not instructed him to sit, Zhu Yi dared not tempt fate again by flirting with death. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. The other students stood frozen, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, fearing even the slightest sound. The swift slash demonstrated that Elena's strength was formidable. Observing this scene, I pondered when I might attain such power, reminiscing about past events. It seemed so to first employ the leap slash at Whiskey Peak, but it was only perfected during the Sky Island arc. It appeared that Elena's current display of strength was at least on par with Soda's at that time. As a swordsman, the foremost principle is to master the grip of the sword. Those who cannot even hold their weapon firmly do not deserve the title of swordsman. Elena drew her long sword from her waist, gripping it firmly with both hands before her, exemplifying the quintessential sword-holding posture. I shall demonstrate the sword-holding stance only once. Now, grasp your bamboo swords tightly and maintain a position akin to mine. A multitude of students nodded in understanding, hastily seizing the bamboo swords that had been distributed earlier, striving to emulate Elena's grip. As for any doubts, they were entirely absent. They comprehended from each other's glances that questioning further would not bode well for them. Excellent. Just like that, maintain it. I did not instruct you to release your grip. Do not allow complacency to settle in, Elena stated coldly. Upon hearing her words, the students broke into a cold sweat, hastening to tighten their grasp for fear that a momentary slip of their fingers would lead to an unfortunate outcome. As Elena began to patrol the ranks, everyone averted their eyes, daunted by the prospect of making direct eye contact, lest they incur her disfavor. With a sharp clap, Elena approached Zhou Yixian and suddenly struck his hand. Caught off guard, the bamboo sword slipped from his grasp and soared away. Retrieve your sword. If I were your enemy, you would already be dead. Elena continued her inspection without a backward glance. Do you see? It is not merely strength that secures your hold on the sword. One must also remain vigilant of their surroundings. I sense you are targeting me, yet I possess no evidence, Zhou Yixian thought. Recognizing that reasoning with a woman was evidently unwise, he complied, picking up the bamboo sword that Elena had knocked from his hand, resuming his stance. Internally, he grumbled. You instructed us to maintain our grip on the sword without movement, yet you did not advise us to observe our surroundings. Seemingly attuned to Zhou Yixian's silent protest, Elena circled back to stand before him, again lifting her hand without uttering a word, poised to strike his hand once more. This time, however, Zhou Yixian was prepared. He raised his hand in defense, causing Elena to miss entirely. Report. Thank you, Teacher Elena, for your guidance. I have now learned to observe my surroundings while maintaining a firm grip on my bamboo sword. Zhou Yixian interjected before she could speak, effectively countering her anticipated words. You are undoubtedly targeting me. This time I have proof. I have done nothing to offend you, nor have I even harbored an impudent gaze. Is it truly fair to single me out in this manner? Although he could not fathom why Elena seemed to fixate on him, Zhou Yixian was reluctant to be continuously used as a cautionary example. He recognized that such behavior might provoke her ire, yet he could no longer be concerned with that. He too possessed a sense of pride. Very well, Elena replied, taken aback by Zhou Yixian's evasion of her casual strike, as she contemplated her next move. Intent on dislodging the bamboo sword from his grasp, his words interrupted her, leaving her momentarily speechless, resulting in an awkward, albeit begrudging, compliment. What Zhou Yixian was unaware of was that Elena's intentions were not to seek revenge. Rather, upon witnessing his initial foray into cultivation, She sensed the presence of the elemental forces of the universe and realized that his innate talent surpassed her own. Driven by a woman's jealousy, she resolved to play a trick on him to alleviate her own suppressed emotions. "It appears you have mastered what I have imparted to you and learned to apply it effectively," Alina remarked, gritting her teeth as she gazed at Zhou Yixian. Though her words seemed to commend him, her heart simmered with greater fury, contemplating how he dared to evade her grasp. She vowed to make him pay for it later. "Maintain this for now. There is no need to overexert yourself during your first attempt. Just hold it for an hour," she continued, delightfully extending the initial training requirement of holding the sword still for a mere half-hour to a full hour. Holding the sword without movement for an hour, without undue strain, was indeed a considerable challenge, and the crowd felt a typical mixture of anger and helplessness. Those with prior experience understood that while seemingly light objects could be easily lifted with one's hands, after a few minutes, a sensation of soreness would inevitably set in. An untrained individual might grit their teeth and endure for a little over 10 minutes, but an hour was an absolute impossibility. As time passed, even with the utmost determination, Zhou Yixian felt as though his hands were no longer his own, plagued by a painful ache and tingling sensation. Yet, whenever he caught Alina's sidelong glances, he felt compelled to endure. He mused quietly that this could not continue, and thus resolved to focus on regaining the state of cultivation he had previously attained. Hoping to persist without giving her any excuse to further vex him, on Monday, Xian once again gathered his focus. Uncertain whether it was the overwhelming pressure from Alina's piercing gaze that instigated this renewed concentration. This time, he swiftly sensed the vital energy of the Tao permeating the heavens and the earth, effortlessly drawing it into his hands. As the energy flowed in, Xian keenly noticed that the discomfort in his arms dissipated significantly, accompanied by the illusion that his hands possessed a newfound strength. This realization instilled a profound sense of assurance within him, prompting him to cast aside any distracting thoughts and disregard Alina's occasional glances aimed at him. He remained wholly committed to maintaining his current state. Suddenly, with an unexpected clap, one of the students could no longer endure the exertion and dropped his bamboo sword to the ground. "Teacher Alina, it wasn't intentional. I simply couldn't hold on anymore." The student, seemingly aware of the impending calamity, hurriedly retrieved the fallen sword, gripping it once more, but could not sustain his effort for long and let it fall again. With a quivering voice, he explained to Alina, "I truly reached my limit." "You've done remarkably well. Now take a break," Alina responded. Beyond her momentary jealousy that spurred her to tease Xian, she proved to be a competent instructor, understanding that it was unreasonable to demand too much from these newcomers, thus refraining from chastising the struggling student. The student, who had feared a reprimand, exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing Alina's leniency. "Report, Teacher Alina, I also cannot continue." Following Alina's acknowledgement of the exhausted student's need for rest, a series of similar reports echoed, as more students admitted they had reached their limits. Alina, recognizing their plight, permitted them to rest without further comment. While Xian still had some energy left, he did not wish to appear overly unique. So after a brief while he too reported his inability to continue, setting down his bamboo sword and joining his peers in massaging his arms to alleviate the lingering soreness. Alina, fully aware of Xian's return to a state of cultivation and his successful absorption of vital energy into his arms, could only internally acknowledge his prodigious talent, muttering, "A true anomaly." After allowing everyone a moment of respite, Alina finally spoke. "It appears you still possess a considerable amount of vigor, as evidenced by your ability to massage your arms. Now, all of you, commence running training. You are not permitted to stop unless I say so." The collective groans of the students echoed. "We can hardly manage even a simple stretch." Yet, despite their doubts about their own endurance, they dared not defy Alina's command and reluctantly summoned their spirits to begin running. This time, Alina's decision was not a deliberate act of revenge against Zhou Yixian. Rather, it was simply a standard training method. Under Elena's unwavering gaze, the group of trainees obediently ran laps, and after what felt like an eternity, one by one, they succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground, contemplating that even if Teacher Elena wished to end their lives, they could never muster the strength to continue running. I sensed the flow of spiritual energy. Not long after, the trainees joyfully discovered that, despite their fatigue rendering them unable to lift a finger, they inexplicably felt the presence of spiritual energy entering their bodies, soothing their weary forms without any conscious effort to draw it in. In truth, when one is pushed to the brink of exhaustion, the body is in its most relaxed state, inadvertently aligning with the condition necessary for cultivating and absorbing spiritual energy. As their muscle cells depleted their energy and yearned for replenishment, they naturally entered a meditative state conducive to cultivation. Elena wore a satisfied smile, reminiscent of her earlier demeanor, as she clicked her red high heels and disappeared down the corridor. Chapter 29. The physical exoskeleton. Is the young master locked away in his room again? Landa softly inquired at the door of Zhou Yixian's room. As expected, Zhou Yixian confirmed this. Although Zhou Yixian had instructed him not to disturb him while inside, Landa dutifully knocked and gently reminded, "Young master, the meal has been reheated several times. While cultivation is indeed vital, proper rest and nourishment are equally necessary." "Oh, it must be time to eat. I'll be right out," came the voice from within, and soon after, Zhou Yixian emerged. He swiftly took the tray from Landa's hands and hastily consumed a few bites before retreating back into his room, shutting the door behind him. "You are not truly a member of the Elizabeth family. You need not bear such a heavy burden." Watching the door close once more, Landa sighed and resumed his work with the tray in hand. Having served the Elizabeth family for decades, Landa understood well that Zhou Yixian could not possibly be the lost heir of the Elizabeth lineage. However, since Miss Sula had deemed it so, he accepted it, treating Zhou Yixian as the genuine heir of the Elizabeth family with utmost sincerity. Since returning from the Upside Down, Sula had chosen to join the naval base alongside Wendy to hone her skills. Due to her unique abilities, she received special privileges from the higher-ups at the base, becoming a key subject of training. After all, those with elemental powers, once fully developed, could become fearsome beings. In the vast estate, the nominal master remained solely Zhou Yixian, and the servants found it challenging to counsel him against his erratic behavior. They could only whisper among themselves, speculating that perhaps the heir of the Elizabeth family possessed a mind unlike any other, a complete fanatic for cultivation, wholly indifferent to all else. The leisurely demeanor on Monday alleviated the burdens of those within the estate, allowing them to focus solely on their respective duties. Even the occasional indulgence in idleness no longer evoked fears of incurring the master's wrath. On a tranquil Monday, Zhou Yixian remained oblivious to the private discussions of the people around him, engrossed in contemplation regarding his cultivation. He had gathered ample information about the Elizabeth family through discreet inquiries and had come to understand Sula's intentions, her desire to restore the family's former glory and re-establish the kingdom of Prodenus. The latter half of the Grand Line was rife with monstrous entities, making the prospect of reclaiming a nation far from an easy endeavor. Zhou Yixian was acutely aware of this, which fueled his fervent desire to enhance his own strength. He contemplated offering Sulu assistance when the time called for it. Recognizing the weight of responsibility that this kind-hearted girl bore, it was a burden that tugged at his heartstrings. The Elizabeth family, once illustrious, now faced derision and scorn in this new land, a plight that Sula chose to endure in silence. However, his relentless pursuit of power was not solely for the sake of aiding Sula. After witnessing the harsh realities of this world, Zhou Yixian yearned to seize control of his own fate, rather than remain at the mercy of others. It seemed somewhat forced, as it was nearly impossible for him to increase the speed at which he absorbed Tao essence. After prolonged attempts, a sense of discouragement began to creep into his heart. Through repetitive training, he had developed the ability to sense the presence of Tao essence effortlessly. Yet he could only draw in tiny particles the size of grains of rice into his body through focused intent. Though he could distinctly feel his strength augmenting, Zhou Yixian felt a sense of dissatisfaction. His body, having endured months of nearly torturous training, was capable of accommodating more Tao essence. Yet, despite his efforts, he struggled to accelerate the rate of absorption. The benefits of his burgeoning strength were evident. Zhou Yixian had significantly improved his proficiency with the dark fruit. He often delighted in experimenting with its gravitational pull to manipulate objects from a distance, relishing the joy of experiencing superhuman abilities. Feeling parched, he effortlessly summoned a cup of water from the table into his hand. Why could he not utilize the gravitational power of the dark fruit to absorb Tao essence? Inspired by a sudden epiphany, he resolved to attempt using the dark fruit's gravity to aid his cultivation. This had occurred previously, but at that time, the fruit had autonomously activated to draw in Tao essence from the air, leaving him uncertain of its feasibility. Moreover, Elena had solemnly warned everyone not to absorb excessive Tao essence, as doing so could lead to bodily harm if one exceeded their limits before the essence could enhance them. For various reasons, Zhou Yixian refrained from trying to employ the dark fruit's gravitational force to absorb Tao essence again. Firstly, it is due to my lack of proficiency in controlling the dark fruit, coupled with my initial physical frailty, which made me fear that I might inadvertently overextend myself and suffer catastrophic consequences. Thus, I refrained from undertaking such attempts lightly. Now, however, I believe I can manage it, as my physical resilience has sufficiently strengthened to endure a greater influx of Dao Yuan within my body. Once Monday's Stin made a decision, he pursued it with unwavering determination, often without considering the consequences. He acted on impulse, and once again seated himself cross-legged on the ground to engage in meditation. First, he sought to control the gravitational force of the dark fruit, aiming to create a miniature black hole within himself. As he endeavored, he swiftly activated the ability of the dark fruit, successfully forming a small black hole within his being. In the instant the black hole materialized, a powerful gravitational force surged forth from Monday Xian, causing all the furniture in the room to uncontrollably gravitate towards him. It was still a bit too potent. He needed to diminish it further. On Monday, Xian endeavored to regulate the black hole within himself, meticulously diminishing the output of dark energy in a bid to lessen the gravitational pull he exerted. After countless attempts, he finally managed to calibrate the gravitational force to an optimal level. As he adeptly controlled this force, the furniture that had been drawn into the air by gravity fell to the ground with a resounding thud. "Sir, are you all right?" came the concerned voice of Landa from outside his room, hastening to inquire after the commotion. "It's nothing. I merely knocked over a cup of water," Xian replied, wishing to prevent Landa from entering and witnessing the disarray of his room. Although she would not voice any reproach, she would undoubtedly tidy up until everything was restored to order. He worried that by the time Landa finished cleaning, he might struggle to regain proper control over the dark fruit's gravitational strength. "That noise didn't sound like a mere cup being knocked over. Are you certain you're uninjured?" Landa continued to express her concern. "Aunt Landa, there's no need for alarm. If you listen to my voice, it's evident I'm not hurt. You know I fear pain above all else," Xian patiently reassured her. "Well then, if you need anything, do remember to call me." Landa replied thoughtfully, recalling that she hadn't heard any cries of distress, which allowed her to depart with a sense of relief. In Landa's heart, Miss Sula's return with the young master was a blessing. He was approachable, courteous, and possessed a maturity beyond his years. He never caused trouble and displayed an almost fervent diligence in his studies. If she were to identify a flaw, it would be his slight lack of masculinity, as he would lament even the smallest injuries with cries of pain. It was through Landa's sincere care that Xian felt the warmth of family, leading him to embrace his new identity wholeheartedly. Although Sula may have initially had ulterior motives in proclaiming him to be the lost heir of the Elizabeth family, over the months, Xian had clearly sensed the genuine affection this gentle and kind girl held for him, akin to that of a sister. Despite their estate being in disrepair, barely able to cover essential expenses, she always insisted that Landa prepare hearty meals for him, ensuring he maintained proper nutrition, while she herself feigned a need to diet, eating very little. "I shall bear all burdens, regardless of the hardships," Xian resolved, centering his thoughts as he returned to his training. This time, he successfully controlled the output of the dark fruit's energy, forming a miniature black hole within himself. This time, the furniture in his room was not drawn into the air again. It merely trembled slightly. Instead, the air in the room rushed violently towards him. "Oh no, it's still too much. I must cool it down." On Monday, Xian felt an ominous premonition as he endeavored to sever the flow of energy from the dark fruit within him. However, he was taken aback to discover that the black hole inside him was spinning uncontrollably with increased ferocity, ruthlessly depleting the surrounding air. Countless Dao Yuan surged into Xian's body alongside the air. Just as he contemplated closing his eyes and resigning himself to fate, he astonishingly realized that the majority of the Dao Yuan did not assimilate into his body. Instead, they traversed through him, wildly rushing into the black hole within. Although the vast majority of the Dao Yuan was claimed by the black hole, a significant number still merged into his muscles, their absorption rate exceeding his previous speed by several dozen times. On Monday, Xian let out a sigh of resignation, relinquishing his struggle and allowing the black hole within him to continue voraciously absorbing the Dao essence. It was only now that he comprehended why the dark fruit was deemed the most malevolent power in history. It was akin to a physical acceleration cheat, and the absence of concerns regarding restrictions was formidable. Who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? Chapter 30. Embarrassment as a wave of saturation coursed through his muscles. Xian realized he had reached the limits of his physical capacity and ceased further absorption of Dao essence. The room fell silent once more. Satisfied, he exited the room. A life elevated by extraordinary abilities required no justification. The progress he achieved in this solitary session was likely superior to his efforts over the past months, though he acknowledged the need for further enhancement of his physical strength. Reflecting on this, Xian glanced at his muscular arms, a swell of pride igniting within him. He mused that defeating 10 opponents of this rudimentary caliber no longer sufficed. He aspired to conquer at least 20 to match his newfound prowess. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as Xian indulged in fantasies of his overwhelming strength, a loud protest emanated from his stomach. It was common for him to neglect meals during his training, and now his belly seized the opportunity to voice its discontent. Young master, have you finished your training? It seems you are done earlier than usual today. Landa exclaimed in surprise upon finding Xian rummaging for something to eat. Typically, he would lock himself in his room after returning from school, requiring multiple reminders to eat. So his early emergence from his chamber delighted her. At his age, children ought to be enjoying themselves. Noticing that he was engrossed in his search and seemed to have not heard her, Landa spoke again. Young master, is there anything I can assist you with? No need. I'm just a bit hungry and checking for food, Xian replied casually, his hands still in motion. Don't bother searching. I'll prepare something for you right away, Landa said, halting him as she turned toward the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of clattering utensils could be heard as she prepared a late-night snack. Before long, Landa emerged from the kitchen with a plate of fragrant fried rice and, knowing Xian's preference for drier foods, a small bowl of rich soup. Here you go, young master, she said, placing the fried rice before him. The conditions are a bit modest, just some fried rice for now. Knowing your tastes, I specially prepared a small bowl of mushroom and meat soup. Enjoy. With that, Landa prepared to turn and leave. On Monday, Xian casually called out to Randa, saying, Aunt Randa, there's quite a bit of food. I cannot consume it all by myself. Please stay and share a meal with me. Although Sula had never mentioned the current plight of the Elizabeth family, Xian could discern it from the circumstances. Sula always donned a long white dress, which had become somewhat discolored from repeated washings. Even so, she continued to wear it. Such behavior was astonishing for a beautiful young lady. The only reasonable explanation for this was financial hardship. My dear sir, this is an order. Xian's tone abruptly interrupted Randa's attempt at an excuse. He was aware that even this fried rice was something Randa often spared from her own rations. If he did not assert himself, Randa would undoubtedly refuse to dine with him. Very well, sir, Randa replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she hastily wiped the corners of her eyes before turning back to the kitchen. She took a small bowl and served herself a modest portion, steadfast in her refusal to take any more, no matter how much Xian urged her. He reluctantly acquiesced. As the Elizabeth family had fallen into disrepair, many servants chose to depart quietly, but kind-hearted Sula said nothing. Only Randa, one of the few remaining, had opted to stay. To Randa, Sula was a gentle and fragile girl in need of care, and she could not bear to abandon her, especially now with Xian, whom she deemed equally in need of support. Fortunately, neither Sula nor Xian possessed the innate superiority or arrogance typically associated with nobility. They both treated Randa with considerable respect, which was a significant reason for her decision to remain. Although she knew Xian was not a true member of the Elizabeth family, she recognized that children of his age were particularly susceptible to losing themselves, and there had been no negative transformation evident in him despite the abrupt change in his circumstances. Thus, she showered him with affection. I may be overstepping my bounds, but sometimes one must make a clean break. Tomorrow, you shall announce that the Elizabeth family no longer requires the presence of servants. Let those who remain seek other avenues. After taking a sip of soup, Xian continued calmly. There should still be some valuable ornaments within the Elizabeth manor. Please inventory them tomorrow and distribute them accordingly. After all, they have served the Elizabeth family sufficiently, and this can be considered severance pay. Sir, I cannot endorse your course of action. The dignity of nobility is of utmost importance, and those ornaments are symbols of the former glory of the Elizabeth family, Randa urged anxiously upon hearing Xian's sudden decision. Precisely for this reason, Sula has not coveted these items. Moreover, the situation is not as dire as it seems. We should wait for Sula to return before making any decisions. Truly, it is a matter of preserving face even at the cost of suffering. Knowing that Landa would react in such a manner, Zhou Yixian expressed his frustration. Do you believe the Elizabeth family retains any semblance of nobility? In any family, there must exist at least one individual capable of making decisive judgments, and it is evident that Sula is not that person. However, Landa remained somewhat hesitant. Zhou Yixian, asserting his authority, declared, regardless of my previous status, I am now the young master of the Elizabeth family. My words are commands, and you shall act accordingly. Landa understood that the moment Sula's parents chose to abandon everything and flee with their possessions, it heralded the beginning of the Elizabeth family's decline. The current situation had long been anticipated, but it was unexpected for Zhou Yixian to so ruthlessly unveil the family's wounds. Feeling somewhat unaccustomed, she acquiesced, "Young master. Everything will proceed as you wish tomorrow. There is no need to worry about the subsequent matters." After speaking, Landa quickly finished the small bowl of fried rice before rising to prepare for an inventory of the valuable decorations within the estate. Just as she stood, she heard Zhou Yixian inquire about her thoughts on Bueni, which caused her to blush. She realized that even the young master had perceived her feelings and shyly replied, "Bueni is acceptable, quite loyal to the family." "Landa, you know what I mean," Zhou Yixian spoke lightly. "Young master, I do not. It is not me. Please do not misinterpret. I harbor no other intentions toward Bueni," Landa confessed, suddenly aware of her indiscretion. Embarrassed, she buried her head like a bashful maiden, embodying the behavior of an ostrich. "Let us summon Bueni back tomorrow. Sula no longer requires his protection." In Zhou Yixian's view, Bueni's talent was somewhat concerning. Nearing 40, he had only reached the 3rd tier. Now that Sula possessed the snow fruit, Bueni's continued presence was no longer of significant importance. It would be better to facilitate a mutual benefit. Uncertain if Sula was overly oblivious or for some other reason, it was surprising that throughout the years, they had not realized the mutual affection that had blossomed between Bueni and Landa. Due to the lack of permission from their master, they dared not express their feelings overtly. In this era, being a servant came with numerous constraints. "Young master, that cannot be. Lord Sula still requires protection." Although internally elated, Landa firmly rejected the idea, considering the essential protection that would be lacking in Sula's vicinity. "It is merely a necessity, as far as I know. Sula has already reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier and may break through to the 3rd tier at any moment. For some reason, nature-type ability users possess an innate affinity for Dao Yuan. Upon returning to the land of rebirth, Sula had already advanced from a 1st-tier Dao disciple to a Dao soldier. Now, after more than half a year, he should possess strength nearing the 3rd tier. Then let Bueni accompany the young master. He still requires protection. And the school may not be entirely safe, Landa suggested further. "Is that so?" Zhou Yixian responded noncommittally. "Gravity." On Monday, Zhou Yixian suddenly raised his hand towards the decorative stones outside the window, seemingly grasping at the air. Landa observed as a decorative stone, weighing several hundred pounds, miraculously soared into Zhou Yixian's hand, as if it were magnetically adhered to him, instead of succumbing to the force of gravity and plummeting to the ground. Shatter. On a Monday, a sudden cracking sound emanated from the stone in Zhou Yixian's hand. Amidst Landa's astonishment, the stone was engulfed by a thick, swirling black mist that emerged from Zhou Yixian's palm. When the mist dissipated, the stone had transformed into fine powder, cascading to the ground. Indeed, Zhou Yixian had transcended to the 2nd tier, utilizing the dark fruit's external capabilities. The dark energy that once flickered within him like a mere flame had now burgeoned into a fierce blaze. Although this enhancement did not render Zhou Yixian as fearsome as his predecessor, Blackbeard, capable of casting shadows over the sun, it certainly enabled him to wield numerous abilities of the dark fruit. Zhou Yixian conceived a clever technique to imbue the dark energy onto his hands, thereby compressing and shattering anything he touched. After all, deploying such extensive natural abilities was profoundly taxing on an ability user's stamina, and Zhou Yixian's current strength was insufficient to support such a devastating move. "I know I might be displaying a bit too much strength. There's no need for your astonishment," he remarked with a hint of smugness, noticing Landa's jaw drop in disbelief. "I no longer require Buendi's protection, for I have indeed ascended to the 2nd tier. Truly, I am a genius. However, master, the window and the shattered dining table will incur considerable repair costs," Landa lamented internally, her joy regarding Zhou Yixian's prowess overshadowed by worry over the substantial property damage. This was indeed a predicament. Remember to sell some decorative items tomorrow to maintain household expenses. Now, I'm feeling quite tired. Embarrassed by his first failed attempt at boasting, Zhou Yixian hastily concocted an excuse and retreated to his room, not forgetting to tell Landa, "I approve of your engagement." This remark left Landa blushing once again. It seemed the plan to earn money needed to be put into action. "Money is the bane of heroes," Zhou Yixian mused as he returned to his room, lost in thought. Chapter 31. The Four Seas Society in the Early Morning. Under Zhou Yixuan's supervision, he witnessed numerous servants who had loyally served the Elizabeth family for many years departing. Many expressed discontent upon receiving the new master's decision early that day, yet upon receiving the slave contracts personally delivered by Landa along with a generous severance, their complaints ceased, and they departed joyfully with their valuable possessions in hand. "Master, is this truly for the best?" Landa lamented sadly at the now empty estate entrance. "The world thrives on profit. All hustle and bustle is driven by gain." Zhou Yixuan muttered a phrase that Landa could not comprehend, choosing not to respond as he turned to walk back into the estate. Reflecting on Zhou Yixuan's retreating figure and the joy on the faces of those who had received their severance, Landa suddenly understood that perhaps his actions were indeed justified. Those who had previously hesitated to leave were not necessarily loyal to the Elizabeth family. Rather, they were merely lacking alternatives and the means for independent living. Such individuals, once the House of Elizabeth regains its former splendor, will be abundant in number, and Miss Sula need not bear a considerable monthly expenditure for their sake. Landa firmly believes that under the leadership of the unhurried Monday, the House of Elizabeth shall undoubtedly resurrect its past glory and may even ascend to unprecedented heights. For reasons unknown, as she gazed at the retreating figure of Monday, Landa was enveloped by an inexplicable sensation. The decision made by Zhou Yixuan on that Monday was influenced by several factors, with Landa's conjecture being but one of them. More significantly, he could no longer endure the constant presence of a sycophantic shadow in his own home, ever ready to cater to his whims, whether it be fetching tea or providing meals at his command. Initially, the experience of such a noble lifestyle was exhilarating, yet as time wore on, he realized the profound erosion of his intellect and character. Continuing down this path would only render him a mere playboy, so in a bid to avert further moral decline, Zhou Yixuan resolved to make this difficult choice. The insidious encroachment of capitalism proved to be dreadfully potent, leaving even someone of his privileged status feeling overwhelmed. 1, 2, 3. 35, 57. On Monday, Xian firmly grasped a stone weighing around 100 pounds, lifting it above his head while performing squats, occasionally murmuring to himself to keep track of the repetitions. Ever since his breakthrough to the second tier the previous night, he had distinctly sensed that his muscles were nearing saturation in their capacity to absorb Tao essence, prompting him to decisively increase the intensity of his daily training regimen. If the strength of the first tier could be likened to that of an apprentice, then the power of the second tier truly befits a genuine warrior. During the first tier, one enhances muscular strength through the absorption of Tao essence. However, the second tier signifies a deeper augmentation of physical strength, wherein the Tao essence transcends mere muscle enhancement and traverses through the blood vessels and bones, fortifying the very essence of the body. A towering edifice rises only upon a solid foundation. Thus, the transition to the second tier is of paramount importance for any martial artist. The future of one's accomplishments hinges entirely upon the robustness of their bones and blood during this pivotal stage. 1000, completed. With a resounding thud, Xian cast aside the stone and commenced the next phase of his training, picking up a modified dumbbell weighing several dozen pounds to engage in bicep exercises. Although his muscles were nearly saturated with Tao essence, the potential for further enhancement remained. Xian noticed that by continually increasing the weights of his training equipment, his muscle strength still saw some improvement, albeit less pronounced than before. It appeared that bolstering his internal fortitude was essential. Only then could he augment his strength from within. After completing the dumbbell exercises, Xian carelessly tossed the weights aside, intending to embark on another training endeavor. "You are already sufficiently strong. Why exert yourself so fiercely?" "Adequate rest is equally vital," Bambui remarked, watching Xian's seemingly self-imposed rigorous training with a hint of confusion. Yet, reflecting on Xian's formidable prowess filled him with pride. In just over half a year, Xian had attained the strength of the second tier. A commendable feat even among the elite class, truly a testament to his friendship. Bambui could not grasp that those who surpass him might simply be those who toil harder. Such realizations come only through personal experience. Xian, lost in his own thoughts, replied, "Mediocrity is insufficient, after all this time. I have barely approached 100 units of Tao power." "Listen, barely 100 units of Tao power, that's hardly impressive," Bambui thought, feeling an urge to voice his incredulity. 1 unit of Tao power translates to approximately 10 pounds of strength. In other words, Xian's punches now wield nearly 1,000 pounds of striking force, which, to Bambui, rendered him a monstrous entity, yet Xian regarded his achievements as merely average. Boom. On Monday, Zhou Yixian, with an impassive expression, struck and shattered a stone weighing over 100 pounds, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps from the onlookers, including Zhu Yiru. With a Dao power exceeding 100 and a striking force of 1,000 pounds, it sounded formidable. However, Zhou Yixian understood that his strength merely classified him as a robust, ordinary individual. In his past life, certain boxers, even without the existence of Dao Yuan, could deliver punches of such intensity. While some athletes could attain nearly 1,000 pounds of striking force through training, the feat of shattering a stone of such weight, as Zhou Yixian had done, was utterly impossible, a testament to the might of Dao Yuan, which could immensely amplify one's physical strength to astonishing levels. You have grown stronger, A Fong remarked in a daze, observing the shattered stone before him. He could distinctly feel that Zhou Yixian's prowess had surpassed his own significantly. Initially perceived as a noble who had gained admission to the academy through connections, A Fong was baffled by the magnitude of Zhou Yixian's transformation in such a brief span of time, sensing that the latter was still concealing his true capabilities. After a moment of astonishment, witnessing Zhou Yixian diligently practicing, A Fong could only shake his head and lament, "It seems I have not exerted enough effort." A Fong. There is no need to compare yourself to a freak like Zhou Yixian. He defies conventional understanding. Zhu Yi consoled, noticing A Fong's disheartenment. You at least entered the academy with the top score in the entrance examination, which is quite remarkable compared to most. Indeed, A Fong was the student who, during Zhou Yixian's third entrance assessment, had initially believed himself to be of similar caliber, yet turned out to be of royal lineage. As a commoner, he had surpassed countless noble offspring to emerge as the top candidate in the entrance assessments. A Fong fully grasped the principle that only through diligent effort could one alter their fate. Thus, he became one of the few zealous practitioners in the school. Akin to Zhou Yixian, their frequent encounters naturally forged a friendship, and they often trained together. It's mealtime. We should head to the dining hall, Zhu Yi reminded. Exhibiting an unusual dedication to the matter of meals and ensuring the two training enthusiasts were aware of the time. Hurry and tidy up. If we delay, we will miss out on the food. If we arrive late, there will be nothing left. Man is iron, and food is steel. One meal missed leads to hunger. Upon hearing Zhu Yi's words, the two reluctantly set aside their training tools and followed him to the cafeteria. The Naval Academy's dining hall did not operate around the clock. Free meals were only served during designated hours, with no exceptions for tardiness. The food, served in large pots and provided at no cost, was not expected to be gourmet. Zhu Yi and A Fong chose to dine at the cafeteria primarily to alleviate some financial burdens at home, while Zhou Yixian, who was so impoverished he could scarcely afford a meal, had no alternatives. By the time the trio arrived at the dining hall, a considerable number of students were already queued with their trays, waiting for the cafeteria staff to serve their meals. The three hastily gathered their utensils and queued up at the back of the line. Fortunately, they made it just in time, narrowly avoiding missing the deadline. Zhu Yi patted his chest, gazing at the lengthy queue with a sigh, then turned to his companions and remarked, "Without me, you two would have starved countless times by now." Indeed, we are truly grateful," the two responded. For the pair, who were solely focused on their cultivation, Zhu Yi's presence undoubtedly brought them considerable convenience. Beyond their training, he took care of every matter, ensuring everything was prepared in advance for them. "Why are so many noble offspring present here today?" A Fong remarked, noticing the numerous aristocratic youths in the dining hall. "You truly are oblivious to everything but cultivation," he continued. Somewhat exasperated as he clarified, "Today is the day when various school clubs recruit new members. These nobles are merely here to scout for new recruits." Upon hearing Zhu Yi's explanation, Zhou Yixian finally noticed the several promotional stands set up in the dining hall. Although he found them rather scant and felt compelled to inquire further, why are there so few school clubs? To avoid unnecessary competition, nobles from around the world have formed an alliance, dividing themselves into 4 clubs based on geographical regions, Zhu Yi replied, seemingly recalling something, and continued with a serious expression. "As members of the Naval Academy, it would be wise for us to join a club. Otherwise, our school life may become exceedingly arduous. There have been declarations from the nobility stating that students who refuse to join a club will be regarded as enemies of the club." Chapter 32. The Power of Wealth. Upon hearing Zhu Yi's words, Zhou Yixian finally grasped the situation. The so-called clubs were merely a means for the aristocracy to expand their influence among the new students. Graduates from the Naval Academy would likely become low-ranking officers in the Navy, allowing the clubs to recruit members and consolidate power in advance. This, he realized, Was the fundamental purpose behind the establishment of these clubs by the nobility? Does the Naval Academy not have any means to suppress such actions? Zhou Yixin inquired. It is not that there are no measures to curb this behavior, but their effectiveness is rather limited, Afeng lamented. He had experienced the manipulative tactics of the nobles firsthand, having been courted more than once by them through various temptations, wealth, beauty, status, and the like. As a commoner, few could withstand such a lure. Had it not been for his unwavering belief in martial arts, he might have succumbed to the nobles' enticing offers long ago. Zhu Yi also had a share of experiences. Though he was not particularly formidable, he had received invitations from clubs established by the aristocracy. However, his treatment was less favorable. He was more often met with threats. He spoke up. Even I have received invitations from noble-founded clubs. There have been warnings that today marks the final deadline for club recruitment. And if one continues to refuse joining, their school life will undoubtedly become quite challenging. Today, I have resolved to join one of the associations. And the West Sea Society appears to be a commendable choice, as it stands as the most formidable among the four sea societies. Though I am reluctant to let my fate be dictated by others, I find myself with little recourse, born into a common family. I have never possessed the privilege of abundant choices. Afeng, feeling a mixture of resignation and bitterness, expressed his own intention to join an association today. However, unlike Zhu Yi, he aims to affiliate himself with the East Sea Society, which is notably weaker, hoping that this will afford him a greater degree of autonomy in the future. It seems that the nobility of the newborn lands is indeed a source of considerable concern. Zhou Yixin, grasping this sentiment, lamented, contemplating that he had never received such invitations, leaving him somewhat disheartened. It appears the village officials do not regard him with the seriousness he deserves. The Elizabeth family seems to have lost its prestige entirely. I seem to have never been extended an invitation to any society. Could it be my peculiar status renders them hesitant in their dealings? The Elizabeth family currently finds itself in a rather awkward position, being of royal lineage, yet having fallen into disrepair. Should Zhou Yixin be invited to join a society? The royal status of the Elizabeth family complicates matters, making it difficult to determine how to treat him. Nobility often places significant weight on status, which is why Zhou Yixin's existence has been conveniently overlooked. The world's government finds the nobility of the newborn lands to be a challenge far beyond mere annoyance. It has become an increasingly intricate issue. I wonder why Zhu Yi possesses such profound knowledge of the newborn lands, as he continued. The global situation has grown increasingly dire. Every naval deployment incurs considerable expenses, and the nobility of the newborn lands fortuitously holds a staggering wealth. Each party benefits. The nobility gains some degree of control over the navy, while the world government alleviates its financial woes. However, the growing power wielded by the nobility has rendered the world government vigilant, yet they have yet to devise an adequate response. After all, the navy of the newborn lands already bears the influence of numerous nobles, making the situation far from simple to navigate. On Monday, Zhou Yixin finally comprehended the complexities surrounding the issue of the newborn land. Indeed, the world's government was experiencing a bittersweet dilemma. Even a family as dilapidated as the Elizabeths possessed a certain gravitas. After all, the value of their collectibles could amount to a considerable fortune. The wealth held by other noble families was even more pronounced, as they controlled the majority of their nation's riches. Once Zhou Yixin and his companions had procured their meals and found a place to sit, they realized that the cafeteria was bustling with students. It seemed that, regardless of their inclinations, nearly all members of this cohort had gathered at the school cafeteria for this rare grand assembly. Bang! The cafeteria doors were abruptly shut from the outside. Zhou Yixin keenly noticed that they had been locked, indicating that the nobility had anticipated this moment, leaving no room for the students to evade the pressing decisions they faced. Indeed, as the doors closed, someone had already prepared a loudspeaker. A student dressed as a swordsman seized the microphone and proclaimed, "You are all aware of the significance of today. I shall not elaborate further. I hereby announce the commencement of recruitment for the Four Seas Society. Education may not have been extensive, but the actions were straightforward and unequivocal. Of course, you may choose not to participate, yet I cannot guarantee that your school life will proceed smoothly." Observing the uncertainty among the crowd, the nobles intensified their persuasion, resorting to threats. The effect was palpable. Some hesitant students began to approach the Four Seas Society's booth, ready to make their choice. As there are always those who play the villain, there were also voices of reassurance within the Four Seas Society, Joining our society is not as dreadful as you might imagine. On the contrary, the benefits are rather appealing. With sufficient strength and our family's support, ascending to high ranks within the Navy is not unattainable. Any student who makes a decision today and joins any branch of the 4C Society will instantly receive a reward of 100,000 berries, with no obligations whatsoever. As the noble's words faded, someone laboriously pushed a cafeteria cart into view, atop which lay neatly stacked berries, a striking visual impact. Even Zhou Yixian felt a stir of temptation upon witnessing such a sum before him. The allure of wealth proved to be undeniably potent. Here, it is essential to elucidate the value of 100,000 berries. According to Oda's framework, one berry is roughly equivalent to 1 Japanese yen, and 1 RMB equals over 10 yen. Thus, 100,000 berries approximates 10,000 RMB. The prospect of receiving this substantial sum simply by consenting to join was indeed staggering, revealing the astonishing wealth of the nobility in the newborn land. Is it truly the case that one need only join to receive 100,000 berries without any further obligations? With the sight of a veritable mountain of money before them, someone finally voiced the curiosity shared by many. Indeed, once you agree to join, this money is yours. The individual clad in the garb of a swordsman from the 4C Society pledged, I swear by the name of the kingdom of Zakayalu, I shall guarantee your safety upon receiving this sum. No one shall seize this money from your hands under any pretext. Otherwise, they shall be considered enemies of the kingdom of Zakayalu. There was no need to inquire further, for both Zhu and Zhou Yixian were aware of the existence of the kingdom of Zakayalu. However, it had met its demise centuries ago, and the remnants of its territory had become the private domain of the Eagle Eye. It was astonishing that the influence of this bygone kingdom still persisted, re-emerging in the newborn land and thriving remarkably well. Upon hearing the oath taken in the name of the kingdom of Zakayalu, the crowd began to stir with intrigue. Many chose to join the 4C Society, successfully claiming the bounty of 100,000 berries. It seemed their claims were not unfounded. Everything was indeed authentic. This was a sum substantial enough to enhance our living conditions. Joining the society did not appear as daunting as initially thought. I too resolved to become a member. Witnessing this unfolding scenario, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, with numerous individuals making instant decisions. Fearing that a moment's hesitation would cause the coveted 100,000 berries to vanish before their very eyes, I too received my share. And the weight of 100,000 berries was indeed considerable. I had never possessed such an amount in my life. With the rewards in hand, many began to promote their society. Join the 4C Society. Not only does it boast the presence of nobility from the kingdom of Zakayalu, but it also harbors the formidable mafia families. Such tactics were indeed clever, a ploy employed by a band of reckless brutes. Members of the East Sea Society derided them, stating, though our strength may be somewhat lacking in the newborn land, one need not worry about personal safety, for we have the formidable Marines stationed here. Those who join our East Sea Society will not only receive a reward of 100,000 berries, but, more importantly, the privilege of freely traversing the High Town. If the 4C Society employs threats of wealth and force, then the East Sea Society offers promises of fame and fortune. The right to roam freely in the High Town may appear trivial, yet it holds a fatal allure for countless commoners. According to the regulations of the newborn land, entering the High Town without the permission of the nobility is deemed an affront, punishable by imprisonment or, in severe cases, death at the hands of the law enforcement. Therefore, obtaining the privilege to walk freely in the High Town is considered a matter of great prestige among the common folk, as if they had attained the status of nobility themselves. The benefits offered by the East Sea Society undoubtedly swayed the crowd's inclinations anew, leading many to gravitate towards them. Observing this shift, both the 4Cs and North Sea Societies hastily promised additional member benefits beyond the 100,000 berries, encompassing wealth, power, and status. After all, to live is to strive for these very pursuits. No one can resist such overwhelming temptation. The rewards one reaps are often proportional to the efforts invested. However, at this moment, the throng of students appears to be so entranced by the allure of immediate gains that they have relinquished their capacity for critical thought, seemingly indifferent to the constraints that the organization may impose upon them in the future. Chapter 33. The Threat. The temptation of wealth is irresistible for most. Yet there exists a minority who remain steadfast and true to their principles. While it may seem that many have opted to join the 4C Society, a significant number of commoners' offspring have refrained from doing so. The nobility in this new land of opportunities does not exhibit the benevolence they project. Their wealth has not come without cost. In exchange for their resources, one must be prepared to bear the burdens that accompany such associations, which may well exceed one's capacity to endure. It is evident that some are aware of the machinations employed by the nobility. Just moments ago, I overheard a lively discussion behind me. The consensus was that joining the society may not be as advantageous as it appears. The son of my former neighbor, a distinguished graduate of the second class of the Naval Academy, quickly rose through the ranks due to his exceptional performance. Yet, under duress, he joined the 4C Society, and as he attained a significant position within the Navy, he frequently found himself receiving orders that contradicted the interests of the naval forces. His deep entanglement with the nobility left him vulnerable, with numerous compromising secrets held against him, compelling him to comply. The subject of their discourse seemed to possess some notoriety in the central square, prompting someone to interject. "You must be referring to Major Sika. I had no idea you were neighbors. I've heard his situation has become rather precarious. Ever since he was branded as a lackey of the nobility, the naval headquarters has grown wary of him. What should have been a promising future has now relegated him to a remote base in the Eastern Sea, effectively exiling him and nearly extinguishing his chances for advancement." Ah, the nobility. Following Major Sika's banishment by the Navy, the aristocrats of the Kingdom of Sakyala seem to have forgotten him entirely, discarding him like a stray dog. Showing no inclination to expend resources on clearing his path for promotion, some derided the actions of the nobility, asserting that while they may claim that those who join the 4C Society are elevated in status, they are, in truth, mere lapdogs for the aristocracy. When one loses their utility, they are readily cast aside. Are you still hesitating to make your choice? A student of the Western Sea Society, adorned with a sidearm, stepped forward and confronted a commoner who had yet to decide. "You must choose today. Join the Western Sea Society or another organization. If you find it difficult to decide, I suggest you join us." "I need to think it over," the questioned student replied, still wavering. Bang. Words were unnecessary for those who mean business. A member of the Western Sea Society swiftly raised his firearm and fired a shot directly into the thigh of the hesitant student, who collapsed clutching his wound. Coldly, the assailant stated, "I do not possess the luxury of patience. Now, tell me your choice." After speaking, he once again picked up the handgun, aiming it at the opponent's other thigh. "Please, don't shoot. I will join the Shihai Society, I swear." The fallen student cried out in agony, desperately trying to dissuade the assailant from continuing his deadly intentions. Yet, the assailant seemed to think the student had delayed his response, and he fired a shot, eliciting a second wail of pain. "My apologies, my hand slipped. You should have spoken up sooner." Blowing away the smoke that curled from the barrel, a member of the Shihai Society nonchalantly remarked, "Excellent. You have made a prudent choice. Congratulations, you are now a member of the Shihai Society. As a member, you will have access to superior medical care. I assure you, your legs will not be left disabled." Upon finishing his statement, he signaled with a glance, and two medics swiftly emerged from the ranks of the Shihai Society, dragging the injured student towards their display area to attend to his wounds. The medics worked with remarkable dexterity, quickly extracting 2 metal pellets from the student's leg and staunching the bleeding with efficient bandaging. See that? As a commoner, you would never have access to such exceptional medical expertise. Once you join the Shihai Society, this will no longer be a luxury, and what you receive will far exceed your expectations. The member of the Shihai Society glanced at the fallen student, beginning to demonstrate the benefits of joining their ranks. However, due to the previous violent methods employed, the demonstration did not seem to resonate well. Despite their resentment towards the coercive tactics, no one dared to confront the aggressors, resulting in an eerie silence in the cafeteria. A glance exchanged between Zhu Yi and Zhou Yixian conveyed a question about the audacity of the Shihai Society's actions, prompting Zhu Yi to explain in hushed tones, fearful of drawing attention from the society. During today's recruitment event, the nobles of the new students' territory have already promised significant benefits to the actual controllers of this area. Therefore, as long as no fatalities occur, the higher-ups choose to turn a blind eye. "Who, then, are they?" Zhou Yixian inquired, pointing towards the Shihai Society. "Mafia Mac, the third son of the Mafia family. He is notoriously arrogant and quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, causing considerable distress among the common folk of Central Street. However, due to the Mafia family's overwhelming influence, most dare not voice their grievances." Zhu Yi continued to elucidate the other factions within the Shihai Society, adding, "The student dressed as a swordsman was Rakel, the third son of the Zakalar kingdom. Although the Zakalar kingdom has been defunct for centuries, its lineage remains remarkably powerful. The kingdom revered martial prowess, particularly swordsmanship, which has resulted in a plethora of formidable swordsmen. The noble class of the kingdom of Zakayalu, along with the Mafia, Capone, and Tang San, collectively form the West Sea Syndicate, which stands as the most formidable organization among the four seas. However, due to its exclusionary practices, many nobles inclined towards the West Sea have been compelled to align themselves with the other three sea powers, thereby preventing the West Sea Syndicate from monopolizing dominance in the newly emerged territories. Zhu Yi conveyed a wealth of information in a single breath, sharing all he knew with Zhou Yixian. He was well aware of Zhou's inquisitive nature, always probing for clarity on matters he was unfamiliar with. Zhu Yi found it perplexing that someone of Zhou Yixian's noble lineage possessed such a lack of basic knowledge regarding the other noble factions in the new land. Was it possible that the Elizabeth family had fallen into such disarray that they could no longer afford to concern themselves with affairs beyond their own? Upon hearing Zhu Yi's account, Zhou Yixian held a different perspective. He remarked that he had never heard of the West Sea's exclusionary disposition. Perhaps, fearing the rapid expansion of their power might provoke the scrutiny of global governance, they rejected the inclusion of other noble factions. It seemed that the esteemed nobility did not appear as despicable as depicted in the original narrative. Bravo! What a splendid performance. I cannot help but applaud you, Harry. A member of the Outlook family who had participated in the second entrance examination alongside Zhou Yixian suddenly interjected, casting a provocative glance at Mike. Aside from threats of brute force, is there any other method you violent maniacs can devise? You have utterly disgraced the noble class. After making his point, he instinctively distanced himself from Mike, as if fearing contagion. Hearing Harry's mockery, Raquel turned to him with an air of arrogance. When the kingdom fell, did it not enlighten you, the so-called noble class who indulge in hedonism? In this era of rampant piracy, only strength holds true significance. It appears you are destined to be eliminated by this age. Indeed, while the West Sea boasts formidable military prowess among the four seas, what this world truly lacks is not strength, but effective governance and stability. The warriors of the West Sea seem entirely oblivious to this, leading to their perpetual state of turmoil. Raquel added, joining your West Sea Syndicate might very well result in being dragged to the depths of the sea by your band of brutes. The other factions naturally could not stand by and allow the West Sea Syndicate to monopolize the limelight. Following Raquel's remarks, a representative from the South Sea Syndicate rose to offer a scathing retort. Without the need for Zhou Yixian to inquire, Zhu Yi took the initiative to explain. The notorious and malevolent Brickic family of the Dark Magnetic Drum Kingdom was once a tyrannical clan of the South Sea. Over a century ago, they were toppled by the GM army and subsequently found refuge in the new land, forming an alliance with Elusia in the kingdom of Sinduala to establish the South Sea Coalition. This triad of nations collectively governs the judicial institutions of the new land and boasts a significant number of law enforcement personnel, making their influence formidable. The reason the three kingdoms formed a common alliance lies in a shared characteristic. Each nation has been overthrown by the GM army. From Zhou Yi's perspective, this might be what is referred to as a meeting of like minds. However, one certainty remains. It is evident that none of the three kingdoms possesses a wise sovereign. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily toppled by the GM military. A bunch of lunatics, muttered Lakel, retreating to the sidelines, seemingly unwilling to engage in conflict with the members of the South Sea Society. If the other two societies pride themselves on being paragons of nobility, exhibiting the necessary restraint in their dealings, then the alliance formed by the South Sea Society is comprised entirely of madmen. A careless word could provoke their ire, and no one wishes to attract inexplicable trouble. Thus, the South Sea Society bears the most notorious reputation in this fledgling land. But this is merely a trivial interlude. The North Sea Society members also stepped forward to restore order, intending to soothe the fright experienced by the crowd. Not every society resorts to violence, at least we. The North Sea Society are merely a group of earnest information gatherers. Joining us appears to be the option with the least risk. Chapter 34. Doubts without evidence, a group of timid little mice who merely lurk in the shadows. Do you intend to join us to learn how to dig tunnels? The North Sea Society attempted to stabilize the situation, yet the South Sea Society, true to their lunatic nature, scoffed at their words. Only by joining the South Sea Society can one make the wisest choice. The members of the North Sea Society, already familiar with their opponent's tendencies, disregarded the taunts and continued, Our North Sea kingdom of Rub-Uni gathers countless exceptional storytellers. Whatever kind of tale you wish to see, we can tailor it for you. Even some peculiar stories are not out of the question. Upon finishing, the members of the North Sea Society exchanged knowing glances, prompting a shared smile among the students in the cafeteria, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Is such an overt display truly acceptable? On Monday, Xian became particularly attentive to the Beihai Society. The uniqueness of the narrative is not paramount. Rather, Xian has a penchant for fairy tales. At first glance, the Beihai Society may appear to be the weakest of the organizations. However, Xian harbors a different perspective. Any entity capable of managing a local intelligence network is undoubtedly composed of formidable figures. Coupled with the charm of fairy tales, this can be regarded as a form of cultural export. Such cultural dissemination, though seemingly inconspicuous, can wield significant influence when the occasion demands it. Through the recent recruitment of societies, Xian has finally gained a clearer understanding of the power dynamics in the new students' realm. The Beihai Society oversees public safety. Equipped with numerous law enforcement personnel, the Donghai Society governs the economy, boasting a vast fleet for regional trade. The Nanhai Society administers the judiciary, similarly supported by a considerable number of enforcement agents. The Beihai Society also manages intelligence, staffed by countless informants, leaving no secrets undiscovered in the new students' realm. It appears that the Beihai Society is indeed a commendable choice. Originally intending to join the Shihai Society, Zhu hesitated after witnessing Mike's impulsive act of violence. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and recognized that, given his capabilities, he could easily become dispensable and discarded like refuse. In truth, Zhu harbored no desire to affiliate with any society. He understood the founding intentions of the Four Seas societies and, as a commoner, felt the constraints of his circumstances. Even possessing strength did not alleviate the dilemma faced by individuals like a Fong. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Zhu turned to a Fong and inquired, "Which society do you intend to join? I plan to accompany you." In Zhu's eyes, a Fong's formidable prowess would ensure he garnered significant attention within any society. Thus, aligning himself with a Fong seemed prudent, as his friendship would afford him some degree of protection. As for Xian's choice, Zhu dismissed it entirely, believing that his status would shield him from undue scrutiny. Surprised by Zhu's question, a Fong hesitated, uncertain, and replied, "Perhaps the Shihai Society, though I'm not entirely sure." Casting a glance at the locked cafeteria doors, he realized that resolution was unattainable for the day and sighed with resignation. If I were not a child of common origins, I would not be in such a predicament. Ultimately, a decision must be made. Isn't that Zhu, the son of the Zhu family's cake shop on Central Street? Zhu's chatter had drawn attention at last. Previously, Louisa Nader-Kane, who had shared a classroom with Xian during the examination, found herself captivated by Zhu and remarked, "I have tasted your family's cake. It is quite delightful." Suddenly approached by an adorable girl, Zhu found himself flustered, entirely unaccustomed to such an encounter. His words tumbled out in a disjointed manner. "I never imagined that Lady Louisa would also enjoy our cakes. They truly are delightful. I mean, you are always welcome to visit again." Observing Zhu's reaction, Zhou Yixian felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement, remarking, "Look at you. Is it that shocking to be approached by a girl?" Louisa, enchanted by Zhu's awkwardness, let out a melodious laugh. "Zhu, why not join our Donghai Society? Once you possess the authority to roam freely in Gao Town, perhaps with your family's exceptional cake-making skills, you could settle down here just like the Afong family." Louisa, eager to forge a connection with the formidable Afong, casually mentioned him, hoping to draw closer to Zhu. However, it seemed futile, as Afong remained engrossed in his meal, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. "I apologize, but Zhu has no intention of joining the society," Zhou Yixian interjected, restraining Zhu, who was about to agree. Perhaps influenced by the original narrative, he harbored a distinctly unfavorable view of the nobles from the kingdom of Goya, thus stepping in to decline the invitation on Zhu's behalf. He wished to prevent his friend from making a hasty decision that he might later regret. It appeared that Elizabeth Zhou had somehow intertwined herself with this situation, and it seemed that Louise's attempts to win over Zhu would not be easily realized. Seeing Zhou Yixian take a stand caused Louisa to hesitate, uncertain of the nature of Zhu's relationship with him. She merely issued a subtly threatening remark before returning to the Donghai Society's booth. "You must think carefully. All supplies in the newcomers' area rely on our Goya Kingdom's fleet. Angering the Donghai Society could jeopardize your business prospects." Zhu cast a pleading glance at Zhou Yixian, who shook his head, signaling him not to make any rash decisions. Louise's threat was indeed quite impactful. Many commoner students had families running small businesses, and provoking the Donghai Society could have dire consequences for them. I wish to join the Donghai Society. I, too, wish to join. Under the pressure of circumstance. Many students whose families operated businesses ultimately chose to submit to the Donghai Society, though the original goal had not been achieved. It could be considered an unintended yet fruitful outcome. Watching numerous students yield to her intimidation and opt to join the Donghai Society, Louisa laughed again with delight, clearly pleased with her strategy of lowering herself to court these commoners. Ha ha ha, the methods of the Donghai Society aren't all that sophisticated. It's merely the same old threats we've grown accustomed to. Mike, remembering the earlier mockery he had suffered, seized the opportunity to retort in kind. The individuals from the West Sea Society had long been on their radar, and naturally, he did not wish for them to be swayed by other factions. He remarked, "Enfant, you need not concern yourself with the threats posed by the East Sea Society. As long as you join our West Sea Society, I assure you that anyone who dares to interfere with your family's shoe shop will face dire consequences." Enfant's father, Old Fong, renowned for his exquisite shoe repair skills, had become one of the few common folk to settle in Gaotian. Shoes mended by Old Fong appeared as pristine as new. Many noble women would go out of their way to find him to repair their cherished, albeit worn-out, footwear. Due to the cumbersome travel between Gaotian and the central street, Old Fong's family was granted special permission to open a shoe repair shop in Gaotian, catering to the noble women's needs. Thus, Enfant did not take Louise's threats to heart. "Thank you for your kind offer, Lord Mike, but I feel there is still much I need to improve upon and would like to contemplate my decision further." Enfant politely responded, subtly declining the invitation. What an insufferable fellow, Mike thought to himself, uttering a silent curse. He threatened, "Enfant, you must think this through. While you appear to possess some potential, you are not irreplaceable. There are countless individuals like you in the vast ocean. If there are indeed countless individuals in the ocean, why then must Lord Mike fixate on me?" Enfant retorted, "I shall make it abundantly clear that I have no intention of joining the West Sea Society." Even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of temper, and Enfant, having been openly belittled, found his patience wearing thin. Previously, he might have considered aligning with one of the societies, but having witnessed the similar pretenses among the nobility, he had become utterly disenchanted with the Four Seas Society and resolved not to join any faction. He believed that with diligence, achieving success on his own was not an impossibility. "You are quite remarkable." Mike was momentarily rendered speechless by Enfant's words, his eyes narrowing into a fierce glare. Laden with threat, yet Enfant chose to disregard the intimidation once more. "Since you do not intend to join our West Sea Society, which other society do you plan to join?" Rakel pressed forward, insisting on maintaining the dignity of their society and compelling Enfant, along with the others present, to make a decision. "We are in accord with Rakel." The nobles from the other three sea societies chimed in uncharacteristically in unison, internally supportive of Rakel's approach. "Our patience is finite. Regardless of your concerns, those who do not make a choice today should carefully consider the repercussions of opposing the Four Seas Society." It appeared that the students hesitating to make a choice had exhausted the patience of the Four Seas Society's nobles, who had grown weary of the charade and began to issue overt threats. Prior to this day, they had already received directives from their families to recruit a sufficient number of students into their fold. Failure to achieve this would result in significant repercussions for their standing within the family. The kingdom's decline had instilled a sense of urgency among the new land's nobility. It is only now that one contemplates the necessity of a collaboration with the world's governing bodies, each party extracting what they require. Presently, among the esteemed noble families, there exists a reluctance to invest significant resources in their less capable offspring, allowing them instead to fend for themselves. After all these years, the landlords find themselves devoid of surplus. In Chapter 35, The Dog of a Deceased Family, the Beihai Society makes its final attempts, hoping to recruit Enfant, a student brimming with potential, into their ranks. For a child of humble origins like Enfant, excelling in the entrance examination requires more than mere diligence. It necessitates a considerable degree of innate talent. Noble scions enjoy the privilege of specialized martial arts instructors from a young age, a luxury inaccessible to the children of commoners, who must rely solely on their haphazard efforts. In such circumstances, achieving the top score in the entrance assessment speaks volumes of Enfant's exceptional abilities. Securing such a promising student for their society would undoubtedly enhance the family's reputation in the eyes of their elders, thus warranting earnest attempts. Enfant, you have already declined the West Sea Society. As for the South and East Sea, it seems you have no inclination towards them either. Why not join our Beihai Society? Observing Enfant's indecisiveness, Zhou Yixian recognized the necessity to intervene, unwilling to see his friend in a predicament, especially one with such extraordinary talent that should not be snatched away by others. Zhou Yixian spoke again. Is there truly no other means at your disposal aside from threats within the Four Seas Society? I am indifferent to your sordid dealings. But I implore you to remember this. Zhui and Enfant are my friends, allies of the Elizabeth family. No one shall coerce them into actions they do not wish to undertake. Zhui and Enfant gazed at the figure standing resolutely before them, suddenly struck by a profound sense of admiration as Zhou Yixian's silhouette seemed to magnify in their minds. Who is this, speaking with such audacity? The Elizabeth family. I feel as though I have heard that name before. It dawns on me. This is the lineage of the former royalty of Prodennis. No wonder the bravado. Zhou Yixian's remarks undoubtedly provoked the Four Seas Society, drawing the ire of the assembled crowd. Perhaps the Prodennis kingdom was once formidable enough to disregard us lesser nations, but as for now, well, you may not yet be aware, but not long ago, the Elizabeth family liquidated numerous valuable heirlooms symbolizing their former glory. My uncle acquired a sword once belonging to Elizabeth I from a servant. He remarked on its remarkable craftsmanship, a testament to the legacy of the erstwhile royal family of the New World, much to his amusement. The act of dispersing family servants and liquidating noble assets is no secret among the aristocracy, and some seized the opportunity to mock him. Yet, the Beihai Society refrained from joining in the derision directed at Zhou Yixian. Raquel, with a serious demeanor, turned to Zhou Yixian and inquired, Elizabeth Zhou, do you comprehend the implications of your current actions? Of course, came the assured reply. On Monday, Xian gazed calmly at Raquel and remarked, an intriguing thought has just crossed my mind. Since the school does not oppose the formation of clubs by students, why should I not establish one myself? Seizing the opportunity presented today, he resolved to found a new club under the auspices of the House of Elizabeth. The students present were taken aback by Xian's sudden and audacious proposal, and the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense, as though time itself had momentarily frozen upon the utterance of his words. Although the school had never prohibited students from creating clubs, no one had dared to challenge the Four Seas Club since its inception in this new realm, given the formidable influence it wielded. Yet today, Xian shattered this precedent, stepping forth as a scion of a once great but now dilapidated royal family. Xian's decision was not a mere whim. He had harbored such thoughts upon witnessing the emergence of the Four Seas Club. Given the current predicament of the Elizabeth family, it was evident that revitalization through conventional means was out of the question. Only by embracing risk could there be a glimmer of hope. In Xian's view, rallying the common students of the school against the aristocracy represented a promising strategy. However, he was acutely aware that the situation was far from straightforward. Having made up his mind, Xian never wavered. He turned to Zhu Yi and instructed, Zhu Yi, what are you waiting for? Go prepare. Just mimic the style of the Four Seas Club and make it work. Yes, of course. Zhu Yi, initially startled by Xian's boldness, found himself influenced by his unwavering gaze and promptly agreed. He began rummaging through the cafeteria in search of useful items. Eventually, Zhu Yi returned with a few mops used for cleaning and several white cloths for wiping tables. He propped up the mops and hung the cloths to create a banner, while Xian personally inscribed the words Commoners Club upon it. In this manner, a makeshift recruitment booth for the proposed club was established. Although this endeavor would likely provoke the ire of the local aristocracy, Xian felt assured that the naval authorities would support his actions, as the behavior of the nobility in this new realm had become excessively overbearing. As he surveyed the booth he had crafted with his own hands, Xian contemplated his strategies moving forward. On Monday, Zhou Yixian stood resolutely before the exhibition booth, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, in the name of the Elizabeth family, I hereby establish the Royal Navy Technical Vocational School's Cold Door Society. At that moment, Zhu Yi immediately responded, can I join? Of course. Zhou Yixian replied with an approving glance. I wish to join as well. Are there any requirements? Afang inquired earnestly. No conditions are necessary, but I must add one stipulation. Members of any alliance affiliated with the Four Seas Society are prohibited from joining. Zhou Yixian then engaged in self-deprecation, stating, naturally, considering the Elizabeth family's current state of decline, we cannot offer our members any financial support or status. After all, The Elizabeth family is nearly out of resources. Laughter erupted as attendees found humor in the self-mockery of the young master of the Elizabeth family. Zhou Yixian's candidness garnered the admiration of several commoners, altering their conventional views of nobility. Perhaps joining the Cold Door Society was indeed a commendable choice. In the hearts of many commoners, they would prefer to be part of an organization founded by someone like Zhou Yixian, a fallen scion, rather than align themselves with the 4C Society. At least in the Cold Door Society, they need not fear having their futures manipulated. Subsequently, the Cold Door Society presented an enticing proposition that stirred the hearts of numerous commoner members, compelling many students to reconsider their options. On Monday, disregarding the jests of those around him, he confidently proclaimed, "I assure you, any member who joins the Cold Door Society shall, at the very least within the confines of this institution, not suffer oppression from any other organization." To suggest that you can guarantee the protection of your members from oppression is, quite frankly, the most amusing jest I have encountered today. My apologies. I simply could not contain my laughter. Upon hearing the audacious remarks of Monday, many from the 4C Society began to chuckle derisively. To put it mildly, the Elizabethan family has merely fallen from grace. To put it less charitably, they are now but a collection of ineffectual beings. What remnants of worth does the Elizabethan family possess? One is an arrogant braggart, another a mere ornament. I dare say it would be wise for them to consider an early exit, for the demise of the Elizabethan family is but a matter of time. Zhou Yixian had never been one to tolerate grievances, and he retorted immediately, "In my view, the 4C Society is nothing more than a pack of strays." The term stray undoubtedly struck a deep nerve among the aristocrats of the 4C Society. Mike, with his notorious temper, could hardly restrain himself, advancing toward Zhou Yixian with a handgun in hand. "What did you just say, kid? Have the audacity to repeat it." "I said you are a stray, which means a worthless, dying dog." Zhou Yixian's sharp tongue wielded a formidable power. "Die? Even if I kill you, it's of no consequence." Enraged by Zhou Yixian's insult, Mike lost all reason and fired a shot at him. Bang! A gunshot echoed, and then there was silence. On Monday, Xian casually sidestepped, narrowly evading a bullet that had been shot from Mike's handgun. Just as Mike intended to fire again, he abruptly realized that his hand had been ensnared by his opponent. Subsequently, a searing pain coursed through his hand, as if his entire palm were on the verge of being rendered useless, causing him to panic. "What do you intend to do? Release me at once. I am the third son of the Mafia family. You must consider the repercussions of your actions." Mike contemplated further threats, only to be met with Xian's terrifying gaze, reminiscent of a predator fixated on its prey. A chill enveloped him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. "You don't do anything reckless." On a tranquil Monday, a soft whisper escaped, accompanied by the ominous sound of bones crunching under the pressure of Mike's hand. Soon after, a heart-wrenching scream resonated, as the bones of his hands were reduced to a shattered heap by the compressive force of the dark fruit wielded by the figure before him. "Oh, I shall kill you, he cried out. The excruciating pain coursing through his hands clouded Mike's reason, causing him to forget the vast disparity in strength between them. Yet he persisted in threatening his adversary. On Monday, Xian cast a sympathetic glance at Mike, who was writhing on the ground in excruciating pain, and softly remarked, "When words fail and strength is lacking, what else are you if not a worthless, lifeless dog? The moment you aimed a gun at me, you should have been prepared for the consequence of being rendered incapacitated by my hand." From the instant Mike fired his weapon to the moment Xian crushed the bones in his hands, everything transpired with breathtaking swiftness, so rapid that the members of the Shihai Society behind Mike were unable to come to his aid. Ah, the anguish! The actions of Zhou Yixian on that Monday astonished all the attendees. It was ruthless, as he crushed his opponent's hand bones at the slightest provocation. The only sound left in the air was the agonized wails of Mike, creating an eerily tranquil atmosphere. Chapter 36. Afong versus Raquel, do you comprehend what you are doing? Raquel gazed at Mike, writhing in pain on the ground, his expression cold and terrifying as he turned to Zhou Yixian. "Elizabeth Zhou, you have successfully enraged me." This was bad. Zhou was in for trouble. Unlike Mike, the spoiled heir, Raquel was renowned as the most gifted scion of the kingdom of Zakalu, having reached the formidable second stage at a young age. No peer had yet posed a challenge to him. Observing Raquel's ominously grim demeanor, many felt a chill of apprehension for Zhou Yixian. "I am fully aware of my actions. I have merely incapacitated a barking wild dog," Zhou Yixian retorted defiantly. unfazed by Raquel's presence. To him, it mattered little how talented the opponent was. With his own second-stage prowess and the capabilities bestowed by the dark fruit, he felt confident that none among the many students could rival him. Even if Raquel were to possess an extraordinary devil fruit ability, Zhou believed that all abilities pale in comparison to that of the dark fruit. Excellent. At last, the Elizabeth family has produced a noteworthy individual. Not only did you incapacitate Mike in my presence, but you also completely disregarded my existence. In the new student grounds, no one has ever dared to provoke and humiliate the Shihai Society so brazenly. No one. I shall cleanse the shame of the Shihai Society with your blood. A fallen royal family, indeed. I admire your audacity. Few have dared to challenge the Shihai Society in such a manner. I hope you can withstand the consequences of your actions. This was indeed ominous. Zhou had acted impulsively, thoroughly provoking Raquel and the formidable 4C's society that supported him. The commoners present began to worry for Zhou Yixian. They regarded his actions in defending Zhu Yi and Afang as commendable, earning him the admiration of countless students from humble beginnings, and naturally, they did not wish for him to suffer harm. I am provoking you. What can you do about it? Please, Zhou, do not further provoke Raquel. Initially expecting Zhou Yixian to relent, the onlookers were taken aback by his audacious declaration, and they began to urge him to reconsider, hoping he would not further antagonize Raquel. Zhou, Raquel's strength is indeed formidable. As a fellow noble, a humble concession from you would likely spare you from undue hardship. They believed that nobles typically refrained from pursuing vendettas unless faced with a life-or-death enmity. Yet, they were destined for disappointment. Zhou Yixian had no intention of backing down. A true man must stand firm to the end. It is too late. It is pointless to say anything now. I will have you dead. Raquel could no longer endure the sight of the arrogant face before her, spewing forth boastful words. With the swiftness of lightning, she unsheathed her long sword from her waist, a cold glimmer emanating as she swung it towards Zhou Yixian. I advise you against rash actions. I cannot guarantee that your head will remain intact in the next moment. At the instant Raquel made her move, Afang reacted with remarkable precision. In a heartbeat, Afang's sword was pressed against Raquel's throat, the timing impeccable. Raquel's blade was mere moments from piercing Zhou Yixian's forehead. Afang, you must comprehend the dire consequences of a commoner striking against a noble. Are you truly willing to offend the entire Shihai society for the sake of a fallen royal family? Raquel's fury had reached its zenith. It felt as though she were on the brink of explosion. It seemed that the peace in the new land had lingered too long, and some had forgotten the terror of the Shihai society. Today, all of you shall perish if you refuse to submit. Raquel could no longer heed the commands or responsibilities of her family. She craved blood to quell her wrath. Make your move. No sooner had Raquel spoken than the sound of gunfire echoed. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, and blood splattered across Zhou Yixian's form. The Shihai society, having resolved to act, showed no mercy. The assailants, members of the notorious Capone and Tang clans, were among the 3 major crime families of the Shihai society. Panic erupted among the gathered students. Witnessing murder was beyond their comprehension. They had assumed that while the Shihai society bore a notorious reputation, it merely wielded threats. The reality of direct violence shattered their naivety. Many began to frantically pound on the cafeteria doors, desperate to escape. Open the door. Let us out. There has been a murder. Yet, their pleas were in vain. The Shihai society had long been prepared, and no one from the Naval Academy would intervene. Seeing Zhou Yixian collapse before him, Afang was thrown into disarray and called out desperately for his friend. Zhu Yi, quickly, get Zhou out of here. Do not allow him to suffer further harm. When Zhou Yixian failed to respond, Afang instructed Zhu Yi to pull him away. Yes, though Zhu Yi felt a surge of panic. He understood that hesitation was not an option. Aware of his own inadequacy, he swiftly moved to extricate Zhou Yixian from the scene. Seizing the moment, Raquel deftly maneuvered her blade to deflect the sword pressed against her neck by Afang. Aware that the situation was spiraling out of control, Afang resolved that all nobles could go to hell. He was determined that those who harmed his friends would pay dearly. With a resounding clash, Afang's sword sliced through the air, severing the solid wood table beside Raquel cleanly in two. That was close, Raquel thought to herself. Acknowledging the formidable prowess of her opponent, who was indeed worthy of the fierce competition among the factions, she had narrowly escaped a grievous blow. Although the opponent possessed formidable strength, Raquel was no mere weakling. At that moment, a competitive spirit ignited within him, prompting a desire to prove himself as the strongest among the newcomers. With a swift motion, Rakel unleashed a radiant arc from his long sword, a chilling aura accompanying the blade as it sliced through the air towards Afong with astonishing speed. The onlookers, initially believing that Rakel's formidable swordplay would be insurmountable, braced themselves for a bloody spectacle. However, the sound of clashing steel resounded as Afong effortlessly parried the powerful strike. Unyielding, Afong drew his own blade to counterattack, and in an instant, the two warriors engaged in a fierce duel, their swords illuminating the surroundings with flares of steel. The overwhelming intensity of their confrontation caused the spectators to stagger backward, as if pushed by an unseen force. The speed of their exchanges was so rapid that it left the onlookers bewildered. They could hardly discern the swiftness of their strikes, only hearing the violent clang of blades colliding. Tables nearby were ruthlessly cleaved into irregular fragments. How extraordinary! The spectators marveled at the prowess displayed by these two titans among the newcomers. Awestruck, they watched the duel with dropped jaws and gasps of astonishment. Completely forgetting their initial intentions, they were captivated by the rare opportunity to witness such a powerful clash, a unique chance for learning. With a resounding clang, the long swords of both combatants met once more, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Recognizing Afong's formidable skill, Rakel felt a newfound admiration and declared, "Afong, it is no small feat for a commoner to achieve such prowess. Stand down. If you agree to join the West Sea Society, I promise to overlook your previous provocations. From this day forth, no one in the West Sea Society shall trouble you regarding today's events. I apologize. But you have harmed my friend," Afong replied firmly. "Friendship, indeed, speaks volumes of loyalty," Rakel mused. Afong's refusal only deepened Rakel's respect for him. A person of such integrity, once committed, would never renege, and his capabilities were equally noteworthy, qualities that commanded the attention of those in power. "Afong, I will support you. If you agree to join the West Sea Society, I assure you that I will not trouble that young man from the Elizabeth family any longer. As for your friend, Zhu Yi, should he wish to remain independent of any society, I guarantee, in the name of the West Sea Society, that no one will dare to trouble him." With that, Rakel cast a cold glance at the members of the other three societies. After showcasing such overwhelming strength, none dared to meet his gaze, tacitly conceding to Rakel's decision. In the eyes of the crowd, the inconsequential character of Zhu Yi seemed to have little impact on the decision to join one's own society. There was no necessity to offend the Shihai Society, and making an exception to allow him to become a free agent was not out of the question. Upon hearing the conditions promised by Rakel, Afong found himself momentarily hesitant. In this new land, no one dared defy the will of the Shihai Society, especially not a mere commoner like himself. After a moment of furrowed contemplation, reason ultimately prevailed, leading him to submit. "I refuse to comply." Just as Afong was about to agree, a familiar voice resonated behind him. "Leave that young man from the Elizabeth family alone." Zhou Yixian appeared unscathed before everyone, casually stepping between Afong and Rakel, and nonchalantly pushed aside their swords with a single finger. With a tone of arrogance, he declared, "Today, there are only two choices. Either I defeat you, or you defeat me. There is no alternative. Today would determine not only victory, but also life and death." Having been shot twice, Zhou Yixian regained clarity, shattering the illusion of his sudden surge in strength. He realized that the power of firearms in this world was not as ineffectual as he had once believed. At least for now, he could not afford to disregard it. Yet, this did not mean he would simply accept defeat. He contemplated leveraging the abilities bestowed upon him by the Devil Fruit, and if necessary, he would take the Elizabeth family to sea and establish a crew composed entirely of ability users. Chapter 37. The Mysterious Girl Today. Zhou Yixian was determined to annihilate everyone in the Shihai Society. He patted Afong on the shoulder, signaling him to step back, as he intended to handle the ensuing matters himself. After all, Afong's family was also in the new land, and Zhou Yixian did not wish to burden him further. "Kid, you seek death." Rakel, harboring similar thoughts, was resolute in his intent to slay the young man from the Elizabeth family standing before him. Just as Rakel prepared to strike Zhou Yixian, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force pushing against him from behind. Caught off guard, he stumbled, losing grip on his longsword, which clattered to the ground. "This is bad. The opponent is closing in." Before Rakel could steady himself, Zhou Yixian executed a sweeping kick aimed at his balancing leg. With a combat prowess exceeding 100, Zhou Yixian's kick was not easily withstood. As expected, Rakel was struck with such force that he could no longer maintain his footing and fell heavily toward the ground. However, Just as Rakel was about to make contact with the earth, he felt an unusual strength gripping his foot, lifting him as if he were weightless, causing his blood to surge and leaving him slightly dizzy. With a crunch, visible claw marks appeared on Rakel's foot, a testament to Zhou Yixian's remarkable strength. To Zhou Yixian, no swordsmanship, marksmanship, or kick technique could compare to the raw power of his fists. He relished this visceral aesthetic of violence. The familiar wails resonated once more from Rakel's lips. After a brief lamentation, she felt a wave of vertigo wash over her. However, Monday was not inclined to let the opponent off so easily. Today, she was determined to shatter the long-standing lofty image of the aristocracy. Otherwise, the oppressive feelings within her heart would remain unrelieved. On Monday, Zhou Yixian held Rakel aloft before forcefully slamming it to the ground. You think you can escape unscathed? You are said to be the most gifted scion of the Zakaru. Yet you are nothing but trash, a worthless wretch. With a fervor akin to madness, Zhou Yixian lifted Rakel once more, hurling it down upon the earth. The Shihai Society, the aristocrats, I shall confront the nobles today. Come, continue your threats, continue firing. I stand here, ready to take on anyone who dares to defy me. I am eager to see who else will oppose me. Boom, boom, boom. The cafeteria floor was marred with deep craters, and the only sound echoing through the space was the resounding impact of Rakel against the ground. How exhilarating! Witnessing this spectacle, someone in the crowd shouted in delight, and their exhilaration resonated among the commoners. They had never witnessed the once lofty aristocrats being treated like refuse. Mercilessly cast down to the earth, it was utterly disgraceful. Zhou Yixian's actions not only dispelled his own inner turmoil but also brought immense satisfaction to the commoners, who had long endured oppression from the nobles. In light of Zhou Yixian's defiance, the commoners felt emboldened to join the ranks of the Cold Gate Society, willing to brave the nobles' wrath. No one wishes to have their fate dictated by others. Zhou Yixian's emergence granted them a chance to reclaim control over their destinies. On Monday, Xian indulged himself thoroughly, wiping the sweat from his brow before carelessly discarding Rakel aside. At this moment, Rakel had entirely lost her former noble demeanor. Her consciousness faded. Her face contorted beyond recognition, leaving one to wonder if she still clung to life. I pondered whether the Elizabeth family was now entitled to establish a new society. Xian, wiping the blood from his hands, cast a haughty glance at the members of the other 3 maritime societies. The members of the 3 Seas Society gazed at Xian, now resembling a frenzied demon, their breaths growing shallow, momentarily hesitant to speak. Defeating Rakel alone would not have instilled such terror among them. They had noticed that the 2 individuals who had previously fired upon Xian had inexplicably vanished from sight, only to re-emerge as lifeless corpses, their exhalations far outnumbering their inhalations, a scene so chilling it sent shivers down their spines. Clearing his throat, someone finally broke the silence. The ocean harbored countless bizarre abilities, and as nobles, they exhibited significantly greater adaptability than ordinary folk. Regardless of the terrifying power Xian displayed today, one principle remained unassailable. The new realm could only accommodate the 4 Seas Society, and no rising power could coexist. Elizabeth Zhou, I advise you to cease your actions. Let today's events conclude here, the members of the 4 Seas Society unanimously expressed. You should contemplate how to deal with the impending retribution from the West Sea Society. As for establishing a new society, we can assure you, it is utterly impossible. And what if I refuse to comply? Xian retorted, completely unfazed by their threats. He summoned Zhu Yi and commanded, commence the registration immediately. Anyone willing to join the Cold Gate Society becomes my ally. I can guarantee that no one will dare to trouble you at school. How imposing. How principled. To hell with the 4 Seas Society. I wish to join the Cold Gate Society. So do I. Count me in. The commoners, disillusioned with the 4 Seas Society, recognized that even if they joined, they would merely be tools to be exploited, likely discarded once their utility expired. Why should they not take control of their own destinies? Countless commoners, harboring such sentiments, eagerly expressed their desire to join the Cold Gate Society. To them, it appeared that the Elizabeth family had become a mere shadow of its former self, and Xian was simply an ordinary individual with good fortune. Joining the Cold Gate Society represented a collective effort among commoners to find warmth and unity, and there was nothing amiss in that. Witnessing the support Xian garnered from numerous commoners for his intention to establish the Cold Gate Society, the noble onlookers were struck by a fleeting delusion. Had they perhaps overstepped, leading the common students to shy away from joining their society? Yet, as this thought flickered, It was swiftly dismissed by the nobles. No, it must surely be the fault of these lowly peasants. As nobles, we can never be in error. It seems you are determined to persist, regardless. You must contemplate carefully. After today, the Elizabeth family shall become the adversary of the nobility. And your humble society shall similarly face the collective oppression of the Four Seas Guild. The members of the Four Seas Guild gazed coldly at Zhou Yixian as he spoke. I am not targeting anyone in particular. I merely assert that all present here from the Four Seas Guild are worthless. Indeed, every single one of you. Zhou Yixian fearlessly met the murderous gazes of the guild members and declared. In his view, since the facade had been shattered, there was no longer a need to tread lightly. He felt no trepidation in the face of the Four Seas Guild's menace and continued to provoke them, inviting the tempest to intensify. The new realm had remained tranquil for far too long. It seemed the current populace had forgotten the terror of the Four Seas Guild and lost the respect it warranted. Recognizing that further persuasion was futile, the members of the Four Seas Guild relinquished this unrealistic notion. It appeared only bloodshed could awaken them. Do not presume that vanquishing Rakel renders you invincible. Those of us capable of representing our families possess strength that rivals Rakel's. The nobility of the new realm no longer harbors the inept. If you possess confidence, then come and challenge us. Prepare to bear the wrath of the Four Seas Guild, Elizabeth Zhou. The Four Seas Guild resolved to personally address this trivial inconvenience. The atmosphere in the venue thickened to an extreme, rife with the scent of gunpowder, as a great battle loomed imminent. TCH, waste is ultimately waste. I could easily slay hundreds like you in a year. Zhou Yixian scoffed softly. You can challenge me one-on-one, or I can take on all of you. It matters not to me. Hey, now is not the time to stoke the flames. Are you a devil? The newly joined members of the humble society felt a deep concern for their fates, realizing their leader was one who thrived on chaos. Having made their choice, there was no room for regret. To alter their destinies, they must possess the resolve to wager everything. They were prepared to engage in battle with the Four Seas Guild. When an unavoidable conflict loomed, an unexpected twist transpired. Wait, a light, melodious voice pierced the tension, dissipating the atmosphere of hostility. Two youthful and radiant maidens approached Zhou Yixian, smiling as they inquired, "May we join the humble society? Although our identities are somewhat unique, we are absolutely unrelated to the Four Seas Guild." What is this? In such a tense moment, two adorable girls suddenly appear, seeking to join his society. Zhou Yixian was momentarily taken aback and awkwardly replied, "As long as you are willing." The humble society does not reject any hopeful candidates wishing to join. How could it be them? As they gazed at the two individuals who had suddenly appeared before Zhou Yixian, claiming their intention to join the Hanmin society, the members of the Sea High Society were adorned with expressions of uncertainty. They hesitated, pondering whether they should continue their antagonism towards the Hanmin society. They had never meddled in the affairs of newcomers, yet it seemed they could no longer restrain themselves. This was a troubling predicament. Upon witnessing the arrival of these two, the members of the Hanmin society felt a sense of relief. They could avoid offending a multitude of nobles, bringing them solace that a conflict was unlikely to ensue. It was unexpected that even they chose to support the Hanmin society. After all, the Elizabeth family was not without allies, and the Sea High Society would certainly have reservations. Unwilling to provoke both factions, it appeared that everyone understood the identities of these two, except for Zhou Yixian, who wore a bewildered expression. Thus, a pleasant decision was reached. Upon hearing Zhou Yixian's affirmative response, the two expressed their gratitude and quietly stepped aside. It was truly perplexing, their intrusion at such a moment. One would have thought there was something significant, yet they departed without uttering another word. Indeed, odd young ladies. Chapter 38. All nonsense, a minor commotion. Swift to arise and just as swiftly to dissipate. In Zhou Yixian's perspective, the impending battle with the Sea High Society must continue unabated. If the Hanmin Society did not shatter the members' ingrained fear of the numerous nobles within the Sea High Society, their development within the school would undoubtedly face numerous constraints. He believed that only through confrontation could they dismantle some of the entrenched antiquities. Come here, Zhou Yixian beckoned to Zhu Yi. Although he was puzzled as to why Zhou Yixian had summoned him at such a moment, Zhu Yi, trusting Zhou Yixian, approached him with a hint of trepidation. Zhou Yixian suddenly wrapped his arm around Zhu Yi's neck, preventing him from turning away, and pointed at the members of the Sea High Society, saying, "Take a good look at these individuals before you. Do not lower your gaze. Instead, confront them directly and discern the differences between you." With all his might, Zhu Yi followed Zhou Yixian's directive, staring directly at the assembly of nobles before him. in his entire life of over a decade. He had never performed such an audacious act. Under normal circumstances, such behavior would provoke the ire of the nobles, leading to a harsh reprimand. Struggling to suppress his innate fear, Zhu Yi hesitantly replied, "Their identity and status are far superior to mine. I should not gaze directly at nobles. It is deemed inappropriate." Nonsense about identity and status. Such so-called talents merely stem from their greater access to resources than you possess, Zhou Yixian interjected, dismissing Zhu Yi's words. He continued to refute. There is no should or should not. They, like you, possess a mouth and two eyes. There is no difference. Nobles must eat and relieve themselves as well. Why should you not be able to look them in the eye? Eat and relieve themselves? Upon hearing Zhou Yixin's crude remarks, a peculiar sensation arose within the hearts of the noble youths. An inexplicable sense of resonance emerged with the words spoken by the other, who was merely an individual akin to oneself, possessing the same physiological instincts and the spectrum of human emotions. Why must there be a disparity in status between the two? Even the act of meeting their gaze seemed to be a transgression, a conundrum that has perpetually troubled many. On Monday, Xian continued to incite the crowd, saying, nobles. In this new land, there is no longer any semblance of nobility. Only a pack of stray dogs remains. You are not their subjects. So why do you cower and flatter them, lacking even the courage to meet their gaze? Are you inherently lowly, content to bow your heads and bend your backs? Zhu Yi, confronted by Xian's piercing gaze, became flustered and struggled to articulate a response, stammering without arriving at any coherent reasoning. Do not trouble him further, a Fong interjected. Observing Zhu Yi's disarray, the 4C society wields unimaginable power in this new land, controlling everything within it. Whatever actions you take, their shadow looms behind you. As commoners, even if we possess some strength, we are unqualified to stand alongside them. We can only become tools to be exploited by them. Such is our fate, always dictated by forces beyond our control. Afang's words resonated deeply with the sentiments of many commoners present. They believed that even if they strive to gain entry into the Naval Academy, they would inevitably be drawn into one of the societies through various means, leaving them with no other choice. The emergence of idle time on Monday provided them with an opportunity to choose, which is precisely why many were willing to join. They believed that if they could delay their decisions, perhaps with the passage of time, they would naturally devise a means to cope with the allure of the 4C society. All of this is mere nonsense. The so-called lack of agency merely reflects the inadequacy of one's strength, which emboldens others to threaten you. Looking at Afang, Zhou Yixian remarked, if you resign yourself to fate, why then strive so hard to cultivate and enter the Naval Academy? If you accept your destiny, why not learn the art of shoemaking from your father and live contentedly as a cobbler? Afang found himself at a loss for words in response to Zhou Yixian's probing questions. Indeed, he had never subscribed to the notion of fate. As the top candidate in the entrance examination, he harbored his own sense of pride and refused to be a mere tool for the nobility's exploitation. For the sake of his inner dignity, he feared nothing, even if his adversaries belonged to the elite of the 4C society. Seeing Afang's gaze grow resolute, Zhou Yixian felt a surge of satisfaction within. It seemed his efforts were not in vain. However, there was still a lingering hesitation among the others, prompting him to inquire, "Are you aware of your current identities?" "Identity? I am merely an ordinary person. What identity could I possibly possess?" In response to Zhou Yixian's question, the group expressed their confusion. "If we must define our identity, my family sells fruit, so I suppose I am the son of a fruit seller." Another chimed in, "My father is a carpenter. I am the carpenter's son." The atmosphere suddenly resembled a family survey, with individuals introducing their familial backgrounds, sharing anecdotes about their father's fondness for alcohol and their mother's love for curry rice. What are you all planning? A self-introduction session among the members? The 4C society members mocked as they witnessed a bunch of commoners unabashedly introducing themselves. Just a group of lowly peasants. Who would care about your trivialities? As long as you understand that you will one day be part of the 4C society, that is all that matters. They believed that even if Zhou Yixian forcibly established the Cold Door Society, they would eventually find ways to make the commoners submit. And the dissolution of the Cold Door Society was merely a matter of time. Since 2 individuals had joined the Cold Door Society, they could afford to indulge them for a while. Wrong. You are now students of the Naval Academy. Ignoring the scorn of the 4C society, Zhou Yixian proclaimed loudly, "Is the world's government not formidable enough? As members of the Navy under the auspices of the world government, You are backed by countless powerful figures commanding the seas worldwide. Does this not make you feel proud? You are precisely part of this elite force, the Royal Naval Technical School. Is this identity not sufficient for you to be proud of? If you are unwilling, does anyone dare to oppose the world government or challenge the mighty Navy, forcing you to do something against your will? Indeed, I am a Royal Navy student. If I refuse, who can compel me to comply? The Royal Naval Cadets. Indeed, quite conceited. I too possess a distinguished identity. What significance does nobility hold? No matter how powerful the aristocracy may be, can it surpass the might of the global government and the Navy? I shall not join the Four Seas Society. What can they possibly do to me? On Monday, a certain individual skillfully twisted the narrative, successfully leading the crowd astray. The people, momentarily buoyed by a sense of inflated self-importance, believed themselves to be part of a global governing body, dismissing any notion of being threatened by so-called nobility as utterly preposterous. The two young ladies, observing the figure of this individual, erupted into a cascade of melodious laughter, remarking on the intriguing character that the Elizabeth family had produced, and expressing hope for a smooth outcome. Initially, there was an intention to allow the common folk some amusement, but it became evident that we had been overly indulgent with these base individuals, who had forgotten their own standing. Witnessing the rabble, spurred on by others, suddenly reveling in their perceived status as members of the global governance, devoid of even the most rudimentary respect for the nobility, was a troubling sight. Thus, a warning was issued. It appeared that the existence of the Cold Door Society was no longer warranted. The Naval Academy of the New World could only accommodate the Four Seas Society. No one could breach this established order, as it had always been. The dignity of the nobility is not to be trifled with. Should one insist on testing this boundary, we shall ensure they comprehend the meaning of cruelty. On Monday, Zhou Yixian pointed at the crowd from the Four Seas Society and proclaimed, "Now, someone dares to threaten the personnel of the world's government. What should we do? We must deal with him. Teach him a lesson. How can one even consider threatening the world government? Such an affront to its dignity cannot be tolerated. For the sake of the world government, we shall strike him down." Upon hearing Zhou Yixian's words, the members of the Cold Gate Society became incensed. To threaten the world government, this they could not abide. Action was imperative. Since its inception, the Four Seas Society had never been so openly disrespected. Even commoners dared to provoke them. If this continued, it would be better for the Four Seas Society to disband and spare themselves the shame. Today, they would ensure that the adversary understood the terror of the Four Seas Society. The leaders of the various factions immediately commanded, "Enough words. Bring them down. But take care not to harm those two young ladies." Clearly, the two young ladies who had recently joined the Cold Gate Society possessed remarkable backgrounds, prompting even the nobles of the Four Seas Society to exercise caution and specifically instruct against harming them. Bang, bang, bang. Following the orders, the members of the Western Sea Society raised their firearms and fired several shots at the Cold Gate Society. The previous misfortune of Raquel and Mike had already tarnished their society's reputation. Now, with the other three sea societies joining forces, they would no longer hold back. They were determined to wash away the humiliation of the Western Sea Society with the blood of their adversaries. Whether the opponents could withstand their gunfire was no longer a concern. In their eyes, the death of a few commoners was of little consequence. Clang, clang, clang. Having received Zhou Yixian's instructions, Afong remained vigilant, watching the members of the Four Seas Society. The moment the first shot was fired, he brandished his sword, and a glimmer of cold light flashed as he effortlessly deflected the bullets. The battle had commenced. Since the adversary had chosen to engage, there was nothing more to be said. Zhou Yixian commanded the members of the Cold Gate Society and charged towards the Four Seas Society. With his second-tier strength and the advantages of his system and the dark fruits cultivation, he felt no fear. Indeed, among the students, none could rival him. His fists seemed to be enveloped in a shadowy aura, and anyone who came into contact with him felt an inexplicable gravitational pull, rendering them unable to control their movements, forced to watch helplessly as his fists came hurtling towards them. On Monday, Zhou Yixian's fists flew like the wind, creating a vacuum around him in mere moments. Many members of the Sea High Society fell to the ground, wailing in agony, not due to a lack of courage, but because Zhou's punches were unbearably painful. The areas he struck felt as if subjected to a compressive force, threatening to shatter their very bones. Chapter 39. Equality among all beings. The president exuded an air of majesty, inspiring fervent declarations from his followers. "President, I wish to bear your offspring. and long live the president. Witnessing Zhou Yixian's awe-inspiring display, the members of the Han Min Society felt a surge of elation, fervently extolling their leader's virtues. His formidable prowess undoubtedly served as a potent morale booster for the Han Min members, instilling in them the belief that with such a powerful leader, they had little to fear from the Sihai Society. The Sihai Society was not as terrifying as imagined. They were merely a group of individuals easily felled by a single punch. Why should one harbor fear? Although Zhou possessed the strength to single-handedly vanquish the entire Sihai Society, he had no intention of annihilating them alone. To him, altering one's fate could not be entrusted to others if one lacked the courage to confront the Sihai Society. They were unworthy of being a member of the Han Min Society. This served as a small test for becoming a formal member. Typically, individuals only experience profound dissatisfaction with their circumstances and the ambition to change their fate when alone at home. However, few genuinely act on these ambitions after a night's rest. Most forget their lofty aspirations entirely and revert to a life of discontent. This is because many have adapted to a life filled with complaints, establishing a so-called comfort zone. To change is to confront discomfort. Striving for improvement is often an uncomfortable endeavor for the majority. What Zhou Yixian sought to accomplish was to propel everyone out of their comfort zones, granting them the courage to face those they despised and feared, providing them with the opportunity to shatter their limitations with their own hands. To change one's destiny, mere words are insufficient. Zhou Yixian looked at the crowd earnestly and declared, "No one is inherently nobler than another. All are born equal." Born equal? The simple words spoken by Zhou Yixian on Monday undoubtedly struck them with profound impact. No one had ever conveyed such notions to them before. In their worldview, this reality was inconceivable. From the moment of birth, distinctions of status were evident. This world harbored not only the nobility, but also the existence of celestial beings. The celestial dragons, who were even more exalted. In such a realm, how could one possibly assert that all individuals are born equal? Yet today, Zhou Yixian proclaimed that all are indeed born equal. This revelation pierced the veil of ignorance that enveloped the crowd, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Is it truly the case that all humans are created equal? Many among the common folk voiced their doubts. Indeed, on Monday, Xian asserted, "You do not wish to be governed by the 4C Society, yet feel powerless to resist. I understand that your decision to join the Cold Gate Society is merely a manifestation of an ostrich mentality, seeking to evade immediate troubles. In truth, life is not as complicated as it seems. Thus, allow me to share with you a straightforward approach to navigate through it." On a mundane Monday, a member of the 4C Society was casually seized by the back of his head, lifted with ease. Under the gaze of sheer terror in his eyes, he was forcefully pressed into the tiled floor, the immense power causing the ground to fracture in a spiderweb-like pattern. Life and death were regarded with indifference. If one did not comply, there would be consequences. It was as simple as that. If the egalitarian theory proposed by the young man had touched upon the intellectual blind spots of the crowd, then this method of handling matters rendered everything unmistakably clear. Indeed, why should the youth overthink? Life and death are trivial. If one does not comply, one must face the repercussions. On Monday, a few simple words seemed to possess boundless magic. The members of the Han Min Society were swept up in fervor. Those who once instilled fear in them, the Sihai Society, now appeared trivial in the wake of those 8 simple words. The members of the Sihai Society were not immune to this contagion, contemplating that only through confrontation could all matters be resolved. A palpable tension filled the air between the opposing factions, thick with the scent of impending conflict. With no choice but to engage, the battle commenced. A resounding boom echoed as the two sides clashed, and the air at the center of the fray rippled visibly, as if charged with energy, before exploding outward with tremendous force. The impact overturned tables and chairs in the cafeteria, leaving a chaotic scene in its wake. How astonishing! The noble signs were not as formidable as they had imagined. Following the genuine exchange of blows, countless commoners felt a surge of realization. The lofty noble youths appeared to be on par with them after all. Experience is the sole standard for testing truth. It is only through trial that one discovers the extent of their capabilities. The members of the Han Min Society had tasted the fruits of practical engagement, discovering that their differences from the noble youths were minimal, and their confidence soared. Even in the absence of the formidable presence of Zhou Yixian, they would not yield to the Sihai Society, for they possessed the strength to shatter the status quo. How could these commoners possess combat prowess equal to mine? The members of the Sihai Society felt the immense pressure exerted by their opponents, their sense of superiority crumbling into a tempest of rage. They could not tolerate the notion that these commoners wielded power akin to their own, especially with individuals like a Fong among them, whose abilities far surpassed those of his peers. This notion was utterly intolerable. The nobles of the Sea High Society had never accepted defeat. You shall all perish. In moments of fury, rationality often eludes one. The members of the Sea High Society, initially wary of their school's regulations, were now consumed by rage. Their minds clouded as they unsheathed their weapons without hesitation. Ah! A scream pierced the air as a member of the Hanmin Society fell, blood oozing from several gunshot wounds. You dare to resort to murder? The sight was difficult for the Hanmin members to accept. They had merely intended to demonstrate that they were not to be trifled with and had never contemplated inflicting fatal harm. A mere commoner, what significance does their death hold? How naive they are. If they dare to strike at the nobles, they must be prepared for the consequences. The Sea High Society's members regarded the Hanmin's protests with a dispassionate indifference. The lowly and the despicable, their demise is inconsequential. What is there to be enraged about? They have, in their past, engaged in such deeds themselves. To hell with the Sea High Society. I demand retribution for blood with blood. The indifferent demeanor of the Sea High Society deeply incensed the members of the Hanmin Society. From the glares exchanged, they discerned that in the eyes of their adversaries, they were no more esteemed than the stray dogs on the street. How could they not feel fury? Reflecting on the 8 words spoken by Zhou Yixin earlier, the members resolved to hold nothing back. Clutching their naval standard swords tightly, they charged once more at the Sea High Society. This time, it would be a matter of victory or death. As time elapsed, the clash between the Sea High Society and the Hanmin Society escalated into a frenzied bloodbath, with more and more bodies collapsing into pools of blood. Countless eyes, obscured by the crimson tide, rendered everything before them a mere hue of red. Blurring the lines between friend and foe, they only knew to strike down the figures that stood before them in pursuit of victory. The scene spiraled into chaos, far exceeding Zhou Yixin's expectations. Though he wished to intervene, he found himself powerless, ensnared in a predicament from which he could scarcely extricate himself. Having witnessed Zhou Yixin's formidable prowess, the Sea High Society altered their tactics, opting not to confront him head-on but instead dispatching their more robust members to restrain him. Despite the overwhelming power granted by the dark fruit, Zhou Yixin could not withstand the onslaught of numerous shields surrounding him. No matter how potent his abilities, he was constrained by his own strength, rendering him unable to devour all the shields at once. He could only channel the power into his fists, resolving the immediate threats one by one. Yet, Zhou Yixin harbored no excessive worry, having long acquainted himself with the world's brutal realities. He perceived that this very situation might not be entirely detrimental for the members of the Hanmin Society. If they lacked the courage to face bloodshed, perhaps they should reconsider their aspirations to become naval cadets. Their eventual demise beneath the waves would merely be a matter of time. Nature's law of survival of the fittest is inescapable. After encountering the Catman brothers, Zhou Yixin had already steeled himself for such challenges. Should he fail to adapt to this harsh world and strive to augment his strength, he too would ultimately be cast aside by the tides of time. Little did anyone suspect that what appeared to be an ordinary day in the cafeteria of the Royal Navy Vocational Technical School was brewing a tempest of monumental proportions. The recruitment for the Sea High Society should be nearing its conclusion. A jovial instructor, sporting a nose reddened by drink, leisurely sipped from his glass of red wine and inquired of his companion, "Are you certain you do not wish to partake? This fine wine hails from the distant northern lands, a rarity in our remote East Sea." "No, thank you. Alcohol dulls the senses. I must remain vigilant at all times," replied a stern-faced instructor. Indeed, only by staying ever alert could one avoid being swindled by that band of gamblers, stripped of every last belly. The individual with the ruddy nose had long anticipated the other's predictable response, completely indifferent as they continued to savor the exquisite red wine in hand. It appeared that the Sea High Society had promised numerous benefits to entice you for this recruitment, which should afford you ample opportunity to indulge lavishly at the gambling tables. Have you not also been treated to sufficient fine wine? The two exchanged knowing smiles, their years of partnership having cultivated an unspoken understanding between them. One cherished wine, the other relished gambling. As long as they could indulge in their vices, they were willing to make minor concessions. The members of the Sea High Society had astutely capitalized on their weaknesses, promising them substantial rewards to secure their absolute control over the school's cafeteria. Chapter 40. The Dominance of Conquerors Within the Naval Academy. There existed numerous individuals akin to the two. Regardless of their preferences, the Sea Society invariably ensured their satisfaction. Consequently, many instructors at the Naval Academy succumbed to the Society's corruption, turning a blind eye to its misdeeds and allowing matters to unfold unchecked. One cannot help but marvel at the formidable power of wealth. We should proceed to open the cafeteria's doors, they remarked, glancing at the time. Sensing it was nearly the hour, they had afforded the Sea Society ample time and began their approach toward the cafeteria's entrance. Given the Society's strength and methods, subduing a group of commoners should be a trivial endeavor. However, after such a length of time, they could not guarantee that the Sea Society would not stir up trouble. The noble offspring were prone to impulsive actions, and should any unfortunate incident arise, they would bear responsibility. Knock, knock, knock. The two pounded insistently on the cafeteria's door. But after a considerable pause, an ominous premonition began to take root in their minds. What is happening? Did we not agree with those kids from the Sea Society that they would conclude their activities upon hearing our knock? Knock, knock, knock. The two struck the door with even greater fervor, their apprehension intensifying. Open the door. Open up. Students inside, I am your instructor, and I command you to open the door immediately. Despite their shouts, there was no response. The cafeteria's entrance remained resolutely shut. The stern instructor halted the persistent knocking of the one with the ruddy nose, stating, "Be quiet for a moment. Listen carefully. It seems there may be some noise coming from within." Heeding the instructor's words, the individual ceased their actions and pressed an ear against the door to listen intently. This was dire. There were cries of anguish emanating from within. How could this be? Even if the Sea Society sought to assert their dominance, such a cacophony of distress should not be occurring. Beyond the cries, there were sounds of clashing weapons and overturned furniture. After a while, even the slowest to react realized that the Sea Society had stirred up considerable chaos. The noise unmistakably indicated that a fierce battle was underway. This is bad. We are in serious trouble. Quickly, notify Vice Principal Elena. The two individuals decisively made their choice. This significant matter was beyond the capacity of their school's officer to handle. They immediately took out their communication device to report to Elena. The sound of the device buzzed, echoing through the air. With an unreliable principal at the helm, Elena, as the deputy, could only assist in resolving the aftermath. Deep in her office, engrossed in handling school documents, Elena was abruptly interrupted by the buzzing of the device. After stretching her limbs, she answered the call. A situation has arisen in the cafeteria. As soon as she picked up the device, Elena heard the panicked voice of the caller, and her expression darkened as she replied, "I will be there immediately." She had heard whispers regarding the actions of the Sea Society, and upon hearing the caller's alarmed tone, she knew something serious had transpired. Without hesitation, she set aside her work. The gentle breeze stirred, causing the window in her office to sway lightly. When she glanced back, Elena's figure had already vanished. What was happening? What was going on inside the cafeteria? Swiftly, she made her way to the school cafeteria and arrived to find two officers knocking on the door. She inquired about the situation. "Lady Elena." The two officers, having just spoken with her, were visibly taken aback by her sudden appearance, momentarily stunned before realizing that this was not the time for such distractions. They replied, "We had arranged a time with the Sea Society, but it seems there has been some disorder inside." In a moment of panic, the officer with a flushed nose realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth, mumbling an explanation. However, noticing that the others were not particularly concerned, he straightened his tongue and continued, "Today is the day the Sea Society is recruiting members, and they applied for the use of the cafeteria. We intended to notify the students to return for training, but found the cafeteria door tightly locked, with no response. And there seemed to be sounds of a scuffle from within. That is enough. I have heard about the clandestine dealings between the school's officers and the Sea Society. Right now, I am not concerned with that. My priority is to ensure the Sea Society does not create an irreparable mess. Time waits for no one. And I do not intend to enter the cafeteria through conventional means." Elena unsheathed the long blade at her waist, gesturing for the two officers to step back. With her weapon poised, she casually swung it towards the cafeteria door. Upon the completion of her action, numerous irregular lines appeared on the door, and the segmented stones began to slide down slowly, as if the door was desperately trying to maintain its integrity, ultimately in vain. The door shattered with a resounding crash, scattering debris across the ground. With a calm demeanor, Elena sheathed her sword and strolled into the cafeteria, leaving the two officers dumbfounded by the astonishing scene before them. Boom. At long last, he had managed to clear away the troublesome distractions of a mundane Monday when suddenly, a thunderous roar akin to a falling boulder pierced the air. The blinding sunlight streamed anew into the dimly lit cafeteria, compelling him to shield his eyes with his hand. After a brief moment of adjustment, he turned towards the source of the sound. To his astonishment, the cafeteria's grand entrance had been shattered into irregular shards that littered the ground, raising clouds of dust. Through the haze, a tall figure approached him, and once again, an indignant cry echoed in his ears. "Stop!" Elena, having crossed the threshold into the cafeteria, surveyed the chaotic scene before her with a rising fury. Numerous students lay strewn across the floor, and blood-stained tables and benches were scattered throughout. Without a doubt, she realized that a grave incident had transpired. Under her governance, such a tumult occurring right beneath her nose was a gross dereliction of duty, inciting her ire. Unconsciously, she unleashed her conqueror's haki. As she spoke, the air around Elena began to shimmer, as if an invisible hand were stirring it with fervor. After a tumultuous swell, it seemed to gather sufficient force before bursting forth in a whirlwind, sweeping through the cafeteria. Where the tempest roamed, many students appeared to suffer from an overwhelming force. Collapsing to the ground, their eyes glazing over and foam forming at their lips. Boom. On Monday, Xian was inevitably affected by the fierce winds of change. Upon sudden contact, he felt a profound jolt to his very soul, compelling him to grit his teeth and struggle to remain conscious. Is this the fearsome might of Conqueror's haki? He thought, trembling at the thought. After enduring the onslaught of Elena's Conqueror's haki, a sense of lingering dread enveloped him as he muttered softly. It was only after this first-hand experience that Xian truly comprehended the terrifying nature of Conqueror's haki. This direct assault on the soul seemed to leave no other means of defense but to withstand it with unwavering willpower, even if one could endure it. The immense pressure exerted by such potent haki could render a person lifeless multiple times within mere seconds. What on earth is happening? Elena inquired, her voice breaking the tension. Her immediate question to Xian was not born out of particular interest in him, but rather because he was among the few who withstood her might, conveniently standing nearby. Though she had only recently encountered this student who could resist her conqueror's haki, Elena recalled him distinctly. His talent was commendable, and his willpower formidable. Such was her assessment of Xian at that moment. On Monday, Xian was unaware of Elena's current assessment of him, and could only respond truthfully. The 4C Society intends to forcibly integrate us into one of their factions. We refuse to submit, which has led to some minor conflicts. Minor conflicts, indeed, such audacity to declare it so. Upon hearing Xian's reply, Elena, with a peculiar expression, pointed towards the fallen Rackle and the others. Continuing her inquiry, and who is responsible for their current state? Seeing the wretched condition of Rackle and his companions, Elena was somewhat astonished. She had some understanding of the students' capabilities. In her memory, most of the students were merely at the first tier of strength, with none possessing the ability to inflict such considerable damage. She had already sensed that several bones in Rackle's body were shattered. This truly was an unexpected turn of events. Naturally, Xian could not reveal that he was the instigator, so he could only respond ambiguously. Elena, skeptical of Xian's answer, sensed that he was concealing something from her and decided to employ her conqueror's haki once more, albeit with significantly diminished intensity. With a cold gaze, she asked, "Are you certain it was an accident?" "Of course," Xian replied, unflinching as he met Elena's gaze. He was reluctant to reveal his devil fruit abilities so soon. Although enduring the pressure of her haki was somewhat challenging, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Moreover, Xian felt as though his resistance to Elena's conqueror's haki had somehow improved. How could this be? The 4C Society had truly gone too far this time. This is disastrous. The school administration will surely not let us off easily. At that moment, two instructors following Elena entered the scene, murmuring in shock at the grim sight before them. They were also concerned about their future. Having presided over the cafeteria today, they feared that they could be thrown into the Navy's prison for this immense disturbance. Silence. Elena glared at the two, coldly reprimanding them. They immediately fell silent. If it weren't for their collusion with the 4C Society, such a dire outcome would not have transpired. However, dwelling on that now was futile. They would have to be dealt with later. Elena then instructed them, "You two, immediately notify the school's medical staff. I do not wish to hear of any students suffering adverse consequences." Understood? Yes. The two understood the gravity of Elena's words and wasted no time, promptly pulling out their snail phones to alert the medical personnel to rush to the cafeteria. Chapter 41. Barehead having dispatched the two Alina swiftly began assessing the injuries of the students present, no longer inquiring about the situation from Cien. Observing this, Cien finally exhaled in relief. Hurry, hurry, over here. Other medical personnel, regardless of their location, were summoned to the school cafeteria, where several injured students awaited assistance. Shortly thereafter, sensing the urgency in the tone of the call, the seldom-seen medical staff from the school swiftly arrived at the scene. Upon assessing the situation, the two instructors needed not provide extensive instructions, driven by their instinct as caregivers. The medical team promptly began administering aid to the injured students. This incident marked the most severe occurrence since the establishment of the Royal Navy Vocational Technical School, and thankfully, it had come to an end. As for the aftermath of the situation, it was no longer a concern for Zhou Yixian to ponder. From the moment he decided to establish the Hanmin Society, he had anticipated that there would be individuals willing to step forward to assist him in resolving the consequences of his actions. After all, the Four Seas Society's deeds within the school had already provoked considerable discontent among many. You have accomplished something remarkable, remarked two young women who had joined the Hanmin Society, approaching Zhou Yixian with an air of certainty. On Monday, Cien realized that both individuals had similarly withstood Elena's formidable presence. He began to pay close attention to the two enigmatic young women before him, sensing that they were far more complex than they appeared. Before Cien could respond, the two girls gracefully maneuvered past him, heading towards Elena. To his astonishment, Elena did not exhibit any surprise at their sudden arrival, as if she was already acquainted with them, further reinforcing Cien's suspicions regarding their extraordinary identities. The two mysterious maidens whispered something to Elena, and only after their departure did she cast a meaningful glance at Cien. Yet, after that fleeting moment, she resumed her examination of the injured students, leaving Cien in a state of bewilderment. Nevertheless, Cien felt that he had achieved his objective and chose not to dwell on the matter of Elena and the two enigmatic girls. After inquiring about Ah Fong, he learned that Zhu Yi was unharmed, merely having fainted due to Elena's overwhelming aura. After giving Ah Fong a few words of advice, he decided to return home for a much-needed slumber. As for the remaining matters, he would await the outcome. While Cien was deeply immersed in sleep, the newly formed Hanmin Society, which he led against the Sihai Society, was rapidly gaining momentum in the new student territory, becoming the most talked-about topic among the freshmen. Since the inception of the new student territory, no one had ever dared to defy the Sihai Society's will, and Cien's monumental achievement in successfully opposing them had rendered him a hero in the hearts of countless commoners. In the estate of the Kingdom of Skylil, which served as the headquarters of the Sihai Society, an elderly man with silver hair and a vigorous spirit slightly bowed as he reported to the middle-aged man seated at the center of the estate. "My lord, Master Rakel's endeavors at the school today ended in failure." "Oh." The elderly man's words elicited a commanding voice from the estate. The man at the center, lifting his gaze towards the elder, bore a predatory glint in his eyes that was difficult to endure. The elder lowered his head and continued. "A newcomer from the Elizabeth family has established a so-called Hanmin Society, attracting numerous commoner youths to join. The young man from the Elizabeth family led his newly formed society into a fierce battle with the Sihai Society, resulting in numerous injuries among the Naval Academy students. Though fortunately, there were no fatalities. Most importantly, this young man demonstrated strength far surpassing that of Master Rakel, and even the young masters of the Sihai Society were unable to contend with him. Consequently, the Sihai Society's recruitment efforts ended in failure due to his emergence." "And what of Rakel?" the middle-aged man inquired. "Master was defeated by the young man from the Elizabeth family, sustaining serious injuries, and is currently recuperating," the elder replied. After a brief pause, he added, "The third son of the Mafia family, Mike, was also vanquished by him, but his injuries are quite severe, and he's likely to become incapacitated in the future." A middle-aged man spoke up, inquiring about Elizabeth Shou, though this individual preferred to refer to himself as Zhou Yixian. The white-haired elder responded with respect, instructing the security team to visit the Elizabeth estate and bring him back. "I am quite eager to meet this Zhou Yixian," the middle-aged man remarked with an unfriendly tone, clearly indicating that he did not intend for the security team's task to be so straightforward. As for Zhou Yixian's fate upon his return, it was evident, even to the most naive, that it would not be a favorable one. A prior attempt had been made to send someone, only to be thwarted. The elder hesitated before continuing. The vice principal of the Naval Academy, Elena, made a special visit to the headquarters of the various factions within the New Land Society regarding this matter. Subsequently, an unprecedented consensus emerged among the factions, all choosing to remain silent. tacitly acknowledging the establishment of the Hanmin society. It appears the situation is more complex than initially presumed. It is no wonder that the other factions opted for silence. Elena alone had decisively dismantled the so-called strongest force in the New Land Society, the Shihai faction security team. With such a formidable precedent, how could they afford to speak up when confronted by her? They too were filled with despair. Given this, let us suppress the matter for now, the middle-aged man stated after a moment of silence. A group of youngsters had formed a society akin to children playing house. It hardly warranted an expenditure of his energy. The Shihai faction had more pressing issues to address, especially at this critical juncture where any mistake would be intolerable. The Beihai faction's rapid development in recent years necessitated a show of respect. After all, when someone was stepping in to suppress, it was essential to give face. The middle-aged man did not believe Zhou Yixian possessed such cunning. Rather, he was merely thrust into the spotlight by others. Controlling a fallen royal was relatively simple. He was but a puppet, not worth expending excessive mental energy. With the middle-aged man's judgment rendered, the elder ceased further discussion and respectfully withdrew. Truly, a troublesome character indeed. The central room of the Zakayaru estate fell silent once more, leaving only an empty echo that soon dissipated with the wind. The actions of Zhou Yixian on that day undoubtedly dealt a resounding slap to the Four Seas Society. Should he continue to appear brazenly in the realm of the new students, his presence would serve as a veritable affront to the Four Seas Society, reminiscent of a walking machine that delivers slaps to their faces. Each time the newcomers laid eyes upon him, they would inevitably recall the past incidents where he had significantly undermined the Four Seas Society's reputation. Yet, what recourse did they have, especially given the influential backing he possessed? It was not merely the West Sea Society that faced the dilemma of managing Zhou Yixian. The other three societies were equally troubled, contemplating how to navigate this troublesome situation. With Elena's involvement, any potential action was rendered impossible. The disparity in strength was one factor. More importantly, the looming presence of the true deity Commanda behind him instilled a chilling apprehension. The mere thought that Zhou Yixian's actions might be influenced by such a formidable entity was enough to induce dread. Despite the Four Seas Society's inflated ambitions, they lacked the audacity to oppose someone of his caliber. This individual was not one to abide by reason, should he take offense. The obliteration of the Four Seas Society could occur in the blink of an eye, leaving them with no grounds for complaint. Sometimes, overthinking can lead to unfavorable outcomes. Amidst the self-satisfied musings of the power holders within the Four Seas Society, a beautiful misunderstanding took shape, allowing Zhou Yixian to narrowly escape their retribution. In a secluded corner of the new student realm, resembling a bare-headed manor from the outside, a mysterious girl who had previously joined the Cold Gate Society was conversing with a giant of a man. "Annie, you seem quite cheerful today. Did you encounter anything amusing at school?" The enormous man inquired, gazing at Annie. "Yes, father," Annie replied. It was astounding to witness such a massive figure with a daughter as petite and charming as her, a testament to the wonders of the Creator in the pirate world. After sharing with her father the account of how Zhou Yixian had thwarted the Four Seas Society's plans, she continued, "The Four Seas Society has been progressing too smoothly. It is high time they received a setback. It seems the Navy shares this sentiment, or else Eudora would not have chosen to join the Cold Gate Society as well. I believe Elizabeth Zhou would be an excellent candidate for cultivation. Her strength is barely adequate, yet she acts decisively and without regard for consequences. The new student realm has remained tranquil for far too long, and it is precisely in need of a figure like her to disrupt the existing equilibrium." In Annie's eyes, Zhou Yixian had transformed into a brash young man of considerable strength, and should he become aware of this perception, he would undoubtedly react with indignation. "Since you deem it feasible, then by all means, go ahead and pursue it," the giant man responded noncommittally. He did not genuinely hold high hopes for Zhou Yixian. Youthful impulsiveness was hardly an admirable trait. However, as long as his daughter found merit in it, why oppose her wishes? Even in the event of failure, it would bear little consequence for them. Receiving her father's affirmative response, Annie joyfully continued, "Father, I have heard that our comrades in the Grand Line have achieved a significant victory. These matters are not for you to concern yourself with. There is nothing else to do but return to your room and rest well. Becoming an exemplary student at the Naval Academy is your priority now." Upon hearing Annie's words, the imposing figure of a man suddenly turned cold, interrupting her forthcoming remarks. How predictably rigid he is. Realizing further inquiries would be futile, Annie mumbled softly and retreated to her room. How could her murmurs escape the ears of the formidable man? Yet, He found himself utterly powerless in the face of his daughter's candidness, and could only furrow his brow in silence, choosing to feign ignorance. It would not be long before time revealed the answers we seek. The large man stood by the window, quietly admiring the scenery outside. Chapter 42. The price. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yixian, the organization he founded, the Cold Gate Society, appeared to have received a formidable boost with Annie's involvement. It remained uncertain whether her joining would be a boon or a bane. Entanglement with such power could easily lead to inexorable consequences. As the morning sun bathed the earth anew, Zhou Yixian stretched contentedly, glancing out the window with delight. Having navigated through a tranquil night, it seemed his anticipated outcome was at least beginning to unfold favorably. After a brief tidying up and a hearty breakfast, he strolled leisurely to school, as if nothing had transpired. Upon re-entering the school, his newfound identity transformed him into a focal point of discussion among the students. Zhou Yixian relished the experience of suddenly becoming a figure of prominence. "Good day, President." This was the warm yet reverent greeting from the members of the Cold Gate Society. Zhou Yixian's audacious stance against the Four Seas Society in defense of the commoners had undoubtedly garnered the approval of many within the Cold Gate Society, making their salutation genuinely heartfelt. Upon returning home, the students recounted the events at school to their parents. Many parents sternly advised their children to practice gratitude. Since the president had bestowed upon them an opportunity, they must repay this kindness. They were acutely aware of the fate that awaited their children after joining the Four Seas Society, often reduced to mere tools for exploitation, thus feeling immense gratitude towards Zhou Yixian. Indeed, although he could scarcely recognize all his members' faces, this did not hinder Zhou Yixian from fulfilling his role as a competent president. He managed to respond to his members' greetings with a courteous smile and nod. "Wow," the president looked at me. "How blissful." The president is clearly gazing at me. Stop being so infatuated. The youthful hearts of girls are always in spring, enchanted by his noble status, approachable demeanor, formidable strength, bravery, and wealth. Zhou Yixian's presence perfectly embodied their dreams, inciting a fervent admiration among the young female students. Be composed. On Monday, I silently reminded myself to maintain composure. Even though my heart felt as though it were soaring with joy, I retained the requisite poise, casting a gentle yet unceremonious smile towards the group of female students. "President, how captivating you are. I feel as though I might faint." On Monday, Xian feigned composure, which undoubtedly elicited excessive interpretations from a group of female students, once again igniting fervent expressions of infatuation. It remains to be seen how long he can maintain such arrogance. The petty individual revels in his newfound success. As Xian walked away, the members of the Society of the Four Seas cast scornful and disdainful glances at his departing figure. The reason they waited until Xian had distanced himself was entirely due to his excessively brutal demeanor the previous day. A mere disagreement had resulted in him incapacitating someone. They lacked the courage to confront him directly, having been intimidated by his display of strength. Maintaining a smile throughout, Xian felt as if his face might cramp from the strain, but fortunately, he soon spotted his classroom and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Upon reaching the door, he discovered Zhu was already waiting there, looking remorseful and hesitant to speak. Ultimately, summoning his courage, he laboriously articulated, "President, I apologize. I am too weak." With that, he deflated like a punctured balloon. On Monday, Xian naturally understood Zhu Yi's intentions. Zhu Yi, apologizing for not being of much assistance, comfortingly patted his companion's shoulder, assuring him that there was no need for undue concern. With a commanding tone, he declared, "Everyone has moments of weakness. It is nothing significant. As a friend of mine, you shall never be compelled to do what you do not wish." Observing the receding figure of Xian, Zhu Yi felt an unexpected surge within him. If he did not strive diligently, he might forever lag behind, and even the notion of standing alongside Xian could become a distant aspiration. Determined not to lose one of his few friends, he silently vowed to invest effort in his cultivation to match Xian's pace. "By the way, Teacher Elena is looking for you." After a moment of introspection, Zhu Yi recalled Elena's instructions to summon Xian to her office upon encountering him. Thus, he hurriedly pursued Xian's figure, catching up and saying, "It should pertain to the resolution of yesterday's incident. I sincerely hope all is well." "Understood," Xian replied nonchalantly. The inevitable was bound to arrive. He was eager to discern the school's intentions, which necessitated a visit to Elena's office. Following Zhu Yi's guidance, Xian, unaware of how long he had been wandering, finally located Elena's office. Maintaining the requisite decorum, he gently rapped on the door. The sound of his knocking was promptly met with Elena's melodious voice from within, inviting him to enter. "Aren't you going to say something?" Elena asked, observing the familiar demeanor of the individual before her since he had entered. Initially, she had intended to assert some authority, but this young man exhibited none of the anxiousness that others from different schools displayed in her presence. Instead, he leisurely perused her office. Elena then reminded him, regarding yesterday's events. Yesterday? Wasn't it merely a straightforward case of the Sea Society engaging in campus violence, which I intervened to halt? Xian responded, puzzled. You really dare to state it so lightly? Do you have any idea of the magnitude of the mess you've caused? Elena, gazing at the unconcerned Xian, was suddenly tempted to deliver a reprimand, believing that a good thrashing might bring him to his senses. However, recalling her purpose, she grit her teeth and asked, "Are you not going to explain the situation regarding the Hanmin Society and the chaotic clash with the Sea Society that you instigated?" "I know nothing of any chaotic clash. I only understand that to prevent the escalation of campus violence, I had no choice but to subdue the aggressor," Xian replied casually, choosing to remain silent about the Hanmin Society. "There was no chaotic clash. Have you ever seen one side emerge unscathed? Clearly, you single-handedly confronted a group." Xian considered this point significant. "The school wishes for the Hanmin Society to continue existing," Elena stated, finally abandoning any circumspection and speaking plainly. On Monday, Xian, who was initially indifferent, finally acknowledged the arrival of the meat show. With a serious expression, he inquired, "What are the conditions?" "Your safety and that of the Hanmin Society." Elena replied, "You underestimate the power of the Sea Society." Not swayed by her words, Xian remained resolute. Elena continued, "If you agree, I can guarantee that Sula will receive focused training from the Navy headquarters, ensuring a future rank of at least Rear Admiral." This proposal was not a unilateral decision by Elena. It was a signal she had received from higher authorities. The pursuit of status and power was something the aristocracy of the newborn land desperately sought. Even without Xian's establishment of the Hanmin Society, the Navy headquarters had already intended to cultivate Sula for natural ability users. Once they matured, became formidable forces. Many of the Navy's elite admirals were once natural ability users. Since the emergence of the Devil Fruit Tree in the Upside-Down Land, various factions had significantly strengthened after obtaining the fruits, yet such powerful abilities remained scarce. The Navy headquarters naturally wished to secure the promising ability user, Sula, within their ranks. Elena's promise was merely a gesture of goodwill. Not enough. Xian firmly rejected the offer. He believed that this was not the limit of their negotiations. Having thoroughly studied the powers in the newborn land, Xian recognized that the Sea Society, formed by remnants of nobility from around the world, had become a cumbersome entity for the world government. Suppressing the development of the Sea Society had become an urgent matter for the Navy headquarters. After all, the Sea Society had embedded too many pawns within the Navy in the East China Sea. Allowing the Sea Society to continue its influence would be akin to handing the East China Sea Navy directly over to them, a far more straightforward approach. Such a scenario was something the Navy headquarters and the world government could neither tolerate nor accept. The emergence of Xian provided the Navy with a legitimate reason to intervene in the newborn land. If the various noble families could attract Naval Academy students through the establishment of school societies, then Xian's formation of the Hanmin Society was also within the bounds of propriety. Ultimately, it was merely a clash of interests among the aristocracy of the newborn land, entirely unrelated to the Navy headquarters, thus not violating any agreements regarding interference in the newborn land. The Navy had already calculated their strategy meticulously. However, there were unexpected developments. What was initially perceived as a scheming yet easily manageable youth turned out to be someone who, faced with such generous conditions, remained steadfast and did not lose himself in the allure of immediate promises. The prospect of direct nurturing from the Navy headquarters, coupled with the position of Rear Admiral, would have prompted other downtrodden aristocrats to eagerly agree without hesitation. Elena, feeling a bit of a headache, continued, "You must understand, everything has its price. To obtain more, one must possess commensurate strength. Although Elizabeth belongs to the royal lineage, a fallen royal holds only this value." On Monday, Xian maintained a demeanor of calm indifference, showing no intention of speaking, with an expression that signaled he was merely listening to Elena. To Elena, Xian's current attitude appeared to be nothing more than pretentiousness, as if a mere child were attempting to embody the gravitas of an adult. Beneath the table, Elena clenched her fists, overwhelmed by the urge to teach him a lesson in humility. However, recalling her mission, she restrained herself, stating, "Do not overestimate the value of your hand. If the Navy were willing, it could easily support another organization. And you are not the only option, at least among the commoners. Ah Fong is a commendable choice." Chapter 43. Privateering license. The Navy headquarters had long contemplated the establishment of a new faction to counter the Four Seas Society, yet had struggled to find a suitable candidate. With formidable strength and exceptional talent, devoid of any significant political backing, Ah Fong's emergence undoubtedly presented a promising opportunity for the Navy. However, Alina had been preoccupied with matters in the newborn lands and seemed not to be well acquainted with the students, unaware of the relationship between Ah Fong and Xian. Upon hearing Alina's words, Xian responded with a somewhat peculiar expression. "Ah Fong is indeed a worthy choice, but let us not forget, he is merely a commoner. Is that not a rather trivial angle?" Alina replied with satisfaction, "That is quite the marketing ploy." Before she could elaborate further, Xian interjected, "A commoner daring to challenge the aristocracy indeed makes for an intriguing narrative. But do not forget, those who attempt to confront the noble class often meet with dire consequences. Are you certain that your chosen candidate can thrive in the face of the Four Seas Society's ruthless retribution?" What he spoke held a degree of weight, for he possessed royal lineage. Even though he had founded the Cold Door Society, striking a blow to the Four Seas Society, there remained a necessary decorum among the aristocracy. The Four Seas Society would not resort to excessively underhanded tactics against him. Should Ah Fong take the helm of the Cold Door Society, the Four Seas Society would likely have far fewer reservations. In the eyes of many nobles, commoners sometimes ceased to be regarded as human, and any means employed against them were deemed permissible, thus eliminating any scruples. It was not that he was unwilling to part with the position of president of the Cold Door Society. Rather, Xian simply wished to shield his few friends from danger. "You need not worry about that. We will ensure his safety. Do not underestimate the Navy's strength." Although she knew Xian spoke the truth, Alina remained obstinately defensive. They had already considered such circumstances, which was why they had delayed in deciding to support Ah Fong. "It is not that I doubt the Navy's strength, but the Navy's control over the newborn lands is rather tenuous," Xian continued, noncommittally. Regarding the instructors at the Navy Academy, aside from the Rear Admiral at the Navy base in the newborn lands, how many sailors remain obedient to the Navy headquarters? You know better than I. Upon hearing Zhou Yixian's words, Elena seemed as if she had been struck at her very core, her brow furrowing deeply. If the Navy truly wielded substantial control over the newborn land, the events that unfolded in the cafeteria yesterday would not have escalated to such a dire level, and she would not have received the news only now. Nonetheless, Elena had no intention of conceding defeat. She began, "I concede that everything you have stated is indeed true. It appears that your establishment of the Cold Door Society is far more intricate than it seems on the surface. Otherwise, you would not be so well prepared. I surmise that you are determined to secure the position of president of the Cold Door Society. If that is the case, why not be forthright and articulate your terms?" Elena was unwilling to prolong the conversation any further, opting instead to allow her counterpart to present their conditions, employing a strategy of retreat to advance, thus seizing the initiative for herself. In response to Elena's remarks, Zhou Yixian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if he had no aspirations for the presidency of the Cold Door Society, there would be no need for him to take such elaborate risks and offend the Seahai Society. However, Elena's sudden transfer of conversational control to him left Zhou Yixian feeling somewhat disoriented. After a brief pause, he spoke. "Firstly, regarding my identity, I am a fallen royal, a noble without any influence in the newborn land. This, I believe, is the key reason you have chosen to collaborate with me. It is easy to manipulate me. More importantly, rather than the spectacle of commoners rising against noble powers, you would prefer to see fractures develop within the enemy's ranks, thereby dismantling them from within. This presents an opportunity for you to divide the Seahai Society." The notion of dismantling the enemy from within stirred something within Elena. It was indeed a commendable idea, one she had not previously considered. Encouraged by Zhou Yixian's insight, Elena responded, "That is an excellent proposal. Hearing you articulate it thus, do we not find ourselves with more options?" With a triumphant expression, Elena regarded Zhou Yixian, contemplating how the strategy of retreating to advance was indeed a wise choice, as she had now uncovered a potential breakthrough. The information he shared was undoubtedly intended to enhance his bargaining position. With that leverage diminished, how could she not feel elated? While it may be challenging to find a three-legged frog in the newborn land, fallen noble scions were plentiful. Observing Elena's newfound confidence, Zhou Yixian shook his head, and remarked, "I'm aware of your thoughts. Indeed, the newborn land is home to many fallen nobles like myself, including members of the royal family. It is not arrogance on my part to assert that among the fallen nobles here, few possess my level of capability, and those who do may lack my standing. The meaning of Zhou Yixian is unequivocal. In this new land of beginnings, there exists no one quite like him. Aside from him, you have no other alternatives." Elena mentally recounted this and realized that indeed, there was no other entity that could match Zhou Yixian's caliber, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. The primary reason for her dismay was that he had already seized the initiative, having established the Hanmin society ahead of time, successfully suppressing the Sihai society. And among the numerous commoners at the school, he had garnered formidable prestige. On Monday, Xian approached Elena step by step, nearly pressing his face against hers before finally speaking. "Aside from me, you have no other options." Under the confident gaze of Xian, Elena suddenly felt a disconcerting urge to avoid direct confrontation, instinctively shrinking back and turning her head away. "State your terms," she replied. "A privateering license," Xian stated calmly. "Absolutely not," Elena exclaimed, as if struck by a sudden wave of intensity. She stood up abruptly, her fists pounding the table with a resounding thud, unequivocally rejecting the proposal. "I do not know how you learned of the existence of a privateering license, but I advise you to abandon such unrealistic fantasies. The Navy headquarters would never grant such a condition." Seeing Elena's vehement reaction, Xian was perplexed and questioned. "It is merely a privateering license. The Navy headquarters has granted such licenses to other factions before. Your unhesitating refusal makes me doubt your sincerity." "What do you mean, merely a privateering license?" Elena shot back, her expression one of disbelief at Xian's ignorance. "While it is true that the Navy headquarters has granted licenses to certain powerful pirates, that was over a century ago. Even relinquishing some authority in the East Sea, the Navy headquarters would never confer a privateering license upon the Elizabeth family. In other words, a privateering license is akin to a title of warlord. Of course, there are distinctions. The Navy headquarters has not exclusively granted privateering licenses to the warlords. Only pirate crews with sufficient strength are deemed worthy of such a title by the Navy headquarters. Historically, the Navy headquarters' strategy of collaborating with formidable pirate crews by granting them licenses proved effective in governing pirates. However, without the pressure from the Navy, these pirate crews grew too rapidly, quickly escaping the Navy's control and becoming a greater headache. The Navy headquarters incurred significant costs in abolishing the warlord system, and it is clear that they would not revert to such outdated methods. Observing Elena's intense reaction, Xian realized that his conditions were unattainable. It seemed the development of the situation diverged from his expectations. After all, the pirate world was no longer what it had been a century ago, and changes, of which he was unaware, had occurred, leading the Navy headquarters to prohibit the existence of privateering licenses. The Navy headquarters sought to cultivate a controllable power in the East Sea, rather than one with overwhelming ambition destined to be uncontrollable. Noticing Xian's stunned expression, Elena felt it necessary to remind him to recognize his position. Even if a privateering license were to exist, the Elizabeth family's strength would never warrant such authority from the Navy headquarters. It appeared that the warlord system had become obsolete, and her plans were now in vain. On Monday, with a hint of distraction, he paid little heed to Elena's words, merely responding with a nonchalant, "I understand." Observing the profound disappointment etched upon his face, Elena offered a comforting remark. "I comprehend the burdens that you so-called royalty bear. It is only natural to feel a sense of urgency within your heart. However, at times, a lack of strength can indeed become a burden, and you need not dwell upon it." On Monday, Xian could only nod in response, striving to secure a privateering license for the Elizabeth family, as he indeed harbored aspirations to rapidly expand his influence. In the age of exploration, there was no method more expedient for augmenting one's power than through plunder. After a moment of careful contemplation, Sten realized he had misplaced his priorities. In this era, power was secondary, the essence lay in one's own strength. As long as one possessed sufficient might, the absence of approval from the naval headquarters was inconsequential. One could act freely as desired. "Let us consider a more pragmatic condition," Elena interjected once more. Upon hearing her voice, Xian felt a spark of inspiration. To swiftly enhance his capabilities, a proficient mentor was indispensable, and he had one right before him. On Monday, Xian's piercing gaze made Elena feel quite uncomfortable. Without further thought, she realized he was contemplating some fanciful proposition. "I want you," Xian declared cheerfully, disregarding others' willingness and speaking decisively. Get lost, Elena responded sharply, her succinct retort conveying the depth of her anger. Chapter 44. Equality among all beings. Alas. Xian recognized his misstep. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? In truth, it was somewhat akin to the literal interpretation. So it is, then perish. Realizing that continuing this conversation would only complicate matters, Xian hastily grasped Elena's hand, preventing her from reaching for the long blade nearby. Striving to appear sincere, he quickly added, I hope you will become my teacher. A good mentor is essential for swiftly enhancing one's abilities. Even the protagonist with the extraordinary aura, akin to Luffy, only truly became formidable after 2 years of tutelage under the powerful Rayleigh. In this feeble East Blue, Elena's proficiency in utilizing Conqueror's haki marked her as a formidable presence. And for the time being, she was his best option. Thus, Xian directed his intentions toward her, sensing, through a woman's intuition, that her pupil harbored improper thoughts. Elena couldn't help but admire Xian's audacity for daring to tease her so openly. Overcome by rage, she resolved to teach him a lesson about the consequences of such insolence. I shall break your legs, she contemplated, planning to use her cage fruit powers to give Xian a taste of suffering. However, as Elena activated her abilities, she was taken aback to find that they had vanished. This was the first occurrence of such a phenomenon since consuming the cage fruit. Momentarily stunned, she began to search for the root of the issue, scrutinizing Xian closely until she noticed a black, petal-like symbol swirling above the hand that held hers. It was this peculiar emblem that had devoured her cage fruit powers upon reaching him. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Elena finally regained her composure and inquired. Indeed, Xian nodded, continuing, I believe I now possess sufficient strength to gain your support. He had long prepared for the revelation of his abilities. During the chaotic brawl in the cafeteria, many had likely observed his distinctive traits. At times, it is necessary to appropriately showcase one's value. Thus Xian candidly acknowledged it. What a remarkable ability, he remarked. Elena silently lamented, deciding against inquiring about the exact nature of the other party's abilities, as it was a fundamental rule. Recklessly revealing one's own capabilities was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, as it would enable others to devise countermeasures in advance. What were your conditions previously? Elena then vaguely recalled what the other had said to her earlier, and thus spoke up. Indeed, it seemed they had not been paying attention to my words, evidently. The 3 words I had uttered before possessed an overwhelming impact. On Monday, Xian could only reiterate, I hope you will become my teacher. After all, this was the feeble East Sea. Having a teacher with a commanding presence would indeed be a remarkable stroke of fortune. Xian had also fantasized about having a mentor as formidable as Rayleigh, yet such options were regrettably limited. Had Elena been privy to Xian's current thoughts, she would undoubtedly have been infuriated once more. Fortunately, Xian had not yet ventured into such perilous territory. To Elena, Xian's earnest gaze and humble demeanor uplifted her spirits, prompting her to privately commend his discernment and, quite naturally, forgive his previous indiscretions. Women are such peculiar creatures. In one moment, they may be seething with anger, only to be overwhelmed by affection in the next. I believe your conditions extend beyond this, Elena suggested confidently, encouraging him to elaborate further. On Monday, after a moment of contemplation, Xian articulated his thoughts. First, to ensure the safety of the members of the Hanmin Society and their families. Second, to grant the members of the Hanmin Society the freedom to traverse the realm at will. Third, to transfer Sula to the naval headquarters for focused cultivation, with the rank he attains contingent upon his abilities. Fourth, to impart the methods of the 6 styles of the Navy. Fifth, for you to independently instruct me in my cultivation for a span of 3 years. Is it truly that simple? Elena inquired. On Monday, Xian acknowledged that these conditions appeared simple. However, after thorough contemplation, he recognized that ensuring the safety of the families of the 4 Seas Society members was paramount. The authority to traverse Hightown was indeed a matter of honor for the common folk. With safety and honor secured, the basic allegiance of the members could be assured. As for the subsequent 3 points, they were entirely considerations of personal strength, particularly regarding the 6 styles of the Navy, which are renowned for their formidable martial techniques in the world of pirates. He could not afford to overlook them. Although, as a student of the Navy Academy, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to engage with the training methods of the 6 styles. He could not wait that long. From his understanding, apart from the CP9 members, it was only the elite of the Navy headquarters who had utilized the 6 styles, which was likely only after entering the Grand Line. Xian could not guarantee that he would still be a sailor by then. Based on these reasons, Xian was eager to obtain this powerful martial arts training method. For no matter how grand the vision, it was only secure once it was in hand. Regarding Sula, Xian hoped to assist him in attaining a high position within the Navy, but residing in the Grand Line, a perilous paradise. He understood that lacking strength while holding a lofty title could only bring about one's downfall, thus he did not wish to press the matter. He had initially thought that Alina would demand exorbitantly, yet to his surprise, her final conditions were not overly excessive, which brought him some relief. While most aspects were manageable, the request for him to independently mentor her for 3 years posed a challenge. Alina had to candidly express, "I do not mind independently guiding you. But 3 years is quite an extensive commitment. The Navy Academy in the New World has too many matters requiring my attention, and I may not have the time to spare." On Monday, Xian understood that the other party spoke the truth, reflecting that he had perhaps made some unwarranted assumptions. The newborn land harbored an abundance of absurd realities. Just as he was about to abandon this proposal, he suddenly heard Elena's soft voice. "I can find you a suitable teacher, ensuring your satisfaction. Who exactly does she intend to replace? I truly cannot fathom who else in the newborn land possesses formidable strength and qualifies as a good teacher. However, why does the other party's expression seem somewhat peculiar, appearing to harbor both schadenfreude and a hint of sympathy?" Without further contemplation, Xian responded, "Deal." Just as he extended his hand to signify a pleasant collaboration, Elena interrupted him, saying, "Your conditions are mostly agreeable, so now let me present my terms. Cooperation, of course, is a mutual endeavor, and it is not surprising that the other party has conditions." Xian nodded in understanding. After all, he had achieved his objective and was not overly concerned about certain constraints. "Eudora must assume the position of vice president of the Hanmin Society," Elena stated calmly. "Is it really that simple?" "Indeed, it is that simple." Through effective communication, the two reached a friendly consensus, their hands joyfully clasped together. On Monday, Xian was oblivious to who Eudora was, but what did it matter? Since the other party wished to assume the role of vice president, it was decided that all tedious matters would be entrusted to her. "I presume you have attained the second tier of strength?" Alina suddenly inquired. Confused by this unexpected question, Xian replied, "I recently broke through to the second tier." "Is there a problem?" "Not at all. Merely a small piece of advice. Do not rush into the third tier. A solid foundation is of utmost importance," Alina stated with a serious expression. The caution in Alina's demeanor prompted Xian to take her words to heart. Indeed, with the existence of the fruit of darkness, an extraordinary aid in cultivation, he felt that his speed in absorbing essence far surpassed that of others. Advancing to the third tier seemed inevitable. It appeared there were secrets between the second and third tiers that he was yet unaware of, and thus, it was prudent to temper his cultivation pace. This illustrated the stark contrast between having a mentor and lacking one, as guidance could help avoid many unnecessary detours in the path of cultivation. When Xian intended to inquire further about the reasons behind her advice, Alina cryptically remarked, "You will come to understand these matters in due time. The mentor I have arranged for you will provide you with profound insights." What a perplexing woman she was. Why not speak plainly instead of partially concealing her words, leaving one feeling quite vexed? Observing that she had no intention of elaborating on the topic, Xian asked, "Could you perhaps share a bit more about my mentor?" He was reluctant to be misled into accepting an unsuitable instructor, especially considering the peculiar expression Alina wore whenever she mentioned the arrangement. "Stay tuned," Alina replied with a light laugh. Stay tuned, indeed, he thought. It was evident she was reluctant to divulge more. Were it not for the fact that he could not best Alina in a fight, Xian would have been tempted to persuade her with his fists to speak more openly and avoid keeping him in suspense. What good was his anger? Unable to win a confrontation, he resigned himself and said, "If there is nothing else, I have completed my tasks and shall take my leave, Principal Alina." Noting her silence, Sten decided against a warm farewell. He quietly made his way toward the door, only to hear Alina's calm voice once more just as he was about to exit the office. Igniting a sense of frustration within him, why could she not simply conclude her thoughts in one go? Such notions of equality should not be spoken of in the land of new beginnings. "Understood," he replied. On Monday, Xian waved his hand in response, his figure swiftly disappearing at the doorway. The theory of equality in birth must surely appeal to that individual. As Xian's silhouette faded from view, Elena smiled subtly, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 45. Bartholomew Annie. Ever since Xian and Elena negotiated a series of conditions, the naval authorities naturally began to pave the way for the Hanmin Society. The various factions within the Four Seas Society had received warnings from their families, understanding that the establishment of the Hanmin Society was far more complex than they had initially envisioned, and, thus, refrained from excessively suppressing its development. However, allowing the Hanmin Society to flourish was something the Four Seas Society could not easily accept. After all, most of the members were merely adolescents, brimming with youthful exuberance, often seeking to vent their previous frustrations, leading them to occasionally concoct excuses to instigate minor conflicts. The skirmishes between the Hanmin Society and the Four Seas Society, under the adept handling of Vice President Eudora, did not escalate into significant disturbances. Regarding Eudora, Xian only knew that she seemed to have some connection with the naval headquarters, though her precise identity remained a mystery. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that she far surpassed him in managing the society. While dealing with the Four Seas Society, she also adeptly handled various matters within the organization. With such a capable assistant, Xian found himself enjoying a more leisurely pace, as Eudora put it. As long as he maintained his strength to keep things in check, he had done more than enough. Consequently, Xian's school life did not undergo significant changes. Each day, he completed his various academic courses and diligently honed his skills, which constituted the entirety of his school routine. The repetitive cycle of learning and training did not bore him. On the contrary, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. He was acutely aware that this tranquil existence could not last indefinitely. As a member of the Naval Academy, he would inevitably confront fierce pirates, and seizing every opportunity to grow stronger was his foremost responsibility. In moments of confusion, anyone can feel vulnerable. Sometimes, individuals do not wish to remain stagnant. Rather, they find themselves compelled to compromise under the pressures of life, engaging in actions they would rather avoid, thus losing their sense of direction. Having been granted a second chance at life, Xian vowed never to squander any opportunity for growth. While being a slacker might provide fleeting pleasure, it ultimately leads to the loss of many cherished desires. Unattainable aspirations define the life of a slacker. In this lifetime, Xian resolved not to be a slacker again. In the adult world, one cannot simply make choices. He intended to seize everything he desired through his own efforts, firmly grasping it within his hands. I have reiterated countless times, your punching technique is flawed. Do not rely solely on brute strength, as it will only slow your speed. You must learn to harness the power of your arms effectively. Just as Xian was drenched in sweat, practicing his punches against the sandbag, he heard the familiar voice of critique echoing in his ears. Indeed, I shall certainly take heed next time. On Monday, with a nonchalant demeanor, he responded briefly and resumed his training against the sandbag in his own manner. Without turning back, he knew it was undoubtedly Annie. Ever since he established the Cold Gate Society, the trio of Zhou Yixian, Afang, and Zhu Yi had acquired an additional appendage. Initially, Zhou Yixian welcomed Annie's inclusion, for who could resist a charming girl adorned with a teddy bear hat joining their ranks? However, when the four-member team embarked on their first training session together, Annie unleashed a torrent of relentless critiques upon him, which Zhou Yixian found increasingly intolerable. After all, at heart, he was merely an ordinary citizen, yearning to subtly showcase his abilities. Yet, Annie, unyielding, consistently pointed out his training errors with sharp precision, leaving Zhou Yixian feeling disheartened to the point of reconsidering their friendship. It was one thing to criticize, but Annie also assumed the role of a teacher, guiding him step by step, an affront he could not abide. Thus, Zhou Yixian resolved to prove his worth through a duel, brimming with confidence, only to discover that, without utilizing his devil fruit powers, he struggled to subdue the spirited Annie. If I cannot confront her, can I not at least evade her? With this thought in mind, after a month of playing hide-and-seek with Annie, Zhou Yixian decisively chose to concede, resigning himself to his fate. No matter where he sought refuge in the school to train, Annie always managed to emerge from the most unexpected places, continuing her rational critiques. Annie, spare him. If you keep this up, our esteemed president might question his very existence. Zhu Yi interjected upon hearing Annie's familiar jibes, swiftly coming to Zhou Yixian's defense. However, the suppressed smile at the corner of his mouth ignited a strong desire within Zhou Yixian to teach this lad a lesson. I don't wish for this either, but someone's combat style is simply too clumsy, Annie replied, raising her hands in feigned exasperation. Her adorable, yet helpless expression made it easy for others to believe her words. After speaking, Annie shot a pointed glance at Zhou Yixian, her expression tinged with grievance as she remarked, "Who could blame me for persistently offering guidance when certain individuals are too proud to accept my reasonable suggestions?" I can only reluctantly continue my assistance, confident that one day he will be swayed by my influence. On Monday, 3 dark vertical lines appeared on his forehead. Regarding Annie's identity, even the most oblivious could not remain unaware. Annie had never concealed her true nature. As a member of the royal family of the Salt Kingdom, fond of donning a bear hat, Bartholomew Annie's presence was unmistakable, leaving no room for ignorance. It was evident that Annie's family had intricate ties with the GM army, which elucidated why the Sea Society regarded her with such trepidation. The GM army, capable of contending with the world's governments, undoubtedly boasted formidable warriors. Monday acknowledged that Annie was correct in pointing out the flaws in his training, yet he was too prideful to seek guidance from a girl of similar age. Nevertheless, each time he heard Annie's critiques, he would secretly adjust his training methods according to her suggestions. Pride aside, when someone identifies the correct path to improvement, it is folly not to heed their advice. Indeed, he was quite the prideful individual. Observing Monday's subtly refined punching technique after her observations, Annie merely murmured a few words to herself, choosing not to comment on his stubbornness. Upon discovering yet another error in Monday's training, she would appropriately step in to critique and suggest improvements. Following her feedback, Monday would make the necessary adjustments, resulting in a remarkable synergy between them. Annie, what do you think of my training just now? Following your advice, I feel my punching speed has significantly increased. Ever since the previous incident, Zhu Yi had been diligently training, visibly stronger than before. Unlike Monday, he harbored no such reservations and welcomed Annie's guidance with enthusiasm. Continue training as I suggest, and you too shall become an extraordinary warrior. Keep pushing forward, Annie replied, her enthusiasm somewhat lacking in response to Zhu Yi's eager inquiry. In her mind, she grumbled about being there to guide the prideful president, indifferent to Zhu Yi's progress. After offering him a few casual pointers, she dismissed him, emboldened by Annie's guidance. Zhu Yi returned to his training with renewed vigor. Afang, why don't you ever ask Annie for advice? He inquired, puzzled by Afang's reluctance to seek guidance. If Monday was too prideful, he found it perplexing that Afang, appearing equally unyielding, never sought Annie's counsel. Afang, wielding his sword, struck a few blows before responding with an impassive expression. I have my own path in swordsmanship. I require no one's instruction. Afang, how cool, Zhu Yi thought, suddenly inspired. As a strong individual, one ought to forge their own path, leading him to question whether he should continue seeking Annie's guidance. Another proud soul, indeed. Watching Afang's retreating figure, Annie felt a slight headache as she pondered. She was acquainted with numerous formidable swordsmen, and if only he would seek her counsel, she could impart considerable wisdom. Annie was not averse to offering some insights into Afang's training methods, for he appeared to possess a modicum of talent, and in due time, he could evolve into a commendable force. Her faction, in light of the various pressures they faced, deemed it essential to inject some fresh blood into their ranks. However, since he did not approach her for guidance, and he could only resign herself to the conclusion that he was a rather peculiar man with an inflated sense of pride. Dear President, I implore you to cease your attempts. With your current prowess, success is an elusive dream. After internally lamenting, Annie looked up to find Zhou Yixin once again endeavoring to practice the Marine 6 styles, prompting her to unleash her characteristic sarcasm. If the Marine 6 styles were so easily mastered, how could the Marine Academy have ever entrusted them to you? I suggest you abandon this folly. Zhou Yixin had long acquired the methods for practicing the Marine 6 styles, yet despite his extensive training, he struggled to grasp the essential techniques and had yet to achieve success. He was not the type to capitulate merely because of a few disparaging remarks. Ignoring Annie's critiques, he continued his attempts at mastering the Marine 6 styles. Other matters could be set aside for the moment. The offensive power of his dark fruit was already sufficiently formidable. However, he recognized a deficiency in his defenses, hence his desire to first perfect the iron body technique. In the world of pirates, firearms still wielded considerable lethality against those of lesser strength, which was why Zhou Yixin prioritized mastering the iron body. Although the dark fruit could absorb damage, the agonizing sensation of twice the pain upon sustaining injury was not to be dismissed. Who could guarantee that when his heart was pierced, the dark fruit would successfully negate the fatal blow? Undoubtedly, the dark fruit possessed formidable abilities, yet it also bore significant flaws. Unlike other Logia-type fruits, it could not elementalize, and it seemed somewhat inadequate in inflicting damage against non-ability users. While the fruit's potent capabilities could enhance one's strength, it was not an absolute advantage in the pirate world. which boasted many top-tier warriors who relied not on abilities. Zhou Yixian, well aware of this reality, had never succumbed to hubris simply because he had acquired the most notorious devil fruit ability in history, strengthening his body through mental discipline. He recalled the training methods for the iron body and resumed his attempts. To begin, mental training involved absorbing the essence of the world, adjusting his breath. Zhou Yixian focused his mind and attuned himself to the ethereal energies present in the universe. He was already adept at absorbing this essence, and before long, a layer of white mist enveloped him as the energy was successfully drawn to his vicinity. The first step was accomplished. Next, he sought to consolidate the energy he had attracted into his body. On Monday, Xian began to harness the powers of the dark fruit, creating a small vortex within himself, fervently absorbing the surrounding Tao essence. With the aid of the dark fruit's abilities, he effortlessly allowed the Tao essence to permeate through his skin and enter his body. As long as he could control the influx of Tao essence into his muscles, the first step of his iron block training would be complete. However, each time he approached this critical juncture, failure seemed inevitable, and this time, he was determined to remain vigilant, carefully controlling the Tao essence entering his body. He guided it with his mind to various parts of his being. Yet, it was destined to be in vain. Just as he was on the brink of success, the Tao essence within him dissipated completely, absorbed by his meridians. Was it yet another failure? Sensing the disappearance of the Tao essence, Xian pondered where the issue lay. I told you it was impossible to succeed. You should stop trying, Anne's voice chimed in with her usual sarcasm. What a stubborn fellow. I've said it countless times. The Navy's 6 styles are not easily mastered. Why? Xian, unusually, sought Anne's counsel. Because your strength is simply too weak, she replied, though internally pleased by his inquiry. However, she herself lacked knowledge about the Navy's 6 styles and could only recite what her father had explained to her when she had sought his guidance. The Navy's 6 styles is indeed a formidable martial technique, yet not so rare. Upon acquiring the training methods of the Navy's 6 styles, Xian chose not to keep them to himself, but shared them with the other 3 members of his team. However, like Xian, they had diligently practiced for a long time without success. Afang and Zhu Yi were not overly distressed by their failures. They merely lamented their insufficient strength and decisively abandoned the pursuit of further training. After a period of unsuccessful practice, and decided to consult her father, wondering if she had overlooked any details. When Anne presented the Navy's 6 styles to her father, he examined the training methods carefully before simply stating that her strength was still too weak. To prevent his daughter from becoming upset, he even demonstrated the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles on the spot, and knew that her father had never practiced the Navy's 6 styles before. He had merely glanced at the training methods and had mastered them completely. She accepted this explanation. Is that so? Upon hearing Anne's response, Xian was momentarily taken aback. Of course it is, and playfully stuck out her tongue, choosing not to disclose that her father had said the same to her. It seemed the only option was to relinquish the endeavor for now. On Monday, Xian decided to reflect. Upon hearing Annie's affirmative response once again, he recalled that during Luffy's time at Annie's lobby, he had merely observed CP9 utilizing the 6 powers and subsequently mastered the technique on his own. Similarly, Sanji, 2 years later, had acquired the moonwalk while being pursued by a group of drag queens in the Kamabaka Kingdom. This realization struck him. It was indeed a sign of his own inadequacy. When one's strength reaches a certain level, even in the absence of a formal training regimen for the Navy's 6 powers, one could achieve the same results through personal insight. Wow, our president has actually learned to give up, Annie exclaimed, as if she had heard something astonishing. Upon learning of Xian's intention to abandon his pursuit of mastering the Navy's 6 powers. Is there anything strange about that? Xian inquired, perplexed by Annie's exaggerated reaction. To him, it was not unreasonable to choose to forego something that he knew, after attempting, was unattainable. He could not comprehend what warranted such surprise. Strange, Annie replied emphatically. Indeed, strange, agreed Zhu Yi. Strange. Even Afang joined the chorus of astonishment. In their small training squad of 4, 3 were astonished at Xian's decision. To them, Xian had always been a figure of relentless dedication to his training. Once he embarked on a regimen, he pursued it without end. It was only natural for them to find it peculiar that he would suddenly choose to abandon his training in the Navy's 6 powers. This might be connected to Xian's past life, where he was particularly fond of games that rewarded grinding. Through persistent effort in training, he experienced a gradual enhancement of his abilities, which resonated with the sensations he had while playing video games in his previous life, leading him to fervently pursue his training. so much so that he was unaware of it himself. As he listened to their banter, 3 dark lines appeared on Xian's forehead. Although Annie was pleased with his diligent training attitude, she did not wish for the person she supported to become a mere training fanatic. Hence, she suggested, "I think we've trained enough for today. It's essential to take appropriate breaks. I brought a good amount of delicious bento. Would you like to try some? Time to eat. Time to rest." Zhu Yi immediately responded enthusiastically upon hearing Annie's words. Annie's bento was indeed quite delectable, causing his mouth to water at the thought. "Is it time for lunch?" Afang sheathed his sword and ceased his chopping motions, making his way toward Annie. "Understood," Xian replied nonchalantly, also halting his training. It seemed that Annie's bento was irresistibly appealing, even to someone like Xian, who was known for his fervent dedication to grinding. The 4 of them, having paused their training, began to set up a picnic area. Zhu Yi skillfully unfurled a dining cloth upon the ground, while Afang and Zhou Yixian lent a hand to arrange the bento that Annie had brought, neatly placing it on the cloth. Although the bento appeared simple, Annie had filled a large backpack to the brim. As the 4 were in their growth spurts, a mere bento was insufficient for them. Before long, the dining cloth was adorned with a myriad of delectable dishes, and the group began to indulge without reservation. As a young lady, one might question the propriety of such voracious eating. It was at moments like this that Zhou Yixian would unleash her playful banter toward Annie. Observing Annie's eagerness to forego utensils and instead grasp food with her hands, shoving it into her mouth, Zhou Yixian could not help but tease, "Look at you. Your mouth is covered in crumbs, and you've spilled food all over yourself. Is your mouth leaking? Moreover, as an adorable girl, could you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? One's enthusiasm for dining should not border on recklessness." Annie retorted, "I see no issue with my fervor for food." Unfazed by Zhou Yixian's jibes, she was determined to consume the delicious offerings as swiftly as possible. After all, what was a little roughness in her approach? Zhou Yixian sighed inwardly, glancing at Afang and Zhu Yi, and found them sharing a look of exasperation akin to her own. Since their initial encounter with Annie's unorthodox dining speed, they had gradually grown accustomed to her unique style. Indeed, Annie's bento remained as delightful as ever. After savoring the first bite, Zhu Yi expressed his satisfaction. "This is truly delicious. Of course, my father commissioned a special dish from a chef of Kamabaka," Annie joyfully replied, casting Zhu Yi an approving glance. "Kamabaka?" Zhou Yixin inquired, puzzled. "Is that the recipe of the transgender cuisine? How do you know about that?" Annie asked, her brows furrowing in curiosity as she regarded Zhou Yixian. Kamabaka was a realm within the Grand Line, and it was conceivable that Zhou Yixian, residing in the remote East Blue, might have encountered it in newspapers. However, it was implausible that she would be aware of the secretive nature of the transgender cuisine, a closely guarded secret of the Kamabaka kingdom. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much, Zhou Yixian chuckled, "I merely read about it in my family's records." "Is that so?" Annie regarded Zhou Yixian with a hint of skepticism. "Indeed," Zhou Yixian affirmed. Seeing Zhou Yixian's unwavering confidence, Annie decided not to probe further. Before long, Annie's attention was once again captured by the enticing food before her. She noticed that in her brief distraction, a considerable amount of food had vanished, prompting her to once again fervently grasp the remaining delicacies and stuff them into her mouth. Observing Annie's fervor, Zhou Yixian exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed prudent to conceal her knowledge, as those who were privy to too many secrets often meet unfortunate fates. Chapter 47, The School Ranking Battle. What is the recipe of the transgender cuisine? Upon overhearing the conversation between the 2 individuals, Zhu Yi inquired with curiosity. Zhou Yixian, feeling hesitant to continue expressing his understanding, opted instead to admit his own uncertainty. He stated, "I have only encountered references to it in the family records. Beyond that, I am not well informed." After uttering this, he turned his gaze towards Annie, clearly hoping she would elucidate the matter. "I don't know the specifics either, but it is undoubtedly a delectable dish that can enhance one's strength," Annie replied, her mouth stuffed with food. After a considerable effort to swallow, she managed to respond. "That explains why I have sensed a notable increase in my muscle strength." Alfong realized, connecting the dots as to why his abilities had recently surged. Unconsciously, he began to hasten his pace of consumption. "Is that so? I too wish to grow stronger. I shall eat more," Zhu Yi exclaimed, invigorated by the prospect of enhancing his own abilities without the toil of rigorous training, thus accelerating his own eating pace. "Hey, how can you do this? Don't snatch my food," Annie protested loudly, realizing too late that sharing this information had resulted in a significant reduction of the food she could enjoy. Despite Annie's objections, Afong and Zhu Yi remained oblivious, continuing to stuff their mouths with food. Unwilling to concede, Annie began to wrestle for the food from their hands, leading to a chaotic tussle among the three as they launched into a culinary defense battle. Meanwhile, adhering to his principle of discreetly developing in solitude, Zhou Yixian quietly and swiftly swept up the food before him. On Monday, Zhou Yixian vaguely recalled that the recipes for the half-human, half-demon beings not only served to enhance one's own strength, but also appeared to improve one's physical constitution. Such a remarkable discovery could not be easily overlooked. Just as the three regained their senses, the food before them had already been completely devoured by Zhou Yixian. How could this be? As they gazed at the vanished delicacies, the trio lamented in anguish. Their laughter erupted as they observed each other's disheveled appearances, smeared with remnants of the meal in their fervent struggle for sustenance. "I'm full," Zhou Yixian proclaimed, patting his belly with satisfaction. With that, he reclined onto the soft grass, relishing the delightful afternoon. He realized he had not felt this relaxed in quite some time. During his interactions with the small team, he sensed a rejuvenation in his own mindset. The others, imitating Zhou Yixian, comfortably sprawled on the lush grass. With the school ranking battles approaching, do you have confidence in securing first place? Annie, lying beside Zhou Yixian, suddenly inquired. School ranking battles? Both Afong and Zhou Yixian echoed in confusion. What have you been doing every day that you were unaware of the school ranking battles? Are you truly members of the Royal Navy Academy? Annie remarked, somewhat exasperated at the bewildered expressions on their faces. Suddenly recalling something, she added. You two haven't forgotten to register, have you? Register? Afong and Zhou Yixian abruptly sat up, tilting their heads toward Annie in unison. I knew it, Annie groaned, placing a hand on her forehead in dismay. What kind of people are you, so consumed by training that you neglect everything else? Privately, Annie felt grateful that she had inquired. Otherwise, the two would have missed a swift opportunity to shine. What exactly is going on? Zhou Yixian, noticing Annie's evident frustration, realized he had overlooked something significant, prompting him to ask for clarification. You should let Zhu Yi explain, Annie replied, turning her head away, unwilling to elaborate further. I truly don't know how to address you, Zhu Yi began, taking over the conversation. He first expressed regret, blaming himself for not informing them of such an important matter, despite knowing their fervor for training. He then continued, I assume you are aware of the global military conscription efforts by the world's governments? On Monday, Skin nodded slightly, indicating his awareness of the global conscription initiative orchestrated by the world government. This operation was undertaken to address the inadequacies in military strength, encompassing a worldwide recruitment effort. Regardless of one's prior status or identity, individuals possessing formidable capabilities could be granted exceptional promotions by the world government, with the prospect of being elevated to the rank of Admiral of the Navy headquarters through this global conscription not being entirely implausible. Is there any connection between the global conscription and the school ranking battles? After all, Afong, hailing from a civilian background, lacked insights into many of the world's intricacies, prompting her to inquire. Indeed, there exists a correlation. It is said that over a century ago, the Marine headquarters faced 2 vacancies in the ranks of admirals due to the Summit War. In a fervent attempt to replenish their formidable military strength, the world government initiated the global conscription. This marked the first extensive recruitment effort by the world government, which not only successfully summoned 2 admirals, but also replenished numerous mid-level forces lost during the Summit War, significantly augmenting the power of the world government. Zhu began to elucidate these matters to Afong, and after explaining the global conscription, he continued, the triumph of the first global conscription revealed to the world government the existence of many potent forces scattered among the populace, which had been overlooked due to a lack of avenues for advancement. Consequently, the world government recognized certain deficiencies within the Navy and began implementing internal reforms. In this context, the Navy school ranking battles came into being. As long as one possesses sufficient strength and secures a high rank in these battles, they can be exceptionally promoted by the Navy headquarters without the arduous process of gradually climbing through the ranks. Thus, the Navy school ranking battles became the most effective means for countless civilians to ascend rapidly. Once Zhu concluded his explanation, Annie provided a final summary. How intriguing. Ultimately, Monday Xian harbored a certain delight in the chaos of the world. Hearing of such an engaging affair, he could not allow himself to miss out, and he felt a rush of exhilaration coursing through his veins. Indeed, Afong also displayed a keen interest. However, Annie cautioned them not to be overly confident. With their current abilities, they could at best register for the ranking battles of the Tao warriors. Observing their self-assured demeanor, Annie felt compelled to temper their expectations. Do not underestimate the Navy ranking battles. They are not merely confined to the Eastern CS Naval Academy. Those from the Northern, Southern, and Western Sea Academies will also participate. Is there any impact? Monday Sien replied nonchalantly. Of course, there is. Noticing that Monday Sien still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, Annie sighed and continued. Do not forget that the Eastern Sea has long been regarded as the weakest of the four seas. The students from the other three seas naval academies are not as simple as you might presume. Annie even harbored doubts about whether Monday Sien could secure the top position at the Eastern Sea Naval Academy. The foundation of the Four Seas Society is not as straightforward as it appears. Will all the Four Seas Naval Academies participate? On Monday, Sien casually inquired. Of course. Annie replied with a hint of irritation. This made things even more intriguing. Initially, Sien believed it was merely an internal ranking battle within the school, but the prospect of engaging with students from the other three seas exhilarated him further. After diligently training for such an extended period, he yearned to ascertain the extent of his own strength. Although he looked forward to the forthcoming ranking battle, Sien did not underestimate the naval competition. He understood that Annie's words held truth, according to his knowledge of the original work. Pirates with a bounty of around 20 million could be considered among the most formidable in the East Sea. Such a scenario was almost inconceivable in the other three seas. To confront even more powerful pirates, it was only natural for the Navy to deploy greater forces in those regions. Given the environment of the Naval Academy, one could foresee that the strength of its students would rise accordingly. However, with the existence of the Dark Fruit and the Devil Fruit Compendium as his advantages, he felt little trepidation. Would this Naval Academy ranking battle be excessively unfair to the East Sea? Zhu Yi, unlike Afong and Sien, who were oblivious to the ranking battle, asked with some concern. There is no need to worry about that. The Naval Headquarters is already well aware of the situation at the East Sea Naval Academy and will allocate certain slots for the naval bases in the East Sea to participate in higher-level ranking battles. Annie explained, understanding Zhu Yi's apprehensions. What are you two discussing? Afong and Sien tilted their heads in inquiry once more. Honestly, you two are quite the handful. Zhu Yi sighed and continued to elucidate. The ranking battle of the Four Seas, abbreviated as the Four Seas Ranking Battle, is divided into four groups based on strength. The first group is the Taoist Disciple Group, the second is the Taoist Soldier Group, the third is the Taoist Officer Group, and the fourth is the Taoist Academy Group. The Naval Headquarters will determine the rankings of the Four Seas Naval Academies based on the final results of the ranking battle, and those that rank higher will naturally receive better resources and more formidable instructors. After hearing Zhu Yi's explanation, Sien finally grasped the underlying reasoning. The East Sea Naval Academy, due to issues with the Four Seas Society, had been inactive for over a decade, and its strongest students were merely at the second tier. It was clear that with such strength, they would undoubtedly finish at the bottom in the Four Seas ranking battle. No wonder the Naval Headquarters would provide slots to balance things out for the East Sea naval bases. At this thought, Sien couldn't help but feel a sense of joy for Sula. As a natural type ability user, Sula had now become a disciple of a vice admiral in the Naval Headquarters, presenting a significant opportunity to participate in this Four Seas ranking battle. From what Sien knew, Sula's current instructor was among the more esteemed vice admirals in the Naval Headquarters. After such a long time apart, he was eager to see how much Sula's strength had grown. Chapter 48, Commentary on Gate. Hey. On a leisurely Monday at the school square, a sudden burst of broadcast resonated through the air, prompting a glance towards the source. Unbeknownst to him, a towering platform had emerged nearby, upon which sat a man adorned with a spotted helmet, from which a long, red tassel flowed like a tail. As he busily adjusted a microphone, "Welcome to the ranking battle at the East Sea Royal Naval Vocational Technical School. I am your commentator, Gate." Confusion creased Zhou Yixian's brow as he instinctively turned to his companion, Zhu Yi. Gate, the renowned commentator of the East Sea, was an unexpected presence at this ranking battle. Observing the figure on the platform, Zhu Yi sighed in admiration before continuing. Every naval ranking battle invites famous combat commentators to enhance its appeal and invigorate the atmosphere. The commentator's exceptional skills not only elevate the emotional engagement of the audience, but also significantly enhance the spectacle and participatory nature of the ranking battle. Thanks to the presence of live commentary, the Four Seas ranking battles have garnered a substantial following. with many fervent fans traveling from afar to immerse themselves in the vibrant ambience of the event. It's reminiscent of electronic sports. One can only wonder if tickets are being sold. The Navy certainly knows how to entertain. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yixian, the naval ranking battles have evolved into a significant promotional tool for the naval headquarters. By showcasing live battles among ranking trainees, they have captivated a multitude of enthusiasts while inspiring many passionate youths to join naval academies, pursuing their lifelong dreams. It is said that the rapid rise of battle commentators is attributed to the legacy of the former pirate king, swiftly gaining popularity worldwide, as and elaborated. This also elucidates why the unique features of the Dressrosa Coliseum have made their way to the East Sea. Given that individual's peculiar tastes, it is hardly surprising. Amidst their conversation, the voice of Gate echoed once more. Before the ranking battle commences, let us first introduce the contestants. With that, Gate flipped through the materials on the table, scanning the surroundings. Soon, his gaze landed on the group where Zhou Yixian was seated, and he sprang up with excitement, pointing in their direction. Wow, can you guess who I see here? As Gate gestured, the image snail promptly directed its focus towards Zhou Yixian and his companions, projecting their figures onto the massive screen in the square. Isn't that Elizabeth Shou, the president of the Cold Door Society, the fallen royal scion, a formidable contender? Gate showcased his exceptional commentary skills, employing elongated tones and a passionate intonation to heighten the audience's excitement, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Once he had successfully captured the audience's attention, Gate continued, Elizabeth Shou, president of the Cold Door Society, is the best rookie at the Royal Navy Vocational Technical School. Beneath her seemingly composed exterior lies a fiercely brutal heart. She is indeed a warmonger, deemed exceedingly dangerous. Trainees encountering her must exercise utmost caution. Moreover, she single-handedly dismantled the Four Seas Society's dominance within the academy, establishing the new Cold Door Society, which has swiftly ascended to become the largest organization at the Royal Navy Vocational Technical School, boasting over 1,000 members. Such an impressive figure. The crowd cheered, rallying behind Zhou Yixian. The array of accolades, fallen royalty, brutality, rookie status, and president of the Cold Door Society sparked an explosive reaction as many began to cheer for Zhou Yixian. Undoubtedly, this exemplifies the allure of commentary. Hearing Gate's impassioned narration ignited a fervor within Zhou Yixian, resonating throughout the audience. Now, let us slightly shift our focus. After introducing Zhou Yixian, Gate turned his attention to and beside him, and remarked, indeed, standing next to the president of the Cold Door Society is the adorable girl in the bear hat, and, together with Eudora, they uphold the aesthetic appeal of the Cold Door Society, serving as its quintessential beauties. As the audience shifted their gaze once more, Gate continued, do not be deceived by Annie's charming appearance. Her identity is equally formidable. She is the young scion of the royal family of the Sald Kingdom, possessing considerable strength. It is said that even the president of the Hanmin Society frequently seeks her guidance on cultivation techniques. Who could have disclosed such information? What does it mean to say that I often consult Annie regarding my training methods? On Monday, Xian cast a gloomy glance at Annie beside him and noticed that she had tactfully turned her head away, adopting an expression that clearly conveyed, I am not part of this conversation. This left Xian feeling quite exasperated. Annie. As Gate concluded his introduction of Annie, the crowd erupted into a cheer even more fervent than the one that followed the introduction of Xian. Indeed, the allure of a charming girl was undeniable. Upon hearing the enthusiastic applause, Annie appeared to bask in the adoration of the crowd, happily waving and interacting with everyone. Her actions provoked an even greater uproar from the audience. Moreover, what a dazzling lineup we have. The top scorer of the entrance examination for the East Sea Royal Naval Technical School, Alphonse. Once the cheers subsided, Gate's voice resonated again, drawing everyone's gaze to Alphonse. He, too, was a newcomer of considerable interest. Emerging from humble beginnings, he had achieved the remarkable feat of securing first place in the entrance exam. It was said that shortly after the semester began, Alphonse swiftly earned the title of the school's foremost swordsman, showcasing unparalleled prowess as a formidable contender from a modest background. This time, before the crowd could erupt in cheers, Gate continued, however, being first is never merely about what people say, but rather about proving oneself through genuine ability. Whether Alphonse can rightfully claim the title of the top swordsman at the Naval Academy will be determined on this stage of the ranking battle. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. As for me, after introducing the three individuals, Gate fell silent, leaving Zhu Yi squatting on the ground. dejectedly drawing circles in the dirt, filled with anticipation. Truly, he remained as insufferably proud as ever. Suddenly, a disdainful voice interrupted the quartet. It was Raquel, leading the members of the West Sea Society, who confronted them with a challenging demeanor, stating, "This time, I shall demonstrate through strength who truly reigns supreme. Along with the grievances from last time, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine." With that, Raquel tenderly caressed his cheek, still haunted by the lingering pain from their previous encounter. This time, he vowed to redeem himself. "Raquel?" Cien murmured in surprise upon seeing the group before him. Given the injuries sustained last time, it seemed implausible that he had recovered so swiftly. Moreover, what of Mike beside him? His hands, which Stin had completely crushed, appeared to be perfectly functional and unscathed. Is this truly strange? Just as Cien pondered the reasons behind these unexpected recoveries, members of the South Sea Society emerged as well. A man with a chin reminiscent of a hippopotamus approached him proudly, declaring, "What you see here is the result of the remarkable medical technology from the Brickick family." Brickick? Stin recalled that name. It belonged to the pirate crew of the king from the former medical superpower, the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. After being defeated by Luffy, it seemed they had amassed wealth through the powers of the Munch Munch fruit and established a new dark regime in the South Sea, the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. Here they come, indeed. It once again took to the commentary, his words spilling forth with fervor as he addressed the audience. Lakel, the third son of the royal family of the Kingdom of Saikilu, currently serves as the president of the Shihai Society at the East Sea Royal Naval Vocational Technical School. Furthermore, we have the malevolent heir of the Dark Magnetic Drum Kingdom, Brickick Kohler, who leads the Nanai Society. Gate appeared to possess a profound understanding of the conflict between the Shihai Society and the Hanmin Society. Continuing with his insights, the Shihai Society has now seen the emergence of two factions, and it seems we are in for an intriguing spectacle. The irreconcilable discord between the Shihai Society and the Hanmin Society raises the question, does this convergence of society leaders herald the premature commencement of a ranking battle? Are we on the brink of an all-out melee? As Gates' narrative unfolded, the atmosphere in the venue grew palpably tense, as if a grand skirmish was indeed imminent. Witnessing the multitude gathered, the ever-prepared Eudora approached, accompanied by numerous members of the Hanmin Society, further heightening the air of anticipation. Such a momentous opportunity cannot be overlooked by our East Sea Society. After all, we are the hosts, declared Otluk Halley, leading his fellow members into the heart of the crowd, flanked by familiar faces, Shuin and Louisa, both acquaintances of Zhou Yixian. "My apologies for the delay," interjected a representative from the Beihai Society, led by an individual known to Zhou Yixian, though his name eluded him. Thus, all the prominent contenders for the East Sea Naval Ranking Battle had assembled, with the full attendance of the Shihai Society confirmed. Gate adeptly adjusted his commentary to invigorate the atmosphere, reiterating the identities of each society leader. Elizabeth Zhou, president of the Hanmin Society, scion of the Protean's royal family. Otluk Halley, president of the East Sea Society, heir of the Goya royal family. Lakel, president of the West Sea Society, third son of the Saikelu royal family. Brickick Kohler, president of the South Sea Society, heir of the Dark Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Anderson, president of the North Sea Society, scion of the Labunier royal family. While Gates' revelation of the discord between the Shihai Society and the Hanmin Society served to enliven the atmosphere, it was not his intention to incite immediate conflict. He swiftly proclaimed, "I hereby declare the commencement of the Third East Sea Royal Naval Vocational Technical School ranking battle." The sound of horns blared, signaling the start. As the announcement of the ranking battle by Gate ignited the atmosphere once more, the audience erupted into a thunderous cheer, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the contest. Chapter 49. King vs. King. Typically, at the onset of a new season in League of Legends, the inaugural match is chosen to feature two highly talked-about teams, swiftly capturing the crowd's attention. After such a lengthy wait, no one wished for the much-anticipated ranking battle to devolve into a mere display of ineptitude between two novice players. Having hosted ranking battles for so many years, the naval headquarters certainly grasped this principle. Thus, with the internal personnel's deliberate manipulation, Zhou Yixian and Anderson found themselves pitted against each other during the draw, a rather explosive opening, indeed, as the first ranking battle turned out to be a clash of titans. When the draw results emerged, Gate, although having anticipated this outcome, still exhibited the composure befitting a professional commentator, feigning disbelief. Glancing at the slip of paper bearing Anderson's name, Zhou Yixian remained unfazed. After all, He did not perceive any significant threat from his opponent. However, when he turned his gaze toward Anderson, he was taken aback by the fervent desire reflected in the latter's eyes, causing him to shiver and avert his gaze. In the world of One Piece, there indeed exists the species of human-animal hybrids, yet none had openly declared their identities. Zhou Yixian could only lament that the human heart had truly changed, and the world had transformed. Had Anderson been privy to Zhou Yixian's thoughts at that moment, a fierce conflict among the various factions might have ignited immediately. In truth, Zhou Yixian completely misunderstood Anderson's intent. The latter's penetrating gaze was solely driven by the desire to triumph in this ranking battle, with the ambition to elevate the North Sea faction from its historically lowly standing in the New World. In his eyes, Zhou Yixian was undoubtedly a substantial stepping stone. Should he defeat him, the North Sea faction's reputation would inevitably rise, especially since the president of the West Sea faction, Raquel, was once thoroughly bested by him. "Please welcome the participants," Gate announced, granting the two a brief moment to prepare. Once they stood firmly on the arena, he continued, "As per tradition, before the battle officially commences, I shall explain the rules of the ranking battle. Firstly, the use of large-scale destructive weapons is prohibited. Secondly, all means of combat are permitted, provided they lead to victory. Thirdly, any contestant who falls outside the arena is deemed to have lost. Lastly, should either party concede or lose their fighting capability, the victorious side must refrain from further attacks. Failure to comply will result in immediate disqualification. In essence, there are no rules. Any method is permissible as long as the spectators remain unharmed." Standing atop the arena, Zhou Yixian finally comprehended the source of his inexplicable familiarity. This arena resembled that of the World Martial Arts Tournament. It seems history indeed has a tendency to repeat itself. "You are a commendable opponent." As Gate introduced the rules of the competition, Anderson engaged in a calm conversation with Monday, as if he were not the one about to partake in an intense battle. The commencement of the ranking match promised to be a captivating contest. "Little did I anticipate crossing paths with you. It appears that fortune is indeed smiling upon me." On Monday, Xian found himself perplexed by the unwavering confidence radiating from his opponent, who appeared utterly certain of their ability to triumph over him. Recalling the gaze directed at him earlier sent a chill down his spine, leading him to silently pray that it was merely a figment of his imagination. Noticing that his adversary remained reticent, Anderson, undeterred, chose to engage as if he were greeting an old friend. He removed a sapphire necklace from around his neck and began to speak. "This necklace is crafted from sapphires from my homeland. It may not possess great monetary value, yet I carry it with me at all times. Each glance at this necklace evokes memories of my homeland, serving as a tangible reminder of my longing for home." If Xian's memory served him correctly, he recalled that the Ruvener kingdom had fallen decades ago, making it quite peculiar that Anderson could have ever set foot on its soil. Could it be that this was the so-called token of affection that his opponent intended to bestow upon him? On a chilly Monday, Zhou Yixian was abruptly interrupted, declaring, "Let us dispense with idle chatter and return to the matter at hand." His brother remarked, "Indeed, it is nearly time to conclude." Anderson, with a peculiar expression, gazed at Zhou Yixian and added, "How could this be? We were promised an intense battle. Why have the two of them begun to converse?" Observing the arena, it was evident that neither contender displayed any intention of striking, while Anderson, a robust man, toyed with a sapphire necklace. Gate felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment, unable to articulate his thoughts, leading to an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. It appeared that the president of the Hanmin Society shared a cordial relationship with the president of the Beihai Society. However, Gate felt compelled to remind the competitors, "Please be mindful of the occasion and commence your battle." Realizing that inaction would tarnish his reputation, Gate urged, "I implore you both to engage earnestly in combat." As if responding to Gate's entreaty, the two finally took action. Zhou Yixian raised his fist and charged towards Anderson. Due to his relentless training and the benefits of the unique diet, Zhou Yixian's strength had significantly amplified, nearing the pinnacle of second-tier prowess. What appeared to be a simple punch bore astonishing power, generating a formidable gust of wind across the square as it followed the trajectory of his fist. Seizing the moment, Gate showcased his professional acumen, narrating, "Now, the president of the Hanmin Society has chosen to initiate the attack. He has struck. Beneath that calm exterior lies a man with a ferocious heart. What a savage punch." Even from his distant commentary perch, Gate felt the brisk wind generated by the force of the blow. Faced with such a formidable assault, how would Anderson defend himself? Would he choose to absorb the blow or evade it? Gate spoke rapidly, describing the unfolding spectacle. True to his reputation as the president of the Beihai Society, Anderson opted to withstand the onslaught of Zhou Yixin's powerful punch. It seemed that Anderson possessed considerable confidence in his own abilities, choosing to stand firm and unyielding. Elizabeth Xia. Anderson. Despite a slight interruption, the audience, witnessing Zhou Yixin's sudden and intense aggression, could not contain their excitement and erupted into cheers, eagerly anticipating a thrilling contest. Your fist should veer slightly to the left, Anderson calmly remarked, just as Zhou Yixin's punch was about to connect. Upon hearing Anderson's unexpected words, Zhou Yixin felt an odd enchantment in his voice and instinctively began to comply with his suggestion. On Monday, Zhou Yixin slightly raised his fist and shifted it to the left. Here it comes. The president of the Hanmin Society possesses immense strength, rendering even Anderson, the president of the Beihai Society, utterly helpless. As Zhou's fist nearly grazed Anderson's cheek, Gate confidently deduced that it was not Anderson's overconfidence in his own abilities, but rather Zhou's astonishing speed, leaving him with no time to react appropriately. A gasp of shock escaped the lips of numerous female spectators, who covered their mouths in horror. Reluctant to witness the impending brutal scene, yet the gaps between their fingers revealed their suppressed desires. The outcome seemed inevitable, truly. He was the man capable of toppling the Beihai Society single-handedly, an overwhelming force that left no room for doubt. Gate was exhilarated. This would mark the swiftest opening match of his commentary career. Ladies and gentlemen in attendance, let us witness this historic moment together, the shortest duration of an inaugural match. Alas, President Han Min missed his target, his fist veering slightly left, brushing past Anderson's ear. The sudden turn of events left not only Gate, but also the audience in bewilderment. This was indeed a perplexing void of knowledge. How could such an absurdity occur in a ranking match at the Royal Naval Technical School of Donghai? The opponent stood unmoving. Yet the strike went astray. Such blunders were unfathomable even in the ranking battles of the Taoist disciples. TCH, an arrogant fool, clearly underestimating the strength of the Beihai Society. Rakel remarked, seemingly aware of the underlying reasons. I thought he would be a worthy opponent, but what a disappointment he is. Kohler laughed heartily. I truly cannot comprehend how you lost to such a person. It seems the Beihai Society is rather lackluster, Harry teased Rakel with a smirk. Humph. You should be more concerned about yourself. Rakel disdainfully shot a glance at Harry before returning his focus to the two in the ring. Considering Harry unworthy of being his rival, why did they all appear to understand so well? Zhui felt somewhat perplexed, given his knowledge of Zhou Yixin. Such a scenario was inconceivable. Not only Zhui, but even Afang was filled with astonishment, grappling with an inexplicable strangeness. It felt akin to possessing world-shattering power but being unable to land a blow on an elusive opponent, an indescribable discomfort. When in doubt, one must ask. This is a fundamental principle of life. Capitalizing on this virtue, Zhu Yi inquired of Annie, what on earth is happening? Afang, equally eager for answers, turned to her as well, for among the quartet, she alone appeared calm, as if she held some knowledge. It's merely a little trick. There's no need for excessive concern, Annie replied, and then began to mutter to herself. This is what you get for acting so proud. Perhaps a bit of hardship will do you good. It is perhaps beneficial for the esteemed president to endure a modicum of hardship, for he seldom attends to any matters. Eudora chuckled softly, expressing her agreement with Annie's remark. Chapter 50. A mere bite of the tongue will suffice. Eudora had long harbored grievances against this aloof president. One might ponder silently within. Yet why must one vocalize such thoughts? Arfin and Zhu Yi contemplated with furrowed brows, realizing that one should never offend a woman, particularly a beautiful one. At this juncture, Zhou Yixin found himself in peril. After all, it was evident to all, yet none dared to inquire. Arfin and Zhu Yi remained silent, adopting the role of onlookers, silently praying that Anderson would not subject Zhou Yixin to undue humiliation. Isn't it rather amusing? Anderson, having effortlessly neutralized Zhou Yixin's strike, regarded him with a playful demeanor, indicating that he could continue his assault. I shall remain here, motionless, hoping that your next attempt does not veer off course once more. On Monday, Xin stood frozen in place, his mind awash with confusion. He could assert with utmost certainty that the other party could not possibly be a wielder of the devil fruit powers, for he had received no hints regarding the devil fruit encyclopedia. On a Monday, when Xian engaged in battle, it was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person, displaying an astonishing fervor. After a brief moment of daze, he continued to unleash his power upon his opponent. Regardless of the supernatural entities that may lurk, sheer strength leads to miraculous outcomes. This was Xian's steadfast belief. As he launched yet another strike, frenzied shadows of his fist flared, stirring a tempestuous wind that swept across the arena, making it difficult for the spectators to keep their eyes open. In an instant, the scene within the ring became obscured. Amidst the chaos, dirt and stones were sent flying, while the ground bore the brunt of Xian's punches, creating a series of varying-sized craters. The resounding booms echoed throughout the arena, leaving Gate bewildered by the spectacle before him. Despite being merely at the second tier of power, the level of destruction was astounding. What manner of beast was this? "Look at that ferocious martial technique," he exclaimed. It was almost unbelievable that this was a battle from the Dao Soldier Corps. He even began to suspect a miscalculation on the part of the Naval Academy. Such destructive capacity was typically reserved for a third-tier Dao lieutenant. While Gate was astonished, he remained professionally composed, demonstrating his understanding of combat. "Elizabeth Zhou, Elizabeth Zhou, Elizabeth Zhou," the spectators chanted. Although the specifics of the match were obscured, the overwhelming force exhibited was undeniable. And even those unfamiliar with combat could discern that Xian was an exceptional contender, inspiring them to cheer him on fervently. However, at the heart of the battlefield, Xian did not exude the same overwhelming confidence. He found himself in disarray, as every attack he attempted was effortlessly evaded by his opponent. "This time, you will strike to my right," Anderson predicted, skillfully sidestepping Xian's assault. "Next, you will aim for the ground beneath me, attempting to force me out of the ring." On Monday, Xiang was caught off guard by a sudden attack, which Anderson deftly evaded. Seizing the moment when Xiang's old strength had waned and new vigor had yet to manifest, Anderson decisively leaped away, thwarting his opponent's intentions. Could it be that the observation of the color of observation hockey allows one to foresee the future? On Monday, Xian found himself questioning whether he was facing a rather peculiar and mischievous entity, someone who, despite possessing extraordinary strength, preferred to masquerade as a harmless creature. No, such a notion was utterly implausible. Xian swiftly dismissed this thought. At the tender age of 13 or 14, he had awakened the extraordinary ability of observation hockey, allowing him to foresee the future, a phenomenon unheard of in the pirate world. After all, since the establishment of the nation, all fairies had been forbidden from attaining their full potential. "Are you not planning to make your move any longer?" Anderson taunted, observing Xian's hesitance. "You might want to experiment with the powers of your devil fruit. Perhaps you could overcome me." "How do you know?" Xian inquired. "Do not underestimate the prowess of an information gatherer," Anderson replied with a hint of pride. "Due to your infrequent attacks, it has been difficult to ascertain the exact nature of your abilities, but it is likely related to gravitational powers of a devil fruit." He continued. "The Elizabeth family is indeed fortunate. Merely embarking on a voyage has granted them two formidable devil fruit abilities, one of snow and the other of gravity. It appeared that the capabilities of the snow fruit had been severely restricted by the naval base, a fact that underscored the formidable influence of the Four Seas Society in this new territory. The naval forces of the East Sea had evidently been deeply corrupted by the aristocracy of the new land. Surprised? You need not be. This is merely standard procedure," Anderson remarked, a satisfied expression gracing his face. The thought of having such a powerful presence falter before him filled him with joy. Xian's earlier display of strength had caused a flicker of insecurity within Anderson, but fortunately he had prepared in advance. Sten had unwittingly fallen into his trap. Ensuring Anderson's victory was all but guaranteed. To Xian, Anderson seemed unbearably arrogant, a fact that irked him greatly. He had not been oblivious to potential strategies for the current predicament. A memory surfaced of a similar battle in the pirate world. When Luffy faced Enel's mantra, he had discarded all distractions and unleashed his attacks indiscriminately, a tactic that could prove effective now. However, such an approach seemed ill-suited for Xian, who could not emulate Luffy's pure-hearted simplicity. It appeared he would need to devise an alternative plan. "Are you contemplating how to turn the tide? Here's a piece of advice. It would be wise to concede early, to surrender decisively, and conserve your strength for the next ranking battle." Anderson's pompous voice echoed once more in Xian's ears. "Strength?" On Monday, an inspiration struck me, and I instantly conceived a solution. "I believe it would be more appropriate for me to grant you this opportunity." On Monday, Zhou Yixian once again advanced towards Anderson. Yet this time his momentum appeared significantly diminished, evoking a rather insubstantial impression. Anderson, confident in his abilities, believed he could effortlessly evade the onslaught without resorting to any tricks. Indeed, he opted not to engage in verbal insinuations, merely tilting his head slightly to gracefully evade his opponent's attack. As the tumult subsided, the scene on the arena re-emerged before the audience's gaze. Although the specifics of the clash between the two remained shrouded in mystery, it was evident that a fierce confrontation had transpired. Observing the battered state of the arena, Gait was entirely justified in believing in the remarkable intensity of their battle. The president of the Hanmin Society continued his relentless assault, while Anderson maintained a stance of passive defense. What could be the reason? Had Zhou exhausted too much energy previously? It seemed as though his attacks had notably weakened. Gait astutely recognized the issue and commented, "It appears that the outcome will soon be determined. One cannot deny that strength plays a crucial role in combat. However, sometimes, a few strategic maneuvers are essential." It was not only Gait who discerned this. Even the spectators could perceive that Zhou Yixian was suffering from excessive fatigue, clearly struggling to sustain himself. As Gait's commentary continued, Zhou Yixian began to gasp for breath. It seemed that Anderson had long been aware of Zhou's capabilities, opting to sidestep his fierceness and wait until his opponent's strength waned before seizing the opportunity to strike. Gait could assert with certainty that the scales of victory had tilted in favor of Anderson. Yet, out of professional decorum, he refrained from outright declaring the outcome. Just as Gait finished speaking, Zhou Yixian appeared unable to maintain his composure. When he attempted to strike again, he lost his balance, providing Anderson with the chance he had been waiting for. What was happening? Even such a simple attack could not be evaded? As Anderson landed a decisive blow, he pressed his advantage while simultaneously taunting his opponent. "I told you to give up. Wouldn't it have been wiser to comply? You truly look quite pitiful now." The president of the Hanmin Society reduced to this state. At that moment, Anderson was filled with delight, gently swaying the blue gemstone necklace he had clutched in his hand. It would not be long before he triumphed over the president of the Hanmin Society, proving that the Beihai Society was indeed the strongest organization, rendering Rakel nothing more than a worthless individual. "The victor has been determined," Gait proclaimed loudly. On Monday, Xian found himself wearied by Anderson's relentless assault. The latter had already reached the A crystal, and the outcome was all too evident, rendering such decisiveness somewhat inconsequential. Yet, Gait had forgotten that life is often a matter of face-slapping. Is this the extent of your prowess? Striking someone feels as trivial as scratching an itch. It is indeed disappointing, for the president of the Beihai Society is nothing more than this. In a moment of overconfidence, Anderson was suddenly jolted by Xian's disdainful voice. Alarmed, he thought, "This is bad." Before he could react, he found himself abruptly lifted by a hand that seemed to grip him like a vice. No matter how he struggled, it was futile against Xian's ironclad hold. "Let me go, release me." Panic enveloped Anderson as he envisioned the dire consequences of being ensnared by Xian. Desperately, he shook the sapphire necklace in his grasp, attempting to regain control of the situation. "So this is the trick. It appears rather lackluster." Xian fixed his gaze upon the sapphire necklace in Anderson's hand and spoke. He finally comprehended why he had been susceptible to Anderson's words. It was merely a hypnotic ruse, and he could only blame his own underestimation for falling prey to it. Even a lion uses its full might to catch a rabbit. It was his own folly to grow complacent. "How can this be? You have clearly been hypnotized. Why have you awakened?" Anderson gazed incredulously at Xian, who appeared utterly unfazed. Since he had successfully employed this tactic, he had never encountered such an anomaly. When faced with an impasse, a mere bite of the tongue suffices. Xian spat out the blood pooling in his mouth, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "Ah!" Gait exclaimed, wincing at the sight. Chapter 51. Unwelcome. Anderson was captured, and despite his fervent attempts to escape, it seemed of little consequence. Observing the unfolding scenario, Gait clicked his tongue in bewilderment, unable to fathom how Xian, who had previously appeared exhausted, could suddenly unleash such strength to hoist Anderson with a single hand. Indeed, it was a textbook battle when confronted with absolute power. Anderson taught us how to employ our wits to achieve victory. Yet, it appeared that brute force ultimately held the upper hand. Having been struck down by Xian on several occasions, Gait found himself at a loss regarding the dynamics of the match. It is sometimes necessary to reasonably boast about a competitor's strength. Thus, when Xian unwittingly fell into Anderson's trap, Gait described it as a contest of might versus intellect. Even though the outcome seemed evident this time, he dared not prematurely declare the result of the match. Should Anderson still possess some hidden trump card, and the situation were to undergo a sudden reversal, he would inevitably find himself humiliated once more. The audience, upon careful reflection, discerned that there was indeed a modicum of truth in Gait's words. Aware of his own inferiority, Anderson had diligently prepared. seizing the opportunity presented by his opponent's arrogance and complacency, employing hypnotic techniques to gain control. This approach bore a semblance of cunning strategy. Alas, it was regrettable that Anderson faced an adversary of such formidable strength, whose combat prowess appeared remarkably superior, swiftly discovering a means to counter his tactics. Thus, Anderson's hopes were destined to be dashed. "Spare me, let us consider this a draw," Anderson implored, having relinquished any notion of resistance, desperately seeking clemency from his opponent. The points accrued in the ranking battle were of paramount importance, leaving no room for error, as they pertained to his family's interests. Anderson was unwilling to forfeit a single point. Given the current circumstances, achieving victory and securing 2 points was no longer feasible. So he could only aspire for a truce with Zhou Yixian, even if it meant merely obtaining 1 point. According to the regulations, the East Sea ranking battle allowed a maximum of 32 participants per group, each having the opportunity to face the other 31 once. A victory yielded 2 points. A draw 1 point, while a loss incurred a deduction of 2 points. Ultimately, the 8 individuals with the highest scores would advance to the Four Seas ranking battle. "If I were in your position, could you accept such a proposal?" Zhou Yixian replied with a firm refusal. He was determined to secure the ranking battle points, as they represented far more than mere advancement. They held the power to reduce the amount of heavenly gold owed based on ranking. To obtain protection, one must inevitably pay the corresponding price. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Achieving a favorable ranking in the ranking battle to alleviate some of the heavenly gold was yet another welfare policy that the nobles of the newborn lands sought for themselves. As for what to do if a commoner were to breach the top 8, they had not contemplated such a scenario, as no commoner had ever managed to seize a position from them. This was the fundamental reason why Anderson, as the leader of the North Sea Society, humiliated himself by begging Zhou Yixian for mercy. "Must you truly sever ties with the North Sea Society and pursue a vendetta to the bitter end?" Anderson, incensed by the other's resolute refusal, retorted. "Do not forget, you too are a member of the royal family. You should grasp the significance of these points better than I." "And what of it?" Zhou Yixian replied nonchalantly, completely unmoved. He saw no reason to relinquish such an easily attainable victory. "I understand." Observing the other's utter lack of intent for reconciliation, Anderson grew weary of further pleading. His opponent was indeed a character who played by no rules. Typically, among the nobility, if one sought mercy without any mortal enmity, the other would choose to show leniency. The principle of sparing those who concede was customary. "Prepared to meet your end." Anderson suddenly turned hostile, swiftly drawing a pre-prepared handgun from his waist and firing 2 shots at Zhou Yixian. Confident that at such a close range, his opponent could never react faster than the bullets. "If you choose to disregard the rules, do not blame me for the consequences." In truth, this had been Anderson's intention from the outset, to feign surrender and lull his adversary into a false sense of security, seeking an opportunity to reverse the situation. He aimed to claim both the inaugural victory and the points in the ranking battle at the East Sea Naval Academy. However, Zhou Yixian, already on high alert, reacted instantaneously as Anderson brandished his firearm. With a deft motion of his other hand, he swatted Anderson's gun aside, resulting in 2 gunshots that merely left 2 bullet holes in the arena floor, inflicting no harm upon him. Although sustaining a gunshot wound would not have posed a significant threat to him, Zhou Yixian preferred not to endure the double pain associated with the absorption of damage from his devil fruit. Anderson was evidently pleading for mercy, seemingly intent on concluding the ranking battle in a draw. Gator closely monitored the 2 combatants, providing live commentary as Anderson sought to beg for forgiveness. Indeed, it became apparent that he was a man who fought with intellect. His plea was nothing more than a ruse. He had drawn his gun with the intention of ending the match while his opponent was distracted, a shrewd tactic indeed. In Gator's eyes, Anderson's feigned surrender aimed to induce complacency in his foe, followed by an attempt to finish him off with the handgun, was commendable. In this brutal age of piracy, only those who survive are deemed the cleverest. Yet, Zhou Yixian was no fool. It appeared that he had anticipated Anderson's stratagem, successfully evading the lethal attack. Gator sighed. Reflecting on the tumultuous opening match, the outcome remained to be seen. Ultimately, Anderson was far inferior in strength to his opponent. Had he faced someone more formidable? This method might well have led to victory. "Were you not wondering why I did not employ the powers of my devil fruit?" Zhou Yixian remarked after dodging Anderson's gunfire. "It is because you are unworthy." To Zhou Yixian, Monday's idle conversation was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Enraged, Anderson questioned his own worth. wondering if he had ever been regarded with any semblance of respect. In that moment, amidst the terror etched on his opponent's face, Zhou Yixian seized Anderson and, with a decisive motion, hurled him to the ground. Perhaps it was best to leave things as they were. With a thought, he forcefully cast Anderson beyond the ring, determined to grant no second chances. Faced with an adversary who resorted only to petty tricks, he felt no desire to engage further. As Anderson met the ground with an intimate thud, Zhou Yixian descended from the platform, muttering in dissatisfaction. What an extraordinary display of strength it was. Akin to tossing a mere plaything. Observing Zhou's effortless demeanor, the audience was left in awe. Without granting his opponent another opportunity, he decisively expelled him from the arena. I declare the victor of the inaugural match of the third-ranking battle of the East Sea Royal Naval Academy, Elizabeth Zhou. At last, Gate was able to deliver a conclusive verdict. What a striking figure he was, not even glancing back at the adversary he had cast aside. Such confidence. Was it possible that from the very moment he stepped onto the stage, this man had been destined for victory? As Gate watched Zhou Yixian's retreating silhouette, an odd sense of conviction washed over him. This man might indeed be on the brink of making history, clinching first place with a flawless record. Yet, one should not presume that absolute strength guarantees unblemished advancement. Even a tiger must rest, and the ranking battles would demand numerous confrontations. No one could perpetually maintain peak performance. There would always be moments of vulnerability, opportunities for others to exploit weaknesses, which is why no one had ever succeeded in advancing without a single loss. However, as he observed Zhou Yixian's figure, Gate felt an unprecedented sensation. This man might very well rewrite history, a feeling he had never experienced throughout his years of commentary. No one responded to Gate's queries. They were all captivated by Zhou Yixian's formidable prowess. While the opening match may not have been flawless, with Anderson's lack of spectacle diminishing the excitement, Zhou Yixian's performance still earned their respect. As Zhou Yixian stepped down from the platform, his four-member team quickly gathered around him. Yet, he could not comprehend why. Despite his victory, Annie appeared somewhat displeased. Not only Annie, but even Eudora, who had maintained a slight distance, seemed to share a similar sentiment of discontent. On Monday, I truly cannot comprehend when I became so unpopular with the charming maidens. Anderson is indeed a useless individual. I never imagined that such a simple task would lead to your victory. I had thought that Annie would be able to pose some trouble for you. But upon witnessing this outcome, she quietly expressed her dissatisfaction with Anderson. Are you not supposed to congratulate me on my triumph? Given our proximity. Even if Annie spoke in hushed tones, it was impossible for me not to hear her, which only deepened my confusion about when I had offended her. Indeed, it seems that those hailing from the Rubneal Kingdom are only suited for recounting fairy tales. Eudora, standing nearby, also voiced her grievances against Anderson, displaying a similar displeasure at his failure to trouble me. What is going on here? Even Eudora, who typically never questions my actions as president, seems to have joined in on the complaints. What exactly have I done wrong? On Monday, Xian, still not foolish enough to inquire about the reasons directly, turned to Afong and Zhu Yi for assistance, hoping to uncover the root of the matter from them. However, the outcome was destined to disappoint him, as both shook their heads in ignorance. A woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. It is best not to speculate, for such endeavors only lead to futile distress. Next time, one should not be so careless, Afong remarked with a hint of implication towards Xian. Upon hearing Afong's reminder, Xian nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. On Monday, Xian understood Afong's intentions, recognizing that the reminder came from a place of genuine concern. He acknowledged that at times, his overconfidence had indeed given Anderson an opportunity to exploit, a flaw that needed rectification. Chapter 52, The Berserk Brawler. Upon hearing Afong's words, Annie and Eudora were inevitably drawn to the conversation. Although both were aware of Anderson's capabilities, the ocean was rife with peculiar and unpredictable powers, making vigilance paramount. One could never be certain when they might encounter such a force. Annie and Eudora silently admonished themselves to avoid underestimating their adversary, momentarily forgetting their intention to trouble Xian further. Observing their expressions, Xian felt a sense of relief and cast a grateful glance toward Afong. In pivotal moments, Afong proved to be a reliable ally. What shall we eat later? Xian continued to divert the conversation. Later? As a true gourmand, Annie was successfully distracted by Xian. Yet she pondered fervently. The cakes from the Zhu family were delightful, but she also craved the octopus balls near Donggang. The two places were too far apart, and if she were to indulge in both, there would not be enough time. If only there were a way to enjoy both simultaneously. The more she contemplated, the more she found herself entangled in indecision, completely forgetting her earlier desire to annoy Cien. We'll have cake today and octopus balls tomorrow, Eudora suggested wisely. No, the portions I crave today cannot be postponed until tomorrow, Annie frowned. What about what I want to eat tomorrow? That would mean missing out on so many delicious options. The collective mindset of food enthusiasts expressed their bewilderment. Let us wait until Zhu's ranking matches conclude before making a decision, Cien remarked, observing Annie's frustration reaching a peak. Right, Zhu still has ranking matches, Annie exclaimed with excitement. Afong, steadfast in his resolve as a swordsman, declined Annie's guidance regarding combat. As for Cien, it was best left unmentioned, embodying a quintessentially proud demeanor. Only Zhu, like a blank canvas, absorbed Annie's combat techniques like a sponge, occasionally jotting down notes when faced with complexities he struggled to grasp. Later reflecting on them at home, Zhu's actions undoubtedly provided immense satisfaction to Annie, who relished her role as a teacher. Thus, she unilaterally declared Zhu to be her foremost disciple. As for her disciple's inaugural formal battle, it was imperative for her, as the mentor, to be present and support. Matters of food could be addressed later. Annie encouraged Zhu with a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Do not feel overly anxious. It is nothing of great consequence. Just like Cien, seize your opponent and throw them away. How easy it is to say. Can I truly compare myself to this berserk brawler? In battle, Cien transformed into a feral beast, pummeling his foes with relentless vigor. His moniker, the Berserk Brawler, had gained considerable recognition at the Naval Academy. Initially, upon hearing his nickname, Cien found himself quite disheartened and issued a stern denial. The result was met with a barrage of criticism from the four-person team, leaving Monday's leisure momentarily speechless. In a flurry of panic, Zhu raised his hands in protest, exclaiming, I cannot do that. Besides, those who can participate in the school's ranking battles are exceptionally skilled. I would be more than satisfied to secure just a few victories. Believe in yourself. You possess great strength. You can achieve this, they encouraged. Aware of Zhu's persistent lack of confidence and inherently timid nature, Monday's leisure and Afong exchanged affirming glances with Zhu. Really? Zhu felt a flutter of hope. On Monday, Cien nodded affirmatively to Afong, leaving Zhu deeply moved. Do not fret, the smashing demon is not a concern. Cien's combat style is rather unique. And there is no need for you to emulate it. Just showcase your own strengths. Everyone was well aware of Cien's strong aversion to the moniker smashing demon. Realizing her mistake, Annie promptly retracted her statement. Do not forget, you are my most esteemed protégé, and you must have confidence in yourself. Now that the words have been spoken, do not force a retraction, all right? Even if not the invincible or unyielding, why must it be the smashing demon? On Monday, Cien found himself mired in existential doubt, questioning whether he ought to amend his propensity for striking others. However, the fleeting pleasure derived from such actions was undeniably enticing. It was a perplexing conundrum. Upon witnessing Annie inadvertently let slip a secret, Cien wore a despondent expression, prompting laughter from the onlookers. It was a classic case of prioritizing one's own amusement, wholly indifferent to the sentiments of others. Observing the merriment around him, Cien once again spiraled into his cycle of conflicting emotions between gratification and discontent. Contestant Shui, please proceed to Arena 4. The ranking battle will commence in 3 minutes. Failure to arrive on time will result in automatic disqualification. As the crowd rallied behind Zhu Yi, the urgent announcement echoed through the venue. Upon hearing the broadcast, Zhu Yi hurriedly bid farewell to his companions and dashed towards Arena 4, where his opponent had already grown somewhat impatient. As Zhu Yi ascended to the arena, Cien realized that, unbeknownst to him, 4 platforms had risen in the square. The one he had previously damaged now replaced with a pristine version. The towering figure of Get had vanished, supplanted by 2 visually captivating female commentators, which momentarily captivated his attention. Pervert. Without needing to glance back, Cien could surmise that the adorably voiced commentator was Annie, while the more aloof one was Eudora. Desire is inherent to nature. Cien, misinterpreting the wise words of the sage, nonchalantly concealed his scrutinizing gaze. Humph. Both Annie and Eudora simultaneously snorted, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction as they pondered. Look at that gaze of yours. Am I not beautiful? Am I lacking in charm? I've never seen you look at me like that. Unbeknownst to him, Cien had inadvertently offended the 2 most attractive members of the Hanmin Society once again. The ranking battle of the Eastern Sea disciples officially commenced. Once all participants had gathered on the 4 platforms, the two female commentators announced with clarity. The opening battle of the Eastern Sea ranking contest has begun. With the inaugural bout concluding, the 3-month-long Eastern Sea ranking battle was officially underway. Traditionally, the opening match featured 4th-tier contestants, but due to the unique circumstances of this year's contest, 2 skilled 2nd-tier fighters were selected for the opening event. Xian, through an unexpected stroke of luck, had gained a modicum of fame in the Eastern Sea due to his powerful performance in this match. Had he known this, he would have surely been elated. "Go, Zhuyi!" Annie shouted enthusiastically for her prized disciple. Hearing her encouragement, everyone turned their attention to Arena 4. Zhuyi's opponent was a noble scion from the Western Sea Society, displaying commendable combat skills. From the onset, he launched a barrage of attacks, catching the unprepared Zhuyi off guard and forcing him into a defensive scramble. "Too careless," Offa remarked, shaking his head. "What do you know? This is a tactic to feign weakness, much like Xian's initial approach," Annie retorted, displeased by Offa's critique of her beloved disciple. "Zhuyi merely has a timid disposition. He will improve once he acclimates. Why must everything involve me?" Zhou Yixian lamented on Monday. Arrogant, lecherous, and perverse. With her proud disciple facing setbacks, Annie was already troubled when someone collided with her, leaving no room for politeness. Yet, it was best to observe further. Eudora intervened in the quarrel among several individuals, casting a meaningful glance at Zhou Yixian. "You, advising peace is one thing, but why regard me with such an odd expression? It's as if you are in complete accord with Annie." On a languid Monday, with his gaze fixed inward, Zhou Yixian observed the combat of Zhu Yi in the arena. He resolved to remain silent, lest he unwittingly provide the two with reasons to target him. As anticipated, after an initial flurry of confusion, Zhu Yi swiftly discovered his rhythm in battle. Recalling Annie's teachings, his movements began to take on an air of competence, swiftly turning the tide from defense to offense. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that Zhu Yi's fighting style was remarkably straightforward, devoid of any embellishment. Unlike Zhou Yixian's earlier display of grandeur and splendor. Yet, Zhou Yixian understood that Zhu Yi's seemingly simple strikes were executed with precision, each aimed directly at the opponent's vulnerabilities, eschewing any superfluous motions. Zhou Yixian had some awareness of Zhu Yi's prior capabilities, which could be described as woefully inadequate. His opponent, being a scion of the Western Sea nobility, was no pushover, yet Zhu Yi managed to dominate him, demonstrating an astonishing rate of improvement. A glimpse into the situation revealed Annie's prowess as a trainer. Who would have thought that this glutton possessed such commendable strength? Both Zhou Yixian and Afang shared this realization in their minds. Upon noticing their attention, Annie beamed with pride. "See, my disciple is quite impressive, isn't he?" She also mused about the delightful taste of Zhu Yi's family's cake, contemplating that should he secure victory in this opening bout, treating her mentor to an indulgent cake feast would not be an imposition. Unbeknownst to her, she lingered at the thought, salivating slightly. No, it must be a mere illusion. Never mind, let us focus on the match. Before long, Zhu Yi's opponent began to struggle against the onslaught. He found, to his dismay, that no matter how he attacked, Zhu Yi swiftly exploited the flaws in his technique, leaving him perplexed and at a loss for how to respond. On the 4th stage of the disciple competition, Zhu Yi triumphed. Seizing an opening when his opponent faltered, Zhu Yi delivered a simple straight punch to the abdomen, causing his foe to double over like a shrimp, only to be swept off the stage by a well-placed kick. The beautiful commentator on stage announced Zhu Yi's victory, marking the conclusion of the battle. "Please treat me to cake," Zhu Yi exclaimed as he stepped down from the platform, inadvertently revealing Annie's true thoughts. "Oh, how wonderful." Considering Annie's prodigious appetite, Zhu Yi hesitantly acquiesced. "While I am grateful for your guidance, our family truly cannot afford it," he lamented, suddenly concerned for his family's cake shop. "Let us go to Zhu Yi's family for cake," Annie joyfully declared. Yes, indeed. On a Monday, Xian and Afang found themselves sharing concerns for the Zhu family's cake shop. "Come along," Xian invited. "Certainly, I would be delighted," came the response. Out of courtesy, Xian extended an invitation to Eudora, who surprisingly accepted, leaving him perplexed by the whims of women's thoughts. Chapter 53. The Great Demon King Xian among the quartet. Aside from Zhu Yi, the rest were ranked 2nd-tier competitors. Although their respective teams participated in alternating matches, the initial rounds primarily featured the Daoist group. With no matches ahead, they decided on a dining venue and made their way to the Zhu family's cake shop, leaving Anderson behind with a gaze filled with resentment as he watched Xian depart. Given Anderson's temperament, It seemed that the Beihai Society and the Hanmin Society had no hope for reconciliation. The other society leaders present observed Anderson's bitter expression and sighed. They understood that the Beihai Society had long held the weakest position in their new territory. Proud and ambitious, Anderson had always aspired to reverse the fortunes of his society through his own efforts. However, the emergence of Xian disrupted the plans of the Beihai Society during the recruitment phase. This time, Xian showed no mercy, ignoring Anderson's pleas for mercy and leaving him humiliated. The prestige of the Beihai Society suffered yet another significant blow, repeatedly thwarted by the same individual, which could only breed resentment in Anderson. Isn't this precisely what you wish to see? Kohler taunted, glancing at Rachel. Although the Nanhai Society had its own conflicts with Xian, they had not been the primary victims of his recent successes, which piqued Kohler's interest in mocking Rachel. The previous encounter of the Shihai Society with Xian had left them utterly disgraced. Quickly, extend a hand of friendship to console the defeated Anderson. The Shihai Society has gained yet another steadfast ally, Louisa chuckled, joining in the mockery directed at the Shihai Society. Such is the nature of the Shihai Society, akin to the dynamics within the Donghai Society. Despite their internal conflicts, they would unite against a common foe. When one suffers a blow, the others do not hesitate to ridicule, thereby diminishing the rival's stature and seeking greater advantage for their own factions. Should the Beihai Society and Shihai Society unite against the Hanmin Society, the Nanhai Society and Donghai Society would surely welcome it. They would allow the others to confront the enemy, and once both sides were weakened, they could emerge to reap the rewards. Both factions played their cards well. Foolish. Rachel scoffed, interrupting the continued jibes of the others. She was well aware of the intentions held by the members of the Nanhai and Donghai Societies. However, in his view, forming an alliance through a common adversary is not without its merits. To reap the rewards without effort is seldom so straightforward. In the end, one cannot predict who will truly benefit from this arrangement. The scion of the Elizabeth family has never been one to adhere to the established protocols. As we encounter conflicts with him again, how shall we conduct ourselves? Mike remarked with a hint of lamentation. It was quite astonishing to hear such a tone of worry from the once arrogant third son of the Mafia family, especially given his previous demeanor in the newborn land. It appears he has genuinely been intimidated by Zhou Yixian. Perhaps the family will devise a solution. Yet, if the family had a viable solution, the Cold Gate Society would not have been established in the first place. A silence enveloped the group, as they felt a shared sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. They understood that the strife between the Four Seas Society and the Cold Gate Society could only be confined within the walls of the school. The latter was far from being as simple as it appeared. Should the conflict escalate further, the repercussions could be dire and unpredictable. Confronted by a noble who disregards the conventions of aristocracy and possesses formidable strength, what recourse do they have? With this thought, the members of the Four Seas Society found their spirits dampened, losing interest in their usual banter. If Anderson were to forego such petty tactics, his prowess might indeed allow him to engage Zhou Yixian in a fair contest. He yearned for that initial victory. Mike continued, reflecting on the immense pressure that the allure of wealth brings. Why should we bolster another's ambitions while undermining our own? Raquel, unwilling to let Mike wallow in despair, interjected, casting disdainful glances at those influenced by his mood. When did the members of the Four Seas Society become so timid? A temporary setback is merely that, next time, with absolute strength, we shall reclaim our glory. With that, Raquel tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. As the president of the North Sea Society, he harbored his own pride and believed in his capabilities. Next time, he would surely triumph over Zhou Yixian. To think that you, a defeated foe, still possess such courage. Provoked by Raquel's words, the others felt a surge of competitive spirit. Were they not equally strong? Ultimately, this world is ruled by power. A single defeat is but a stepping stone to a future victory. Next time, I shall be the one to defeat Elizabeth Zhou, Mike declared with confidence. When has it ever been your turn to seek glory? The task of vanquishing Zhou Yixian belongs to my East Sea Society. I shall demonstrate that the South Sea Society is the true strongest. In that moment, Zhou Yixian became the benchmark for the youth of the newborn land. And the aspiration to defeat this formidable foe became the most fervent desire in their hearts. On a Monday, unbeknownst to Zhou Yixian, he had unwittingly become the formidable figure in the hearts of the Four Seas Society, joyfully dining with a few companions at the cake shop owned by Zhu Yi's family. Delighted by the news of his son's victory in the first qualifying match, Zhu Yi's father could not contain his exuberance. aware of Annie's diligent guidance of his son. His spirits lifted. He generously declared that he would treat everyone, assuring them that they need not hold back. The cake was plentiful. Could the one with a simple mind kindly fetch the cake in front of you for me? Annie, holding a piece of cake in her hand, could not help but eye the delectable dessert before Zhou Yixian, boldly directing him to serve her. Who is the one with a simple mind? Please clarify, Zhou Yixian retorted. Indignant. Surely, one who can be easily hypnotized must possess a simple mind. No? Forget it. You can serve yourself. It turned out that even those with simple minds could have quite the temper. On Monday, Xian felt somewhat perplexed. Did not Afong accept your teachings? Why was he constantly targeting me? Is it merely because of my formidable strength, charm, and wealth that I should endure such unfounded scrutiny? He had long comprehended, during his journey, why Annie was so fixated on him. It was entirely due to his refusal to accept her training guidance, which made her feel disregarded, thus prompting her to direct her ire towards him. He could only conjure such a reasonable explanation to console himself. Have you two developed such a close relationship? Observed Eudora with a light chuckle as she watched their banter. Goodness, can't you see I am being targeted? Retorted Xian. I didn't expect you, as the vice president, to have the time to attend our gathering today. Growing weary of the futile bickering with Annie, Xian curiously inquired of Eudora, pray tell, who is the president of the Cold Door Society? His question immediately ignited another powder keg. Eudora replied icily, may I ask why the vice president, who is so busy, would concern herself with such trivial matters? Recalling that the president was ostensibly himself, and having lost interest in the development of the Cold Door Society after achieving his objectives, Xian had unceremoniously handed over all responsibilities to Eudora, feeling a pang of guilt in his heart. Thank you for your hard work, Xian remarked. Truly, I am at my wit's end with you, Eudora said, exasperatedly gazing at Xian's nonchalant demeanor. Initially, she had intended to address the matter of the presidency and show some concern for the society's progress, but given his current attitude, she was left at a loss. Are you not the least bit concerned about the future of the Cold Door Society? Eudora pressed on stubbornly. With you around, what do I have to worry about? Xian feigned ignorance, deflecting her concern. When he founded the Cold Door Society, Xian indeed had his own plans. However, it was merely a means to an end for him. To put it bluntly, the Cold Door Society was just a tool in his hands, and once his goals were achieved, it was only natural that he would leave the concerns of its future to those who truly needed to care. Zhou Yixian's approach, though seemingly indifferent, does not signify a lack of responsibility towards the members of the Cold Gate Society. Within the parameters set by Alina, he has secured for the society's members the most crucial elements, safety and control over their own destinies. The members of the Cold Gate Society had originally intended to serve in the Navy, and now, under the stewardship of the naval representative, Eudora, their aspirations have been fulfilled, thus honoring their commitment to the society's members. Given the current plight of the Elizabeth family, any attempt to seize control of the Cold Gate Society would be the height of folly. Such an endeavor could lead to their utter annihilation at the hands of the Navy and the Four Seas Syndicate. In the world of piracy, power is the ultimate arbiter. And Zhou Yixian is not oblivious to this reality. He has wisely chosen to relinquish control of the Cold Gate Society, a potential powerhouse of the future. As long as his friends are no longer threatened by the Four Seas Syndicate, that is sufficient for him. It seems that with such an unreliable president, I must continue to toil, Eudora sighed. Initially, she intended to lightly criticize Zhou Yixian, who, after establishing a promising faction, had left all responsibilities to her. She was fully aware that the naval headquarters would never permit the soldiers she had painstakingly trained to fall into the hands of other noble factions, even one as dilapidated as the Elizabeths. This time, she sought to gauge the true intentions of her counterpart. Now that she understood their lack of interest in interference and their intention to adhere to prior agreements, Eudora felt reassured and deemed it prudent to say no more. I am satisfied. I have matters to attend to with the Cold Gate Society, so I must take my leave. Having accomplished her objectives, Eudora prepared to depart, politely thanking Zhu Yi's father for the delightful hospitality. Chapter 54. Young man, care to join? Upon seeing Eudora rise, Annie suddenly recalled that she needed to speak with Zhou Yixian, urging him, hurry and finish your meal. Come home with me. Home with you? On Monday, Xian casually pointed to himself, uncertainly asking, are you certain you want me to accompany you home? Of course, and replied, a hint of displeasure in her tone. You clearly said it in front of me. Why do you look so incredulous? To be precise, my father wishes to meet you. So soon? We're meeting the parents already? Afong and Zhu Yi were perplexed. completely unaware of how their relationship had progressed so rapidly. They paused their actions and exchanged questioning glances. "No, it's just that my father has something to discuss with Zhou Yixian. It's not as you think," and hastily clarified, realizing their misunderstanding. However, her demeanor only served to reinforce their suspicions, as the blush of embarrassment unique to young women was evident on her face, a rare sight for Anne. "We understand. It truly is not as you think. Regardless, Zhou Yixian, please hurry." And feeling increasingly flustered as her attempts to clarify only muddled the situation, urged Zhou Yixian to expedite his actions, wishing to escape this awkward scenario. The looks exchanged between Afong and Zhu Yi made her feel an indescribable embarrassment, and herself was baffled as to why her father suddenly wished to meet Zhou Yixian. Supporting the Cold Door Society had merely been a fleeting interest of hers. Her father had never shown much concern for such matters, yet today he specifically instructed her to bring Zhou Yixian home, and she could only comply. Right away, not one to waste time, Zhou Yixian quickly finished his meal before rising. "Wait for me to finish, and then I'll accompany you home." He intended to meet Anne's father and discern his motives. Logically, his establishment of the Cold Door Society should not significantly impact the forces behind Anne's family. Now that he had completely stepped back from the affairs of the society, his utility was greatly diminished. Why then did her father wish to meet him now? He found himself unable to fathom his intentions. After a moment of silent contemplation without any clear conclusions, one thing was certain: it should not bode ill for him. Prompting his swift agreement, upon hearing Zhou Yixian's consent, and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Such an abrupt request to return home and meet her parents would evoke strange notions in anyone, rendering her previously prepared words unnecessary. "Rest assured, my father will not make things difficult for you," and reassured him. "I understand," Zhou Yixian affirmed. At the door, Eudora paused upon hearing Anne's words, pondering whether Anne's family intended to ally with Zhou Yixian. However, the choice of partner seemed rather weak, lacking any substantial impact. As if disregarding the moment entirely, the enchanting figure vanished at the doorway. Although Eudora felt a sense of alertness within, there was no undue concern. He did not believe that the current circumstances of the Elizabeth family could attract the attention of the formidable forces behind the An family. After their meal, Zhou Yixian bid farewell to Afong and Zhu before accompanying and towards her home. Along the way, both harbored their own thoughts, resulting in a notable lack of conversation. The journey was steeped in silence, and upon returning to Gao Town, Zhou Yixian felt as though they had walked for over an hour before finally catching sight of a manor resembling a bear's head. Indeed, Anne's residence was quite remote. The Salb Kingdom Manor. Once Anne led Zhou Yixian into the estate, she vanished like a gust of wind, leaving him alone in the grand hall. Thus, Zhou Yixian found himself locked in a silent gaze with Anne's father for an entire 10 minutes. It was perplexing, having been summoned for a meeting yet now confronted with an unsettling silence. With the other party remaining taciturn, Zhou Yixian felt no compulsion to break the ice, and he found himself engaged in a silent stare down with Anne's father. The reason for this peculiar contest of gazes was the imposing stature of Anne's father. At first glance, Zhou Yixian was taken aback by the striking resemblance to a living version of Bartholomew Bear. While internally critiquing the relationship between Anne and her father, he simultaneously marveled at the wonders crafted by the creator within the realm of pirates. On Monday, as Zhou Yixian casually observed, Annie's father towered impressively at 6 or 7 meters tall, standing before him like an imposing mountain, causing him to feel somewhat breathless merely by gazing upon him. A testament to his formidable strength. Indeed, the long-dormant devil fruit encyclopedia within Zhou Yixian's body emitted a mechanical notification: devil fruit detected. White bear fruit classification. Zoan fruit ability grants the user the power of a polar bear, enabling transformation into a hybrid human-beast form. User, Bartholomew Kuma Other. Unknown supplement. Highly dangerous. The user has awakened their powers. Upon receiving the notification from the devil fruit encyclopedia within him, Zhou Yixian's suspicions were further validated. Annie's father possessed remarkable strength, having developed his fruit's abilities to a notably advanced level, now fully awakened. The formidable regenerative capabilities brought by the awakened Zoan-type devil fruit, combined with the power of the polar bear and his inherent might, rendered him an exceedingly terrifying entity. On Monday, Xian experienced an intriguing sensation. The most formidable being in the land of the new generation, Alina, surely did not possess the same level of power as Annie's father. The realm of the new generation appears to be far more complex than it initially seemed. What are your thoughts on this era? After a prolonged silence, Annie's father suddenly spoke, leaving Xian feeling somewhat disconcerted. Can you envision a colossal humanoid creature, endowed with a gentle voice, evoking a sense of harmony without a hint of dissonance? On Monday, with a contemplative expression, he pondered for a considerable time before responding. It is dark, chaotic, and disordered. The seas are teeming with pirates, various factions wielding power over the entire world. Yet no singular sovereign reigns supreme. In my view, this scenario is undoubtedly perilous. The current pirate world bears a striking resemblance to the age of exploration in the Middle Ages, rife with warfare and plunder. Such an insightful observation. One might have assumed that living in a relatively stable new land would render his perspective somewhat naive, yet it is surprising that someone so young possesses such profound insights. Sol could not help but cast a sidelong glance, momentarily intrigued and eager to hear more. Do you believe there exists a means to bring an end to this chaotic and disordered era? I, a mere weakling, how can I speak of the world? Are you not putting me in a difficult position, dear friend? On Monday, Xian, mustering his courage, pretentiously replied, a full stomach leads to an understanding of honor and disgrace. To put it plainly, in his view, the root cause of the multitude of pirates in the vast ocean is poverty. Aside from a few adventurers driven by a pure desire to explore the world, the majority of pirates are ruthless marauders, venturing into the sea primarily to secure their daily sustenance. The lifespan of a true pirate is typically measured in days, if not for the dire straits of poverty, who would willingly risk their life to sail into the treacherous, boundless sea. At least in his own time, the basic needs of food and security were largely met. With sufficient provisions, the existence of pirates would naturally diminish, save for a few backward regions where this ancient profession still lingers. A full stomach leads to an understanding of honor and disgrace, a cultural gem bequeathed by our ancestors, left Xian pondering deeply, eventually leading him to grasp the essence of his words. I never expected you to possess such profound understanding. However, your phrasing is rather convoluted, making it difficult to discern the deeper meaning, Sol remarked with admiration. I merely learned it from others and applied it as needed, Xian replied honestly, wishing to avoid any misconceptions about harboring an old sage within him. Indeed, it appears you are a rare sage. Upon hearing Xian's words, Sol felt a sense of comfort. If even a child could harbor such profound insights, what would become of his own dignity as a GM worker? If the opportunity arises, please do introduce me. I would certainly welcome the chance to converse with such a wise individual, he thought, believing that engaging with this sage would afford him a deeper understanding of the world. Certainly, Xian responded, somewhat awkwardly, realizing that his offhand remarks had been taken seriously. However, the sage's whereabouts are unpredictable, and I cannot ascertain when I might encounter him again. How unfortunate. Sages are always like that, relying on fate. Sol lamented for a moment before recalling the purpose of this meeting arranged by Annie and inquired, would you be willing to join us? Sol had little interest in the power struggles among various factions in the New Birth Land, but due to Annie's influence, he had gained some understanding of Xian. Initially, Sol had not regarded Xian highly, but after a period of observation, Xian's series of performances in the New Birth Land piqued Sol's interest. This is a promising candidate. With proper cultivation, he might become a formidable force in the future. Sol was quite confident in his discerning eye, which led him to consider incorporating Xian into their organization. Any powerful organization that seeks longevity must undoubtedly place great emphasis on nurturing new blood. Before arriving, Xian had contemplated many possibilities regarding the purpose of this meeting. Yet he had never anticipated that Sol was intent on recruiting him, leaving him in a quandary. In the world of pirates, the GM army is undoubtedly a formidable force. To engage with the world's governments on equal footing is to assert oneself as one of the most formidable forces within the realm of Shanghai's clandestine underworld. Joining such an organization, brimming with countless formidable individuals, would undoubtedly facilitate a rapid enhancement of one's own abilities. However, the rules of the world are universally applicable. To gain, one must be prepared to sacrifice. When necessary, one might have to confront the world's governments directly, which poses a significant peril. Chapter 55. Transforming the World. As Zhou Yixian pondered the pros and cons of joining the GM army on that Monday, the gentle voice of Sol once again graced his ears. There is no need to make an immediate decision, she reassured. You may take your time to contemplate this matter thoroughly before providing me with your response. Sol harbored the belief that this young man, with his profound understanding of the world at such a tender age, would inevitably align himself with the organization she represented. His keen insight suggested a fervent desire to enact change within the world, aspiring to make a difference through his own efforts. Her organization, serendipitously, could offer him a platform to realize those ambitions. Moreover, the organization was quite powerful, and Sol found it difficult to comprehend any rationale he might possess to decline her proposition. "No, I do not currently entertain such thoughts," Zhou Yixian replied after considerable reflection, apprehensively stating, "I am merely an ordinary seaman at a naval academy, and my circumstances are somewhat peculiar. Thus, joining hastily might lead to complications." Faced with Sol's invitation, Zhou Yixian refrained from outright rejection, instead opting for a more nuanced expression of his reservations. He harbored concerns that an ill-timed response might provoke her ire, especially considering the unique stature of Sol's organization. "It seems you possess some understanding of us. Did Annie divulge this information to you?" Sol mused, somewhat exasperated by her daughter's propensity to share sensitive details so indiscriminately. "You need not worry. We are not as perilous as you might imagine. Most of the time, we are quite amicable." Amicable, one might say, but certainly not devoid of danger. The denizens of the Nanhai society do not strike one as individuals capable of relinquishing their nation through mere verbal subterfuge. The downfall of several kingdoms begs the question, can you truly claim your methods are gentle? On Monday, Xian expressed skepticism regarding Sol's words, doubting even the punctuation. Yet he did not neglect to clarify his disassociation from Annie, stating, "This has nothing to do with Annie, it is merely a matter of family records," supplemented by a smattering of reasonable conjecture. On Monday, Xian discovered that his identity as a member of the Prodennis royal family was indeed advantageous in critical situations. Whenever confronted with circumstances where he possessed extensive knowledge, he could attribute it to the family's records. After all, the heritage of nobility naturally confers a certain understanding of the world, which is entirely reasonable. It became evident that the Elizabeth family indeed had the credentials to comprehend certain matters. Thor, too, harbored no doubts and felt a quiet sense of joy, realizing that his daughter appeared to be more perceptive than she seemed. Seeing that Thor did not question his words, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a serious expression, Thor gazed intently at Xian and said, "Since you are already aware of everything, why not join us and help us change the world?" Thor extended his warm hand towards Xian. Observing this gesture, Xian felt an odd sensation reminiscent of a paternal relationship, as if Thor wished for him to become like a son. He had no such inclination and promptly replied, "No, I do not wish to join any organization." His expression resolute and sincere. What he had thought would be a certainty had suddenly taken an unexpected turn. Thor felt as though he had strained his back, caught in a dilemma of whether to retract his hand or leave it extended. "Do you not desire to make the world a better place?" Thor asked, feeling somewhat awkward and bewildered by the young man's thoughts. A person capable of profound contemplation about the world should ideally possess passionate and noble aspirations for change. He had successfully enticed countless naive youths with this approach, yet for some reason, it failed to resonate with Xian. The young man was indeed a maverick. "I certainly wish for my world to change," Xian replied. "Then why do you refuse my offer?" Thor inquired. "I merely wish to bring about some change in my own way," Xian reflected, suddenly recalling a phrase that resonated deeply with him. He strongly identified with the notion that every individual of Huaxia bears a sense of responsibility towards history. Deep within, they hold the belief that they must honor their ancestors while ensuring a worthy legacy for future generations. Monday was no exception. He too aspired to etch his name into the annals of history, albeit with a desire for the chronicles of his life to be devoid of excessive bloodshed. His ambition to change the world indeed reflected a youthful naivete. Thor couldn't help but reminisce. Was he not once like this impassioned youth, brimming with fervor? However, after witnessing the darker facets of existence, he too had undergone a significant transformation. He hoped that, after perceiving the world's entirety, this young man would retain his original ideals. Suddenly, the unsuspecting Monday observed a visible ripple of air emanating from beneath Thor's feet, and in an instant, the colossal figure vanished from his sight. Perhaps it was merely the blink of an eye before Thor reappeared before him, his imposing stature casting a shadow that enveloped Monday entirely. Were they truly on the verge of conflict? Indeed, lacking sufficient power, engaging with any formidable entity was a perilous endeavor. In this moment of languor on a Monday, Zhou Yixian felt his mind struggling to function. Before him stood Sol, silent and imposing, engendering a profound sense of pressure. It was as if he were ensnared within a tightening pouch, held captive, helplessly witnessing the constriction of his surroundings, the air dwindling, and the sensation of suffocation intensifying. "Is this what you refer to as gentleness?" Zhou Yixian felt his teeth chatter, yet he had never been one to resign himself to fate. At this moment, his mind raced frantically, contemplating how to extricate himself from the current predicament. No, I merely wish to illustrate the vast disparity between your perception of the world and its reality. Soul chose not to attack Zhou Yixian. Instead, he initiated a technique known as the shave. Soul's figure flickered around Zhou Yixian, a testament to his mastery. Zhou Yixian was well aware of the method behind the shave. It involved utilizing immense physical strength to execute rapid, successive steps through the air, propelling oneself forward with powerful recoil. However, he was perplexed as to why Soul, who could easily obliterate him with a single blow, opted to employ the shave without striking him or granting him the opportunity to escape. Are you toying with me? Though he counted, and as a friend, Zhou Yixian could not tolerate being subjected to such mockery by Soul. He would have preferred a more decisive approach, a swift strike to end this farce. You need not hesitate. The Elizabeth family is but a fallen dynasty. Even if it were to vanish suddenly in this new realm, it would leave no trace. At worst, one might start anew. With a stroke of luck, perhaps he could even traverse back once more. If you intend to act, then act. Gravity. On Monday, Xian had no intention of remaining idle. Despite the daunting disparity in power between the two, it could not extinguish his fervent spirit for counterattack. The adversary was an ability wielder, and his dark fruit possessed an inherent advantage in the face of such powers. This was his source of confidence. For no matter the nature of the ability, it could be drawn towards the dark fruit. Since speed was not on his side, he would allow the opponent to approach him willingly. Seizing the opportunity, Xian extended his right hand at the precise moment when Soul's scythe was unleashed. Even in defeat, he aimed to leave a mark upon his adversary. Come forth. On Monday, Zhou Yixian unleashed the latent energy within him. As he extended his right hand, a black vortex materialized between his palms, spinning wildly and voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. With the activation of his dark fruit powers, the atmosphere became tumultuous, and a fierce gale swept through the hall, causing objects to creak and groan. Is this the power of the dark fruit? Soul discerned Zhou Yixian's ability and halted in his tracks. Indeed, it was an exceedingly ferocious power. Even I felt an overwhelming sensation of devouring within an instant. The disparity in strength appeared insurmountable. Zhou Yixian had exerted all his might, yet the continuous activation of the dark fruit was severely draining his stamina in a mere short time. At that moment, he resembled someone pulled from water, sweat dripping incessantly onto the floor. Despite this, he dared not cease the use of his powers, even if the effect seemed minimal, merely causing his opponent to momentarily pause. Youth often leads to impulsive thinking. Initially, Zhou Yixian's activation might have caught Soul off guard, but after a brief moment, he successfully resisted the gravitational pull of the dark fruit. With a powerful thrust against the air, he surged towards Zhou Yixian like a cannonball. I merely wish to demonstrate the vast discrepancies between our worlds. Iron block. This time, Soul did not mock Zhou Yixian again. As he reached Zhou Yixian, he raised a fist far larger than a cooking pot and swung it towards him. A resounding clang echoed in Zhou Yixian's ears, signaling that Soul had once more employed one of the Marine Six forms, Iron Block. Moreover, he utilized a more advanced technique, controlling his muscles to strike while executing the Iron Block. Why has he consistently resorted to the Marine Six forms against me from the very start? There was no time for contemplation as Zhou Yixian observed Soul's fist, nearly the size of his own torso, approaching rapidly. He could feel the fierce wind generated by the punch tearing at his cheek, leaving several lacerations. This was no illusion. Blood dripped from his forehead, staining one of his eyes. With no time to wipe it away, he struggled to keep his other eye open, confronting the impending impact. Chapter 56. Zhou Yixian vs. Soul. Even so, Zhou Yixian did not waver in the slightest. If escape was impossible, he would face it with courage. Under the influence of the gale, he laboriously raised his hands, crossing them defensively before him, hoping to achieve some measure of protection, self-reassurance in the face of adversity. Boom. What was destined to occur would inevitably come to pass. The moment his hands met Soul's fist, Zhou Yixian understood that his hands were rendered incapacitated. In an instant, an excruciating pain surged through his shattered bones, jolting his consciousness to the brink of unconsciousness. Gritting his teeth to endure the agony, Zhou Yixian felt as though his entire being was subjected to a violent impact, reminiscent of when he was struck by a heavy truck. His body had no time to react before being propelled backward by the tremendous force. Boom. The hall reverberated with a thunderous sound as Zhou Yixian collided with the wall, creating a spiderweb-like indentation, causing the entire chamber to tremble slightly, a testament to the formidable destructive power of Thor's simple strike. After experiencing the terror of reality, one must steadfastly maintain inner resolve to be deemed strong. Observing the swirling dust before him, Thor spoke with an unruffled demeanor, as if imparting profound life lessons to students in a classroom. I am not dead. After struggling to move his fingers while lying on the ground, Zhou Yixian confirmed his existence within this world. His bones bore varying degrees of fracture, a merciless blow indeed. With a self-deprecating thought, Zhou Yixian acknowledged that his opponent harbored no intention to kill him. From the outset, he recognized the vast chasm in strength between them. Had his adversary truly wished him dead, he would have already been a lifeless corpse following that last strike, without utilizing any abilities or haki. Merely employing the 6 styles of the Navy, Zhou Yixian found himself perplexed by his opponent's intentions. Hiss, drawing a sharp breath, he began to harness the powers of the dark fruit to absorb his injuries. This dual pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. Observing himself enveloped in the dark energy, resembling a mummy, Zhou Yixian felt a flicker of relief. Fortuitously, he was not another Logia user. Otherwise, with such severe injuries, recovery would have been uncertain, and months of bedridden confinement would have been inevitable. Yet now, under the absorption of the dark energy, the visible wounds across his body began to heal. The dark fruit truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most vicious abilities in history. At last, he had fully recovered. After inspecting himself and finding no further injuries, Zhou Yixian brushed off the dust and rose to his feet, feeling an odd sense of enhancement in his physical prowess. This inexplicable surge in strength instilled a newfound confidence within him, his gaze radiating with determination as he stared at the indistinct, colossal figure beyond the swirling dust. The moment for retaliation had arrived. Shave. On Monday, a powerful stomp struck the ground, causing the air beneath to materialize as if it were tangible, creating a gaping hole from the terrifying force of his foot. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated as Monday propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the colossal figure of Thor. Indeed, combat proves to be the most effective means of transcending one's physical limits. By observing Thor's continuous application of the technique known as shave right before him, Monday finally gleaned some understanding of its execution. He recognized that he had previously wandered astray, overly ambitious in his desire for immediate elevation. The technique, which allows for rapid movement through the reaction force of striking the ground violently more than 10 times in an instant, appeared deceptively simple. However, it bore a crucial prerequisite. One's body must possess sufficient strength to withstand this immense recoil, even if one were to attempt it with great effort. The body would inevitably collapse under the strain at the moment of execution. Monday had undertaken numerous attempts, managing to execute the technique a mere 3 times in quick succession, with a maximum of 4. Yet, the ensuing reaction force proved too overwhelming for him to bear, let alone facilitate swift movement. Now, with Thor's live demonstration before him, Monday finally discovered the method to employing shave, a modified version, executed within the limits of his physical capacity, allowing him to strike the ground instantaneously. In a fleeting moment, Zhou Yixian executed 2 rapid ground strikes, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Harnessing the immense force of his impact, he unleashed an enraged counterattack towards Thor. This injury would not be endured in vain. The iron block. What an astonishing talent. As Zhou Yixian surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, Thor remained unfazed, standing his ground and absorbing the furious blow from Zhou Yixian, even enhancing his own power in the process. After experiencing the strength of Zhou Yixian's punch, Thor offered a commendatory remark. At this moment, he felt compelled to employ whatever means necessary to draw his opponent into his organization. Thank you for your instruction. However, the manner of your teaching is indeed unforgettable. Zhou Yixian had anticipated this outcome. His strike was destined to be ineffective, though it appeared formidable. The contact point between Thor's body and his fist turned the air crimson due to the intense friction, yet it inflicted not a shred of harm. All of this bears little relevance to me. Thor appeared calm on the surface, yet he was inwardly astonished by his opponent's perceptiveness. Not everyone possesses the ability to seize an opportunity. The vast disparity in strength was not enough to blind me. Zhou Yixian was puzzled as to why Thor seemed reluctant to acknowledge any guidance he had received. Each time he executed the technique shave, the number of ground strikes varied, naturally resulting in subtle differences in speed, a detail I could discern. After a moment of silence, Thor struck again, declaring, "You have mastered Shave, and I trust the iron block has also imparted some insight." This time, Thor did not employ Shave, but simply swung his fist towards Zhou Yixian. What appeared to be a simple punch from Thor was, in Zhou Yixian's eyes, still insurmountable. The opponent's fist was as elusive as a gazelle's antlers, flawless and instinctive, devoid of any superfluous movement. On Monday, Xian felt an uncanny sensation. Thor's punch seemed to anticipate every one of his subsequent movements, no matter how he attempted to evade. There was no escaping that blow. This strike was not related to the observation haki, but rather an ultimate manifestation of combat instinct. Faced with such overwhelming force, what recourse was there? Clearly, none. Thus, Xian raised his hands once more to shield himself, only to be sent flying again with a whoosh. It appeared that he had gained some understanding of the iron block technique. Thor's recent punch was executed with the same precision as the previous one, yet the adversary had grown significantly faster. This could only indicate an enhancement in the opponent's physical resilience, which mitigated much of the damage inflicted by Xian's fist. Once more, he braced himself, unwilling to let this formidable sparring partner slip away. Upon returning, he launched another assault on Thor. The iron block's defensive capabilities were indeed impressive. Achieving a complete version of the iron block was beyond Xian's current capabilities, let alone mastering a more advanced application. Consequently, he once again employed his ingenuity, slightly modifying the iron block technique. Instead of using mental energy to draw Dao Yuan into his body, he directly absorbed it into his muscles, temporarily enhancing their strength. Was this not a form of self-torment? Thor had seldom encountered someone like Sten. He regarded him with a peculiar expression, seeking to ascertain whether the opponent had suffered any damage, particularly to his intellect, lest he find himself in a difficult position with Annie. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Thor inquired, "That is indeed a rather odd request. Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Very well then, as a gesture of gratitude, let us engage in some play." As a gesture of gratitude? On Monday, Xian found himself perplexed. In truth, Thor had summoned Xian for the purpose of expressing his gratitude face to face. Previously, Xian had selflessly shared the training methods of the Navy 6 styles with Annie, which, while seemingly inconsequential to Thor, significantly bolstered the strength of the GM army. Although one could naturally comprehend the application of the Navy 6 styles upon reaching a certain level of power, possessing the knowledge does not equate to the ability to impart it. Having a complete training regimen undoubtedly alleviates many missteps along the way. Otherwise, Thor would not have resorted to such a blunt approach to allow Xian to grasp the essence of the Navy 6 styles, an ordeal not easily borne by an ordinary individual. With Thor's intentions made clear, Xian, despite his persistent resolve, was met with a resigned remark from Thor, "I shall engage you with equal strength at the second level. How much you discern will depend on your own fortune." Naturally, Xian eagerly accepted the opportunity to spar with a formidable opponent. With utmost focus, he and Thor clashed once more. However, this time, Xian observed that Thor's speed and strength appeared considerably diminished, almost on par with his own. He could not help but feel a sense of awe at the terrifying control a strong individual wields over their own body. Nonetheless, even as Thor restrained his own power in their duel, he found himself on the receiving end more often than countering. The disparity in combat awareness and instinct between the two was stark. Each of Xian's attacks seemed as if foreseen by Thor, who consistently executed the most judicious defensive maneuvers. As their engagement progressed, Xian transitioned from a state of passive defense to gradually discerning Thor's strikes. He managed to mount some resistance, occasionally launching counterattacks that momentarily unsettled Thor. At least, on the surface, it appeared as though their battle was quite evenly matched. Thor marveled once again at Xian's remarkable talent for combat. Chapter 57, A Cooperation Achieved. In an astonishing display, Thor evaded yet another of Xian's strikes. Breathless and weary, Xian halted, comfortably collapsing onto the ground, signifying the conclusion of their skirmish. On Monday, Xian realized that he had reached his limit. He had acquired all that he could learn, and continuing to engage in conflict held little significance. Should he contemplate the possibility of joining us? Sol genuinely harbored an appreciation for talent. Otherwise, given his esteemed position, he would not have revisited this matter so frequently. I assure you, should you choose to join, the organization will refrain from assigning you any burdensome tasks, granting you considerable freedom. You may select a few tasks according to your own wishes to fulfill your obligations. Sol had already extended the utmost privileges within his authority. Yet, it was destined to be in vain, as Xian remained disinterested. Thank you for your kindness, but I truly have no intention of joining any organization. It was indeed quite regrettable. Observing that the other party was resolute in his stance, Sol ceased his persuasion, merely adding with a hint of reservation, in the future, should you gain clarity about this world and your perspective shifts, we would always welcome your participation. On Monday, I do not intend to continue this discussion. I am intrigued as to why you have only employed the techniques of shaving and iron blocks in our encounters from beginning to end. If it were not for your final strike, it would have been exceedingly difficult to evade with conventional means. It seems that Thor had no intention of utilizing paper drawings at all. Given your desire to teach yourself the Navy's 6 styles, it is perplexing why you would withhold certain techniques. With your current prowess, the potential to employ the remaining styles is utterly improbable. Thor comprehended Monday's intention and reluctantly chose to abstain. It is not that I am unwilling to demonstrate, but rather that techniques such as gale foot, paper drawing, and moonwalk necessitate a foundational level of strength that you have yet to attain. Thor's meaning was quite clear. It is not a matter of my willingness to teach, but rather your inadequacy in strength that leaves me powerless. As for why there is no thrusting spear, Monday was not inclined to pose such a rudimentary question. Once the mastery of iron blocks is achieved to a high degree, learning the thrusting spear is merely a natural progression. It is indeed quite regrettable. Monday sighed, emulating Thor's sentiment, yet he bore no skepticism. There was no reason for the other to deceive him. It appears your dedication to becoming stronger is of a nature that is hard for ordinary individuals to comprehend. Thor understood this well. Those who manage to stand at the apex of this world often possess such fervor. If you wish, join us, and I can become your mentor. A clear mind, innate talent, and tenacity are all indispensable qualities for becoming a formidable warrior, and Thor was making one last effort. I apologize, but I already have a suitable mentor in mind. Thor's words reminded Monday of his pact with Elena, and he wondered when she would fulfill her promise. After inquiring several times, Elena always responded mysteriously, urging him to wait, assuring him that she would ensure his satisfaction. The fact that Thor was willing to personally instruct him to recruit him was undeniably enticing. Monday was certain that Annie's father was, without a doubt, one of the rare top-tier warriors within the entire pirate world. However, Thor's identity remained too sensitive. If he were to recklessly agree without due consideration, Sula's situation at the naval base would become exceedingly arduous, a scenario he wished to avoid. I am curious, in this dreadful era, what thoughts do you harbor regarding yourself? Thor had entirely relinquished his hopes for Monday and inquired with genuine curiosity. What thoughts could I possibly have? I merely wish to take control of my own destiny. Monday felt somewhat disheartened. In this alternate world, he often experienced a profound sense of alienation. This is a challenge far more daunting than altering the world itself. Thor finally grasped the resolve of the young man before him. Who could remain steadfast in the face of such tempting prospects? Everything is achievable through effort. Monday suddenly recalled the thoughts he had before arriving here. Now that he understood Thor's capabilities, he felt even more confident in his own objectives. I have a rather intriguing idea. Perhaps we could collaborate. Collaboration? Thor was perplexed. This script felt somewhat familiar to him. Yes, collaboration. Zhou Yixian confidently asserted that for an organization as vast as the GM Army, financial management must be a significant headache. What does this have to do with the collaboration you mentioned? Although he was uncertain why the youth appeared so knowledgeable about the internal affairs of the organization, Thor did not believe that this seemingly destitute scion of a fallen royal family possessed any means to resolve the immense financial demands within the organization. It was an unimaginable dilemma. The initiation of each war entails an unfathomable expenditure, a staggering sum of resources. I certainly do not harbor the delusion that I can address such colossal financial needs, but I can at least alleviate them. In that moment, Zhou Yixian resembled a salesman enthusiastically pitching a product to a customer. I have devised a commendable plan, if all goes well. Resolving the GM Army's internal financial issues may not be impossible. Royalty? Thor murmured, as if a thought had struck him. Are you suggesting that you intend to leverage the identity of the Elizabethan royal family to engage in collaboration with us? Sort of, Zhou Yixian replied, acknowledging that he indeed had to rely on the Elizabeth family for the plan's execution to be viable. A commendable notion. Thor seemed to grasp the implication, yet countered. However, this idea conflicts with our organizational principles. Conflict? Zhou Yixian was bewildered, unable to comprehend how his scheme for generating revenue could possibly contradict the GM Army's ethos. The GM Army is not a band of pirates. While plundering is indeed a swift means of amassing wealth, Thor fearing the youth might stray down a misguided path. Patiently elucidated. Although as royalty one possesses the authority to issue privateering licenses, the Elizabeth family no longer has a nation of its own. Even disregarding this fact, we cannot consent. What difference would that make in relation to our enemies? After hearing Thor's words, Zhou Yixian became even more confused. Isn't a privateering license something only the world's governments are entitled to issue? Since when could even a royal family grant such licenses to their own factions? Zhou Yixian had also encountered the notion of privateering licenses when negotiating terms with Elena. Simply put, a privateering license serves as a certificate of legitimacy for pirates. In this age of exploration, nothing yields wealth more swiftly than plunder. This was also the reason Zhou Yixian had previously been tempted by the idea of a privateering license. But after Elena revealed the current state of the Elizabeth family, he abandoned that unrealistic notion. Is it possible that the collaboration you propose is not as such? From Zhou Yixian's expression, Thor realized he had misjudged the situation and was perplexed about what other leverage the youth could offer for collaboration. Certainly not. The collaboration I speak of pertains to takeout. Zhou Yixian had no intention of prolonging the suspense, and he articulated his thoughts. A notion inspired by a previous conversation with Annie. During the ranked battle in the plaza, Annie found herself in a quandary, unable to enjoy the food she desired. It dawned on her that the realm of the new arrivals lacked the concept of food delivery. Thus, the idea of resuming his former profession emerged in the mind of Zhou Yixian. Food delivery? Thor remained perplexed. While the literal meaning was easily comprehensible, the actual implications seemed far more complex. Yet, a curious inclination stirred within him, suggesting that this proposal held merit. In any case, Zhou Yixian elucidated the fundamental framework of the food delivery industry to Thor. I am confident that a formidable individual like you would not appear in the realm of new arrivals without reason. Surely, many pieces of the GM Army's chessboard have already been strategically placed within this land. Thor chose to remain non-committal, tacitly acknowledging that it was indeed a commendable suggestion. However, as you mentioned, establishing a comprehensive food delivery system necessitates considerable initial financial investment, a burden we currently lack. Although Thor felt a flicker of enthusiasm, he expressed his reservations. Were it not for financial constraints, he would not have been appointed to guard the realm of new arrivals, tasked with alleviating the organization's fiscal difficulties. I have resources, Zhou Yixian replied generously, having long contemplated these issues. Do not underestimate the legacy of the royal family. Even in decline, the Elizabeth family possesses wealth beyond ordinary imagination. For the sake of his ambitions, Zhou Yixian harbored no qualms about liquidating the Elizabeth family's assets. He had been well prepared for this day, having already sold off considerable holdings. In truth, the initial funding and plans had resided in Zhou Yixian's mind for quite some time. The delay in action stemmed from the absence of a formidable partner. Having spent considerable time in this world, he was no longer the naive novice he once was, in any realm. Lacking personal strength to support oneself meant that even amassed wealth could not stave off the fate of being devoured by others. The age-old truth of the strong preying upon the weak persisted. Annie's emergence offered him the possibility of realizing all of this. It seems you have made ample preparations. Observing Zhou Yixian's confident demeanor, Thor felt a renewed sense of assurance. At the very least, the young man before him did not appear to be an impulsive fool. I believe we have a potential for collaboration. Thor's endorsement of Zhou Yixian's plan was not merely a result of his words. Rather, he discerned something unique within the proposal. Once the food delivery system was established, it would serve as an effective intelligence network, secure and discreet, capable of wielding immeasurable influence when necessary. This was the fundamental reason Thor valued Zhou Yixian's plan and sought to partner with him. Chapter 58. Xing and Bella after finalizing the collaboration details. Zhou Yixian declined Thor's invitation to dinner. The primary reason lies in the fact that Annie is a friend, and coupled with her father, Saul, the image of the three of them dining together conjured an inexplicable sense of strangeness within him. By the way, you will be contacted tomorrow. As he observed the retreating figure of Shun-Yi, Saul suddenly recalled something and spoke up. There will be a formal contract that requires your signature, which will signify the preliminary establishment of our collaboration. After all, we are a legitimate organization, and such procedures are essential. Acknowledged and understood. Shun-Yi felt a twinge in his lower back. When did the GM Army become a formal organization, and why was he oblivious to it all? In the newborn land. As the East Sea ranking battles intensified, it not only gave rise to numerous overnight sensations among popular players, but also attracted countless fervent fans eager to catch a glimpse of their idols. The throngs of people pouring in significantly stimulated the local economy. The East Sea ranking battles had evidently become a vital source of revenue for the newborn land. Numerous merchants in the area were astute enough to seize the opportunity, adorning their establishments with posters of the popular players from the ranking battles. Aishing and Bella formed a close-knit viewing duo, representing a minuscule reflection of the many newcomers to the newborn land. One Thursday afternoon in the year 1630 of the Hyuan calendar happened to be a truce day for the East Sea ranking battles. With a spirit of exploration, Aishing and Bella indulged in a delightful culinary journey around the newborn land. Taking advantage of the special open day at Gao Town, they reveled in the magnificent aristocratic mansions. And upon returning, they casually chose a beverage shop adorned with posters of their favorite players. They ordered 2 cups of local specialties and settled down, intending to discuss their plans for the afternoon. Gurgle, gurgle. No sooner had they sat down than Bella's stomach emitted a reasonable protest, seemingly reminding its owner that it was time to eat. To alleviate the awkwardness, Bella, with a slight blush, remarked, "I never expected the aristocratic mansions of the newborn land to be as beautiful as the rumors suggest. When will I also possess a mansion like that to make my life perfect? Hungry is hungry. Are you a pig? You had already eaten so much earlier." Knowing her friend all too well, Aishing was not swayed by Bella's act of feigned modesty. "Enough with the unrealistic fantasies. Can you not have a little less? I'm ignoring you. It's always like this." Bella pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction to Aishing. "What do you mean by unrealistic fantasies? Haven't you ever dreamt of one day owning a beautiful aristocratic mansion? Let us focus on what we should eat next." Aishing had certainly entertained such dreams, but so what? The very essence of a fantasy lies in its impracticality, so Aishing resolved to return to reality and first fill her pitiful stomach. Clearly, she too was hungry. Why should she be the one criticized? Bella still pouted, but upon hearing Aishing's suggestion, her expression instantly transformed, and she cheerfully exclaimed, "I've heard that the cakes from Zui's bakery in the freshman zone are exceptionally delicious. I want to try those." Zui? Aishing's mind raced back, recalling that name from somewhere. Could it be the bakery owned by Zui, the exceptional performer from the Disciples group? Perhaps so. Bella, seemingly indifferent, thought to herself that there was no need for the contestants to waste their energy on trivial matters. What truly mattered was the food. Who cares if it's not Annie's bakery? I'm not bothered by that. I simply want to enjoy cake. Let us go eat. Too sweet. I don't want any. However, I do know a fantastic ramen shop. Aishing coldly rejected Bella's proposal, making her preferences clear. Moreover, she added, and please, don't have a fondness for excessively cute contestants like Annie. Although Annie appears to possess a modicum of strength, it is rather abnormal for a girl to be enamored with such overly cute competitors. You're the one who's abnormal, Bella exclaimed, pressing her forehead in exasperation. Must I, like you, be drawn to a violent contestant like Zhou Yixian to be considered normal? As a girl, appreciating that type is the true deviation. Of course. Aishing selectively answered Bella's first inquiry, choosing to ignore the latter part of her statement. Then, a rare look of infatuation crossed Aishing's face as she spoke. Do you know? Master Zhou Yixian is currently a leading contender for the championship. And every victory has been achieved by tossing opponents out of the arena. It's a magnificent way to win. Master Zhou Yixian's combat style epitomizes the allure of battle, representing the aesthetic of violence. Ranked matches should indeed be this intense. I know. Bella had no intention of engaging Aishing in a debate about the so-called allure of combat. She recognized it would be futile. Observing Aishing's captivated expression, Bella waved her fingers and remarked, "Snap out of it. Let us be realistic. Combat has nothing to do with us. We should focus on what to eat next. I want to try Zhu's cakes. I want ramen." "No, you don't." "I absolutely do." "No way. We're having cake. Why should I listen to you? You cute weirdo. You must listen to me, you violent maniac." The duo, Bella and Aishing, engaged in a fierce debate over what to eat, their friendship teetering on the brink. Even as insults flew, neither party showed any sign of retreat. This was the unique battle style of women, where surrender was not an option. I'm ignoring you." Unable to persuade one another, both turned their heads away in unison, displaying a clear unwillingness to see each other, silently harboring their frustrations. After a considerable wait, the drinks they ordered arrived, indicating a minor disagreement between them. The attentive server placed the beverages before Bella and Aishing, inquiring gently about their situation. "It's nothing serious, merely a difference in food preferences," they hastily replied. Both still feeling a tinge of annoyance towards each other, yet reluctant to continue their quarrel in the presence of an outsider. We will reach a consensus soon enough. Thank you for your kindness. There's no need for concern regarding us. The vast expanse of the new land often made it challenging to simultaneously savor one's desired dishes. Recognizing their clear refusal for assistance, the server did not take offense but instead produced a small booklet from their pocket and placed it before them. I believe this might offer you some assistance. Once the server departed, Bella and Ashing finally had the opportunity to examine the small booklet that lay before them. At first glance, they were both captivated by the exquisite illustrations on its cover. What is this? A culinary guide to the new land? Bella, filled with curiosity, immediately picked up the booklet to flip through its pages. It contained an extensive compilation of various delicacies in the new land, complete with detailed descriptions of the establishments and photographs showcasing their interiors. With this, it certainly becomes much more convenient. I can find any place I desire to eat without worry, she mused. No more concerns for my mother about finding food. Wow, wow, wow. Bella suddenly exclaimed. Guess what I found? A review by Lady Annie. My choice was indeed correct. Even Lady Annie has praised the cake shop of Zhu Yi, claiming it to be one of the most delectable treats in the new land. Now, tell me, what more can you say? Snatching the booklet from Bella, Ashing swiftly began to search through its contents, as if in urgent pursuit of something. After a short while, Ashing's eyes lit up upon discovering what he sought, stating with satisfaction, "What's the big deal?" The renowned Ichiraka Ramen also boasts a review from Lord Xian, who declared it the best ramen in the new land. Therefore, our decision remains unchanged. We shall have ramen. I want cake. Lady Annie's recommendation cannot be wrong. I refuse to indulge in the food recommended by someone with such violent tastes. With Annie's favorable review, Zhu Yi's cake shop undoubtedly gained significant merit in Bella's eyes, further solidifying her choice. Anything that a quirky creature likes must be unappetizing. It's all just sweet, cloying treats. Ashing pushed Bella aside, who had nearly leaned over him with the booklet, but in that instant, she seemed to discover something. Wait, pass me the booklet. What do you want it for? Bella inquired, puzzled. I have made a significant discovery. Just hand it over. Here you are. Please do not damage it, for it bears the esteemed evaluation of Lady Annie, which I intend to keep as a cherished memento. Rest assured, I will not cause any harm. The appraisal from Lord Xian on Monday holds equal significance for me. Ashing took the booklet and meticulously examined the line of text beneath the cover that detailed the restaurant's information. As for the ordering phone number, I believe we need not complicate matters further. I have conceived a solution. What do you mean by your solution? Bella followed Ashing's gaze and naturally noticed the line of text beneath the cover, ruthlessly exposing the other's deception. Do you think I am blind? It is clearly written that if we select our desired dishes from the restaurant's menu displayed in the booklet and dial the ordering number to inform the establishment, they will promptly send someone to deliver the food to our location. All we need to contribute is a modest delivery fee. Chapter 59. Spicy Lobster. Bella and Ashing acquired the phone number from the restaurant and proceeded to follow the instructions in the booklet. First, they dialed the takeout number 888888. Hello, this is Dongfeng Takeout. How may I assist you? Not long after dialing, the two heard a melodious female voice on the line, warm and inviting, evoking an immediate sense of goodwill. We would like to order takeout. It is our first time trying something new, and we would like to have the cakes from Zhu's family and the ramen from Yao. All right, you wish to order from Zhu's family and Yao ramen, correct? The voice confirmed. Yes, precisely. Please let me know which items you would like. Having already chosen their meals, they listened as the voice on the line reiterated for confirmation. Just to confirm, are these the items you wish to order? Indeed, they responded. Excellent, your order has been confirmed. We will promptly contact the restaurant to prepare your desired food, and shortly, one of our delivery personnel will bring it to your specified location. After completing the ordering process, the voice spoke again. Congratulations, you are the first customers of Dongfeng Takeout. We will prepare a small gift for you, which will be delivered alongside your order. Finally, we wish you a delightful dining experience. Is that all there is to it? After hanging up, the two still felt a sense of unreality. They had never imagined that dining could be such a simple affair. With just one phone call, someone would bring the food they desired directly to them. Do you think we might be deceived? Bella pondered, increasingly intrigued, as she considered the possibility of being kidnapped for revealing their whereabouts. Do you possess any value worth kidnapping? You are but a poor person. Please adopt the perspective befitting one of your means. Ashing cast a sidelong glance at Bella, utterly amazed by her vivid imagination. He comforted her, saying, even if all of this is mere fiction, we stand to lose nothing. Have you invested a single Bailey? Indeed. It seemed they were the very first customers, destined to receive a special gift. Bella finally felt a sense of reassurance, her heart stirring with a hint of anticipation as she inquired, "What do you think this special gift might be?" "Let us wait patiently. The answer shall reveal itself shortly." Observing Xing's demeanor, Bella felt a tinge of self-deprecation and chose to remain silent. Like Xing, she began to fiddle with the straw in her drink, quietly observing the ebb and flow of the crowd outside the beverage shop. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of motorcycles shattered their reverie, interrupting the stillness they had embraced. As the noise intensified, the crowd outside ignited into a frenzy, their excitement palpable, punctuated by bursts of delighted shrieks. Is there chaos unfolding outside? Why has the crowd become so frenzied? Bella asked, perplexed. How could I possibly know? Yet, I sense that the throngs of people are converging towards us, Xing replied. Only to realize that his intuition was indeed correct. The commotion was very real. At the heart of the pandemonium lay something irresistibly alluring, drawing the outer masses ever closer. The surging crowd, compelled by an unknown magnetism, relentlessly pushed towards the small shop where Bella and Xing were situated. As the tumult gradually subsided, the two finally discerned the center of the throng, where two individuals, painstakingly navigating through the sea of people with their packages in hand, approached them. With determined strides, they managed to carve a narrow path through the throng. Are you the ones who ordered takeout? The delivery personnel finally emerged from the tumult, standing before Xing and Bella. I suppose so, they replied, still dazed by the earlier commotion, unable to comprehend how a simple food order could incite such chaos. The two were oblivious to the appearances of the delivery workers, their eyes cast downward to protect the precious packages they cradled. When Bella and Xing were drawn to the delivery workers' voices and finally lifted their gazes, they found themselves rendered speechless, their minds momentarily blank. The four of them locked eyes, time seemingly standing still. Even the air around them felt suspended. After what seemed like several seconds, Bella and Xing gradually regained their senses. Xing, please hit me. I need to confirm that this isn't a dream. Ah, that hurts. This is no dream. You hit me too. I fear I may still be dreaming. As Xing finally began to feel the sensation of pain, the two were convinced that everything before them was not merely a figment of their imagination. Oh. Bella and Xing let out the most resounding screams they had ever emitted since their births. It's truly you, Lord Zhou Yixian. I adore you. After the outburst, Xing, with the swiftness of a tiger pouncing on its prey, enveloped Zhou Yixian in her embrace, terrified that this reality might dissolve into a dream. If it were indeed a dream, then perhaps a touch of madness was permissible, for she would eventually awaken. Hearing the labored breaths emanating from her embrace, Xing quickly realized that she had held Zhou Yixian for too long and hastily released her grip, apologizing. I'm sorry. I simply couldn't help myself. My affection for you, Lord Yixian, overwhelmed me. It's quite all right, Zhou Yixian replied, taking several deep breaths of the fresh air, savoring the previous soft touch. There is no need to apologize. I don't find it bothersome at all. Some might not find it bothersome. Rather, they might even wish for another embrace. And, witnessing Zhou Yixian's look of pure enjoyment, momentarily forgot her duties and exclaimed, let us not forget why we are here. Wow, it's truly Lady N. Bella, slightly delayed in her reaction, chimed in, Lady, and you are undeniably adorable, even in your speech. Thank you for the compliment. You are quite lovely yourself. And began to praise Bella, but quickly realized the mismatch, as Bella possessed the visage of an aloof beauty. She swiftly amended her words. What an odd pairing indeed. The fervently infatuated Xing, besotted with its cuteness, alongside Bella, who bore the countenance of a cool, sophisticated lady, while the violent Xing, enamored with Zhou Yixian, possessed a youthful face coupled with a rather fierce demeanor. Not at all. Clearly, Lady N is more beautiful. Not really. You are also quite charming. Bella insisted. Your takeout has arrived, Zhou Yixian interjected, unable to endure the mutual flattery between and in Bella. She unwrapped the parcel in her hands and placed the food before Bella and Xing, declaring, I am Dongfeng Takeout Delivery number 001, wishing you both a delightful meal. Yes, since it's takeout from Lord Yixian, I assure you I will leave nothing behind. Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Me too. I promise to consume every last bite of the takeout from Lady Anne. Bella echoed, thus, immersed in the overwhelming joy of encountering their idols. Bella and Xing seemed to forget something of great importance. The four of them fell once again into an eerie silence. What takeout? I haven't heard anything about it. Didn't Lord Zhou Yixian just say she is Dongfeng Takeout Delivery number 001? It must be a budding industry, one that delivers food directly to you. The two young girls felt incredibly fortunate to meet such influential figures as Zhou Yixian and in this new realm, who had personally brought them their meals. I am not concerned with that. I wish to know where I can order takeout. It appears rather appealing. Having someone deliver the desired meal right to one's doorstep certainly saves a great deal of effort. As the four lapsed into silence, the surrounding crowd began to murmur softly, suddenly intrigued by the mention of takeout by Zhou Yixian. Our takeout has arrived for the two of you. Noticing the dazed expressions of the two, Zhou Yixian felt compelled to remind them, please first settle the cost of your order and the delivery fee. Upon hearing this reminder, Bella and Ashing recalled their previous actions. Ashing hastily retrieved his wallet, pulling out all his money without even glancing at it, placing it into Zhou Yixian's hands. Esteemed Yixian, do you truly need this much money? Is this sufficient? It's all for you. Such a sum is unnecessary. Merely the order and delivery fees will suffice. Zhou Yixian confirmed the amount and returned the excess with a pained expression, stating, the Elizabeth family has never lacked for wealth. Whether anyone believes such words remains uncertain. You should hurry and eat. The food will become unpalatable once it cools, advised Annie, embodying the spirit of a true foodie. Reminding Bella and Ashing to focus more on the food itself. Lady Annie, as the inaugural customers of Dongfeng Takeout, should we not receive a special gift? Bella suddenly expressed great anticipation for this unique token upon seeing Annie. Nearly forgot, my apologies. The enthusiastic demeanor of the two young ladies momentarily made Zhou Yixian overlook this detail. He quickly rummaged through the package and presented a fragrant dish. This is our special gift for you, spicy crayfish. I hope you will enjoy it. Merely being a takeout company could not satisfy Zhou Yixian's grand ambitions. He resolved to leverage the establishment of the takeout network to introduce countless culinary delights from Huaxia into this world. After all, food enthusiasts are the primary driving force of the global economy. In a report he had encountered in his previous life, it was stated that Huaxia food lovers alone contributed trillions in consumption just from purchasing desserts each year. It is evident that food lovers, in their pursuit of culinary delights, can effortlessly create vast commercial empires, making it impossible for him to forsake such a tremendous opportunity. Chapter 60. The first showcase isn't this just about eating crayfish? Can one truly consume this? Ashing instantly recognized the spicy crayfish mentioned by Zhou Yixian, which had become a rampant phenomenon in the East China Sea. Even when food is personally delivered by a leisurely gentleman, Ashing harbored similar doubts. The inhabitants of the East Sea possessed scant knowledge regarding the fighting shrimp. Initially, fishermen would occasionally discover these intriguing little creatures entangled in their nets during their seafaring endeavors. This species, a rare red lobster seldom seen in the ocean, is significantly smaller than other varieties of lobsters. The reason for its intriguing nature lies solely in its innate lack of fear whenever a creature approaches. It defiantly raises its two formidable claws, launching an aggressive display even against the mightiest of sea dominators, the king of the ocean. Despite its diminutive size, it exhibits an unmatched bravery, rendering it quite fascinating. It is this characteristic that led fishermen to christen it as the fighting shrimp. However, it wasn't long before local fishermen grew weary of the fighting shrimp, as it soon became a source of immense frustration. The shrimp's rapid reproduction rate, coupled with its extraordinary audacity, allowed this species to swiftly dominate the waters of the East Sea. Countless marine organisms fell victim to the fighting shrimp's relentless onslaught, significantly diminishing the fishermen's income. The plight was not confined to fishermen alone. Numerous cities along the East Sea found themselves grappling with the invasion as well. They discovered that the fighting shrimp could not only thrive in the ocean, but could also adapt to ordinary lakes and streams. In a bid to eradicate the fighting shrimp, the people of the East Sea exerted considerable effort in arduous struggles, yet their attempts yielded little success, perhaps due to a divergence in thought. They never considered the possibility of eliminating the species through consumption. After all, with this sudden invasive creature, no one was well acquainted with it nor aware of its potential toxicity, resulting in no one daring to attempt it. On a serendipitous occasion, Zhou Yixian discovered that the newborn land was also experiencing an incursion of the species known as the fighting shrimp. Through investigation, he found that the fighting shrimp bore a remarkable resemblance to the immensely popular crayfish of his previous life, and indeed, possessed even more advantages. Unlike crayfish, which predominantly inhabit freshwater environments, Fighting shrimp primarily thrive in marine ecosystems, feeding chiefly on fish. Consequently, their living conditions are significantly cleaner than those of crayfish, alleviating concerns regarding heavy metal contamination from consumption. Furthermore, fighting shrimp are notably larger, with the smallest individuals weighing around 15 to 16 grams, which generally exceeds the size of crayfish. Most importantly, due to their lifelong engagement in relentless battles, the flesh of fighting shrimp is firmer and more delectable than that of crayfish. While many might perceive fighting shrimp as a troublesome issue to Zhou Yixian, the Eastern Sea was teeming with these creatures, resembling an abundance of moving treasures. This is why Zhou Yixian chose to use spicy crayfish as a gateway to introduce the culinary delights of his homeland to this new world of gastronomes. The most significant aspect is that he could acquire a continuous supply of ingredients without incurring any costs. Whenever he expressed a need, he could simply stroll through the fishing hubs of the newborn land, where countless fishermen would rush to him, hauling nets brimming with fighting shrimp, personally delivering them into his hands. Some would even assist in packing the shrimp into the containers he had brought along. At present, Zhou Yixian could hardly conceive of a more lucrative enterprise. It was indeed a venture promising boundless profits, with no concerns over ingredient or transportation costs. Remarkably, even the transportation of the fighting shrimp was managed by dedicated personnel who would deliver them to Zhou Yixian's specified location. This unexpected turn of events could be regarded as a delightful surprise. Reflecting on previous discussions regarding invasive species and the proposals made by culinary enthusiasts in his homeland, Zhou Yixian approached the municipal officials of the newborn land with his intention to purchase fighting shrimp. Upon hearing his proposal, the officials, initially incredulous, confirmed their understanding and ultimately decided that as long as Zhou Yixian could assist them in resolving this vexing issue, he need not worry about anything else. To support Zhou Yixian, the officials mobilized all available personnel to launch a grand operation to capture shrimp throughout the newborn land. Consequently, these fighting shrimp were continuously transported to a newly established food company in the region. As for Zhou Yixian's motives for acquiring such a large quantity of fighting shrimp, the municipal officials were not particularly concerned. They were simply eager to see the species vanish from their sight. Initially brimming with confidence in his spicy crayfish venture, Zhou Yixian now faced a minor predicament. Observing Xing's reluctance to take action, he began to doubt whether the tastes of this realm might diverge significantly from those of his homeland. Fearing that the highly acclaimed debut of spicy crayfish in this pirate dimension might falter. What seems to be the problem? He inquired. On Monday, Yixian found himself compelled to put forth considerable effort for his debut dish of spicy crayfish, for its success would determine the smooth progression of his future plans. As for the ingredients, there was absolutely no concern. They were freshly sourced live crayfish, prepared on the spot for all to sample. The issue did not lie with the ingredients, but rather with Xing's uncertainty about whether she could bring herself to eat the crayfish. She whispered to herself, a bit anxious, fearing that her reluctance might displease Yixian. Reassuring herself that everything was for Yixian, Xing finally summoned the courage to grasp a crayfish with her chopsticks, her expression resolute like a warrior facing her fate, slowly bringing the creature to her lips. Wait, Yixian interjected. Finally, I don't have to eat it, Xing thought, instantly releasing her grip on the chopsticks and returning the crayfish to its container. That is not how you eat spicy crayfish, Yixian remarked, donning the dining gloves that had been prepared in advance. He then personally demonstrated the correct method for savoring the dish. First, he ensured the dining gloves were properly worn. Then, he picked up a crayfish, gently twisted its tail, and dipped the already split tail into the sauce before savoring it. On Monday, after completing the necessary tasks, Zhou Yixian gently scooped up the sauce that dripped from the shrimp tails with one hand and delicately offered the shrimp tail to Xing's lips. How is it? Does it taste good? Zhou Yixian felt uncertain about the success of the spicy crayfish debut, anxiously observing Xing as she chewed, hoping to glean some insightful feedback from her expression. However, after a prolonged observation, Zhou Yixian could not decipher any indication of whether it was delicious or not. Tears streamed down Xing's face, a manifestation of her overwhelming joy. The sheer delight of being fed by her idol left her incapable of rational thought. She merely continued to chew mechanically, the flavor becoming a trivial concern. Why are you crying? If it doesn't taste good, there's no need to force it, Zhou Yixian exclaimed, hastily producing some tissues to wipe Xing's tears. No, please don't touch me. Xing firmly rejected Zhou Yixian's kind gesture, not out of reluctance, but rather out of fear that she might faint from the intense wave of happiness coursing through her. On Monday, Xian stood awkwardly in place, clutching a piece of tissue, uncertain of how to proceed, particularly lacking experience in dealing with girls. "Please, don't cry. You can wipe your own tears," he said, accepting the tissue from Xian. Aixing dried her tears and explained, "It is not that I dislike you, Xian. I am simply overwhelmed with happiness and have yet to adjust." In that moment, Aixing felt that life was indeed worthwhile. "Allow me to assist," and interjected, pushing Xian aside, realizing that continuing in this manner would yield no constructive feedback. The success of the crayfish debut not only hinged on Xian's plans but also on its finances. Should the launch of the crayfish falter, and would face considerable distress. After all, her household lacked surplus provisions. Otherwise, upon learning of her father's collaboration with Xian, she wouldn't have volunteered to join in the first place. Earning money was essential to enjoying delicious food. "How does the spicy crayfish taste?" and inquired. "I'm not quite sure. I forgot," Aixing responded. In the presence of Annie, Aixing felt entirely at ease. Yet she couldn't help but feel embarrassed for not contributing to the inquiry about the crayfish's flavor, which she assumed was Xian's responsibility. "Let me do it," Bella volunteered, eager to seize the opportunity, adding, "But I need you, Lady Anne, to feed me so I can cooperate fully." Bella certainly knew how to seize the moment, ordinarily, and would never feed anyone, often lamenting that there wasn't enough for herself. However, with work at stake, one must act without choice. "I can feed you, but you must cooperate fully," and stipulated. Receiving an affirmative response like Xian before her, she donned gloves and expertly peeled a crayfish for Bella, indicating that and had indulged in this delicacy more than once. Bella exaggeratedly opened her mouth, biting down on the crayfish tail held by Anne. By some strange twist of fate, as her tongue brushed against Anne's fingers, she exclaimed, "I'm so sorry, Lady Anne, that was unintentional." Fearing Anne's displeasure, Bella hurriedly explained, her eyes welling with tears. "I understand. Don't worry," and reassured her, sensing Bella's discomfort and acknowledging that the gesture was born from affection. "This time, make sure to savor the flavor of the crayfish. Unlike Aixing, don't forget to provide complete feedback." Hearing Anne's words, Bella understood that this was not the time for conversation, quickly covering her mouth, fearful that the crayfish in her mouth might fall out and waste Anne's kindness. Chapter 61. Paired with beer, what is the taste like? Anne asked, observing Bella swallow the last bite of the sizable crayfish tail. "Delicious," Bella replied. Without hesitation, Bella promptly replied, "It is not due to Lady Annie. It is genuinely delicious and perfectly suits my palate." The vibrant, crimson exterior of the spicy crayfish, with its tender, succulent flesh and intense spiciness, tantalized her taste buds. Bella, indulging for the first time, found herself utterly captivated by the dish. Eager for more, she swiftly retrieved another crayfish from the container, awkwardly peeling it as per Annie's prior instructions, and placed it into her mouth, exclaiming in satisfaction, "Indeed, it is as delightful as I expected," igniting an irresistible desire to keep tasting. Once assured that her taste buds had not erred, Bella continued her endeavor, peeling several more, filling her mouth to the brim. Much to the neglect of Annie, who observed from the side, the allure of the spicy crayfish evident. "How can you do this? This was personally delivered to me by Sir Xian." Astounded by the rapid diminishment of the spicy crayfish before her, Aixing felt a twinge of discontent. "Don't eat so quickly. I haven't had any yet. You have enough from Sir Xian. You don't need this." Bella continued her relentless peeling, unfazed. "And what of your Lady Annie? This is Sir Xian's heartfelt offering. I intend to consume it all." Aixing joined the fray for the spicy crayfish, and in that moment, both completely forgot the modesty expected of young ladies, splattering sauce everywhere in their struggle. "Bella, you must stop. You have eaten more than enough." "I refuse," Bella countered defiantly. Witnessing the scene, Annie and Sir Xian exchanged knowing smiles. They understood that no further feedback was necessary. Bella and Aixing's reactions were the finest testament to the dish's allure. Annie cast a look of approval towards Sir Xian, contemplating that despite his propensity for chaos, he possessed many commendable traits. At least in Annie's eyes, his whimsical culinary inventions were undeniably delightful, with the spicy crayfish merely one among his many creations. On Monday, Xian observed the initial success of the spicy crayfish, and the tension in his heart finally eased. It felt as though a vast culinary empire was taking shape in his hands, with promising prospects ahead. Alas, the pain! Aixing, in his haste to peel the crayfish, exerted too much force and accidentally turned a fingernail back, eliciting a cry of discomfort. The spicy crayfish is indeed delectable, yet the peeling process is rather cumbersome. How wonderful it would be if someone could do it for me. Should the need arise, our delivery service can certainly provide this assistance. Annie could never comprehend why Cien insisted on training so many crayfish peelers in advance. To her, it seemed a sheer waste of resources. She believed that the true enjoyment of spicy crayfish lay in the act of peeling them personally before savoring each bite. Our company boasts a team of professionally trained peelers who can cater to this demand. However, I still advise against it, as this may compromise the texture of the crayfish. She stated. Annie was not merely fabricating. She had indeed attempted to have someone else peel the crayfish for her, allowing her to simply await the feast. Though this saved her considerable hassle, she was astounded to discover that while the flavor remained unchanged, there was an undeniable sense that the crayfish did not taste as exquisite as though she had peeled herself. As a true food enthusiast, Annie sought the perfect culinary experience. Henceforth, she resolved never to allow anyone else to peel crayfish for her again, and in the process, honed her own peeling skills to rival those of professional peelers. Consequently, Cien could not resist teasing Annie, suggesting that if she ever found herself destitute, her remarkable peeling ability could earn her a living. Given all this, you ought to express your gratitude to me, the one who discovered your hidden talent. Ah, it's so spicy, I can't take it anymore, Bella exclaimed, having indulged in the crayfish to such an extent that she overlooked its heat. She began to gasp for breath, disregarding her composure, sticking out her tongue and fanning it with her hands in an attempt to alleviate the fiery sensation that coursed through her body. Indeed, it is delicious, but far too spicy to consume in excess, she concurred. Xing also paused in her actions, sensing that if she continued, she would surely suffer a stomachache later. You might want to try this, Cien suggested, retrieving a bottle of beer from his backpack and placing it before Bella and Xing. You two should be able to manage a bit of beer. Pairing it with spicy crayfish not only helps alleviate the heat, but also creates a delightful combination. Is it really all right? Bella asked, glancing at Xing, who seemed utterly entranced by Cien, as she unhesitatingly took a swig of the beer, her heart filled with concern. We can have a little, but if we get drunk. There's no need for concern. I assure you both of your safety. Annie scanned the surroundings. In this unfamiliar territory, few organizations could offer such guarantees. Yet Annie exuded confidence in her assurance. If necessary, we can personally escort you back to your hotel. Really? Bella and Xing expressed their surprise with exclamations of inquiry. Naturally, Zhou Yixian did not wish for any unforeseen complications to arise in his plans. If anything unfortunate were to occur to these two because of him, he would not permit it. If you wish to drink, do so in moderation. With no worries lingering in her mind, Bella seized a beer and took a swig. To her astonishment, she found that the spiciness had significantly diminished as the beer slid down her throat. She peeled a small crayfish and, while savoring it, took another sip of beer. It was as if she had discovered a new world. She exclaimed, "Indeed, pairing crayfish with beer creates an inexplicable harmony. Although I cannot articulate what is different, the combination seems to perform a miraculous transformation. They are a perfect match, enhancing the flavor of both." With the beer's soothing effect, Bella and Xing felt the fiery heat of the spicy crayfish had lessened considerably, allowing them to indulge further in their culinary competition. As our company's first customers, we have prepared an ample supply of crayfish for you, Zhou Yixian remarked, observing the two as they vied for more. Like a magician, he retrieved several portions of crayfish from his bag and placed them before them. To cater to varying tastes, we also offer crayfish in different flavors. This garlic version is milder in spice. Should you find the heat intolerable, we have steamed crayfish, which is completely non-spicy, I assure you. After presenting the steamed crayfish, Zhou Yixian produced a dipping dish containing a bit of vinegar and placed it in front of Bella and Xing, stating, "The steamed crayfish can be paired with a dipping sauce according to your preference. Regrettably, our current offerings are a bit limited to just vinegar. However, if you visit our dedicated crayfish restaurant, you will find a diverse array of dipping sauces to tantalize your taste buds." With delectable food before them, Bella and Xing momentarily set aside their idol worship, responding somewhat dismissively to the bustling Zhou Yixian. The best remedy for a lack of appetite is to dine with someone who relishes their meal. With the charming presence of Bella and Xing, Zhou Yixian and Annie took the opportunity to unveil more pre-prepared crayfish from their package and began to market them to the gathering crowd. Today marks the grand opening of our company. and we have prepared a generous quantity of crayfish for you to sample. Many onlookers, observing Bella and Aishing indulging with delight, felt their appetites stirred. Upon seeing Annie and Zhou Yixian approaching with a bounty of crayfish, they eagerly accepted the gloves handed out and emulated the peeling of crayfish, sending the succulent morsels to their mouths. Please, may I have another spicy crayfish? The onlookers who made such demands are evidently enthusiasts of spicy cuisine. By the way, could you kindly send me a beer? I can cover the delivery fee. Some spectators, recalling the delightful theory of pairing spicy crayfish with beer, found themselves irresistibly tempted to indulge. They were fully aware that the beverage shop did not serve beer, yet they did not wish to miss the opportunity for a complimentary tasting. Given the fervor with which the crowd clamored, they feared that should they return with their own beer, there might be no broth left for them. Thus, they quickly adopted the takeaway suggestion made earlier. All right, I will prepare it right away. The proprietor, initially startled by the sudden influx of patrons, quickly recognized the potential for profit, thereby discarding the principle of not selling beer at a beverage store. He promptly instructed his staff and dashed out to procure beer. The spicy crayfish was indeed too fiery for my delicate stomach to endure. However, the steamed crayfish was quite delectable. Though I am not particularly fond of the taste of vinegar, it would be wonderful to have alternative flavors. Those who dislike spicy food and vinegar expressed their disappointment. Did you not hear their conversation? You can simply visit a specialized crayfish shop where numerous dipping sauces await. One individual, who had been attentively monitoring the situation, offered a gentle reminder. I am aware of that, but where can one find a specialized crayfish shop? The onlookers continued their discourse, seemingly in a new land, having yet to encounter such establishments. I, however, was indifferent to this. I was curious whether, in future takeout orders, there would be popular competitors from the ranking battles personally delivering the meals. This was a remark from an ardent fan of the ranking battles. Stay tuned. In response to the enthusiastic inquiries of the crowd, Annie and Zhou Yixian spoke mysteriously. For now, crayfish can only be obtained through takeout, as our company is conducting a lottery to gift lucky individuals with this delicacy. Is that the only option? Indeed, the inaugural appearance of the crayfish was a resounding success, leaving countless individuals grappling with their inability to indulge freely, as Annie and Zhou Yixian gracefully exited the scene with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 62. The formation of an industry chain. If the world of pirates had trending topics, it would be difficult to ascertain what they might be. However, in the new land, the trending topics were undoubtedly dominated by takeout and crayfish, with even the recently heated East Sea ranking battles relegated to a distant third. The streets of the new land were abuzz with individuals searching for fortunate souls who had won crayfish through takeout. Many affluent tourists waved their belly, eagerly purchasing the coveted crayfish vouchers at high prices. Many visitors, unfamiliar with the recent events surrounding the crayfish craze at beverage shops, found themselves perplexed. They felt as though they had missed out on something significant and sought clarification through various channels about what exactly crayfish were. With the efforts of those in the know, the intricate history and background of crayfish finally came to light. Humans possess a tendency to follow trends, and many newcomers to this vibrant locale, influenced by the crayfish phenomenon, eagerly joined the search for these delicacies. In a short span, the price of crayfish in Luoyang surged, with discussions about them permeating conversations everywhere. It seemed that one could not engage in dialogue without acknowledging the current fervor surrounding crayfish. The related food delivery services naturally garnered increasing attention. Initially, many were hesitant to embrace this novel concept, ordering takeout merely in hopes of being fortunate enough to win a free serving of crayfish. Even those indifferent to the dish contemplated reselling it to those keen on acquiring it, securing a tidy profit in the process. As more individuals began utilizing food delivery services, the residents of this burgeoning locale discovered that their lives had become significantly more convenient. Whether due to the fatigue of a long workday, a lack of enthusiasm for cooking, or inclement weather preventing them from venturing outside, many found themselves compelled to seek sustenance. The emergence of food delivery alleviated the long-standing dilemma of mealtime. No longer must one brave the elements. With just a phone call and a modest delivery fee, one could have their desired meal brought directly to their doorstep. Particularly among the younger demographic, food delivery has received fervent acclaim, quickly becoming the preferred solution for dining needs, gradually eclipsing even the fervor for crayfish. When the crayfish craze eventually wanes, one certainty remains: this burgeoning food delivery industry will seamlessly integrate into the daily lives of the locals, becoming an indispensable part of their routines. President, is that not permissible? Zhu Yi lamented, having removed the somewhat cumbersome motorcycle helmet, as he expressed his grievances to Zhou Yixian, who lounged comfortably on the modest sofa in the Dongfeng delivery office. Everyone in this new place is discussing delivery and crayfish, surely that suffices. As I have ranked matches tomorrow. Zhu Yi's complaint echoed the sentiments of many members of the Hanmin Society. The members, busy organizing their delivery orders, paused their tasks to gaze at Zhou Yixian, who had shifted into a more relaxed position on the sofa. When Zhou Yixian founded the delivery company, many members were enticed by the prospect of supplementing their household income significantly. Numerous members of economically challenged families have been lured into the food delivery industry by the allure of quick earnings, becoming weary delivery personnel. As remarked by Zhou Yixian, the seemingly insignificant delivery fees, when accumulated, can amount to a considerable income, alleviating some of the financial burdens faced by these individuals. However, they have gradually come to realize that with the increasing popularity of the delivery sector, their own workloads have intensified, leaving them with scant time even for meals. This situation poses a significant strain on those from humble backgrounds who are still growing and juggling academic responsibilities. While earning money is crucial, they are acutely aware that their primary focus must remain on their studies, aspiring to become exemplary naval soldiers or even distinguished naval officers. Thus, they collectively express a desire to ease their involvement in the delivery business. Hold on, just a little longer, I assure you, Zhou Yixian responded to the group. Initially, he had no intention of making the members from humble backgrounds the backbone of the delivery team. His objective was merely to leverage the star effect of the Donghai ranking battles to promote the delivery service. Now that the delivery company has gained traction, there is no longer a need to exploit these unfortunate youths. Continuing down this path would be tantamount to misusing their potential. You said so before, Zoli noted. Observing Zhou Yixian's serious demeanor, understanding that his friend would honor his word, he swallowed his concerns. Then I shall endure a bit longer, seizing this opportunity to earn a little extra. My father rises early every day to bake cakes, and I wish to lighten his burdens. That brings me joy. Zoli recognized the significance of the delivery company to Zhou Yixian and, as a friend, he stifled the anxieties of the members from humble backgrounds under the pretense of alleviating his father's load. How is the preparation coming along? Zhou Yixian cast a grateful glance at Zoli before turning to Annie. All issues should be resolved, correct? Rest assured, everything is in order, Annie, one of the decision-makers, assured him. She was well aware of the situation Zhou Yixian referred to, as his father had already arranged for numerous personnel to ensure the smooth operation of the delivery business. That's good to hear, Zhou Yixian nodded, feeling reassured by Annie's guarantee. This was one of the pivotal reasons he chose to collaborate with Sol. It significantly reduced unnecessary complications. The burgeoning popularity of an industry inevitably attracts a multitude of envious followers. Many vendors in the emerging market, seeing the success of crayfish dishes, are eager to introduce their own offerings. However, when they approached the fishing community in search of sourcing crayfish, they encountered obstacles. The fishermen uniformly declined their purchasing requests, and even with increased offers, their demands went unheeded. Certainly, buyers may opt to venture out to sea for their catches, as casting a net in any suitable spot would likely yield a bountiful harvest of crawfish. Many buyers have considered this approach and are eager to put it into practice. However, they are once again met with an obstacle. After traversing every corner of the newborn land, they were perplexed to discover that there were no fishing vessels available for lease or sale, all having been acquired by the Dongfeng Delivery Company. To monopolize an industry inevitably invites the ire of competitors. Although the rise of the delivery sector has bolstered the businesses of numerous establishments, human nature is characterized by insatiability. Countless frustrated buyers recalled their distant noble relatives and sought to exert pressure through the local aristocracy in hopes of securing a supply of crawfish. In the eyes of the Four Seas Society, maritime trade during the age of exploration is undoubtedly the most lucrative venture, out of a sense of noble pride. They disdain competing with Elizabeth, a fallen royal, particularly in an industry that may not seem noble, yet no one would reject the prospect of abundant wealth. Many lesser nobles began to plot, attempting to exert pressure on Zhou Yixian through various channels, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by Sol. The pressure exerted by these lesser nobles was not without effect. At the very least, they gained insider information indicating that a sufficient supply of crawfish would soon be delivered to the buyers, although they would have to wait a while longer. Receiving a definitive answer, the invisible storm in the newborn land dissipated quietly. When do you intend to commence the supply of raw crawfish? And inquired with concern. as they had accumulated an excessive amount of raw materials. Even with the newly established processing plant operating around the clock, it seemed improbable that they could fully consume the stock. Moreover, has your so-called hunger marketing not yet achieved the anticipated results? We can begin supplying shortly, Zhou Yixian replied, offering a reassuring expression. The crawfish stores can soon open, and we will possess the highest quality raw materials. Even with competing products in the market, we shall emerge as the industry leader. From the outset, Zhou Yixian had no intention of monopolizing the crawfish business entirely. He understood that to forge a complete industrial chain, relying solely on himself and the forces behind Annie would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Moreover, the introduction of crawfish was merely the initial step in his grand scheme for the culinary invasion of Huaxia. It was imperative to foster numerous downstream participants, enabling more individuals to reap profits within this industrial chain, thus allowing it to take shape genuinely. The more prosperous an industry becomes, the more individuals are inclined to safeguard its integrity, refusing to tolerate any interference that could jeopardize their interests. It is truly perplexing how such peculiar thoughts could occupy your mind. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Annie was disinclined to ponder these vexing matters any further, trusting that Zhou Yixian would handle everything, as long as delectable food was assured. What is of utmost importance is whether those whimsical culinary ideas of yours can indeed succeed. You need not concern yourself with that, you gluttonous girl. Annie's inquiry struck Zhou Yixian as an affront, not just to him personally, but to the entirety of Huaxia's culinary heritage. Did you think all those years as a delivery man were in vain? I possess an abundance of unique culinary secrets gleaned from my time mingling with chefs and kitchens. While I, Zhou Yixian, may face defeat, the culinary prowess of Huaxia shall never falter. This is a matter of national pride for every child of Huaxia, and it is beyond question. Chapter 63. The tide has turned. Was it truly necessary to become suddenly irate over a mere expression of concern? Observing Zhou Yixian's fearsome demeanor, Annie felt as though she had committed an unforgivable error, her tone faltering as she muttered a few words. I am quite curious about how Bella and Xing relate to your plans, especially as you have deliberately retained their contact information. It appears you are nothing short of a lecher, seeking to flirt under the guise of work. One thing Annie had to concede was that Bella and Xing were indeed quite attractive in appearance. Were she a man, she would certainly wish to approach them. Nevertheless, Annie still felt a twinge of irritation. After all, Zhou Yixian's sudden anger towards her was unwarranted. She merely wished to tease him in playful retribution. This matter ties into my next plan. Zhou Yixian knew Annie well. In her mind, only the prospect of food could truly capture her attention. It could not possibly be jealousy or any such thing, he explained, stating that it was not yet the right time to enact this plan, as there were still issues to be resolved and preparations to be made. I recall that our first crawfish restaurant is set to open today, is it not? Upon hearing Zhou Yixian's response, Annie decided not to pursue the issue any further. Glancing at the wall clock, she remarked, "It is nearly evening. A perfect moment to assess the success of your hunger marketing strategy. So soon? Is it indeed today? Recently, I have been so busy that I lost track of time. It was not until Anne reminded me that I suddenly realized it was indeed today. Since there was nothing else to prepare, I suggested we go and take a look." By the time Anne and I arrived at the crayfish restaurant on Central Street, the sky had darkened slightly. Amidst the gray clouds, a few scattered stars could be seen, hanging in the high sky, appearing somewhat solitary. However, I was aware that this was the peak dining hour. Sure enough, as soon as we reached the place, Anne was taken aback by the scene before her. Despite her effort to overestimate the allure of the crayfish, the actual excitement surpassed her expectations. The restaurant, designed to my specifications, featured a luxurious 3-story layout, with ample glass walls that ensured excellent lighting and provided diners with a splendid view, allowing them to relish their meals while admiring the scenery of this vibrant locale. More notably, the roof was designed in the shape of a lively crayfish, its 2 large claws raised high as if to welcome the diners' arrival. Standing below, and could see through the glass walls the waitstaff maneuvering through the crowd with great difficulty, balancing trays laden with crayfish, and as soon as they were set down, they would swiftly turn to serve another table. The sight of the busy, sweat-drenched servers and the diners, their faces flushed with delight as they indulged, painted a vivid picture of bustling enthusiasm. Yet, that was not the main attraction. To exude grandeur, the restaurant had constructed a large plaza at its entrance. At this moment, Anne looked around and noticed that the plaza was already teeming with a dense crowd, all seemingly moving in unison towards the crayfish restaurant. Is this what you call hunger marketing? And found it hard to believe, momentarily lost in thought. She had never imagined that such a simple strategy could yield such astonishing results. As you can see, I regarded and with a look of affectionate bewilderment, as if to say she had never encountered anything like this before. I think we have succeeded, I mused. It seems so, she replied, still in awe of the spectacle before her. In her mind, no matter how delectable the food, it should not incite such fervor. Eventually, and noticed the way I was looking at her, as if to say that while I may have employed a few clever tactics, she too had played a crucial role in this success. Indeed, you are the best, I nodded in acknowledgement. The scene unfolding before us was anticipated. In my previous life, hunger marketing had been overexploited by larger businesses. Yet, despite this, countless consumers continued to fall for it, eagerly snatching up so-called limited edition products. To put it plainly, employing this tactic is quite simple. However, one must ensure that the foundation of their product is robust. Otherwise, recklessly resorting to scarcity marketing could lead to disastrous outcomes. Customer 926, please proceed to table A06, where a delightful serving of crawfish awaits you. Just as Annie intended to confront Monday with a retort regarding his demeanor, she was abruptly interrupted by the sudden announcement reverberating through the square. What does this mean? Annie inquired with curiosity, having never witnessed such an innovative approach from a newcomer establishment. Is 926 a significant number, allowing for early dining? Before Monday could elucidate, an eager bystander overheard their exchange and interjected. Are you two also planning to enjoy some crawfish? I suppose that's the case, Annie hesitated. Then you must hurry to the front desk to collect your number. Otherwise, the wait will be meaningless, no matter how long it takes. It was then that Monday observed a warm-hearted woman beside Annie, patiently elucidating the dining rules. Look, this little slip of paper with the corresponding number indicates your place in the dining sequence. After showing Annie the paper in her hand, the woman continued. Upon receiving the number, you can monitor the screen at the entrance, which displays the number of diners currently being served and your own number. This way, you can gauge how many tables are ahead of you and estimate your wait time. If you truly do not wish to wait idly, you may explore the surroundings. But what if I miss my turn? Annie asked, intrigued. Then there's no recourse. You'll have to obtain a new number from the establishment, the woman patiently replied, adding thoughtfully, however, such occurrences are quite rare. When your turn approaches, the establishment will announce it thrice via the speaker in the square. As long as you're not too far away, you should be able to arrive in time. They will make 3 announcements, and if, after that, no patron with the corresponding number appears, they will then call the next diner. Madam, how long do you estimate it will take for you to be served? Annie suddenly recalled the exorbitant number she had seen on the slip in the woman's hand. Given the current pace, it seemed unlikely that she would have the opportunity today. I know that when my turn comes, it will be at least several days hence, the woman replied with understanding. Then Annie was perplexed. It's lively here. I enjoy this place, and I choose to be here, the woman responded cheerfully. After which she ceased conversing with Annie and excitedly gazed at the throngs of people, striving to weave her way into the crowd. One should never attempt to decipher the thoughts of the woman. Is that also your sentiment? It appears rather considerate. Annie found herself bewildered by the multitude of peculiar yet seemingly practical ideas swirling in Monday's mind, a fervent warrior of thought. Given the current fervor, can we not anticipate a substantial profit, allowing me to indulge in whatever my heart desires? Is this the sole concern that occupies your mind? Originally intending to elucidate matters to Annie, Zhou Yixian abandoned the thought upon hearing her whimsical musings. Instead, he catered to her enthusiasm. Moreover, we have prepared a variety of snacks at the entrance for those awaiting service. If you find yourself peckish, feel free to sample them. Really? Annie exclaimed, fervently grasping Zhou Yixian's arm as they navigated through the crowd, racing to the storefront as if fearing that a moment's delay would result in the treats being snatched away. Fortunately, her apprehensions proved unfounded. Each time the snacks dwindled, the vendor promptly replenished their stock. After selecting several delicacies, Annie expressed her delight, exclaiming, "This is delicious. And this one too. Would you like to try some? But does this bear any special significance? One should be cautious when accepting gifts," Zhou Yixian remarked, noting Annie's obliviousness. He felt compelled to elaborate. After sampling the vendor's offerings, most patrons feel a twinge of reluctance to leave despite a prolonged wait. Additionally, these small snacks serve to slightly alleviate hunger, preventing those in line from becoming too famished and opting for other establishments, while also ensuring they do not overindulge and forego other options. Surprisingly, such seemingly simple strategies are steeped in profound reasoning. Annie nodded, feeling a shade embarrassed about partaking in the treats, recognizing they were purchased with her own funds. Do you think I would engage in futile endeavors? Zhou Yixin retorted with a hint of bravado. It appeared that the initial phase of their plan had been successful. Annie, accustomed to Zhou Yixin's bravado, asked earnestly, "What shall we do next? Do you have any ideas? The momentum has been established. There is no need for me to fret any further. You should be prepared," Zhou Yixin implied, knowing that Annie's family would adeptly manage the remaining aspects. Having completed the necessary groundwork, they could now proceed with a measured approach. This was precisely why Zhou Yixin had chosen to collaborate with Annie's family. The GM forces could stand shoulder to shoulder with global governments, possessing an abundance of talent across various fields. With the general direction laid out, Annie's family would naturally assign the right individuals to refine the remaining details. Let us depart. Lingering here serves no purpose. We shall simply await our profits. With that, Annie and Zhou Yixin vanished into the bustling square. Chapter 64. The treasure official. How much longer must we wait? Zhou Yixin cast an impatient glance at Sula beside him, tugging uncomfortably at his collar. Was this tedious gathering truly the reason for his rare visit home? Please be quiet. It will be over shortly. Sula had not returned home for quite some time and noticed that Zhou Yixin had grown significantly taller. With a fond touch on Zhou Yixin's head, she chuckled. You've grown quite a bit, almost becoming an adult. Do refrain from being so rash. No girl would appreciate that. I am already an adult. You just don't realize it. Zhou Yixin replied. Please refrain from patting my head. It wouldn't reflect well if others saw. Casting a sidelong glance, Zhou Yixin noticed Raquel and several members of the Sea High Society observing him with peculiar expressions, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. The members of the Sea High Society, witnessing the scene between Zhou Yixin and Sula, found it beyond odd. It was utterly eye-catching. They could hardly fathom that the figure they regarded as a formidable demon could exhibit such a childlike side. In truth, Zhou Yixin himself was unaware of the inexplicable closeness he felt in Sula's presence. Perhaps it was because she was the first person he encountered in this world. Or perhaps it was their shared experiences as orphans that forged a bond between them. Humanity is indeed a curious species. Some individuals may know each other for a lifetime without becoming friends, while others may establish a close relationship at first glance. Initially, both Sula and Zhou Yixin approached each other with less than innocent intentions, yet as time passed, they remarkably grew closer, resembling true siblings. Nonetheless, Zhou Yixin protested. I don't care for appearances. After all, I am the president of the Hanmin Society. On Monday, Zhou Yixin was quite willing to indulge in Sula's playful head-patting. Acknowledging his growth and newfound sense of pride, Zhou Yixin playfully remarked, if you continue this way, you must return the money for the gown. He was compelled to unleash his trump card. As miserly as ever, Sula retorted, you've amassed such wealth. Why fret over a trivial sum? Unyielding, Annie countered. Regarding Zhou Yixin's recent exploits, I have heard whispers. Pray, elucidate the origin of your initial funding. Aware of his own dubious dealings, Zhou Yixin resigned. Let us pretend I never spoke of it. However, do you not intend to clarify the current situation? With that, Zhou Yixin surveyed his surroundings. The prominent powers of the newcomer's land had congregated here. Such a rare occurrence demanded his attention. The newcomer's land boasted 2 port docks, one nestled in the central street, known as Eastport, and the other, his current locale. Situated at Westport in the high town, seldom activated unless for matters of great importance. It seemed as though they were all in anticipation of something significant. Even Sula had returned to Elizabeth's estate from the naval base early that morning. The frugal Sula had even requested Landa to procure 2 noble garments. And after thoughtfully arranging Zhou Yixin's attire, they hastily formed the disheveled duo of the Elizabethan royalty and made their way here. In due time, you shall understand. Sula consoled, observing Zhou Yixin's constant fussing over his clothes. I am not entirely certain myself. I was merely instructed by my mentor to return home to welcome an important individual. Thus, Sula, too, remained in the dark about the purpose of their visit. On Monday, there was a sense of speculation within Zhou Yixin. It seemed that the only possible reason for such cautious treatment from all factions in the newborn land could be the impending arrival of a celestial dragon. However, whether this was the case or not, Zhou Yixin intended to ascertain for himself. If it truly was a celestial dragon, he would find some excuse to take Sula away. The existence of the tattered royal family of Elizabeth would hardly make a significant impact. He was not accustomed to bowing before anyone. Do you know what they are doing? Zhou Yixin casually pulled over an individual who appeared to be a student from the Naval Academy and inquired. The others seemed to respond with a notable seriousness, even exhibiting a hint of fear and aversion. The person suddenly tugged at, surprisingly remained calm. He was curious to see who possessed the audacity to treat an important member of the North Sea Society in such a manner. Upon turning around, he was horrified to find that it was Zhou Yixian. Remembering Zhou's previous demeanor, he panicked and stuttered. As a scion of nobility, he should have learned basic etiquette. Sula, witnessing Zhou Yixian's rude behavior, quickly apologized to the individual and then turned to Zhou, advising him not to be so uncouth, lest he repel potential admirers. Are you truly that afraid? Do I lack the charm to attract girls? Must you incessantly remind me? With Sula by his side, Zhou Yixian softened his tone and asked, Might you enlighten me on what is transpiring here? The North Sea Society member glanced at Sula and then summoned the courage to respond. The treasure transport officer will soon arrive at the newborn land. We are preparing to welcome him. Treasure transport officer? Zhou Yixian still did not comprehend the nature of this figure. Before he could inquire further, he noticed that the individual had quickly distanced himself during his moment of distraction, as if fleeing from a dangerous beast. I understand now, Sula said gravely. The so-called treasure transport officer is the official responsible for transporting heavenly gold. Will there be celestial dragons accompanying him? Zhou Yixian asked with concern. That will not be the case. Celestial dragons are quite protective of their lives, Sula explained. Aware of Zhou Yixian's curious nature, the maritime situation is far too chaotic. In the past, there might have been celestial dragons accompanying treasure fleets to supervise the heavenly gold and prevent embezzlement. Now, as long as the requisite amount is collected, the celestial dragons do not concern themselves with the details. Understanding Zhou Yixian's character, Sula continued without waiting for him to speak. The choice of the newborn land is merely due to its unique geographical position, along with its sufficient strength to ensure the safety of the treasure fleet. The transport ship carries a mountain of precious goods, including heavenly gold, silver ingots, and coins collected from various regions of the East Sea. Zhou Yixian was already familiar with the location of the newborn land. It was not far from Rogue Town. Despite the profound changes the world is currently undergoing, Rogue Town, once a bastion against the pirates of the East Sea invading the Grand Line, undoubtedly boasts a formidable naval presence. Should an extraordinary situation arise, Rogue Town could swiftly extend its support to the New World. However, Zhou Yixian doubts that anyone possesses the audacity to covet the treasure known as the Sky Gold. Within the realm of piracy, only the celestial dragon Don Quixote da Flamingo has dared to view the Sky Gold as a threat, resorting to intimidation against his fellow celestial dragons to achieve his ambitions. Yet this was merely a threat, not an attempt to seize it for himself. It is evident that even Da Flamingo, a celestial dragon, lacks the courage to make a move against the Sky Gold. Casting a disdainful glance at the multitude of nobles gathered in the New World, Zhou Yixian is perplexed by their eager approach in the absence of any celestial dragons. What purpose could their visit serve? The treasure transport officer is expected to remain in the New World for several months. Sula, noticing Zhou Yixian's dismissive demeanor, worries that he might inadvertently offend others and urges him to behave, assuring him that their departure will not be long delayed. The collection of Sky Gold is not as simple as he imagines. It requires months of preparation for the treasure ship to traverse the East Sea and gather the Sky Gold that various nations have long since prepared. After a moment of contemplation, Sula continues, the position of treasure transport officer is not one that just anyone can hold. Typically, those who assume this role have close ties to the celestial dragons. The nobles of the New World are so earnest merely in hopes of cultivating a favorable relationship with the treasure transport officer, seeking to achieve some unrealistic ambitions through their association with the celestial dragons. Observing Sula's sudden air of despondency, Zhou Yixian comprehends her thoughts. The nobles of the New World merely wish to draw nearer to the celestial dragons in pursuit of their dream of reinstating their former glory. Sula, still burdened by an inexplicable sense of familial honor, feels disappointment. After spending considerable time in the naval base, has she not yet discerned the true nature of this world? Not wishing to see her disheartened, Zhou Yixian intentionally provokes her, stating, without strength, all is but a fleeting illusion. I had thought you would grasp this truth upon encountering the Cat brothers. It seems you remain as naively hopeful as ever. You need not remind me. I have long relinquished my hopes, merely feeling a tad disheartened, Sula replies, her cheeks flushed from Zhou Yixian's admonishment. However, recalling that he is now her younger brother, she retorts, you, insolent little brother, have no right to lecture your elder sister. Let us not forget who brought you to the New World. Were it not for me, you might have already become a mere meal for beasts. You, a destitute savage, shall not presume to correct me in the future. On Monday, Xian realized that Sula would inevitably critique her own experiences as a wild individual. Observing Sula in this manner, Xian chose to remain silent, understanding that the other had already moved on. Otherwise, she would not have broached such a topic with him. It is only those who have genuinely let go that can freely mention subjects they once preferred to avoid. While Sula and Xian were exchanging playful banter, a formidable fleet of dozens of warships gradually emerged on the horizon of the West Port, becoming increasingly discernible to the onlookers. The fleet, dispatched by the world government to transport celestial gold, had finally arrived at the new land. As the treasure-laden fleet approached, a long wooden ladder was lowered from the flagship, connecting it to the West Port. Descending the ladder was a man of impeccable stature, clad in a well-tailored suit, whose every gesture exuded an air of aristocracy. Upon his arrival, a group of waiting nobles rushed forward to greet him, proclaiming, "Lord St. Pedro, your journey must have been arduous. We welcome you to the new land, and I shall oversee your itinerary from here on. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I will trouble you further." Pedro replied with a nod of satisfaction upon hearing the added honorific before his name, acknowledging the man's respectful tone. "Thank you, my lord. I shall strive to serve you diligently," the individual responded, elated by Pedro's commendation, and continued, "Should you require anything, I am at your service and eager to fulfill your requests." "That will be all," Pedro replied gracefully, expressing his gratitude. The young noble, understanding the importance of moderation, bowed and stepped aside, content to have made a favorable impression on Pedro. "You may return now. There is much to be done," Pedro stated, turning away from the noble who had greeted him, addressing his accompanying entourage. "Your efforts to ensure my safety have been considerable. Now that I have arrived safely, our primary focus must shift to the affairs of the Celestials. You may proceed." After the entourage acknowledged his words, they left a contingent of guards and returned to the fleet. Without further delay, they commanded the massive armada to set sail from the West Port. However, unlike their arrival, the fleet split into numerous smaller groups, each heading towards pre-established routes across the ocean, dispersing in various directions. It was evident that the treasure-laden fleet was on a mission, scattering across the East Sea to collect this year's celestial gold. "The man we just saw resembled a dog," Xian muttered quietly to Sula, unable to endure the tedium of such activities any longer. "When can we leave? The treasure officials have been seen. Surely that is sufficient." He possessed a certain understanding of the young noble who had previously come forth to greet Pedro. The individual, who typically exuded an air of arrogance before the commoners in the land of newcomers, adopted a demeanor of subservience when faced with the treasure officer, which indeed elicited disdain within Zhou Yixian. Upon completing the teacher's assignment, we promptly departed. Sula quietly responded, aware that Zhou Yixian had never truly embodied the essence of nobility, and it was already quite remarkable for him to participate in such an event. Furthermore, it was inappropriate to speak ill of others. Sula recognized that the effort expended to secure the position of the treasure officer was substantial, and often, the returns were disproportionately meager. Nevertheless, each time the treasure officer arrived, countless nobles from the land of newcomers would employ all means to vie for this position. With differing statuses, their pursuits naturally varied. Sula, while understanding the motivations of others, was reluctant for Zhou Yixian to offend anyone, hence her intervention to halt his discussions. "Surely, you are Elizabeth Sula," came a voice. Although Sula and Zhou Yixian had intentionally lowered their voices, they nevertheless captured Pedro's attention. Curiously, it appeared that Pedro was somewhat familiar with Sula. "I have heard of your exploits. It seems another rising star is emerging within the Navy, and what a beauty you are." "I am truly honored to receive the favor of Lord Pedro," Sula replied with a noble gesture, humbly stating, "You flatter me, Lord Pedro. I have yet to reach such heights." "You should address me as Saint Pedro," Pedro remarked, his expression darkening as he admonished Sula, merely due to the manner of address. The previously composed and genteel Pedro was quick to change his countenance. Without waiting for Sula to speak, he added, "If you are aware of your shortcomings, then refrain from making such remarks. What nonsense, calling oneself a lord. Truly, he takes himself too seriously." Noticing Sula's discomfort as she attempted to apologize, Zhou Yixian swiftly interjected, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Elizabeth Zhou, scion of the Elizabeth family. I am curious about your identity." Pedro, suddenly put on the spot regarding his identity, found himself at a loss, struggling to formulate an introduction. He could hardly admit that his status was merely that of a slave to the celestial dragons, his sister. possessing a degree of beauty, had garnered the attention of the celestial dragons on several occasions, which had afforded him the position of treasure officer. That makes you a commoner then. Have you forgotten even the most basic courtesies when addressing royalty? Truly lacking in decorum. Zhou Yixian did not allow Pedro the luxury of contemplation, interrupting again. Afterward, he audibly muttered, perhaps even commoners could be mere slaves to some celestial dragon family. When it comes to sharp tongues, Zhou Yixian was indeed unafraid of anyone. Long before, Zhou Yixian once again displayed his domineering nature, casually pulling a member of the Sea High Society to inquire about the identity of the new treasure officer arriving in the land of newcomers. He was certain that the identity of a slave was a painful subject that the other party would prefer to keep unmentioned. Otherwise, Pedro wouldn't be so intent on mimicking the words and actions of nobility at all times. In plain terms, his status as a slave instilled a deep-rooted sense of inferiority within him. I am the treasure officer of heavenly fortune, Rear Admiral Pedro, he proclaimed, momentarily dazed by Zhou Yixian's interruption, finally recalling an identity he could boast about. It turns out you are an officer. I am Elizabeth Zhou, a third-year student of the Royal Navy Vocational Technical School, greeting you, sir. With that, Zhou Yixian performed a standard naval salute to Pedro, leaving the latter flustered and awkward, fumbling to return a similar salute with his right hand. Has the world's navy fallen to such a state? Zhou Yixian deliberately turned to Sura and whispered, when did even the most insignificant beings become rear admirals? Do not speak further. You are not allowed to say another word, Sura hastily interjected, fully aware of Zhou Yixian's insinuation, and then addressed Pedro apologetically. I have been preoccupied with the daily training at the naval base, and I have neglected to discipline my brother. He means no harm. Means no harm? Do you take me for a fool? Pedro could hardly believe Sura's words. He suddenly recalled that he was, after all, a mere dog before the celestial dragons. Why should he be concerned about such a fallen royal? He retorted, since when did the land of newcomers allow such a decrepit royal to appear before the treasure officer of heavenly fortune? I am merely here to welcome on behalf of my teacher. Having been humiliated in front of others, Sura felt anger rise within him and replied sternly, my teacher has instructed me to convey that due to the busy affairs at the naval base in the land of newcomers, I will not be coming. Such a teacher. Such a student, Pedro remarked without surprise. He was well aware of whom Sura referred to, but chose not to comment further. He understood that this individual was certainly beyond his reach. Sura's teacher was likely to be one of the formidable contenders for the next admiral of the Navy headquarters. Pedro saw no reason to offend such a powerful entity over trivial matters. You should comprehend the purpose of my visit, Pedro began, acknowledging that while he could not offend that esteemed individual, he could still make things difficult for Sura. The Elizabeth family, being a royal lineage, ought to pay the corresponding amount of heavenly fortune in accordance with royal customs. The mere thought of the terrifying sum associated with the royal heavenly fortune made Sura's head ache, and he hoped for some leniency from Pedro, saying, given the current circumstances of the Elizabeth family, perhaps the amount of heavenly fortune could be suitably reduced. Pedro was acutely aware that the truths spoken by Sula were indeed factual. The celestial dragons, who wielded the power to govern the world, could not possibly be the foolish pirates of the sea. They understood the principle of not exhausting resources. The Elizabeth family, a once noble lineage now in decline, had previously managed to remain in the New World by merely paying a substantial sum of heavenly gold that was significant enough to keep their adversaries from feeling the pinch, thereby ensuring their continued protection under the auspices of the world government. However, Pedro was quite displeased and intentionally sought to put Sula in a difficult position, coldly remarking, the rules you are familiar with have become obsolete. The exact amount of heavenly gold to be paid is now at my discretion. Sula found himself in a precarious situation, fully aware that Pedro, as the treasure officer, had the authority to make minor adjustments, as long as he could gather enough heavenly gold. The celestial dragons would not be overly concerned with the finer details. I do have a splendid solution, Pedro noted with a hint of satisfaction as he observed Sula's discomfort. This was the inevitable outcome of opposing the esteemed treasure officer, a celestial dragon. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he addressed Sula. It is said that you possess the powers of the snow fruit. Should you offer this fruit to the celestial dragons, I can assure you that the Elizabeth family will no longer be required to pay heavenly gold. This way, you may remain in the New World for as long as you wish, enjoying the legitimate protection afforded by the world government. And what if I refuse to pay the heavenly gold and decline to surrender the snow fruit? Before Sula could respond, The brash voice of Zhou Yixian resonated in his ears. Those familiar with Zhou Yixian, a member of the Navy Academy's 4C Society, recognized that trouble was brewing for Pedro. Nevertheless, they showed no inclination to intervene. A mere slave of a celestial dragon dared to act so arrogantly. And the nobles of the New World, despite their decline, were not without their tempers. Chapter 66. What I have is money very well. The Elizabeth family refuses to pay the heavenly gold. Pedro, amused by Zhou Yixian's audacity, had never encountered anyone bold enough to reject such payments. I will report this truthfully. The Elizabeth family should prepare to face the wrath of the celestial dragons. For some, no amount of reasoning would suffice. So Zhou Yixian resolved to teach them a lesson. Those with the mightiest fists dictate the terms. What do you intend to do? On Monday, Xian had never been one to indulge in reasoning. He preferred to impart lessons through the strength of his fists. Pedro, realizing that something was amiss with Xian as he approached, intended to speak out and halt him. However, before he could utter a word, he found the young man from the Elizabeth family had transformed into a mere shadow before him. As Pedro searched for his opponent's whereabouts, he suddenly found Xian standing right in front of him, swinging a fist aimed directly at him. It was too late to evade this strike, so Pedro braced himself, lifting his elbow in a defensive posture, determined to block Xian's seemingly formidable blow. Pedro, having attained the position of a treasure officer, possessed a certain level of strength and was confident in his abilities. He believed that it was merely a lapse in judgment that had granted his adversary an opportunity. Once he deflected the blow from the young man of the Elizabeth family, he intended to retaliate. He could not fathom that a mere student from the weakest naval academy could pose any real threat to him. However, ideals often swell with grandeur while reality can be brutally harsh. Tragedy awaited Pedro. Boom. Pedro successfully blocked Xian's punch, but upon contact, he felt an extraordinary, primal force emanating from his opponent's fist, one that was entirely uncharacteristic of a Naval Academy student. In a matter of moments, this strange power surged through Pedro's arm and radiated throughout his entire body. Subsequently, he was sent flying. His body collided with several members of his escort behind him before finally coming to a halt, regaining his composure. The entire sequence unfolded too rapidly for even Sula to react. It occurred so swiftly that Pedro's escort had no time to shield him. Now that the event had transpired, Sula could do little but lament Xian's impulsiveness. She understood that Xian's actions stemmed from a desire to spare her any further discomfort. Observing his retreating figure, Sula suddenly recognized that the boy before her was no longer the timid youth who once, in the face of peril, could only beseech the heavens for protection. He had matured into a confident individual. At that moment, Sula's sole concern was whether Xian would sustain any injuries, while the prospect of angering Pedro became less significant. She cautioned Xian not to escalate the situation further, believing that if he merely taught Pedro a lesson, her teacher's strength could surely resolve the matter. Rest assured. I know my limits, Xian replied over his shoulder, progressing steadily toward Pedro. You know your limits? I have my doubts, thought the onlookers from the Sea Society, doubting even the punctuation of Xian's statement. Madness. The members of the Elizabeth family had all gone mad, a veritable pack of lunatics. Hearing the conversation between the siblings, Pedro was filled with terror. I think you are beginning to realize your true identity, Zhou Yixian remarked calmly while observing Pedro's panic. Do not come any closer, Pedro exclaimed, retreating frantically as Zhou Yixian approached him step by step. At that moment, the facade of nobility that Pedro had so meticulously crafted had vanished, leaving him in a state of utter humiliation. He could not fathom why someone would dare to lay a hand on him, as he represented the dignity of the celestial dragons. What further unsettled Pedro was the evident prowess of his adversary, despite his own third-tier strength. He could not withstand a mere casual strike from Zhou Yixian. In the vastness of the ocean, there were indeed those capable of challenging beyond their rank. However, such occurrences were typically confined to a select few monstrous beings. Those who survived would invariably become the most fearsome entities within the sea. You must understand the gravity of attacking me. I am the treasure officer appointed by the celestial dragons, Pedro thought, realizing he might have provoked a formidable opponent. Reluctantly, he decided to soften his stance. If you cease your advance now, I can assure you that I will overlook your previous affront. While Pedro spoke thus, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of ensuring his own safety, and he vowed that the Elizabeth family would pay an unbearable price for this encounter. I believe you still fail to comprehend your true standing, Zhou Yixian replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Should I interpret your words as a plea for mercy? Mercy is out of the question. My identity is that of the heavenly treasure officer bestowed by the celestial dragons. After Zhao Yixin's repeated reminders, Pedro finally recalled his status. Realizing that as the heavenly treasure officer, he represented the celestial dragon's honor. The notion of pleading for mercy was utterly inconceivable to him. Hey, someone protect me. Pedro shouted in a frenzy as he saw Zhou Yixin drawing nearer. He frantically ordered his heavenly guard to seize this boy, declaring, I want him to suffer as never before. However, Pedro's cries were destined to be in vain. From the moment the guard left the Red Earth continent, their sole mission had been to ensure the safety of the heavenly treasure, with no regard for the officer's well-being. Moreover, Pedro had always looked down upon them, believing himself superior due to his sister's favor with the celestial dragons. Whenever he was displeased, he would either insult them lightly or subject them to severe beatings. Truly perceiving himself as one of the celestial dragons, I shall now enlighten you, Zhou Yixin declared, seizing Pedro by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Regarding him with disdain, it seems you are not as well liked in my presence as you had presumed. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Sea High Society recognized that the notorious assailant, Zhou Yixin, was about to commence his anticipated display of violence. As I am the Celestial Gold Officer, Zhou Yixin, upon hearing Pedro repeatedly assert his identity before him, shook his head in disappointment. Grasping Pedro's hand with sudden force, he slammed him to the ground, forcing Pedro's face into an intimate encounter with the earth of the new world. Allow me to elucidate your true identity. Zhou Yixin pressed down on the struggling Pedro, continuing, In my eyes, you are merely a guard, albeit one fortunate enough to be the captain of the guards protecting the celestial dragons. Guard. Pedro was taken aback by Zhou Yixin's designation, momentarily forgetting to resist. He had never considered that, despite being treated with utmost deference by local aristocrats, he was merely a guard in the eyes of this scion of the Elizabeth family. Indeed, just a guard. Zhou Yixin persisted in pinning Pedro to the ground, the earth beneath them even beginning to crack, illustrating the immense strength he wielded. The architect of this peculiar tableau, Zhou Yixin, engaged in casual conversation with his victim. We pay the celestial dragons with celestial gold, and once they receive sufficient payment, they provide us with the corresponding protection. You may perceive this as the celestial dragons operating a protection service, and we are the patrons of that service. You, however, are merely one of the many employees under the celestial dragon's auspices. Nothing remarkable. What is the significance of your words? Pedro felt a flicker of agreement with Zhou Yixin's intriguing theory, yet doubt lingered in his mind. It seems you have overlooked something crucial, your refusal to pay the celestial gold. The celestial dragons are not benevolent beings. Your actions will only incite their wrath, the consequences of which you cannot fathom. The customer is king. Your duty is to serve your king well. Zhou Yixin appeared disinterested in Pedro's protests. Continuing with his monologue, your previous actions have angered the king, thus you shall face some retribution. You will pay for your transgressions, I assure you. Pedro finally comprehended that his adversary was utterly deranged. Threatening him with the celestial dragons was utterly futile, and he resigned himself to the predicament. No, you're mistaken. Zhou Yixin shook his head dismissively, casting a scornful glance at Pedro. Let me impart a truth to you. I possess wealth. With a mere trifling sum, I can secure the satisfaction of the celestial dragons. Your fate is of no concern to them, nor to anyone else. Much like the indifference shown to the demise of a stray dog. No, you cannot do this. Pedro panicked once more, straining against his bonds. He understood that Zhou Yixin spoke the truth. Should the latter offer enough gold, the celestial dragons would be indifferent to his existence. I was wrong, Lord Elizabeth. I acknowledge my error. I implore you, spare me. I have warned you, you have provoked the wrath of the Almighty, and shall soon face a minor retribution. On Monday, Xian, unperturbed by Pedro's pleas for mercy, exerted an increasing force, gradually forcing Pedro's head downward towards the ground. Before long, the area where Pedro's face met the earth began to cave in, and his cries for mercy fell silent. On Monday, Xian's extensive discourse was merely an attempt to rationalize his actions. Attacking the official of the fortune was undoubtedly a grave matter, and he wished to avoid embroiling Su La in any trouble. As for revealing his financial prowess, and whether it might incite the envy of those with ulterior motives, he harbored no concerns. In fact, should anyone dare to act upon such envy, Xian would welcome the opportunity, confident that matters would be set right by others. Chapter 67. Unabashed, what began as a splendid welcome event took an unforeseen turn, devolving into chaos. The once central figure, Pedro, now lay with his head buried in the ground, uncertain of his fate. Faced with this unsettling scene, the nobles of Shigong found themselves enveloped in an eerie silence. The heads of the Four Seas nobility finally gained a tangible understanding of the disruptive element that was Xian in this new territory. They had intended to teach Pedro a minor lesson through Xian. Yet none anticipated that the scion of the Elizabeth family would display such audacity as to genuinely intend Pedro harm. This predicament left the nobles of the new territory in considerable distress. They found themselves at a crossroads, pondering whether the event should continue or come to a halt. More crucially, they recognized that the Elizabeth family would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the responsibility for this incident, yet they were uncertain whether they too would be implicated, given that the fortune official had never been known for his reasonableness. Regardless, the priority was to absolve themselves of any culpability. It was clear that the misdeeds lay solely with the reckless young man from the Elizabeth family, and they wished to distance themselves entirely. Suddenly enlightened, the nobles began to cast blame upon Xian. How could such a boorish noble exist in this new territory? It was a disgrace to be associated with him. I said important matters should not have been communicated to the Elizabeth family, a clan of uncouth individuals. We were not informed of their arrival. They came uninvited, and it is of no concern to us. Who would have imagined that the Elizabeth family would produce such a savage youth? We hardly had time to react before he severely injured Lord Pedro. Indeed, everything concerning this incident is unrelated to us. It is the result of their own reckless actions. You two must leave immediately. Such barbaric individuals are unwelcome here. In just a few brief sentences, the nobles of the new territory had disavowed any connection to the Elizabeth family. The presence of such violent individuals was entirely incompatible with noble decorum and must be eradicated. If allowed to remain, who knew what further dangers they might pose? They were urged to depart without delay. Silence enveloped them as Sula spoke, for it was indeed this very group that had insisted on the necessity of having the entire Elizabeth family present to welcome Pedro. Otherwise, she would not have gone out of her way to bring along Monday Xian. Yet, from their words, it appeared as though she was compelled to employ every means at her disposal to arrive here. She could not fathom how these individuals could so effortlessly change their demeanor. Is that so? Monday Xian interjected, stepping forward to shield Sula from view. Addressing the assembly of nobles from the new land, he declared, "Regardless of how you wish to distance yourselves from this situation, all such attempts are destined to be in vain. Do not forget that the Elizabeth family has always been one of the nobility in the new land. The celestial dragons are not inclined to patiently investigate the circumstances. They will only perceive one thing: the nobles of the new land's refusal to cooperate in the payment of heavenly gold and their assault on the appointed treasure officer. Moreover," Monday Sten added, "if you truly wish to prevent this calamity, you possess the means to do so. No one would believe that a mere second-tier Naval Academy student could successfully confront a treasure officer in front of such a multitude. You are shameless," came the incredulous response from the nobles of the new land, who recognized the truth in Monday Xian's assertions. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not believe that a downfallen royal family could muster the audacity to strike against a treasure officer dispatched by the celestial dragons without some form of encouragement behind the scenes. The only plausible explanation for this outcome was that the nobles of the new land had resorted to such actions in their refusal to pay the heavenly gold. After all, with the treasure officer gone, to whom could they remit their dues? The fleets dispatched by the celestial dragons were solely responsible for ensuring the security of the heavenly gold's arrival. The accounting and collection of the gold were the duties of the treasure officer, entrusted only to those deemed reliable by the celestial dragons. Rather than hastily severing ties with the Elizabeth family, I suggest you first pray that Pedro encounters no significant troubles, Monday Sten remarked, unfazed by the murderous glares from the assembled nobles. As long as Pedro remains alive, there is still a chance for redemption. The nobles of the new land could hardly comprehend such audacity. They were left utterly speechless by Monday Xian's boldness. The implications of Monday's nonchalance could not be more evident. Regardless, I have already dealt with the matter, and we now find ourselves as comrades bound by the same fate. As for the aftermath of this situation, it is entrusted to your capable hands. Besides the audacity displayed, there exists no term more fitting to describe the demeanor of Monday than shamelessness. The nobility of the newborn land suddenly realized their helplessness against the loathed youth before them, compelled to adhere to his dictations. To put it plainly, The nobles of the newborn land have been coddled by the world's governance for far too long, rendering them inept at navigating the cerebral strategies required in such circumstances. Is anyone from the Brickic family present? Became the sole remedy for the troubles Monday had conjured, the assurance of Pedro's survival. The formidable medical prowess of the Brickic family came to mind, prompting someone to exclaim urgently for the medical team to be summoned forth to administer emergency treatment to Lord Pedro, hoping that time was still on their side. In truth, the nobles of the newborn land were utterly bewildered by this uncontrollable incident, failing to consider how the Brickic family, as the leading nobility of the South Sea, could possibly be absent from such an event. Without any nudging from other nobles, the head of the Brickic family had already instructed the medical team to be ever present, initiating urgent care for Pedro. As for why the Brickic medical team was at the West Port to welcome Pedro, it is entirely attributable to the esteemed tradition upheld by the Brickic family, which mandates the constant presence of a medical team to ensure timely assistance in the event of unforeseen injuries. On Monday, Cien once again witnessed the formidable medical prowess of the Brickic family. A peculiar group of individuals donned in white medical attire, complete with surgical gloves and masks, emerged from the crowd. It was a mystery where they concealed their medical instruments. Yet they conjured a myriad of sophisticated medical devices seemingly out of thin air to attend to Pedro's injuries. Before long, Pedro was miraculously revived by their exceptional skills, prompting Cien to marvel at the unyielding rule in the pirate world that few perish in the early stages of their journeys. "Stay away from me, you madman." Upon awakening, Pedro found himself encircled by this strange assembly in white and screamed in terror, "What do you intend to do to me? Are you planning to silence me for good?" The fear instilled in him by Cien had left Pedro in a state of extreme unease, bordering on paranoia. Who could have imagined that someone would dare to lay hands on a treasure officer? Thus, he remained oblivious to the fact that these individuals were actually tending to his wounds. Fortunately, upon seeing Pedro regain consciousness, the medical team from the Brickic family ceased their ministrations, sparing him further distress. Once they withdrew, Pedro finally comprehended his situation. It seemed he had been saved, though he had genuinely believed he was on the brink of death. "Congratulations, Pedro is still alive. You need not worry, he can shout and scream." Indicating he is not in grave danger, Cien consoled the aristocracy of the newborn land, demonstrating his understanding. If one were to overlook Pedro's visage, marred by dust and blood, who would suspect that he had recently faced a life-threatening ordeal? "Let us hope you can remain calm and refrain from causing further trouble," remarked the aristocrats of newborn land, who were less than receptive to Cien's previous antics. They were too fatigued to dwell on his earlier behavior, given their tacit approval as long as he did not instigate any more chaos. "You will pay for this, you wretched brat, Elizabeth." Pedro, having momentarily forgotten his pain, was incensed to see his nemesis standing before him unscathed, immediately resorting to threats. "It seems the previous lesson has not taught you well. You might still require a touch of assistance to reinforce your memories," Cien responded fearlessly to Pedro's threats. "Enough of this. Do not provoke further trouble," Sura interjected, intervening between them. On Monday, Zhou Yixin, feeling idle, reluctantly accepted his twisted rationale for his first strike. Should he attempt another, any excuse would be rendered moot. The nobility of the new land would not permit such a situation to unfold again, and Sula would ensure that Zhou Yixin did not strike a second time. This time, it would be best to let him go. Observing Sula's serious demeanor, Zhou Yixin had no choice but to acquiesce with a sense of regret. "Young man of the Elizabeth family, you need not concern yourself any longer. You may strike at me once more." Pedro, witnessing Zhou Yixin's intention to attack again, surprisingly encouraged him to proceed, leaving the onlookers questioning Pedro's sanity. "Isn't it peculiar? You must think I have lost my mind, but I assure you, I remain quite sane." Pedro continued to speak to himself, his gaze filled with resentment towards everyone present. "And you, all of you had the opportunity to prevent this calamity, yet you chose not to act, instead allowing it to unfold. You are all guilty." Of course, Pedro was not mad. He threatened Zhou Yixin again because he had considered his own leverage, his trump card. As the designated treasure officer of the Celestial Dragons, he possessed certain advantages. Contemplating this, Pedro burst into triumphant laughter. "You shall all perish, sinking into the depths of the sea alongside this island." Chapter 68, The Golden Transponder Snail with a Boisterous Laugh. Pedro produced a golden transponder snail from his pocket. "I believe you all understand the significance of what I hold." The meaning was clear. Pedro intended to wield the authority of the treasure officer, issuing a demon extermination order to summon 5 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters to obliterate the new land, which had brought him such disgrace. Lord Pedro, please do not act impulsively. The gathered nobility softly advised upon seeing Pedro clutching the golden transponder snail. Be cautious with your grip. If you inadvertently activate the demon extermination order, it could spell disaster. The nobles of the new land were filled with trepidation. The demon extermination order was no trifling matter. In this feeble East Sea, no force could withstand its might. Should Pedro accidentally press the transponder snail, it would undoubtedly deliver a catastrophic blow to the new land, which they had painstakingly cultivated for so long. They began to plead for mercy. Ha ha ha. Is it a tad too late to feel fear now? Pedro reveled in their expressions, satisfied that this was the proper demeanor when confronted with the treasure officer. He then provocatively glanced at Zhou Yixian. You, the insolent scion of the Elizabeth family, were quite arrogant before, even daring to strike against one who is the treasure officer. In truth, the fate of the new land rests within your hands. If only you would kneel before the great Lord Pedro and sincerely apologize for your previous transgressions, perhaps I might consider forgiving your earlier indiscretions. On the map, no individuals could be seen. Zhou Yixian sighed softly, recalling Robin's experiences. It is indeed a cause for concern when an individual, whose capabilities do not align with the immense power they wield, finds themselves in such a position. At this juncture, engaging in peculiar discourse has lost all significance. Pedro, indifferent to the nonsensical ramblings of the young scion of the Elizabeth family, yearns solely to humiliate his adversary, seeking to dispel the pent-up frustration within him. You have but one option left: kneel and beg for mercy. I advise you to act wisely and refrain from making choices you may come to regret. No, you are mistaken. My options are plentiful. With an air of composure, Zhou Yixian circled around Pedro, entirely devoid of any plea for mercy, and stated flatly, what I wish to convey is that once the demon-slaying order is initiated, it will unleash indiscriminate destruction upon this island. What exactly are you trying to convey? Pedro queried, perplexed. You will understand shortly. Zhou Yixian strolled leisurely towards the dock, where the treasure-laden ship Pedro had boarded awaited. With one hand resting upon the vessel's hull, he unleashed a surge of dark energy from the dark fruit, infusing the area where his hand made contact with the ship. This dark energy proliferated rapidly towards the bow of the ship, enveloping it in shadows, rendering it impossible to discern the unfolding events. Dark fruit, liberation. At long last, the energy from the dark fruit appeared to reach its zenith, ceasing to spread further. Moments later, the dark energy that had emanated from Zhou Yixian's hand began to retract swiftly toward his palm. As the darkness dissipated, Pedro was horrified to discover that the entire bow of the treasure ship had mysteriously vanished before his very eyes. What on earth have you done? Pedro stammered in disbelief. A devil fruit user. Who could have imagined you possessed such a power? Truly, you are a fortunate lad. Merely preparing a small gift for you. Do remain patient. Zhou Yixian replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he engaged in friendly conversation with Pedro, seemingly unconcerned by the golden transponder snail in Pedro's grasp. A creature capable of unleashing devastation upon the new world. With a thunderous crash, Pedro turned towards the source of the sound, only to be struck with terror as a column of black smoke erupted from Zhou Yixian's form. The previously vanished bow had transformed into irregular splinters of wood, cascading like rain upon the Westport dock. Pedro, who had intended to activate the demon-slaying order and depart immediately aboard the treasure ship, now found himself stranded with no means of escape. Now, you may press the golden transponder snail in your hand, Zhou Yixian remarked nonchalantly, casually digging in his ear before flashing a disinterested smile at Pedro. I assure you, the moment the demon-slaying order is activated, the first to perish will undoubtedly be you, Lord Pedro. Pedro stood frozen in place, deciphering the indifference in Zhou Yixian's expression. He understood the truth in those eyes. If he were to initiate the demon-slaying order now, he would be the first to meet his demise. A madman, utterly insane. Aside from uttering a few curses at the madman, Pedro realized that he was utterly powerless. Awkwardly holding the golden phone bug in his hand, he lacked the courage to press the button. He was truly frightened, having never encountered such a deranged individual, one who would wager his very life so casually. Indeed, Zhou Yixian was engaged in a gamble, and Pedro was unwilling to sacrifice his own life in a reckless bid for mutual destruction. Zhou Yixian possessed a certain understanding of Pedro, having ascended from the lowest of ranks to a position rarely attained by others. He was undoubtedly someone who valued his life immensely. I concede. You have one, Pedro declared weakly, striking his palms together before cautiously tucking the phone bug away in his bosom. It seemed that Zhou Yixian had triumphed in his wager. From the outset, he had intended to thwart Pedro's initiation of the demon slaughter order, yet he recognized that begging was far from an effective strategy. The only way to extinguish the other's resolve was to sever his intentions entirely. To claim that Zhou Yixian was indifferent to the golden phone bug in Pedro's possession would be a blatant falsehood. Although he had confidence in surviving under the demon slaughter order, he had invested considerable effort in the New Birth Land and naturally wished to see it thrive rather than perish. At last, the crisis in the New Birth Land had been averted. The nobles of the New Birth Land collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. They promptly summoned Sula to escort Zhou Yixian aside, eager to prevent any further unforeseen incidents, as the activities to welcome the treasure officer needed to return to normalcy. Lord St. Pedro, peace is of the utmost importance. At this cue, a minor noble who had previously attended to Pedro stepped forward, whispering words of comfort. It was merely a misunderstanding. We have prepared a small gift for you, hoping it will meet your satisfaction. Let us hope so. I trust that the nobles of the New Birth Land are mostly well-mannered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Pedro alleviated the earlier awkwardness, wishing to avoid facing Zhou Yixian again, and simply desired to conclude the welcoming ceremony swiftly. There would be ample opportunities for vengeance in the future. I am indeed curious about what gifts the nobles of the New Birth Land have prepared for me. Lord St. Pedro, please accept this. The minor noble, having the advantage of proximity, produced a substantial sack of gold coins from his possession, presenting it to Pedro. Our modest resources are limited, and we cannot offer anything that might truly satisfy your grandeur, but we hope these small coins will suffice. We humbly ask for your favor and a reduction in the share of natural gold. You have done well. I shall remember this. Weighing the coin pouch in his hands, Pedro nodded approvingly. Receiving Pedro's acknowledgement, the minor noble joyfully stepped aside. Observing the noble retreat, Pedro felt a surge of happiness, pondering. If only all the nobles were as considerate as this one. The tangible benefits he received allowed Pedro to temporarily forget the earlier minor grievances. In the face of acquired advantages, sentiments of hatred seemed rather insignificant. It appears that the world adheres to the unyielding principle of eternal interests, a truth that holds universally. Observing the nobles approaching Pedro, leaving gifts and exchanging a few words before turning away, Zhou Yixian finally comprehended why countless individuals are willing to resort to any means necessary to vie for the esteemed position of Celestial Dragon's fortune officer. It truly is a lucrative endeavor, inciting even Zhou Yixian to feel a twinge of impulse to pursue the role himself. Nevertheless, everything ultimately returns to a semblance of propriety. All seems harmonious and amicable. By the way, have you prepared a gift? Sula suddenly turned to Zhou Yixian and inquired. Shouldn't this be your responsibility? Zhou Yixian was unaware that he was to partake in such an event. Even if he had known, he might not have bothered to prepare a gift. I lack the funds to procure a gift. You've squandered all the Elizabeth family's money. Sula cast a melancholic glance at Zhou Yixian. Her meaning unmistakable, it was his fault that she had no beautiful attire to wear. I believe we need not prepare gifts. The recipient may not even accept them. Zhou Yixian evaded Sula's sorrowful gaze, adding that he had already prepared a sincere and substantial gift for Pedro, which he hoped would be satisfactory. If not, then so be it, Sula replied nonchalantly. I am rather curious about the kind of gifts the heads of the Four Seas Society will present, given their noble status. They must be splendid offerings, Zhou Yixian responded dismissively. In his view, the gifts prepared by the Four Seas Society were likely to be mere trinkets of value. Given Pedro's experience as the Celestial Dragon's fortune officer, he would surely appreciate a straightforward offering of berries more than these trivialities. Once a small mountain of gifts had accumulated beside Pedro, the young nobles finally concluded their gestures. The gifts were presented, yet it remained uncertain how many would be remembered by Pedro or if their promises would be fulfilled. After all, everyone had given a gift. They could not be the sole exception. While gifting may not guarantee remembrance by Pedro, they understood that failing to present a gift would indelibly engrave their absence in his memory, and that impression would be filled with resentment. They lacked Zhou Yixian's audacity to offend Pedro and thus chose to conform. As for any expectation of reciprocation for their gifts, they seldom harbored such hopes. Chapter 69. Smile, Lord Pedro, we have meticulously prepared this gift for you, and we hope you will find it to your liking. A dignified man approached Pedro, holding a wooden chest resembling a treasure box, and presented the prepared gift into his hands. If I recall correctly, you must be the current head of the Skylu royal family. Pedro, having collected heavenly gold for the celestial dragons on numerous occasions, was well acquainted with the powers in this new land, having visited the East Sea many times. He instantly recognized the identity of the man before him. It was evident that a leader among the numerous nobles of the Western Sea would not present an inferior gift. Pedro eagerly anticipated the present he held. Is it something particularly special? Pedro inquired, noting that it was specially packaged in a wooden box, which must indicate its great value. It cannot be deemed precious. It is merely a modest gift from the nobility of our newly established land, replied the head of the Zakhailov family. He seemed to recall something and added, the other 3 seas royal families have exerted considerable effort for this gift. Your words only heighten my anticipation, Pedro nodded, impatiently opening the wooden box to glimpse its contents. He was curious to discover what kind of gift could compel the royalty from the 4 seas to expend such effort. As Pedro opened the box, Zhou Yixin also cast a curious glance inside. Upon witnessing the true nature of the gift, he couldn't help but express astonishment. A devil fruit? However, Zhou Yixin quickly dismissed this impractical thought, as his internal devil fruit encyclopedia had not provided any indication that the object resembling a devil fruit was indeed one. Nevertheless, he found himself puzzled. The 4 sea royal families would not be so trivial as to present Pedro with a mere model of a devil fruit. They had not sunk to such levels of boredom. Moreover, if it were merely a model, it would not warrant the significant effort from the 4 sea royals. Since it was neither a devil fruit nor a useless model, Zhou Yixin truly had no idea what this devil fruit-like object was. In his memory, such an item had never appeared in the world of pirates. What could possibly be inside the wooden box? Zhou Yixin curiously asked Sula. Isn't it obvious? Sula shot Zhou Yixin a glance, perplexed as to why he would pose such a question, as it seemed clear it was a devil fruit. He had not anticipated that the nobility of the newly established land would be so generous to please Pedro. Sula was well aware of the rarity of devil fruits. The devil tree of the inverted realm appeared to bear countless devil fruits, yet all were under the control of powerful forces in the world. That said, exceptional circumstances could arise, wherein the guardians of the inverted realm, tasked with collecting devil fruits, might fail to harvest the ripe fruits in time, allowing them to fall into the sea. However, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Attempting to acquire a devil fruit through this means was akin to winning a lottery jackpot. For an ordinary person to obtain a devil fruit was indeed a formidable challenge. At least the Elizabeth family, despite being prepared, had nearly paid the price of their lives in pursuit of one. The nobility of the newly established land likely lacked the power to acquire a devil fruit. On Monday, although Zhou Yixin was aware of the authenticity of the devil fruit, he still voiced a question, hoping to remind Sula. No, if one is willing to invest, it is not impossible. Sula contemplated a possibility and explained to Zhou Yixin. There are several formidable factions that occasionally allow a few devil fruits to drift into auction houses to alleviate their financial burdens. Perhaps they acquired the devil fruits through such means. Hopefully, that is the case. Zhou Yixin replied noncommittally. It appears that the art of forgery in this world has reached unimaginable heights. However, what significance does it hold? The authenticity of the devil fruit can be verified the moment the individual consumes it. In Zhou Yixin's view, the actions of the 4 seas royal family were quite reckless. Devil fruit. Upon seeing the contents within the wooden crate, Pedro was taken aback. He never anticipated that the other party would be so generous. You are quite considerate. I shall reduce the heavenly gold accordingly. It was rare for Pedro to promise a reduction in heavenly gold. Clearly, the devil fruit had indeed piqued his interest. And this gift was entirely worthy of Pedro exercising his authority. With this, it might just be possible to redeem oneself. Elizabeth's boy, you better be prepared. Pedro's heart was filled with boundless confidence. He had every reason to believe that, with his third-tier strength and the brutal abilities of the devil fruit, he would surely make Elizabeth's boy face the consequences. Even though Elizabeth's boy possessed the ability of the devil fruit, Pedro was confident that his prowess in harnessing the devil fruit would surpass that of his opponent due to the disparity in strength. After all, the potency of an ability is inextricably linked to its wielder. At that moment, let us hope you will not be disappointed. Zhou Yixin noticed Pedro's gaze directed at him and silently mourned for him in his heart. He was somewhat eager to see the remarkable expression on Pedro's face when he discovered that the devil fruit in his possession was a counterfeit. No, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. The head of the Zakhailov family, seeing Pedro's satisfied expression, hurriedly clarified. This item may not align entirely with Lord Pedro's expectations. It is not incorrect to refer to it as a devil fruit. Since it is a devil fruit, there is no issue. Pedro, initially anticipating an unexpected twist, felt reassured upon hearing the confirmation that what was entrusted to him was indeed a devil fruit. To him, any other concerns seemed trivial. He offered the other party a reassuring glance, conveying that he was aware of their intentions and would not forget them. Pedro assumed that the other party merely feared that he would deny the authenticity of the devil fruit after receiving it, which prompted him to interrupt their explanation. He believed their concerns were entirely unwarranted. Appropriately reducing some heavenly gold was a trivial matter for him. If he could gain sufficient benefits while extending a modicum of goodwill to the other party, why not? Smile, what you have received is smile. The head of the Zakaya Lu family, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings that might lead to misplaced resentment, reiterated several times that if the name seemed unfamiliar, there was an alternative designation that would surely resonate with the esteemed individual. The object in the esteemed one's hand, which appeared to be a devil fruit, was in fact a synthetic devil fruit. Therefore, I assert that referring to it as a devil fruit is not entirely incorrect. Upon hearing the explanation from the Zakaya Lu family, Zhou Yixian experienced a moment of enlightenment. So it was a synthetic devil fruit, which clarified why his internal devil fruit encyclopedia had issued no related alerts. After a moment of recollection, Zhou Yixian remembered that Smile was a type of synthetic devil fruit of the Zoan category. Smile was created through a collaboration between Don Quixote da Flamingo and M. Caesar Clown, a scientist from the former Marine Headquarters Science Division, using a substance called SAD cultivated by the little people. However, this synthetic devil fruit bore a fatal flaw. Not every synthetic devil fruit granted its user the abilities of a genuine devil fruit. There was only a slim chance that a user would acquire such powers, and those who failed would lose all expressions permanently, being left with only a smile. This was the origin of the name Smile for the synthetic devil fruit. Even without this defect, Zhou Yixian held a significant disdain for synthetic devil fruits. Even if one were to successfully obtain the abilities of a devil fruit, they could not transform like true Zoan devil fruits. They were condemned to remain in a monstrous form. Furthermore, they were exceedingly weak. Users who relied too long on the abilities of the synthetic devil fruit would experience severe physical exhaustion, a factor that could prove fatal in combat. A Smile synthetic devil fruit. Pedro confirmed. Indeed, a synthetic Zoan devil fruit, the head of the Zakaya Lu family asserted, shattering Pedro's final vestiges of hope. He continued, acquiring a genuine devil fruit has become increasingly improbable given our current capabilities. Thus, we resorted to procuring a synthetic devil fruit through the buggy delivery service. Even so, it came at a considerable cost. The buggy delivery service? On Monday, Xian once again encountered a familiar term. Logically, this world should be a century after Luffy has become the Pirate King, yet it is surprising that the Buggy Express Company still exists. Xian does not believe that Buggy could have lived for such an extended period. It seems that Buggy is indeed more complex than one might assume. Having allowed the organization he founded to endure in the pirate world for such a considerable time, which is quite impressive. Have artificial devil fruits truly developed to this extent? They are nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. Xian lamented that if the head of the Saikiaru family had not spoken, those unfamiliar with devil fruits might have been easily deceived. However, given Pedro's status, although his strength has diminished, his experience is undoubtedly substantial. This should be the reason the head of the Saikiaru family would inform them of the truth. So it turns out to be an artificial devil fruit. I had thought it was a genuine one, Sula remarked with a hint of regret. Do you not understand how difficult it is to obtain a real devil fruit? Xian was puzzled by Su La's disappointment. After all, an artificial devil fruit is already quite remarkable. Just look at their eyes, and you will understand. Indeed, the fortunate few are merely a minority. Sula glanced at the crowd behind him and noticed several students from the Four Seas Society, around Xian's age, gazing at the artificial devil fruit in Pedro's hand with a longing expression. Possessing a devil fruit and gaining its abilities would significantly enhance one's strength effortlessly. Who would not desire that? As for the cost of consuming an artificial devil fruit, it is not something they could contemplate, in their eyes. As long as it could bolster their power, a small sacrifice is of no consequence. Chapter 70. Bounty of 1 billion despite their yearning. The students of the Four Seas Society had to retract their covetous gazes. They understood that such things were beyond their current reach. Only by satisfying Pedro could they hope to improve their family's circumstances. Each family knows its own struggles, The seemingly glamorous nobility of the new lands conceals unspoken difficulties. The immense amount of heavenly gold they must pay each year has become somewhat burdensome for their families. You know, there are times we envy you. Raquel suddenly approached Cien, unusually initiating a conversation with him, expressing the desire to possess a devil fruit without having to sacrifice anything, and most importantly, to live freely according to one's own wishes. Although the members of the Four Seas Society may not get along with Cien, Raquel articulated their collective yearning. Often, they wished to live as Cien does, as long as they felt comfortable within themselves, but they found it beyond their reach. If you truly knew me, you would not think so. Cien turned to find Raquel, leading the students from the Four Seas Society, standing beside him, including Anderson, whom he had previously defeated, all looking at him with expressions of agreement. Is that so? I actually wish to understand you better, Raquel said, his expression downcast. What is wrong? This is unlike you, Raquel, the president. On Monday, Cien observed Raquel's current demeanor with a certain understanding, largely due to the burdensome family obligations that plagued her. Although the Four Seas Society had its disagreements with him, there lingered a semblance of camaraderie, yet it was disheartening to witness her sentimentality over a mere artificial devil fruit. One must comprehend that true strength lies within oneself. After all, the devil fruit is ultimately an external force. Furthermore, Cien refrained from mentioning that in this world, the capabilities granted by a devil fruit can indeed serve as a formidable advantage. Most powerful individuals possess remarkable devil fruit abilities, and in the perilous expanse of the sea, relying solely on one's innate strength to ascend is an arduous endeavor. My apologies for the spectacle, President of the Cold Door Society, Cien noted. Upon hearing his reminder, Raquel became momentarily embarrassed, casting a fleeting glance at him before her expression solidified into one of determination. Next time, I shall personally defeat you. I have no objections, provided you can muster the requisite strength. Cien welcomed the prospect of a worthy adversary, for in the pursuit of self-improvement, formidable foes are indispensable. It appears your relationship is rather amicable, Su-La remarked, observing the throng of fellow students surrounding Cien, mistakenly believing he boasted a robust social circle at the Naval Academy. If time allows, do visit the Elizabeth Estate. Indeed, splendid, the members of the Four Seas Society, along with Cien, responded in unison, a rare moment of harmony. With Su-La's interjection, further dialogue was curtailed, shifting focus back to Pedro. They feared that prolonged conversation might lead Su-La to orchestrate a hand-holding friendship, a notion that sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, when the group turned their gaze back to Pedro, they were astonished to see him hurl the artificial devil fruit to the ground. What is happening? They wondered, perplexed. You dare to deceive me with an artificial devil fruit. Pedro's fury ignited, as if the affront was utterly unforgivable. Do you realize that consuming such a fruit could transform one into a terrifying half-human, half-beast monstrosity? I possess some knowledge of this. The head of the Sakailu family, bewildered by Pedro's sudden rage, interjected, to obtain great power, one must inevitably pay a price. Very well. Pedro's expression contorted into a grimace as he addressed those before him. Fortuitously, I did not consume this fruit at first glance. The ramifications would have been unimaginable. Can I interpret this as a deliberate attempt to harm me? Enough. Silence. The head of the Sakailu family was cut off mid-sentence by Pedro's furious interruption. The celestial dragons would not wish for an unsightly monster to loom before their eyes. Upon hearing Pedro's words, the crowd finally comprehended the source of his profound anger. The nobility of the newborn land had offered Pedro a synthetic devil fruit, an act tantamount to obliterating his future. How could a man, once enslaved and who had painstakingly ascended to his current station, remain indifferent to the trajectory of his life? How could he not be enraged? Pedro's fortunes were entirely contingent upon the whims of the celestial dragons. Should he transform into a monstrosity, he would undoubtedly lose their favor. Time and again, such unpleasant incidents occurred, particularly those pertaining to one's own future. At times, Pedro regarded his future as more precious than life itself. This concern had driven him to a loss of reason, prompting him to raise his hand and deliver a resounding slap to the head of the Sakailu family. Father. Witnessing his father stoically endure Pedro's slap, Raquel found it difficult to accept this reality. He swiftly drew his long knife, positioning himself protectively in front of his father, prepared to retaliate against Pedro. The Sakailu royalty could not possibly tolerate such indignity. Raquel, cease this at once, commanded his father with unwavering authority. But father, enough. As a member of the royal family, you should have anticipated this. Rakel's father grasped his arm, his expression tinged with disappointment. Your path ahead is long. Do not allow the fury of the moment to cloud your judgment. Do you wish to mimic the folly of the Elizabeth family and enact a so-called wrath of the gods? Just because Pedro fears the madness of Zhou Yixin does not mean he will cower before other nobles of the newborn land. More often than not, Pedro has exhibited the dignity befitting a treasure officer. As long as I remain alive, I can assure you of your family's dismal fate. If you wish to strike, do so swiftly. If you lack the courage, then step aside. I apologize, Lord Pedro, I acted rashly. Rakel, despite his desire to confront Pedro like Zhou Yixin, recognized his own limitations and yielded. Take your belongings and leave. Pedro cast a disdainful glance at Rakel, not forgetting to remind him to take away what belonged to them, for such things repulsed him. Observing the humiliation of the Zakilu royal family, the other nobles of the newborn land could not help but feel a sense of shared sorrow. Even the most powerful leader of the Western Sea nobility could only swallow his pride in the presence of the treasure officer. What alternative was there for him? Just as the welcoming event fell into another awkward silence, a round of applause erupted in the hall. As the crowd turned to identify the source of the clapping, they discovered an unfamiliar man had appeared on the elevated platform overseeing cargo operations at the Westport. Pierre Legrand, exclaimed Sula in astonishment upon recognizing the newcomer. How could Legrand possibly be here in this insignificant corner of the East Sea? What could his intentions be? Upon hearing Sula reveal the identity of the individual, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes fixated upon Pedro. Could it be that they were drawn to the golden figure above? It seemed that everyone, save for himself, was aware of the stranger's identity. Zhou Yixin inquired, "Who exactly is Pierre Legrand?" Sula responded gravely, "He is the progenitor of pirates. This complicates matters. I cannot fathom why he is here, but trouble is certainly brewing." The progenitor of pirates? What does that mean? Zhou Yixin pondered. Wasn't Roger the one who initiated the age of pirates? When did another progenitor emerge? It was indeed perplexing. Sula, recognizing Zhou Yixin's confusion, elaborated. To be precise, Pierre Legrand is the progenitor of pirates in the Galley Sea. He was the first pirate to reach the New World, the Galley Sea, starting with a humble sailboat and quickly rising to become a formidable figure through his plundering exploits. The Galley Sea? Zhou Yixin questioned further. After the Battle of Laugh-Tale, many new lands emerged along the Grand Line, and the Galley Sea is among them, Sula explained. This region is rich with resources beyond imagination, and notably, many islands remain largely uninhabited. It was Pierre Legrand's piratical activities that attracted countless pirates to the Galley Sea, earning him the title of progenitor. However, after amassing considerable wealth, he vanished from the Galley Sea, only to unexpectedly reappear in the weakened East Sea. Upon hearing Sula's explanation, Zhou Yixin finally grasped the formidable presence he sensed from the individual, akin to that of Thor. This was undoubtedly an entity beyond his capacity to confront. Rest assured, someone of such stature surely has no interest in us mere mortals, Zhou Yixin reassured Sula, noticing her worried expression. I am not concerned for myself, but I fear for my teacher, Sula acknowledged, sharing Zhou Yixin's sentiments. She was merely apprehensive that a pirate of Pierre Legrand's caliber could not possibly arrive in the East Sea with benign intentions. There must be some ulterior motive for his presence. Sula's teacher was a vice admiral stationed at the naval headquarters in the newly emerged lands, and even she was uncertain whether her teacher possessed the capability to contend with Pierre Legrand. Curiously, Zhou Yixin asked, "What is the bounty on Pierre Legrand?" "Above 1 billion berries. I cannot recall the exact amount," Sula replied. Upon hearing the figure, Zhou Yixin finally comprehended the terror associated with this individual. It was no wonder the crowd had exhibited such alarm upon encountering Pierre Legrand. A bounty exceeding 1 billion signifies a strength comparable to that of the 3 stellar commanders under the 4 emperors. Chapter 71. The Green Serpent. I apologize for interrupting your splendid gathering. Pierre Legrand, noticing that his arrival had captured the attention of everyone present, politely greeted the crowd, assuring them, "You need not concern yourselves with me. I merely wish to retrieve something and shall depart shortly." Despite his words, no one took them to heart. The presence of a notorious pirate with a bounty surpassing 1 billion instilled a sense of unease. His appearance sparked a wave of panic among the nobility of the New World. They contemplated fleeing, but hesitated, fearing the wrath of the pirate, leaving them in a state of confusion. "You must understand, this is not a place for you," Pedro asserted, maintaining the dignity of the treasure officer even in the face of such a formidable pirate. "Regardless of your schemes, The New World, a sanctum for the celestial dragons, is not something you can covet. You are well aware of the consequences of provoking the celestial dragons. Pedro's defense of the New World marked a pivotal moment, awakening the nobility to the authority of the treasure officer, and they couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude towards Pedro. In their eyes, he was not without merit. He exhibited a rare courage when confronting a legendary pirate like Legrand. Pedro's confidence stemmed, in part, from the celestial dragons standing behind him. More importantly, he had encountered even more formidable pirates due to his association with them. As I mentioned, I have merely come to collect something. I harbor no ulterior motives. Pierre Legrand replied softly. Treasure officer, there is no need for concern. I have no interest in the New World. Retrieve what you desire and leave promptly, Pedro conceded. Unwilling to offend the pirate, what Legrand sought was of no concern to him, as long as it did not involve coveting the celestial dragon's treasures. Do you not wish to know what I intend to take? Pierre Legrand inquired. That is of little importance, Pedro replied impatiently. I have no interest in knowing. I have pressing matters to attend to. Pedro spoke the truth. Following the brief welcoming ceremony, he would immerse himself in the demands of his duties. Coordinating the fleets of treasure ships scattered across the East Sea and overseeing the collection of the celestial dragon shares required his personal oversight. It was a task that demanded precision. One could only afford to take more, never less, and managing such a vast fleet was no trivial endeavor. It appears you lack patience, treasure officer, Pierre Legrand remarked. His demeanor relaxed. What I intend to take is indeed related to you. Just as Pedro pondered what could possibly warrant the attention of a pirate like Legrand, he witnessed the astonishing moment when Legrand, who had been on the high platform a moment before, suddenly appeared at his side. The crowd remained perplexed as to how he accomplished such a feat, traversing an immense distance in the blink of an eye. It was not until Pierre Legrand stepped forward that Xuan Xian had the opportunity to scrutinize him closely. Adorned with a tricorn hat, several pistols dangling from his belt, and a short sword tucked at his waist, his attire was impeccably neat. From his demeanor, Xuan Xian even detected a hint of gentlemanly grace. I wish to borrow your head for a moment, he uttered, and despite the chilling nature of his words, a gentle smile lingered on Pierre Legrand's face. With a swift motion, a glimmer of steel flashed at Pedro's neck. The latter's expression remained one of disbelief as his head was severed from his body. Perhaps due to the incredible swiftness of the act, Pedro's body had no time to react, and even the neck, now devoid of its head, did not allow for blood to cascade forth immediately. Has he been murdered? Raquel, standing beside Pedro, struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Previously, she had faced Pedro's arrogance and fury, and now, in an effortless manner, he lay lifeless before her. It was only when warm blood splattered across Raquel's cheeks that the grim reality dawned upon her. Surprisingly, rather than panic, she felt a twinge of satisfaction at Pedro's demise. She could not help but muse that those of great strength truly wield their power with impunity. Do not fret, little one. I mean you no harm. Pierre Legrand reassured Raquel, signaling that there was no cause for concern. In most instances, we adhere to our principles. To claim Pedro's head was merely that, nothing more. Raquel found herself bewildered, noting the absence of any blood upon him. Pierre Legrand casually lifted Pedro's severed head, tossing it lightly in his hand. Perhaps finding it dull, he soon discarded it, murmuring, "The deed is done. It is time to depart." After executing Pedro before the onlookers, he appeared nonchalant, leisurely contemplating his exit. The treasure officer appointed by the celestial dragons had just been slain, and the nobility of the New World dared not even entertain the thought of repercussions. They simply hoped this harbinger of death would vanish from their sight, and none dared to impede Pierre Legrand's departure. Stop right there, Sula called out to the departing Legrand. It was not confidence that compelled Sula to act, but rather a sense of duty as a Marine, feeling an obligation to intervene and prevent the man from leaving so easily. Beautiful lady, what can I do for you? Upon hearing Sula's command, Legrand paused and turned to inquire. Nothing at all. We merely wish to express our gratitude for Pedro's death, which serves us well. You need not concern yourself with us. You are free to go. On Monday, Xian tightly covered Sura's mouth, silencing her further utterances. Are you out of your mind? When dealing with such a formidable pirate, it is not your place to intervene. As a mere sailor, you ought to focus on preserving your own life rather than engaging in foolishness. On a languid Monday, Sula exhibited a rather reckless disposition, seemingly oblivious to his own limitations as he contemplated provoking a notorious pirate like Pierre Legrand. As an employee of the Navy, it would have sufficed to discreetly inform the Navy base in the New World, sparing himself the peril of direct confrontation. With no further matters at hand, he prepared to take his leave. Pierre Legrand responded courteously, turning away and striding towards the harbor, his demeanor devoid of any concern regarding the potential troubles in a location hosting a naval base. It was as if he believed he could come and go as he pleased, treating the new world as his own playground. Just as Pierre Legrand's figure began to fade from view, a voice emerged from the harbor, attempting to halt his departure. You think you can just swagger away after killing the official in charge of the treasure? I would find it quite challenging to explain this to my superiors. Even before the speaker arrived, the icy tone made it clear that Navy personnel were on the scene. Evidently, someone had already alerted the naval base stationed in the New World. Suddenly, several warships appeared near the West Harbor, ready for battle, their cannons aimed at the dock, effectively sealing off the entire area. Pierre Legrand's intention to leave unscathed was rapidly becoming unrealistic. It appeared trouble was brewing. Stopping in his tracks, Pierre's expression grew serious for the first time, his gaze piercing through the crowd, as if sensing something ominous lurking in the shadows of the dock. Before long, a multitude of sailors clad in justice cloaks surged forth from every exit of the West Harbor, their expressions tense as they surrounded the area. The once spacious dock became increasingly crowded with the influx of Navy personnel. Finally, salvation arrived. The minor noble responsible for receiving Pedro exhaled a sigh of relief upon the arrival of the Navy, as it was evidently he who had notified the naval base of the situation at hand. "Teacher, you have finally arrived," Surla exclaimed, joyfully rushing towards a familiar figure amidst the throngs of sailors. "You did exceptionally well," the individual nodded approvingly at Surla. "Now, allow me to handle the situation from here. You must ensure your safety. Has the New World degenerated to such a state?" Surla reflected silently, taking in the appearance of his teacher. He had initially presumed that Surla's mentor would be a formidable contender for the next admiral of the Navy, perhaps at least a middle-aged man. However, upon seeing her in person, he was taken aback to find that she was a strikingly beautiful woman, looking only a few years older than Surla himself. Rather than a teacher, she resembled more of an elder sister to Surla, a notion that seemed more plausible. This led Surla to think of Alina, the true authority behind the East Blue Naval Academy, who also happened to be a youthful and captivating woman. The naval headquarters deployment of power in the land of newborns is a manifestation of the yin flourishing while the yang declines. You must be Sula's brother. No wonder she frequently mentions you, to the point of my ears nearly becoming calloused from hearing your name. You truly are an admirable young man. Sula's teacher cast a glance at Zhou Yixian, who perceived a certain affectionate indulgence in her gaze, as if she had recalled something. She then spoke. "You may address me as Teacher Shea, just as Sula does, as a person with the soul of an adult." Zhou Yixian felt somewhat uneasy under the gaze of a young and beautiful woman. However, that discomfort swiftly dissipated, replaced instead by a burgeoning sense of dread. Chapter 72. Nature System versus Superhuman System. Shea seemed to have discerned Zhou Yixian's inner thoughts, chuckling lightly. "Is it that seeing me as a woman has disappointed you? Do you harbor any peculiar notions about Teacher Shea?" Upon hearing her words, Sula tilted her head and inquired. "Absolutely not. Please don't misinterpret. I have great respect for women." Zhou Yixian hastily denied, noticing a fleeting glimmer of coldness in Shea's smile. He understood that a misstep in his response could lead to a minor reprimand from her. And he quickly added, "How could I entertain such bizarre thoughts? What era are we in? Seeing you, as young, beautiful, and powerful as Teacher Elena, simply caught me by surprise. You are quite the eloquent young man. I shall remember you," Shea replied, her smile radiating a hint of indulgence. After all, Elena was widely acknowledged as a stunning beauty in the land of newborns, and Zhou Yixian's compliment equated her beauty to that of Elena, which would undoubtedly please Shea. "And what about me?" Sula interjected. "You are also quite beautiful, a complete goddess in your own right," Zhou Yixian replied, somewhat exasperated by the triviality of the discussion. "Is this really the time to concern ourselves with appearances? Did you not sense the murderous intent in your teacher's gaze earlier? Moreover, this was hardly the moment to delve into the subject of beauty. Far more pressing matters awaited resolution. Apologies for interrupting your idle chatter." Pierre Legrand, standing at the center of the encirclement, exhibited no sign of the expected panic and kindly remarked, "If there are no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave and not impede your conversation." Pierre Legrand, you ought to be aware of your standing. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Shea signaled for Sula and Zhou Yixian to remain behind as she approached Legrand, questioning, "Do you not fear the wrath of those behind you? You have infringed upon their interests, and such actions are absolutely intolerable in their eyes." Qing Shishea, I am fully aware of what I am doing. Your concern is unwarranted, Elvin Legrand replied, somewhat perplexed. Isn't it precisely what you wish to see, that their interests are compromised? When did it begin that the Marines loyal to the Navy headquarters started to harbor concerns about the celestial dragons? Maintaining global stability has always been our Marines' primary responsibility, replied Shea. I can only say that you are indeed noble. Legrand and Shea seem to share a mutual understanding, conversing like long-lost friends. I cannot emulate your stance, fundamentally. I am a pirate first and foremost, and only thereafter do I assume other identities. The prerequisite for dedicating oneself to the motherland is, at the very least, to safeguard one's own interests. The Green Serpent? That must be Shea's moniker. According to Zhou Yixian's understanding of the titles held by the Navy headquarters officers, those who bear names of the 12 zodiac signs typically represent formidable strength, which explains why Shea is a strong contender for the next admiral of the Navy headquarters. However, through their dialogue, Zhou Yixian also discerned that Legrand's identity appeared to be more intricate than it seemed on the surface. As for the hidden identities beneath his pirate persona, he did not disclose them. Zhou Yixian preferred not to delve further. He recognized that with his current prowess, he had yet to earn the right to know the answers. Moreover, it seemed that the Navy headquarters harbored considerable conflicts with the celestial dragons, as their brief exchange revealed several matters. Speak more if you can, Zhou Yixian suggested. Yet it was evident that he would be left disappointed. Shea understood the futility of continuing the conversation and commanded, all unrelated personnel, retreat to a safe zone. You all should also withdraw. Your presence here holds little significance in a battle of this magnitude. Understood. The Navy soldiers, obedient to the order, retreated from the west port like a receding tide, devoid of any hesitation. As for the aristocrats of the new land who remained behind, they had vanished without a trace the moment Shea and the Navy arrived. After all that was said, it ultimately came down to resolving the issue in the way of pirates. The pirate code truly stands as the singular truth of the world. Pierre Legrand loosened his collar and cast aside his coat, evidently preparing for battle. Words were superfluous. Shea glanced back at the retreating crowd, feeling a sense of reassurance. A confrontation between titans was on the verge of unfolding. Why do you choose to remain when the teacher has instructed us to retreat to a safe distance? Surrounded by Zhou Yixian, Sula was persuaded to stay atop a building not far from the west port. Once they found a vantage point that offered a clear view of the entire harbor, Sula finally voiced her concerns. Rest easy, our distance is sufficiently far now. Adjusting his position for comfort, Zhou Yixian observed the two solitary figures left at the dock and remarked, "This will be a rare spectacle of combat. Pay keen attention. And I believe you will garner valuable insights." Long ago, Zhou Yixian received a notification within his body regarding the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Moo Fruit category, natural fruit ability, allows the user to transform any part of their body into a tree-like form and manipulate plants. Even when physically assaulted, the user can swiftly regenerate their body using wood. The quantity, range, and potency of the wood that can be released are proportional to the user's strength. Developer, Qing Shi. Shea supplement. Users of the Moo fruit can absorb sunlight to recover from a portion of the damage sustained. Fire poses a certain counteractive effect against the Moo fruit. Others, unknown. The reason Shea could attain the title of Qing Shi and its fruit ability is undoubtedly interconnected. Zhou Yixian keenly observed that the Moo fruit uniquely allows for self-healing through photosynthesis, a truly remarkable ability. As for the introduction of Erwin Legrand's fruit, it was much more straightforward. Debilitation fruit category, paramecia fruit ability, capable of weakening the attributes of any object touched by the user, with the specific effects proportional to the user's strength. Developer, Owen Legrand supplement, extremely dangerous. The user's fruit ability has awakened. Others unknown, through the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Zhou Yixian once again received a notification of extreme danger. Erwin Legrand truly deserves the title of the progenitor of pirates. His strength is indeed beyond reproach. Although the description of Legrand's fruit was brief, Zhou Yixian understood that the debilitation ability was undeniably formidable, especially in the hands of a powerful individual. Shea was in peril, and it was uncertain how long she could withstand the threat. However, Zhou Yixian harbored little concern for the safety of the newborn land. He knew that Annie's father, Sol, likely possessed comparable strength. The reasons for Sol's presence in the newborn land remained unknown, but he would not allow others to destroy it. Yet, the lingering question remained. Was it too perilous to stay here? Sula expressed her concerns. Do not speak. The battle has already commenced. Zhou Yixin's gaze remained fixed on the two individuals at the dock, stating, if Shea cannot stop Legrand, there will be no sanctuary anywhere. The Dark Forest on Monday. Amidst casual chatter, Shea was the first to activate the power of the Mumu fruit. Zhou Yixin and Sula were fortunate enough to witness the growth of a forest, a journey from a mere seedling to a majestic canopy of towering trees, transforming into an expansive woodland. However, Zhou Yixin gazed at the suddenly manifested forest with a sense of disappointment. I am at a loss for words, he lamented. Sula, with a few dark lines appearing on her forehead, retorted, the one who remains is you, and the one who finds it uninteresting is also you. Thus, the light-hearted exchange between Zhou Yixin and Sula came to an end, returning to the heart of battle. What a remarkable ability! Elvin Legrand remarked with a hint of envy as he observed the forest that had materialized before them. To survive in the treacherous seas, a natural ability user undoubtedly has a distinct advantage. Enough of the idle talk. Take it seriously, Shea snapped, feeling belittled by their nonchalance. Surviving until the end requires more than mere words. One must possess real strength. Green Serpent. The trees of the dense forest seemed to come alive at Shea's command, becoming ferocious. Countless branches morphed into agile, venomous serpents, flicking their tongues and fixating on their prey, ever ready to rend it apart. Soon enough, they appeared to find the opportune moment, writhing and lunging from all directions to attack their target. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a myriad of serpentine shadows on the ground, leaving scarcely any place to take refuge. For those with even a slight fear of crowded spaces, the sight might have been enough to induce a panic-induced demise. With a thunderous roar, the colossal trees swung their branches, mercilessly striking the earth. Debris flew, and the ground was marked with deep gashes, thick clouds of dust rising into the air, obscuring the sky above Westport in a hazy gloom. Such power from the teacher. Under such an onslaught, even Legrand should find it difficult to cope, Sula observed, her eyes gleaming with admiration for Shea as she beheld the catastrophic effects of her attack. If it were that easy to resolve, Legrand wouldn't be worthy of a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Zhou Yixin, however, did not share Sula's blind confidence in Shea. While her attack appeared immensely effective, he knew it would fail to inflict genuine harm upon the enemy. All efforts would be in vain. After all, Zhou Yixin was acutely aware of the world. Pirates with bounties above 1 billion are not mere vice admirals of the Navy can handle. Chapter 73. Overgrowth. The unfolding events transpired as Zhou Yixin had anticipated. In the face of Shea's onslaught, Legrand remained utterly unfazed, handling the situation with a measure of ease. As he stood at the epicenter of the attack, Legrand raised his hands slightly, resembling a dancer poised to begin, his feet beginning to move rhythmically. The serpentine shadows danced wildly, as if infected by Legrand's rhythm, accompanying his every move with a melodious cadence. With each subtle shift of his body, numerous elongated serpents mimicked his steps, twisting their forms to ensure they left no trace upon the ground. An onlooker, bewildered by this spectacle, might easily mistake the myriad of trees for being enchanted by Legrand's graceful steps, as they swayed their branches in unison, seemingly performing a dance of their own. Saya's fierce assaults, combined with Legrand's deliberate evasions, created an oddly captivating aesthetic. Such an impressive display of offense stirred a sense of exhilaration within me. After narrowly evading the Azure Serpent's pursuit once more, Legrand remarked with amusement to Saya, "It is no surprise that a rear admiral of the Navy, known as the Azure Serpent, wields the powers of the Devil Fruit with such commendable finesse. It is a testament to how one's reputation can sometimes reflect their actual prowess." Enough chatter. Focus and do not underestimate the strength of any soldier driven by justice, Saya retorted, her relentless onslaught continuing as she commanded the serpentine branches to pursue Legrand. Aware of the disparity in their abilities, Saya resorted to overwhelming numbers, as the serpents chasing Legrand swelled from dozens to a terrifying count of hundreds. "I am quite serious. Such effective attacks have even made me break a slight sweat," Legrand replied with a casual tone, clearly indicating that the increasing numbers posed no challenge to him. "Are you underestimating me? Why do you not strike back?" Saya inquired. "Did I not say it is an effective attack? I find myself lacking the energy to counter." Legrand maintained his relaxed demeanor, effortlessly dodging Saya's strikes, his thoughts remaining a mystery as he refrained from retaliating. "Stop deceiving me," Saya exclaimed, her anger boiling over after being toyed with repeatedly. Determined to overcome her adversary, she infused many of the branches with armament haki, which surged forth to pursue Legrand, nearly reaching the limits of her control. I advise you to conserve your haki. Using it fruitlessly against an opponent will only burden you, Legrand instructed, assuming the role of a mentor in their skirmish. If you possess the skill, refrain from using observation haki, Saya challenged. Saya was well aware that Legrand's ability to effortlessly evade her attacks stemmed from his formidable observation haki in action. In the face of such relentless assaults, the ability to remain untouched could only be attributed to this particular power. You truly are a stern young lady. Without observation haki, I would find myself in quite a predicament, Legrand jested. You should know that observation haki is of little consequence to me. Azure Serpent, encircle him. As the opportune moment presented itself, Shea seized the chance while Legrand was engaged in conversation with his doppelganger. Suddenly, dozens of emerald serpents emerged around him, encircling him at a peculiar angle, positioning themselves directly before him. In an instant, Legrand found himself besieged, trapped between the proverbial wolf and tiger, caught in a predicament where retreat was not an option. With a resounding clang, the sound of his armament's haki manifested, enveloping his arms in a deep ebony hue. Faced with no alternative but to confront the peril head-on, Legrand steadied himself on one leg, adopting an unusual stance to evade the serpent's vicious strikes from behind. As the assailants rushed past him, propelled by their own momentum, he deftly seized a straight branch, akin to a spear, drawing it into his embrace. With a tremendous flex of his arm muscles, he yanked the branch with great force. The thick limb, approximately the width of his forearm, snapped with a sharp crack, cleaved from its root, and was hurled towards the oncoming multitude of branches. A thunderous boom echoed as the countless branches met their fate, collapsing helplessly to the ground as if deprived of their strength. Shea's premeditated assault was effortlessly thwarted by Legrand, showcasing his remarkable combat awareness. It was evident that his prior meticulous control over the pursuing branches was a ruse, designed to lead him to believe that her capabilities had reached their zenith. The earlier display of anger was likely a deliberate act, all orchestrated for this singular moment. Regrettably, it bore no fruit, after all. The best-laid plans had been discerned from the outset. Confronted with the revelation of her intentions, Shea maintained her composure, her expression betraying little irritation. From the very beginning, her objectives extended beyond this encounter. What? As Legrand focused intently on countering the onslaught before him, he remained oblivious to the treacherous ground beneath his feet. Every preparatory measure Shea had undertaken was meticulously crafted for this very instant. Unbeknownst to him, the soil beneath Legrand was ruptured by several robust roots, which entwined around his feet like constricting serpents. These roots, drawing nourishment from the earth, augmented their strength, effectively anchoring Legrand in place. Shea was not one to make such a fundamental error. Against a pirate of Legrand's caliber, she did not expect a mere handful of roots to restrain his movements. The moment she ensnared Legrand, she infused her haki into the roots, with the formidable power of haki enhancing them. The roots became nearly impossible for Legrand to extricate himself from. Resigned to his fate, he ceased his struggles and turned to Shea, stating, "You should be well aware of how arduous it is to awaken a Logia ability. The part imbued with haki is inherently connected to your essence. As a Logia user, recklessly engaging with an opponent of superior strength is a perilous endeavor." Upon finishing his statement, Legrand suddenly grasped the roots that ensnared him with both hands. Perhaps his immense strength was overwhelming, for even the haki-infused roots could scarcely endure it. Where he gripped, a massive indentation formed, a testament to his power. "It is you who has been ensnared," he declared. The strength exerted by Legrand intensified, causing the indentations on the tree roots to grow increasingly ominous. Will she not relent? Truly, a tenacious young lady. Even the prowess of armament haki varies in magnitude. It is evident that Legrand's armament haki surpasses that of Saya considerably. As the roots entwined with Legrand, connected to Saya's essence, the powerful compressive force of Legrand's grasp directly impacted Saya. With a muffled gasp, Saya clamped her mouth shut. Yet blood trickled from her fingertips. Merely by holding her essence, Legrand inflicted significant damage upon Saya, akin to a devastating blow. Nevertheless, Saya was determined not to squander this rare opportunity. She gritted her teeth, bearing the mounting burden on her body. Ultimately, she could no longer suppress the internal injuries, and beads of blood began to seep from various wounds. Despite this, Saya exhibited no inclination to concede. "Release me," I harbor no desire to harm you. Our conflicts are minimal. Legrand seemed touched by Saya's indomitable spirit and gently urged, the disparity in our strengths is too vast. If this continues, you shall perish. Even I would find it daunting to slay a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. Not a chance, Saya retorted, unmoved. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own impending predicament. Excessive growth. Saya unleashed a unique technique, distinct from other nature-type abilities. The colossal forest of trees she had conjured at the west port began to wither at a visibly accelerated pace, each tree succumbing in turn. The once mighty trunks, deprived of sustenance, could no longer anchor themselves to the earth and collapsed helplessly to the ground. When the desiccated trunks made contact with the soil, the anticipated thunderous crash did not occur. Instead, they emitted an astonishing sound, shattering into irregular rhombic fragments. As the wind swept through, the myriad shards transformed into dust, dispersing into the atmosphere. Countless nutrients, absorbed by the trees through photosynthesis, floated into the air, morphing into luminous motes that converged towards Saya. With the arrival of these myriad points of light, Saya's form radiated a glow akin to fireflies. In the soft illumination, she became even more enchanting. However, excessive growth could not merely enhance one's appearance. That would be rather futile. As Saya continued to absorb the gathering motes, the surface of her body, akin to the cracked bark of a withered tree, began to heal in an extraordinary manner. Her skin gradually transformed into a smooth, fair complexion, resembling that of a human. Even the previously indented roots, which had been compressed by Legrand's tremendous force, regained their elasticity and rounded form, as if reinflated like a balloon. I had never witnessed such a remarkable natural ability. The Moku Moku fruit truly possesses a fascinating power. Observing the scene before him, Legrand remarked with a hint of novelty. However, you must understand that this is merely a futile expenditure. In combat, it is often those with unwavering resolve who emerge victorious, replied Shea. Recognizing the futility of further dialogue, Legrand exerted greater force. Instantly, the roots entwined around him sank deeper into the earth. Yet, it was not long before the roots returned to their original state. The roots encircling Legrand continued the cycle of sinking and restoring. Thus, Shea and Legrand found themselves locked in a stalemate, as if neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Chapter 74. The weakened fruit. Legrand is trapped by teacher Shea. We must assist. Observing the two locked in a deadlock from a distance, Sula proposed a bold idea, suggesting that perhaps even a small act of assistance could enable them to defeat Legrand, the formidable pirate. If you wish to court death, do not drag me along. Monday replied, casting a skeptical glance at Sula, struggling to comprehend who had instilled such courage in her to confront a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. It was akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, an invitation to disaster. 1 billion berries is within reach. Do you not feel even a flicker of temptation? Sula countered. Not a chance. I have no desire to die. Besides, where did you see that Legrand is ensnared by Shea? Monday was exasperated with Sula. It was a classic case of valuing money over life. Did she truly believe that earning 10 billion berries was so effortless? Just watch, with your level of strength. Even if Legrand stood still, you would struggle to inflict even the slightest scratch on him. Humph, Sula huffed, feeling belittled and growing irritated. Ignoring Sula's sulking, Monday couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern for Shea. Perhaps Sula was influenced by Shea's earlier, impressively effective assault, leading her to believe that Legrand was entirely subdued by Shea's prowess. On Monday, Cien, however, did not share such thoughts. It seemed utterly abnormal that Legrand had not retaliated from the very beginning. He found it hard to believe that a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion could stand before the Navy headquarters, utterly devoid of the strength to counterattack. This would render the world government's bounties far too easily acquired. Although Saya's assaults appeared visually spectacular, most users of natural-type abilities could achieve similar effects, and they inflicted no harm whatsoever on Legrand, nor did they cause him any trouble. Cien was well aware that Legrand's own devil fruit powers had yet to be compelled by Saya. Thus, he held little confidence in Saya's ability to restrain Legrand. It was nearly time for the final strike. Observing the prolonged standoff between the two, Cien sighed softly. As expected, on Monday, the forest before Cien vanished. Shea's excessive growth had reached its limit, and her body once again erupted with countless tiny droplets of blood. Observing Shea's struggle to persist, Legrand kindly urged, "Let go. Young lady, you are no match for me." Do not call me young lady, Shea retorted with disdain. Very well, General Shea, might you now release me? Legrand spread his hands in mock surrender. He truly admired the tenacity of this young girl, who, despite knowing the insurmountable gap in their strength from the beginning, fought with such fervor. In Shea's resolute gaze, Legrand glimpsed something incomprehensible to him as a pirate. Perhaps it was what one might call faith. Yet, faith without strength only leads to self-destruction. Get up, he commanded, realizing he had lingered too long and had other pressing matters to attend to. Suddenly, Legrand let out a thunderous roar, his biceps bulging as if two serpentine dragons had coiled around his arms, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. With a deep bend, he seized the gigantic python that had entangled his legs, lifting it effortlessly. The sheer force of his exertion straightened his body, and only the earth beneath his feet could truly comprehend the monstrous strength that resided within him. Crack, crack. The ground beneath Legrand could no longer bear his weight, yielding to form a massive pit. Be cautious. I am about to unleash my power, he warned Shea, who, at that moment, lacked the strength to respond to his well-meaning caution. She felt as though a primordial beast had locked its gaze upon her, rendering her powerless. Thus, she watched helplessly as Legrand began to extract the roots that anchored him deep into the earth, pulling them out one by one. Boom. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. With the loss of support, the ground at the westport collapsed, forming a small basin beneath them. Only Shea and Legrand remained, standing atop two solitary stone columns that supported their stance. Realizing it was futile to restrain her opponent, Shea severed the connection with the roots. The roots, reminiscent of a prehistoric serpent, were cast aside by Legrand, shattering upon impact. They transformed into towering walls akin to city fortifications, encasing Legrand within. In that instant of ensnaring her prey, Shea raised her hands as if conducting an orchestra. Numerous columns, their tops sharpened into deadly spikes and glistening with a dark sheen, surged toward the towering wooden walls that enclosed Legrand. Boom, boom, boom. As the cylindrical spikes erupted from the ground, relentlessly striking with a rhythmic ferocity, they swiftly encircled Legrand, forming a wooden barrier akin to a fortress wall, riddled with countless holes resembling a wasp's nest. One could only imagine the severity of the assault that ensnared Legrand within. Even enveloped in an aura of dominance, facing such a concentrated barrage of willpower would likely render one powerless. Sasha ceased her attacks, for she could no longer feel the satisfying impact of striking metal against her spiked assault, targeting the notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. She had deliberately chosen this piercing method, intending to break through his defenses point by point. The effectiveness of her strategy was evident, after all. Her persistent underestimation of me would undoubtedly exact a toll, perhaps even a fatal one. Before long, the wooden wall began to fade. How could this be? Initially brimming with confidence in her offensive capabilities, Sasha gasped in astonishment at the scene before her. Pierre Legrand remained utterly unscathed. It was a sight she found difficult to accept. Are you disappointed that the outcome did not align with your expectations? Legrand remarked with a hint of regret in his expression. Sometimes, amidst this vast ocean, a few fortunate souls receive divine favor, acquiring exceptional abilities from the devil fruit. As luck would have it, I happen to possess one such gift. You are a wielder of such power? Sasha inquired incredulously. This revelation was not recorded by the Naval Headquarters intelligence, primarily because Legrand's ascension had been alarmingly rapid, leaving even the Navy unprepared. When their intelligence agency finally directed its attention toward Legrand, he had mysteriously vanished from the public eye. Sasha remained unaware of Legrand's abilities. Perhaps some were privy to the truth, but most were his adversaries, typically silenced by his overwhelming strength, consigned to the shadowy depths of the sea. Is it so strange? In these treacherous waters, one must harbor a few secrets to ensure their survival, Legrand replied. Sasha fell silent, after exerting all her might. The most she had accomplished was to compel Legrand to reveal his devil fruit power, a crushing blow to her morale. Simultaneously, she recognized the peril she now faced. She had become aware of a secret that her opponent wished to keep hidden, and this knowledge would surely come at a price. Allow me to demonstrate my abilities, Legrand stated, lightly tapping his hand against one of the nearby columns, which was approximately the girth of a woman's waist. It crumbled like fragile parchment, scattering into a multitude of fragments. I have consumed the weakening fruit. I am a wielder of its power. This ability allows me to diminish the various attributes of any object I touch. Indeed, hardness can be regarded as a trait. As you can see, I have made a slight alteration to your capabilities, resulting in the current predicament. It is indeed a formidable ability. Xiaoyu cast a glance at Legrand and remarked, "It is a pity that I no longer have the opportunity to relay this crucial intelligence back to the Navy headquarters. You present quite the challenge." Xiaoyu acknowledged Legrand's formidable strength. Yet she felt a tinge of regret for not being able to inform the Navy in time about the extent of the danger he posed, thus heightening their vigilance. "It seems you have already recognized this," Legrand replied, not rushing to act. "I cannot allow you to transmit this information to the Navy headquarters, as it would cause me considerable trouble. I must apologize. From the very beginning, I had no intention of causing you harm. However, the sea adheres to its own laws." Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu posed her lingering question, "With your identity surfacing in the East China Sea, I suspect your motives extend beyond mere boredom and the desire to eliminate Pedro for a fleeting thrill. What is your true purpose?" "I cannot disclose that," Legrand replied. Shaking his head, firmly refusing to divulge his intentions, he remained quite vigilant about keeping his objectives concealed, even in the face of a person on the brink of death. It appeared that Elvin Legrand's visit held significant ulterior motives. This was troubling. Xiaoyu was in peril. Keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding situation, Zhou Yixian addressed Sula. "There is no time for explanations. I must go to her aid. You need to create some chaos immediately." Without waiting for Sula's response, Zhou Yixian transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing beneath the high-rise where the two were situated. In a matter of moments, he vanished from Sula's sight, racing towards Xiaoyu. It cannot be said that Zhou Yixian harbored any profound feelings for Xiaoyu, risking his life to save her. Today merely marked their first encounter, and even the most cliché romantic tales would hesitate to venture this far. On a languid Monday, the thought of witnessing a beautiful life wither away before one's eyes was unbearable. Chapter 75, Reappearance in the World. As Zhou Yixian hurried towards the battlefield, Legrand suddenly posed a question to Xiaoyu. "Have you ever experienced the sensation of being struck by a naval cannon?" "Never," Xiaoyu replied succinctly. "I almost forgot." "As a wielder of natural abilities, such an experience is nearly impossible for you," Legrand said, casting a glance of envy towards Xiaoyu, the fortunate one of the sea. "Let me allow you to experience the sensation of being struck by a cannon." With a single hand, Legrand began to charge his power, drawing the elemental force from the heavens and earth into his palm, creating a tempest that made it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. In Xiaoyu's perception, Legrand's accumulation of energy seemed to last an eternity, though it was merely a matter of seconds. A luminous sphere of white light coalesced around Legrand's fist. Upon reaching the peak of his charge, he unleashed a long beam of energy that surged towards Xiaoyu with incredible speed, nearly beyond the limits of human reaction. Xiaoyu could only watch helplessly as the oppressive light column barreled towards her. "Is the power of a cannon merely this?" was Xiaoyu's final thought. "Oh no, it's too late." Despite summoning every ounce of her strength, Zhou Yixian arrived just a moment too late. In a desperate attempt to intervene, Zhou Yixian activated the ability of his dark fruit against Legrand and Xiaoyu. However, the gravitational effect that usually proved effective against devil fruit users faltered, leaving the two standing immobile. The disparity in their power was insurmountable. No extraordinary ability could bridge the vast chasm of strength between Zhou Yixian and the two. "How could this be? It's futile," Zhou Yixian lamented. Boom. Ultimately, the naval cannon fired from Legrand's hand struck Xiaoyu without any hindrance. A blinding flash of white light erupted, and through the gaps between his fingers, Zhou Yixian was horrified to witness a portion of Xiaoyu's body vaporize instantly under the searing heat, transforming into a wisp of steam that vanished before his eyes. "It missed. How could that happen?" Zhou Yixian murmured. Without time to ponder the inexplicable divergence of the attack, he continued to move swiftly, striving to reach Xiaoyu's side. In truth, he was uncertain whether his efforts would bear any fruit, but an unwavering conviction within him urged him not to surrender easily. For perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. Yet, Legrand's assault was far from over. The shockwave that pierced Xiaoyu's body shot forth like a comet, trailing a long tail as it soared towards the ocean's surface. At the forefront stands the Pedro treasure ship, which has already lost its bow, consumed in an instant by a shockwave akin to a comet. Like a fragment of Xiaoyu's form, it vaporized instantaneously into a wisp of steam, dissipating into the air as though this grand vessel had never graced this realm. Such a colossal treasure ship posed no obstacle to Legrand's assault. The shockwave, having traversed the vessel, continued its trajectory toward the sea. The ocean itself seemed unable to withstand such a terrifying blow, parting automatically to create a path. Yielding to its passage. Boom. At last, as Legrand's strike vanished beneath the horizon, it unleashed a tremendous roar, accompanied by a tremor that shook the very earth. Everything came to a serene stillness. Had Zhou Yixin's gaze been able to penetrate further, he would have discerned a lake within the sea at some point in the East China Sea, where countless waters poured relentlessly, striving to fill this unwelcome intruder that had materialized in the ocean. This was the entirety of the aftermath wrought by Legrand's strike. Is this truly a human? Here comes yet another pesky little rodent. The moment Zhou Yixin approached, Legrand sensed his presence. Are you here to thwart me as well, young marine soldier? Driven by your beliefs? A careful glance at Zhou Yixin prompted Legrand to shake his head. No, he was hardly a sprout, merely a nascent being emerging from the earth, extending a few barely perceptible green tendrils of weakness. Big brother, do you still take younger siblings? Zhou Yixin initiated his first dialogue with the legendary pirate. On Monday, Xian was utterly captivated by Legrand's extraordinary strike, believing that this is how a true man should be. However, he quickly reminded himself that he was the fortunate child of destiny, endowed with a golden touch. It was only fitting for Legrand to take center stage in such a dramatic scene. Hastily, he clarified, "No, I am merely here to collect the fallen. Please do not pay too much attention to me." On Monday, I casually glanced over and saw Shea collapsed on the ground, having lost nearly half of her body. The implication was clear. Witnessing Shea's tragic state, I couldn't help but internally criticize. What a man devoid of taste. How could he harm such a beautiful woman? Truly, he is an intriguing fellow. Legrand was successfully amused by my jest and shook his head, saying, "Feel free, for my objective has already been accomplished." The reason Legrand acquiesced to my request was primarily that he deemed Shea's chances of survival in such a state to be negligible. Even if she were a Logia type, it wouldn't matter. A Logia user struck by armament hockey would be no different from other types of ability users. Thank you for your understanding. With permission granted, I swiftly scooped Shea up in my arms, akin to lifting a mere wooden post, and placed her horizontally on my shoulder. In her current condition, I presumed she wouldn't mind my actions too much. Well then, I shall take my leave, I inquired. After carrying Shea a few steps, a thought struck me, and I turned back. By the way, I have a small request. I have never encountered a personage of your stature before. May I shake your hand? Legrand was at a loss for words regarding my request, pondering whether I was simply bold or rather foolish. Fortunately, he did not decline the proposal, as he did not perceive this fragile marine could pose any trouble for him. Satisfying the small request of an admirer by shaking hands seemed harmless. Legrand had never experienced such a feeling before, but the sensation of being admired was pleasant, and he found great satisfaction in this delightful handshake. This time, I truly must take my leave. I look forward to our next encounter. I portrayed the role of an ardent fan with remarkable finesse. As Legrand watched his very first admirer walk away a considerable distance, a sudden thought struck him. The rapid arrival of this individual implied that he must have been nearby, and there was a possibility that his secrets had been overheard. It dawned on him. Oh no, has he realized? On Monday, a sense of unease enveloped the heart as alarm bells rang out. Snip! On Monday, Xian had not yet succumbed to folly. He turned his head to respond to the inquiries posed by his adversary. The instant Legrand opened his mouth, Xian swiftly struck the ground 5 or 6 times, darting away like a flash of lightning towards the docks of West Harbor. As he forcibly activated the shave technique, transcending the limits of his physical capacity, he felt the immediate toll on his body. The intense pressure of the air injured his internal organs, gritting his teeth against the alarming signals of his overtaxed body. Xian shouted, "Sula, lend me your aid." Sula, who had been on standby amidst the raging blizzard, sprang into action upon hearing Xian's call. Unleashing the powers of the snow fruit, a bone-chilling tempest erupted around Legrand, obscuring his vision. Yet this was merely the beginning. A series of snow shields rose from behind Xian, lined up in orderly rows, numbering in the dozens. This was the pinnacle of Sula's capabilities. Unexpectedly, there lingered an annoying little rat. Legrand was taken aback to discover that Xian was not alone. A hidden marine lurked in the shadows, igniting his fury and making him feel deceived. Before the absolute disparity of power, all efforts seemed futile. Disregarding the sudden appearance of Sula, Legrand unleashed his most formidable strike against Xian once more. To Legrand, the numerous barriers before him were hardly different from mere air. Now was the moment. As Legrand gathered his strength and stepped forward to swing his fist, Xian activated his own abilities. The perception fruit, an extraordinary power, re-emerged. Classification: Paramecia ability diminishes the sensory perception of those touched by the user. Developer, Polytechnique, sensory deprivation other unknowns. As the favorite child of the multiverse, how could Cien possess only a singular devil fruit power? Such a notion defied logic. At this moment, he switched freely between the abilities contained within the devil fruit compendium. Self-proclaimed as the child of the multiverse, Cien had no intention of playing the subordinate. All the performances he had put forth were merely preparations for this very instant. Indeed, the perception fruit was formidable, yet the chasm in strength between Cien and Legrand was insurmountable. When Poly initiated the deprivation of touch, he completely stripped Monday and Sula of their tactile senses, rendering them devoid of basic mobility. However, when this was applied to Legrand, it merely caused him to take a rather awkward step, as he struggled momentarily to adapt to the absence of touch, but he swiftly regained his composure. The effects of the paramecia fruit waned rapidly, likely due to Legrand's own hockey fortifying him against the devil fruit's power. Nonetheless, that was sufficient. Chapter 76. Annihilation. There are times when a minor deviation can lead to monumental consequences. Legrand's mere stumble triggered a butterfly effect, resulting in his strike missing entirely. His fist shot towards the heavens like a soaring rocket, a flash of white light streaking across the sky before vanishing beyond the horizon. That was close. The anticipated plan had borne fruit, and Monday breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he did not believe that such a trivial trick could impede Legrand's advance. In the dark of night, on Monday, Cien once again tapped into the powers of the dark fruit, unleashing a newly developed maneuver. Its sole purpose was to facilitate an escape, devoid of any other utility. The effect of this technique was akin to that of a smoke bomb. As the dark energy surged from his being, the entire Westport dock was enveloped in an abyssal shroud. Should he attempt to ensnare me with such a trivial tactic, it would be an underestimation of my capabilities. Legrand, his vision obscured by the darkness, remained utterly unaffected, as if the black fog before him was non-existent. His gaze was directed towards the retreating figure of Cien. Today, the number of fortunate souls encountered seemed plentiful. Was the nature-based ability user upon the sea truly of such little worth? The ship-mounted cannon in Legrand's possession roared once more, unleashing a thunderous sound. This time, it was unerringly aimed at Cien's retreating silhouette, pursuing relentlessly. In the presence of an opponent endowed with observation hockey, the absence of visibility mattered little. Realizing his oversight, Cien promptly recalibrated his strategy. The dark energy previously emanating from him rapidly contracted, adhering to the snow shield conjured by Sula, bestowing upon it a layer of dark armor. On Monday, Cien understood that Sula's snow shield would not yield significant results. However, each snow shield, even if it only obstructed for a fleeting moment, would suffice. The energy from the dark fruit, attached to Sula's snow shield, would then have the opportunity to absorb a portion of the shockwave's energy. Only in this manner could the combination of the dark fruit and the snow fruit theoretically possess the potential to withstand Legrand's strike. As the first snow shield made contact with the shockwave, Cien coughed up blood. The dark fruit indeed fulfilled Cien's expectations, successfully absorbing a fraction of the impact from Legrand's blow. Though feeble, it nonetheless managed to diminish Legrand's attack. Yet, even the slightest residual force from Legrand's strike was beyond what Cien could currently endure. The dark fruit's absorption was contingent upon the range of what the wielder could withstand, and it was evident that Legrand's assault far exceeded this threshold. Consequently, Cien found himself further injured. Fortunately, the dark fruit possessed a unique ability, setting it apart from other natural elements, allowing it to absorb damage. On Monday, the energy of the dark fruit within him began to spin uncontrollably, forming a miniature black hole that incessantly absorbed the damage he sustained. Although the effect appeared minimal, it was not without merit. Just as he struggled to fully absorb the injuries inflicted upon his body, a second wave of assault struck, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. With a relentless barrage of attacks and the constant strain of exceeding his physical limits, blood poured from him like water, leaving a gruesome trail behind. "Give me Miss Shea. If this continues, you'll die?" Sula, who awaited on the building above, shouted anxiously upon witnessing his dire state. "Do not come any closer," he bellowed, desperately trying to maintain consciousness amidst the overwhelming blood loss. "Continue to activate the snow shield. Buy us some time." Without the dark fruit, Sula had no chance of escaping from Legrand's clutches. There was no way he could entrust Shea to Sula. As a man, having made a choice, he was determined to see it through to the bitter end. "Let me go." At that moment, he felt it unnecessary to indulge in further conversation. Suddenly, he realized the voice did not originate from Su La, but from his own shoulder. It was Shea's voice. Do not utter such foolishness. Do you think that if I let you go, Legrand will spare us? Do not forget, Legrand is a pirate. He knows no mercy. Observing Shea as she slowly began to mend her wounds, he marveled at the bizarre abilities of the wood fruit, which seemed almost grotesque in its overgrowth. He was certain that had he been subjected to such a devastating blow, survival would have been impossible. His understanding of the wood fruit's capabilities fueled his resolve to assist Shea. If this continues, none of us will escape. Shea insisted with renewed strength. I still have a bit of energy left to buy you time. You must flee. Shea was a proud woman, unwilling to let her weakness endanger her disciple, Su La, or her brother. Rather than succumb, she would choose to fight valiantly, buying precious moments for the newcomers. Silence. The defeated have no right to speak, he retorted with authority. You. Shea fell silent, acknowledging his words without further protest. In her proud understanding, those who had lost had no right to command those still fighting with all their might. Indeed, even in fleeing, it was a struggle for him. The prospect of escaping from Legrand was nearly non-existent. A zero chance did not equate to a lack of opportunity. Boom. The last snow shield erupted mere centimeters from him, finally intercepting Legrand's assault. The final impact surged forth, and Zhou Yixian was struck by the formidable force of Legrand's attack, tumbling to the ground and rolling several times before managing to withstand the blow. Rising to his feet, covered in dirt yet alive, Zhou Yixian bore a somewhat disheveled appearance, but he had survived. With 2 feeble second-tier marines, he had withstood the legendary pirate Legrand's powerful strike, an achievement worthy of pride. We have succeeded, Sula exclaimed joyfully. Now is not the time for celebration. It is far from over. We must flee, Zhou Yixian admonished Sula, urging him to escape and reminding him that enduring one attack did not equate to evading further danger. We're surely far enough away. It must be over 1,000 meters, Sula insisted. Do not speak such foolishness. Continue to run. Zhou Yixian reprimanded him loudly, refusing to halt his rapid movement. He did not consider a distance of 1,000 meters to be a safe margin. Sensing Zhou Yixian's seriousness, Sula hesitated not and activated his snow fruit abilities, laying down a path of snow before him. Transforming himself into a sled, he surprisingly matched Zhou Yixian's speed. Quite the astute lad, Legrand observed the retreating figures with an approving gaze. For such a weakling to withstand one of his blows was indeed commendable. It had been a long time since he had encountered such promising newcomers upon the vast sea. More importantly, they displayed no arrogance but rather a clear understanding of their circumstances, choosing to flee decisively. Truly commendable, exceedingly so. However, would they truly escape? Legrand pondered, whispering to himself. Let these tender shoots witness the cruelty of the sea. Whoosh. With that, Legrand vanished from sight. Zhou Yixian, hurry and catch up. Sula suddenly noticed that Zhou Yixian was no longer beside him, fearing that his injuries were too severe for him to continue keeping pace. Just as he turned to assist, Sula was confronted with a scene that filled him with rage and disbelief. How could this be? On Monday, Xian found himself cornered by Legrand, who pursued him relentlessly. Sula, you should go ahead. I cannot escape, Xian said as he gently set down the burden of Shea from his shoulders. He regarded Legrand with a serene countenance, unwavering in his decision. At times, individuals may engage in actions that even they deem inexplicable. If we must depart, let us do so together, Sula replied, sensing an ominous premonition upon hearing Xian finally address her with the affectionate title of sister. Do not utter such foolishness. Focus on surviving, she implored. Xian's expression turned almost feral as he dismissed her suggestion. There are no buts. I can survive. Regardless of Xian's entreaties, Sula refused to abandon him. She was unwilling to lose the brother she had fought so hard to keep. It was indeed a touching display of sibling devotion, one that compelled Legrand to applaud. Do you truly believe there is an opportunity to escape my grasp? He taunted. Whether there is or not, only through trial will we ascertain, Xian asserted, his conviction unwavering even in the face of adversity. If escape is impossible, then I shall take the initiative. The black hole, annihilation. If the power of the dark fruit were likened to a black hole that devoured all, then Xian intended to detonate this very black hole. When it exploded, it would obliterate everything, an event he termed annihilation. Extremes beget reversals. As Xian infused the black hole with his entire essence of Tao power, it began to shrink, losing its ability to consume. Subsequently, at the pinnacle of its concentration, it erupted in a blinding radiance, causing the surrounding space to collapse. A fragment of space shattered like glass under the explosion, revealing an abyss of endless darkness. A mere glance into that void instilled a chilling dread, as if it connected to the infernal depths of hell, rendering one powerless to resist. Utilizing every ounce of his Tao power, Xian triggered the explosion of a black hole mere centimeters in size, resulting in a spatial collapse. This was the most formidable strike he could muster at that moment. If one cannot overcome, then at the very least, one must leave a memento upon the adversary, was the entirety of Xian's resolve. Chapter 77, Defeat and Demise. As the spatial collapse birthed an abyss of nothingness, Legrand, positioned at the very heart of this void, felt a jolt of trepidation. He realized that a moment's carelessness could unleash unimaginable devastation from the seemingly minuscule void before him. I cannot permit this void to persist, Legrand mused. Observing the centimeters of nothingness gradually expanding outward, he extended a finger towards the void, determined to halt the ongoing collapse. His finger, akin to a general issuing commands, proudly delivered its decree. The void, devoid of any possibility of resistance, remained fixed in place. No matter how fervently it endeavored to expand its emptiness, all efforts proved futile. After a period of struggle, it seemed to have lost all strength, and the void quieted, dissipating into the cosmos. The surrounding space, intact yet suddenly resembling a sunken sea, madly engulfed the darkness left by the void. If space were to possess a measurable unit akin to water, then to fill this minuscule void, one would need to infuse dozens of tons of spatial units merely to restore this few cubic centimeters of space to its former state. One can only imagine the terrifying destructive power unleashed by the dark fruit technique, born from the mind of the casual, yet formidable Shuani. I must concede, it was a remarkably potent strike. As the effects of Shuani's blow dissipated, Legrand retracted his slightly trembling hand, stained with a hint of blood, and, with an approving nod, remarked, "To wield such destructive force at the second stage of power is no small feat. However, a sprout is still but a sprout, and much remains to be desired." Was it ineffective? Shuani, astonished by the ease with which Legrand had negated his confident strike, questioned, "Surely, it must have inflicted some damage?" "Regrettably, your time is up. I have already delayed far too long," Legrand replied with a hint of regret. He intended to conclude this matter swiftly, as reinforcements from Rogtown would soon arrive, and he had no desire to prolong this engagement. Legrand lifted his hand once more, upon witnessing this familiar gesture. Shuani understood that his adversary was preparing to unleash the terrifying shipborne cannon technique. However, he noted that this time, Legrand wielded his left hand rather than his right. Yet, such details had become irrelevant. None present had the strength left to withstand Legrand's impending assault. "Take Shea and flee. Escape as far as you can." Shuani urgently tossed Shea onto Sula's shoulders, relieved that Legrand did not impede their actions. In an instant, Shuani struck the ground 6 times, his speed surpassing that of before, doubling at the very least. This was the utmost limit of his extreme velocity, where the notion of injury became trivial. Speed was everything. On Monday, Xian lingered momentarily, leaving behind a fleeting specter before instantaneously teleporting to Lagrange's side. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could withstand a direct blow from Lagrange. Harnessing the explosive speed of his technique, he evaded the opponent's frontal strike and mounted a counterattack. Black hole, annihilation. On Monday, the idol fist erupted with a dazzling darkness. As if at that moment, it had become the very epicenter of the universe. Everything in existence faded into monochrome in the presence of his obscurity. Perish, regardless of your so-called lineage as the pioneer of pirates. Zhou Yixian had never shown fear, not even when confronted by the legendary pirate Legrand. Even in the presence of the pirate king, should the foe seek his life, he would demand an equal exchange. This was Zhou Yixian's unwavering belief. He feared no enemy and dared to battle anyone to the death. This was also to be Zhou Yixian's final strike. For his body could withstand at most 2 instances of annihilation. Should he attempt to force another, it would be his own body that would first succumb. The same attack bore no fruit. Legrand spoke softly, imparting a lesson. Even if a child wielded a cannon, it could not inflict harm upon an adult. With that, Legrand ceased his assault, gently waving his arm, allowing a finger to appear at Zhou Yixian's forehead, as if it had always belonged there. Zhou Yixian, compelled by an inexplicable force, pressed his forehead against it. "I told you, there will be no opportunity," Legrand said, his finger curling slightly before he nonchalantly flicked Zhou Yixian's forehead. Instead of the expected sound of impact, Zhou Yixian's forehead yielded like jelly, Legrand's finger effortlessly sinking into it. To an observer, it appeared as if Zhou Yixian's forehead was so soft that Legrand's finger merely pressed in with little resistance. Boom. To claim that Zhou Yixian's forehead was overly soft would not be entirely accurate. Otherwise, there would be no point of pressure to cause what transpired next. Zhou Yixian was propelled backward by the gentle flick of Legrand's finger, crashing through a wall, buried beneath the debris, his fate uncertain. Zhou Yixian in that fleeting moment. Sula and Shea cried out in anguished unison. The shattering of a skull left little doubt. Zhou Yixian was likely doomed. Drip, drip. On the newly birthed land, Sula's tears fell, heavy with sorrow. Though she yearned to recklessly confront the one who had slain her brother, she recognized the futility given her current strength. She would merely be walking to her own death. Only by surviving could she hope for vengeance. In an instant of clarity, Sula steeled herself against the pain in her heart, casting a determined glance at Legrand before silently carrying Shea, fleeing once more. The reason for her glance seemed clear. Sula wished to etch the visage of her enemy into her memory. One day, she would exact her revenge. Legrand stood motionless, as if struck by an unexpected kindness, watching Sula depart. It was not that he lacked the desire to pursue. Rather, the forceful interruption of Zhou Yixian's annihilation had taken a toll on his own body. If left unaddressed, it could leave him with hidden injuries. Injuries inevitably influence one's forthcoming plans. Legrand's scheme was so astonishingly audacious that he could scarcely fathom the terrifying consequences it would unleash upon implementation. He must remain in peak condition at all times, which is why he reluctantly watched Sura depart. Compared to his grand designs, granting her a moment's reprieve seemed utterly trivial. The technique of annihilation was indeed brutal, inflicting some harm even upon a pirate of Legrand's caliber. However, the disparity in strength between them was overwhelmingly pronounced, rendering it a mere inconvenience for Legrand. Had he not underestimated his opponent, even should Sura possess several tiers of greater strength, the outcome would remain unchanged. No matter how formidable the attack, if one cannot match the opponent's speed, any efforts to inflict damage are futile. Time passed swiftly. Legrand swiftly resolved the troubles within his body and set off in pursuit of Sura, whose escape was already underway, not long into her flight. Sura sensed a gaze upon her back, a palpable discomfort. Without a doubt, it was Legrand who had resumed his chase. Although she pondered why he had initially refrained from pursuing her, perhaps to toy with her, now was not the time for such thoughts. Her primary concern was to preserve her life. Without a glance backward, Sura fled further with Shea on her back. "Where do you intend to go?" "It's over. I've caught up." The familiar voice reached her ears, and Sura instinctively understood the situation. Snow shield. Without wasting a second, she erected another snow shield behind her, hoping to buy herself some time. Futile. "You must already know this," Legrand declared as he thrust his hands outward, effortlessly creating a sizable breach in the steel-like barrier. He strode through the opening with ease, dismissing any further efforts as pointless. Why not accept your fate? With a resigned sigh, Legrand drew his pistol. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and 2 black bullets shot forth from his gun, hurtling towards Sura. The bullets, seemingly innocuous, possessed an unimaginable potency in Legrand's hands. The dozens of snow shields Sura had conjured behind her were pierced as if they were mere parchment, offering no resistance whatsoever. It was all over. Hearing the sound of bullets slicing through the air behind her, Sura realized her escape was futile. She closed her eyes and halted in place. Perhaps it was for the best. She would soon reunite with Zhou Yixian if paradise truly existed. Clink, clink. After what felt like an eternity, the anticipated sound of bullets striking her did not come. Instead, she heard the sound of iron beads being cleaved apart. Confused by this unexpected turn of events, Sura turned around to find Elena shielding her from harm, saving her at the last moment. In the first moment, a certain feeling arose within Sula. Although her interactions with Elena were limited, as the vice principal of the EC Naval Academy and a close friend of her mentor, Elena must possess considerable strength. Sula pondered that she could likely withstand an assault for a while. The defeat of Shea's teacher made Sula realize that even Elena could not possibly overcome Legrand. If she could fend off Legrand for just a brief period, she could call for assistance. But whom could she summon? Sula sorrowfully recognized that the 2 most formidable individuals among the new naval officers had already appeared. If they were unable to defeat Legrand, no one in the new realm could thwart his intentions. It was then that Sula comprehended why the legendary pirates were deemed legendary. Each possessed the power to obliterate an island. Chapter 78. That man do not dawdle, quickly take Shea and leave. Observing Sula, who stood frozen in place, Alina urged. Is Zhou Yixian not with you? Sula, her eyes brimming with tears, glanced at the ruins where Zhou Yixian had fallen and spoke in a despondent tone, to save me. I feel as though I have dreamt a dream. Is that so? I understand. Alina realized that given Zhou Yixian's strength, facing off against a pirate of Legrand's caliber alone would likely result in dire consequences. It was a pity, for he possessed considerable talent. Take heart, she consoled. Alina held a favorable view of Zhou Yixian, who had single-handedly established the Cold Door Society to combat the persistent issues plaguing the Navy headquarters. He was young yet possessed a sharp mind, understanding when to advance and retreat, endowed with remarkable talent. Alas, luck was not on his side. Sometimes, fortune plays an equally crucial role. Troubles seemed to arrive one after another. Indeed, the new realm was rife with powerful individuals. Legrand interrupted their conversation, somewhat taken aback. Another awakening? When did awakening become so commonplace? Do you not comprehend who safeguards the new realm? Alina cautioned. Are you referring to Commanda? Legrand shrugged. If Commando were in the new realm at this moment, I would turn around and leave immediately. I am not without preparations. You need not attempt to intimidate me. Is there no room for negotiation? Alina inquired further. There is a solution, though I am uncertain if you would be amenable. Legrand glanced at Sula and the Shea on her back, his meaning clear. If you leave them behind, I will resolve a minor inconvenience and depart immediately. I can assure you, I am truly sorry, but I cannot comply, Alina regretfully replied. Then I am left with no recourse. In a fleeting moment of regret, Legrand suddenly left behind a shadow as he deftly maneuvered around Elena, making a beeline towards Sula. Elena's arrival had already instilled a sense of unease within Legrand. He feared that she might have alerted Commanda, who would be hastily approaching the newborn land. If that were indeed the case, any further delay would seal his fate. Do not underestimate me. I shall not allow you to succeed. With this declaration, Elena drew her sword and pivoted with seamless grace. At the very instant Legrand reached Sula's side, Elena's blade was poised against his throat. Should Legrand take another step forward, Elena was confident that he would be the first to suffer harm. The Marines of the newborn land were indeed formidable. Gazing at the glimmering edge of the blade at his neck, Legrand lamented, It seems that if I do not deal with you first, I shall never achieve my aims. Without a word, Elena responded with a crescent-shaped, azure strike that soared through the air, delivering the most eloquent answer. At such a close range. Facing a swordsman of immense prowess, Legrand dared not be complacent. He swiftly sidestepped, evading Elena's onslaught. The crescent blue strike, imbued with an ominous chill, grazed Legrand's side and hurtled towards the buildings near the west port. Elena's strike sliced through the structures with the precision of a master craftsman, leaving dozens of houses neatly severed in two, their edges polished to a mirror-like sheen, an apparent masterpiece of divine creation. What a troublesome attack, Legrand thought, feeling a headache coming on. The destructive capacity of a powerful swordsman was indeed staggering. Enough with the chatter, Elena retorted, equally disinterested in Legrand's verbose combat style. Cage, chains. Seizing the moment while Legrand spoke, dozens of black iron chains erupted from within Elena, racing towards him in a bid to ensnare him within the suddenly materializing cage. Ever since awakening her fruit-based powers, Elena had acquired the ability to activate her cage without direct contact. Caught off guard, Legrand found himself ensnared by the chains. Once they had him in their grasp, the chains wrapped around him several times, securing him tightly. Another ability user. There certainly are many in the newborn land, Legrand remarked. He had assumed he maintained a sufficient distance for safety, only to discover that his opponent was also an ability user. In a moment of negligence, he had fallen prey to her trap. Having grown too comfortable, he had lost the necessary vigilance. Do not bother trying to struggle. The chains are imbued with my haki, making it quite a challenge for you to break free, Elena advised, observing Legrand's futile efforts to sever the chains that bound him. Perhaps you should contemplate how to endure your impending life in confinement. The cage constricted, ensnaring Legrand with its chains, which suddenly exerted an astonishing force, gradually moving his body towards the prison meticulously prepared for him by Elena. There was no alternative. Have you learned to relinquish? Elena inquired, observing Legrand's resignation to struggle. No, that is not what I intended. Legrand refuted Elena's assumption, activating the power of the weakening fruit, and lightly tapped the chains. The once formidable chains instantly shattered into several segments, clattering to the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. A devil fruit user? Elena questioned uncertainly. As Legrand's hand reconnected with the chains extending from within him, Elena distinctly sensed a peculiar sensation, as if her own abilities had diminished in that fleeting moment, rendering the seemingly indestructible steel cage fragile and prone to breakage. This feeling lingered in Elena's mind for an instant before vanishing without a trace. Were it not for the evidence of the fragmented chains before her, she would not have harbored such doubts. You have learned what you ought not to know, Legrand expressed with a look of regret, addressing Elena. To preserve this secret, I must eliminate you as well. Indeed. Before Elena could utter another word, Legrand appeared beside her in a flash, delivering a powerful punch. Those who possess too much knowledge are destined to have fleeting lives. The clang of metal resonated as Elena swiftly parried with her blade, thwarting Legrand's strike. However, as she attempted to counter his blow, she was met with a myriad of lethal punches, each targeting her vital points. Legrand's speed was astonishing, transcending the limits of perception, rendering his attacks mere afterimages that were impossible to catch with the naked eye. Elena's aspirations for retaliation were thwarted, forcing her into a defensive stance as she struggled to withstand Legrand's tempestuous onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Each collision of Elena's blade with Legrand's fists sparked a thunderous cacophony. The aftermath of their clash wreaked havoc upon the West Port, with towering buildings crumbling into ruins nearby and deep craters forming in the ground from the sheer force of their battle. The residual energy radiating from the center of the battlefield could effortlessly claim the life of a competent naval soldier. All of this served to affirm the immense power of both combatants. Such a caliber of battle was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The presence of many is not necessarily advantageous, and thus, no new naval soldiers had appeared since, having received orders to refrain from interference. After enduring for a considerable time, Elena realized that if she continued, her defeat was inevitable. Elena, contemplating a strategic retreat before formulating her plans, surrounded herself with several iron cages. Her intention was not to confine her adversary, but merely to create a slight barrier, allowing her the necessary distance. As anticipated, in an instant, the numerous iron cages shattered into countless fragments under Legrand's fierce onslaught. Your abilities are futile against me, Legrand scoffed. Prepare to meet your demise. Seizing the moment, Elena harnessed the explosive speed of the Marine 6 style technique, swiftly widening the gap between herself and Legrand. If one were to liken Monday's use of the technique to the speed of a racing car, then Elena's execution was akin to that of a fighter jet soaring at full throttle. In the blink of an eye, she had distanced herself by several hundred meters. Upon gaining this distance, Elena promptly deployed hundreds of steel cages around her. Aware of the disparity in their strengths, she resolved not to confront Legrand directly. Instead, she planned to utilize her cage fruit and swordsmanship for a ranged assault on him. This was the most prudent strategy she could devise at that moment. Be cautious. Legrand is an enhancer of fruit abilities, Sura warned, her voice strained yet resolute. Having recovered significantly from her earlier state, thanks to the overgrowth effects of the Moku fruit, you must not let him touch you. His abilities can diminish the properties of anything he comes into contact with. Why are you still here? Elena queried, bewildered by the presence of the two remaining companions. We have nowhere left to flee, Sura replied, her expression heavy with despair. Indeed, if she failed to thwart Legrand, who would protect the new birthland? Then let us remain, Elena conceded, though her heart was heavy with the gravity of their situation. Yet, she clung to a thread of hope. I have already notified Lord Commanda. If we can delay Legrand for a while, salvation will be within reach. Is that true? Both Sura and Shaya's faces brightened at the prospect. They held considerable confidence in Commanda's strength. That man stood at the pinnacle of the world. Legrand would surely be no match for him. If they could successfully stall Legrand until Commanda arrived, all their troubles would be resolved. And even the possibility of capturing Legrand was not out of the question. Indeed, you have alerted Commanda? It seems I must accelerate my efforts, Legrand thought, his brow furrowing with concern as he overheard their conversation. If he could not eliminate this immediate nuisance, a tactical retreat would be his only recourse. Upon hearing the impending news of Commanda's arrival, Legrand was struck by a desire to retreat. Chapter 79, The Weakening Domain. Elena deliberately averted her gaze from the expectant looks of Sula and Shaya. Only she was aware that Commanda's whereabouts were unknown, and her urgent attempts to contact him via the phone bug had yielded no response. It seemed she could not rely on Commanda to appear as a savior anytime soon. The mere mention of Commanda was intended to intimidate Legrand, encouraging him to withdraw. Observing Legrand's apprehensive expression upon learning of Commanda's impending arrival, Alina stoked the flames further, saying, "When I last spoke with Lord Commander, he had already reached Rog Town. He must be nearing the new birthland now. I advise you to leave at once." Already reached Rog Town? Legrand mused aloud. Given the distance from Rog Town to the new birthland, it will take Commander several hours to arrive. This means I must resolve the present predicament within that time and then depart. In terms of time, it should suffice. Dealing with you few young ladies shouldn't require much of it. An ominous realization struck the three present. Alina cursed herself internally, regretting her cleverness. She had spoken too much. For often it is the verbose who meet their demise. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Legrand finally became serious. He needed to eliminate the immediate trouble swiftly. "Prepare to witness the terrifying power of the awakened weakening fruit," he declared. Suddenly, a ripple emerged beneath his feet, and a tumult of grayish-brown light manifested into a series of concentric circles etched into the earth, extending several dozen meters before ceasing its inscription upon the ground. This distance marked the limit of Legrand's weakening domain. As he took a step forward, the domain advanced with him. The cages that Alina had strategically placed nearby were instantly reduced to mere iron shavings the moment they breached the weakening domain. With each of Legrand's steps, several cages crumbled, creating a blizzard of iron debris within the confines of the domain. Alina retreated continuously, leveraging the abilities awakened by the cages. Each time several were dissolved by the weakening domain, she promptly replaced them, striving to maintain a safe distance from Legrand. What a terrifying ability, Sula marveled. The weakening fruit seems to rival even the powers of the natural elements. Is there no other way to suppress such an ability? Indeed, there is. Haki serves as one of the most effective means to counteract the powers of devil fruits. Shea weakly interjected from behind Sula. Legrand's strength is overwhelming, and the disparity in Haki between the two is evident. It would be unwise for Alina to attempt to suppress his abilities with her own. Once Legrand approached, Alina found herself in peril. She understood the necessity of keeping her distance from him, and had always adhered to this principle. However, Legrand's weakening domain proved overwhelmingly potent. The utilization of her devil fruit abilities was inherently taxing on her stamina, amidst the relentless cycle of expenditure and replenishment. Alina gradually began to falter in keeping pace with Legrand's diminishing strength. The barriers before her had significantly diminished. Black Swallow, realizing that persistence would yield no favorable outcome, Alina resolved to take the initiative. With a graceful flourish, she summoned dozens of black swallows that materialized before her. Initially disoriented, the swallows soon regained their focus, aware of the mission they had come to fulfill. With a resounding rush, the flock surged forth like arrows aimed directly at Legrand, determined to peck a piece of flesh from him. Boom! As Alina's attacking swallows entered Legrand's weakening domain, their momentum visibly decelerated. Thanks to her prior infusion of armament Haki into her strikes, the swallows did not dissolve upon entering the domain. Merely a trivial skill, Legrand remarked. As the swallows reached his vicinity, he effortlessly waved his hand, repelling Alina's assault, causing the dozens of black swallows to vanish silently into the ether. "I am acutely aware of the futility. Only through experience can one discern the outcome," Alina retorted with defiance, once again brandishing her blade, unleashing a series of aerial slashes directed at Legrand. "I have stated it is futile," Legrand replied, effortlessly dismissing Alina's strikes with a mere gesture. "What purpose does this serve?" "That is not for you to know," Alina coldly responded. Ignoring her intent, Legrand advanced with deliberate steps, occasionally parrying her slashes, swiftly closing the distance between them. As Legrand's figure loomed closer, Alina's swordplay grew increasingly frenzied. In a fleeting moment, the Westport dock was engulfed in a tempest conjured by Alina's sweeping strikes, rendering it nearly impossible for onlookers to keep their eyes open. The dust stirred by the sudden whirlwind obscured vision, prompting Legrand to raise his hand for protection. Now is the time. Unbeknownst to them, within Legrand's domain, hundreds of iron cages materialized, abruptly filling his weakening realm. The realm of weakening is undeniably formidable, yet attempting to dismantle such a multitude of iron cages all at once proves to be quite a daunting task. Alina intends to use her leap strike to divert her opponent's attention, seizing the opportunity to launch her attack when he is unprepared. Once Legrand finds himself ensnared by the iron cages, she will be poised to seek a chance for retaliation. The awakened powers of the devil fruit are not easily contended with. Surrounding Legrand are hundreds of iron cages. The sound of clanking chains echoes as countless iron links dance within the realm of weakening, forming an abstract masterpiece. Boom, boom, boom. With an overwhelming force, The myriad chains unleash a cataclysmic assault upon Legrand. To his dismay, every inch of his vision is filled with Alina's iron chains, leaving no avenue for escape. I must have told you more than once that these attacks are futile. As he observes the chains thrashing towards him, Legrand exhibits an air of indifference. Weaken. With this whispered incantation, Legrand remains steadfast, awaiting the impending lethal strike from Alina. Armed with haki, a resounding clang resonates as his entire being becomes enveloped in its protective embrace. He stands resolute, radiating a chilling metallic aura. Boom. Another collision reverberates as countless iron chains strike Legrand. When the dust settles, he remains unscathed, surrounded by a thick layer of shattered chains strewn across the ground. Pierre Legrand's mastery of haki is evidently formidable, rendering Alina's efforts utterly ineffective. But the onslaught is far from over. The cage chains relentlessly pursue him. After the initial strike, hundreds of iron cages materialize once more within the realm of weakening, obstructing Legrand's attempts to move. Realizing the futility of escape, he must once again rely on his haki for defense. Seizing the moment, Alina flashes into position, gripping her long blade tightly as she appears beside Legrand. She thrusts her weapon forward, aiming for a critical strike. Clang. The sound of metal colliding resounds as sparks fly from the tip of her blade against Legrand's body. As he prepares to counterattack, Alina swiftly retreats, and a multitude of iron chains rush to fill the void she left behind. Clang, clang, clang. Utilizing her devil fruit powers, Alina nimbly maneuvers around Legrand, striking with precision whenever the opportunity arises. Although her attacks fail to inflict substantial damage, the burst of sparks adds a dazzling flare to the battle. This immense expenditure of stamina will likely not sustain you for long, Legrand notes, effortlessly managing Alina's assaults while reminding her of her limits. From the very beginning, I had no confidence in my ability to defeat you. I merely aimed to stall you. Alina, after repelling her opponent once more, stated, as long as I can hold you back, you should comprehend that my objective has been achieved. It seemed she possessed considerable confidence in Kammen's timely arrival. Legrand furrowed his brow and declared, allow me to demonstrate the disparity in our strengths. With a swift motion, he wielded his armed cannon to deflect Alina's strike, disregarding from which direction her subsequent attack might come. He directed a powerful punch toward the iron cage before him. The ground shook with a thunderous explosion as a dazzling beam of light erupted, engulfing the steel prison surrounding Legrand, which was instantaneously obliterated. The world around them regained clarity, as the blinding sunlight finally illuminated the earth in its entirety. Legrand's punch was as terrifying as a cannon blast. In that fleeting moment of resolving the immediate threat, Alina's assault surged forth once more. However, this time, the sound of steel clashing did not echo again. Legrand grasped the blade's tip with one hand and yanked forcefully. The immense power transmitted from the blade caused Alina to stagger. Legrand's attack followed swiftly as he aimed a kick at her. Off balance and deprived of the chance to evade, Alina found herself in peril. A victorious smile spread across Legrand's face, as he felt he had finally dealt with one nuisance. Now was the moment. A familiar voice resonated in the air. Zhou Yixian, having already recovered, seized the opportunity while Legrand was wholly focused on Alina to launch his own attack. His intent was not to harm but merely to rescue Alina. Chapter 80. You shall serve me with a resounding shout. Zhou Yixian fervently channeled the Tao power within him into the capabilities of the dark fruit. This fruit's unique ability to absorb the powers of other devil fruits was being exploited to its fullest. Unprepared, Legrand fell victim to the gravitational pull of the dark fruit, causing his attack to veer off course. What was intended to be a flawless kick grazed Alina's forehead, scattering a few strands of her hair. The Westport docks suffered yet again from the repercussions of their battle, as dozens of residential buildings emitted mournful creaks before collapsing into heaps of rubble. You little brat, you have a tenacious life, Legrand remarked, gazing at Zhou Yixian in astonishment. With your abilities, even a simple strike from me should have left you with no chance of survival. What could be the reason for this? The answer to this question was destined to remain elusive. On Monday, Xian completely disregarded the intentions of the other party. Seizing the moment while Legrand was exhausted and unable to change tactics, he approached him. From Xian's palm, a small black hole emerged, and with a gentle motion, he thrust this minuscule void into Legrand's body. What have you done to me? Legrand exclaimed in astonishment, realizing he had lost connection with the powers of his weakening fruit. Not yet finished. Do not be hasty, Xian intoned. Switch. Sensory deprivation. Once again, a peculiar sensation arose within Legrand's body. He keenly discerned that not only had the abilities of the weakening fruit vanished, but he also found himself devoid of tactile sensation. The breeze brushed against his skin, leaving no trace of contact. "Stop dawdling. Quickly confine him with the cage fruit," Cien urged, noticing Elena's bewildered gaze fixed upon him. Yet, recalling the terrifying effects of Legrand's weakening fruit, Elena hesitated, deeming the opponent's powers too formidable for such an action to bear significance. "Cease your doubts. Simply follow my command," Cien asserted with an undeniable tone. "Cage, confinement." Elena, sensing an inexplicable compulsion to comply with Cien's words, adjusted her stance and immediately activated the powers of her cage fruit against Legrand. Boom. The gates of the cage slammed shut, and this time, Legrand did not react, becoming ensnared within Elena's prison. How could this be? Elena pondered aloud, suddenly realizing. Is this also your ability? Now is not the time for such discussions. Getting too close to Legrand is exceedingly perilous, Cien cautioned. Upon receiving the warning, Elena finally noticed that Legrand was standing beside them, his expression one of utter bewilderment directed at Cien. Unable to comprehend the cause of such a look, Elena, alongside Cien, swiftly distanced herself from Legrand. "You're still alive. That is splendid." Surla and Shea, who had only just arrived, expressed their astonishment at the rapid series of events. Despite having taken a blow from Legrand, Cien appeared utterly unscathed, a remarkable sight indeed. "The dark fruit is extraordinarily powerful," Shea remarked, noting that even with a fractured skull, such a severe injury could be absorbed and healed, truly befitting the title of the most formidable ability in history. However, Cien was not as unaffected as he seemed. The dark fruit had merely absorbed the lethal damage. Legrand's assault had still inflicted considerable harm upon him. "You little brat. What on earth have you done to me?" Legrand reiterated his inquiry, successfully capturing the attention of several onlookers. "Why can I no longer sense the abilities of my devil fruit within me? Moreover, what is the nature of this peculiar disappearance of tactile sensation?" Legrand, having lost this significant advantage, has long since abandoned his previous composure and is now desperately eager to comprehend how all of this has transpired. He cannot fathom that the capabilities of a mere devil fruit could elucidate such an enigma. The notion that a single devil fruit could possess such a multitude of powers defies the laws of science. "I have nothing to disclose," replied Monday in a tone that could frustrate the most patient of souls. Seizing this rare opportunity, Monday had long been adequately prepared. Utilizing the gravitational pull of the autumn water, he drew Legrand closer, fully aware that absorbing Legrand's devil fruit powers would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Monday devised a plan to channel the energy of the dark fruit, forming a black hole and injecting it into Legrand's body, which might yield a similar effect. It was proven that Monday's sudden inspiration was indeed successful. Immediately, as Legrand found himself momentarily disconnected from the weakened powers within him, Monday transitioned the fruit's abilities to deprive Legrand of his sense of touch. This encapsulated the entirety of Monday's actions. The disparity in strength was apparent. An outright assault was out of the question. Instead, he could only leverage his status as a hindrance to weaken Legrand's power. Having done all that could be done, the focus now shifted to the others. "Come on, Elena, Saya," he urged, with Legrand unable to utilize his diminishing abilities and his sense of touch stripped away. The moment for a counterattack had arrived. Monday crossed his arms over his chest, adopting an air of authority, and addressed Saya with the disappearance of the opponent's weakening powers. "You should be regaining your strength swiftly." The implication was unmistakable. "Once your body is restored, return to the fray." "Almost there, just a little more time," Saya replied with a nod. Even before Legrand's ability to weaken had vanished, Saya had sensed a lightness in her body, as if some binding force had been lifted. The overgrown abilities finally began to manifest their intended purpose, and soon the portion of her body that had been lost began to regenerate. "This is troublesome," Saya remarked as she approached Monday's side, sincerely expressing her gratitude. "We will handle what comes next." "Indeed, it is now in our hands," Elena reflected. They had not anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous Monday would play a pivotal role in this battle, repeatedly rescuing the two from Legrand's grasp. "Let us act swiftly," Monday urged. Villains often perish due to excessive verbosity. Witnessing Saya and Sula's expressions of astonishment, he felt compelled to remind them. He was uncertain how long the small black hole he had embedded within Legrand could endure. Was this truly a moment for reflection? "It appears I have been underestimated." Trapped within his prison, Legrand chuckled bitterly to himself. The loss of his powers and sense of touch indeed troubled him, but merely because of this. You believe victory is assured? I can only say that you underestimate the perils of the ocean. Having spoken, Legrand extended his hands, gripping the iron bars of the cage. His muscular arms bulged as he exerted a powerful pull, tearing a gash and subsequently emerging from the confines of the prison. Even though his strength had waned, Alina's cage could not restrain him. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the loss of tactile sensation had impaired Legrand's control over his strength. Logically, the bars should have bent symmetrically. Instead, one side had been uprooted by excessive force, while the other remained only slightly bent due to insufficient pressure. Observing the damage inflicted upon the cage, the onlookers felt an inexplicable discomfort. Why could it not have been done more neatly? In the dark forest, within the confines of the cage domain, Legrand, having lost the effects of the weakening fruit, was finally subjected to the full manifestation of Shea and Alina's fruit abilities. Once more, the earth of the West Harbor was shrouded in shadow. Again, Monday and Sula bore witness to the entire growth cycle of a forest. Yet this time, amidst the countless towering trees, numerous iron cages hung suspended, rendering the space suddenly congested. Having lost the advantage of the weakening fruit, Legrand lacked the confidence to withstand the duo's abilities with ease. Thus, the moment their attacks approached, he enveloped himself in armed hockey. If he could not weaken them, he would simply obliterate them instead. With a resounding crash, a punch sent forth shattered the myriad of vine shadows before him, causing countless branches to plummet. Before Legrand could exhale in relief, numerous black chains seized the opportunity to encircle him from behind, launching a coordinated assault. Though he had lost his sense of touch, Legrand, endowed with observation hockey, had anticipated Alina's ambush. This time, rather than confronting them head-on, he exerted force through his feet and deftly evaded the attack. The initial cooperation between Shea and Sula was effortlessly neutralized by Legrand. It hardly seems like his strength has diminished, Sula remarked. What do you expect? A pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion is not easily subdued, Monday replied, casting a glance at Sula. You should lend a hand. And you? Of course. I shall merely observe. Monday's idleness resembled that of a malevolent capitalist, ruthlessly exploiting the labor of his subordinates. In order to maintain his sensory deprivation, Monday was compelled to continuously employ the abilities of the perception fruit. Even while standing still, the exertion of this fruit's powers proved to be a considerable challenge, let alone engaging in any other activities. Under guidance, Sula conjured a patch of snowy ground where Legrand had taken refuge. Unintentionally, Legrand slipped upon it. For such a formidable pirate to encounter such a predicament was truly unexpected. The capabilities of the perception fruit were extraordinarily formidable. At the heart of the battlefield, seizing the opportunity, two assailants struck with relentless precision, having once again identified their quarry. Although Legrand anticipated their attack trajectory, the intense effort to maintain his balance rendered him unable to evade. The azure serpent's cage ensnared Legrand's limbs with black chains, confining him within a steel cell. Countless serpents, their heads gleaming with a dark luster, pierced through the gaps of the cage like javelins. A thunderous roar erupted as the azure serpent, stained with crimson, departed contentedly from its prey. After enduring such a prolonged battle, it was Legrand's first wound. Chapter 81. Wait for my call. He was injured. Witnessing the success of their assault, the trio exclaimed in astonishment. It was no small feat indeed. Commendation was warranted. Standing aside with arms crossed, Monday acknowledged their efforts. Where do you find the audacity to issue commands from the sidelines? Sula inquired. Because the current outcome is a result of my orchestration, Monday replied nonchalantly. Without me, you would have perished long ago. What authority do you possess? You've merely been spectating. Where does your confidence stem from? Do you not feel the slightest embarrassment? The trio, Shaya included, felt a sudden urge to revolt. Of course, it is primarily due to your formidable strength that Legrand was injured, Monday observed, attempting to pacify their rising ire. Consider yourself fortunate. The trio simultaneously cast him a disdainful glance, allowing the matter to be brushed aside by Monday's dismissive attitude. Are you planning a celebration banquet? Legrand's familiar voice resonated, causing the group to tense once more. A minor injury was trivial for pirates accustomed to the perils of the sea. Boom. Upon the Westport dock, a fierce gale suddenly swept through, scattering everything in its path. The dark forest conjured by Saya and Elena, the domain of confinement, was violently disrupted, leaving a clear space where Legrand stood. Legrand was incensed. The mere expansion of his presence yielded such an effect, truly embodying the legendary status of a great pirate. What an impressive aura. Saya and Elena, positioned at the heart of the battlefield, acutely felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Legrand's being, causing them to experience a moment of breathlessness. Filled with doubt, can we truly withstand him? As the wind subsided, everything returned to stillness. Only then did they carefully scrutinize Legrand, discovering that apart from a few minor scratches, he bore no other wounds. There was not a single significant injury visible on Legrand's body. If not for the small traces of blood on his attire, they might have doubted whether their previous strike had inflicted any real damage at all. Despite enduring such a powerful blow, why did he appear entirely unharmed? Sula exclaimed. To her, after being struck by the formidable attack from Saya and Elena. He should not look so unscathed. What is Legrand's current state but a mere scratch? This is troublesome, Zhou Yixin sighed softly. Having exerted all their efforts only to graze him, how could they possibly continue in a battle of such stark disparity? It was truly despairing. What splendid expressions! Legrand observed their despondency with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. It was still too early for despair. Even more harrowing events lay ahead. Stop dawdling, he is coming. Zhou Yixin, ever vigilant on the battlefield, noticed Elena's lack of response as he approached and loudly cautioned, if one attack fails, simply try again. Legrand is just a slightly stronger pirate. What are you afraid of? Indeed, if one attempt fails, let us try again. Saya, the first to regain her composure, conjured a wooden wall before Elena to provide a brief shield against Legrand's assault. Futile. With ease, Legrand shattered Saya's wooden barrier with a single punch, his fist unimpeded as it drew near to Elena. Let me show you the chasm of our strength. The disparity in strength was already well understood. Elena raised her blade to block Legrand's punch, seemingly succeeding in her defense. At least, to the naked eye, it appeared so. Thank goodness, she was not hit. Sula, momentarily relieved at Elena's successful block against Legrand's strike, soon witnessed an unbelievable scene. How could it not be a successful defense? Boom. Elena was struck as if by a powerful blow, her body hurtling backward to the ground. After a considerable period, she remained on the ground, not rising again. With a single strike, Legrand had defeated Elena. The disparity in their strength was insurmountable. The scene before Elena was almost too difficult to comprehend, prompting a gasp of disbelief from Saya. Rather than concern for others, perhaps one should focus on one's own well-being. Legrand's voice resonated in Saya's ears, and it was only then that she realized with horror that Legrand, who had previously stood beside Elena, had somehow appeared before her. Armor. A layer of armament haki enveloped Legrand's fist as he delivered a simple punch toward Saya. There was no escape. Saya, in her terror, found that her observation haki could predict Legrand's attack, yet no matter how she attempted to evade, she could not avoid the blow. Elementalization. Since evasion was futile, she resolved to utilize observation haki to foresee where Legrand would strike, elementalizing in advance to evade the force of his attack. When Legrand's strike connected with Saya, it felt as though a portion of her being had suddenly become vacant. His fist struck nothingness. Futile. Legrand glanced at Saya and softly remarked, "The second nuisance has been dealt with." "What are you saying?" Boom. Even with her prior elementalization, Saya was still sent flying by Legrand's punch. How could a natural elementalized form be struck? Sula was utterly perplexed. While armament haki could indeed capture the fluidity of a natural form, Saya had already elementalized to evade. All Legrand had struck was a mere wisp of air. How could she possibly be sent flying? The awakening of armament haki. Zhou Yixin murmured. I never expected that Legrand had awakened armament haki. There is no hope now. Upon awakening observation haki, one gains the ability to foresee the future or to hear the voices of all things. Conversely, the awakening of armament haki offers a more singular capability, merely allowing the formation of an invisible, flowing armor around the body. In essence, the awakened armament haki grants the user external manifestation and control, significantly enhancing one's offensive capabilities while providing a multitude of tactical options. The techniques displayed by Legrand undoubtedly indicated the awakening of armament haki, a power referred to as flowing sakura in Wano. This was precisely why Zhou Yixin had completely lost faith in the outcome of this battle. Those who awaken observation haki are not necessarily powerful individuals, but those who awaken armament haki are undeniably among the most formidable in this vast sea. Based on Zhou Yixin's understanding of the pirate world, anyone capable of wielding flowing armament haki is far from weak. With the two most troublesome adversaries dispatched, the situation had become exceedingly dire. Eljarin did not cast a single glance at the flying Shaya, but instead strolled over to Zhou Yixin. contemplating the resolution of this minor inconvenience. Once he dealt with this peculiar individual, eliminating Su-la would be a mere afterthought. Shui done, you should leave quickly. I will hold him off. Su-la transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, appearing beside Zhou Yixian. Flee as far as you can, to the vast ocean. There must be a safe haven amidst its expanse. After experiencing the profound sorrow of losing a loved one, Su-la was determined never to endure such heart-wrenching pain again. Thus, she resolved to sacrifice herself to buy Zhou Yixian a moment's respite for escape. It is futile to escape. Zhou gently pushed aside Su-la's resolute form, softly stating, I have never entertained the notion of surviving because a girl is protecting me. Do not be stubborn. Heed my words and run. Su-la insisted with unwavering conviction. This is the command of the current head of the Elizabeth family. You must comply. Even under the weight of her authority, Zhou Yixian shook his head, asserting, this time, neither of us needs to flee. Have you finally decided to surrender? Jiren remarked upon realizing Zhou Yixian's lack of intent to escape, nodding in approval. A wise choice. Refraining from making such futile decisions is commendable. I assure you, you shall not feel the slightest pain. Armed with a shipborne cannon, Jiren prepared to eliminate this minor nuisance. Sha and Elena stood no chance against such a formidable strike and were swiftly defeated. To perish under such overwhelming force was hardly a disgrace for Zhou Yixian. Faced with Jiren's tremendous assault, Zhou Yixian felt no fear. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the fist hurtling towards him, seemingly unconcerned about his own safety. Su-la covered her eyes. Attempting to shield herself from the impending brutality she wished to avoid witnessing. A thunderous roar erupted, and then silence enveloped the scene. Jiren's powerful strike had been effortlessly thwarted. After what felt like an eternity of stillness, Su-la finally dared to open her eyes. The moment she did, she was struck by a shadow. A colossal hand had appeared before Zhou Yixian, effortlessly blocking Jiren's formidable blow. Bartholomew Soul? Jiren inquired, recognizing the newcomer. Given your status, why do you involve yourself in this matter? Answer me. Jiren's fury ignited. Victory, so close at hand, was now within his grasp. Anyone who finds their plans disrupted would inevitably feel a surge of anger, which is why he loudly questioned Soul. Why did Soul involve himself in the affairs of the Navy and the pirates? That inquiry must be directed towards Zhou Yixian. When one cannot prevail, it is only logical to call for assistance. Even a child understands this principle. Thus, indeed, Zhou Yixian summoned help, reaching out to a formidable ally. A lack of strength does not equate to an absence of support from one's family. Chapter 82. Now this is intriguing. Is An's father truly that powerful? Upon witnessing Soul successfully rescue Zhou Yixian, Su-la was taken aback, realizing that the new land concealed a significant adversary. Simultaneously, Su-la pondered the nature of the connection between Zhou Yixian and such a formidable entity as Soul. Logically, there seemed to be no potential intersection between the two, given their differing statuses and strengths. Despite racking his brain, Su-la could not unravel the mystery, ultimately lamenting the overwhelming power of wealth. The strength of key personnel within the GM army is indeed formidable. Even in the face of legendary pirates, they remain undaunted, bolstered by numerous powerful officers, enabling the GM army to stand toe-to-toe with the world government. Fortunately, Zhou Yixian arrived just in time, exhaling a sigh of relief. Previously, in his haste to save others, Zhou Yixian had completely overlooked Soul's presence. It was only when he became an observer that he recalled Soul, prompting him to use a transponder snail to convey a succinct message, "Come quickly to my aid." Observing Soul protectively hovering like a hen over its chicks, Zhou Yixian felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, silently commending his own wisdom for choosing to collaborate with Soul. Otherwise, his situation today could have been dire. There are times when one's individual strength is not the entirety of the equation. Human capabilities are finite, and selecting a reliable partner undoubtedly brings unforeseen advantages at critical moments. Answer me, given your status, why have you involved yourself in this matter? After a prolonged silence, Legrand once again demanded an answer. Be it the Navy or the pirates, their affairs are of no concern to me, Soul replied in a composed manner. If that is the case, why meddle? Legrand queried. Casting a glance at Zhou Yixian, Soul stated, he is my significant partner, and I cannot allow you to harm him. Legrand looked at Zhou Yixian, his face a canvas of confusion. Are you seriously not jesting? If you were to mention Shea or Elena, I could comprehend. However, to claim that this individual, whom I could easily crush, is your important partner, are you truly not mocking me? On what grounds? Very well, A rather impressive rationale, Legrand scoffed. Amusement mingling with irritation. You will incur the wrath of a powerful adversary for this. Believe it or not, we already have enough enemies, Sol stated calmly, dismissing the need for further explanation. The meaning of Thor is quite evident. Offending you, LeBron, is something I do not regard with any seriousness. Arrogant, exceedingly arrogant, particularly arrogant. On Monday, Cien greatly appreciated Sol's current demeanor, embodying the essence of a true man. Regardless of the fact that his opponent was a legendary pirate, he remained unfazed. As you can see, this matter does not concern you any longer. You may take your leave, Cien stated with a hint of irritation directed at Legrand, exuding an air of arrogance fueled by the backing he had. Observing Legrand's ashen expression, Cien felt an unexpected satisfaction. Well done, lad, Legrand retorted, never having experienced such disdain before. I concede you possess some remarkable qualities, yet that signifies little. I offer you a piece of advice: survival at sea is paramount. I hope we do not cross paths again. Safe travels. I won't see you off, Cien replied with a light chuckle. Legrand chose not to utter another word, casting a fierce glare at Cien before turning to leave. After their brief skirmish, he recognized that Sol's prowess matched his own, and eliminating the young man before him was no longer feasible. It was wiser to simply depart. After all, he had nearly accomplished his objective, albeit the execution was less than flawless. Given Legrand's status, why would he show interest in Pedro's head? Sula inquired, observing Legrand's retreating figure, but his gaze sought answers from Sol. I have no idea, Cien admitted, perplexed as to why Legrand would target Pedro specifically. Perhaps Pedro's personality is simply too detestable, even for someone like Legrand. Even in death, Pedro became a subject for Cien's scorn. Surprisingly, Sula felt a flicker of agreement within himself. Rather than dwell on that, you should concern yourself with your teachers, Cien suggested. Right, Miss Shea and Miss Alina, Sula exclaimed, hastily rushing towards the two, eager to assess their injuries. Fortunately, although their wounds were severe, they were not life-threatening, and with some rest, they would recover. A small mercy amidst the misfortune. The avaricious pirates, Sol remarked leisurely. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He cast a glance towards Shea and Alina, clearly wishing to avoid any prolonged interaction, given the sensitivity of his own identity. All right, I shall reach out if anything arises, Cien waved, expressing his gratitude towards Sol. Reach out if there's something? Do you truly see me as your bodyguard? Sol stumbled slightly at Cien's words, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Lacking the awareness befitting a partner, Cien shook his head as he watched Sol hasten his departure. A true partnership entails mutual support, yet Sol remained oblivious to this notion. On Monday, as leisure settled in, Sula called out for assistance. I'm here. After ensuring the comfort of the two individuals, the Marines from the naval base finally reappeared, accompanied by a multitude of medical personnel who promptly commenced their treatment. Naturally, there was no longer any concern for Sula and the individual who enjoyed the tranquility of Monday. What a terrifying battle had transpired here. Observing the nearly desolate Westport dock, the arriving crowd gasped in astonishment. However, it was a relief that, in the end, the Navy emerged victorious. Thus, the turmoil of this nascent territory dissipated into nothingness. What Zhou Yixin was unaware of was that the battle in the land of newborns had stirred considerable commotion across the globe. Royal Port, the most nefarious city in the world of pirates, hosted a gathering of notorious pirates, whose very presence sent tremors through the world. Within a certain tavern, these fearsome individuals engaged in casual banter. Have you heard? Elvin Legrand has been defeated, remarked a dark-skinned pirate, igniting the latest topic of conversation in the tavern. Who is it? A Marine admiral? Someone inquired, positing that only a high-ranking officer could best Legrand. No, merely a handful of obscure fellows, the dark-skinned pirate replied with intrigue. One of them is a little fellow named Zhou Yixin, who seems rather special. Zhou Yixin? Never heard of him. The gathered pirates unanimously expressed their unfamiliarity with this name. Legrand has been vanquished by a few unknowns. It seems his era has come to an end, someone lamented. Now, it is our time to shine. I couldn't care less about who defeated Legrand. Danger lurks in every corner of the sea, a menacing-looking pirate remarked nonchalantly. Yet, Legrand's actions are rather fascinating. He actually killed a celestial dragon's treasure officer and attacked a treasure fleet. Is that so? Has Legrand forgotten his own identity? Someone gasped in disbelief. Given Legrand's stature, such behavior was utterly incomprehensible to them. What identity? Are we not pirates? The dark-skinned pirate jested. As a pirate, Such actions shouldn't be too surprising. Should they? Indeed, the others conceded. Upon hearing the dark-skinned pirate's reminder, the tavern fell into silence. Regardless of their previous identities, they were, at their core, pirates who had defeated Legrand. What peculiar actions he had taken, what did it matter? They were pirates, after all, with treasure being their utmost passion. With this realization, the tavern erupted back into raucous chatter, and no one paid any further heed to Legrand's defeat. If the minor uproar in the land of newborns had only elicited mild discussions in the pirate-infested taverns of Royal Port, it was not nearly explosive enough. There were even more sensational matters afoot, prompting a celestial dragon meeting at the Holy Land of Mariehua. In the Grand Hall of the Holy Land Mariehua, an elderly celestial dragon, indiscernible in gender, sat upon the throne, glaring furiously at one individual in the meeting room. Bourbon King, do you not have any explanations regarding Elvin Legrand's actions? I have no need to explain, the opulently attired man, referred to as the Bourbon King, replied disdainfully. Elvin Legrand has long lost control. All his actions are unrelated to my Bourbon Kingdom. I trust you understand the consequences of such behavior, as you claim. The individual seated upon the throne spoke with a tone lacking in kindness, casting his gaze upon the other celestial dragons present. The demise of the treasure officer from the East Blue would undoubtedly affect the forthcoming shipment of heavenly gold. Do any of you possess insightful suggestions? Reassigning another treasure officer to the task seems to be the only viable solution. The celestial dragons in attendance displayed no concern for Pedro's death. Within the realm governed by the celestial dragons, individuals are never in short supply. As long as the deceased is not one of their own, they remain utterly indifferent. Thus, it must be so. The figure upon the throne sighed softly, a hint of concession in his voice as he remarked, "Let us hope that this time no further chaos will ensue." The reason for the figure's concession was born out of necessity. The influence of the various celestial dragon families had expanded to such an extent that the era of singular dominance had long since passed. A degree of compromise had become imperative. Are you certain that Elvin Legrand's actions were not instigated by your council? Once the figure on the throne had departed, a woman of noble bearing approached the Bourbon King and stated, "Elvin Legrand does not possess such audacity. He is indeed unrelated to my affairs." The Bourbon King replied with resignation. "Ah, how intriguing," the noblewoman said with a twinkle in her eye, choosing not to elaborate further. After a brief moment, she recalled something and spoke again. "A fascinating young individual has emerged in the land of the newborn, known as Zhou Yixian. I believe he is bound to be a remarkable talent." On Monday, the enigmatic figure known as Zhou Yixian piqued the curiosity of the illustrious Tianlong clan, who began to inquire about the identity of this remarkable individual that had captured the queen's favor. However, after much questioning, they gleaned no valuable information from one another and soon lost interest in Zhou Yixian. Yet, the elderly woman's intriguing gaze lingered in their minds, prompting deeper contemplation. The Tianlong members remaining in the hall seemed to comprehend the significance of her cryptic remark, exchanging knowing glances as if they had reached an unspoken understanding. Indeed, as times change, certain rules ought to be reconsidered. Chapter 83, The 8 Culinary Traditions. On a seemingly ordinary Monday, an insignificant disturbance in the land of new beginnings unexpectedly captured the attention of the celestial dragons. Yet, even with this awareness, it mattered little. He had not yet inflated his ego to the point of believing that repelling Legrand would entitle him to partake in the games of the celestial dragons. Fortunately, the incident in the land of new beginnings was tightly controlled by the world government, sparing Zhou Yixian from considerable trouble. Had his ardent fans discovered that their idol had engaged in repelling such a legendary pirate, they would surely have been overwhelmed with uncontainable pride. In comparison to such matters, it was the thriving career and the overwhelming popularity from ranked battles that genuinely brought him joy. Presently, Zhou Yixian had garnered a reputation as a remarkably popular contender in the land of new beginnings, receiving fervent adoration wherever he went. His string of consecutive victories in over 10 ranked battles had propelled his popularity to unprecedented heights, rendering him a star-like figure in this realm. He finally understood why so many young men and women in his previous life aspired to become celebrities. The sensation of being idolized was indeed delightful. However, maintaining such fame was undeniably exhausting. To prepare for today's ranked battle, Zhou Yixian rose early and arrived at the venue well in advance, eagerly awaiting his opponent atop the arena. Hello, welcome to the East Sea Naval Academy ranked battle. I am the commentator, Gate. A somewhat impatient Zhou Yixian finally heard Gate's familiar voice in his ear, indicating that the match was about to commence. For the sake of enhancing the viewing experience, Gate was accompanied by two strikingly beautiful female commentators. However, unlike Gate, the two ladies exhibited no anticipation for the upcoming battle. Instead, their gazes towards Zhou Yixian were fraught with a mix of resentment and confusion, as if he had committed some unforgivable act against them. The audience present had surely been anticipating this ranked battle for quite some time, with Zhou Yixian being the main attraction. Gate, with his rhythmic and emphatic commentary, expressed his eagerness for Zhou Yixian to continue his winning streak of 15 consecutive victories. However, he suspected that achieving another victory would not be straightforward, as Zhou Yixian's opponent was none other than the formidable third son of the Mafia from the West Sea. Before Gate could finish introducing Zhou Yixian's opponent, he was interrupted by an overwhelming wave of sound from the fervent fans in attendance. The zealous supporters of Zhou Yixian were indifferent to the identity of his opponent. They were certain it would be yet another mundane victory. Who cares who the opponent is? Lord Zhou Yixian is the most handsome. Gate sighed awkwardly, acknowledging the unwavering enthusiasm surrounding Zhou Yixian. Of course, who could deny it when it comes to Zhou Yixian? Beside Gator, the beautiful commentator interjected, that annoying fellow. I truly detest him. Hey, this is live commentary. Is it appropriate to say such things? Aren't you afraid of being torn apart by Zhou Yixian's fans? Upon hearing the strong discontent expressed by the commentator towards Zhou Yixian, Gator felt a chill run down his spine. This was not someone they could offend so casually. Consider the surrounding environment. If there are grievances, it would be wiser to voice them in private. What? Daring to critique Lord Zhou Yixian? As expected, upon hearing Zhou Yixian being criticized, his fans began to grow restless. See? I knew this would happen. Gator cast a sympathetic glance at the two beside him. The beautiful commentator seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Instead, she caressed her slightly protruding belly and mused. If it weren't for that irritating fellow, I wouldn't have gained weight. His strength is formidable, but why must he create so many delectable dishes, leading to my considerable weight gain? Such an annoying guy. Now it makes sense. Gator finally breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, Zhou Yixian was indeed somewhat bothersome. After all, he had invented so many scrumptious delights. The thought of the culinary masterpieces created by Zhou Yixian was simply irresistible. Though the food is delightful, you could at least eat a little less, Gator remarked. I refuse, the two beautiful commentators replied in unison. Faced with such a plethora of delicacies, to not indulge entirely would be a crime. Well, isn't this just typical? Saying one thing while the body is quite honest. One of the commentators remarked, seemingly reminiscing, especially the sweet and sour carp from Shandong cuisine, golden in color, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Its sweet and sour flavor is simply divine. Hey, wipe your drool, Gator reminded. When have I ever drooled? As the beautiful commentator prepared to wipe the corner of her mouth, she caught Gator's teasing gaze and realized she had been tricked. You deceiver. A knowing smile spread among Zhou Yixian's fervent fans in the audience. Who among them was not completely captivated by the various culinary creations of Zhou Yixian? Since it was not genuine disdain for Zhou Yixian, it seems they would remain friends after all. On a fervent Monday, devoted fans chose to overlook the previous criticisms from a charming commentator. Humph, those who favor Shandong cuisine, remarked another beautiful commentator with evident displeasure. Sweet and sour carp is utterly mundane in Shandong cuisine. Cantonese cuisine reigns supreme, with its white-cut chicken, roasted goose, and succulent roast suckling pig far surpassing your sweet and sour carp. Clearly, Shandong cuisine is far superior, with dishes like candied yam, sweet soy chicken, and honey pear balls, which are all more delectable than your white-cut chicken. Do you even comprehend what true deliciousness entails? Stung by the disparagement of her beloved Shandong cuisine, the passionate advocate for it retaliated. I concede that Cantonese cuisine has its merits, yet it pales in comparison to the delights of Shandong. The Cantonese enthusiast, realizing the futility of the argument, chose to remain silent. Regardless of whether one prefers Cantonese or Shandong cuisine, both are undeniably delightful. Let us defer the debate on which cuisine is superior for another time, Gate stated, attempting to mediate. For now, we must return our focus to the competition. It is imperative to determine which of the 8 major culinary traditions is truly the best. Before Gate could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the clamor of the audience, which revealed a division between fans of Cantonese and Shandong cuisine. Even though you support our esteemed Monday champion, I cannot condone your presence. I demand a change of commentators. Fujian cuisine is unequivocally the finest. Indeed, I relish the freshness and harmonious subtleties of Fujian cuisine. Especially the exquisite Buddha jumps over the wall, a veritable culinary masterpiece. Absolutely, Fujian cuisine reigns supreme. I adore the mixed noodles from Shaxian. Thus, the proponents of Fujian cuisine joined the fray. Clearly, Sichuan cuisine is the most delectable, particularly its hot pot, which embodies the pinnacle of culinary artistry. Sichuan enthusiasts, we request to join the battle. Who doesn't have a hot pot at home? Jiangsu cuisine is delightful. Add Zhejiang cuisine to the list. Count Hunan cuisine in as well. Let us not forget Anhui cuisine. However, the popularity of Sichuan hot pot incited a collective backlash from supporters of other major cuisines. I propose we shift our attention back to the forthcoming battles. Gate's faint voice cut through the din. After all, we have our beloved Monday champion participating. Such matters can wait. There are plenty of ranked matches ahead, and today we must establish the standings of the 8 major cuisines, Gate suggested, only to be met with a unanimous denial. By the way, Gate, what do you believe is the most delectable cuisine? Suddenly, someone in the crowd proposed. Why not let Gate share his thoughts on which culinary tradition is truly the finest? Gate, please enlighten us on which cuisine you deem to be the most exquisite. Inspired by the atmosphere, the audience erupted into a chorus, insisting that Gate should reveal his favorite cuisine. As if such a declaration could delineate the superiority of the 8 great culinary traditions. However, such a distinction is inherently flawed. Taste is subjective, and preferences vary significantly among individuals. Embracing diversity while seeking common ground is the true path. Why must we draw lines of superiority? I sensed that Gate was on the verge of naming his preferred cuisine, but suddenly reconsidered, recognizing that doing so could alienate supporters of the other 7 culinary schools. With the wisdom of experience, he swiftly amended his statement. All 8 cuisines are delightful. Why should we confine ourselves to a single culinary style? Children may choose, but adults embrace all options. Thus, I enjoy all 8 cuisines. Upon hearing Gate's response, the audience felt a sense of disappointment, as no clear hierarchy had emerged. Nevertheless, Gate's assertion held merit. While I may have a particular fondness for one cuisine, there are numerous dishes from others that I also cherish. There is no need for exclusivity. In the realm of adulthood, one can indulge in everything. Let us now turn our attention to the upcoming ranking battle. Observing that the audience had reluctantly accepted his words, Gate breathed a sigh of relief. The moment had been precarious, yet his quick thinking had saved him from potential embarrassment. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your appreciation of our 8 great cuisines. However, today is my ranking battle, and I kindly ask for your understanding. We can discuss such matters at a later time. Zhou Yixin interjected. I hereby make a promise. Any audience member purchasing a ticket to watch my ranking battle will be entitled to a 30% discount at any of our affiliated restaurants. Upon hearing Zhou Yixin's words, the previously restless audience settled down. A 30% discount on Zhou Yixin's culinary offerings. What more could one desire? After all, when it comes to food, other concerns can easily be set aside. Yet, what about us? The 3 commentators on the platform expressed their discontent at Zhou Yixin's statement. Why should only the live audience receive this discount? Are we not deserving as well? Upon noticing the forlorn expressions of the 3 commentators, Zhou Yixin quickly acquiesced. Only when the 3 commentators were satisfied did the dispute over the 8 culinary traditions finally subside. However, the debate at the ranking battle was merely a microcosm of the larger discourse within the newborn land. The culinary rivalry had escalated to such an extent that minds had become muddled in confusion, with no one successfully persuading anyone else. As the instigator of this discourse, Zhou Yixin undoubtedly profited immensely. I maintain that Chinese cuisine could never be overshadowed by Western culinary traditions in the newborn land. It is a small step for humanity and a giant leap for the world of pirates. Chapter 84. The wealthy rely on technology. As the rain cleared and the sky brightened, Gate regained control, announcing, May I request Fighter Mafia Mike to promptly proceed to Arena 3. The ranking battle is about to commence. It was only at this moment that Gate introduced the adversary for the Monday casual ranking battle, the Mafia family of the West Sea Syndicate, represented by the third son, Mike. Before long, Mike ascended from the arena's depths, taking his place atop the stage, his gaze exuding confidence as he regarded Monday Leisure, as though he were certain that this time he would triumph over him. Speaking of Mike, one cannot overlook the other popular contender on the stage, Monday Leisure. Upon witnessing Mike's arrival, Gate, embodying the essence of a professional commentator, decided to tantalize the audience's curiosity. Why, one might wonder, did he specifically mention the athlete Monday Leisure? Was it merely due to their status as opponents in this ranking battle? Was there perhaps some intriguing anecdote linking the two? The audience appeared perplexed by these musings. Observing their expressions, Gate felt a sense of satisfaction and continued to tease. Not long ago, the two had clashed in a previous match. As for the outcome, it was, of course, a resounding victory for Monday Leisure. It was rumored that during that brief encounter, Mike had suffered a devastating defeat. Consequently, an irreconcilable conflict had arisen between them. Without divulging too much, Gate once again piqued their interest. Given Gate's knowledge, the audience had no choice but to patiently await further revelations. Upon hearing the mention of his previous humiliating loss to Monday Leisure in such a public forum, Mike maintained a stoic expression, as if the words did not pertain to him, and addressed Monday Leisure. I wonder where they receive such gossip. It is truly tiresome. You need not look at me like that. It has nothing to do with me. Monday Leisure replied, I am well aware that you are not so trivial. I merely express my astonishment. Mike nodded, contemplatively stroking his hands as he remarked, that defeat remains vividly etched in my memory, particularly regarding my hands, which I shall refrain from mentioning. Perhaps one could say it was a blessing in disguise. On Monday, Cien found himself perplexed as to why Mike deliberately mentioned his hands without hastily speaking. From his perspective, the last time he had crushed Mike's hands with the dark fruit. Even if they were not rendered useless, there was no reason for them to now exhibit such agility. Suddenly struck by a thought, Mike continued, I have a particular fondness for Hunan cuisine. The spiciness is purely exhilarating. In truth, Cien, who harbored no excessive culinary desires, did not possess a special affection for any particular cuisine as long as it was delicious. Thus, he found it difficult to comprehend why fans of the 8 culinary traditions felt the need to establish a hierarchy, even someone like Mike, a scion of nobility. However, since you have chosen to dine at our establishment, we are now friends. I do not have an especial preference, Cien replied, shaking his head as he initiated a reciprocal flattery mode. Your twin walls from last time left a profound impression. It was quite the formidable attack, leaving me with no possibility of evasion. Is that so? Mike chuckled self-deprecatingly, lamenting, it seems we lack shared interests. Regardless, this time, I certainly cannot afford to lose. On Monday, Cien found himself in a state of exasperation, pondering the audacity of the members of the 4C Society who believed they could triumph over him. What audacity and confidence did they possess? Was it possible that Liang Jingru had bestowed such courage upon them? Having confidence is commendable. Yet I can only assure you that this time, I shall be gentle in my approach, so as not to inflict serious injury upon you. Cien remarked with a calm demeanor. This was not a manifestation of his sharp tongue. He genuinely harbored such thoughts. After all, customers are akin to deities. And should he inadvertently harm Mike, it might lead to a severed business relationship, resulting in a significant loss of revenue. One should never challenge fate, especially when it comes to finances. This has always been Cien's guiding principle. Thank you then, Mike replied, somewhat speechless. The confrontation had commenced, even before the battle had begun. As the two competitors engaged in a fierce exchange of words, neither willing to yield. Such a scenario was hardly surprising, given the long-standing animosity between them. It is often said that enemies are particularly fierce upon meeting. Seated at the commentary booth, Gate could not hear the discourse between the two and rambled on, surely. The Mike who once had his hands crushed by Cien will not let this ranking battle pass peacefully. What? Cien had crushed Mike's hands? Wouldn't that render them utterly useless? However, judging by Mike's current demeanor, he hardly appeared to be lacking in functionality. Some audience members, possessing a modicum of rationality, chose to trust their own observations rather than Gate's words. Why bother with the details? If Gate claims it, there must be some basis for his assertion. Yet, there were also spectators who relished the chaos, choosing to believe Gate's narrative. For a Naval Academy student, losing the use of one's hands would equate to a bleak future, revealing an underlying grudge between the two. This was bound to be entertaining. If I were Mike, I too would find it intolerable. The audience suddenly began to comprehend Mike's provocative words towards Cien. As the crowd was captivated by his commentary, Gate continued, in their previous encounter, Cien's victory over Mike was not easily attained, for Mike's prowess is formidable. Although Cien emerged victorious that time, it could only be described as a Pyrrhic victory. Do finish your thought in one breath, someone interjected. After a brief pause, Gate resumed. Cien was grievously injured, blood staining the earth, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to fall. Such severe injuries had confined Cien to bed rest for months, nearly claiming his life. I see, the audience murmured, casting admiring glances toward Cien. How remarkably masculine he was, refusing to succumb even as blood soaked the ground, driven solely by the desire for victory. a testament to his unwavering belief in triumph. Truly, he was a man worthy of admiration. Did you not nearly perish? Are you certain this is a Pyrrhic victory rather than a catastrophic defeat? Upon hearing Gates' nonsensical ramblings, Zhou Yixian fell silent. Noticing Mike's equally awkward expression, Zhou Yixian decided to end Gates' chatter and took the initiative to declare the commencement of the ranked battle. With a thunderous sound, Zhou Yixian unleashed a punch as swift as lightning. Mike, quick to respond, raised his hand and caught sight of Zhou Yixian's form. He retaliated with a punch of his own, striking against Zhou Yixian's fist. The collision of their fists produced a resounding shockwave, startling the audience into realizing that the ranked battle had indeed begun. I hereby announce the official start of the ranked battle between Mike and Zhou Yixian. Gate promptly began to commentate. Mike, indeed a formidable contender, has managed to withstand Zhou Yixian's fierce assault, a feat that speaks volumes about his prowess. Let us now observe the nature of Zhou Yixian's forthcoming offensive. Why mention Zhou Yixian's impending attack? Because, as a firm believer in the principle that offense is the essence of combat, Zhou Yixian has always been the aggressor. In truth, even without Gates' commentary, the audience was already aware that the ranked battle had commenced. Mike's strength was no trivial matter. It was evident that even the usually invincible Zhou Yixian had been successfully countered. Boom. The arena reverberated once more with explosive sounds. This time, however, the frequency of the detonations was markedly more intense than before, causing the audience's ears to ring from the sheer density of the sonic blasts. Zhou Yixian, having missed his initial strike, withdrew his fist and created some distance. After a brief adjustment, he launched himself towards Mike with renewed ferocity. Before Mike stood a flurry of shadowy fists. This was not due to Zhou Yixian possessing the art of duplication, but rather a testament to his astonishing speed. Each strike was so rapid that even the air struggled to respond, leaving only the refracted light to trace the path of his blows. Could Mike withstand such a tempestuous onslaught? Gates' mind raced with uncertainty, but soon Mike provided the answer. Gate exclaimed, Mike has successfully defended himself against such a formidable attack with apparent ease. Indeed, Mike had effortlessly withstood Zhou Yixian's ferocity, a result that caught everyone by surprise. As Zhou Yixian initiated his barrage, Mike had already anticipated the assault. Firmly rooted in a horse stance, he countered with his own flurry of punches, meeting Zhou Yixian's aggression head-on. On Monday, every attack launched by Zhou Yixian was effortlessly intercepted by Mike, who countered with his fists, exhibiting remarkable resilience without a hint of retreat. It was astonishing to witness Mike's strength reach such heights, as he stood unwavering even against Zhou Yixian, one of the most formidable second-tier students. This was unexpected. Surprised that all your assaults have been thwarted? Mike remarked, observing the bewildered expression on Zhou Yixian's face. I believe it has been quite some time since you experienced a match against an opponent of equal standing. Though somewhat taken aback, Zhou Yixian retorted, It doesn't change much, and launched another attack. No need to rush. Mike effortlessly parried Zhou Yixian's advances once more and stated, I shall soon unveil the reason behind my ability to so easily deflect your strikes. Gate, unable to contain his curiosity, inadvertently voiced his thoughts through the broadcast system. The answer held intrigue not only for Zhou Yixian but for the numerous spectators present. With all eyes upon him, Mike tore away his shirt sleeve, revealing his arms, which glimmered with a metallic sheen. His hands were not human but rather mechanical arms, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Mechanical arms? Gate exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. I wondered how he could maneuver so adeptly after having his hands crushed. If they are indeed mechanical, it all makes sense. With the current technological advancements and the financial backing of the Mafia family, it is entirely plausible for Mike to have been outfitted with such arms. However, I am left wondering which generation of the Navy PX series technology he possesses. As a commentator, Gate had a degree of insight. If Mike's mechanical arms utilized the latest PX technology, Zhou Yixian would undoubtedly face significant challenges. While technology had advanced, the cost of such enhancements was not feasible for the average individual. Only affluent families like the Mafia could afford such luxuries. This exemplified the stark contrast between the wealthy, who rely on technology, and the impoverished, who depend on mutation. Upon witnessing Mike's mechanical hands, Zhou Yixian finally comprehended why his punches had previously felt so peculiar, as if striking a frigid slab of iron. Now the truth was unveiled. His attacks had indeed collided with an unyielding cold metal surface. Faced with this reality, Zhou Yixian found himself at an impasse. His current strength was insufficient to shatter such an iron barrier. He had once grasped the ability to sever steel. having attuned himself to the breath of all things. Regrettably, Zhou Yixian had yet to touch the threshold of that profound insight, leaving him in a predicament. Fortunately, Mike had merely transformed his hands into mechanical appendages. If Mike were to transform himself into a mechanical being akin to Frankie, ultimately becoming a machine of grotesque nature, then Monday would have no choice but to surrender unequivocally. Thanks to your influence, I now possess these arms. Mike gazed contentedly at his hands and remarked to Monday, initially. When I lost my hands, I experienced a fleeting sense of confusion and anguish regarding life. Fortunately, this uncertainty was short-lived, and I swiftly rediscovered my purpose. I am quite satisfied with who I am now. Within my rank, it is impossible for me to be defeated by anyone. The last crushing defeat had awakened a profound realization within Mike, leading to significant maturity. Strength was indeed paramount. This time, he aspired to commemorate his waning youth with a resounding victory. I no longer smile, yet I have grown stronger. They are merely mechanical arms. What gives you the audacity to believe you can overcome me? Monday retorted nonchalantly. Have you forgotten the disparity in our strengths? Invincible within our ranks. This is my exclusive designation. So do not presume to embellish your own narrative. In this lifetime, Monday would not succumb to fear. In a flash, he employed a swift maneuver and chose to initiate his assault once more. Since his opponent was overflowing with confidence, he resolved to dismantle that confidence with his own fists. However, Monday's aggressive approach proved perilous. His speed was overwhelming, leaving Mike unable to keep pace. As Monday launched his attack, Mike began to narrate the unfolding events. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, possessing formidable strength without commensurate speed was indeed a vulnerability. It was evident that Monday intended to exploit this weakness to seize the opportunity for victory. To recklessly confront an opponent with mechanical arms would be folly, not valor. Thus, Monday continually utilized his agility to dance around Mike, seeking the precise moment to deliver a decisive blow when an opening presented itself. Mike's arms were made of steel, yet his other limbs remained flesh and blood. Monday firmly believed that no one of equal rank could withstand a direct hit from him and emerge unscathed. As a formidable warrior, one must first possess confidence in oneself, and fortuitously, Monday was brimming with it, an almost enigmatic self-assurance. His training had progressed at an extraordinary pace, allowing him to surpass his peers, and this fueled his conviction. The affluent rely on technology, the impoverished on mutation, while Monday depended on his exceptional prowess. Mike's attacks continued to miss their mark. Despite his earnest efforts to track Monday's movements, the speed disparity was insurmountable. His blind assaults yielded minimal results. Observing Mike comically flailing at the air, Gate commented, "Mike, your choice of tactics appears rather unwise. Continuing down this path will only deplete your stamina, providing your opponent with the chance to exploit your weaknesses." As a commentator, Gate possesses a fundamental understanding of combat. Observing Mike's fighting style, he has already reached a conclusion regarding the outcome of the match. However, it seems he has overlooked the fact that, with Skin participating in the ranked battle, he is destined to be proven wrong. Just as Gate had surmised, Mike has expended an excessive amount of energy. Following another missed strike, his reaction time has slowed, resulting in a momentary rigidity of his body. Now is the moment. On Monday, after a prolonged wait for this opportunity, Zhou Yixian sprang into action, his feet striking the ground with fervor, propelled by the reaction force of the air. Like a cannonball, he launched himself towards Mike's abdomen, delivering a powerful punch. This blow, charged with Zhou Yixian's immense strength, seemed to conjure a gust of wind that enveloped his fist. Mike, caught off guard, faltered, revealing a vulnerability. True to his reputation as a popular contender in ranked battles, Zhou Yixian astutely seized this moment. How would Mike respond to such a formidable attack? Let us await the outcome. Gates still had words left unspoken. Let us anticipate Zhou Yixian's victory. With his keen understanding of combat, he knew that in a contest where opponents are evenly matched, even the slightest opening could be magnified by an adversary, ultimately determining the fight's outcome. Undoubtedly, Mike's exhaustion had tipped the scales of this battle. Zhou Yixian, persevere. May victory be yours once more. The audience, too, was captivated by the force of his strike. Just when it seemed that Mike's defeat was inevitable, the unexpected occurred. Mike managed to block the blow despite his apparent fatigue. Gate gasped in astonishment, witnessing this turn of events, befuddled by the impossibility of it all. Given the intensity of Zhou Yixian's previous assault, Mike, a second-tier fighter, should have had no energy left to match Zhou Yixian's speed and seize him. Indeed, Zhou Yixian found himself ensnared by Mike. How could this be? The spectators, perplexed by the unfolding scenario, struggled to comprehend the situation. As Zhou Yixian approached Mike and caught sight of the enigmatic smile on his opponent's face, he realized he had been deceived. Mike undoubtedly had a hidden strategy. Catch him, PX. 1, Mike whispered, and suddenly, his hands moved with uncanny precision, spreading wide at an acute angle to grasp Zhou Yixian's fist. Boom. When their hands met, a tremendous sonic boom erupted. The air between them crackled with heat, unleashing a powerful shockwave that reverberated outward. Astonishingly, Mike remained steadfast, impervious to Zhou Yixian's formidable blow. Countless spectators braced themselves against the aftermath, striving to maintain their footings, fearful of being toppled by the overwhelming force and missing any moment of this thrilling contest. No one anticipated that Mike could engage Zhou Yixian in such a back-and-forth exchange. Did it feel familiar? Feigning exhaustion, only to ensnare his opponent upon their approach. Mike, observing the bewildered expression on Zhou Yixian's face, chuckled. I did not watch your battle with Anderson for naught. By the way, I forgot to mention, the PX series of human weaponry requires no energy expenditure. With mechanical enhancements, one can immediately acquire formidable strength without imposing any burden on the body. Is this not rather unscrupulous? The PX series of human weapons? Mused the idle figure on a Monday. It was only at this moment that Zhou Yixian realized that Mike's arms were, in fact, modified based on the world government's human weapon technology. He had always believed that Mike's arms were merely ordinary mechanical appendages. The PX series of human weapon technology was, by all accounts, a domain exclusive to the world government. Logically, such advanced technology should never have fallen into the hands of the public, even with Mike's status. It seemed implausible for him to possess such capabilities. However, one need not be astonished. At times, money can procure what one desires. Mike patiently explained. It is simply a technology discarded by the world government over a century ago. As long as one is willing to pay the price, many factions in the black market can execute such modifications. Zhou Yixian sighed, realizing there was still much he did not comprehend about this world. Fortunately, Mike's hands utilized the obsolete PX human weapon technology. Otherwise, Zhou Yixian would have had no chance of victory whatsoever. Nevertheless, even the world government's century-old discarded PX human weapon technology remained formidable. In the original pirate world, the supernova pirate crews gathered at Sabati Archipelago could only annihilate a single human weapon with their utmost effort. This illustrates the terrifying power of the world government's human weapons. Now, allow me to demonstrate the fearsome capabilities of a human weapon, Mike declared with confidence. On Monday, Xian was suddenly struck by an overwhelming force in his hands, nearly causing him to lose his balance as he was lifted by his opponent. What on earth? Was this an attempt to continue imitating him, to strike down others? Realizing the opponent's intent, Xian found it perplexing that he had become so popular that even his fighting style was being deliberately mimicked. Was he truly becoming overwhelmed? Observing Xian's gritted teeth and strained demeanor, Mike chuckled. The power of technology is indeed formidable. Do not be too pleased. This level is still far from adequate, Xian scoffed. Oh, is that so? Mike replied with a light chuckle. PX. 1. Increase the strength. Boom. The strength in Mike's arms surged abruptly, multiplying several times over. In a desperate bid to counter this immense force, Xian exerted every ounce of his strength, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, while the veins in his arms bulged prominently. The two remained locked in a stalemate, akin to gladiators engaged in a fierce contest, each striving to overpower the other through sheer force. After a moment of astonishment, Gate recalled his duties. It appeared that Mike was handling the situation with ease, while Xian was struggling and likely to face defeat. Gate understood that it was not Xian's desire to create distance and maneuver for an opportunity. Rather, he was ensnared by his opponent, unable to escape the grip, and was left to resolve their conflict through brute strength. Xian, hold on. The audience of Xian's fans watched anxiously, concerned by his struggle. It seemed that the first round of his ranking battle might culminate in defeat today. Anyone witnessing Xian's current state would hardly believe he could triumph in this contest of strength. More often than not, machines outclass human effort significantly. Chapter 86. The villain falls victim to excessive chatter boom. Another wave of immense power surged from Mike's arms. Could he continue to amplify his strength? Unbeknownst to him, on that fateful Monday, Zhou Yixian was suddenly overwhelmed by the immense force exerted by Mike's arms, causing him to buckle under the pressure, nearly making contact with the ground. This is not good. Zhou Yixian can no longer withstand it. It appears he has reached his limit, Gate lamented. Zhou Yixian has not lost. It is merely that the PX human weapon is too formidable. Loss is loss. What use is it to speak of the trivial? The world government, having developed the PX human weapon under the research of Dr. Vegapunk, was originally designed to confront the New World pirates. Its strength is indeed formidable. Such a violent weapon, manifesting in the feeble East Blue, is an egregious anomaly. It is no wonder Zhou Yixian falters. You may utilize your abilities. I have no objections, Mike said nonchalantly. Observing Zhou Yixian, the power of the PX human weapon is exceedingly potent, not something an ordinary individual can contend with. It is merely the arms of a discarded human weapon. What is so impressive about that? Zhou Yixian retorted defiantly, external force is ultimately external. It lacks substance. Then demonstrate your prowess and break free from this external pressure, Mike replied with a smirk. Boom. Mike increased the force of his arms once more. Under the strain, the arena beneath Zhou Yixian began to crack, shattering like broken glass. He can still amplify his strength. What kind of monstrosity is this PX human weapon that the world government has created? Gate pondered in disbelief. Could it be that the strength of human weapons knows no bounds? Mike's arms seemed to possess boundless power. Even someone as strong as Zhou Yixian was unable to unleash their full potential. Boom. To validate Gate's statement, Mike intensified his grip further. Zhou Yixian was pressed down closer to the ground, and soon, a pit as tall as a person emerged beneath him, obscuring the true nature of their struggle. I must concede, your strength is indeed impressive. Even at this juncture, your persistence is commendable, Mike remarked with a mocking grin as he gazed down into the pit where Zhou Yixian lay. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to succumb in an instant. Though I possess this power, such an outcome would be rather dull. He relished the thought of tormenting his opponent slowly. Savoring each moment as hope flickered in Zhou Yixian's eyes, only to shatter it, allowing him to fully experience despair. This was the very reason Mike refrained from unleashing his full strength from the outset, opting instead to gradually increase the output of his formidable arms. The overwhelming power bestowed by the human weapon inflated Mike's ego. He was determined to torment Zhou Yixian slowly, seeking to alleviate the animosity he harbored towards him. The humiliation of Zhou Yixian brought Mike immense satisfaction. Since the inception of his journey in the realm of novices, Zhou Yixian has never experienced such an overwhelming suppression of strength. He has always advanced unimpeded. The fans of Lord Zhou Yixian present at the scene grew increasingly anxious. Although the specifics of the dire situation within the abyss remained obscured, the triumphant gleam in Mike's eyes allowed the onlookers to infer that Zhou Yixian's predicament was far from favorable. Indeed, Zhou Yixian was not faring well at this moment. Boom. The force intensified once more. The relentless pressure bearing down upon him had rendered his body nearly untenable. Mike's augmented strength became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. On Monday, the internal organs, having long suffered varying degrees of damage, finally succumbed to the last straw, resulting in a violent expulsion of fresh blood. The veins in his arms, ruptured beyond count, oozed a steady stream of crimson, rapidly staining his arms in a deep shade of red. The appearance of Zhou Yixian at this moment is indescribably tragic, a true embodiment of a relentless attacker. Mike disdainfully remarked upon seeing his inevitable victory. Is a winner about to emerge? Observing Mike's expression, Gate, as a professional commentator, keenly sensed that the upcoming strike would likely determine the outcome of the battle. It seems this clash is on the verge of resolution. Let us await with bated breath to see whether it will be Mike or Zhou Yixian who prevails and claims victory in this contest. However, when Gate mentioned Zhou Yixian, his tone noticeably diminished. With his professional insight, it was evident that he harbored doubts about Zhou Yixian's ability to secure a win in this encounter. He had never witnessed Zhou Yixian in such a precarious situation during ranked matches before. In the past, regardless of the formidable opponents he faced, Zhou Yixian had always dispatched them with a single blow. His journey had been too smooth. Some competitors may excel in the early stages, but once they encounter adversity, they falter entirely. A loss, however, could serve as a catalyst for self-realization, prompting growth and fortitude. Although Gate felt a sense of regret at the prospect of Zhou Yixian not achieving a flawless victory, he also hoped that this defeat might strengthen him. Only those who endure the agony of defeat while steadfastly pursuing their path can truly be called powerful. Master Zhou Yixian, please do not falter. If you lose this match, my admiration for you will wane, and I shall cease to regard you favorably. I cannot bring myself to admire a Zhou Yixian who succumbs in battle. Many fans of victory seem to anticipate Zhou Yixian's downfall, and an impulse to withdraw their support began to brew within them. Those who cannot sustain victory are deemed unnecessary. They are considered worthless. Come on, Master Mike. Defeat Zhou Yixian, some fans exclaimed, expressing their desire to no longer witness such a disheartened Zhou Yixian, urging him to vanish from their sight. The depth of their initial affection and praise for him makes it clear how terrifying the backlash will be should Zhou Yixian ultimately lose. Did you hear the rapturous cheers from the audience, intoxicated by my prowess? Mike proclaimed. In that moment, Mike reveled in the audience's adulation, realizing how splendid it is to possess formidable strength and be celebrated by the masses. To reciprocate the audience's enthusiasm, Mike resolved to forego theatrics and swiftly conclude this tedious battle. Indeed, from Mike's perspective, this fight had become rather monotonous. He had anticipated some exciting challenge from Zhou Yixian, only to find it lacking. The mechanical arms, hidden for so long, had proven to be of no consequence. Perish. I am weary, Mike feigned a yawn, as if to illustrate his genuine fatigue. Initially, he had looked forward to this confrontation, but now it appeared excessively dull. PX1. Power at maximum. With that, Mike's arms emitted a sharp sound, releasing plumes of white steam. It was as if a steam engine was operating at full power, continuously emitting steam, and even Mike's arms began to take on a faint crimson hue. The arena was enveloped in a thick shroud of white mist. Mike intends to conclude this battle, Gate exclaimed loudly. Come on, Lord Mike. Please bring this embarrassing fight to an end. Many spectators, like reeds swaying in the wind, began to fervently cheer for Mike. In their hearts, it mattered little who triumphed, as long as one could overpower the other with sheer strength, earning their admiration. It was no surprise they had lost faith in Zhou Yixian. For quite some time, they had not heard his voice. Even Mike's previous deliberate attempts to restrain his power had been too much for Zhou Yixian to withstand. Now, with Mike unleashing his full force, what could Zhou Yixian possibly use to defend himself? Go, Lord Zhou Yixian. The three commentators atop the platform, who had witnessed Zhou Yixian's consecutive victories, silently prayed that his winning streak would not come to an abrupt end. Please do not lose. Could it be that Zhou Yixian truly has no chance at all? How absurd. As a player of immense skill, how could he be so easily defeated? Are you not aware of an unchanging theorem? A familiar voice suddenly echoed in Mike's ear. What? The villain perishes from excessive chatter. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Yixian finally spoke, his voice resonating with strength. No matter what malevolent spirits or monsters arise, I shall shatter them with my strength. A roar erupted from the crowd as Zhou Yixian unleashed a furious shout. On Monday, Xian absolutely refused to accept defeat at the hands of an arrogant individual who relied solely on external forces. What? Mike uttered a sound of confusion. But this time, a hint of panic was unmistakably evident in his tone. He was horrified to find that despite his arms being at maximum power, he could not exert any pressure on Xian. Instead, the creaking noises emanating from his arms resembled an incredulous lament. How could there be someone whose strength could rival that of advanced technology? Mike even experienced the unsettling illusion that his opponent's power was continuously escalating, nearly surpassing the maximum output of a human weapon. How could this be? Mike quickly realized that this was not an illusion, but a reality that was indeed unfolding. He discovered that he was being slowly pushed backward by Xian. External forces ultimately have their limits, yet human potential is boundless. Xian's confident voice resonated throughout the arena. It was Sten who had emerged. Gator, filled with joy, watched as the familiar figure gradually pushed Mike back, slowly emerging from the deep pit, exclaiming, "Contestant Sten. Truly worthy of being called the Demon King by ranked battle contestants. I knew no one could defeat him. The Demon King will forever remain the Demon King. A mere mortal cannot triumph over the Demon King. Kneel before me." Gazing at the astonished Mike before him, Xian spoke with a haughty air, akin to an emperor commanding his subjects, making it utterly irresistible. Chapter 87. Please be human with a crack. Mike Esney made intimate contact with the ground, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. The sudden eruption of Xian's strength was overwhelming. Mike lost his balance, and his knee crashed heavily onto the ground, shattering the kneecap in the process. The abrupt turn of events left the audience in shock. Wasn't it said that he could not withstand this and was bleeding profusely? What did this sudden change signify? In the blink of an eye, the once self-assured Mike, who had confidently proclaimed his intent to eliminate the competition, was now reduced to kneeling on the ground. Were my eyes deceiving me? Or was this the latest trend? On Monday, the idle competitor. I implore you to reflect upon your own actions. As a human being, is it truly acceptable for you to subdue Mike, who possesses the PX-1 mechanical arms, and strike him down? As a member of humanity, I beseech you to exhibit a modicum of human decency. Please, act like a human. The audience present is utterly appalled that the pinnacle of naval technology, a representative of human weaponry, has succumbed to a mere human. Even if it is just a pair of arms, such an outcome is difficult to digest. The anguished cries of Mike shattered the stillness of the venue. In his youth, he cannot endure even the slightest pain. How could he possibly achieve greatness in the future? Observing Mike's torment, the idle competitor emitted a derisive sound, akin to a seasoned elder imparting wisdom to a youthful disciple. A mere twinge of pain? Pray, listen. Are these the words of a human? If you possess the courage, come and experience the sensation of having your kneecap shattered. If you do not cry out for your father, I concede defeat. Due to the agony, Mike's forehead was already beaded with perspiration. Upon hearing the taunts from the idle competitor, his mind was a tempest of frustration. Yet the intense pain rendered him unable to retaliate verbally, leaving only his gaze to convey his discontent. What now? Are you unwilling to accept? The idle competitor interpreted Mike's stare as a challenge, intensifying his grip. Mike suddenly felt an overwhelming force coursing through him, followed by a heavy sensation as the pain in his knee surged throughout his body. To be precise, this pain was far more intense than before. Boom. With the application of immense force, Mike's legs were forcibly pressed into the arena floor, leaving a spiderweb of fine cracks in the ground beneath him. Glancing at his arms, now flushed crimson from the strain, Mike quickly averted his gaze, too intimidated to meet the idle competitor's eyes again. Why have you fallen silent? The idle competitor bestowed upon Mike a look that suggested understanding, refraining from further increasing his grip. On Monday, Cien felt an exhilarating sense of delight. Suddenly reaching his physical limits proved to be a wondrous experience. Just moments before, when he was overwhelmed by Mike's powerful embrace, the dark fruit within him activated once more, creating a miniature black hole that voraciously consumed the surrounding Taoist energy. On Monday, as the injury healed, a black hole formed within, and he felt a remarkable resurgence in his strength. It seemed that the reservoir of his vital energy had expanded significantly. Combat, indeed, serves as the most effective avenue for enhancement. It is no wonder that various protagonists experience a dramatic augmentation of their abilities following arduous battles. This is not mere speculation, but an undeniable truth. The current predicament of Mike, easily subdued by Monday's strength, stands as a testament to this reality. However, Monday found himself perplexed as to why the latent power within him only activated upon reaching his physical limits. If he could sustain such a state perpetually, he would continuously grow stronger. While the notion is appealing, it is ultimately unnecessary. Were he to maintain that level of intensity, Monday would have long since been overwhelmed by the surging vital energy within him. Feeling at ease, Mike noticed that the gravitational pressure on his body had ceased to escalate. Casting a glance at Monday, he silently exhaled, sensing that his opponent had exhausted his strength. It appeared that he still harbored some reluctance to concede. On Monday, Cien exerted even greater force, pressing Mike entirely into the arena. To his astonishment, there was still residual strength. The overwhelming sensation in his body left Mike utterly exasperated. He had assumed his opponent had reached their limits, yet it appeared that Cien remained effortlessly capable, indicating that he had not yet tapped into his full potential. If he so desired, he could amplify his strength at any moment. What manner of creature was this? Tears involuntarily welled up in Mike's eyes. Despite possessing the pinnacle of naval technology with the PX series arms, was he not supposed to vanquish the invincible foes of the East Sea and ascend to the zenith of his life? Why was this happening? Once again, Mike found himself questioning the very essence of his existence. It was merely misfortune that led him to encounter the formidable Cien. In truth, it was not such a grave matter. After all, it was Mike's own arrogance that drove him to confront Cien. Arrogance was indeed Mike's folly. Cien's life philosophy was to dismantle all that was superficial and devoid of reason. Observing Mike's capitulation, Cien felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, satisfaction aside, vengeance was still to be exacted. Cien had not forgotten Mike's previous provocations. Boom. On Monday, Zhou Yixin exerted an even greater force. As if a mighty deity resided within him, bestowing upon him boundless strength. Mike's body once again sank into the arena, nearly one-third of him ensnared by the platform. Haven't I already submitted? Mike lamented, feeling utterly despondent. What more do you want from me? Must I prostrate myself before you? Yet, whether Mike knelt or not had become inconsequential, for he had already succumbed to the ground. If a mere act of kneeling could absolve him of his past transgressions, what need would there be for the Marine? If one errs, one must atone. Zhou Yixin harbored a grudge, and there was no escape from it. With a resounding crash, Zhou Yixin intensified his grip, causing Mike to sink further into the arena. Mike had long relinquished any pretense of resistance, his hands feebly grappling with Zhou Yixian's formidable strength, devoid of any power emanating from his mechanical arms. The mechanical appendages, previously overburdened, had returned to their normal hue. Yet the occasional crackling sound emitted from Mike's arms indicated they were enduring an undue weight. Do as you wish, as long as it brings you joy, Mike thought. Engulfed in despair, he had completely capitulated, no longer daring to provoke Zhou Yixian. All he yearned for was a swift conclusion to this battle, so he could find a secluded place to weep freely. There are times when a villain embodies an enigmatic creature, regardless of your heartfelt counsel. Their stubborn hearts remain as unyielding as stone, impervious to any internal change. Only through overpowering them can one induce a profound realization, prompting a transformation in their character. Why provoke such a freak for no reason? The audience, witnessing Mike's plight, cast sympathetic glances his way. They recognized the bitter irony of being publicly humiliated, many still feeling the sting of embarrassment. Go, Lord Zhou Yixian. I knew it. Losing is simply not an option for him. The spectators finally grasped a fundamental truth. In the arena of ranked battles, regardless of the circumstances, it was best to be an unthinking supporter of Zhou Yixian. Losing was simply out of the question. Could one retain any dignity? Just moments ago, they had cheered the loudest for Mike. How shameless. A number of spectators, adopting a superior attitude, ridiculed the Fairweather fans. They had entirely forgotten their own sudden shift in allegiance when Zhou Yixian appeared on the brink of defeat. How could they deem their own affairs as trivial? Naturally, they would choose to forget. We had no choice. After all, Mike was merely a fade, appealing yet ineffective. We had hoped to witness Zhou Yixian's downfall, only to be met with an unexpected twist. As the audience began to voice their criticisms, many felt their faces flush with embarrassment. In their hearts, the identity of their favored champion mattered little. What truly counted was the ability to secure victory consistently. Moments ago, they had been fervently extolling the virtues of Mike, oblivious to the fact that those now deriding him had once shared the same fervor, exhibiting identical expressions. Such is the nature of so-called victory fans, for in their eyes, triumph is paramount. Indeed, all blame falls upon Mike. What a disgrace, Mike. The crowd swiftly shifted their sentiments once more, openly mocking him, finding solace in the notion that losing is the original sin. After all, since defeat has befallen him, a bit of scorn from us is hardly significant. As a mature individual, one ought to be able to withstand such trials. It seems the dynamics remain the same everywhere. Observing the audience's antics, Zhou Yixian shook his head, uttering a sigh. Their behavior evoked a sense of familiarity within him, as though he had encountered such individuals before. Their unnatural demeanor fostered an unexpected closeness to this unfamiliar world, subtly altering the way he perceived it. Wow, Zhou Yixian is so handsome. The expression in Zhou Yixian's eyes softened, perhaps in response to my enthusiastic encouragement, as I believed he was acknowledging me. It was clear he was responding to my support. When one is basking in glory, even a mere glance can be subject to overzealous interpretation. Is this truly human? It was only at this moment that Gator grasped the unfolding events in the arena. His face a mask of astonishment as he turned to the two female commentators beside him, exclaiming, in Zhou Yixian's battles, being slapped in the face is the norm. Under such circumstances, who could possibly believe he had a chance of victory? Not at all. We have always held unwavering confidence in Lord Zhou Yixian. From the very beginning, we knew he would achieve victory in this battle, the two commentators replied. Don't ask me why. It's simply because he is Zhou Yixian. Chapter 88. Until he has had his fill, is victory guaranteed simply because he is Zhou Yixian? Absolutely. I had thought that fervent fans were far removed from me, only to discover two right beside me. Does being Zhou Yixian ensure victory? What kind of absurd logic is this? Gator was left speechless. Are you both certain it's not because you fear being blacklisted by Zhou Yixian's restaurant that you are singing his praises so mindlessly? Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the arena, and it was clear that Zhou Yixian had once again intensified his efforts, causing Mike to sink further into the ring. At this point, Mike had long lost consciousness, his eyes rolled back, yet Zhou Yixian persisted in exerting force, gradually submerging Mike deeper into the arena. Why does this scene seem so familiar? Gator remarked. Indeed, it does, doesn't it? This scene seems oddly familiar. After a moment of reflection, the three commentators on stage recalled why everything before their eyes appeared so recognizable. This was precisely the method that Mike had previously employed to humiliate Zhou Yixian. The player Zhou Yixian certainly held a grudge. One of the female commentators awkwardly added a comment. The trio of commentators found themselves at a loss on how to narrate this battle, as the unfolding scene had surpassed their professional realm. One player had already lost consciousness, while the other continued to launch attacks, seemingly reveling in the chaos. Indeed, the expression of delight on Zhou Yixian's face was unmistakably captured by the three commentators. Yet, what could they do? Could they simply declare the battle over and announce Zhou Yixian as the victor? That seemed impossible, leaving the commentators in a quandary. We are merely ranked commentators, not referees. What can we do? One of them lamented. Oh, right, the referee. We need to call for a referee to determine the outcome of this battle, Gate whispered to the two beside him. You do realize there is no referee. The two shrugged. In battles like this, the outcome is too evident. It hardly seems necessary to have a referee. This isn't a sporting event. It's a ranked match. What purpose would a referee serve? Gate was left speechless. Next time, I shall suggest that a referee accompany Zhou Yixian in his battles. On a leisurely Monday, the ranked match proved to be quite a challenge, with unexpected moments of confrontation arising frequently. Without a professional referee present, who could withstand such a tumultuous atmosphere? We can give it a try. The two of them nodded in agreement, though they both understood the improbability of such an endeavor. The ranked matches had been established for many years. How could the rules be altered arbitrarily by a single individual? Boom. Mike's form was once again thrust into the arena. The word again was used because Monday's leisure had not yet reached its conclusion, and he engaged in yet another game of dominance. Was this battle truly over? Who could say? Perhaps not, or maybe it was. Ultimately, it might only conclude when the esteemed Monday had had his fill of the game. The audience, witnessing this abrupt change in the battle's nature, began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, once he has had enough, how did I not think of that? Gates slapped his forehead in realization, fiddling with the nearby phone bug, and exclaimed, Monday, have you chosen your characters? Are you satisfied now? Immersed in the game of dominance, Monday finally registered Gates' shout, realizing he was still on the ranked match stage. Reflecting inwardly, he acknowledged he may have gone a bit overboard. Strangely enough, this feeling of overpowering others was rather enjoyable. Boom. He pressed Mike further into the arena, and then declared, I believe I've had my fill. Or rather, I am ready. Please, feel free. Was it truly appropriate to state so bluntly that he was done? At least he could show some respect for his opponent. The audience collectively expressed their disbelief. They had never encountered such a refreshingly candid player in a ranked match before. They found it difficult to keep pace with Monday's rhythm, yet there was something quite charming about his demeanor. Thus, with a succinct statement, Monday garnered numerous admirers. Having had enough, I believe we can announce the conclusion of this battle. Gate wiped the sweat from his forehead and inquired. Since the opponent had been so forthright, he decided to drop any pretense. Certainly, Monday nodded politely. Receiving Monday's affirmative response, Gate felt an inexplicable oddity. When did it become the responsibility of the player to declare the end of a battle on the ranked stage? This had always been the duty of the commentators. Nevertheless, duty aside, Gate announced loudly, I declare the winner of this EC ranked match to be Monday. After declaring the battle's conclusion, Gate, along with the two commentators beside him, made a hasty retreat from the commentary booth. There was no choice. Gate felt overwhelmed. If he lingered any longer, who knew what other antics the opponent might conjure up, and at that point, escaping would be impossible. Given Gates' understanding of Zhou Yixian over these past few days, such a possibility is not entirely absent. What if he were to regain interest and resume his oppressive gameplay? What could one do? Declare the battle continues. Thankfully, it has concluded. The audience at the venue collectively exhaled in relief. No one felt dissatisfied with Gates' perfunctory performance. Instead, a sense of contentment enveloped them, as this battle was long overdue for an end. Unbeknownst to Gate, many spectators silently commended him for his commentary, while a number of Zhou Yixian's devoted fans secretly noted something. Next time they watched his ranked match, they would certainly bring along a quick-acting remedy for the heart. As in one moment it seemed he would lose, and in the next he turned the tide, something no one else could withstand. A group of tiresome individuals. As the crowd ebbed away like a receding tide, Zhou Yixian muttered a few words, utterly failing to appreciate the aesthetics of battle. Should any of Zhou Yixian's fans hear his disparagement, they would surely be disenchanted. Could such mere oppression be deemed a battle aesthetic? It appears you have triumphed once more. Unbeknownst to him, Annie had appeared by Zhou Yixian's side and remarked, however, you need not be too complacent. Your consecutive victories are merely a result of your opponents being utterly inept. With that, Annie cast a glance at Mike, who was already half submerged in the arena. Her implication clear, Mike was indeed worthless. Just then, Mike, having lost consciousness, inexplicably twitched, as if responding to Annie's verbal onslaught. I presume you didn't come all this way merely to engage in a contest of pride with me, Zhou Yixian remarked, glancing at Mike buried in the ground. Though he does appear rather incompetent. Mike twitched once more, inexplicably. The cruelty of words. Mike's body began to weep. Ignoring Mike's strange reaction, Zhou Yixian turned his attention back to Annie, awaiting her next words. Although he did not comprehend why Annie harbored such inexplicable dissatisfaction and a hint of rivalry toward him, he was certain she would not go out of her way just to mock him. Annie was not that bored, nor did she possess the time for such trivialities. With Zhou Yixian's plan for culinary invasion of the new realm underway, the Yixian Food Company had blossomed into a remarkable entity, experiencing an explosive rise to fame. Undeniably becoming the most renowned brand in the new land. In this new realm, one might be unaware of everything else. But one certainly could not afford to be ignorant of the Yixian Food Company. For these reasons alone, Annie was already overwhelmed managing the affairs of the Yixian Food Company, leaving her no time to specifically come and critique Zhou Yixian. Before long, Annie spoke up. Have you yet to make a decision? Which faction will you choose to ally with? Is there truly no possibility of reversal? None. Before, and could finish her sentence, Zhou Yixian interrupted her. Upon receiving her resolute affirmation, he could only press his forehead, expressing his exasperation. This individual, when devoid of wealth, yearned for a modicum of riches. Now that he had acquired some wealth, Zhou Yixian found himself wishing for a greater fleet of ships. Once he obtained a few vessels, he would undoubtedly encounter new dilemmas. Human desire is perpetually insatiable, without end. To cut to the chase, the issue of ships had indeed become Zhou Yixian's most pressing concern. The explosive popularity of Huaxia cuisine had surpassed his expectations. Initially, he intended to leverage the East Sea ranking battles, allowing tourists to take home delicacies from Yixian Food Company, gradually penetrating the East Sea market. Unexpectedly, before the tourists could return, Huaxia cuisine had already ignited a fervor in the East Sea. Countless tourists had, through their portable communication devices, recommended it to friends scattered across the East Sea. Many devoted fans of Huaxia cuisine, in their fervor to validate its deliciousness, went to great lengths, even attributing miraculous effects such as rejuvenation. When Zhou Yixian learned of the zealous behavior of Huaxia cuisine's fans, he felt a twinge of embarrassment but refrained from criticism, recognizing their earnest promotion of his products. He could only lament that, in any realm, the influence of food enthusiasts is immeasurable. Huaxia cuisine had now seemingly become the trend in the pirate world of the East Sea. Those who had not sampled the delicacies from Yixian Food Company felt embarrassed to greet others. Although many had not truly tasted the dishes, it did not deter them from boasting, buoyed by their well-informed acquaintances. The meteoric rise of Huaxia cuisine in the East Sea had attracted numerous astute merchants, who sensed the burgeoning business opportunity and sought out Yixian Food Company as contact information, eager to become agents and sell its various culinary products. Chapter 89. The buggy pirate crew faced with an overwhelming influx of orders. Zhou Yixian did not share the same troubles that Sony had encountered when receiving an order for 100,000 radios from Balwaha Company. The challenge confronting Yixian Food Company was not its capacity to fulfill such substantial orders, but rather the logistics of transportation. While the orders were enticing, the capability to manage them was paramount. In this age of grand exploration, Zhou Yixian had yet to procure a single suitable ocean-going vessel. Devoid of ships, Zhou Yixian found himself in a state of despair. As for Anne's family, they were even less reliable. Had the GM military been affluent, they would not have easily succumbed to Zhou Yixian's plans and opted for collaboration. In this era of maritime exploration, lacking ships meant he was destined to cultivate his modest territory, a predicament indeed. To establish an oceanic fleet, a considerable sum of currency would undoubtedly be required. The thought of his still warm currency potentially slipping through his fingers like water caused Zhou Yixian considerable distress. He cast a pleading glance at Annie and inquired, "With such an immense power as GM, is it truly impossible to resolve this minor issue?" "No," Annie replied. "You have changed, Annie," Zhou Yixian lamented. "I have not changed. It is the world that has transformed," she responded. Upon hearing her affirmative reply once more, Zhou Yixian expressed his discontent. "When you accepted the payment, you did not exhibit this demeanor. Now that the money has been earned, when I request your assistance with a trivial inconvenience, you claim it cannot be resolved. Is this not akin to burning the bridge after crossing it?" "It is not as you perceive," Annie countered, seemingly understanding something from Zhou Yixian's gaze. She blushed slightly and continued, "You must be aware of the circumstances surrounding the GM military. While assembling a fleet is certainly feasible, the situation could become intricate." "I shall remain silent," Zhou Yixian replied with resignation. He comprehended Annie's implication, given the global government's scrutiny of the GM military. The hasty deployment of a fleet in the East China Sea would require justification. Would they travel to Mariawa to inform the world government that the fleet's presence in the East China Sea bore no ulterior motives, but was merely an endeavor to earn a modest profit? Such reasoning was one Zhou Yixian himself found difficult to accept, even if it were indeed the truth. On Monday, Xian's relationship with the GM army was merely one of collaboration, specifically with Annie's father, and did not possess the considerable influence necessary to compel the GM army to risk confrontation with the world's governments for the sake of a trivial business venture. "You should contemplate which partnership to pursue," Annie advised. "Which pirate crew has come knocking today?" Xian inquired. Indeed, he was not mistaken. It was a pirate crew. As Xian Food Company sought a partnership, numerous renowned pirate factions from the East Sea approached, asserting their capability to safely transport goods across the perilous waters to designated locations. It is ironic that, during the age of maritime exploration, the principal force conducting trade at sea is a band of pirates. Yet, it is an unavoidable reality, as they possess ships and cannons, wielding the truths of the pirate world. The Buggy Pirate Crew. The Buggy Pirate Crew? On Monday, Xian had long been aware that the pirate crew founded by Buggy still existed a century later in the world of piracy. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to why the descendants of Buggy's pirate crew continued to bear his name aboard their ship. To be precise, it should be referred to as Buggy's Express Company. Annie assumed that Monday Xian was unfamiliar with the name Buggy's Pirate Crew and thus felt compelled to elucidate. "I believe you are not a stranger to Buggy's Express Company, which is the successor to Buggy's Pirate Crew. The original name has become somewhat antiquated, and it is perfectly understandable that it may cause some confusion. It must be said that Buggy is indeed a commercial genius. After consolidating a myriad of formidable pirates from Impel Down to acquire the title of Warlord of the Sea, he chose not to dominate the seas in pursuit of the legendary Pirate King's treasure, One Piece. Instead, he astutely ventured into the realms of express delivery and mercenary services. Thanks to his prominent involvement in the Marineford War, Buggy's Express Company flourished, with business booming to the extent that they could hardly keep up with incoming calls. Even Helmeppo, a member of Luffy's Grand Fleet, was once a mercenary under Buggy's Express Company, illustrating the immense influence Buggy's enterprise wielded in the pirate world at that time. It is said that those who hold a strong hand, yet play poorly, are numerous. With just a small opportunity, one can develop into a colossal entity. This is the hallmark of a commercial prodigy. This is also why Monday Xian has always believed that Buggy is far more complex than he appears. Given this, he decided to meet with them. However, as he contemplated the impending loss of a substantial income, he sighed. "I hope they won't demand an exorbitant price like the previous pirate crew. With the reputation of Buggy's Express Company, there is no need for excessive worry." Seeing that Monday Xian had finally made up his mind, Annie, fearing that the other party might change their stance, remarked, "The century-old Buggy's Express is not merely a casual slogan." On Monday, he nonchalantly nodded in affirmation. Monday's encounter with the world of pirates had finally arrived, even after a century apart. Accompanying Annie back to the headquarters of a leisurely food company, Monday found himself greeted by a man clad in a well-tailored suit, resembling a businessman more than a pirate, who had been patiently awaiting his arrival in the reception area. "Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucky." As Lucky observed Monday approaching, his years of experience led him to believe that this youthful figure was indeed his target. Despite his apparent youth, Lucky harbored no doubts. The sea was replete with peculiarities. "Is it Lucky?" Monday inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. The briny scent of the sea that wafted from Lucky dispelled any uncertainties regarding his identity, though the unusual name piqued his curiosity. A name so overtly reminiscent of Refuse was quite playful. "Indeed, that is me," Lucky replied courteously, noting the inquisitive glint in Monday's eyes. "Do you have any questions?" "None. Really. It's just that your name is somewhat reminiscent of someone I know, which caught me by surprise," Monday responded. This was not mere banter. He recalled a character from a manga titled Great Sword, who bore the same name, leaving him uncertain whether the creator had intended this connection. As the character was rather inept throughout the story, "Let us discuss the matter at hand. Such trivialities hold little significance," Lucky remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "I believe, without a doubt, that the Buggy Express is your optimal choice. Luffy had not anticipated that such an unconventional name would share its identity with another. Suppressing his curiosity, he sought to ascertain what manner of individual Monday truly was. And he shot a glance at Monday, responding, "If we lacked confidence, we would not have arranged this meeting. We have considerable faith in the century-old Buggy Express." She was keen to avoid any more peculiarities from Monday, having known him for quite some time without ever realizing he was acquainted with someone named Luffy. At such a time as this, why delve into trivial matters? Luffy mused, observing Annie with newfound intrigue. He had anticipated that someone capable of establishing a successful company would at least be a shrewd middle-aged businessman or a poised young adult. The scene before him was unexpectedly youthful, with the leadership of the leisurely food company appearing as mere adolescents. Given this, the matters at hand should be much easier to navigate, Luffy said, basking in the praise from Annie. "You flatter me." "Your demeanor hardly suggests flattery," Monday silently critiqued. "Regarding our potential collaboration, what plans do you have in mind?" "Regarding the operational matters of the company," and found herself perplexed and decided to proactively inquire about the other party's intentions, evaluating their conditions before formulating a plan. If the terms were favorable, she believed that a collaboration between us would face little difficulty. "Our courier service requires no transportation fees," Luffy stated. "Is it truly possible for such benevolence to exist?" And exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you certain there are no transportation costs involved?" "Absolutely," he affirmed. "This is splendid. Our partnership can be realized." "Indeed." Youth radiated from Anne's expression, prompting a victorious smile from Luffy. "Not interested. Our company is not in need of free services," came an abrupt, grating voice that interrupted Anne's dialogue just as Luffy was basking in his triumph. "Free services? Are you sure you do not require them?" Luffy was ready to express his irritation, but upon recognizing the speaker, he swiftly restrained his expression and said to Zhou Yixian, "Allow me to clarify. When I referred to free services, I meant that our courier company can deliver all the gourmet products processed by your company safely and promptly to any corner of Donghai without charge. What do you think? Is this not an enticing collaboration?" Luffy cast a glance at and, clearly laced with temptation, and understood that Zhou Yixian was quite reliable in critical moments. Although she was tempted by the offered terms, knowing that a partnership would save a considerable amount for Yixian Food Company, she refrained from responding hastily. "No, thank you." Zhou Yixian declined Lucky's proposal, preempting any further remarks from him. "I have never subscribed to the notion of a free lunch in this world. I believe you should express your true intentions, as I trust you comprehend." Luffy was taken aback. Hearing such generous terms, the other party maintained their composure, avoiding a blind agreement and adhering to their own script. Have today's youth truly become this formidable? Or is the ploy of the free lunch merely an outdated tactic? Chapter 90. All shall be sunk. It is not that Zhou Yixian possessed greater wisdom. Rather, it was the painful lesson learned from numerous deceptions. There is truly no such thing as a free lunch in this world. On a languid Monday, the drawers of my room were filled with an abundance of free mobile phones, serving as a stark illustration of the situation. Might it be that my words were insufficiently clear? Riki found it hard to believe that this youthful figure before him possessed such acute insight. He made one final effort to reiterate, as the representative of Buggy Express. "I can affirm that we do not charge a single penny for the delivery of any products from Yixian Food Company. There should be no doubt. As the head of Buggy Express in the East China region, I wield this authority entirely." "I acknowledge your authority, yet we simply do not require it," responded Yixian. "The notion of a free lunch is one that must be firmly rejected. Whoever seeks it is a fool, seasoned by the trials of deceit." Yixian understood that those who harbor ulterior motives typically begin by presenting a glimmer of allure. Once greed takes root in your heart and you succumb to temptation, congratulations. You have sealed your fate. On Monday, Xian now firmly believes in the singular truth of securing what is tangible. Only that which is grasped is truly real. No matter how grandly others may speak, he remains unfazed by the collapse of the heavens. "Given this, I suppose there is little left for us to discuss," lamented Riki. "If one tactic fails, I shall simply employ another," Riki thought, adopting a strategy of retreat as a means of advance. Before his arrival, Riki had thoroughly researched the precarious predicament faced by the Xian Food Company. He held in his hands what the other party desperately needed, the most formidable pirate crew of the East Sea, along with countless fleets. Surely, they could not resist the bait. In truth, Riki had yet to comprehend where he had faltered, why the other party could withstand the allure of his free lunch offer. especially considering that numerous companies which had previously chosen to collaborate with Baki Express had succumbed to his propositions. Once the fish bites the bait, everything that follows is merely a matter of slaughter. The shares he currently holds in dozens of companies stand as the finest testament to this assertion. Ricky was not in error. Rather, it was the era that was at fault, as he and Xian were separated by centuries. Farewell, no need to see you off, Xian remarked with indifference. Ricky, feigning to depart, stumbled slightly upon hearing the words, nearly wrenching his back. What happened to the eager pleas for retention? What has become of this world? Has my cunning become antiquated? Ricky began to question his existence. Yet business must proceed, as long as there is something to gain. Dignity is but a trifling matter, an attribute expected of an exemplary pirate. Feigning nonchalance, Ricky continued, I believe there remains a sliver of potential for collaboration. Let us discuss the specific terms. After all, business is forged through dialogue. Once the conversation flows, everything else will fall into place. Ah, the pirate. And observed Ricky's sudden shift in demeanor with disdain, simultaneously developing a newfound perspective on Xian. What manner of demon or specter is this? At such a tender age, he presents himself as a master negotiator. It is perplexing how he possesses such extensive knowledge. On Monday, Xian was well aware that, at present, the Buggy Express Company was undoubtedly the best option. He straightforwardly stated, we are willing to cover the shipping cost for every gourmet product processed by our company. However, given the substantial quantity, I hope to negotiate a corresponding discount policy. Regarding the shipping fee standards in the world of pirates, Monday Xian had limited knowledge. Previously, he had been an ordinary delivery worker, lacking an understanding of the intricacies of business dealings. As the person in charge of the company, his focus was merely on the overarching direction. He trusted that the Annie family would send someone to handle the specific details appropriately, thus sparing himself from embarrassment by not articulating what kind of discount policy should be offered. Is that all? Luffy inquired. Indeed, that is all, Monday Xian replied. The Buggy Express Company specialized in the transportation industry, and the proposed collaboration by the other party was entirely reasonable, transporting goods to the designated locations of clients, with the customer compensating accordingly, was logical and flawless. Luffy found it challenging to voice any objections to Monday Xian's approach. However, his appetite extended beyond this arrangement. Yearning for more. It must be acknowledged that greed is an admirable trait among pirates, and Luffy possessed this quality as well. After all, he was an exceptional pirate. By the way, our cooperation is predicated on the condition that your company's shipping fees are reasonable, Monday Xian added. The necessity for reasonable charges was indisputable. In a standard commercial partnership, reaching this stage would typically signify that the intent to collaborate was nearly established. However, the problem lay in the fact that Luffy represented not a conventional commercial entity, but rather a company grounded in piracy, making it improbable to accept such a reasonable business collaboration. Since you have articulated your terms for cooperation, allow me to present our conditions as well. Luffy, disinclined to employ previous tactics, found them ineffective against the youth before him. They were also contrary to his accustomed style, leaving him with an inexplicable discomfort. We will assist the Xian Food Company in delivering its processed food free of charge. This principle shall remain unchanged. On Monday, Xian remained silent, aware that the other party had more to say. As expected, Ricky, noticing his lack of expression after reiterating a point, continued. In exchange, we require 80 of a certain food company's shares. That is our condition. A wry smile crept across both Annie and Xian's faces simultaneously. Ricky was audacious indeed, demanding 90 of the shares outright, displaying an insatiable greed that was quite unbecoming. Why not just rob it outright? While Ricky's approach bore a striking resemblance to robbery, he still retained a modicum of decency, at least ensuring that those being robbed could accept the situation with a semblance of grace. What kind of twisted logic is this? To commit an act of theft while expecting a smile in return. Ricky pressed on. You need not rush to reject this offer. The seas of the East China Sea are far from tranquil at present. Following the unforeseen demise of the Celestial Dragon's treasure officer, Pedro, measures have been taken to prevent further incidents. The Celestial Dragons have nearly mobilized all naval forces in the East China Sea to safeguard their interests, leaving the Navy with little capacity to maintain stability in the region. Coincidentally, our company possesses the influence to navigate freely across the East China Sea, with Baki Express's vessels able to reach any desired destination. Hearing Ricky's words, Annie furrowed her brow in concern. On Monday, Xian was well aware that Luffy was indeed stating a fact. He understood that the newly appointed treasure officer of Tianlong, fearing a repeat of the fate of his predecessor, had requested the extraction of a significant portion of the marine soldiers from Road Town to the new territory, ostensibly to ensure his safety. The crux of the matter was that such an unreasonable demand was surprisingly acquiesced to by the Tianlong people. It could only be said that, in the eyes of the Tianlong, the stability of the East Sea paled in comparison to the security of their gold in the heavens. This left Xian feeling quite troubled. Aside from the Baki Express, you have no other options. Luffy continued to fan the flames. Observing the deepening furrows of their brows, Luffy felt a sense of satisfaction. Having finally discovered an effective method to deal with the naive youth before him, there was no need for pretense. A straightforward pirate's approach was far more efficacious. Accepting a 90 stake is simply too much. We cannot acquiesce, and lamented. The prospect of relinquishing such a substantial benefit was indeed painful for her, as she was acutely aware of the immense potential of Ishian Food Company. Once the market beyond the new territory was opened, the profits would be unimaginably vast. Of course, the century-old Baki Express was not merely a name without substance. Its reputation was quite commendable. If you find this condition unacceptable, I have a rather appealing proposition, Luffy suggested, recognizing the necessity of offering a morsel of sweetness to the other party when required. You could establish an overseas food company. We would only require 90 of the shares in Ishian's overseas division, while you may retain full ownership of Ishian Food Company within the new territory. Having traversed the seas for so long, Luffy had developed quite an eye for opportunity. He had personally sampled the processed delicacies produced by Ishian Food Company through various channels and was compelled to admit that their offerings truly captivated the palates of food enthusiasts. Once the overseas market was tapped, the potential gains were staggering, rendering the modest returns from the new territory unworthy of his attention, thus generously allowing the other party to retain them. Is there truly no other way? And inquired. None. Luffy replied, leaving no room for negotiation. When the meat is practically within reach, there is no rationale for letting it slip away. And what if we refuse to cooperate? Skin retorted, his displeasure with Luffy's demeanor palpable. The East Sea is not solely the domain of the Baki pirate crew. We could easily choose another partner and need not be beholden to you. By bluntly identifying them as a pirate crew, Xian had already resolved to forego any amicable partnership. No matter how adeptly they might attempt to rehabilitate their image, a pirate remained a pirate. Collaborating with them was akin to courting danger. Very well, Luffy responded, his expression suddenly becoming exceedingly placid, as if he were merely stating a fact. If you choose to decline cooperation, I can assure you that throughout the East Sea, any vessel daring to collaborate with Ishian Food Company will be sunk upon discovery. Does it include the Navy's ships? Certainly. Regarding his own strength, Luffy has ample reason to take pride. While the situation in other seas may be uncertain, he can confidently assert that the Baki Express Company reigns as the sovereign of these waters, particularly over the feeble East Sea, where even the Navy holds little sway in his eyes. In the East Sea, whatever the Baki pirates set their sights upon has never eluded their grasp. Luffy's demeanor epitomizes the assertiveness one would expect from a minor leader of a significant power. Chapter 91. What is your father's surname? Luffy felt both formidable and at ease. On a languid Monday, a profound sense of frustration welled up within me, ever since I arrived in this world. From my initial encounter with Polly to the Cafolk brothers, and of course, Legron, I have never possessed the overwhelming strength to crush any of them. I have always relied on cunning tactics to bring my adversaries to their knees. As for the new recruits in this land, I have never regarded them with any seriousness. After all, my understanding of the world's power dynamics has elevated my perspective, rendering me incapable of acknowledging the trivialities before me. The notion of effortlessly conquering my foes, annihilating their base crystal in a single sweep, remains an experience I have yet to savor. Plainly stated, in a world governed by the law of the jungle, strength is paramount. Riki, with his formidable prowess, is naturally able to impose such harsh and unrefusable demands upon me. It is strength that I yearn for with an insatiable desire. Given the circumstances, I find myself with no other recourse but to call upon my companions. This convoluted path I must tread leaves me with no choice but to express my predicament. You are absolutely right. I wish to acquiesce. Yet my capabilities do not permit such an action. Previously, the forces from Ship City approached us with similar propositions, and now you echo those sentiments, leaving me in a most uncomfortable position. The mention of Ship City, the Barbarossa pirates, signals impending complications. Riki, upon hearing my words, murmured to himself, aware of the underlying power dynamics of Ship City, which are far more intricate than they appear on the surface. Nevertheless, for the sake of profit, it is sometimes worth inciting a few enemies. I acknowledge the strength of the Barbarossa pirates, but that power is only relevant in other regions, Riki asserted. However, in the East Sea, it is solely our Baki pirates who hold sway. Even if the ships of the Barbarossa pirates are to be sunk? I inquired, uncertain of their true nature, but recognizing from Riki's demeanor that they possess considerable strength, which I must utilize as a shield. Certainly, Riki replied with unshakable confidence. Following this declaration, an indescribable pride illuminated Riki's expression. The Barbarossa pirates may be formidable, yet we, the Baki pirates, remain unfazed, at least within the East Sea. I have made such significant sacrifices. Surely, our collaboration should pose no issue, Riki contemplated, though disappointment was destined to follow. As he gazed upon me, he noticed the complexity of my expression, an amalgamation of conflict, regret, and sorrow that stirred an inexplicable ache in the heart. This does not bode well, Riki thought, and inquired. You seem burdened with unspoken troubles. Fear not, speak your mind. As long as you choose to ally with us, the Baki pirates will tackle any troublesome matters on your behalf. In truth, there is nothing of great significance, merely the existence of a troublesome faction. Fear not, speak boldly. In the East China Sea, there exists no entity that can instill fear in the ranks of the Buggy pirates. Observing the hesitant demeanor of Zhou Yixian, Riki felt an undeniable urgency and encouraged him to disclose which faction dared to oppose the Buggy pirates. He was resolute in his intent to ensure that they understood the reason behind the vibrant bloom of flowers. Riki had nearly regarded Ishian Food Company as the personal property of the Buggy pirates and was determined to resolve any troubles that beset it. He was not overly concerned that the faction troubling Zhou Yixian would pose any significant threat to him as a minor leader of a great power. He found it difficult to regard lesser factions with any seriousness, believing that they could be dealt with effortlessly. Such is the confidence of those within powerful circles. After much internal conflict, Zhou Yixian seemed to be inspired by Riki's encouragement and finally spoke, regarding our collaboration with the Buggy pirates. Given the sincerity you've demonstrated, it would be disingenuous to claim I am unmoved. However, my agreement hinges on her approval. Without it, any collaboration would merely be an illusion, as fleeting as flowers reflected in water. As he spoke, Zhou Yixian cast a significant glance at Annie, making his intention clear. She was the one he referred to. Simultaneously, when Riki was not paying attention, Zhou Yixian gave Annie a meaningful look, conveying the same message. Now it was your turn to act. It becomes clear. There is someone behind the scenes. Riki instantly grasped why these two youthful individuals were capable of establishing such a food company. With a hidden influence at play, prudence was essential. The sea harbors many hidden talents and dangers, and one could easily provoke an undesired adversary. May I inquire, what is your father's surname? Riki asked Annie. However, upon observing Zhou Yixian's gaze directed at Annie, Riki immediately realized he should refrain from further inquiry. As a minor leader, it was vital to be informed about various factions. After rummaging through his memories of different powers, Riki could not fathom which faction's heir could possibly connect with the youthful girl before him. It was no wonder Riki thought this way. Zhou Yixian and Annie were quite young, and the idea of them founding a faction seemed far-fetched. Dismissing all impossibilities, the only plausible explanation remained that of a particular heir. No, your father's surname is no longer significant, he concluded. After thorough contemplation and confirming that no heir matched Annie's appearance, Riki set aside his concerns. The absence of such an association indicated that they were likely dealing with a lesser faction. He confidently addressed Annie. I trust you are now aware of our interest in collaborating with Ishian Food Company. Regardless of your father's surname, it bears no importance to the Buggy pirates. Are you certain you do not wish to know my father's surname? Annie inquired. Absolutely certain, Riki affirmed. Luffy wore a proud expression, believing that the inexperienced young girl was utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world. She thought that simply reigning supreme in her own territory rendered her invincible. Since the Buggy pirates had set their sights on a snack food company, he advised her to suppress any unnecessary ambitions. Some matters, without the requisite strength, could only lead to self-destruction if pursued recklessly. Noticing that Annie appeared somewhat unconvinced, Luffy continued, Do not think that I am merely trying to intimidate you. If you truly find it difficult to relinquish the snack food company, I suggest you return home and discuss it with your elders. Simply mention that the Buggy pirates have an interest in the firm. Luffy was in high spirits, anticipating a substantial profit soon to be within his grasp, and thus he found pleasure in imparting wisdom to the youth, reminding them that such arrogance was unwarranted. After all, the world of adults was perilous. After absorbing Lucky's admonition, Annie fell into deep contemplation, seemingly torn over whether to let go of the snack food company. Encouraging virtue, the greater good. Observing her expression, Luffy felt a sense of satisfaction, having successfully guided yet another oblivious young person toward a more prudent path. However, he was nearly taken aback by Annie's subsequent words. "You are quite right. I will return home to discuss it with my father before making a decision." After a moment, as if recalling something, she added, "By the way, others generally refer to my father as the Bear King, Soul." Luffy, dismissing Annie's insistence on her father's identity as mere stubbornness, patiently replied, All right. I understand your father is impressive. The title Bear King, Soul is quite commendable. Yet, the name Bear King, Soul evoked no recognition in Lucky's mind. Suddenly, he felt an odd familiarity with the name. Could it be? As he pondered further, the name lingered in his thoughts, gradually unearthing a terrifying presence that seemed to match. "May I inquire about your father's surname?" To confirm his suspicions, Luffy cautiously asked Annie once more. "Bartholomew Soul." "Who?" "Bartholomew Soul," Annie affirmed with certainty. And Luffy was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is it truly the notorious doting father, Bartholomew Soul?" Startled, he posed the question again, but Annie simply nodded in affirmation, refraining from repeating her father's name. With her confirmation, Luffy finally understood why the name Bear King, Soul had been so persistent in his mind. Upon careful reflection, it seems that Soul, once referred to as the Bear of Fury, has now garnered the moniker of Doting Father. However, that was many years ago, and who could possibly recall such a distant memory? My goodness, had you simply revealed that you were the daughter of the Doting Father, there would have been no need for the rather obscure nickname of Bear of Fury. Who would even know who that refers to? It is well known that Annie is Soul's only daughter, and Luffy can only lament his unfortunate predicament. Will the Buccaneer crew face repercussions for seizing something that belongs to that daughter? Luffy remains uncertain. However, he is utterly convinced that he will undoubtedly face dire consequences. If Soul stands idly by while witnessing his daughter endure any form of injustice, he would lose the right to be called the Doting Father. After all, this is a man previously known as the Bear of Fury. One can infer from such a nickname that his temper is hardly mild. Upon learning my father's name, do you still wish to adhere to our previous collaboration proposal? Noticing Lucky's sudden expression of despair, Annie decided to seize the moment. Having spent ample time with Zhou Yixian without any influence from him, it was impossible for her to remain unaffected. With tears welling in her eyes, she implored, "Are you truly intent on usurping the company I painstakingly established?" "I did not. It was not me. Do not speak recklessly," Luffy responded, observing Annie's tearful visage. He resolutely declared his innocence, insisting that he could never engage in such cruel acts as robbing a little girl. Deceiving himself momentarily, he remarked, "In truth, your father's surname is of little consequence. However, since you have mentioned it, our prior agreement will undoubtedly require amendment, as I have identified several unreasonable aspects. We are a legitimate company, and all matters should proceed according to standard business practices. This arrangement would be most agreeable." In an instant, Annie's tears transformed into laughter. Chapter 92. Forbearance. The significance of Annie's father remains a question only Luffy could elucidate. If pressed, he would simply respond, "I do not know." Witnessing Lucky's discomposure, both Annie and Zhou Yixian found great amusement. "Look at you, pretending to be impressive. Do you think I lack support behind me?" Zhou Yixian then cast a knowing glance at Annie. Sensing his gaze, Annie reciprocated with a look that seemed to say, "What do you think? Has my acting improved? Praise me, please." A sense of unspoken pride radiated from her. Indeed, considerable progress has been made. Commendations are in order. On Monday, a fleeting glance passed between them, and only then did Annie reveal a satisfied expression. Their series of exchanges unfolded in an unspoken yet harmonious manner. All the silent communication was keenly observed by Riki, who understood that from the very beginning, the impudent youth before him had no intention of accepting his proposal. He was merely toying with him. But what of it? In this world, the one with the mightiest fist wields the truth. Though discontent simmered within him, Riki had to endure it. Once he regained his composure, a sense of unarticulated relief washed over him. It was evident that with a company like Ishian Foods backed by Soul, the GM army was undoubtedly involved. In the East Sea, Soul essentially represented the GM army, and even Soul's daughter was part of the equation. To assert that Ishian Foods operated without the shadow of the GM army would be utterly implausible. Although the buggy pirates possessed some strength, they lacked the capability to confront the GM army. Riki cast another glance at the audacious youth, concluding that he was likely a pawn placed in front of them by GM to mislead. However, he found it difficult to comprehend why GM would select such an oddly deceptive piece. The youth's age was misleading. No matter how he pondered, Riki could not fathom, nor dare to speculate, the collaboration between Ishian Foods and the GM army, with this seemingly juvenile boy at the helm, defied all reason. The more unbelievable a situation appeared, the closer it often was to the truth. Nevertheless, as a pawn, one must embrace the mindset of a pawn. Provoking a formidable opponent recklessly was not the behavior of a mere piece. In his heart, Riki harbored resentment towards the youthful figure. Could he not handle a pawn if he could not contend with Annie? Those who toy with him would pay a price. With the general direction established, Riki took his leave, raising his hand in a gesture of farewell as he strode confidently towards the exit. This collaboration left Riki feeling inexplicably stifled. Even though a standard transportation partnership might yield significant profits for the Buggy Express, the pirate blood coursing through his veins rendered such a lack of ruthless plunder a source of disgrace. Annie and Ishian made no effort to retain him. With the direction set, they entrusted the specific details to professionals, as neither possessed the acumen for business. On Monday, aside from combat, it seemed that there was nothing else at which Ishian excelled. Annie, however, appeared to be somewhat stronger, at least in the art of consumption. Their collaboration was pleasant, albeit the other party did not seem to reciprocate the sentiment. Nevertheless, Annie gazed at Riki's retreating figure and politely uttered a remark. "Dare to toy with me? Let this boy taste a bit of hardship." Upon hearing Annie's words, Riki waved his hand as if in response, murmuring something inaudible to anyone but himself before vanishing at the doorway. Had there been a person of greater strength present, they would have observed peculiar ripples in the air at the spot where Riki had gestured. As soon as Riki disappeared, Ishian felt as though struck with great force, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. If one were to describe this sensation, it would be akin to walking down the street and suddenly being struck by a speeding car. Such a violent impact was enough to explain why Ishian could not help but bleed. Just moments ago, he had been well. How could he have begun to bleed so suddenly? Seeing Ishian's condition, Annie was thrown into turmoil, supporting the unsteady Ishian as she inquired, "Could it be that you sustained some hidden injury during your previous encounter with Mike? Should I have my father take a look?" "No, it's not necessary. It has nothing to do with that." Ishian waved his hand to decline. "If it's not related to that, then..." Annie pondered, glancing toward the doorway. "How could it be? You didn't even see Riki strike, yet you've suffered such severe injuries." Based on Annie's understanding of Ishian, he was the type to suffer in silence for the sake of pride. If he were not truly unable to withstand it, he would never allow her to assist him. The fact that Ishian was gravely injured without even witnessing a strike from Riki only underscored the vast disparity between him and Riki. One need not ponder Riki's prowess. It was evident that to become the representative of the buggy pirates in the East Sea, one must possess considerable strength. "I'm not that badly off." Ishian's words trailed off as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. "I'll inform my father immediately." Annie, upon witnessing Ishian's state, was filled with indignation. Realizing Annie intended to contact Saul, Ishian understood her motives. She surely wished to stand up for him. This thought stirred an indescribable feeling of gratitude within him. However, Ishian had no intention of pursuing that course. If even trivial matters required Saul's intervention, despite their cooperative relationship, it would eventually lead to complications. Saul was Annie's father, not his caretaker. "There's no need to boast. I am well aware that you have a doting father," Ishian jested. "At such a time, you still have the mood to jest." Annie shot him a glance, fully comprehending his refusal and thus refrained from further comments. Intentionally shifting the topic, she said with a hint of pride, "Well, that is simply unavoidable. Who could blame me for being adorable? Those who are charming are always prone to affection. Please provide the text you would like me to edit and translate." On Monday, Sien presented Annie with a triumphant expression, inquiring if she was certain there was nothing amiss. Observing Sien's distressed demeanor, Annie remained unconvinced, stating, "Loki's behavior is nothing short of provocation. I believe our collaboration is no longer necessary. This minor injury is of little consequence to me. You are well aware of my capabilities," Sien replied earnestly to Annie's concern. He then stated with solemnity, "Why not continue our partnership? At this juncture, the Baki Express Company undeniably stands as the optimal choice for collaboration. However, he continued, there are no buts. For Ishian Food Company to flourish, a requisite patience is essential. Contemplating Xian's latent abilities, Annie gradually relinquished her worries. Yet, witnessing Xian's injuries left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Upon hearing Xian's unwavering tone, she set aside her reservations, recognizing the truth in his words, for Ishian Food Company to advance. Collaboration with Baki Express Company was imperative. The establishment and growth of a power are never akin to a child's game. One cannot afford to indulge in whims dictated by transient emotions. While patience is essential, necessary preparations must also be made. Having absorbed the impact through his unique abilities, Xian regained his composure and asserted, we must also prepare in advance. The GM fleet should be dispatched to manage Ishian Food Company's affairs. If that is not feasible, we should reach out to a reliable shipyard to procure several vessels. That should pose no significant issue. As for the costs, I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory offer. You intend to? Annie remarked, seeing Xian nod in affirmation. I must consult my father regarding such matters before providing you with a definitive answer. Nonetheless, you must consider carefully. This represents a substantial investment. Xian, typically obsessed with monetary matters, surprisingly exhibited no signs of reluctance or distress this time, leaving Annie astounded. After confirming there were no issues, she finally felt a weight lift from her chest. The humiliation inflicted by Luffy that day left Xian vowing to repay it in kind. Establishing his own fleet would be his first step. Since the Baki pirates are your pride, I shall dismantle it before your eyes. Only by venturing forth can one truly comprehend this world and grow ever stronger. Sol may indeed be a formidable and commendable partner, however. None of these assets belong to him. Xian understood that, regardless of the realm, the relationships between individuals are governed solely by enduring interests, not everlasting friendships. Some matters must remain firmly under one's own control to be deemed genuine. In this age of exploration, the most vital asset is not talent, but ships, each vessel armed with numerous cannons, forming an invincible fleet. Warships constitute the core competitive edge of the age of discovery. Even if you possess a multitude of elite talents and formidable individuals under your command, lacking adequate warships to facilitate the mobility of your forces condemns you to a life of seclusion, confined to your own small domain, amusing yourself in solitude. The land of Wano, once a formidable nation in the realm of pirates, finds itself in a state of isolation, unable to engage with the outside world. The most significant factor lies in the fact that the entire nation's fleet is under the control of Kaido and Orochi, rendering any attempts at departure utterly futile. Ironically, when the Moonlight Clan, through the efforts of Luffy's crew, launched the raid on Onigashima, they had to repair the dilapidated pirate ships left behind by previous crews that had ventured to Wano. Otherwise, devoid of vessels, all plans would amount to mere fantasies. This underscores the paramount importance of warships in the age of exploration. A lack of contact with the outside world signifies stagnation, and stagnation invites conflict. This is precisely why Zhou Yixian harbors a fervent obsession with wealth and intends to invest heavily in constructing a fleet of his own. While it may not be entirely accurate to call it a fleet, given Zhou Yixian's current status and capabilities, he is not yet permitted to venture into the treacherous world beyond. More accurately, he plans to establish a fleet entirely his own under the guise of maritime trade and leisure foods. Preparing in advance is never a misstep. When the time is ripe, he shall soar like a great rock rising with the wind, ascending to heights of 90,000 miles. Chapter 93. The discomfort of and observing Zhou Yixian standing by the window, gazing out at the newly born land, and felt an indescribable sensation, unable to articulate it. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Yixian had transformed in some indefinable way. She could not pinpoint the exact change, but sensed an inexplicable aura and allure emanating from him. Igniting her curiosity, this aura felt oddly familiar. After a prolonged gaze at Zhou Yixian's silhouette, and finally recalled that this enigmatic quality reminded her of something she had sensed in her father. A mature man exudes the composure and calmness one ought to possess in the face of adversity. It is difficult to fathom how Zhou Yixian, with his temperament, could endure such blatant provocation from Riki. Perhaps it was this unique serenity that enabled him to withstand it, which is the only rational explanation that and could conjure. Why do you look at me like that? Turning around, Zhou Yixian noticed and staring at him in a daze. Assuming she was still troubled by past events, he jested, waving his hand in front of her face, surprised that I could endure it? Or do you find it somewhat embarrassing that I was openly humiliated without even a courteous word exchanged? No, I think I understand you a bit better now. Strangely, upon facing Zhou Yixian once more, and felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, her heart inexplicably fluttering. You have performed admirably. If I were in your position, I would undoubtedly struggle to maintain my composure. Furthermore, I cannot fathom that you would simply let this matter rest. Though Annie often presents herself as a charming and carefree young lady, she possesses a tempestuous spirit beneath the surface. Given Annie's understanding of Monday's temperament, it is hard to believe that this issue would reach a resolution so easily. Were the only individuals involved you and Riki, I might entertain the notion of letting it go, but with a third party bearing witness, it is evident that this situation cannot conclude so simply. One cannot help but wonder what insidious plans might be brewing in your mind for retaliation, you wretched old man, who has always been rather wicked. At this thought, Annie silently prayed for Riki. May he not regret his actions today. You need not endure, for you have a good father. Who could possibly bring you discontent? With that, Monday turned his gaze back to the scenery outside, wishing only to bask in the tranquility of being an attractive man. Indeed, I have a good father. Such teasing words, in Annie's ears, transformed into a form of praise, for like attracts like, there was not a single individual with a more rational thought process among them. Alas, Monday yearned for the thrill of vengeance, for a man must seize the moment. However, it remained a mere fantasy. Regardless of the intentions that led him to establish the Ishin Food Company, the outcome was undeniable. Monday succeeded, and the company flourished. With such a vast enterprise and numerous individuals relying on him for their livelihoods, he could not simply abandon his responsibilities. As a man, he must uphold his social obligations and take accountability for his actions. Moreover, Monday lacked the resources to confront the Baki pirate group directly. The GM army was a partner, not a mere enforcer. As long as Riki did not recklessly infringe upon the core interests of Ishin Food Company, there would be no repercussions. Who would care about the grievances of a fallen royal family? To encapsulate Monday's current state, he was left with nothing but money. If one were to insist, he still held sway within the Hamin society, and due to a continuous string of victories in ranked battles, his position there remained unassailable. No matter how much Eudora schemed behind the scenes, she could not shake the unwavering admiration that the members of the Hamin society held for Monday. On Monday, Zhou Yixian had seemingly become the spiritual pillar of the Hanmin society. As long as he continued to achieve victories in the hearts of the society's members, its president would forever remain Zhou Yixian. However, the influence of the Hanmin society was still rather nascent, providing little assistance to Zhou Yixian. Unlike previous encounters with isolated bosses, this time he faced an adversary backed by a formidable organization, where a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Alas, Zhou Yixian, with his frail physique, was hardly qualified to engage in such confrontations. In matters of wealth, power, and influence, he was greatly outmatched. Choosing to confront this opponent head-on was not an act of bravery, but rather sheer folly. Such a losing venture was one that Zhou Yixian could never afford to undertake. Engaging in bravado was akin to facing a Saint Seiya. Often, the first attempt proved the most effective. To insist on repeating the attempt was merely to engage in forced posturing, which could be perilous. Indeed, seeing Zhou Yixian gazing into the distance once more, Annie could no longer contain herself and remarked, "Chairman, rather than spending your time admiring the scenery, perhaps you should consider how to resolve the issues with Dongfeng Takeout. If this continues, it may very well perish." Having spent considerable time with Zhou Yixian, Annie had learned a number of intriguing expressions, surprisingly. These phrases carried a certain resonance when used at the right moment. As for why Zhou Yixian's takeout service was named Dongfeng Takeout instead of Yixian Takeout, she found herself somewhat perplexed, attributing it to yet another one of his eccentric whims. After all, Zhou Yixian often harbored an abundance of peculiar thoughts. At times, these odd notions led Annie to feel that Zhou Yixian was not of this era. Noticing the emphasis Annie placed on the title chairman, Zhou Yixian realized that he was destined to be anything but a tranquil, handsome figure. "Isn't the number of people ordering takeout still limited?" he inquired. "Perhaps we should increase the discounts on takeout orders to attract more customers? After a while, they might become accustomed to it and find it indispensable. Do you have any idea about your own family's circumstances?" Annie shot him a withering glance and said bluntly, "If we offer more discounts, it would be akin to giving away food for free. Do you truly believe your family has unlimited resources?" "I apologize for the interruption," Zhou Yixian acknowledged. Realizing that continuing with the discount promotions was futile, Ishian Food Company had not yet reached a point where he could indulge in reckless extravagance. Just as Zhou Yixian was about to excuse himself politely, Annie, with a piercing gaze, conveyed her determination and stated, "Today, regardless of your methods, you must provide me with a viable solution to the challenges facing Dongfeng Takeout." It is no wonder that Annie would not easily let Zhou Yixian off the hook. Initially, Seoul chose to collaborate with him not primarily for profit, but rather for the formidable intelligence network that accompanied the establishment of the food delivery system. Now, as Zhou Yixian's food company flourishes and reaps substantial profits, he dares to declare that the delivery industry is faltering. One must wonder if I can endure such audacity. Is my formidable GM military prowess of 40 meters incapable of making an impact? Seeking assistance, he glanced at Annie, only to find her utterly unmoved. Zhou Yixian recognized that failing to provide Annie with a satisfactory response today would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Annie felt distressed. How is it that being a prominent business owner comes with such an array of worries, rendering one unable to enjoy even a moment of levity? In regards to the Dongfeng delivery issue, Zhou Yixian found himself at a loss, for he had once been merely a beleaguered delivery worker, not a life winner equipped with myriad skills. He had thought that with his advanced insights and knowledge of countless classic business cases, he would thrive effortlessly. Yet, who could have anticipated such a disheartening start? The promised smooth sailing of time travelers was nowhere to be found. Instead, he found himself in a hellish mode from the outset, with no avenue for discourse. Who can withstand such a predicament? To be half a step ahead of the times is to be a genius. To be a full step ahead is to be a madman. As for Zhou Yixian's approach, which is several steps ahead, he remains uncertain of its nature. All he knows is that taking such large strides has indeed led to not only a sense of entrapment, but also a throbbing headache. In truth, after much contemplation, Zhou Yixian has discerned the fundamental reason behind the cold reception of the delivery service. However, knowing the solution is futile if one cannot implement it. One could only assert that the fault does not lie with Zhou Yixian, but rather with the era itself. Why, in the 21st century, has food delivery emerged as a burgeoning industry, forming a complete industrial chain, particularly favored by the younger demographic? In simple terms, it boils down to one word: laziness. Those living in the age of exploration were predominantly adventurous souls, driven by an insatiable desire to explore the unknown. To expect individuals to spend their entire day idly lounging at home is evidently an exceedingly unscientific notion. Furthermore, during the age of exploration, the means of transportation were scarce, and the entertainment options available to the common populace were virtually non-existent. Unlike the fortunate souls residing in the age of information explosion, who can languidly scroll through amusing videos on their phones or engage in light-hearted banter with online acquaintances in a congenial atmosphere, the alternatives for the average person were rather limited. While some might indulge in fleeting infatuations with youthful idols or succumb to the allure of melodramatic television series, the day would inevitably slip away in a haze of lethargy. The nobility, on the other hand, could afford to host shameless gatherings at their residences. But what meaningful engagement could the ordinary folk derive from a daily existence spent cooped up at home? Given that the lives of the masses were already constrained by financial limitations, the convenience of ordering takeout is offset by the additional delivery fees. For those at the lower echelons of society, it would be more prudent to take a few steps outside and dine in. They would adamantly deny that their reluctance to order takeout stems from a reluctance to part with even a modest delivery fee. After all, they possess ample time to alleviate their ennui. Chapter 94. Life Mentor Sakaseki. It appears that enriching the spiritual and cultural lives of the common people during the age of exploration has become an urgent priority. Otherwise, the takeout venture may struggle to thrive, resulting in losses and complications with Seoul. Should the GM army express dissatisfaction, it would indeed spell trouble. On Monday, a moment of inspiration struck as one contemplated an engaging activity to keep the common folk entertained at home. Yet, upon considering the prerequisites for such a plan, a wave of frustration washed over him. Given his current capabilities, it seemed entirely implausible. Alas, every household harbors its own challenges, and one must make do with what one can for the time being. Meanwhile, at the naval base in the New World, General Saya found herself grappling with a rather pressing matter. Her aide-de-camp entered the office, a look of concern etched upon his face as he glanced at Saya, who was engrossed in paperwork. "It's them again," he murmured. With a sigh, Saya, fully aware of whom her aide was referring to, responded with exasperation, "Please, go and placate them." Just tell them I'm unavailable." Before her aide could take his leave, a voice resonated from outside the door, indicating that the individual in question had come in person. "Pray tell, who issued the command for yet another naval vessel to depart from the New World?" A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed, spoke with a tone that, while courteous, bore an undercurrent of inquiry. Recognizing the man before her, Saya understood that evasion was no longer an option. She signaled for her aide to exit, and once the door was secured, she addressed her visitor. "The departure of the naval vessel is entirely within the regulations. I believe a detailed report is unnecessary. Lord Shipping Officer, I am not your subordinate." The man who had caused Saya such distress was none other than Rowan, recently appointed by the Celestial Dragons to oversee the acquisition of sky gold in the New World. Though Saya and Rowan were not affiliated with the same organization, his allegiance to the Celestial Dragons necessitated that she tread carefully regarding his opinions. Prior to Rowan's arrival, Saya had already received directives from the naval headquarters to offer assistance to the shipping officer as deemed necessary. Rowan's repeated inquiries regarding the deployment of naval vessels stemmed from his apprehension that excessive troop reallocations could weaken the defenses, thereby jeopardizing the security of the Celestial Dragon Sky Gold. Saya's ongoing withdrawal of naval forces undoubtedly struck a sensitive chord with Rowan, compelling him to seek a satisfactory explanation, for he would not relent easily. The death of Pedro had fortuitously elevated Rowan's status, appointing him as the new shipping officer of the East Sea, and he was keen to seize this opportunity to make a favorable impression before the Celestial Dragons. "Your so-called regulations, whose regulations are they exactly?" Rowan retorted, his irritation palpable as he recalled his previous, fruitless protests. "I suspect your rules align more closely with those of the naval headquarters. Do you not consider the Celestial Dragons in your actions? Let us not forget who sustains you. Some matters require a clear distinction of priorities." The meaning behind Luo Wen's words was unmistakable. Your navy is merely a dog nourished by the Celestial Dragons, and it is the matters of your masters that should occupy your thoughts. The affairs of the Celestial Dragons are of no concern to me. I am merely aware that, as a marine, obeying orders is the foremost principle. Shea, perceiving the underlying intent of Luo Wen's remarks, retorted without reservation, "Our Navy's matters do not require your unsolicited advice. As a treasure officer of the Celestial Dragons, your duty is to safeguard the heavenly gold. Do not forget your place." Very well. Luo Wen did not anticipate such a direct confrontation, and his anger flared. "Should any misfortune befall the heavenly gold, you shall not evade responsibility. I am merely following orders to assist the treasure officer in the collection of the heavenly gold. The issue of its safety exceeds my jurisdiction." Shea appeared unfazed by Luo Wen's fury and replied with an expression of calm. "Our Navy's duty is to combat piracy and maintain regional stability and peace. Of course, if the fleet carrying the heavenly gold encounters piracy, you need only contact the Navy base, and we shall dispatch warships to ensure your safety and that of the heavenly gold while repelling the pirates." "Is it even conceivable that the heavenly gold could be seized by pirates?" Shea added pointedly. "Well, of course." Luo Wen was about to concede that such a possibility could not be entirely dismissed, but he swallowed his words. Such an eventuality was utterly implausible. No pirate in the East China Sea possessed such audacity. Then it is settled. Since it is deemed impossible, does the presence of Navy warships at the base truly matter? Shea, not allowing him further discourse, dismissed him with a clear intent. "I have other matters to attend to. If you have any further inquiries, you may consult my aide." Though Shea and Luo Wen were at odds, they shared a mutual understanding. No one in the East China Sea dared to covet the heavenly gold of the Celestial Dragons. Over the years, there had been no incidents in the collection of heavenly gold by the Celestial Dragons. If one were to speak of an incident, the death of Pedro might qualify as such. However, in the eyes of the Celestial Dragons, such occurrences were hardly regarded as accidents. Upon hearing Shea's words, Luo Wen refrained from further comment, turning towards the door. As he reached it, he whispered in a deliberately lowered voice, ensuring it would reach her ears, "The current naval headquarters has become a remnant of Sakazuki's toxic ideology." Shea cast a disdainful glance at Luo Wen's retreating figure and remarked, "The greatness of Lord Sakazuki is beyond your comprehension. Since the establishment of the naval headquarters, determining who among the admirals possesses the greatest strength is a challenging task. Each holds their own perspective, and to compare them is rather akin to a clash between Guangdong and Qinxiang. However, when it comes to which admiral has had the most substantial impact on the naval headquarters, there is no doubt that it is Sakazuki." Regardless of how contemporaries perceived him, whether positively or negatively, there has never been any doubt regarding Sakazuki's profound influence on the Navy as one of its most formidable admirals. He possesses an almost fanatical dedication to justice, which was particularly evident during the Marineford War. The grandson of your superior's close friend inadvertently strayed onto the path of piracy. Moreover, this individual is not merely any pirate. He bears the prestigious title of a legendary Marine, commanding great respect within the Navy. By a twist of fate, this grandson was captured and delivered into the hands of the Navy, which planned to execute him publicly, thereby igniting the conflict between Whitebeard and the Marine headquarters. In such a situation, most would choose to turn a blind eye, feigning indifference to maintain their standing in the workplace, much like Kizaru and Aokiji did. Although Garp's grandson has become a pirate, he has not committed any heinous acts. Thus, a nominal intervention would suffice, as truly rescuing him would pose no significant threat. However, Sakazuki chose a different path. Driven by his sense of justice, he took it upon himself to personally eliminate Garp's grandson. This act made him the most prominent figure during the Marineford War, garnering unparalleled attention, yet it also earned him many enemies. Notably, his colleagues were undoubtedly incensed by his actions. Sakazuki's behavior was akin to feeding a fly directly into the mouths of Kizaru and Aokiji, suggesting that his prowess overshadowed theirs and rendering them seemingly ineffectual. Consequently, the rivalry between Aokiji and Sakazuki for the position of Fleet Admiral may have been fueled by this very conflict. More importantly, Sakazuki's actions have antagonized a person of considerable significance, Monkey D. Luffy, the son of Destiny. It is foreseeable that a societal backlash is undoubtedly unavoidable in the future. One might argue that attaining the position of a general at the Navy headquarters signifies that Sakazuki possesses a considerable emotional intelligence within the workplace. It seems implausible that he would engage in such actions. Yet, he did precisely that, suggesting that an almost deranged sense of justice within him took the reins, disregarding all else. However, it must be noted that had it not been for his remarkable performance during the Paramount War, Sakazuki would not have garnered the favor of the world government, and it remains uncertain whether the rank of admiral would have been bestowed upon him. In the realm of professional matters, who can truly claim to understand the intricacies involved? With advantages come disadvantages, since Sakazuki ascended to the rank of admiral. The world government has found itself increasingly troubled by this diligent employee. In his quest to uphold his vision of justice, Sakazuki pays no heed to the sordid realities lurking behind the world government. His heart is solely devoted to justice, demanding that all else yield to his principles. The commands of the world government pale in comparison to what he perceives as just. The ideological clash between Sakazuki and the world government ultimately exacerbates the growing rift between the Navy headquarters and the Celestial Dragons, nearly pushing the Navy headquarters to sever ties with the world government. Fortunately, both parties have maintained a basic level of restraint, preventing such a scenario from materializing. The discord between the Navy's upper echelons and the world government gradually radiates to the lower ranks. An increasing number of idealistic youths have joined the Navy, inspired by Sakazuki, as the world government's constraints have compelled them to act against their own principles. In their pursuit of justice, these young individuals have adopted a defiant stance, allowing Sakazuki, inadvertently, to become a spiritual mentor to many of them. His spirit continues to influence successive generations of Navy personnel. To this day, the majority of the Navy's soldiers have been shaped by his ethos. As the East Blue ranking battles approach their conclusion, the Navy headquarters must naturally dispatch sufficient forces to uphold maritime order in the East Blue, ensuring the smooth progression of the upcoming Grand Line ranking battles. The success of the Grand Line ranking battles is essential for the Navy headquarters to recruit more dream-driven sailors from across the seas. During this critical period, the Navy headquarters has chosen to confront the Celestial Dragons head-on, prioritizing the smooth execution of the Grand Line ranking battles. For the Navy and for justice, what do the commands of the Celestial Dragons truly signify? Respectfully, the life mentor to the Navy, Sakazuki. Chapter 95. A displeasing encounter. Do not be too hard on yourself. If there is truly no way forward, it may be best to set it aside for now. And, observing Shoishin's furrowed brow, offered words of comfort. After all, the Ishin Food Company has already brought substantial profits to the organization. The success or failure of the delivery plan should not significantly impact our collaboration. Nevertheless, and harbored little confidence in her own reassurances, the GM Army is hardly a charitable institution. If they cannot obtain what they desire, why would they choose to collaborate with a fallen royal? In the interest of collaboration, GM's military has invested considerable resources. Without such support, it would be utterly inconceivable for a modest enterprise like Ishian Food Company to flourish in the burgeoning realm. Though diminutive, the company is fully equipped. And this new territory is rife with intricate and multifaceted powers. Without the backing of GM's military, Ishian Food would have no justification for its ambition to expand in this nascent domain. The modest profits accrued by Ishian Food hardly warrant GM's attention. There is no need to console me. I am aware of your needs, yet I have failed to provide you with what you seek. Zhou Ishian, recognizing Annie's good intentions, responded with a hint of despondence. I understand you are here on a mission today. Alas, if a satisfactory resolution is not reached, you may choose to terminate our collaboration. The sudden withdrawal of GM's support would render Zhou Ishian exceedingly vulnerable, a scenario he fervently wishes to avoid. Yet, the inexorable march of time leaves him feeling powerless. No. Stumbling to conceal her deception, Annie found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She offered reassurance. The situation is not as dire as you envision. You are aware that my father holds a significant position within the organization. Even a mere business partnership is not beyond the realm of possibility. There is no need for such concern. Zhou Ishian understood that Annie intended to seek her father's assistance to alleviate the pressure on him, but he preferred not to owe her too great a debt of gratitude. Just as he was about to decline, a commotion erupted from downstairs. Damn Dongfeng delivery. Damn Dongfeng delivery. Damn Dongfeng delivery. What on earth is happening? How could Dongfeng delivery have plummeted to such depths? To have someone blocking the entrance to leave negative reviews is utterly intolerable. In the service industry, negative feedback from customers is the gravest of taboos. Mishandling it could lead to irreparable damage for a business. Do not look at me like that. This situation has been brewing for some time, Annie retorted, sensing Zhou Ishian's questioning gaze. Is this all you're doing? He asked in disbelief. On Monday, Zhou Ishian appeared utterly bewildered. Ignoring his confusion, Annie continued, Isn't it because when you established Dongfeng Takeout, you insisted on creating a blacklist of individuals prohibited from ordering delivery? Zhou Ishian glanced at the crowd below, who were protesting and leaving negative reviews, still perplexed. Of course there is a connection, Annie remarked with a look that suggested she was at a loss for words. After observing Zhou Ishian, she added, All those causing a ruckus at the entrance are members of your blacklist. All right, that's on me, Zhou Ishian conceded without hesitation. He never anticipated that what began as a minor act of revenge would lead to such consequences. The existence of the blacklist was entirely a result of Zhou Ishian's desire for retribution against the rejected candidates who had mocked him during the third round of the entrance exam at Donghai Naval Academy. It is indeed remarkable how a single grievance can linger for so long. Could it be that their outrage stemmed solely from the inability to order takeout? On Monday, one remains perplexed by the actions of others. The once thriving Dongfeng delivery service has nearly cooled off, rendering the act of obstructing its operations and leaving negative reviews rather pointless. Initially, leveraging popular players from ranked matches to deliver food indeed generated significant buzz for Dongfeng. However, as the ranked matches drew to a close, many visitors began to depart the new lands, resulting in a marked decline in those opting for takeout in hopes of glimpsing their favored competitors. This segment of customers, driven by the possibility of encountering their beloved players, constituted nearly the entirety of Dongfeng's clientele. With their sudden exodus, the service began to languish. Continuously offering discounts to retain customers and gradually embedding the habit of ordering takeout in the new lands is indeed a commendable strategy. However, such an approach demands considerable initial investment. Were Monday to find himself in a peaceful era, he would undoubtedly embrace this course of action. Alas, he resides in tumultuous times where prevailing conditions thwart such endeavors. While one toils away at home, mining, there lurks the possibility of pirates unexpectedly arriving at one's doorstep, potentially obliterating not only the fruits of one's labor, but even the very tools of that labor. Only when circumstances permit can one amass the capital necessary for profit. Therefore, the primary task for Monday must be the development of his own fleet. Perhaps there are other underlying reasons as well. Annie's keen interest in the delivery business evidently surpasses that of Monday, allowing her to grasp certain nuances. In the beginning, Dongfeng delivery faced no such troublesome issues. It seems these complications arose only after members of the blacklist became aware that Dongfeng was under his purview. On a Monday, the art of harboring grudges is quite remarkable. Yet the darker aspects of human nature are equally formidable. Many of those who were not selected initially attributed their failure to the presence of Monday. And upon learning of Monday's subsequent success, although they could not retaliate directly, they found little trouble in expressing their disdain. Having been added to the list of those prohibited from ordering takeout, they felt justified in obstructing the entrance to Monday's residence to leave negative reviews. Thus, a notable gathering of individuals, unable to bear the sight of another's success, spontaneously united to stage a protest at the door, intent on voicing their discontent. Upon arriving at the scene, they soon realized they were not alone in their endeavor. Numerous others shared the same objective, solidifying the formation of the first collective group dedicated to leaving negative reviews within this pirate-infested world. Upon overhearing Annie's remarks on Monday, I discerned the underlying mindset of those downstairs. It was evident that their behavior stemmed from a palpable jealousy, unable to bear the sight of my superiority and success. In this day and age, how could they still indulge in such pretense? As a young woman, Annie found it difficult to utter certain words, thus opting for more subtle expressions as the sentiment was clear enough. For reasons unknown, she could not tolerate my ostentatiousness in her presence and retorted, "Do refrain from embellishing your own image. While your perspective holds some merit, the majority of individuals are merely responding to the inability to order takeout, subsequently facing ridicule from their peers, which prompts them to leave disparaging remarks." The ridicule from their companions. On Monday, Zhou Yixian suddenly seemed to have conceived an admirable idea. How is it? Feeling a bit disheartened, perhaps? Noticing Zhou Yixian's silence, Annie continued, "Shill." On Monday, Xian gestured quietly to Annie, signaling her to refrain from speaking and disrupting his train of thought. Understanding his cue, Annie promptly fell silent, recognizing the unspoken request. All things must align with the currents of the times to establish a foundation for progress. Since conventional methods cannot sustain delivery services in the age of exploration, one must actively seek transformation. Only then does the prospect of survival in this era for his delivery business become feasible. Each generation possesses its own lifestyle habits, and Xian refrained from imposing abrupt changes, as such actions would be contrary to human nature and scientific reasoning. Regardless of the era, some commonalities persist. Individuals are inherently concerned with their image and often engage in comparisons, particularly the youth, who are perpetually in pursuit of the latest trends. Upon witnessing peers of similar standing suddenly acquiring lifestyles or possessions previously unseen and appearing quite well off, curiosity inevitably stirs, even if unvoiced. A spark of curiosity about another's possessions or lifestyle changes can lead one perilously close to obsession. Upon realizing this, Xian felt a surge of clarity, silently chastising himself for forgetting the ancestral wisdom. 3 men can create a tiger. The influence of public opinion is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. If many proclaim the merits of Dongfeng delivery, it must be deemed truly commendable. Conversely, should someone emerge amidst the chorus of praise to declare their dissent, it is predictable that they would face a relentless onslaught from the countless advocates of Dongfeng delivery. Xian had witnessed such occurrences frequently. A classic example lies in the fervent fan culture. Dare to voice a negative opinion, and congratulations, you will undoubtedly be bombarded by an army of devoted fans, leaving you questioning your very existence. The power of these fervent fans is more formidable than that of a cult, since a grassroots approach seems ineffective. Let Dongfeng delivery evolve into a lifestyle trend of the age of exploration, potentially even establishing a cultural phenomenon. Throughout history, any enterprise or cinematic IP that has forged its own brand culture has invariably reaped substantial rewards, garnering countless loyal followers. The cultural endeavor remains the most promising pursuit. The more Xian contemplated this, the more convinced he became, a smile unconsciously gracing his face as he confidently addressed Annie. "I've conceived a solution." "What solution?" "One that could reverse the predicament of Dongfeng delivery?" Annie momentarily struggled to grasp how Xian, who moments ago bore a furrowed brow, had suddenly devised a seemingly promising remedy. "Just listen to me, and you'll see. This time it will certainly succeed. You truly are a commercial genius." Upon hearing the solution proposed by Zhou Yixian, Annie could no longer contain herself and uttered an expletive. Unfazed by Annie's praise, Zhou Yixian returned to his position by the window, resuming his pretentious demeanor. Casting a glance at the raucous crowd below, he quietly mused, "The wisdom of Stephen Chow has proven true. Even a roll of toilet paper possesses its own utility." Chapter 96. I fear we can no longer be friends. In a grand estate situated on the central street of the New World, a group of young individuals gathered. idly passing the time by cracking sunflower seeds and engaging in light-hearted banter. As commoners, they felt a sense of gratitude toward their generous friend, Matthew, whose hospitality allowed them to host gatherings in such opulent surroundings. When discussing Matthew, one cannot help but acknowledge his benevolence. It is said that he hails from the lineage of a once noble family from a fallen kingdom. After the demise of his ancestral realm, he wandered for quite some time before arriving in the New World. The specifics of his noble heritage remain shrouded in mystery, but his friends choose to accept his narrative without question. One undeniable truth spoken by Matthew is his acknowledgement of his own circumstances. As a noble without the means to reside in the affluent district, his status can hardly be deemed prosperous. He possesses the virtue of self-awareness, understanding that he cannot expect to be embraced by the aristocrats of the upper echelon. With the upper-class route blocked, he resolved to navigate the grassroots avenue instead, embracing the philosophy of preferring to be a prominent figure among the humble rather than a lesser one among the elite. Matthew, with his noble title yet approachable demeanor, found success in this path. His generous nature, frequently inviting friends to his estate for casual gatherings, quickly endeared him to many on Central Street. Among the youth of the commoner class, one might be oblivious to the identity of the ruling powers in the New World. Yet it would be impossible to overlook Matthew's presence. His status as a somewhat naive yet affluent individual made him a coveted friend. Those fortunate enough to be in his circle enjoyed the privilege of indulgence. Matthew had undeniably become a leading figure among the adolescents of Central Street, an object of admiration and envy. Living lavishly, surrounded by countless admirers, he was the epitome of aspiration. Who wouldn't desire to have a companion like him, generous and carefree? With a steady stream of enchanting company, who could resist the allure of becoming the next Matthew? Regardless of the depth of one's acquaintance with Matthew, a mere exchange of words granted one the capital to boast among peers. Matthew, fully aware of the motivations of those who surrounded him like sycophants, remained unfazed by their hidden intentions, instead reveling in the adoration bestowed upon him. As such a charismatic young man, he could not simply present himself before the crowd without a touch of flair. Although he was the host of this gathering, he chose to make a grand entrance, arriving fashionably late after most of his invited friends had gathered. "Apologies for my tardiness," he remarked with a charming smile. Matthew, with a hint of apology, addressed his companions. "This is clearly your home. Why have you arrived late? Surely, you are aware." Although he thought this, he refrained from voicing it aloud. His friend, understanding the unspoken sentiment, replied, "No, we simply arrived too early." Matthew nodded in satisfaction, basking in the envious glances directed towards him, and cheerfully proclaimed, "The purpose of this gathering is self-evident. We have a singular aim, to eat well, drink well, and enjoy ourselves thoroughly. No one is permitted to leave until all are satisfied." "Long live Matthew!" echoed the enthusiastic praise from the multitude of young attendees, emanating from their hearts. However, a lingering curiosity pervaded their minds. Where, they wondered, were the promised delights of food and entertainment? This was not characteristic of Matthew. At previous gatherings, the moment they arrived at his estate, a plethora of delectable treats and amusements awaited them in the banquet hall. Yet this time, there was naught in sight. Before long, Matthew dispelled their doubts. He retrieved a small phone from his pocket and inquired, "Is this Dongfeng takeout?" A melodious voice from the operator responded, "Yes, how may I assist you?" The realization dawned upon Matthew's companions. He had intended to order takeout. Dongfeng takeout was familiar to them, though the often exorbitant delivery fees, ranging from dozens to hundreds of baili, had deterred many in attendance. Yet now, with the promise of complimentary food and drink, who would quibble over such trivial delivery costs? Nonetheless, some felt a twinge of curiosity, sensing that Matthew's conversation with the takeout operator was deliberately orchestrated for their benefit. "Please inform me, which restaurant do you wish to order from? And what items do you require?" The operator's voice inquired. "No, you have misunderstood. I am not placing an order for takeout," Matthew clarified, but the operator responded, "Bemused, are you jesting? Why would you call a takeout service if you do not intend to place an order?" Nevertheless, the operator demonstrated commendable professionalism, patiently stating, "Please confirm. Do you genuinely wish to place a takeout order? Our company currently only provides delivery services." Matthew, realizing that his manner of speaking had led to the misunderstanding, corrected himself. "I confirm that I need takeout services, but I do not wish to order food. Rather, I require a few establishments to be dispatched. Please send over the finest barbecue restaurant in Newborn Land, as I wish to host a gathering at home." Such is the whimsical nature of the affluent when they desire something. They simply summoned their favored establishments to their abode. Very well, we shall attend to that immediately, the operator replied, clearly taken aback. She had never encountered a request to order from a single restaurant in such a manner. Yet, she adhered to the adage that the customer is king, and without hesitation, she resolved to fulfill the customer's request. Truly, Matthew's extravagance knows no bounds. Matthew's ostentatious behavior undoubtedly garnered the admiration of the crowd once again. Many found themselves pondering when they might also possess the financial freedom to indulge as he does. And let us not forget to request the essential barbecue ingredients, ensuring the oysters and chives are plentiful. With this thought in mind, Matthew added a reminder not to overlook the indispensable beer that complements a barbecue. After all, what is a casual chat without the pairing of beer and grilled delicacies? Oysters and chives, we understand the significance. Many of Matthew's companions displayed a newfound glimmer in their eyes. Rest assured, we shall specifically alert the establishment, came the affirmative response, prompting Matthew to end the call. Recently, I have heard that ordering takeout has become a popular lifestyle choice among the affluent youth of Gaojian. After all, this is a novel phenomenon that has never before graced our lives. Anyone wishing to savor a particular delicacy without resorting to takeout risks incurring the disdain of their peers. Matthew remained unperturbed by the gazes of onlookers, casually selecting a spot to sit and elucidating the reasons behind his takeout order. He then lamented, I truly fail to comprehend why individuals would congregate at the entrance of the company to voice their grievances against Dongfeng Takeout, a service so remarkably convenient. Is it truly the mere delivery fee of a few dozen baili that they find burdensome? It is quite absurd. Such occurrences do exist, yet they do not encompass the entirety of the situation. The primary reason for their protests is often due to being blacklisted by Dongfeng Takeout, rendering them unable to place orders, which drives them to create a scene. Upon receiving this information, someone promptly chimed in, Is that so? I genuinely feel sorry for them. Matthew donned a pained expression and remarked, Perhaps it is their aura of defeat that has led to their blacklisting. Anyone unable to bear a delivery fee of a few dozen baili can only be deemed a loser. Are the nobility indeed utilizing Dongfeng Takeout? Matthew's companions seemed to grasp the significance of this revelation, their eyes lighting up with excitement. They recognized yet another opportunity to flaunt their status. In Gaojian, if one does not order takeout, they risk facing scorn from others. Look at the nobility, all endorsing Dongfeng Takeout. It must be an exceptional service. Whether or not one can afford the delivery fee is irrelevant. I, for one, am not lacking. Young people may disregard many things, but one must never forsake their dignity. Receiving such crucial information from Matthew, the group silently resolved that henceforth, when dining out, they would never opt for in-house service but rather insist on takeout. This, they believed, would reflect their elevated status and perhaps serve as their only opportunity to bridge the gap and enjoy the same privileges as the countless noble youths of Gaojian. Have you ever ordered takeout? Would you ever protest over delivery fees? Matthew teased a companion, saying, If you have never ordered takeout, I fear we cannot remain friends. For I cannot associate with someone who is looked down upon, someone incapable of even ordering takeout. That is simply too pedestrian. Initially intending to respond truthfully, the companion, caught off guard by Matthew's next remark, quickly retorted, I often order takeout. Is that so? Indeed. Well, then, we remain friends. The companion, having narrowly escaped, discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, finally exhaling in relief. Upon hearing their exchange, several onlookers who were still indifferent to takeout began to waver in their convictions. It appeared that they too must embrace the practice of ordering takeout. Otherwise, being discovered by Matthew could mean losing a social haven. When faced with the dilemma of altering their habits or forfeiting friendship with Matthew, they discerned which was of greater import. At worst, they could simply enjoy their takeout at home before venturing out for entertainment. Let us refrain from discussing those losers who block doors to leave negative reviews, Matthew remarked. Aware that moderation is key, he shifted the conversation, stating, Our purpose in gathering here is to indulge in good food and drink, and to have a delightful time. This is what we should prioritize. No sooner had Matthew finished speaking than the owner of the barbecue restaurant he had ordered from, accompanied by grilling equipment, ingredients, and staff, arrived at Matthew's estate. Notably, the owner carried several buckets of oysters, which were particularly striking. The notion of blocking doors to leave negative reviews is exceedingly detrimental for a business. This mindset must be quelled at its inception. This was also the reason behind Matthew receiving a stern directive on Monday to rectify the prevailing atmosphere, regardless of the circumstances. If there are any grievances or suggestions, one may voice them through the Dongfeng Takeout customer service, but blocking doors is simply unacceptable. It must be acknowledged that the powerful wield influence through their strategically placed pawns. Matthew is but an unassuming piece on the chessboard set by the GM forces in this new realm. This roll of toilet paper, at the right moment, proved invaluable. Chapter 97. I promise not to kill you in the not-so-distant future. Dongfeng Takeout had become an essential lifestyle for the majority in the pirate world. The significance of Dongfeng Takeout can be traced back to a gathering, a claim firmly supported by numerous historians. Without this event, Dongfeng Takeout could not have achieved such success, an occasion historians now refer to as the Matthew family gathering. As joy begets vitality, the continuous evolution of the Matthew family gathering ultimately revitalized Dongfeng Takeout in this new domain. Seizing the opportunity, the quartet celebrated this rare occasion together. Recently, everyone has been preoccupied with preparing for ranked battles, leaving little energy for other pursuits. A few were aware that Zhou Yixian had been troubled by this matter for some time. With the issue resolved, they all felt genuine happiness for Zhou Yixian. After receiving an invitation, they set aside their training to enjoy a pleasant gathering. The four casually chose a seemingly decent beverage shop and once seated. Zhou Yixian turned to Annie and inquired about the recent situation with Dongfeng Takeout, asking if she was satisfied. On Monday, Xian could be certain that when it came to Dongfeng Takeout, Annie was undoubtedly more invested than he was himself. Why should he strive to please Annie? When did she ever concern herself with such matters? Upon hearing Xian's words, Zhu inquired with a hint of curiosity. In his mind, Annie had always been primarily interested in food and drink, which piqued his interest further. When did you become so inquisitive? Isn't it sufficient to simply enjoy good food? A Fong, having some understanding of the dynamics between the two, promptly curtailed Zhu's curiosity. One must commend A Fong for being a steadfast friend. Annie smiled, unfazed by Zhu's interjection, and nodded at Xian, saying, Dongfeng Takeout has been developing quite smoothly lately. There is no longer any need to worry about other issues. It can be said that it has essentially become established. That's good to hear, Xian sighed with relief. On Monday, Xian and Sol seemed to have rekindled their camaraderie. By the way, I have delightful news to share with you. Annie, her face alight with joy, turned to Xian and said, regarding the matter you inquired about previously. We have received word. Before long, Xian Food Company will possess its own fleet. Our partner, the Buggy Pirates, has graciously consented to our request, allowing Xian Food Company's fleet to transport goods alongside theirs. Thank you. This is indeed a cause for celebration, Xian replied, raising his drink in acknowledgement before downing its contents in one swift motion. Annie mirrored his actions, and in that unspoken exchange, their shared elation resonated profoundly. On Monday, Xian naturally understood that this was Thor's reciprocal gesture. Having resolved the most pressing issue for the GM army, he was bound to receive a reward. Cooperation should inherently be a mutually beneficial endeavor. There is no such thing as taking advantage without contributing. However, Xian did not anticipate that this reward would far exceed his expectations. The Baki Pirate Group's agreement to sail alongside the Xian Food Company's fleet was likely the result of Thor's diligent efforts behind the scenes. A fleet, to flourish, undoubtedly benefits from a good mentor and practical experience, which significantly accelerates its growth. Perhaps Thor discerned Xian's innermost thoughts, prompting him to extend such a favor. Indeed, when one seeks rest, a pillow is readily provided. How could Xian not feel elated? Beneath Thor's seemingly rugged exterior lies a remarkably delicate sensibility. When did any become such a workaholic? Today is a rare opportunity for a gathering. Discussing such matters would surely dampen the mood. Zhu glanced at the peculiar duo and pleaded, the recent ranking battles have already drained us. Could you spare us today? Today, I am here solely for enjoyment. Ah Fong, this time, did not stop Zhu, but rather supported him, saying, other matters can wait for later. It is essential at times to allow oneself a proper respite. Pushing too hard can lead to adverse outcomes. Ah Fong and Zhu understood the pressure Xian had been facing lately, as the Xian Food Company consumed much of his energy. As friends, while they could not assist in other ways, they could at least help him unwind at the right moment. Very well, let us indulge in merriment today. Xian raised his drink once more, signaling to the others, deciding to cease discussions about Dongfeng Takeout. Come, let us enjoy. Annie was eager to abandon such burdensome topics and heartily endorsed the suggestion, grasping a crispy chicken leg from the table and taking a bite, demonstrating her strong support for this proposal through action. Seeing Annie's demeanor, the others shared a knowing smile. Alas, Joyful moments are always fleeting. Just as the quartet relished their rare leisure time, an infrequently seen figure approached, an elegantly aloof beauty, who confidently walked to their table and paused before Cien. Vice President Eudora. It is indeed a rare sight to behold. Recognizing the visitor, Cien greeted her warmly. Although their encounters were rare, they were still acquaintances, and basic courtesy was essential. Are you here to enjoy some food as well? You have good taste. Their beverages are delightful. Order a drink and perhaps some takeout for snacks. It would be simply perfect. As a boss, Zhou Yixian is always focused on promoting his products, even on a Monday. Caught off guard by his abrupt remarks, Eudora initially thought his suggestions were reasonable and was about to sit down when she suddenly remembered the purpose of her visit. What time is it? You still have the leisure to eat and drink here? Zhou Yixian, having just resolved a headache with Dongfeng takeout, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He nonchalantly interjected, "It's lunchtime." At that moment, Eudora felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand this nonchalant president. The Hanmin society was embroiled in a significant crisis, and as the president, Zhou Yixian's ignorance was appalling, particularly given his apparent indifference to the unfolding chaos. I wasn't inquiring about the time, I meant something else. Suppressing her rising anger, Eudora continued, the Hanmin society is in trouble. We've clashed with the Sihai society at the ranking battle square. Clashed? Well, that's just typical youthful exuberance. Zhou Yixian casually responded, mistaking it for a mere brawl. The long-standing conflict between the Sihai society and the Hanmin society had led to minor skirmishes before, so he found nothing unusual about it. You keep this up, and I swear I'll make you regret it. Eudora could no longer contain her frustration. Right now, there are 995 cadets from the Naval Academy gathered at the ranking battle square. We're just a few short, and once the Naval Academy students are all present. If a confrontation occurs, I'm not sure the Hanmin society will fare well. Yet, she reassured herself, but it's not a big deal. I'm merely the vice president. If the president isn't worried, why should I be? Come on, I'm a bit hungry too. Let us order something. As if her own words had soothed her anxieties, Eudora set aside her concerns, joining her 4 companions at the table, calling over a waiter to order her favorite drink. Embodying an air of carefree relaxation. Even if he usually paid little attention to the affairs of the Hanmin society, Zhou Yixian recognized the severity of the situation upon seeing the unusual display of emotion on Eudora's typically impassive face. What had transpired that had escalated to the brink of a major conflict? Knowing that the situation had already unfolded, there was no use in panicking. Zhou Yixian decided to first clarify the circumstances and understand the events that had led to this point. Know thyself and know thy enemy. In preparation lies victory, he mused, acknowledging the wisdom in those words. Our esteemed president is now concerned about the affairs of the Hanmin society. Eudora shot him a sharp glance, still irked. She couldn't resist teasing him with his earlier words. There's no need for you to worry, President. It's just a looming large-scale brawl. Youthful exuberance is an inherent characteristic of the young. Otherwise, what would define them as such? Everyone possesses a sense of propriety, and at most, one might encounter a few students who have suffered minor injuries, such as a broken arm or leg, but with some time for recuperation, all will be well. However, on that fateful Monday, it dawned on him that he had inadvertently offended Eudora. To offend a woman is inherently a daunting affair, and to have offended a beautiful woman is a matter of grave concern indeed. On Monday, Cien sought assistance and cast a glance at Annie during such times. The camaraderie between women flourished. Although Annie was not particularly invested in the Cold Door Society, she understood its significance to Cien and felt compelled to assist. Sister Eudora, given the circumstances, it would be unwise to engage with someone so mentally challenged. Let us discuss the particulars instead. Are you aiding me or belittling me? Eudora retorted. Annie's charm was undeniably potent, not only to men but equally effective in her interactions with women. In the presence of Annie, Eudora's demeanor visibly softened as she responded, Indeed. Why should I stoop to the level of someone lacking common sense? That would only reflect poorly on me. Absolutely, the vice president is right. Cien, accustomed to shamelessness, particularly in the presence of beautiful women, graciously accepted the situation. It was my fault. Let us move past this. Eudora, not one to hold grudges, felt her mood improve upon hearing Cien's apology. Once she regained her composure, Eudora recalled the previous circumstances involving the Cold Door Society and the Four Seas Society, prompting her to rise abruptly and pull Cien towards the exit. There is no time for lengthy explanations. We shall discuss this as we walk. Seeing Eudora's urgency, Cien sensed the gravity of the situation. Given Eudora's position within the Navy, if the matter were easily resolvable, there would be no need for her to summon him personally. Chapter 98. Changing Destiny. It would be unrealistic to claim that Cien had no thoughts regarding the Cold Door Society. However, he had previously negotiated terms with Elena, reaping the benefits, and now intended to let go. The naval headquarters would never permit the future luminaries of the Navy to be controlled by a single individual. In life, one must often understand the importance of compromise. With Eudora as vice president, the presence of Cien as president became unnecessary. Should Cien insist on meddling in the affairs of the Cold Door Society, he would only end up with bruises. Since control was unattainable, he was still willing to occasionally assert his presence, as establishing his visibility would facilitate future interactions with the society's members. As Cien was pulled to his feet, he turned to the seated individuals and declared, "Brothers, it's time to act. Grab your gear and follow me." Upon hearing Cien's words, Eudora nearly strained her back. "All right then." Annie and the others responded in unison, their faces lighting up with uncontainable excitement, clearly anticipating the forthcoming events. It is worth noting Zhui, whose continuous victories in ranking battles had bolstered his confidence. When a person becomes self-assured, enthusiasm naturally follows. Thus he too exhibited eagerness for the forthcoming events. However, Annie was merely looking forward to some excitement through confrontation, while Afang was already itching for action. As for Cien, who could fathom his true intentions? A madman. Eudora contemplated quietly, suddenly filled with doubt about whether her decision to summon these individuals was indeed the right one. After a hurried journey, Zhou Yixian finally grasped the unfolding events. During the ranking battle of the Taoist disciples, a member of the humble faction had triumphed over a noble scion from the Sea High Society. At first glance, this seemed an ordinary occurrence. Yet the identities of the participants were rather peculiar. The humble faction's victor was, in fact, a personal servant from a fallen noble family. The audacity of a servant to confront their master was simply intolerable, especially in front of such a multitude, where the servant had dealt a severe blow to their master. Naturally, the defeated noble could not suffer this indignity and rallied a number of close associates, all fellow nobles, who were equally incensed that a servant dared to strike against their master. They clamored to restore their honor and ensure that the commoners understood their place. When the humble faction's student witnessed the aggressive group approaching, he did not flinch. Influenced by Zhou Yixian's doctrine of equality espoused in the cafeteria, he had no intention of yielding. "We are all students of the Naval Academy. I won through my own merit, so why should I fear you?" His fervent desire to alter his fate was the very reason he had strived to enter the Naval Academy. Inspired by this determination, the humble faction's members summoned many of their own allies, and soon the number of participants on both sides swelled, signaling the imminent eruption of a large-scale brawl. It was then that Eudora hastily sought out Zhou Yixian, hoping that with his unparalleled stature among the humble faction, he might persuade them to quell the brewing conflict. Eudora truly wished Zhou Yixian would not have to intervene, but she felt powerless in the matter. To ensure the smooth progression of the upcoming ranking battle in Rock Town, the naval headquarters had consistently mobilized forces to maintain order in the East Sea, calling upon capable sailors who had earned their renown. Presently, among the vast array of Naval Academy students, Zhou Yixian was the only one she could think of who could command such respect. "I called you to win, to flaunt your prowess, disregarding social hierarchies. Now, I shall show you just how despairing the disparity of status can be." Upon arriving at the Academy's ranking battle square, the group was met with a dense throng of people, at the center of which muffled voices of reprimand could be discerned. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Eudora inwardly lamented. The developments had surpassed her expectations. Before her departure, she had explicitly instructed the members of the Hanmin Society to maintain restraint. However, it appears she has ultimately been disappointed. What was destined to occur has indeed transpired. Just as Eudora was about to admonish Zhou Yixian to exercise moderation, she turned around only to discover that he had unknowingly slipped out of her line of sight. After a careful search, Eudora finally spotted Zhou Yixian standing at the heart of the crowd. To speak of Zhou Yixian, the president of the society, Eudora felt quite satisfied. He possessed a sense of propriety and never meddled in the affairs of the Hanmin Society. Nonetheless, the sole source of her exasperation lay in Zhou Yixian's fierce protectiveness. Seeing one of his members being assaulted right in front of him, it was only natural that he would seek retribution. She hoped the situation would not escalate too dramatically. Observing Zhou Yixian's silhouette, Eudora sighed in self-deception, lamenting that calling upon someone so eager to stir chaos to quell a dispute was akin to seeking trouble for no reason. Who can enlighten me as to what exactly is happening here? As the crowd surrounding the central figure discerned the identity of the voice that had suddenly spoken, they instinctively parted to create a path for the individual. On Monday, Zhou gradually made his way to the center of the crowd, halting the nobleman who was wielding a whip to strike a fallen youth. All eyes turned to Zhou, as if he were the undeniable protagonist, destined to bask in the attention of the onlookers. In that moment, Zhou commanded an imposing presence among the cadets of the East Sea Naval Academy. The president of the Cold Door Society, lying bloodied and bruised on the ground, felt a surge of shame as he hesitated to speak. Ultimately, he addressed Zhou as president, lowering his head like a child caught in wrongdoing. Elizabeth Zhou, the nobleman, having received prior instructions, mustered the courage to glance at Zhou and declared, as a noble, "You ought to comprehend that we possess the authority to deal with our servants as we please. Do you understand the implications of your actions?" Zhou replied, barely casting a glance at him, his tone devoid of emotion. "You have harmed my people. You should be aware of the consequences." The nobleman, fully aware of the dread lurking behind Zhou's calm words, trembled at the simplicity of his statement, his courage dissipating as he struggled to articulate a response. It was no surprise that he reacted so vehemently. The nobles of the Four Seas Society had long been intimidated by Zhou. Even Anderson, the president of the North Sea Society, and Mike, a core member of the West Sea Society, were not spared from Zhou's wrath when he chose to strike. "What do you think? I am facing the infamous bully of the East Sea Naval Academy. What recourse do I have? I am utterly helpless, and I am afraid." Such were the sentiments echoing in the hearts of the noble youth before Zhou. "Useless wretches," Rachel muttered under her breath as she pushed past the nobleman, stepping forward to confront Zhou. President Elizabeth Zhou, all matters concerning the Cold Door Society have always been under the purview of Vice President Eudora. Why, pray tell, do you, the disengaged president, take it upon yourself to meddle in our affairs today? Rachel's words were intended to incite discord within the Cold Door Society. As its members had been wronged, it was only natural for their president to stand up for them. Alfie stepped forward to defend Zhou's honor in response to Rachel's provocation. "Alfie," Rachel replied, her voice laced with emphasis. "As a commoner, your audacity grows by the day. I am speaking to your president. You have no right to interrupt. What are you, after all?" "I am but a humble member of the Cold Door Society," Alfie retorted, drawing his long blade from his waist. His actions a direct answer to Rachel's taunts. "Rachel, I know not what you are, but this blade will render you into something unrecognizable. You are not worthy to challenge our president." Mike stepped in front of Rachel, gripping Alfie's sword, the metallic sound of their struggle echoing in the air. Is a confrontation about to ensue? Annie, ever the instigator, fanned the flames of excitement, declaring her desire to engage in some physical activity to aid in digesting her recent meal. With the core members of the Cold Door Society assembled, what was there to fear? In the eyes of the society's members, their president was an invincible force among the students. Bolstered by this newfound confidence, they felt emboldened. It had been quite some time since they had clashed with the Four Seas Society. The character of a leader reflects in their followers, and the members of the Cold Door Society eagerly anticipated a confrontation with the Four Seas Society. The arena for the ranking battle resembled a pile of dry kindling. And with the arrival of Zhou Yixian, it was as if a spark had ignited the whole heap. The atmosphere in the venue escalated to an extreme tension. "Everyone, please remain calm," urged Eudora, the vice president, her voice laced with urgency. "We are all students of the Naval Academy. Can't we sit down and discuss matters amicably? Must we resort to such drastic measures?" However, with Zhou Yixian present, Eudora's words seemed less impactful than usual. It appeared that the crowd collectively disregarded her plea, their attention shifting back to Zhou Yixian. On Monday, Xian remained silent, leaving no one capable of deciding whether to engage in battle or seek peace. "Pray tell, what motivates your choice to become a naval cadet?" He calmly inquired of the beaten student before him, seemingly unfazed by the tense atmosphere surrounding them. "Did you join the Naval Academy merely to be mercilessly beaten into submission?" "President, I apologize. Please allow me to stand and speak." The fallen cadet had barely begun when Xian interrupted, admonishing, "As a competent Marine, is this truly how you confront adversity?" "No." The chastised student suddenly sprang to his feet, invigorated, and saluted with resolute determination. "I chose to be a Marine because I yearn to alter my fate. I aspire to become a complete individual, not a mere pawn to be trampled upon." "Alter your fate?" Xian scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. "I see no semblance of such ambition in you. Do you truly believe that your so-called fate change amounts to merely being whipped like livestock on a grander stage? That is not the case, President. The student's dignity compelled him to raise his chin and meet Xian's gaze. I am no beast of burden. I only capitulated due to the threats against my parents' lives. I dared not resist. Oh, I see. In this grim era, the nobility's execution of two subordinates was akin to slaughtering livestock, unchallenged by law or morality. You were fortunate. At least you possess the talent to pass the Naval Academy's entrance examination. Many aspire to join, yet few have the opportunity, as most are ambitious yet fragile. Xian cast a glance at the noble wielding the whip. Now prove to me your courage to change your fate. The Cold Door Society does not harbor the inept. Do you dare? Think of your parents, the noble threatened. But my parents remain in their grasp. The student faltered at the thought of his family. It was not a matter of courage, but of obligation. The debt of his parents' nurturing weighed heavily upon him. How could he forsake their lives for a fleeting moment of reprieve? I assure you, no one will dare use your parents as leverage. Xian shot a glance at the noble, asserting, harm shall not befall family. This is the principle. Oh. The noble, upon hearing Xian's words, shrank back, seeking assistance from Rakel, hoping for intervention. He understood that should Xian's words be disregarded, the repercussions would surely befall him. When titans clash, I, a mere wretch, shall not involve myself. Elizabeth Zhou, your meddling is rather excessive. Before Raquel could utter a word, Anderson stepped forward. From the outset, this matter was a private affair between the two of them, not something concerning the Cold Door Society. Similarly, Adalakali also rose to speak, stating, you have your own rules, and nobles have their own traditions as well. I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Bricket Kohler, indifferent to the identity of his adversary, retorted arrogantly, are you truly willing to challenge the entire 4C society for the sake of a lowly servant? It seems there is no need for me to elaborate further. My sentiments align with those of the other leaders of the 3C societies, Raquel remarked. On this rare occasion, the leaders of the 4C society stood united. It is unfortunate that this incident had profoundly agitated their sensitive nerves. It is an immutable law that servants must not defy their masters. Such a principle must not be breached. The immense disparity between servants and nobles naturally alters their perspectives. The actions of the Cold Door Society's members today undoubtedly struck a nerve with the nobles of the 4C society. Just as a dragon has its reverse scales, touching them spells certain death. Even Zhou Yixian cannot transgress this rule. Wang Yuxing, go and slap him twice, Zhou Yixian commanded, disregarding the leaders of the 4C society and pointing at the noble wielding the whip. Who is Wang Yuxing? The members of the Cold Door Society, still reeling from the shock, finally understood that the president was referring to them, and they promptly responded with renewed vigor. Yes, I will ensure the task is accomplished. In a swift motion, before anyone could react, Wang Yuxing approached the noble holding the whip and delivered several resounding slaps to his face, venting his pent-up frustration. Remarkably, his audacity gave him a somewhat dog-like bravado. Report. I accidentally delivered a few extra slaps, Wang Yuxing declared proudly as he walked back to Zhou Yixian. Thank you for the name, President. I shall henceforth be known as Wang Yuxing. Many servants spend their entire lives without even a proper name, and Wang Yuxing was no exception. After enduring a beating, he found unexpected joy in acquiring a name. Even if it was somewhat peculiar, he accepted it with delight, thinking to himself, I shall be called Wang Yuxing from now on. Indeed, the world is vast, and all sorts of individuals exist within it. Elizabeth Zhou, do you comprehend what you are doing? The leaders of the 4C society collectively seethed with anger. Wang Yuxing's slaps felt as if they had struck their own faces, stinging painfully. Such a minor character was naturally overlooked by them. Were it not for Zhou Yixian, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to act so boldly. My member was struck, and then the member struck back. It is that simple, Zhou Yixian remarked nonchalantly. What a simple matter. Who would have thought that from the fallen royal lineage of Elizabeth, such a rule-breaking individual would emerge? Raquel was both amused and infuriated by Zhou Yixian's casual demeanor. As a member of the royal lineage, you ought to comprehend the implications of such behavior. Do not feign ignorance. Raquel has indeed misjudged Zhou Yixian this time, revealing a profound lack of understanding. From Zhou Yixian's perspective, steeped in the ideology of the red flag, the peculiar class distinction between master and servant is difficult to fathom, and he questions what merit there is in preserving such a relationship. In dismantling class barriers, Zhou Yixian embarks upon a noble and righteous endeavor. What fear should he have of the fury from the president of the Sea High Society? I beg your pardon. I fail to grasp your meaning. Zhou Yixian gazed earnestly at Rakel and stated, Do your nonsensical rules hold any weight before me? Very well. Rakel scrutinized Zhou Yixian, attempting to discern any semblance of nobility upon his countenance. Regrettably, he found no trace of aristocratic pride. Has one such as you, a fallen royal, truly forgotten the honor that accompanies nobility? Allow me to enlighten you. This world is governed by hierarchy, and the dignity of the aristocracy must not be trampled upon by commoners. Should any commoner dare to breach this immutable decree, they shall face a brutal and unanimous retribution from all noble families. In this realm, power resides solely within the hands of noble houses. Any challenge posed by commoners to the aristocracy is a transgression against the laws of this world. Oh, is that so? Zhou Yixian remained unmoved. Words are futile. Wang Yuxing must receive the punishment he deserves today. In matters concerning the dignity of the nobility, Kohler, rarely in a sound state of mind, shook his head at Rakel, signaling him to refrain from further discourse. Anderson had long-standing enmity with Zhou Yixian and was eager to provoke a conflict between him and the Sea High Society, chiming in. For all other matters, the Sea High Society might show leniency, but in this case, there is no room for negotiation. Wang Yuxing deserves his rightful punishment. You should relinquish him to us. Hallie, with the shrewdness characteristic of a merchant, advised Zhou Yixian against waging war over a mere servant. It is not worth the cost. President, I hope you will reflect carefully and avoid acting impulsively. Eudora wished to prevent chaos from erupting in the school. She was acutely aware that the resolution lay in Zhou Yixian's hands. I assure you, Wang Yuxing's life will be safeguarded once he is entrusted to them. If one survives, it is likely that they will emerge broken. President, this is not worth the trouble for my sake. Wang Yuxing, realizing the gravity of the situation and wishing to alleviate Zhou Yixian's burden, spoke up. In any case, I have vented my anger. Having struck several noble faces in the guise of a servant, I consider my life worth it. I suppose this marks a turning point in my destiny. President, I intend to go with them. President, let Wang Yuxing depart. Eudora, the vice president, had already guaranteed the safety of Wang Yuxing's life. That is sufficient. We hold no grievances against you, esteemed president. You have done more than enough for us, the members of the humble society. Rooted in the remnants of outdated ideologies of this era, hold the dignity of the nobility in utmost reverence. Though they are averse to witnessing Wang Yuxing being taken away, they inherently exhibit a sense of subservience when confronting the aristocracy. The wrath of a nobleman inevitably leads to punishment for someone. In moments when no one comprehends your plight, true friends will stand resolutely by your side. While the crowd urged Zhou Yixian to seek peace, only Afong spoke up. President, as long as you wish to fight, I shall accompany you to the very end. At such a critical juncture, one would hope unnecessary chaos would be avoided, yet old Dora glanced wearily at Afong, seemingly resigned to the futility of it all. Are you Afong? Kohler inquired. What counsel do you offer? Afong tightened his grip on the long blade, responding defiantly. Counsel, I dare not claim. We would not presume to advise one who ranked first in the entrance examination. Kohler's tone was peculiar as he fixated on Afong. However, I shall impart a warning. With a modicum of strength, do not forget your station. Given your current standing, you are ill-equipped to meddle in the affairs of the Four Seas Society. Should you intrude recklessly, it would be prudent to consider your own safety. The nobility is not a force easily shaken by commoners. I have no parents enslaved to you, Afong retorted, unwilling to yield. It appears you possess a considerable confidence in your abilities, Kohler noted. Upon witnessing her friend's peril, Annie immediately interjected with fierce loyalty. I am unsure of my right to intervene in your matters, but I do know that no one shall bully my friend in my presence. Let us hope you do not come to regret this, Kohler replied, hesitating to threaten Annie further, yet still maintaining the facade of authority. The dignity of the nobility cannot be trampled upon. Wang Yuxing must be taken into account today. Kohler's sentiments echoed the consensus of the Four Seas Society, with the other three society leaders remaining silent, tacitly endorsing his stance. Even at the expense of opposing Annie, the Four Seas Society deemed it a necessary sacrifice. The concept of noble dignity is indeed peculiar. The Four Seas Society did not react so vehemently when faced with the disgrace brought upon them by the fallen royal Zhou Yixian. Yet, with Wang Yuxing, there was a palpable sense that any slight against noble dignity would demand retribution in the form of an enemy's blood. Chapter 100. The fate of Wang Yuxing to be born a servant may well be the fate destined for me, Wang Yuxing. Witnessing the unwavering support from the core members of the humble society, who were willing to confront the 4C society on his behalf. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not moved. The desire to flee was equally false. Nevertheless, Wang Yuxing felt a profound sense of gratitude for being so fiercely protected in his role as a servant. President, allow me to go with them. Born as a servant, why not proclaim oneself as a demon? Do you fancy yourself a figure like Neza? To hell with this cursed fate. If destiny is unjust, let us fight it to the very end. Zhou Yixian remarked disdainfully. Nobility? The 4C society? Are they truly remarkable? It's one thing to lose a battle, but entirely another to have the courage to engage in it, Wang Yuxing replied, his spirits low. Zhou Yixian surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sharp as a sword, and none dared meet his eyes. I, Zhou Yixian, have never been one to abide by rules. As long as I am here today, no one shall take Wang Yuxing away. I would not hesitate to go to war against the 4C society if necessary. I would not hesitate. On Monday, Xian faced the inquiries of the 4C society with unwavering resolve, responding with certainty. Such is the formidable presence of the president we have come to know, an unstoppable force of chaotic vigor. Long live the humble society. Countless members of the humble society were inspired by Xian's fervor, shouting with fervent intensity as if to release the pent-up frustrations that had lingered in their hearts for years. If fate is unjust, then let us fight to the bitter end. To hell with the aristocracy. What do we, the humble society, have to fear? On Monday, a few brief words ignited a fervent flame within the hearts of the Cold Door Society's members. A blaze so intense that even the formidable C Society regarded it with trepidation. It must be acknowledged that the power of the masses is boundless. Eudora understood that if she did not step forward to express her stance at this crucial moment, the Naval Academy would irrevocably lose the support of the Cold Door Society. Thus, she hastily addressed the leaders of the Sea Society. You must comprehend one fundamental truth. The Naval Academy, a realm of new beginnings, is under the dominion of the Navy. The Donghai Naval Academy is not your Sea Society's Navy, and Wang Yuxing cannot be taken away by you. Eudora, Vice President. I adore you. Eudora, Vice President, you are splendid. Eudora's swift response indeed bore fruit, as the members of the Cold Door Society experienced a significant surge in their admiration for her. By asserting her position, Eudora undoubtedly strengthened the Cold Door Society's leverage. The Sea Society was acutely aware that without engaging in battle, this matter could not be resolved amicably. There was no need for further words. The truth would manifest in action. Raquel had long anticipated that a confrontation between the Sea Society and the Cold Door Society was inevitable. This incident provided a perfect opportunity to settle long-standing grievances and clarify who truly held authority in the Naval Academy of New Beginnings. Not only did the Sea Society harbor intentions of engaging in battle to determine a victor, but Zhou Yixian also shared this sentiment. It was indeed time to bring closure to the absurdities between the Sea Society and the Cold Door Society. On a Monday, Xian, with an air of arrogance, regarded the 4C Society as mere trifles and addressed several society leaders with disdain, saying, "A group of country bumpkins, you may all come at me together. I shall take you all on." With a training speed akin to that of a cheat in a video game, Xian had already acquired strength far surpassing his peers. In a one-on-one confrontation, he truly held the leaders of the 4C Society in contempt. This was precisely why he chose to face 4 opponents alone. Such confidence stemmed from his formidable prowess. The confines of the new student zone were too small to accommodate Xian's burgeoning growth. As you wish. Surprisingly, the leaders of the 4C Society did not feel humiliated by Xian's challenge. They unanimously agreed to his proposal. The imminent battle was poised to be one of the largest brawls since the establishment of the Naval Academy in the new student zone. However, life is often accompanied by unforeseen events. Just as the 4C Society and the Hanmin Society were preparing to engage in the upcoming melee, a sudden, trivial incident interrupted their fervor and dampened their spirits. Was this to be the end? The whip-bearing nobleman, who had been stunned by Wang Yuxing's earlier slap, finally regained his composure after a prolonged moment. As soon as he collected himself, he hurried over to Wang Yuxing, joyfully grasping his hand and exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you. If you still feel unsatisfied, feel free to slap me a few more times." His series of actions left everyone present bewildered. Having been soundly slapped in front of so many, he nevertheless approached to express gratitude. Had this man lost his mind? In truth, The eccentric behavior of the whip-bearing nobleman could be attributed to the terrifying reputation of Xian, the slap demon. Initially fearing that he had incurred the wrath of this notorious figure and anticipating a severe societal reprimand, he was relieved when the encounter concluded with merely a few slaps. How could he not be pleased? How could he not express gratitude to Wang Yuxing? Had it not been for Wang Yuxing overcoming his own trepidation and delivering those slaps, the outcome would have been far graver had Xian himself intervened. Not every noble possesses the fortitude to withstand Xian's wrath. The whip-bearing nobleman, reflecting on his situation, realized he was not yet worthy of opposing Xian. The adage "it is better to be feared than respected" holds its weight in truth. Since entering the Naval Academy, Zhou Yixian has adeptly fulfilled the first half of his ambitions. The noble wielding a whip is indeed a rarity, possessing a remarkable clarity of thought. He was not mistaken. Had Wang Yuxing refrained from taking action at that time, Zhou Yixian would undoubtedly have left an indelible memory for him. No one can emerge unscathed after confronting Zhou Yixian. That is the essence of his tyranny. Is it truly worth engaging in battle for such a character? The members of the Sea High Society suddenly found their morale severely diminished. Feeling utterly disheartened, it was not only the Sea High Society that felt this way. The members of the Hanmin Society also grappled with a sense of disquiet. Would it not be somewhat shameful to admit that such a person instigated the most sensational conflict in the new land of Donghai Naval Academy? Is it worth fighting for someone like this? Eudora seized the moment to articulate the sentiments of the crowd. In her heart, the stability of the school was paramount. Previously compelled by circumstance to take a side, she now saw an opportunity for a new turn of events. How could one not seize such a chance? This is a talent indeed. Eudora gazed at the noble with the whip, her eyes brimming with profound gratitude. Her fervent gaze rendered the noble somewhat bashful, even leading him to wonder if his allure had indeed increased, as even the typically aloof Eudora seemed to regard him with interest. How dull, how utterly uninspiring. With such a person around, can there be any excitement? It felt akin to an impetuous youth desperately searching for the colorful website of his desires, only to find himself turning on the television for solace, only to discover Zhao Benshan selling crutches on air. Who could find amusement in such a predicament? If you must determine a victor, why not choose a more splendid stage? Eudora understood that the decision to engage in battle or seek peace ultimately rested with a few prominent figures, and now, a fitting stage was at hand, a ranked battle where all eyes would be upon them. Would it not be more honorable to compete in such a grand spectacle than to engage in a quiet skirmish? To be crowned king amidst the gaze of countless spectators, surely that is what you desire? Eudora's words resonated deeply with several influential figures. What spirited youth does not wish to be recognized as the strongest in the limelight? Indeed, in this manner, it did lack a certain thrill, prompted by Eudora's insight. Zhou Yixian abandoned his thoughts of battling the Sea High Society. Who am I? I am the most dashing figure in the new land. Even if a conflict is to ensue, it must unfold before the watchful eyes of the multitude. Alas, I simply revel in this ostentation. This encapsulates Zhou Yixian's genuine thoughts. Since Eudora, the vice president, had spoken, it is essential for an exemplary president to listen to and consider the views of others. Zhou Yixian would never allow anyone to discern his penchant for showmanship. Such a notion was inconceivable. Who could deny my excellence as a president? I find Vice President Eudora's proposal rather commendable. Will you heed the opinions of others? What remarkable qualities do you possess that I am unaware of? It appears you are merely attempting to put on a faade. Understanding without voicing it is a fundamental courtesy of being human. Upon noticing that Zhou Yixian had relaxed, Eudora turned her attention back to the affairs of the Sea High Society, stating that our president had already acquiesced to the proposal. What about you all? As you wish. The president of the Sea High Society also seemed eager to impress, believing that on the esteemed stage of the Eastern Sea ranking battle, only a true hero could vanquish the relentless challenger. However, it seems somehow forgotten that they had already been defeated by Zhou Yixian in the initial ranking battle, and thus have lost the chance to face him again. Several prominent figures nodded in agreement, and the situation finally calmed down, allowing Eudora to breathe a sigh of relief. Wait, before Eudora could fully relax, Zhou Yixian called upon the president of the Sea High Society, causing her heart to race once more. Zhou Yixian remarked, "The ranking battle format is rather dull. I have conceived an intriguing idea. Why not have all four of you challenge me together? What is the point of one-on-one battles? Let us collectively overpower the opponent." "We accept your proposal," Anderson, eager for revenge, interjected on behalf of the others without needing further prompt. "Then it is settled. You may leave." Zhou Yixian then turned to Eudora, saying, "A slight modification to the ranking battle rules should not pose a challenge for you, I presume? No problem. I will take care of it. As long as there are no disturbances, everything is negotiable," Eudora promptly replied. "Then let us disperse." Zhou Yixian waved his hand and addressed the members of the Hanmin Society. "Do not forget to come and witness how your president triumphs over the Seihai Society. A stage has been set, but without sufficient spectators, it would be lacking." Thus, Zhou Yixian initiated a call for attendance. "Hail to the president. Long live the president. I promise to arrive on time. Not only will I attend, but I shall also rally all my acquaintances, for we must honor the dignity of our president." On Monday, the confident demeanor of Zhou Yixian elicited a wave of cheers from the members of the Hanmin Society, who expressed their determination to attend and bring their friends along. Observing their enthusiastic response, Zhou Yixian smiled contentedly, pleased that his own people knew how to rally. The long-standing grievances between Hanmin Society and the Seihai Society would find resolution on the stage of the ranking battle. Chapter 101. The fire ignites. Is this matter truly settled? A core member from Beihai, standing beside Raquel, inquired with a hint of frustration as he watched the retreating figures of the Hanmin Society. "If this is how it ends, I cannot accept it." This sentiment was not singular. Many within the Seihai Society felt similarly, yet out of respect for Zhou Yixian's formidable reputation, they dared not voice their thoughts. Now that someone had spoken up, they were relieved to have an outlet for their grievances. A servant striking a noble without consequence was an affront they could not tolerate. Though the Seihai Society often experienced internal discord, they would unite when collective interests were at stake. Regardless, within the Seihai Society, the Beihai faction was the strongest. Typically, in such circumstances, they would defer to Raquel's counsel. Thus, the crowd leaned in to hear her response. "This matter is far from over," Raquel said, her eyes smoldering with suppressed rage. "The dignity of the nobility is not something just anyone can tarnish. Someone must bear the repercussions for this affront." "What do you imply?" The Inquisitor inadvertently cast a glance towards Wang Yosheng's departing figure, the implication clear. "He is merely an inconsequential character. To cleanse the shame is insufficient." Raquel shook her head, gesturing towards Afang's silhouette. "Some individuals, believing themselves to possess strength, forget their place. They must receive an unforgettable lesson so that the common folk in the new land understand who truly holds authority." "Might this be too excessive?" Otlakari questioned. "Excessive? I do not believe so. This objective is indeed fitting." Kohler remarked nonchalantly, stating that without a drop of significant bloodshed, how could they ever cleanse their disgrace? "But she is a core member of the Hanmin Society, and what of Elizabeth, Zhou, and Annie? How will the school respond?" Although Anderson harbored resentment towards Zhou Yixian, upon recognizing his power, he felt more trepidation than animosity. He understood that should he provoke Zhou, the latter could unleash untold actions. Thus he felt compelled to caution everyone to select their target with care. What is there to fear? The naval forces in the new land have already been significantly depleted. Who can now thwart the Seihai Society? Raquel insisted on targeting Afang, asserting that since Elizabeth Zhou's emergence, the Seihai Society had lost all semblance of face in the new land. If they do not employ ruthless measures, how can they remind everyone who truly holds sway in the new land? The Seihai Society had never emerged victorious in its conflicts with Zhou Yixian. Could the collective frustration of the members be any less palpable? Some emotions, when suppressed for too long within the heart, can ultimately lead to self-inflicted harm if not expressed. This is the reality. The leaders of the other three associations tacitly accepted Raquel's proposal. "You need not worry excessively, as long as we communicate with our families in advance. Such trivial matters can indeed be managed. The loss of a single civilian is hardly a significant concern." Raquel, aware of the apprehensions lingering in everyone's hearts, felt compelled to invoke the influence of her family to reassure them. When did the Four Seas Association become so timid and hesitant in their endeavors? Regardless, it shall be as such. Encouraged by Raquel's provocation, the group cast aside their reservations and reached an agreement. As Raquel stated, the Four Seas Association, operating in the land of newcomers, should never concern themselves with the opinions of others. What is there to fear? Rather than fearing the escalation of events, it seems the Four Seas Association is more intimidated by Shuani, a person who defies conventions and is quite troublesome. Beneath the bright sun and fluffy clouds, a new day dawned. As usual, Old Feng opened the doors of his shop punctually. Standing at the entrance, he stretched comfortably, his eyes reflecting an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Through his skills, He had been granted the privilege by the nobility to establish a modest yet respectable shop in the affluent district. To live in a place reserved for the aristocracy was, in Old Fong's eyes, a source of immense pride. He could not fathom the envy he had garnered from his former neighbors on Central Street for being able to reside in such an esteemed locality. Moreover, Old Fong was blessed with a wonderful son, who not only excelled academically by securing a top spot in the Naval Academy, but also became a core member of a formidable commoner society. With such a life, what more could one desire? It was time to work. Reflecting on the joys of his life, Old Fong gazed at the bustling crowd outside and murmured to himself. He understood that today would be another busy day, with numerous noble patrons awaiting his craftsmanship to repair their beloved shoes. Just as Old Fong turned to re-enter his shop, several figures lurked in the shadows around the street corner, covertly observing Old Fong's shoe store and whispering among themselves. Are we certain? Absolutely. Old Fong's shoe store is well known in the affluent district. My mother has had many shoes repaired here. It must be said, Old Fong's shoemaking skills are truly exceptional. The shoes he refurbishes appear as good as new. Once we confirm this is the place, we shall proceed. Having established that they were indeed in front of Old Fong's establishment, the figures turned and vanished into the shadows as if nothing had transpired. That night, beneath the tranquil moonlit sky, the figures reappeared before Old Fong's shop, whispering, "We have gathered enough information on Old Fong's movements, have we not?" Old Fong's schedule is quite straightforward. After completing his academic commitments each day, he invariably returns home to assist his father in repairing shoes. By this hour, it is likely that the entire Fong family is fast asleep. Act without hesitation, and may you not hold it against me after your demise. Blame it solely on the fact that you have offended those who should not be trifled with. A few figures, their expressions twisted with malice, ignited the fuel that had been poured abundantly at the entrance of the Ah Fong household. In an instant, the wooden structure of Ah Fong's shoe store was engulfed by a colossal fireball, a wave of heat surging forth. The once tranquil street was suddenly illuminated as if it were day, the flames casting a fierce glow. Fire! Fire! Those nearby, roused from their slumber by the unbearable heat, opened their eyes to witness Ah Fong's shoe store transformed into an enormous inferno, and they could not help but shout in alarm. It's over, it's over. Many, awakened by the uproar, hastily grabbed containers filled with water in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames, but the fire had spread too rapidly, transforming into a towering blaze. Their efforts were but a drop in the ocean, yielding little effect. Such an immense fire would surely spell disaster for the Ah Fong family and his son. They urgently called to awaken them, hoping against hope that there was still a chance for salvation. Yet, the crowd, disheartened by the ferocity of the flames, dared not approach too closely and instead shouted loudly toward the shoe store, praying to rouse the two slumbering souls. Deep down, they understood that the hope was slim. With such a raging inferno, the nearby residents had also been awakened by the searing heat, and it was likely that Old Fong and his son had already stirred. The absence of their figures only fueled the fear that their fate was grim. It was a pity for Old Fong's son. The tales of Ah Fong's exploits had long spread among the neighbors, and many common folk, like Old Fong, who possessed notable skills, had been granted the privilege to settle in Gaojian, now sighed at the sight of the blazing fire. They had often remarked to their own children, "Look at Old Fong's boy, he doesn't know how to squander his potential." Now, a great fire had consumed everything. As they lamented, a sense of unease began to creep in. Why had the fire brigade from Gaojian not yet appeared? Father. At the very moment the fire erupted, Ah Fong awoke with a start. He did not choose to flee immediately. Instead, he rushed toward the attic in search of Old Fong. Since Ah Fong had been accepted into naval school, Old Fong had recognized the dedication with which his son practiced. Every time Ah Fong returned home, exhausted, Old Fong felt a surge of pride mingled with an indescribable ache in his heart. Having lost his wife long ago, Ah Fong had become his sole support. After countless futile attempts to dissuade Ah Fong from assisting in the store, Old Fong had, to preserve his son's rest, voluntarily relocated his workspace to the attic. Often, when repairing shoes late into the night, Old Fong remained still, fearing that even the slightest sound might awaken Ah Fong. He is aware that the nerves of practitioners are exceptionally sharp. Even the slightest sound can be detected by him. Thus, Lao Fong has taken refuge in the attic. Those who have experienced a fire know that the moment of escape may only last a few fleeting seconds. If that moment is missed, once the flames rage, it will be too late to flee. Observing the encroaching inferno, Ah Fong remains undeterred, anxiously standing beneath the attic, calling out for Lao Fong. "Is that you, Ah Fong?" Soon, Lao Fong's voice resonates from above. "It is I, father." Hearing his father's voice fills Ah Fong with immense joy. "I shall come to rescue you at once." With a crack, as soon as Ah Fong ascends the steps to the attic, the wooden staircase creaks under the unbearable strain. The staircase, already weakened by the searing heat, can no longer bear Ah Fong's weight. "Do not come up." From the attic, witnessing Ah Fong stepping onto the fiery stairs, his body scorched, Lao Fong feels an indescribable pain in his heart and shouts to halt Ah Fong. "In my lifetime, Ah Fong, you are my only son. I cannot allow you to risk your life for my sake. Father, trust me, I have the strength to save you." Ignoring his father's pleas, Ah Fong, typically obedient, defiantly refuses to comply, his gaze resolute as he continues to ascend the stairs toward the attic. With his father so close, how could he abandon him? Ah Fong cannot forget the loss of his mother, who passed away during his childhood due to a grave illness. The sensation of losing a loved one, once experienced, is something he is unwilling to endure again. Apart from his father, he has no other family to lose. Reflecting on the anguish of losing a loved one, Ah Fong suddenly feels the searing heat beneath his feet seems less painful, and he strides onward with unwavering determination toward the attic. Chapter 102. Lao Fong, do not ascend any further. At this rate, neither of us will escape. Lao Fong, in a panic, watches as Ah Fong stubbornly attempts to rescue him. With tears streaming down his face, Lao Fong grasps a pair of scissors and presses them against his own neck. "If you dare to take another step forward, I shall end my life before your eyes." "Father, no." Upon witnessing this, Ah Fong immediately halts, aware that his father would indeed follow through on his threat. He urges, "I have already attained the pinnacle of the second stage. This fire cannot harm me. Do not deceive me. I am not blind." Lao Fong, seeing the blisters on Ah Fong's feet, resolutely refuses to let him advance any further. He slashes the scissors across his neck, and crimson blood drips onto the floor. As the blood hits the scorching ground, it hisses and vanishes into thin air. "Father." Ah Fong finds himself in a dilemma. "Xiao Fong, I understand." Tears streamed down old Fong's face, glowing like firelight as he gazed upon his proud son. He spoke softly, "Since your mother departed, you have become my sole support. Nurturing you into a remarkable individual has been the aspiration of my life. Fortunately, you have not disappointed me. You have finally become the child whom others commend. Witnessing your achievements brings me solace, for I have fulfilled my promise to your late mother." Realizing something profound, Ah Fong's eyes were fixed intently on old Fong, as if he believed that by doing so, he could engrave his father's visage firmly in his memory. "You must go. Do not sacrifice your life for this old man. You are not like me. I am destined to remain in this modest shoe shop for eternity. That is my fate. Now, with everything lost, I feel as though half my life has been extinguished." Old Fong pressed the scissors against his neck, stealing a last glance at the remnants of the shoe shop engulfed in flames, as if imparting some final words. "Xiao Fong, your world is an expansive ocean, far greater than this old man's. It is a blessing for our family to have someone venture into the vastness of the world. When I am gone, I can at least tell my relatives that I, old Fong, have an extraordinary son. My son is a remarkable swordsman." The thought of his late wife's joyful expression filled him with comfort. Suddenly, the scissors pierced his neck, and with a smile upon his lips, old Fong departed from this world. The skies above Gaojian echoed with Ah Fong's anguished cries. Then, someone emerged from the inferno. It was Ah Fong. Neighbors, who had feared the worst for both men, gasped in astonishment as a familiar figure burst forth from the flames. They rushed to douse the fire, aiding Ah Fong in his escape. Relief washed over them. Ah Fong was unharmed. Yet, upon realizing that old Fong had not emerged, someone hesitantly inquired, "What about old Fong?" However, before the question could be completed, another neighbor covered their mouth, signaling them to refrain from speaking further. After such a prolonged time, with such a fierce blaze, it was evident that old Fong could not have survived. Thud, thud, thud. Without uttering a word, Ah Fong bowed 3 times towards his burning home. "There are still lives to cherish. The house remains. Let us mourn." Several women from the neighborhood patted Ah Fong on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Ah Fong, your father was fortunate to have a son like you." Gratefully, Ah Fong glanced at the crowd, gripping the hilt of his weapon so tightly that his fingers turned pale. Without another word, he strode away from the gathering. He sought vengeance. Blood debts demand blood repayment. Ah Fong understood that this matter was undoubtedly connected to the Sihai gang. As they watched Ah Fong's retreating figure, the onlookers felt an indescribable calmness emanating from him, a stark contrast to the sorrow of losing a loved one. Beneath the facade of tranquility, an undeniable sense of foreboding lingered, reminiscent of a valiant warrior's irrevocable departure, akin to the tragic hero who, despite knowing the path ahead is shrouded in darkness, resolutely sacrifices all. Perhaps the blow was too severe. Amidst the flickering flames illuminating the crowd, only a sigh remained. In the depths of the night at the West Kyla Manor, an uninvited guest arrived. A figure cloaked in a bloodthirsty aura. Ah Fong appeared as a ferocious beast poised to prey upon the unwary in the shadows. Who dares trespass? This is the estate of the West Kyla royal family, and such intrusion is forbidden. The guards, having sensed Ah Fong's ominous presence, prepared for confrontation, their long blades firmly gripped in hand. Yet, the overwhelming ferocity emanating from him instilled profound fear. The two guards perceived not a man before them, but rather a beast of prey, their hands trembling as they clutched their weapons. A final warning echoed in the air, "Do not approach." The guard's warning bore no weight. Before they could finish their words, a chilling sensation enveloped their necks, as if something had burst forth, rendering their throats warm for but a moment before succumbing to an icy chill. As they lowered their heads, they were horrified to find their own blood gushing forth from their necks. No matter how desperately they attempted to staunch the flow, crimson continued to spill, rapidly staining their hands. Realizing death approached, the well-trained guards ultimately succumbed to their fear, emitting a heart-rending wail. They could not comprehend why their assailant chose to end their lives without uttering a word. Even in their final moments, they yearned for clarity, desperate to inquire the reasons behind their fate. However, as they struggled to speak, the severity of their wounds rendered them voiceless, transforming their questions into pitiful gasps. They could only watch in sorrow as the figure before them gradually receded into the darkness. Fortunately, as guards, their tragic cries could be seen as fulfilling their duty in the end. It was precisely the mournful wails of the two that roused many slumbering souls in the estate of Zakaru. Ah Fong no longer cared about such matters. His purpose for arriving at the Zakaira Manor was singular: murder. The vengeance for his father was a debt that could not be settled lightly. Those of the Beihai society were fair game. Ah Fong was no fool. He understood that the flames could not have erupted without reason. The acrid scent of burning fuel in the air could not deceive him. All of this had been orchestrated by someone with intent. The only group audacious enough to commit such acts, aside from the Sihai society, was none other. Due to the late hour and the fact that most were deep in slumber, Ah Fong faced no obstacles and soon found himself at the entrance of the Zakairu estate. Within the grand hall, several familiar faces awaited him, seemingly anticipating his arrival. "I had thought you would at least wait until your father was properly laid to rest before appearing here. I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly," remarked Anderson, who had long harbored resentment towards Zhou. At the sight of his dear friend's pitiful state, he felt a sense of vindication, his eyes betraying a hint of amusement as he gazed at Ah Fong. Indeed, after such a grand inferno, there must be nothing left but ashes. There is no need to recover any bodies. Anderson's words, akin to a jest, provoked hearty laughter among the gathered members of the Sihai society. They mused that these wretched commoners should now comprehend a fundamental truth: the dignity of the nobility was not theirs to trifle with. "Very well, it is as you say," Ah Fong replied, his demeanor unnervingly calm, reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt, harboring catastrophic power within. "Since you are all present, there is no need for me to visit each of you individually. Listen to this: a commoner dares to brazenly proclaim that he will address us one by one." Anderson chuckled, openly acknowledging, "We need not disguise our intentions. Everything today is a collective decision of the Sihai society. Our aim, of course, is to teach this insolent lad a lesson." Though Anderson did not believe Ah Fong could pose any real threat, he was not naive enough to claim sole responsibility for the events unfolding. After all, this was a collective decision of the Sihai society, and should anything go awry, they would face it together. The fire today was ignited by us. What can a mere commoner do against us? From the throng facing Ah Fong emerged several youthful nobles, their faces alight with arrogant glee. "Oh, and I almost forgot to mention," one said, "that area belonging to your family was originally part of our estate. With wealth comes whimsy. Tonight, we simply sought a bit of amusement and thought to play with some property. My apologies, we inadvertently set your house ablaze. No, it should be said, our house, which you merely borrowed for a time. Ha ha ha. Renting a house for amusement. A splendid idea. I may try it next time. It could prove quite entertaining. Many members of the 4C Society began to cheer. It is indeed amusing to note that everything about the Ah Fong family is a privilege bestowed by nobility. The shoe store, which old Fong treasures as if it were half his life, is merely an inconspicuous location for the other party, as long as they are willing. They can dispose of it as they please. Everything that transpired today within the Ah Fong family unfolded beneath the watchful eyes of the 4C Society, which explains why they swiftly gathered at the Rakel family estate, seeking merely to alleviate their boredom. After all, the numerous guards at the Zakila Manor are more than sufficient to ensure their safety. Moreover, they are not mere idlers. They possess the ability to protect themselves. Death, death, death. Observing the smug expressions before him, Ah Fong felt a surge of rage. He yearned to quell the infinite hatred within him with the blood of his adversaries. Ignoring all else, Ah Fong, with a blade gleaming ominously in his hand, advanced steadily towards the culprits, step by resolute step. The individuals before him must die today, without exception. Help us, someone. Protect us. The once self-satisfied group, now intimidated by Ah Fong's menacing aura, cried out in panic, hurriedly retreating and jostling amongst themselves, their demeanor utterly disgraceful. Without needing further instruction, the guards of the Rakel family had already prepared themselves. The instant Ah Fong made his move, they swiftly obstructed his path, encircling him tightly to prevent any escape. Those who block my way shall perish. Chapter 103. The role of trash. Leave this place. It is not where you can run amok. The leading guard, having received reports from his subordinates about the dire fate of the two guards stationed at the gate, felt a twinge of apprehension and sought to avoid another encounter. Ah Fong's purpose here is singular, to kill. He paid no heed to the words of his adversaries. He only recognized that those standing before him were his enemies, and they must be slain. With no need for further dialogue, Ah Fong swung his blade, and a large head fell from the air. Upon closer inspection, it belonged to the very person who had previously urged Ah Fong to depart. The severed head bore an expression of disbelief, as if pondering why there had been no warning before the blade struck. Thud! As the head hit the ground, the guards finally snapped out of their terror. Today's events are destined to end in chaos. If they do not bring down the man before them, it is they who shall meet their demise. Kill him. A voice rang out, a command that sent the guards into action, raising their weapons in unison and charging towards the young boy before them. In an instant, Ah Fong found himself ensnared within a tempest of blades, countless gleaming weapons forming an iron cage around him. At that moment, he resembled a bird trapped in a cage, wings clipped and unable to flee. Escape? Why should he flee? There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has given up. What fear could he have from the onslaught of swords? With the blades glinting menacingly, Ah Fong furiously wielded his longsword, its furious dance conjuring a powerful gale that sent the surrounding weapons trembling. Amidst the storm of steel, he carved a path through the throng of guards. Seizing the opportunity, Ah Fong surged towards the opening. Despite the guards' desperate attempts to close the gap, their efforts proved futile. His strength far surpassed theirs. The guards, though resolute, were powerless to halt his advance, and wherever he passed, a trail of bloodied corpses lay in his wake. Each one cleaved in twain, a sight both horrifying and tragic. Madman! The guards' hearts raced as they watched Ah Fong, undeterred, make his way towards the gathering of noble lords. The urgency of the situation dawned upon them. Should any harm befall the lords under their watchful eyes, their own lives would be forfeit, and their families would surely face dire consequences as well. Suppressing their fears, the guards hastened to intercept Ah Fong, positioning themselves resolutely before him, determined to prevent another step forward. Once more, they encircled him, their minds racing with the thought that if they could not deter him, they would have to confront him with their lives. Such was the lamentable fate of those at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Destiny has never been within their grasp. Ah Fong's gaze was fixated solely on the few instigators who had wronged him. He advanced step by step, his longsword transforming into the scythe of death, each stride accompanied by bloodshed and the anguished cries of guards falling beside him. None of this could sway his resolve. In that moment, he had become a merciless machine of retribution. Is this truly the right path? Harry questioned Raquel, observing the guards collapsing one by one. These men are the property of the West Kailu family. Do you not feel the slightest pang of remorse? Harry's concern was not for the fallen guards, but rather for the financial loss. Each life extinguished represented a significant monetary cost in his eyes. What does it matter? We can always replace this trash in abundance, Raquel replied, unfazed by the toll on the guards. Besides, even refuse has its utility. Is it not prudent to make the most of our resources? Let us disregard the matter. Harry observed that the other party displayed no signs of remorse, prompting him to relinquish his sentimental inclinations and instead take a keen interest in the performance before him. Ah Fong truly deserved his reputation as the foremost swordsman of the East Sea Naval Academy, his prowess undeniably remarkable. Yet, it was regrettable that he could not be harnessed for our purposes. That which cannot serve us is better off destroyed, remarked Kohler. What does strength matter if one remains merely an individual? The valor of a single person holds little significance. Ultimately, it is we, the nobility, who dictate the course of this world, and the present moment stands as testament to that. Anderson joined the idle conversation, agreeing, indeed, if something is unattainable, it is best to annihilate it. A rather astute suggestion. Kohler, noticing the support for his viewpoint, felt a surge of delight and suddenly found Anderson's demeanor more agreeable than before. However, Kohler's ill-timed jab about only being capable of recounting fairy tales extinguished the conversation's warmth. What did he mean by questioning Anderson's mental acuity? Anderson, perceiving Kohler's patronizing expression, promptly lost interest in their dialogue. The juxtaposition of mundane chatter amidst a brutal slaughter created a dissonance that was jarring. Tick, tick. Ah Fong had long lost count of the lives that had succumbed to his blade. The long knife in his grasp was now stained a vivid crimson, droplets of blood continuously falling from the weapon. The relentless fighting had drained much of his strength, and he felt a mounting difficulty in breathing, the vigor in his arms waning significantly. Clang. For the first time, a guard managed to intercept Ah Fong's ferocious blade work. He was fatigued. Kill him. Witnessing this scene, several guards understood that their opponent was faltering. Otherwise, such a predicament would not arise. Just moments ago, he had dispatched dozens with a single stroke. In the midst of this life and death struggle, the notion that one could grow stronger was a notion the guards would dismiss as absurd. Such fate belonged only to those favored by fortune, not to themselves. The opponent's waning strength presented an opportunity for the guards, who, previously hesitant, suddenly found their courage. They exerted greater force in their assault against Ah Fong. As the saying goes, in adversity, one may quail, in fortune, one may flourish, and so it was. The guard's sudden resolve intensified the pressure upon Ah Fong. For a moment, both sides clashed with equal fervor. Clang, clang, clang. The once audible sound of a blade piercing flesh was replaced by the relentless clangor of weapons colliding, sparks flying, a scene that, beneath the tranquil night sky, exuded an indescribable beauty. As time wore on, Ah Fong increasingly felt overwhelmed, and in a moment of inattention, a guard's long knife managed to carve a gash into his flesh. Blood splattering forth. He was injured. Rally, brothers, and summon your strength. Upon witnessing the injured Ah Fong, the guard's spirits soared, and their onslaught grew increasingly fierce, resulting in Ah Fong sustaining even more wounds. Even the most insignificant of beings can, at times, yield commendable results. Raquel, observing the diligent guards, let out a satisfied chuckle. It was time to act. The coveted title of the school's foremost swordsman had long stirred envy within Raquel, and he was determined to seize it for himself. Raquel's decision to personally enter the fray stemmed from his realization that Ah Fong was nearing his limits, presenting little risk. Why not grasp what is easily attainable? Although confident in his own prowess, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Ah Fong seemed unworthy, risking his own life for a mere commoner. Step aside, he commanded. To prevent unnecessary harm, I shall handle the matter from here. Pushing past the crowd, Raquel stood before Ah Fong, declaring, soon, you shall understand who truly deserves the title of the school's foremost swordsman. My lord, we are on the verge of defeating the enemy, remarked a guard, moved by Raquel's thoughtfulness. Your life is invaluable. Should you sustain any injuries, it would be irreparable. Do you doubt my abilities? Raquel feigned anger. For your safety. A minor injury is a price worth paying. My lord. The guards, utterly captivated by Raquel's extraordinary skill, slowly retreated, granting him ample space to demonstrate his prowess. Those who have slain my compatriots shall face the consequences. Only death awaits you, Raquel boldly proclaimed to Ah Fong. At this juncture, I have no intention of returning alive. Ah Fong cast a scornful glance at Raquel, tightening his grip on his long sword. As a swordsman, he too yearned for an honorable confrontation with Raquel. With a thunderous clash, the two engaged in combat, the force of their blades creating an explosive sound. Raquel initiated the attack, racing toward Ah Fong with his sword raised high, aiming a powerful strike at Ah Fong's face. How can you possess such strength? The moment their blades met, Raquel was momentarily jolted back, astonished that a fawn, in such a weakened state, could still muster such force. I must commend you. Your strength is truly impressive. Raquel, not one to act recklessly, swiftly altered his strategy, opting to dance around his opponent until a fawn could no longer endure. If you are willing to join the West Sea Society, I could spare your life. I seek only to kill. I wish to discuss nothing further. Alfonso offered Raquel no opportunity for delay, charging towards him with determination. He recognized that his wounds could no longer be ignored. He could only strive to take down one more adversary. The inability to personally exact vengeance upon his foe was perhaps Alfonso's sole regret. Stubborn and unyielding, he could hardly blame himself. As Raquel parried Alfonso's longsword, he forcefully deflected the weapon aside, creating some distance between them, and continued, I initially perceived some prowess in you and intended to offer you a chance to survive. It appears such an opportunity is unwarranted now. Alfonso, too weary to engage in the frivolity of conversation, responded with nothing but the bloodthirsty blade in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless clash of their weapons generated a cacophony of sound explosions. Both warriors adhered to a bold and unrestrained style of swordsmanship, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity but lacking in grace. Neither could afford to concern themselves with aesthetics, as they both felt the immense pressure exerted by the other. Focused solely on employing the most effective means to incapacitate one another, Raquel and Alfonso aimed their strikes at each other's vital points. Aware that even the slightest misstep could lead to their demise, the ground beneath them bore the brunt of their fierce encounter, the air thick with the remnants of their slashing blades inflicting painful wounds upon the earth. Incredible! Gasps of astonishment echoed from the onlookers. Synopsis: this tale unfolds a century after Luffy ascended to the throne of the pirates. For a traveler from another realm, what are the three most essential pursuits? Wealth, and wealth.